In a surreal twist of fate, Lin found himself in the Marvel Universe, awakening beside the enigmatic Mystique, who was pressing down on him. Panic surged through him, yet fortune smiled as his extraordinary system activated just in time. Beep, detecting deep interaction between the host and the high-energy life form, Mystique. The ultimate auxiliary system, Yin-Yang harmony, successfully bound. Congratulations, host. Raven Darkholm's overall strength permanently increased by 1.5x. Luck permanently increased by 1.2x. Congratulations, host. Your overall strength permanently increased by 1.1x. Congratulations, host. According to the target's strength coefficient, you have received a monetary reward of 10,000. Gazing at the system notifications and the newfound balance in his bank account, Lin experienced an epiphany. Why chase after superheroes or cosmic overlords when strengthening a formidable woman like her while pocketing cash was far more enticing? When Mystique effortlessly dispatched Sabretooth, astonishment reverberated through the Brotherhood, and her gaze toward Lin transformed entirely. Upon an unforeseen encounter with the uncontrollable Scarlet Witch, where his account surged with millions, Magneto regarded him as the hope of mutants. Beep. Strengthening Scarlet Witch, reward 1 million. Beep. Strengthening Black Widow, reward 50,000. Beep. Strengthening Lady Sif, reward 10 million. Beep. Strengthening Goddess of Death Hela, reward amount. Years later, when Thanos descended upon Earth, he was bewildered to find himself confronted by a legion of girlfriends, each enhanced by Lin to surpass the Infinity Stones. Stay back, he exclaimed in horror. Chapter 163. How to render Tony Stark's smile frozen with just one sentence. Countless questions surged forth like a relentless tide. Yet, Lin remained composed, smiling serenely amidst the surrounding chaos. He raised his hand to smooth Raven's wind-tousled hair, effortlessly wrapping his arm around her waist, as he and his team strolled leisurely down the red carpet. This tranquil demeanor stood in stark contrast to the frenzy of the reporters around them. At that moment, the revolving door of Stark Tower swung open, and a woman in a sharp business suit, her high heels clicking purposefully against the floor, stepped out. It was Pepper Potts, CEO of Stark Industries, Tony Stark's most capable assistant, and the most significant woman in his life. Mr. Lin, welcome to Stark Tower, she greeted with a professional smile, extending her hand toward him. I am Pepper Potts, CEO of Stark Industries. Miss Potts, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Lin replied, shaking her hand briefly with a polite and gentlemanly touch. I have long heard of Mr. Stark's remarkable companion. Seeing you today certainly lives up to the reputation. For a fleeting moment, Pepper's smile faltered. The term companion carried a subtle offense, insinuating she was merely an appendage of Tony's. However, she quickly regained her composure, responding with a smile. Mr. Lin, you flatter me. I'm just an employee. Tony is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. She turned to lead the way, her heels echoing crisply on the polished floor. Lin and his entourage followed her into the technological empire of Iron Man. The interior of the tower exuded a futuristic ambience, with holographic projections and smart devices showcasing the owner's wealth and ingenuity in silent splendor. Impressive decor, Lin remarked casually. Tony will be delighted to hear your praise, Pepper replied without looking back. I meant, if only these ostentatious holographic billboards could be replaced with something truly useful, like real-time monitoring of global financial data or tracking asteroids that pose potential threats to Earth, that would be even better, Lin continued. Pepper's footsteps hesitated momentarily. She glanced back at Lin, finding him intrigued by a dynamic Iron Man poster, as if his pointed comment was but a casual remark. This man was not to be underestimated. Pepper mentally tagged Lin as a potential threat. They took a private elevator directly to the press conference on the top floor of the tower. When the doors opened, a spacious, well-lit circular hall greeted them. Hundreds of seats were filled, with the world's leading technology journalists, critics, and industry magnates gathered in unison. At the center of the hall, on a stage brimming with technological flair, stood a man clad in an expensive Armani suit, his signature beard framing a confident and irreverent gaze. It was none other than Tony Stark. Spotting Lin and his group, Tony donned a facade of a welcoming smile and approached eagerly. Lin, welcome to my domain. He opened his arms wide, embracing Lin warmly, as if they were long-lost friends. Oh, and Bruce, my old partner. What a surprise to see you here. Releasing Lin, he turned to Banner, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. You look well. It seems the catering at Apex Technologies is far superior to the bread you were munching on in Kolkata. Tony's words carried a sting, clearly expressing his displeasure regarding Banner's shift to a competitor. Dr. Banner felt somewhat awkward, unsure how to respond. Tony, Lynn interjected with a smile, coming to Banner's defense. We are a legitimate company that provides comprehensive benefits and excellent treatment. It is the basic responsibility of a corporation. Unlike certain capitalists who merely exploit their employees. His gaze subtly indicated Pepper beside him. Pepper's lips twitched slightly. Tony burst into laughter, pretending not to catch the sarcasm in Lynn's words. Well said. It seems I have much to learn from you about being a good boss. He turned his attention to Raven and Wanda beside Lynn, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Forgive my curiosity, but who are these two beautiful ladies? They are my bodyguards and secretaries, Lynn replied succinctly. Wow, Tony whistled. Lynn, you certainly know how to indulge yourself. However, in my territory, you need not bring bodyguards, it's quite safe here. As he spoke, he discreetly cast a flirtatious glance at Raven. Raven, donning sunglasses, concealed her expression, but her eyes were undoubtedly rolling. Tony, I think you've misunderstood, Lynn maintained his smile. They are not here to protect me. Then what are they for? They are here to prevent me from accidentally demolishing your playhouse. Tony Stark's smile froze. The atmosphere in the press conference shifted slightly due to Lynn's half-joking, half-threatening remark. Yet, being Tony Stark, he quickly regained his composure, his signature smile returning. Ha, Lynn, you are quite humorous, he laughed, giving Lynn's shoulder a firm pat. I eagerly await to witness your demolition skills. But before that, allow me, as the host, to extend my hospitality. He gestured for Lynn and his party to take the central seats in the front row. Bruce, sit next to me. It has been ages since we last spoke, and we have much to discuss. Without waiting for a response, Tony firmly placed Banner beside him, effectively separating him from Lynn. Dr. Banner felt as though he were caught between two magnets, utterly uncomfortable. Lynn remained largely unfazed, seating himself beside Raven and Wanda. As Tony Stark took his position at the forefront, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence. The spotlight illuminated the stage, all eyes fixed on him. Tony stood, adjusting his suit, microphone in hand, as he ascended the stage. In that moment, he was the very center of the universe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future. Tony opened his arms wide, announcing in his magnetic voice. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Many have asked me, Tony, you already possess the most advanced energy technology in the world. You are Iron Man, why do you continue to challenge yourself? He paced the stage confidently, articulating with ease. My answer is simple, because I can. Another round of applause followed. Today, I will unveil the latest innovation from Stark Industries. It will redefine the term clean energy once again. With a snap of his fingers, the massive screen behind him lit up, revealing a complex, three-dimensional model of a blue energy core. This is the new arc reactor, Mark III. Chapter 164, The Ultimate Declaration. Your masterpiece is now obsolete. Tony's voice brimmed with pride. By optimizing the energy decay pathways of the palladium core and introducing an innovative magnetic confinement field algorithm, we have achieved a 30% enhancement in energy output efficiency over the previous generation, while simultaneously reducing the volume by 15% and lowering energy consumption by 20%. On the screen, a flurry of incomprehensible data and charts flashed rapidly. The technology journalists and experts in the audience gasped in amazement. A 30% improvement. Such a feat is nothing short of miraculous in the realm of energy. Dr. Banner was captivated, instinctively adjusting his glasses, his eyes shimmering with the brilliance that a scientist beholds upon witnessing an extraordinary creation. Tony, he truly did it. This algorithm is exceptionally ingenious. He murmured softly. Stay calm, Doctor, came the tranquil voice of Lynette from behind him. Dr. Banner jolted, immediately silencing himself. On stage, Tony continued his speech. Of course, I understand that talk without action is mere bluster. Hence, I present to you a delightful little gadget. With another snap of his fingers, the ground on one side of the stage abruptly split open, and a metallic cylindrical platform slowly ascended. Upon it stood a brand new suit of armor. Its classic red and gold livery was more streamlined than any previous iteration, exuding both power and technological sophistication. Mark VII, my new treasure, Tony exclaimed, spreading his arms wide. The suit seemed to come alive, disassembling into hundreds of components that swiftly flew towards him, reassembling in an instant. In mere seconds, Tony Stark transformed from a sharply dressed gentleman into the armored Iron Man. The audience erupted in applause. Flashes and shutter clicks filled the air. The Mark VII is equipped with the latest Mark III arc reactor and Stark Industries' newest operating system. Its flight speed, firepower, and defense capabilities far surpass anything before. Tony raised his right hand, targeting the ceiling with his palm-mounted cannon. JRVS, let's have a little fireworks display. Certainly, sir. A blue energy beam shot forth from his palm, striking a predetermined target on the ceiling. With a resounding bang, a multitude of colorful ribbons and confetti cascaded down, resembling a vibrant rain shower. The atmosphere reached its zenith. Everyone was captivated by Tony Stark's personal technological showcase. He was not only a genius, but also a natural performer. After relishing a full minute of applause and cheers, Tony raised his hand to signal for silence. The faceplate of his suit retracted, revealing his beaming visage. Well, my personal performance has come to an end. His gaze swept across the crowd, landing with precision on Lynette in the front row. Now, let us extend the same enthusiastic applause to another genius in the energy sector, the founder and CEO of Apex Technologies, Mr. Lynette. Lynn, my friend, your technological proposal has created quite the stir at the Department of Defense. Everyone is saying your controllable magnetic confinement technology is a leap ahead of my arc reactor. Tony's voice resonated throughout the hall. Today, in front of the whole world, I am curious and eagerly anticipating your demonstration of what the future of Apex Technologies truly embodies. Instantly, all spotlight shifted from Iron Man to Lynette. All gazes converged upon this young man, who had maintained a serene demeanor throughout. The air was thick with tension. It was a blatant provocation. Tony Stark, in his element, had escalated the atmosphere to its peak with an impeccable technological display, only to thrust Lynette into the spotlight. He intended for Lynette to either present something more remarkable than his own creation, publicly embarrassing him, or to admit he was merely a boastful charlatan, subjecting himself to humiliation before the world. Raven leaned slightly forward, sensing a subtle smile from the man beside her. Wanda, too, looked at Lynette with curiosity, eager to see how he would respond. Meanwhile, Dr. Banner was so anxious that his palms were sweating. He glanced at the radiant Tony on stage, then at the composed Lynette beside him, with only one thought in mind. Under the scrutiny of hundreds of gazes, Lynette stood up leisurely, adjusting his suit. He did not immediately approach the stage, but turned to Dr. Banner beside him. Doctor, it's your time to shine. Me? Dr. Banner pointed at himself, bewildered. What am I supposed to do? You are our technical advisor naturally. You shall provide technical support, Lynette stated matter-of-factly. But am not prepared, Banner exclaimed, nearly on the brink of tears. No preparation is necessary. Lynette patted his shoulder, speaking in an authoritative tone. Just go up and stand beside me. With that, he disregarded the bewildered Dr. Banner and confidently strode onto the stage. Dr. Banner froze, unsure whether to follow or remain. Go on, Doctor, Wanda whispered gently. The boss knows what he's doing. Banner exchanged glances with Wanda and then with Lynette, who had already reached the center of the stage. Finally, he steeled himself and followed suit. As Lynette and Dr. Banner stood side by side on stage, a murmur spread through the audience. Who is that person? Why is he up there too? It's Bruce Banner. My goodness, he's really joined Apex Technologies. Stark and Banner are old friends. This is going to be interesting. On stage, still clad in the Mark 7 armor, Tony Stark noticed Banner's arrival and subtly furrowed his brow. Lynn, I invited you, not your technical advisor, he remarked half-jokingly, but a hint of discontent was evident. Oh, is that so? Lynette took the microphone from him, testing the sound before smiling and saying, but I felt a bit nervous coming up here alone. I needed our company's top scientist to bolster my confidence. He emphasized the phrase top scientist. Dr. Banner's face flushed deeper, wishing he could vanish into the floor. Tony's expression darkened. Very well, since Bruce has joined us. Tony shrugged, his helmet closing and reopening as his suit detached and reformed into a statue beside him. Now, Mr. Lynette, where is your PowerPoint presentation? Where is your product model? Or is it that the future technology of Apex Technologies exists solely in words? His words were laden with aggression, causing the atmosphere to tense palpably. All journalists perked up, ready to document this historic moment. Yet, Lynette merely smiled. Tony, you still have an affinity for all these flashy embellishments. He surveyed the extravagant stage and dazzling lights. True technology requires no adornment. He turned to face the audience and the cameras. First and foremost, allow me to rectify a minor error made by Mr. Stark moments ago. Oh, Tony arched an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Your Mark III arc reactor is indeed a remarkable feat of engineering, Lynn acknowledged, easing the tension in Tony's expression considerably. However, your assertion that it will redefine clean energy is one with which I cannot concur. Lynn pivoted his argument. For, from the very moment it was conceived, it has already become obsolete. Chapter 165. He actually extracted Iron Man's heart with his bare hands in public. This single statement sent the audience into an uproar. Tony Stark's expression darkened in an instant. Mr. Lindy, a journalist from the front row, immediately stood up to ask, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting you possess technology more advanced than the arc reactor?" "Absolutely," Lindy replied succinctly. "Can you demonstrate that for us?" "Certainly," he said with a smile. And then he made an unexpected move. He did not operate any equipment, nor did he pull out any blueprints. Instead, he turned to his side and addressed Dr. Banner. "Dr. Banner, as the chief scientist of our Apex Technology Life Sciences and Gamma Energy Research Department, could you explain to everyone in the simplest terms why the technology of the arc reactor is now obsolete?" Dr. Banner. He was completely taken aback. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't I just meant to be a mascot? How did I suddenly become the main speaker? Moreover, to say in front of Tony Stark that his arc reactor is outdated, that would be akin to telling a father that his son is unattractive. Cold sweat trickled down Dr. Banner's back. He looked at Lindy for help, only to find Lindy encouraging him with a look that said, "I believe in you." All eyes in the audience were fixed on Dr. Banner. On stage, Tony Stark's gaze sharpened. He stared intently at Banner, eager to hear what his friend would articulate. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. Dr. Banner felt his throat dry up, his mind blank. He sensed that if he misstepped today, he would irrevocably offend Tony. The pressure was immense. "Doctor?" Lindy urged. Banner took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and his mind raced. He recalled the academic challenges from Lindy's recruitment notice, the avant-garde laboratory at Apex Technology, and Wanda's extraordinary ability to soothe the Hulk suddenly. It dawned on him. Lindy was not trying to put him in a difficult position. Lindy was offering him an opportunity, a chance to prove his worth to the entire world and to Tony Stark. He was no longer the monster fleeing from his past. He was a scientist standing at the forefront of technology. Upon reopening his eyes, Dr. Banner's gaze was now clear and resolute. He adjusted his glasses, stepped forward, and picked up another microphone. The core of Mr. Stark's arc reactor utilizes the decay of palladium in a magnetic field to produce a stable, high-energy plasma. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with the confidence characteristic of a top-tier scientist. It is a brilliant design that resolves the core issue of miniaturized nuclear fusion. However, Banner looked at Tony, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret, but more so a steadfast dedication to science. There exists a fundamental flaw in its energy conversion model. As Dr. Banner uttered the phrase, "fundamental flaw," the entire press conference descended into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath. This was the arc reactor, the cornerstone of Tony Stark's fame, the very heart of Iron Man. And now, someone was publicly declaring that it had a fundamental flaw? The smile had vanished entirely from Tony Stark's face. He did not express anger, nor did he retort. He simply gazed at Banner, waiting for him to continue. As a foremost scientist, he respected theoretical discourse. If Banner could present a compelling argument, he would listen. If Banner was merely spouting nonsense, he would make it known that the timeline for the anti-Hulk armor would be accelerated. Dr. Banner disregarded the scrutinizing gazes around him. He was entirely absorbed in his scientific realm. The energy conversion of the arc reactor is fundamentally a linear process. Palladium decays, releasing energy, the magnetic field constrains it, and electricity is output. This process resembles a pipeline, where water flows in from one end and out from the other. What Tony has done is continuously widen and reinforce this pipeline to increase and stabilize the flow. His explanation was straightforward, comprehensible even to some of the humanities journalists in the audience. However, the essence of energy is not linear, but multidimensional. At the moment of palladium decay, alongside the desired electrical energy, significant amounts of thermal energy, neutrino radiation, and certain subspace energy fluctuations, which we currently cannot fully comprehend, are also produced. Dr. Banner's voice grew more confident, as if he were not on a press conference stage, but rather teaching his students. He looked at Tony, his gaze intense. A murmur rippled through some of the experts and scholars in the audience. The point Dr. Banner raised was remarkably avant-garde and audacious. It was tantamount to stating that all existing nuclear technologies had strayed from the correct path. Tony Stark's complexion shifted. He understood that what Banner was asserting was indeed accurate. He himself had pondered this issue, but had abandoned the exploration of those uncontrollable energies due to technical limitations and the imperative to ensure the reactor's absolute safety. He had not anticipated that Banner would publicly expose this concern. So what? Tony coldly interjected. Bruce, you said a lot, but you merely want to tell me that my reactor has energy wastage. I concede that point. But where is this so-called fundamental flaw? At least my pipeline is safe and controllable. That is precisely the problem Apex technology aims to resolve. Lenny interjected smoothly. He stepped beside Banner and placed a hand on his shoulder. Why do we invest heavily to recruit Dr. Banner? Because he is the only person in the world who has experienced that vast ocean firsthand and survived. Linty's words detonated in the crowd. Everyone recalled Dr. Banner's other identity, the Hulk. The disaster triggered by the uncontrolled gamma radiation experiment. Dr. Banner's body stiffened for a moment, but the gentle strength from Linty's hand calmed his tumultuous thoughts. The core philosophy of Apex technology is not to block but to divert. Linty's voice resonated clearly throughout the venue. We do not perceive the accompanying energies as waste. They are gifts from the universe. Our goal is not to filter them, but to understand and utilize them. Nonsense. Tony Stark could no longer contain himself. Do you think you're playing house? Do you have any idea what an uncontrolled energy vortex entails? It could create a miniature black hole and swallow the entirety of New York. That is why I assert that this technology is a leap ahead of your era. Linty maintained his composure in the face of Tony's outburst. Because we possess the capability to control this vortex. With what will you control it? With your words? Tony mocked. No. Lin shook his head, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. A more direct and efficient approach, he stated. He slowly raised his right hand, palm directed towards the man on the opposite side of the stage. At the center of his chest, the Mark III arc reactor steadily emitted a blue glow. Tony, no matter how much theory you discuss, you might not absorb it. Thus, allow you to personally experience what is known as technological disparity. Before his words could fully settle, Tony Stark suddenly felt a peculiar vibration in his chest. The arc reactor, firmly secured within his body, providing him life and power, was about to detach. It began to heat up, tremble, and the internal energy flow became chaotic in an instant. Before the bewildered eyes of the audience, amidst Tony Stark's horrified expression, that blue heart was forcibly extracted from Iron Man's chest. It trailed a luminous blue streak as it slowly flew into Lin's palm. Chapter 166. Iron Man stunned. Heart snatched and mocked for inferior skills. The atmosphere of the Stark Towers press conference fell silent. Hundreds of reporters forgot to press their shutters. Cameramen neglected to adjust their lenses. All eyes were fixated on the astonishing scene at the center of the stage. Tony Stark, his proud iron suit, the very core of energy upon which he relied, was snatched away by a man from a distance of several meters. The arc reactor, radiating a ghostly blue light, now hovered quietly above Lin's palm, slowly rotating. Lin gazed at his trophy as though admiring a fascinating toy. The design is indeed exquisite. He extended a finger from his other hand, gently tapping on the reactor shell, producing a crisp metallic sound. However, this palladium core has excessive impurities, affecting energy purity and even proving toxic to the human body. Additionally, the winding method of this magnetic confinement coil wastes at least 10% of space. Such remarks were more humiliating than a direct slap to Tony Stark's face. Ah! A scream shattered the silence. It was Pepper Potts. Seeing the gaping hole in Tony's chest, her face turned pale, and she instinctively rushed onto the stage. Her bodyguard, Happy, reacted promptly, drawing his gun and aiming it at Lin. Don't move. Put that down. Security personnel at the venue swiftly drew their weapons, nervously encircling the stage. The atmosphere shifted from a technology press conference to a tense standoff. Yet, at the center of it all, Tony Stark stood motionless. He lowered his head, staring at the familiar void on his chest. Without the arc reactor, the backup power could only sustain the suit's basic functions. More critically, the fragments within him posed a constant threat to his life. Yet in that moment, he felt neither physical weakness nor fear. What he experienced was an unprecedented sense of bewilderment and humiliation. His brain, that genius mind dubbed the most attractive brain of the century, was on the verge of malfunction. What had transpired? How had this occurred? Countless scientific terms flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. No known scientific technology could achieve such precision, so blatantly disregarding the laws of physics. This was not technology. This was a mutant's ability. Tony, your energy core design is commendable. Lin's voice broke through, pulling him back from his chaotic thoughts. However, its energy utilization is too low, and Lin raised his gaze to meet Tony's grim expression, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. It is far too easy to remove. Tony shot his head up, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Anger and humiliation made his teeth grind audibly. Below, Raven watched the once mighty Iron Man now resemble a plucked chicken, unable to suppress a laugh. Wanda curiously focused on the arc reactor in Lin's hand, sensing that her boss had merely employed a simple force field manipulation ability to achieve this. Meanwhile, Dr. Banner had become utterly numb, feeling unworthy to face Tony. He stood dazed behind Lin, watching the scene unfold, a single thought swirling in his mind. This new boss seemed even more unreasonable than the Hulk at that moment. Within the silent crowd of reporters, someone finally reacted. Click, click, click. Frenzied flashes reignited, forever capturing this historic moment. Iron Man's heart was held in the hands of a mysterious man. Tomorrow's headlines across the globe would be set. Stark Industries stock price would likely plummet. The myth of an era seemed to be supplanted by another, even more bizarre legend. Lin toyed with the reactor, sensing the energy fluctuations within, silently commending Lorna. This was a skill acquired through their profound discussions, albeit rarely utilized. He gazed at the little device in his hand, suddenly feeling a twinge of boredom. He had expected to exert considerable effort, only to find it so effortless. All right, the game is over. He raised his eyes to Tony Stark across from him. Observing the amalgamation of shock, anger, humiliation, and bewilderment etched on Tony's face, Lin felt the time was ripe. Continuing further could genuinely jeopardize the man's heart. After all, he still needed this cash cow and technological prodigy to live well. All right, don't look at me like that. Lin casually weighed the arc reactor in his hand. Just a little jest to lighten the mood. You see, everyone was nearly dozing off. He gestured towards the reporters, their expressions dazed from sheer shock. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You call this a jest? You extracted my heart and claim it's merely to enliven the atmosphere? Here you go. Lin seemingly ignored the murderous glare from Tony, flicking his wrist lightly. The arc reactor transformed into a streak of blue light, gliding across the distance of several meters, landing with a click, perfectly embedding into the hollow cavity of Tony's chest armor, seamlessly fitting back into place. This nonchalant gesture sent a chill down Tony's spine, more so than when it was extracted. It indicated that the other party's mastery over this object had reached a level of effortless control. He could take it at will, return it on a whim. His once proud technological barrier now felt like mere tissue paper before the opponent. Tony felt as though he had been reborn. However, the psychological blow proved far more lethal than physical frailty. Lin stepped leisurely before Tony Stark. The surrounding security personnel gripped their weapons tightly, yet dared not advance a single step. Lin disregarded the ominous gun barrels, extending his hand and patting Tony Stark's shoulder as one might console a petulant younger sibling. See, it's all back now, isn't it? He leaned close to Tony's ear, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. Tony, I may not comprehend technology, but I know how to resolve your palladium poisoning issue. Straightening up, he took a step back and displayed a dazzlingly bright smile for all to see. Would you like to learn? He gestured toward Tony's chest and then pointed to his own head. I can teach you. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. These were the words a teacher would utter to a student. Yet when had it ever been Tony Stark's turn to be taught by another? He was, after all, the most brilliant mind in the world. At that moment, the globally broadcast cameras captured the expression on Tony Stark's face with precision. In the audience, Pepper Potts covered her mouth in distress, tears welling in her eyes. Lin's remark struck Tony deeper than any blade. It was a blow far crueler than death. This was not merely a failure of technology, but the shattering of dignity. Dr. Banner observed the despondent Tony, feeling a pang of sorrow. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately exhaled a sigh instead. With that, Lin completed his act. He turned back, reclaiming the microphone, addressing the audience below. Well, I trust you now possess a vivid understanding of the technological prowess of Apex Technologies. Chapter 167. A Crumbling Mindset. Tony Stark's Collapse. Our demonstration concludes here. He set the microphone aside and waved his hand with nonchalance. By the way, Apex Technologies is currently recruiting top-tier talent from various fields across the globe with generous, uncapped remuneration. We particularly welcome those who feel weary of the existing scientific framework and dare to challenge the unknown. His gaze lingered meaningfully on the representatives from major tech firms and research institutions in the audience. This was not merely a slap to Tony Stark's face. This was an assault on the entire industry. Arrogant, utterly audacious. With that, Lin made no further delay, turning to descend the stage. Stop. It was Tony Stark. He had finally emerged from his state of mental collapse, his eyes fixed on Lin's retreating figure, ablaze with fervent intensity. Within that flame lay anger, resentment, but more prominently, a rekindled, frenzied thirst for knowledge. Who are you? Upon hearing the hoarse inquiry from behind, Lin halted but did not turn. He merely tilted his head slightly. Casting a glance at the reignited Iron Man, he chuckled softly. I'm a businessman, Tony. A businessman with a keen interest in you. With that, he disregarded Tony, proceeding down the stage to his seat. Let us go home for dinner, he remarked to the still-dazed Raven and Wanda, naturally wrapping an arm around Raven's waist as they made their way toward the exit. Wanda glanced at the solitary figure of Tony on stage, then at the nearly frenzied journalists, before hastening to follow Lin's lead. Dr. Banner hesitated briefly, approaching the edge of the stage to whisper to the disheartened Tony. Sorry. Take care. Then, he too turned away and followed suit. As Lin and his trio were about to vanish through the exit, the entire press conference venue erupted into sound as if a television had been unmuted. Mr. Lin, please wait. Was that your mutant ability you exhibited earlier? Mr. Stark, what are your thoughts on this? Does this signify the demise of Stark Industries' technological myth? Countless journalists surged toward the stage, encircling Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. The blinding flash of cameras threatened to engulf the entire hall. Security personnel struggled to maintain order, yet they were powerless against the torrent of shock and excitement. Meanwhile, Lin and his entourage, escorted by a security team composed of retired special forces from Apex Technologies, successfully navigated through the chaotic crowd and entered the exclusive elevator. The elevator doors gradually closed, effectively isolating them from the din outside. Inside, silence reigned. Raven leaned against Lin, removing her sunglasses to reveal her sparkling eyes. You're quite the villain, she murmured. I feel like Tony Stark would want to devour you whole. Really? Lin feigned innocence. I can't be that delectable. You've already vomited several times. Wanda curiously inquired, Boss, was that power you just used a form of force field control? I feel. It's somewhat different from how I manipulate objects. Essentially, it's all about energy manipulation. The methods merely differ, Lin casually explained. Your chaos magic leans more towards distorting probability and reality, while my force field control simplifies the process. Only Dr. Banner remained lost in the shock of the recent events. Leaning against the corner of the elevator, his complexion pale as he muttered to himself. Observing the self-doubting scientist, Lin smiled. Doctor, don't dwell on it. You'll gradually acclimate. Welcome to the wondrous world. The elevator reached the ground floor. Outside, a long Rolls-Royce awaited quietly. The four entered the vehicle, which glided smoothly away from Stark Tower. Through the windows, throngs of reporters chased after them, while stunned passers-by pointed and gaped. Lin reclined in his seat, watching the rapidly receding scenery, aware that from this day forth, the name Apex Technologies would resonate across the globe, and he himself would step from the shadows into the limelight. Troubles would undoubtedly follow. The military, the World Security Council, and even various hidden factions would all fix their gaze upon him. Yet opportunities would arise as well. Emma, he dialed a number. Yes, boss. Has Stark Industries' stock price begun to plummet? Indeed, boss. The moment you returned the arc reactor, Stark Industries' stock price plummeted by 12% within 3 minutes and continues to decline. Wall Street is in disarray. Excellent. Lin's lips curled into a smile. Notify our financial team. They may commence the first phase of the acquisition plan. I wish to secure 10% of Stark Industries' circulating shares within 3 days. Understood. Furthermore, send an anonymous copy of today's press conference high-definition footage to a specific individual. Please provide instructions. Nick Fury. Linter gazed out at the increasingly distant Stark Tower. I believe this one-eyed director could greatly benefit from a few surprises to solidify his allegiance to me. Had the press conference concluded? No. For the world at large, the storm had only just begun. As Linter had anticipated, when the sleek black Rolls-Royce smoothly returned to Apex Tower, The entire world had descended into chaos due to that brief press conference. Century Showdown. Mysterious CEO publicly steals Iron Man's heart. The New York Times technology or mutant abilities. Apex technology unveils incomprehensible power. The Stark myth may be coming to an end. The Times Wall Street in panic. Stark Industries stock plummets. $30 billion in market value vanishes. The Wall Street Journal, the front pages of major news websites were dominated by this single event. After the meeting, Tony Stark returned to his villa, leaning back on the sofa, lost in thought. Palladium, the shrapnel within Chapter 168, capturing Iron Man. Stick with me, and I'll help you take down the purple potato beast. In the evening darkness of Apex Tower, a red and gold Iron Man suit quietly descended onto the rooftop. Tony Stark emerged from the suit, his appearance a stark contrast to his usual self, scruffy and weary. Jarvis, confirm there are no surveillance devices here. Confirmed, sir. Apex Technology Security System has opened a green channel for you. Tony gritted his teeth and walked towards the dedicated elevator at the edge of the rooftop. After the press conference 3 days ago, his pride had been utterly shattered. But more alarmingly, Linter's words, "I know how to solve your palladium poisoning problem," echoed persistently in his mind. The elevator doors opened, revealing Linter waiting inside. "Mr. Stark, a late-night visit. I see things aren't well." Tony stiffly stepped into the elevator. "How did you know I would come?" "Because you were on the brink of death." Linter pressed the button for the 5th basement level. "The palladium poisoning has spread to your heart. If left unaddressed, you won't last a month." Tony's expression grew even graver. "Can you cure me?" "Certainly." Linter smiled. "But I am curious. Why has the illustrious Iron Man not sought the records left by your father? Howard Stark left you quite a trove of valuable resources." "How do you know about my father?" "I know many things, Tony. For instance, the new element your father discovered, the gift he left for you." The elevator reached the 5th basement level, where an equipped medical room awaited. Tony followed Linter inside, observing the various advanced medical devices hanging on the walls. "Take off your shirt and lie on that bed. You're not a doctor. Rest assured, I am not a homosexual. I can save you." Linter approached the equipment. "Either trust me, or return to await your demise." Tony hesitated for a few seconds before finally removing his shirt. The arc reactor embedded in his chest was surrounded by blackened blood vessels. "The situation is worse than I imagined," Linter remarked, stepping closer. "The palladium has permeated the walls of your heart. So what will you do? Perform open-heart surgery?" "Not necessary." Linter raised his right hand, a golden glow emanating from his palm. "Are you going to use your mutant ability again?" "Relax. This is for healing." Golden energy surged from Linter's palm, slowly permeating Tony's chest cavity. Tony felt a warm force flowing within him, drawing out the palladium. "I can feel it." Linter closed his eyes. "There are 17 pieces of shrapnel near your heart. The largest one is merely 0.3 millimeters from the aorta. This is impossible. No surgery could safely remove those fragments." "Who said anything about surgery?" Linter's energy began to shift, transforming from gentle healing to precise manipulation. Tony felt an unusual tugging sensation in his chest, and then saw tiny metal fragments surfacing beneath his skin. Oh my, the 17 pieces of shrapnel floated in midair, evading various nerves and blood vessels, tearing through Tony's muscle. "These are the culprits that have tormented you for years." Linter opened his eyes. "Now they can no longer harm you." Tony reached out to touch his chest, finding nothing but the arc reactor remaining. "How did you do that?" "Precise control of the force field, combined with bioenergy guidance." Linter collected the fragments. "These techniques are still beyond your grasp." Tony sat up on the bed, savoring a long-lost sense of relief. "So now I don't need the arc reactor to sustain my life?" "Theoretically, yes. But I recommend you continue using it, just with a safer energy core." Linter walked over to a nearby safe and retrieved a blue cube. "What is this?" "Energy extract from the cosmic cube, sufficient for a century's use. It has no side effects whatsoever." Tony took the cube, his throat tightening. "Why are you helping me?" "Because I need friends, Tony. True friends." Linter sat down in a nearby chair. "This world is perilous. One cannot survive alone." "What kind of danger are you referring to?" "Alien invasions, deities causing chaos, and the purple potato beast seeking stones, and so forth." Linter casually remarked, "Moreover, HLD is preoccupied. Earth needs protectors." Tony fell silent for a moment. "You want me to join your organization?" "Not to join, but to collaborate." Linter stood up. "Apex Technology can share its innovations with you." "What are the terms?" When I need assistance, do not refuse. Tony pondered for a few seconds before finally nodding. Deal. The two shook hands, establishing a kind of tacit understanding. By the way, there's one more thing for you. Linter retrieved a chip from another safe, tapping it, which projected an image. The technical data for the nano armor. I believe you will find it intriguing. Tony accepted the chip, astonishment flashing in his eyes. This aligns almost perfectly with my iterative ideas. Great minds think alike. Linter chuckled, though my version is somewhat more refined. Tony scrutinized the data on the chip, growing increasingly astonished. This was not merely the technology for nano armor. It also encompassed self-repair, energy recovery, modular upgrades, and other functionalities he had envisioned. Who exactly are you? A businessman who desires to protect the Earth. Linter patted Tony's shoulder. Well, it's getting late. You should return. Wait, I have many more questions for you. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Linter walked towards the elevator. Remember, this matter is known only to us. Tony nodded, redonning the Iron Man suit. As he soared away from Apex Tower, his heart was a tumult of emotions. What other secrets did this enigmatic Linter conceal? However, this was not his concern. He needed to return to examine the intricacies of the chip. The following day, Tony Stark held a press conference, marking the beginning of a harmonious partnership. Remarkably, by the next day, Stark had created a new energy core to replace the palladium element. During the next 2 weeks, Stark delved into the challenges of nanotechnology. Meanwhile, Lynette reveled in the nightlife, often accompanied by the enchanting female heroes. One evening, after a day of festivities, Lynette sipped on his drink, enjoying the breeze. Inside, Lorna lay sprawled comfortably, having succumbed to a satisfied slumber. On the rooftop of the Apex Tower, a brilliant column of rainbow light descended from the heavens. Boom! The immense energy impact left a perfect circular imprint on the rooftop. As the light faded, four armored female warriors emerged at the center of the mark. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown energy intrusion detected on the rooftop. Emma's voice echoed throughout the building. Lynette, who was in his office monitoring Stark Industries stock prices, immediately stood up upon hearing the alarm. Emma, what is going on? Boss, the Valkyrie squad has returned. Lynette raised an eyebrow. The Valkyries are back. He quickly made his way to the private elevator, with Raven and Wanda hastening from their respective rooms. Upon reaching the rooftop, as the doors opened, Lynette beheld familiar figures. Sijin stood at the forefront, brandishing a spear, her expression grave. Astrid's face was smeared with blue blood, her demeanor tense. Gwendolyn gripped her war hammer tightly, her armor bearing numerous battle scars. Helby stood quietly to the side. Sijin, why have you returned so suddenly? Lynette stepped out of the elevator. What has transpired in Asgard? Seeing Lynette, Sijin's taut nerves relaxed slightly. Lynette, we need your assistance. Asgard has come under attack. What kind of attack? Dark elves. Sijin ground her teeth. Their leader, Malekith, has somehow gained the ability to control the Bifrost, circumventing Heimdall's watch, and has teleported directly into Asgard. Lynette furrowed his brow. What is their objective? The Reality Stone. Astrid interjected eagerly. Those dark elves seek to seize the ether and plunge the 9 realms back into darkness. What King Odin? Shouldn't he be able to easily deal with these intruders? Sijin's expression darkened further. King Odin, weakened in body, is unable to wield his divine power and has fallen into slumber. The entire defense of Asgard rests on Prince Thor. Thor alone against an entire legion of dark elves? Raven stepped out of the elevator. That sounds rather dire. Indeed, it is dire, Gwendolyn stated gravely. The dark elves are numerous and possess weapons that can absorb light. Wanda also emerged. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the warriors from the realm of gods. So what do you wish us to do? Lynette inquired. We require Apex Technologies' weapon support and... Sijin's gaze shifted behind Lynette. We need more warriors. At that moment, Jane Foster ascended from below. In her hand, she wielded a reforged Mjolnir, the hammer glistening with golden runes. The 4 Valkyries were momentarily taken aback. This is impossible. Astrid stammered, pointing at Jane. Jane Foster was supposed to be in Asgard. What? Sijin was equally astonished. How could she be here? And that Mjolnir. The atmosphere grew tense. Lynette cleared his throat, deciding to break the impasse. Ahem, I believe there is a misunderstanding here. He approached Jane and draped an arm around her shoulders. This individual is indeed named Foster, but she is not the one you know. What do you mean? Sijin frowned. She is the illegitimate daughter of King Odin. Lynette declared with feigned seriousness, who just happens to bear an uncanny resemblance to Thor's beloved. The four Valkyries exchanged bewildered glances. Illegitimate daughter? Astrid queried, perplexed. But she is clearly a Midgardian. An old romantic entanglement of Odin's during his youth in Midgard, Lynette continued to spin his tale. Upon the awakening of her bloodline, she gained the ability to wield Mjolnir. Jane nodded in agreement. Helvi, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. This Mjolnir is somewhat different from Prince Thor's. Of course it is. Lynette patted Jane's shoulder. This has been specially reforged for her, utilizing more advanced technology. Although Saijin found this explanation somewhat far-fetched, now is not the time for disputes. Regardless of her identity, Asgard needs assistance now. She looked at Lynette. Are you willing to support us? Lynette pondered for a moment. The Dark Elves' invasion of Asgard indicated that the Reality Stone was soon to be revealed. If he could play a pivotal role in this incident, he could establish a more significant influence across the Nine Realms. I could provide support, he nodded. But I have one condition. What condition? I wish to personally partake in this endeavor. Saijin hesitated. That is quite perilous. The Dark Elves are not ordinary foes. I'm aware, Lynette chuckled lightly. But I have a keen interest in the Reality Stone. The four Valkyries exchanged glances, and ultimately Saijin nodded in agreement. Very well, but you must follow our commands. Not a problem. Lynette turned to Raven and Wanda. You should come along too. It's a perfect opportunity to witness the legendary Asgard. Really? Wanda asked excitedly. We're going to the realm of gods. On the rooftop, the Valkyries wore serious expressions. Saijin raised her spear, pointing to the sky. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. A radiant beam of rainbow light descended, striking the rooftop of Apex Tower. The passageway of the Bifrost slowly unfolded. Raven frowned. Is this the famed Bifrost? It doesn't seem as mysterious as I imagined. Do not underestimate it, Astrid said nervously. It is the sole passage connecting the Nine Realms. Lynette turned to Jane. Are you ready? Jane tightened her grip on Mjolnir, the golden runes shimmering on the hammer, ready to depart at any moment. Wanda rubbed her hands together excitedly. I'm going to the realm of gods. Just as everyone prepared to step onto the Bifrost, the elevator doors suddenly opened. Dr. Banner rushed out, followed closely by Lorna and Emma. Wait for us. Banner panted. Emma just informed me of the situation. I can't let you face danger alone. Lorna wore a stern expression. I don't want to miss out on such a grand spectacle. Emma maintained her diamond form. The safety of Apex technology requires my oversight. Lynette nodded. Then let us go together. Saijin glanced at the group, sighed. Midgardians are truly troublesome. Prepare for transmission. Jindar shouted. The crowd stepped into the radiant glow of the Rainbow Bridge. Lynette felt her body enveloped by a formidable force, and the surrounding scenery began to twist and distort. Just as the transmission was nearing completion, a colossal shadow suddenly surged into the Rainbow Bridge. What is that? Raven exclaimed. Sigrin's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no. Something has followed us in, but it was too late. The Rainbow Bridge had already activated, and everyone was swept into the beam of light. Outside the palace of Asgard, chaos reigned. Thor wielded Mjolnir, with lightning dancing around him. Before him stood a throng of dark elf warriors, their ships blotting out the sun. For Asgard, Thor bellowed as he charged into the enemy ranks. The hammer of the thunder god smashed a ship, illuminating the entire battlefield with the explosion's fiery glow. Yet, the enemy was overwhelming. The guardians of Asgard were steadily retreating, many already fallen in pools of blood. Your Highness, a guard rushed over. The Dark Elves have breached the third line of defense. Thor gritted his teeth. Damn it. How many of them are there? In the sky, Malekith stood on the deck of his flagship, sneering as he surveyed the battlefield below. Prince Thor, with your father absent. Asgard is nothing but a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. He raised the ether particle container in his hand. The Reality Stone shall soon be mine. The cursed warriors of the Dark Elves surged toward the palace, each possessing the terrifying power to obliterate structures. Thor stood alone, helplessly watching his homeland being trampled. At that moment, a rainbow light appeared in the sky. The Rainbow Bridge? Thor looked up. The Valkyries have returned. The beam of light descended upon the palace square, and as the dust settled, a dozen figures emerged from the teleportation array. Sigrin was the first to step out, and upon seeing the ravaged state of Asgard, her expression darkened considerably. We are too late. Lynette surveyed the battlefield. The number of Dark Elves indeed exceeded expectations. The situation is worse than anticipated. Thor flew over and landed before them. His battle attire was tattered, his golden hair stained with blood. Sigrid, you're finally back, Thor turned to Lynette and the others. And these Midgardians are? Chapter 170. The Thunder God Stunned. How is my wife even more fierce than me? Lynette, Sigrid replied succinctly. This is not the time for explanations. Lynette stepped forward. Hello, Hammer Bro. I'm Lynette. Your Valkyries sought my aid, and I brought the strongest forces I could find. Thor scrutinized the unfamiliar man, feeling as though he had heard the name before. Lynette? Thor frowned. I feel like I've heard that somewhere suddenly. Realization struck Thor. So, it's you. Sigrid said you made her stronger. Now is not the time for reminiscing. Jane lifted Mjolnir. We VE come to assist you. Thor was taken aback upon seeing the hammer in Jane's hand. Jane! Thor glanced toward a nearby palace, bewildered as he spotted her meow meow hammer. This is Mjolnir? But my hammer is right here. He raised his own hammer of the Thunder God. 2 hammers? Thor was utterly perplexed. Lynette patted his shoulder. It's a complicated explanation. In short, she is now your comrade. A shrill wail echoed through the sky as more dark elf warships descended. Malekith's voice resonated throughout Asgard. Surrender the ether particles, and I may grant you a quicker death. Lorna scoffed. That alien old man is quite arrogant. She raised her hand, and a powerful magnetic field instantly warped several ships in the air. The metal hulls began to contort, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand. Boom! 3 warships exploded, debris raining down like hail. Thor's eyes widened. Well, what kind of power is this? Magnetic field control, Lynette explained succinctly. She is the daughter of Magneto. Wanda, not to be outdone, gathered chaotic magic into a red energy sphere in her hands. I want to give a try too. The energy sphere flew toward a group of dark elf warriors, the shockwave from the explosion clearing a vast area. Banner took a deep breath, feeling the Hulk stirring within him. Come on, Hulk. It's time to stretch your legs. His skin began to turn green, muscles swelling. Hulk smash! The green giant appeared on the battlefield, delivering a punch that shattered a dark elf's heavy mech. Thor gazed at this formidable reinforcement, hope igniting within him. Raising Mjolnir high, thunder rolled as Thor soared into the sky. Sigrid lifted her spear. Valkyries, form up. The 4 Valkyries rapidly arranged themselves into a battle formation. Raven transformed into the guise of a dark elf, preparing to infiltrate the enemy. Emma maintained her diamond form, ready to withstand a frontal assault. Lynette smiled at the distant Malekith. The reality stone, is it? He flexed his fingers. Let us see you try to seize it. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Hulk charged forward like a green cannonball into the dark elf lines. Hulk strongest. He slammed his fist into the ground, sending a powerful shockwave that shattered everything around him. Dozens of dark elf warriors were hurled into the air, crashing into walls and turning to mush. A massive mech attempted to intercept Hulk, only to be seized by its leg and swung like a flail. Boom! 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 Wherever the mech landed, it reduced the area to rubble. Thor shouted in exhilaration, Hulk, you're doing great. In the sky, Lorna hovered, her arms slowly extending. A powerful magnetic field began to spread, enveloping half of Asgard. Want to slaughter? You better ask my magnetic field first. All dark elf warships began to tremble uncontrollably. Their metal hulls warped under the magnetic field, and all electronic systems failed. A dark elf commander shouted in terror. Our weapon systems are down. The engines have stopped working. What the hell is going on? Lorna sneered. Let me show you what metal hell looks like. She clenched her fist, compressing dozens of warships into metallic spheres. Bang! 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 Explosions erupted in succession, and it began to rain metal from the sky. Malekith stood on his flagship, his face darkening. Damn it! How can these Midgardians be so strong? His anxious aide reported. My lord, we've already lost a third of our fleet. That woman controlling the magnetic field is too dangerous. Our weapons have no effect on her. Malekith gritted his teeth. Activate the cursed warriors. On the ground, several enormous black figures began to stir. These cursed warriors stood 3 meters tall, clad in black armor, each step capable of shattering the ground. Roar! One cursed warrior charged at Hulk. The 2 massive forms collided, producing an ear-splitting roar. Hulk staggered back a few steps, but quickly regained his footing. You are quite formidable, Hulk exclaimed, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. Hulk enjoys strong adversaries. He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch to the face of the cursed warrior, causing the helmet to crack. Yet, the cursed warrior was equally unyielding. landing an uppercut that sent Hulk flying. The two monsters engaged in the most primal of hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, Wanda faced a throng of ordinary dark elf warriors. These fellows seemed quite bothersome. With a flourish of her hands, chaotic magic coalesced into a web of red energy. All enemies ensnared within were disintegrated into molecules. Such brutality, Jane remarked, wielding Mjolnir as lightning struck another group of foes. The golden lightning was more refined and concentrated than Thor's. This hammer is stronger than mine? Thor gazed in astonishment at Jane's prowess. The Valkyries were not idle either. They formed a combat squad dedicated to hunting down elite dark elf warriors. Higlown pierced the commander's chest with her spear. For Asgard, Astrid, both nervous and exhilarated, swung her battle axe. This is far more entertaining than training. Gwendal smashed a heavy weapon to pieces with her warhammer. These wretches are utterly feeble. Helviel observed from the shadows, seeking the enemy's weaknesses. Raven transformed into the guise of a dark elf, infiltrating the enemy ranks to sow chaos. At a critical moment, she struck from behind, throwing the dark elf formation into disarray. Emma maintained her diamond form, enduring concentrated fire from the enemies. Lasers and plasma cannons struck her, merely sparking off her surface. Is that all the power you've got? Emma scoffed. It's even less intense than my students' training. Lynette stood at the center of the battlefield, slowly raising her hands. It is my turn now. With the activation of her force field control, everything around began to lose weight. The dark elf warriors found themselves unable to control their bodies, beginning to tumble through the air. We're flying. Quick! Find a way to land. With a gentle fist clench, Lynette instantaneously crushed the weightless foes under immense pressure. Dozens of dark elf warriors were simultaneously flattened. Thor watched the man's performance, utterly astounded. Is this truly the mightiest warrior of Midgard? Chapter 171. Paid leave with 5 insurances and 1 fund? The villainous overlord bled from his mouth after hearing this. Malekith glared with a furious countenance at the battlefield below. His fleet was being torn to shreds by that Midgardian woman's magnetic field, and the cursed warriors were being relentlessly beaten back by that green monster. My lord, a flustered lieutenant rushed forward. Algrim has returned. Malekith turned to see his most trusted subordinate staggering towards him. Algrim was resplendent, clad in a tailored black suit and tie. What happened to you? Malekith frowned. Weren't you supposed to seize the ether particles from Midgard? Algrim knelt on one knee, sheepishly replying, My lord, I have failed. Failed? Malekith's voice turned ominous. You are our strongest warrior. Algrim forced a pained smile. That Midgardian is too powerful. He effortlessly took my curse stone and broke my wrist. What? Malekith exclaimed, astonished. The cursed stone has been taken? Yes, my lord. Algrim lowered his head. I am now his employee. Malekith was taken aback. Employee? He had me sign a labor contract. Algrim produced a piece of paper from his breast pocket. He said, I am now the head of the security department's special operations team, on a probationary period. Malekith took the contract, scanning the densely packed clauses as his temples began to throb. You mean to tell me that you were hired by a Midgardian? He said that if I perform well, he might return the cursed stone to me in the future, Algrim said cautiously. Malekith took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the urge to strangle this useless wretch. Where's that Midgardian now? Right below us. Algrim pointed to the battlefield. The one in the deep blue suit is my boss. Malekith followed his finger and witnessed Lynette casually waving his hand as a dozen dark elf warriors were crushed into the ground. This bastard. Malekith gritted his teeth. On the battlefield, Thor and Jane fought side by side. Both wielded Mjolnir, with lightning swirling around them. Jane, your lightning is even stronger than mine, Thor exclaimed as he swung his hammer at their foes. You say you come from the future, and that you had cancer, and now the cancer is gone? How did you manage that? Jane's Mjolnir unleashed golden lightning, each bolt striking its target with precision. It might be due to the time travel. Jane blushed as she deflected the question, spinning around to unleash another wave of golden lightning. And at this time, I was still with your mother. Thor felt a twinge of dismay. My hammer has been used for over 1,000 years. How can yours be better? Perhaps because this hammer has been enhanced by other forces. With that remark, Jane's cheeks flushed deeper. She had subtly inquired about Lynette's companions. Everyone kept tight-lipped, but she had gathered something from Wanda's reddened face. At that moment, amidst Thor's golden hair were several strands of green. The two stood back to back, facing the encroaching dark elves. Are you ready? Thor asked. Of course, Jane nodded. They raised their hammers simultaneously, gathering lightning. Blue and golden lightning intertwined, forming a colossal storm of electricity. Boom! The lightning storm erupted, incinerating all dark elves within 100 meters into charred remains. Higlown witnessed this spectacle, unable to restrain her admiration. Two thunder gods. This is unprecedented in Asgard's history, and their coordination is impeccable. Astrid gazed in awe. It's as if like a married couple. Gwenal bluntly stated the answer. Helviel silently nodded, continuing to observe the battlefield. On the other side, Hulk was engaged in a fierce duel with 3 cursed warriors. Hulk is not afraid of you, the green giant shouted, delivering a punch to one of them. Hulk is the strongest. The fists of the cursed warriors collided with Hulk's, producing a deafening roar. Both monsters were pushed back a few steps. How fun! Hulk grinned excitedly. Hulk is going to get serious? He jumped, delivering simultaneous punches to a cursed warrior. The cursed warrior raised his arms to block, only to be driven to his knees. The other 2 cursed warriors seized the moment to flank him. Hulk spun around, grasping one by the head and the other by the arm. Hulk will throw you. The 2 cursed warriors were used as weapons, crashing into each other. Bang! A tremendous impact echoed as both cursed warriors were left dazed. The kneeling cursed warrior attempted to rise, but Hulk placed a foot on his back. Crack! The cursed warrior's spine made a snapping sound. Lorna observed all of this from above, feeling somewhat bored. These dark elves are remarkably feeble, she yawned. I expected them to be much stronger. With a casual flick of her wrist, yet another dozen warships were crushed into iron orbs. The dark elf fleet in the sky had dwindled to a mere handful. Wanda found little challenge in the encounter, remarking, "Is this truly the legendary dark elves poised to annihilate the 9 realms?" Chaotic magic coalesced in her hands, effortlessly dispatching the enemies on the ground. They seem even weaker than those Sentinel robots. Banner no. Now, it was Hulk relished the thrill of battle. Hulk loves to fight, he exclaimed, seizing a cursed warrior and swinging it like a baseball bat. Bang! 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 Dark elf warriors were sent flying one after another, their formation growing increasingly chaotic. Lynette stood at the center of the battlefield, surveying the scene like a commander. That's enough, he muttered to himself. It's time to confront that dark elf leader. He glanced up at the flagship, where Malekith stood on the deck, glaring down at him. Force field control. Lynette slowly ascended, soaring toward the flagship. Upon seeing Lynette approach, Malekith's expression darkened further. Are you the one who took the cursed stone from Algrim? Oh, you mean that worthless rock? Lynette replied leisurely as he landed on the flagship. Indeed, it was I who acquired it. He retrieved the cursed stone from his pocket, idly toying with it in his hands. This trinket is quite fascinating. It can enhance living beings and prolong their lifespan. Malekith trembled with rage at the sight of the stone in his adversary's grasp. And you are the one intending to obliterate the 9 realms? I am Malekith, the ruler of the Dark Elves. He bellowed. The 9 realms shall be plunged into darkness once more. Oh, that business with the ether particles, is it? Lynette nodded. I find that quite intriguing as well. Malekith was taken aback. What? The reality stone. Who wouldn't desire such a treasure? Lynette said with a smile. How about this? You hand over the ether particles, and I might consider allowing you to leave Asgard alive. You must be dreaming. Malekith roared. The ether particles are sacred relics of our dark elves. Is that so? Lynette shrugged. Then there's nothing more to discuss. He tucked away the cursed stone and flexed his fingers. Well then, I shall simply take it by force. Malekith felt an overwhelming pressure and instinctively recoiled. Wait, a thought struck him. Algrim, who had been idly wandering the battlefield, heard his name called and glanced at Lynette with a hint of reluctance. Boss, my former boss is summoning me. Lynette waved him off. Go on. Let me see your capabilities in action. Algrim nodded and leapt aboard the flagship. Lord Malekith, what are your orders? Malekith pointed at Lynette. Kill him. Retrieve the cursed stone. Algrim looked between Malekith and Lynette, his expression conflicted. This doesn't seem right, does it? What doesn't seem right? Malekith fumed. I am your sovereign, but I have a new job now, Algrim said cautiously, and my contract stipulates that I cannot harm my employer. Malekith was utterly bewildered, laughing in disbelief. That scrap of paper? Lynette chuckled beside him. See? This is the charm of modern corporate management. You traitor. Malekith roared at Algrim. I'm not a traitor. Algrim replied earnestly. I merely changed jobs. And the new boss offers far better benefits. Lynette nodded. Comprehensive insurance, paid leave, and even a year-end bonus. Malekith felt his blood pressure rising. Chapter 172. The Reality Stone is in hand. The Dark Elf King goes insane. Malekith stared at the betrayal of his most trusted subordinate, nearly losing his mind. Algrim, have you forgotten the glory of our Dark Elves? Glory doesn't fill the belly. Algrim shrugged. My new boss assures me that following him leads to a bright future. I'm here to achieve great deeds. Lynette nodded in agreement. Indeed, our company is rapidly expanding, with promising prospects. Malekith sputtered, speechless with rage. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure. If he had hypertension, he would likely need medication. Very well, since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. Malekith raised his hands, his body emanating a crimson glow. Ether particles, heed my call. Far within the depths of Asgard, Jane's entire being convulsed. She was fighting alongside Thor when she suddenly felt something amiss within her. What's wrong? Thor inquired, concern etched on his face. I feel something is summoning the power within me. Jane frowned. It must be my past self. My memories are shifting, she said gravely, glancing toward the depths of Asgard. Thor's expression changed. It's the ether particles. In the sky, red mist began to seep from Jane's form. No, Jane! Thor cried out, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. The ether particles transformed into a beam of red light, hurtling toward Malekith. Ha ha ha! Malekith cackled. The Reality Stone has finally returned to my grasp. The red mist spiraled around him, and his power surged dramatically. Now, witness the true might of the Reality Stone. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space began to warp. The flagship's deck morphed into molten lava, and the air became toxic gas. I shall define reality. Lynette observed the scene, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The Reality Stone, truly an exquisite artifact. He made no attempt to evade, allowing the attacks to land upon him. The lava met his skin and instantly cooled into stone. The toxic gas filled his lungs, only to be purified by golden energy. How is this possible? Malekith gasped in astonishment. The Reality Stone's attack is ineffective against you? It's not ineffective, Lynette replied with a smile. I'm simply rather unique. The indomitable power within him began to surge forth, forming a protective barrier. Moreover, your understanding of the Reality Stone is rather superficial. Lynette extended his hand toward Malekith. Allow me to teach you how to wield it. Force field control. A formidable force field enveloped Malekith, pinning him in place. What? Malekith struggled, but found himself utterly immobilized. The power of the Reality Stone is indeed formidable. Lynette approached slowly, but your mental fortitude is far too weak to unleash its true potential. He reached for the red mist swirling around Malekith's chest. No, Malekith fought desperately. The ether particles are mine. The red mist writhed at Lynette's touch, but the golden energy within him proved even more potent, gradually encasing the ether particles. Calm down, don't fuss. Lynette spoke softly, come with me. The golden energy gently enveloped the ether particles, akin to soothing a frightened child. Though the ether particles continued to struggle wildly, the golden energy began to impart the truth. Gradually, the thrashing of the ether particles subsided, ultimately achieving complete tranquility. Impossible. Malekith watched in disbelief as the Reality Stone slipped from his grasp. This cannot be. Lynette fully absorbed the ether particles into his being, relishing the surge of immense power. The Reality Stone truly lives up to its reputation. He glanced at Malekith, who had lost the support of the ether particles and was now half kneeling on the deck. Now, do you have any cards left to play? Malekith collapsed onto the deck, his eyes filled with despair. Who are you? Me? Lynette pondered for a moment. Remember this. I'm merely a passing merchant. He turned to Algrim. New recruit, deal with your former boss. Algrim regarded the weakened Malekith with a hint of reluctance. Boss, could you grant him swift end? Certainly, Lynette nodded. After all, he was your old friend. Algrim approached Malekith, kneeling on one knee. I am sorry, Lord Malekith, but I have a new life now. He delivered a powerful blow to Malekith's temple. Malekith's skull fractured, and his body slowly crumpled. The age of the Dark Elves is over. His voice grew faint until it was completely silenced. Algrim rose and reported to Lynette, Boss, it's done. Very good, Lynette replied with satisfaction. Your performance during the probationary period has been commendable. He surveyed the battlefield below, where the Dark Elf army was now leaderless and scattering in retreat. Lona, do not let them escape, Lynette instructed through the communicator. Understood, came Lona's response. She hovered in the air, arms outstretched. A formidable magnetic field enveloped the entire battlefield. All dark elf ships attempting to flee found themselves immobilized by the magnetic force. Thinking of running? Did you consult me first? Lona clenched her fist, compressing all the ships into metallic spheres simultaneously. Boom! 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 The sound of successive explosions echoed as the dark elf fleet was annihilated. The ground battle was also nearing its conclusion. Hulk smashed the last cursed warrior with a punch, exultantly pounding his chest. Hulk victorious. Wanda finished off the remaining infantry, brushing the dust from her hands. All done. Emma reverted to her human form, adjusting her attire. So this is the dark elves that were said to threaten the Nine Realms? Is that all? Raven emerged from the enemy ranks, resuming her original blue skin form. Too easy. There was no challenge. The Valkyries also concluded their battles, with Sigrun gazing at the numerous dark elf corpses in shock. Is this really over? Are the warriors of Midgard really this strong? Astrid expressed disbelief. Jinal nodded. Indeed, they are far stronger than we anticipated. Helwyn silently observed Lynette and the others, a glimmer of contemplation in her eyes. Turning to her sisters, she inquired, have we not sought Lynette's enhancement for too long? Thor and Jane flew to the flagship, where they found a lifeless Malekith. Is it over? Thor asked. Yes, Lynette affirmed. The threat of the Dark Elves has been eliminated. Jane regarded Lynette with a complex expression. The ether particles. You absorb them? Indeed, Lynette did not conceal the truth. The reality stone is now within me. Thor frowned. The reality stone is perilous. Ordinary beings cannot withstand its power. I am not an ordinary being, Lynette chuckled. Besides, it is safer in my possession. He turned to Thor. What do you think? Thor remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Indeed, you are more suited to safeguard it than anyone else. Jane concurred, and without you, I might have perished under the torment of the ether particles. Sigrun approached Lynette and deeply bowed. Thank you for saving Asgard. The other Valkyries followed suit in their gestures of respect. You're welcome. Lynette waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a mutually beneficial affair. He looked at Thor. When will your father, Odin, awaken? He should be waking soon. Thor replied. His Odin sleep typically does not last too long. Very well. I wish to speak with him. Lynette said, regarding some potential collaborations. Thor appeared somewhat puzzled, but nodded in agreement. Of course, I believe father would be eager to meet you. Lynette nodded in satisfaction, already devising his next steps in his mind. With the reality stone in his grasp, it marked a promising beginning. Yet, 5 other stones still required collection. The time stone resided with the supreme sorceress, Ancient One. The space stone was in the possession of S.H.I.E.L.D. The power stone lay deep within the cosmos. The mind stone was held by Loki. The soul stone's location remained the most enigmatic. One step at a time, Lynette murmured to himself. Chapter 173. What does it mean to outsmart a wolf with empty hands? Let Odin help me reclaim the Tesseract. Deep within the halls of the Asgardian palace, in a chamber of Odin's sleep, the All-Father lay upon a golden stone platform, slowly opening his single eye. Father. Thor rushed to the bedside. You are awake. Odin sat up and surveyed his surroundings. In the chamber were Thor, Jane, Lynette, and 4 Valkyries. Is the battle over? Odin's voice was hoarse from just awakening. Yes, father, Thor replied with excitement. The Dark Elves have been utterly defeated. Odin's gaze fell upon Lynette. A Midgardian? Lynette. Lynette introduced himself, CEO of Pinnacle Technologies. Odin scrutinized the young man closely, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eye. You carry the essence of the reality stone. Indeed, Lynette admitted candidly, I just acquired it from Malekith. Odin fell silent for a moment before rising from the stone platform. Come with me. I wish to speak with you privately. Thor looked concerned. Father, do not worry. Odin waved his hand. You all stay outside. Lynette followed Odin out of the chamber into a more secluded room. The room was filled with ancient tomes and artifacts. Odin seated himself in a chair, gesturing for Lynette to sit as well. You are not an ordinary Midgardian, Odin stated bluntly, his single eye seeming to pierce through Lynette. Your soul does not belong to this world. Your arrival has altered many things. Everyone has their secrets, Lynette said with a smile, just as you possess many secrets of your own. Odin nodded, indeed. He paused for a moment. You saved Asgard, and I should thank you. However, I am more interested in knowing your true intentions. It is quite simple, Lynette stated. I have a keen interest in the Infinity Stones. Odin's single eye narrowed. You wish to collect all the Infinity Stones? Why not? Lyneni countered. They ought to be utilized wisely, rather than scattered about. Do you comprehend what gathering all 6 stones entails? Odin's demeanor shifted, becoming grave and commanding. Certainly, Lyneni nodded. The Infinity Gauntlet, the power to wield the entire universe. Odin gazed intently at him. Are you not afraid of the power corrupting your mind? I am confident in my ability to control them, Lyneni replied with assurance. Moreover, I trust myself more than I would trust others with such power. Odin pondered for a lengthy moment. You expressed a desire to discuss collaboration. What do you propose? Lyneni smiled. I am aware of your concerns. The twilight of the gods, correct? Odin's expression grew somber. How do you know of the twilight of the gods? I am privy to many things, Lyneni said mysteriously, such as the imminent return of your daughter, Hela. What? Odin sprang to his feet. What did you say? The goddess of death, Hela, the former heir of Asgard, Lyneni articulated slowly, the one you sealed in Helheim. Odin's countenance darkened significantly. Are you implying? The sealing power derives from your life force, Lyneni reminded him. In the future, you too shall depart this world. Upon your demise, the seal shall inevitably weaken. Odin sat back down, appearing a decade older. Only one knows the end of their own journey, this young man. If Hela returns, Asgard will face destruction, and both Thor and Loki will be in peril, Lyneni continued. This marks the beginning of the twilight of the gods. Who? Who exactly are you? Odin gazed at him in astonishment. A merchant seeking to save the universe, Lyneni declared. I can assist you in resolving the Hela predicament. Odin's eyes flickered with intrigue. Do you possess a solution? Indeed, Lyneni nodded. However, I require your cooperation. What are the terms? Odin inquired eagerly. First, I need access to certain technological documents from Asgard, Lyneni stated, particularly concerning the Bifrost and spatial teleportation. Odin furrowed his brow. Such technologies are perilous. In comparison to the annihilation of Asgard, what risk does that pose? Lyneni countered. Odin fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. And what else? Secondly, I wish to establish a research base in Asgard, Lyneni said, of course, with your consent. That is acceptable, Odin agreed readily. Lastly, Lyneni chuckled. I hope you can assist me in seeking clues regarding the other Infinity Stones. Odin regarded him, a myriad of emotions flashing in his single eye. Are you truly confident in confronting Hela? 100%, Lyneni asserted confidently. However, I need to comprehend her specific abilities. Odin took a deep breath and began to elaborate. Hela is my eldest daughter and one of the most formidable warriors in Asgard's history. She possesses the power of death, capable of commanding the dead and forging various weapons. Most terrifyingly, within Asgard, she is nearly immortal, for her strength is drawn from Asgard itself. Lyneni nodded. That aspect remains unchanged. Moreover, her ambitions are vast. Odin continued. She seeks to conquer the 9 realms, even the entire universe. In the past, I fought alongside her, but later realized her cruelty surpassed my own. Thus, I sealed her away. After listening, Lyneni formulated a plan in his mind. He stood up. Then, is our collaboration established? Odin also rose, extending his hand. Agreed. The two clasped hands, solidifying an agreement pivotal to Asgard's fate. By the way, Lyneni suddenly recalled. Do you know where the Tesseract currently resides? Odin hesitated. The Tesseract? Is it not in Midgard? Indeed, it is with S-H-I-E-L-D. Lyneni replied. I believe you could assist me in acquiring it. Odin chuckled ruefully. Could you not retrieve it yourself? After all, it was you who provided it to them. To give away something and then request it back does not sound pleasant. Lyneni laughed. As they exited the chamber, the waiting individuals outside observed them. Thor approached first. Father, how did your conversation with Mr. Lyneni go? Very well, Odin nodded. From this day forth, Mr. Lyneni shall be regarded as a friend of Asgard. Saijin and the other sighed in relief upon hearing this. Shall we return to Midgard then? Raven inquired. Certainly, Lyneni affirmed. However, before we depart, I wish to tour Asgard's treasury. Odin smiled. That is certainly permissible. Thor, lead them to take a look. Thor exclaimed with excitement. All right. Father's treasury houses many wondrous items. The group proceeded toward the treasury in grand fashion. Lyneni felt elated. This journey to Asgard had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had he acquired the Reality Stone, but also forged a significant collaborative agreement with Odin. Now, all that remained was to await Hela's arrival. Let's hope that the Goddess of Death does not disappoint me, Lynene mused inwardly. Chapter 174. Treating Asgard's treasury like a supermarket? The treasury of Asgard lay deep beneath the palace, accessible only through intricate mechanisms. Thor guided the group down a long corridor, its walls etched with ancient runes. These runes chronicle Asgard's history, Thor explained, dating back to the era of my grandfather. Jane expressed intrigue regarding the ancient script. This writing system is remarkably complex, more intricate than any language on Earth. Indeed, Thor declared proudly. Asgard civilization predates Midgard by several millennia. At the corridor's end stood a colossal golden door, adorned with carvings of the World Tree. Odin approached the door and placed his palm upon a unique insignia. Rumbling. The door creaked open, unveiling the true visage of the treasury. Wow! Wanda gasped in astonishment. The treasury was far more expansive than anticipated, akin to a grand palace. Countless artifacts and treasures were displayed within crystal cases, each radiating powerful energy waves. Welcome to the treasury of Asgard, Odin proclaimed. Herein lies the most coveted treasures of the Nine Realms. Lynene's eyes sparkled with excitement. He recognized many familiar items: the Eternal Flame, the Frost Giant's ancient winter box, and a strikingly familiar golden gauntlet. Is it a counterfeit infinity gauntlet? Lynene inquired, pointing at the golden glove on display. Indeed, it is a replica, Odin replied, astonished that this young man could discern its authenticity, and nodded. The genuine infinity gauntlet resides in the dwarven kingdom of Nidavellir. Oh, Lynene's attention was drawn to other treasures. What is this? Lorna inquired, pointing at a long sword emanating a blue glow. This is Frostmourne, the sword of the Frost Giant King Laufey, Thor explained. It possesses the power to freeze anything. And this? Emma asked, gesturing towards a red gemstone. The Heart of Flame, the core of the fire giant Surtur, Odin replied. It can trigger a cataclysmic explosion. Banner gazed at the artifacts, feeling somewhat dizzy. Each of these items could obliterate a planet, wouldn't you say? Quite nearly, Odin nodded. Thus, the security measures here are exceedingly stringent. Raven transformed into the guise of an Asgardian guard, attempting to approach one artifact. However, as soon as she got close, an energy barrier repelled her. Don't waste your effort, Odin chuckled. The protective system here is beyond even my easy comprehension. Linter wandered through the treasury as if perusing a supermarket. This one looks good. This one is quite useful. Oh, I like this one. His expression left Odin somewhat speechless. You don't intend to empty this place, do you? If I could, I would, Linter replied candidly. Though I understand that this is unrealistic. Odin laughed heartily. You are quite frank. However, as a gesture of goodwill, you may choose 3 artifacts to take with you. Linter's eyes brightened. Really? Certainly. Though some items are too perilous to bestow upon you, Odin cautioned. Nodding, Linter began his careful selection. First, he was drawn to a seemingly ordinary ring. What is this? Odin glanced at it, somewhat surprised. A spatial ring, an artifact capable of storing a vast array of items. I assumed you would select a more offensive weapon. Practicality outweighs offensive capability, Linter remarked, slipping the ring onto his finger. The ring adjusted itself, fitting perfectly. How does it feel? Odin inquired. Linter attempted to store a common dagger within the ring, then retrieved it. Very effective. Next, he selected a thick tome. The complete grimoire of Asgard? Thor exclaimed, Father, I haven't even perused this book. Because you lack the aptitude for magic, Odin noted. Yet Mr. Linter is different. He possesses the potential to learn magic. Linter flipped through a few pages, discovering advanced spells documented within. Spatial teleportation, time manipulation, elemental control. This book is priceless, he stated, contentedly placing it within the spatial ring. For his final choice, Linter selected an item resembling an amulet. The amulet of life's source, Odin introduced. It significantly enhances the wearer's vitality and restorative abilities. Perfect, Linter declared, donning the amulet around his neck. The amulet radiated a gentle green light, and he instantly felt invigorated. I made my selections, Linter announced with satisfaction. Odin nodded. Excellent choices, highly practical. By the way, Linter suddenly recalled, you mentioned that the true infinity gauntlet resides in Nidavellir? Indeed, crafted by the Dwarf King Eitri for Thanos, Odin confirmed. However, Thanos has yet to commence gathering the stones. Linter's mind stirred. If he could acquire the infinity gauntlet in advance, may I visit Nidavellir? Odin regarded him, a contemplative glint in his single eye. Yes, but you must exercise caution. The dwarves are not particularly welcoming to outsiders. No problem, Linter smiled. I am quite adept at business. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the treasury. An Asgardian guard burst in. Your Majesty. Trouble. What is it? Odin frowned. Unusual energy fluctuations have appeared near the Bifrost. The guard gasped. Heimdall says the seal has developed a crack. Odin's expression darkened instantly. How could this happen? Linter observed Odin's demeanor and remarked, Odin, it seems some individuals are intent on breaking the seal before your demise. Then our collaboration must commence sooner than anticipated. What do you mean? Thor asked, perplexed. Odin took a deep breath and addressed everyone. Friends, Asgard is on the brink of an unprecedented crisis. My eldest daughter Hela, the Goddess of Death, is about to escape her seal. Thor's eyes widened in shock. What? I have a sister? This is a long story, Odin replied wearily. In short, she is an exceedingly dangerous entity. The Valkyries, including Seigen, paled at the mention of Hela's name. The Goddess of Death. The legendary being is indeed real? Not only real, but she is on the verge of returning, Linter stated. However, do not fret. I have a plan to confront her. Are you certain? Thor asked anxiously. Hela is. Trust me, Linter patted his shoulder. I never engage in battles without assurance. Odin regarded Linter, his eyes filled with hope. Then let us proceed to the Bifrost. Wait, Linter interjected. Before we go, I need to make some preparations. Chapter 175. Confronting the Goddess of Death with the Black Sword? Linter's that all? On the Bifrost, Heimdall held the Sword of Guardians tightly, gazing at the distant rift in space. The rift widened, emanating a chilling aura of death. Your Majesty, Heimdall called out as Odin and his entourage arrived, promptly reporting the situation. The seal has been completely shattered. She could appear at any moment. Odin nodded and turned to Linter. Are you prepared? Absolutely. Linter flexed his fingers. I eagerly anticipate encountering the fabled Goddess of Death. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly. Father, is my sister truly that perilous? More dangerous than you can imagine, Odin replied gravely. In the past, she nearly obliterated all of Asgard. Boom! A tremendous thunderclap resonated from the sky as the spatial rift began to expand drastically. A black-green light shot forth from the rift, coalescing into a humanoid form on the Bifrost. As the light dissipated, a tall, ice-cold woman appeared before them, clad in black-green armor, adorned with a massive horn helmet. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her gaze was the most striking feature, cold and cruel. Hela, who has breached my seal? Odin's voice was tinged with irritation as he thrust his staff into the ground, unleashing a divine and formidable energy. Hela surveyed her surroundings, a cold smirk on her lips. Her eyes laced with disdain as she effortlessly disrupted Odin's divine attack with a casual flick of her fingers. My dear father, it has been far too long. Her voice was melodious, yet imbued with a murderous intent that sent chills through everyone present. And my brothers. Hela turned her gaze towards Thor. So you are the one hailed as the god of thunder, little one? Thor instinctively raised his hammer. I am Thor, Prince of Asgard. Prince? Hela Skufet. I am the rightful heir to Asgard. You are sealed, Thor retorted, and you have committed so many wicked deeds. Evil? Hela's laughter grew more frenzied. I am merely accomplishing the grand conquest of the 9 realms. What is wicked about that? She turned to Odin. Father, did you not once think the same way? Odin remained silent. Hela's gaze shifted to Linti and his companions. Who are these Midgardians? Friends of Asgard, Odin replied. Friends? Hela Skufet. Since when has Asgard required the aid of inferior beings? Linti stepped forward. Greetings, Lady Hela. I am Linti. A pleasure to meet you. Surveying the woman before him, her hair cascading and a hint of smoky makeup accentuating her figure, she was even more captivating than in the films. Hela regarded the audacious Midgardian who dared to speak to her. Her interest piqued. Interesting, a mortal who is not afraid of me. Why should I be afraid? Linti chuckled. You are but my dream goddess. Hela paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. After so many years, finally someone dares to speak to me like this. But her smile vanished abruptly. An insolent mortal must pay the price. Hela raised her right hand, and a sharp black longsword materialized out of thin air. The longsword shot towards Linti like a bolt of lightning. Watch out, Thor shouted as he hurled Mjolnir, but it missed, passing by in a blur. Yet Linti, with a roguish grin, casually caught the longsword in his hand. Is this all you've got? he quipped, inspecting the weapon. I was worried it might cut my skin. Hela's eyes widened in disbelief. Midgardians possess such strength now? She summoned a dozen more long swords, all aimed at Linty. Linty stood still, allowing the swords to strike him. Clang! Clang, clang! All the swords collided with him, producing metallic sounds before shattering into pieces. How is this possible? Hela exclaimed, stunned. Your body is harder than you are, you metal? Close enough, Linty dusted himself off. Do you have any other tricks? Hela's expression darkened as she raised both hands. If ordinary weapons are ineffective against you, then try this. Her hands began to glow, the power of death surging forth. Undead Legion, heed my command. The ground beneath the Rainbow Bridge trembled as countless skeletal warriors emerged. Clad in ancient Asgardian armor, wielding various weapons, their eye sockets burned with green flames. Wow, this is quite a spectacle, Lorna remarked. Indeed, Wanda nodded. More thrilling than a zombie movie. Seeing so many foes, Hulk excitedly pounded his chest. Hulk wants a fight. Wait, Linty stopped them. Let me give it a try first. He turned to Hela. Is this all your strength? Arrogant. Hela roared, Undead Legion, tear them apart. Thousands of skeletal warriors charged toward Linty and his companions. Linty sighed. Looks like it's time to get serious. He slowly raised his hands. Force field control. An invisible force field rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire Rainbow Bridge. All charging skeletal warriors suddenly halted in midair, as if gripped by an unseen hand. What? Hela gasped in disbelief. Linty clenched his fist. Boom! All the skeletal warriors were simultaneously crushed to dust, bone fragments scattering everywhere. Thousands of undead warriors utterly annihilated. Hela's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless. Impossible this cannot be, she muttered. There is nothing impossible. Linty approached her. I was worried I would only be at your mercy. Hela's expression darkened, her hands lifting a strand of hair as her disheveled locks transformed into a black crown. The longsword in her hands began to coalesce, pointing menacingly at Linty. Who? Who are you? I told you, just a merchant. Linty smiled now. Can we have a proper conversation? Talk. Hela skuffed. Hela do not negociat. In Asgard, I will not be defeated. She clasped her hands together, her deathly power reaching its peak. Realm of Death. A vast, dark domain began to spread from her, withering flowers and decaying stones in its wake, even the air thickening. In my realm of death, all life shall wither away. Hela cackled, including you, mortal. Linty felt the encroachment of deathly power and nodded. Indeed, quite an impressive ability. The golden energy within him began to surge. Then I shall emulate it. Linty spread his arms wide, golden light erupting from his being. Realm of Life. The golden radiance collided with the dark realm of death, two opposing forces clashing fiercely. Death and life, destruction and creation. The most primal confrontation unfolded upon the Rainbow Bridge. What is this power? Odin watched in awe. Thor stood agape. I have never witnessed such a powerful surge of energy. Hela gritted her teeth to hold on, but she realized her realm of death was being consumed by the golden light. No, I am the Goddess of Death. I cannot be defeated by a mortal. She exerted all her strength to expand her realm of death. But the golden radiance grew stronger, ultimately overpowering the dark essence of death. Boom! Hela was sent reeling by the backlash, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, blood trickled from her lips. You've won, she said weakly, just kill me. Linty approached her, extending his hand. You have only just returned to Asgard. Your powers have yet to fully align. If your divine strength were at its peak, it would take me longer to defeat you. I mentioned I want to talk, he continued. Hela looked at his hand, complex emotions flickering in her eyes. What do you wish to discuss? Collaboration, Linty replied. I need a formidable ally, and you seek a new objective. We can help each other. Hela remained silent for a long while, before finally grasping Linty's hand. Chapter 176, Hela, iun slugtered planets. Linty, impressive. Hela held Linty's hand, feeling the warmth emanating from his palm. This sensation was peculiar. As the Goddess of Death, she had not felt the warmth of life for a long time. Do you wish to converse here? Linty glanced around. Odin, Thor, and the others were watching them. Certainly not. Hela released his hand, adjusting her hair. I require a quiet place. Then come to my residence, Linty suggested. You have a residence in Asgard? Hela raised an eyebrow, surprised. One of the terms I just negotiated with your father, Linty replied with a smile. I have established a research base in Asgard. Odin approached. Heimdall, Hela. Where are you headed? Business. Hela replied coldly. Dear father, you wouldn't deny me this small freedom, would you? I temporarily relinquished my claim to Asgard. Odin hesitated, but ultimately nodded. Very well, but there are no buts, Hela interrupted him. I am no longer that girl who only knew how to kill. Thor looked at Lint with concern. Are you sure you will be all right? Rest assured. Lint reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. I am quite adept at dealing with ladies. Raven rolled her eyes nearby. Indeed, quite adept. Wanda nodded in agreement. Too adept, Lorna mumbled. A fickle heart. Bah. Emma communicated telepathically to Lint. Be cautious. This woman is dangerous. Lint replied, I am aware, but often, dangerous women hold the greatest value. Hela could not hear their mental exchange, yet she sensed the concern these women had for Lint. Fascinating. A mere mortal could attract such a multitude of powerful women. Let us proceed, Hela said. I am curious to see what your dwelling is like. The two departed the Bifrost, making their way toward the palace. Along the way, the guards of Asgard displayed expressions of fear upon seeing Hela. It seems your reputation here is rather unsavory. Lint observed the reactions around him. I have taken many lives. Hela remarqued nonchalantly, including the ancestors of those guards. Do you regret it? Lint inquired. Hela stopped and regarded him. Do you think I should? I believe the past is the past, Lint shrugged. What matters is the present and the future. An intriguing perspective, Hela resumed walking. Most would condemn my past. I'm not most people, Lint followed her. And I'm not a good person, he added. Oh, Hela turned her head to look at him. What misdeeds have you committed? I have robbed banks, taken lives, and driven others' companies to ruin, Lint replied casually. You sound far more interesting than I had imagined, Hela smirked. However, to me, those are mere trifles. What is the most audacious thing you have done? Lint asked curiously. I slaughtered all life on an entire planet, Hela stated matter-of-factly, to assert Asgard's supremacy. Wow, impressive, Lint whistled, unable to suppress his applause. That certainly surpasses my own feats. The two arrived at a secluded tower deep within the palace. Is this the dwelling Odin arranged for you? Hela scrutinized the architecture. Not bad. Much better than where I was sealed away. Were you sealed? Lint pushed open the door to the tower. In a realm of death called Helheim. Hela followed him inside. Only silence and solitude resided there. The interior of the tower was modernly decorated, evidently tailored to Lint's preferences. You certainly know how to indulge, Hela remarked as she sat on the sofa. I have never seen such furniture. Modern furnishings from Midgard. Lint poured her a glass of wine. Give it a taste. This is the finest whiskey on earth. Hela accepted the glass, taking a delicate sip. It tastes delightful. She set down the glass and fixed her gaze upon Lint. Now, shall we discuss your true intentions? What true intentions? Lint feigned ignorance. Do not play coy, Hela scoffed. A mortal cannot assist Asgard without ulterior motives. You must have some scheme. Lint sat opposite her. You are correct. I do have intentions. Do share. Hela leaned back against the sofa. I find you intriguing, Lint stated bluntly. Not merely your strength, but you as a person. Hela paused, taken aback. Are you flirting with me? One might say so, Lint admitted with a smile. After all, you are the most captivating goddess I have ever encountered. Huh, Hela let out a soft laugh. Do you know how many have perished in my hands for uttering such words? I do not know, nor do I care, Lint leaned closer. I only know that you cannot kill me now. The distance between them suddenly narrowed. Hela could smell the faint scent of cologne on Lint. This man was truly audacious. He dared to flirt with the Goddess of Death. Are you not afraid of me? Hela's voice became slightly husky. Afraid, Lint answered honestly. But fear can be exhilarating, no? Hela's briating kvickened. It had been ages since anyone had dared to speak to her in such a manner. Never had anyone stirred such unfamiliar feelings within her. What do you desire? She inquired. I desire you. Lint reached out to caress her cheek. To be my partner, my woman. Hela did not shy away from his touch. Do you believe I would acquiesce? I do not know. Lint's fingers brushed her lips. But I'm willing to try. Hela's heart began to race. This sensation was utterly foreign. As the goddess of death, she thought she had long forgotten the meaning of being enamored. And if I refuse? Her voice softened further. Then I shall continue to pursue you. Lint's lips nearly grazed her ear. Until you agree. Hela closed her eyes, savoring his breath. You are truly dangerous. Likewise. Lint gently kissed her earlobe. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside the tower. Mr. Lint, Siglund's voice called out. A grave matter has arisen. The two quickly separated. Hela straightened her attire, restoring her cold demeanor. Yet a faint blush lingered on her cheeks. Come in, Lint called out. Siglun rushed in, momentarily stunned upon seeing Hela. Taking a step back involuntarily. Your Highness, you two are here. What is the matter? Hela asked coldly. The Bifrost has detected anomalous spatial fluctuations, Siglun reported urgently. A multitude of unknown creatures is approaching Asgard. Chapter 177. Hela. Am I powerful? Linny thumbs up. Linty's fingers had just departed from Hela's earlobe when Sigrun burst into the room like a bat out of hell. Mr. Linty. Her voice was fraught with urgency and panic. Upon noticing another presence in the room, Sigrun froze, particularly when she recognized that it was Hela. Instinctively, she took a small step back, her face reflecting her wariness. Your Highness, you are here too. Sigrun's voice was dry and strained. The faint blush on Hela's face had long vanished, reverting her to the icy demeanor of the Goddess of Death. What is the matter? Hela's tone was tinged with impatience. She was not pleased to have her affairs interrupted. The Bifrost has detected immense spatial fluctuations, Sigrun hurriedly reported, disregarding her fear of Hela. Lord Heimdall has indicated that countless unknown entities are traversing through a colossal portal, heading towards Asgard. A portal? Linny raised an eyebrow. Not the Bifrost? Indeed not. Sigrun vigorously shook her head. It is a suddenly manifested blue portal, hovering directly above Asgard. It is continuously expanding. No sooner had she finished speaking than the entire tower began to tremble violently. Outside the window, the golden sky of Asgard was suddenly rent asunder. A blue vortex materialized, resembling an ever-widening malevolent eye. Countless dark figures emerged from the vortex, swarm-like, as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. Chitauri? Linty recognized the alien soldiers piloting the vessels, accompanied by several massive iron behemoths trailing behind. Wasn't this the same horde from the Battle of New York? How had they arrived in Asgard? Hela also rose, moving to the window. For the first time, a serious expression graced her face as she beheld the vast alien fleet in the sky. This army. I have a vague recollection. Many years ago, prior to my imprisonment, my father spoke of a mad titan. He commanded an army akin to this. Thanos. Linny uttered the name. It seems my butterfly effect has rather tangled the narrative. He murmured softly, let us proceed and witness the prowess of our new ally. Linny turned to Hela. Hela cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent, yet the corners of her mouth twitched slightly upwards. As they exited the tower, chaos reigned outside. The alarm bells of Asgard rang incessantly, with numerous guards rushing towards the palace square. Odin and Thor stood at the entrance of the Bifrost, their expressions grim. Father, Thor exclaimed, gazing at the spectacle in the sky, his fists clenched tightly. What is that? Odin did not respond. He merely fixed his gaze on the center of the blue portal. There, a familiar silhouette slowly emerged, clad in extravagant green armor, adorned with a golden horn helmet, and wielding a scepter embedded with a blue gem. It was none other than Loki. My son. Odin's voice brimmed with disappointment and anguish. Loki. Thor's eyes reddened upon seeing Loki. He raised Mjolnir, ready to charge. Calm yourself, Thor. Odin restrained him firmly. He is not alone. Loki floated in midair. A triumphant grin plastered across his face. He spread his arms wide, addressing all of Asgard. My dear subjects, your king has returned. Kneel. I shall bestow upon you freedom. Freedom from the uncertainties of the future. His voice, amplified by some form of technology, resonated throughout the realm. In response, a volley of energy arrows shot forth from the Asgardian guards. Such ingratitude. Loki scoffed disdainfully. With a wave of his scepter, he commanded, attack. In an instant, the sky darkened as the Chitauri army descended upon Asgard like a swarm of locusts. War had erupted. The golden shield of Asgard activated, absorbing the initial wave of assault. However, the sheer multitude of Chitauri was overwhelming. Their energy weapons bombarded the shield, igniting fiery explosions. Massive Leviathan beasts roared, battering against the shield with tremendous force. The surface of the shield rippled violently, on the verge of collapse. What in the world are those abominations? Gwyndal swung her great axe, bewildered by the iron monstrosities in the sky, feeling as though her comprehension was being stretched beyond its limits. Midgard refers to this as an alien invasion. Astrid quietly whispered to Helviel beside her. Sigrun, however, bore a resolute expression. Valkyries, for Asgard. She raised her sword high, charging forth with her Valkyrie squad. Roar. Hulk could no longer contain himself. He bellowed, propelling himself into the air like a green missile, landing directly on the back of a Leviathan beast. Hulk! Smash! He swung his fist, creating a massive dent in the creature's heavy armor. Meanwhile, Lorna ascended into the sky, extending her arms as a powerful magnetic field enveloped hundreds of Chitauri vessels. Turn to scrap. With a cacophony of twisting metal, the vessels crumpled as if made of paper, transforming into enormous metallic spheres that plummeted to the ground. Wanda's hands glimmered with crimson light, unleashing chaotic magical energy orbs as if they were free of cost. Each orb obliterated a vast swath of enemies. Too weak, Wanda found herself somewhat bored. These foes were even less formidable than the Dark Elves. Thor, Jane. Linny's voice rang in their ears. Stop dawdling. Get to work. Thor and future Jane exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their hammers. A blue lightning bolt intertwined with a golden one, coalescing into a cataclysmic storm that swept across half the sky. Observing his army being decimated at the onset, Loki's expression soured. He had not anticipated the sudden emergence of such formidable allies in Asgard. A bunch of useless fools, he shouted at his scepter. At that moment, Hela moved. She did not even take flight. She simply walked slowly onto the battlefield. Wherever she tread, the ground erupted with countless black, spiked swords. Those swords, as if imbued with life, soared upward, piercing through Chitauri soldiers at a velocity surpassing bullets. Her efficiency in slaughtering surpassed that of all present combined. She was nothing short of an elegant yet lethal killing machine. As Hela strolled, she took a moment to glance back at Lynette. Her gaze conveyed a message. Behold, this is my prowess. Are you satisfied? Lynette responded with a thumbs up. Loki, observing this leisurely woman, inquired, Who are you? He sensed a familiar yet unsettling power emanating from her. Chapter 178. Perform well, and there will be rewards tonight. Hela transforms into a compliant girl. Hela halted and looked up at him. Do you not recognize me? My dear brother, she continued. Is it really you, sister? Loki was taken aback. He gazed at Hela's face, and forgotten memories surged forth. The long-exiled, forbidden eldest daughter spoken of by their father. How did you come to be here? Loki's emotions began to spiral out of control. Why should I not be here? Hela rituted coldly. This place is my home. And you, bringing a horde of extraterrestrial miscreants to assault your own homeland? Loki's expression shifted dramatically. He had believed himself to be the protagonist of the day, only to find an unexpected competitor emerging. Since you have returned, it simplifies matters. Loki suddenly broke into a grin. Sister, let's join forces. Father has treated us as mere pawns. Now it is time for him to pay the price. Together, we shall claim dominion over all 9 realms. Hela listened with intrigue. That sounds appealing. Loki was elated. However, Hela scoffed. Why would I collaborate with a failure who cannot even conquer Midgard? Loki's smile froze on his face. You, begone. Hela dismissed him, uninterested in further discourse. With a mere thought, thousands of black swords surged towards Loki from all directions. Startled, Loki hastily conjured an energy shield with his staff. The swords clashed against the shield, ringing out in a cacophony. Although he managed to block them, the immense force sent him staggering backward. A chill enveloped him as he regarded the woman below. She was formidable, stronger than he had anticipated. Feudal Loki! Lynette's voice suddenly echoed behind him. You have lost on the battlefield. Loki whirled around to find Lynette had appeared at his back without his notice. Who are you? A merchant. Lynette assessed the staff in his grasp. Did you truly believe you could conquer Asgard with these expendable pawns? You're terribly naive. Loki tightened his grip on the staff, eyeing him warily. It seems you are entirely unaware of my plans. A peculiar smile crept upon his face. Do you think my target is merely these guards? He raised his staff high, aiming it at the Asgardian warriors battling below. A blue beam shot forth from the gem atop the staff, enveloping dozens of Asgardian guards. Their bodies stiffened, their eyes turning hollow before they turned their weapons upon their own comrades. Thud! One Asgardian warrior, caught off guard, was pierced through the chest by a sword wielded by a familiar yet alien face. Why? Blood poured from his mouth. Similar scenes unfolded across the battlefield. The sudden betrayal threw the once stable defenses into chaos. What are they doing? Thor bellowed, smashing a control guard that charged toward civilians. Yet he could not bring himself to kill them. They were his kin, subjects of Asgard. Ha ha ha! Loki reveled in the spectacle. Enjoy the show, my dear brother. This is the feast I have prepared for you. You used the Mind Scepter to control them? Lynette observed the turmoil below, unperturbed. This was a tactic Loki had previously employed on Earth, now repurposed for Asgard. Wanda, Lynette commanded through the mental link established by Emma. Do you see those under the influence of the blue energy? I see them, Wanda replied. That energy is quite bothersome. Try to dispel it, Lynette instructed. Use your powers to cleanse their minds. I will try. Wanda ascended into the air, directing her hands towards a guard who was violently attacking his companions. Red, chaotic, magical energy enveloped the guard's head like a gentle stream. His body trembled violently, the blue light in his eyes clashing with the red. Moments later. The blue light dissipated entirely. The guard blinked in confusion, staring at the sword in his hand and the fallen comrade at his feet, releasing a pained wail. What have I done? Success. Wanda's voice carried a note of surprise. But I feel so drained. Purifying just one individual had taken a toll on her energy. Do not rush. Take your time, Lynette reassured her. If one attempt fails, we shall try again. We have all the time in the world. He turned his gaze back to Loki, regarding him as one would a mere jester. Your little tricks do not seem very effective. Loki's smile faltered. He had not anticipated that someone on the opposing side could break free from the Mind Scepter's control. While it appeared laborious, the ability to counteract it rendered half of his strongest card useless. Damn it, Loki intensified the energy output of the Mind Scepter. More Asgardians fell under his control. Yet Wanda continued to purify them one by one. Though the pace was slow, it effectively curbed the spread of chaos. The battlefield settled into an eerie stalemate. Hulk, Hela. Lynette issued another command. Forget about the minions and dismantle those colossal beasts. Roar. Hulk complied, eagerly charging toward the Leviathan. Hela appeared somewhat reluctant. She preferred the slaughter of the Chitauri foot soldiers. The sensation of life withering under her hand brought her pleasure. Obey. Lynette's voice brooked no argument. Perform well, and there shall be rewards tonight. Hela's body stiffened, a flush of crimson crossing her face. She shot Lynette an indignant glare, but pivoted to soar towards a rampaging Leviathan. Countless black swords formed a tempest behind her, piercing the iron beast like a porcupine. The creature let out a mournful cry, its massive body crashing down and demolishing a significant portion of the surrounding structures. Lona, cease your antics, Lynette addressed Lona, who was still floating in the air. Molding a metal ball, use that scrap metal to erect a wall around the palace and safeguard the civilians. Understood. Lorna responded with a sound, activating the magnetic field. The remnants of the destroyed spacecraft, which he had compacted into spheres, disassembled and transformed into massive metal plates, swiftly assembling into a towering wall of steel surrounding the palace. In an instant, Lynette assigned tasks with clarity and precision. Below, Thor watched in astonishment. He realized that this Midgardian named Lynette seemed more suited to command than he was. Brother, what are you daydreaming about? Loki's voice rang in his ear, laced with mockery. Are you counting on that mortal to save Asgard? Dream on. Suddenly, Loki appeared before Thor, his staff aimed directly at Thor's chest. Reacting swiftly, Thor raised Mjolnir to block the assault. Loki, stand down, Thor shouted, attempting to rouse him even as he defended against Loki's attack. Mother would be heartbroken to see you like this. Don't mention her to me. Loki's emotions surged in an instant. If it weren't for Father's favoritism, if it weren't for your foolishness, she would still be alive. Chapter 179. The Truth Behind Loki's Madness. He witnessed our mother's death. Mention her? Loki's voice turned sharp, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why do you have to speak of her? The blue light of his staff intensified, a surge of energy pushing Thor back. If it weren't for your foolish exile to Midgard, if it weren't for Father expending so much energy to save you, she would not have died. Loki's eyes glowed crimson, bordering on madness. Thor was utterly bewildered. What had driven Loki to such insanity? Loki, what are you babbling about? Mother is alive and well. Alive and well? Loki laughed maniacally, tears streaming down his face. Yes, she is alive now. But I saw her, sacrificing herself for that Midgardian woman, pierced by the blade of a dark elf's cursed warrior. I witnessed it, over and over again in my dreams. Thor's heart raced with dread. He glanced at Lynette in the distance, then at Jane Foster beside him. He understood. Loki had witnessed an alternate future, a future that would have unfolded without Lynette's intervention. In other words, without Lynette's interference, his beloved mother would perish. It was that madman wielding the staff who had implanted that vision of the future into Loki's mind. That is not real, Loki, Thor bellowed, attempting to awaken him. It is an illusion. Thanos is deceiving you. Thanos? The anguish and madness faded slightly from Loki's face, replaced by confusion. No, my master is here to help me fulfill my desires. He murmured, his gaze drifting. He granted me an army, bestowed upon me power. He said that once I obtained the Tesseract, I could become a true king. Observing Loki's visibly altered mental state, Lynette shook his head. TSK. Influenced by the Mind Stone and fed fragment from a parallel universe. It's a wonder he isn't completely mad. He turned to Hela beside him. Your brother seems to be lacking in wit. Hey, Lascofet. He was sealed away when he arrived, but it appears he is indeed not the brightest. The battle on the battlefield was drawing to a close. Hulk swung the last Leviathan beast like a wrecking ball, hurling it at the Chitauri mothership. Boom! The massive ship disintegrated in midair, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks. Lorna commanded the freshly constructed steel wall to disassemble into countless sharp metal shards, sweeping through the remaining Chitauri infantry like a storm. Cries of agony echoed, but soon fell into silence. Wanda was still striving to purify the controlled Asgardian soldiers. Her small face pale, sweat soaking her hair, appearing on the verge of collapse. Enough, dear girl, take a break. Lynette's voice reached her through their mental link. Leave the rest to me. He cast a glance at Loki, still entangled with Thor, losing his patience. The farce needed to end. He crouched and leaped, appearing behind Loki. Loki's combat instincts sensed danger. Without hesitation, he turned and thrust his staff. The blue gem of the staff's tip aimed directly at Lynette's brow. Clang! A sharp sound rang out. The gem pressed against Lynette's skin, but could advance no further, not even leaving a mark. Loki's pupils dilated in shock. What manner of creature was this? Was his body harder than you metal? Quite the toy, Lynette remarked, pinching the staff with 2 fingers. Now it belongs to me. He exerted a slight pressure with his fingers. Loki felt an irresistible force emanating from the staff. His hands tingled, and the staff slipped from his grasp. Lynette toyed with the Mind Stone staff, sensing the immense psychic energy within. Ah, it is indeed authentic. A genuine piece from another parallel universe. As the staff left his hands, the madness and confusion in Loki's eyes swiftly dissipated. He shook his head, surveying the ravaged Asgard, then glanced at his empty hands, momentarily lost for words. What was I doing just now? He looked at Thor across from him. Brother, how did I end up here? Weren't we battling in Midgard? Thor gazed at him, a complex expression on his face. You were under control, Loki. At that moment, the Asgardian soldiers previously manipulated by the Mind Stone collapsed like puppets with severed strings, their eyes regaining clarity. They surveyed the devastation and the bodies of their fallen comrades, emitting cries of anguish and sorrow. All of Asgard fell into a mournful silence. Odin, leaning on Gungnir, slowly approached from the end of the Bifrost. He glanced at Loki on the ground, then at the staff in Lynette's hand. He uttered not a word, his gaze filled with exhaustion and sorrow. Put him in the dungeons, Odin commanded the guards beside him. No, Thor immediately stepped in front of Loki. Father, he didn't do this on purpose. He was manipulated. And what of these fallen warriors? Odin's voice seethed with suppressed fury. Who will take responsibility for them? Thor was left speechless. I will take responsibility. Loki rose from the ground, his face pale. It was my army that brought this upon us. I caused all of this. I am willing to accept any punishment. He gazed calmly at Odin, devoid of his usual cunning and resentment. Only an endless void remained in his eyes. Lynette watched the familial drama unfold with keen interest, weighing the staff in his hand. This I shall keep for you. He raised his scepter towards Odin. After all, this is a trophy. Odin's eyelids twitched. He was well aware of what it was. The Infinity Stones. This Midgardian had managed to acquire 2 of them in such a short span. He wanted to voice his thoughts, but upon seeing Lynette's nonchalant demeanor, he swallowed his words. Arguing with this individual was futile. Moreover, he owed him a significant favor. Do as you wish. Eventually, Odin managed to squeeze out 2 words. He was solely focused on resolving the current mess. 2 guards stepped forward, restraining Loki's arms. Loki offered no resistance. He merely cast a deep, inquisitive glance at Lynette before being taken away. The battle had concluded. The portal of the Chitauri had long since closed, leaving only wisps of smoke in the sky. The people and soldiers of Asgard began to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Pigloin approached Lynette with the Valkyrie squad, kneeling on one knee. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Lynette. Pigloin's voice brimmed with respect and gratitude. Had it not been for you, Asgard might have. You're being too formal. Lynette waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Your king agreed to my terms, so naturally, I must lend a hand. He glanced at Hela, who was conversing quietly with Odin nearby. Besides, your future queen is now somewhat under my influence. Pigloin and the others followed his gaze, their expressions turning peculiar. Hela, the goddess of death of Asgard. They found it hard to reconcile the legendary slaughterer of the 9 realms with the phrase under my influence. Yet the facts were undeniable. Hela wreaked havoc on the battlefield, but obeyed Lynette's commands without question. This was even more surreal than the Chitauri invasion. Well then, the battle is over. Lynette stretched lazily. I'm a bit weary. I shall retreat to rest. He called out towards Hela. Hey, are your discussions concluded? We have important matters to attend to this evening. Chapter 180. Rewarding the Goddess of Death? Hela, please be even more of a scoundrel. Hela's body visibly stiffened for a moment. Odin's expression also darkened. Curious and ambiguous glances were cast by the surrounding Asgardians. Hela turned back to glare at Lynette. If looks could kill, Lynette would have been riddled with wounds. But Lynette remained unfazed, even winking at her. Hela turned back to Odin, coldly stating, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Odin's response, she spun around and flew towards Lynette's residence in Asgard. Her speed was akin to that of a fleeing specter. Lynette chuckled heartily and followed suit, leaving Thor, Odin, and a group of Asgardians in a state of bewilderment. Father, Thor gazed at the retreating figures of Lynette and Hela, hesitating to speak. He and my sister. Silence. Odin did not wish to hear another word. He felt his blood pressure rising again. Lynette's temporary residence was an independent tower on the palace's outskirts. At that moment, within the luxurious bedroom on the top floor, the atmosphere was rather delicate. Hela sat on the sofa, holding a glass of whiskey, her gaze constantly drifting towards the window. Her imposing black battle armor had been shed, replaced by a black silk robe Lynette had prepared for her. The robe was sheer, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Her long, slender legs crossed elegantly, gleaming white. Lynette emerged from the bath, clad only in a towel around his waist. As he dried his damp hair, he seated himself beside Hela, a refreshing aura enveloping him. Still upset? He asked with a smile. Hela huffed, turning her head away to avoid his gaze. I mentioned that good performance would be rewarded. Lynette leaned closer to her ear, speaking softly. The warm breath against her ear made her shudder slightly. Who cares for your rewards? She retorted, yet her flushed earlobe betrayed her. Is that so? Lynette chuckled lightly, wrapping his arm around her waist. Hela's body stiffened, instinctively wanting to resist. A powerful force of death surged within her. Yet Lynette's embrace was as unyielding as iron, unmovable. Do not be tense. His voice carried a soothing quality. I merely wish to fulfill my promise. He lifted Hela's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Her eyes flickered, and her usually icy countenance displayed an unexpected hint of shyness. You. She began to speak, but her lips were silenced. It was a gentle yet irresistible kiss. Hela's mind went blank, a buzzing sensation overwhelming her. Having lived for millennia, conquering countless worlds, her hands stained with blood, she thought her heart had hardened like iron. Yet before this man, her long-dormant heart began to race uncontrollably. As their lips parted, Hela gasped for air, her cheeks flushed, her gaze dazed. You, scoundrel. Her voice was soft and gentle, devoid of any intimidation, instead resembling a playful tease. I could be even more of a scoundrel. Lynette licked his lips, his eyes glinting with intensity. Care to test it? Hela did not respond. She merely closed her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering slightly. Lynette smiled. He swept Hela into his arms, striding towards the grand bed. Here, 3,000 words of indescribable rewards are omitted. Creak, creak. The following morning, Lynette rose from the bed, feeling invigorated. He glanced at Hela, still peacefully asleep beside him, unable to suppress a smile. The former goddess of death, conqueror of the 9 realms, now resembled a docile kitten, curled up in his embrace. Her stunning visage had shed all traces of coldness and menace, leaving only satisfaction and fatigue. Lynette felt as though he had unlocked an extraordinary achievement. He carefully extracted his arm, dressed, and prepared to attend to pressing matters. As he stepped out of the bedroom, he found Raven, Wanda, and Lorna seated in the living room, all staring at him in unison. Their gaze resembled that of a tribunal. Ahem. Lynette cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Good morning. It's no longer early. Raven crossed her arms, her smile more mock than genuine. The sun is already high in the sky. Some individuals made such a racket last night that we couldn't even sleep. Lynette's composure remained unshaken, his face as impassive as a fortress. Youthful vigor, indeed, is quite understandable, mused Lint as he leaned in curiously. Is that Hela exceptionally formidable? Wanda inquired softly. Indeed, she is truly formidable, Lynn affirmed with a nod. In every conceivable sense, she is remarkable. Lorna rolled her eyes. What a scoundrel. Lint, unfazed, wore his pride like a badge of honor. Thank you for the compliment. He approached the dining table and picked up a piece of bread. Enough gossip. We have pressing matters at hand. And Emma? She asked, testing new equipment with Dr. Banner. Raven replied, Odin sent word that he wishes to see you upon your awakening. Understood. Lint swiftly finished his bread and took a sip of milk. Prepare yourselves. We may be heading to Nidavellir today. Nidavellir? Lorna's eyes sparkled with excitement. The place where the Dwarven king forges artifacts? Precisely. Lint snapped his fingers. I need to acquire a pair of gloves capable of housing 6 infinity stones. Additionally, I shall see if I can procure some new equipment for you all as well. At the mention of new gear, the women's attention was instantly captivated. I desire a staff that amplifies my chaos magic, Wanda exclaimed with enthusiasm. I seek a pair of gloves crafted from URU metal. Lorna chimed in, equally intrigued. Raven pondered for a moment. I require a suit that adapts to my transformations, preferably made from nanomaterials. Consider it done. I shall fulfill your wishes. Lint waved his hand grandly. As long as the Dwarven king can forge it, we shall procure it. Money is not an issue. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open. Hela emerged, rubbing her eyes, her disheveled robe revealing ample porcelain skin and some ambiguous crimson marks. Upon seeing everyone in the living room, she paused, her face flushing as she hastily tightened her robe. The atmosphere in the living room grew palpably awkward once more. Raven, Wanda, and Lorna exchanged glances, their eyes darting between Lint and Hela, the unspoken implications evident. Ahem. Lint cleared his throat again. Well, I must go see Odin. You all, chat. With that, he swiftly made his exit. As Lint hurriedly retreated, Raven suddenly laughed. She approached the still flustered Hela, extending her hand. Hello, I am Raven. From now on, we shall be colleagues. Hela regarded her, then glanced at the curious Wanda and the displeased Lorna. After a brief moment of silence, she extended her hand as well. Hela. Their hands clasped together. Raven's hand was warm and soft, while Hela's bore a chilling touch. Delighted to meet you, Raven said, her professional smile bright. We are colleagues now, and I hope for a pleasant collaboration. Colleagues? Hela raised an eyebrow, the term foreign to her. Indeed, we all serve Lint. Raven replied, releasing Hela's hand and gesturing toward Wanda and Lorna. This is Wanda, and this is Lorna. Wanda offered a timid smile to Hela. Hello. Lorna merely crossed her arms and huffed through her nose, signaling an unenthusiastic greeting. She harbored no fondness for the woman who had captured Lint's attention. Hela's gaze swept over them. A girl manipulating crimson energy, a young lady controlling metal, and another who could transform. Was this the caliber of individuals Lint had gathered in Midgard? They seemed rather unimpressive. Yet, she refrained from exhibiting any disdain. Lint always had his reasons for his choices. Greetings, Hela replied flatly, accepting her new role. The atmosphere grew awkward once more. For women, a play unfolding. The stage was set, yet no one knew the opening line. Raven broke the silence. She stepped closer to Hela, appraising her from head to toe, her gaze unabashed and direct. Nice figure, she remarked. Lint has a penchant for your type. Helas bru furuvit. Was this blue-skinned woman provoking her? You seem well acquainted with his preferences. Hela's tone turned dangerous. Naturally, Raven responded matter-of-factly. After all, I was his first. The tension in the air thickened. Lorna, reveling in the drama, wore a smirk of glee. Wanda tugged nervously at Raven's sleeve. Raven, fear not. Wanda, Raven reassured, patting her hand gently. I am merely fostering camaraderie with our new colleague. She turned her scrutinizing gaze back to Hela. I do not care if you are the Goddess of Death or a conqueror of the 9 realms. Here, you must remember one thing. Lynn is mine. Hela chuckled, a response tinged with disbelief. Amusing, she retorted. In her thousands of years, never had a woman dared to utter such words before her. Child, possessiveness is a sentiment exhibited by the weak. The strong never fear loss. Is that so? Raven met her gaze defiantly. Then why did you call out so loudly last night? Hela's smile faltered, a visible blush creeping onto her cheeks. Even Lorna and Wanda were taken aback. That statement was explosive. Hela felt at a loss for words. In matters of combat and slaughter, she could obliterate this woman before her. But in a war of words, especially on such a topic, she was utterly defeated. All right. Just as the atmosphere threatened to escalate from Cold War to hot conflict, a voice rang from the doorway. Emma Frost, clad in a crisp white suit and high heels, entered, followed by a weary-looking Dr. Banner. Such early excitement? Emma surveyed the room, mentally assessing the situation. She approached Hela, extending her hand. Emma Frost. A pleasure to meet you, Princess Hela. Her demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant, maintaining courtesy while keeping a respectful distance. Hela regarded her, sensing a stark contrast between this woman and Raven and the others. Powerful, confident, and profoundly enigmatic. Hello. Hela shook her hand. Don't pay her any mind. Emma cast a glance at Raven. She's merely asserting her dominance, like a little dog marking its territory. Hey, Raven protested. I heard that. Emma, disinterested, turned back to Hela. Yin-Yang has gone to see Odin. He wants us to prepare. We are heading to Nidavellir today. Nidavellir? Lorna immediately forgot the unfolding drama, her eyes brightening. The land of the dwarves? Indeed, Emma nodded. Yin-Yang is going to forge a gauntlet capable of holding 6 infinity stones. And also, update our gear. At the mention of new gear, both Raven and Wanda's attention was piqued. The battle between women could momentarily cease, but shopping and acquiring new attire always took precedence. The women began to fervently discuss their new equipment. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of harmony. Hela silently listened from the side, refraining from interjecting. Watching the chatter of these lively women, a peculiar sensation stirred within her. Once upon a time, she too had a loyal band of companions, with whom she fought and laughed. The Valkyrie Corps, but they had all perished. As this thought crossed her mind, Hela's gaze dimmed. Emma noticed the shift in her mood. What about you? Emma inquired. What do you desire? Hela snapped back to the moment, looking at her. Me? Yes, you, Emma affirmed. You are now a member of the team. We cannot let you go empty-handed, although you're already quite formidable. Hela paused for a moment. Truthfully, she did not need any weapons. Her strength stemmed from Asgard, and as long as she stood upon this land, she could ceaselessly conjure the sharpest of blades. Yet she recalled the man from the previous night, remembered the bottle of earth whiskey he had gifted her. I wish for a present. Hela spoke softly. A gift personally given to me by him. It need not be powerful nor costly, as long as it is from him. Emma regarded her with a smile. I shall convey your request. Asgard, Throne Hall. Yin-Yang languidly stood in the center of the hall, observing Odin, who appeared weary upon the throne. I must say, old man, your efficiency leaves much to be desired. I've awoken from slumber, and yet this mess remains unresolved. Odin's eyelids fluttered. He had not slept a wink, dealing with post-war matters, comforting the families of fallen warriors, interrogating the captured Chitauri. What troubled him most, however, was Loki. Loki has been imprisoned in the deepest dungeon. Odin's voice was hoarse. What awaits him will be Asgard's harshest judgment. Oh, Yin-Yang remained non-committal. That's your household affair. I have no inclination to meddle. Loki won't stay imprisoned forever. He shrugged dismissively. How have you fared with what I entrusted you? I have sent a message to S.H.I.E.L.D. on behalf of Asgard. Chapter 182. Destination Nidavellir. Crafting the ultimate infinity gauntlet. Odin regarded him, requesting the return of the Tesseract. And then, Yin-Yang pressed. What do they say? They agreed. Odin's expression turned peculiar. However, their director, Nick Fury, insists on meeting you in person. Huh. Yin-Yang chuckled. I knew that scoundrel wouldn't be straightforward. He wants to negotiate face-to-face. What makes him think he is worthy? Odin remained silent. He felt a twinge of pity for Nick Fury, entangled with such an unreasonable character. Very well, I shall meet him. Yin-Yang stretched. I need to return to Earth anyway. By the way, has everything been arranged for our trip to Nidavellir? Heimdall is prepared. Odin nodded. So will accompany you. He knows the way there and can represent Asgard, ensuring the Dwarven King grants you some favor. Excellent. Lin was pleased. Then it settled. I will first procure equipment in Nidavellir and then return to Earth for the Tesseract. He looked at Odin, suddenly recalling something. Oh, right. I intend to bring Hela along. Is that acceptable? Odin's expression darkened. She is now your charge. Wherever you wish to take her is your prerogative. Odin's tone was laden with resignation and a subtle sorrow. 2 of his children, one imprisoned, the other following another man. He felt he had failed as a father. Then that settled. Lin turned to leave. Wait, there's one more thing. Odin called after him. What is it? The scepter of Loki. Odin's gaze fell upon the scepter at Lin's waist. Adorned with a blue gemstone, it dangled like a trophy. Do you wish to reclaim it? Lin raised an eyebrow. No. Odin shook his head. The power of that gem is perilous. In your possession. It may be safer than in anyone else's grasp. I merely wish to caution you. Odin's solitary, I reflected gravity. I sense Thanos' presence within that scepter. Loki's defeat, coupled with your emergence in Asgard, must have alerted Thanos. He will soon come seeking you. I'm aware. Lin waved his hand dismissively. Let him come. I was just lamenting the lack of an excuse to confront him. I wish to see if that purple potato skull is truly as hard as it appears. With that, Lin whistled and swaggered out of the throne hall. Leaving Odin alone, he sighed deeply while seated upon the throne. Rainbow Bridge. The multicolored beams shot skyward, enveloping Lin and his companions, vanishing into the horizon. This sensation of rapid transit was a second experience for Wanda and Lorna. They nervously grasped each other, curiously observing the dazzling display around them. Raven remained calm, observing the flow of energy with keen interest. Thor stood nearby, proudly introducing the spectacle. Isn't it magnificent? This is the power of the Rainbow Bridge. Within the 9 realms, there exists no destination unreachable. Hela crossed her arms and cast a cold glance at him. You need not introduce it to me. I was using it before you were even born. Thor's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly closed his mouth. Before his sister, he always found himself at a disadvantage. Linnet, however, was engrossed in the principles of spatial transmission afforded by the Rainbow Bridge. This was a highly advanced spatial technology that decomposed matter into particles, subsequently transmitting them at superluminal speeds through designated energy channels. If this technology could be deciphered and applied to his own vessel, the efficiency of interstellar travel would be significantly enhanced. As the light faded, the group found themselves firmly grounded. A wave of scorching air enveloped them. Before their eyes lay an unimaginably grand spectacle. A dimly glowing star was encircled by a colossal metallic ring structure. From this metallic ring, countless enormous mechanical arms extended toward the star, siphoning its energy. The entire stellar ring resembled a vast mechanical city, slowly rotating in the silent cosmos. This was Nidavellir, the realm of dwarves, renowned throughout the 9 realms as the most illustrious weapon forge. Wow! Wanda and Lorna exclaimed in awe. The sight before them was more breathtaking than any visual effects in a science fiction film. Welcome to Nidavellir. Thor straightened his back, regaining the regal demeanor of an Asgardian prince. At that moment, a massive figure emerged from a distant metallic passage, standing over 4 meters tall. He was as robust as a mountain, and his beard was woven into several thick braids. Dressed in a heavy leather apron, he wielded a colossal wrench that towered over a human. He was the dwarf king, Eitri. Thor? Eitri boomed, his voice resonating like thunder. What brings you to my humble abode? It has been a long time, Eitri. Thor greeted him warmly. Allow me to introduce Mr. Linnet from Midgard. Eitri's gaze shifted to Linnet, scrutinizing him up and down. A Midgardian? Eitri's tone dripped with disdain. What business do you have here? I do not entertain visitors. We seek your craftsmanship for a few items. Linnet stated plainly. Eitri scoffed. Crafting items? Do you comprehend the price of seeking my services? I only work with the rarest URU metal. I forge solely for gods and kings. Can a Midgardian afford my rates? His attitude was decidedly arrogant, yet Linnet remained unfazed. Those who possess true skill often have their pride. The price is not an issue, Linnet replied nonchalantly. As long as you can create it, I can pay. He glanced at Eitri's empty hands, which ought to be the pride of a dwarf, but were now encased in molten metal, rendered into 2 useless lumps of iron. Did Thanos do this? Linnet inquired. Eitri's body tensed abruptly. A grimace of pain contorted his massive face. How do you know? I not only know he destroyed your hands, but I also know he coerced you into forging the Infinity Gauntlet. Linnet spoke slowly. I am aware he slaughtered your kin, leaving you to languish alone in this cold tomb. Eitree's breath grew labored, his immense form trembling with rage. Who are you? A man intent on settling the score with Thanos. Linnet locked eyes with him. I require a glove capable of containing the power of all 6 Infinity Stones. A glove more formidable than his, a true gauntlet. Impossible. Eitree roared. I will never forge such a thing again. Never. He seemed lost in a painful memory. He will kill me. He will return to destroy everything here. He will not. Linnet interrupted him. Because I will kill him first. Eitree regarded Linnet with doubt in his eyes. You? Kill Thanos? He appeared to have heard the grandest of jokes. Midgardian, you do not even know who Thanos is. You are unaware of his power, his cruelty. I know. Linnet's tone remained calm. I also know he will soon gather all 6 stones, snap his fingers, and half of all life in the universe will vanish. Yourself included. Eitree was momentarily stunned. Chapter 183. 3 sentences to make the 300-year-old dwarf king serve me. He scrutinized Linnet, searching for any sign of deceit upon his youthful visage. Yet none could be found. Only a compelling tranquility graced his features. On what ground should I trust you? Eitree's voice grew somber. You need not trust me, Linnet smiled lightly. You simply need to engage in a business transaction. He extended a finger. First, I shall provide you with the highest purity of URU metal ingots in ample quantity. He raised a second finger. Second, I will assist in the restoration of your hands. Eitree's pupils dilated in shock. Restore his hands? How could that be possible? They had been forged in the core flames of a neutron star. Even Asgard's magic could not help. Third, Linnet raised a third finger. Once I have slain Thanos, his head shall belong to me. His fleet and corpse shall be yours. You may use his bones to create the most magnificent monument for your fallen kin. Eitree fell into complete silence. He gazed at Linnet, his eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions. The conditions set forth by this Midgardian pierced the deepest longings of his heart. Vengeance, glory, and the hope of wielding a hammer once more. How do you intend to restore my hands? Eitree rasped, his voice heavy with concern. This was his paramount inquiry. A dwarf king without hands was less than an apprentice. Linnet did not reply. He merely extended his hand, palm facing upward. A gentle golden light materialized in his palm. The radiance brimmed with vitality, evoking warmth and comfort. This was the essence of life. Linnet approached Eitree, gently pressing his palm against the metal-encased right hand. Sizzle. Where the golden light met the metal, a piercing sound erupted, accompanied by a wisp of smoke. Eitree let out a pained grunt, instinctively attempting to withdraw his hand. Do not move. Linnet's voice remained steady. If you wish to reclaim your hand, you must first shatter this shell. The golden light intensified. The URU metal enveloping Eitree's hands began to melt, disintegrate, and flake away at a visibly rapid pace, akin to a block of iron corroded by a potent acid. Eitree gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. What kind of power is this? It can actually decompose URU metal. One must understand that this is the hardest metal in the 9 realms. Tur, Hela, and others also watched in amazement. Linner's abilities seemed to possess no limits. Minutes passed, and as the last fragment of the metallic shell fell away, Eitree's hands finally saw the light of day once more. Yet those limbs could no longer be referred to as hands. Charred, shrunken, the skin and muscle tissue entirely necrotic. Only twisted bones remained. Eitree looked at his hands, and his massive form collapsed to the ground, releasing a desperate wail. Such hands, even if restored to their original state, could never again wield a hammer. Do not be too quick to despair, big guy. Linter's voice resonated again. The first step is merely debridement. The next will be shaping and regeneration. He placed his hands upon Eitree's charred appendages, and a vast and pure life energy surged forth like a tide. Amidst the golden radiance, a miracle unfolded. The charred flesh began to shed, revealing fresh pink muscle beneath. The withered nerves and blood vessels sprouted anew, reconnecting like budding vines. The bones crackled as they regained their original shape and resilience. This was a process of reversing death and reshaping life. All present held their breath, witnessing this miraculous moment. After a dozen minutes, Linter withdrew his hands, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his brow. The effort to heal such grievous injuries had taken its toll. Eitree slowly raised his hands. They were entirely new. The skin was smooth, the muscles robust, brimming with explosive strength. He tentatively clenched his fist. The familiar sensation of power returned to his being. My hands, my hands! Eitri exclaimed, tears cascading like a breached dam from his massive eyes. He wept uncontrollably, akin to a child of over 300 years. He had believed he would remain thus for a lifetime. After a lengthy bout of weeping, Eitri gradually composed himself. He stood, approached Linter, knelt before him, and pressed his forehead to the ground in a dwarven gesture of respect. From this day forth, I, King Eitri of the Dwarves, along with all of Nidavellir, shall heed your command. My life, my hammer, shall be fought for you. Linter chuckled, pleased. Rise. He helped Eitri to his feet. I do not require your fealty. I only seek your finest craftsmanship. Yes, my lord. Eitri responded, his demeanor transformed. Your will shall be the will of Nidavellir. He turned to Linter. My lord, please follow me. We shall head to the core forge. Only the flames there are worthy of crafting divine artifacts for you. The group followed Eitri through the intricate metallic corridors, arriving at the core of Nidavellir. The imprisoned neutron star loomed nearby. The terrifying energy and heat warped the surrounding space. Had it not been for the protective shield Eitri had activated beforehand, Wanda and Lorna would likely have been scorched to ashes. This is the heart of the dragon, Eitri proudly introduced, the birthplace of all artifacts of Nidavellir. He gestured to a massive metallic platform. Please communicate your requirements, my lord. I desire a glove, Linter stated. One that can perfectly accommodate and wield the power of 6 infinity stones without causing any backlash to the user. Eitri's expression turned serious. This is a monumental challenge. The glove made for Thanos, although crafted by me, was merely a half-finished product. It could contain the stone's power, yet the energy surge could obliterate most divine bodies. I require a more perfect design. Linter produced a data pad from his pocket and handed it to Eitri. This is a sketch I have drawn, along with some theoretical data for your reference. It was a blueprint he had conceived, inspired by the nanotech glove from the film, combined with his understanding of energy fields. Eitri took the data pad and, after a mere glance, his eyes sparkled. Genius! This is simply a stroke of brilliance, he exclaimed excitedly. Energy circuit diversion, multi-layer composite structure, and this, self-repair runes. My heavens! He was like a child who had just discovered his favorite toy, flailing his arms in joy. With this blueprint, I am 100% confident I can forge the most powerful artifact in history for you. Then let us commence, Linter replied, satisfied. Is you metal sufficient for the materials? Not nearly enough. Eitri immediately shook his head. My lord, the glove you require cannot be made solely from metal. Its energy conductivity and resilience are lacking. I need a rarer material for the core framework. What material? Vibranium. Eitri spoke a familiar name. Only the metal produced in Midgard's Wakanda can perfectly neutralize the chaotic energy of the Infinity Stones. Vibranium? Linter furrowed his brow. That material was notoriously difficult to procure. However, he suddenly recalled something. Would this suffice? He extended his hand, and the force field surged. A silvery metal plate materialized in his grasp. This was the main armor he had salvaged from the Crash Cree ship. Its hardness and energy absorption properties surpassed any metal he had encountered. Eitri accepted the metal plate, took out a small hammer, and tapped it. A clear, melodious sound resonated. Eitri's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of metal is this? He inspected the plate from every angle, even biting it. I have never seen such a perfect alloy. Its structural density, its energy affinity. It is as if it were born to bear divine power. Is it sufficient? Linter inquired. Absolutely. Beyond sufficient. Eitri shouted with excitement. With this, I can create an artifact that surpasses the Infinity Gauntlet. That is excellent. Linter nodded, producing several larger pieces of Cree alloy armor. These are for you. Besides the glove, my companions also require new equipment. He relayed the needs of Raven, Wanda, and Lorna to Eitri. Eitri waved his hand confidently. No problem, my lord. I assure you that your companions will be outfitted with the finest divine armor. He cast a glance at Hela, who had remained silent. What about this lady? What does she require? Hela shook her head. I need nothing. However, Linter spoke up. Craft her a set of battle armor. He directed his words to Eitri. Make it the most splendid and imposing, utilizing the finest materials, adorned with gems aplenty. As for the style, let it draw inspiration from her current attire, but with a touch more allure. Hela was taken aback and shot Linter a glare. Who asked for your meddling? And more alluring? What are you implying? Eitri, however, wore a knowing expression. Understood. I shall ensure your satisfaction, my lord. Very well, let us commence. Linter clapped his hands together. I hope to receive the finished product post-haste. Rest assured, Eitri seized a massive hammer, resting it upon his shoulder. Tonight, all of Nidavellir shall burn for your glory. He manipulated the colossal mechanical arms, channeling the searing energy from the core of a neutron star into the furnace. The enormous bellows began to heave, producing a thunderous roar. Precious ingots of metal were cast into the furnace, melting into a golden liquid under the terrifying heat. Eitri himself wielded the hammer, with his bare torso displaying his bronze. Muscular physique, he swung the massive hammer, each strike landing with precision upon the glowing metal ingot. Sparks flew, resembling vibrant fireworks. The lament of the metal intertwined with the thundering of the hammer, creating a magnificent symphony of forging. Linter and his companions stood quietly nearby, observing. Lorna gazed at the URU metal, effortlessly controlled by the dwarves, her eyes filled with longing. She could sense the immense magnetic energy contained within these metals. If only she could master such material. Wanda was intrigued by the runes etched into the weapons. It was a method of energy guidance she had never encountered, seemingly capable of unleashing chaotic magic in a more stable and efficient manner. Raven observed the dwarves' forging techniques. Their understanding of metal had reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Hyla's expression was the most complex. Watching Eitri sweat and focus intently, she felt as though she were witnessing a reflection of her past self. Once, she too had wielded a hammer and spear alongside Odin, fighting valiantly for the glory of Asgard. In those days, they were the best of comrades, the closest of father and daughter. When had everything changed? Linter approached her, offering a bottle of wine. What occupies your thoughts? Hyla accepted the wine and took a sip. I was reflecting on the past. Let the past remain in the past, Linter replied. One must always look forward. Hyla glanced at him. You seem quite carefree. Of course, Linter chuckled. My life's philosophy is to live in the moment and savor it. He draped an arm over Hyla's shoulder, gesturing towards the bustling forge. Look at them, laboring for creation. Isn't it far more beautiful than fighting for destruction? Hyla fell silent. She watched the sparks fly, witnessing the birth of artifacts amidst the rhythmic hammering. Perhaps he was right. The forging continued throughout the night. When the star of Nidavellir shone once more, 5 brand new artifacts lay before them. A pair of magnificent gloves crafted entirely from silver-white clerium, embellished with 6 recesses. A staff, its tip intertwined with URU metal and clerium, encircled by red runes. A pair of sharp-shaped URU metal gloves and boots, inscribed with magnetic amplification runes. A bodysuit that shimmered like liquid metal, radiating silver light. And a set of black and gold armor, extravagantly designed, accentuating feminine curves to perfection. The armor featured a hollow design at the chest and waist, with a high slit in the skirt, nearly reaching the thigh. My lord, I have not failed you. Eitri wiped the sweat from his brow, excitement evident on his face as he looked at Linter. This is undoubtedly my most perfect creation to date. Linter picked up the brand new Infinity Gauntlet, inspecting it. He was quite pleased. Wanda, Lorna, and Raven eagerly grasped their new gear, unable to part with it. Only Hyla, gazing at the highly revealing armor, wore a dark expression. The armor's neckline plunged to the navel, and the back opened to the waistline. The openings were not merely unprotected. Eitri had rendered that portion transparent, ensuring allure. Linter, she grit her teeth as she called his name. Is this what you call a gift? Do you not like it? Linter feigned innocence. I think it looks splendid. It showcases your figure beautifully. Go to hell. Try it on. Linter held the black and gold armor before Hyla. This was tailored for you by Eitri, using the finest materials. Hyla glared at Linter, wishing to slap him. Yet her curiosity about the armor crafted by the Dwarven King held her back. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it. With a mere thought, the armor transformed into a streak of light, enveloping her. The original black combat suit vanished, replaced by the resplendent and alluring black and gold armor. The armor clung perfectly to her form, accentuating her curves exquisitely. The black metal gleamed with a cold light, and the golden runes pulsed with divine energy. The hollow designs on her chest and back revealed large expanses of white skin, adding to the allure. Chapter 185, discovered by the purple sweet potato essence wow. Wanda and Lorna gazed, their eyes wide with astonishment. This was simply breathtaking. Even Raven, typically confident in her appearance and physique, could not deny it. Before them, Hela was stunningly beautiful. It was an exquisite charm, a blend of the divine and the wicked, noble and enchanting. Ahem. Linter cleared his throat, concealing his astonishment. How does it feel? Hela moved her body slightly. Though the armor appeared extravagant, it felt weightless upon her, offering remarkable flexibility without hindering her movements. More importantly, she sensed the runes on the armor continuously drawing energy from the surrounding space, replenishing her divine power. Even away from Asgard, she would not easily exhaust her strength. Quite good, she replied nonchalantly, though the slight lift of her lips betrayed her inner joy. No woman could resist a beautifully tailored outfit, not even the Goddess of Death. Well, now that we have our gear, it is time to attend to business. Lin took up the newly crafted Infinity Gauntlet. I'll try. Is this glove ready for use now? In theory, yes, I'll try, replied, his expression turning serious. However, my lord, I must caution you. This glove requires a powerful energy source for its initial activation. Only after activation can it establish a connection with you, allowing it to stabilize and channel the power of the Infinity Stones. Otherwise, once you embed the stones, the raw surge of energy could obliterate both the glove and your arm. Activation? Lin furrowed his brow. Would the energy from a neutron star suffice? Unfortunately not. Ultrai shook his head. The energy from a neutron star is too volatile, belonging to the realm of physical energy. The Infinity Stones, however, are manifestations of the fundamental rules of the universe. To activate the gauntlet requires an energy of the same caliber, something pure. For instance, another Infinity Stone. Lin's gaze fell upon the Mind Scepter hanging at his waist. He currently possessed 2 stones. The Reality Stone, though powerful, was unstable and inclined to alter reality, making it unsuitable as an energy source. Thus, only the Mind Stone remained. Can this work? Lin inquired, lifting the scepter. Ultrai regarded the Mind Stone at the scepter's tip, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, and nodded. Indeed, the Mind Stone harbors immense psychic energy, perfect for taming the Gauntlet's energy circuit. However, this process will be exceedingly perilous. You must use your own mental strength to guide the Mind Stone's energy into each rune node of the Gauntlet. A moment's carelessness could lead to your mental realm being overwhelmed by the stone's energy, rendering you a fool. I shall assist you, one to step forward. My chaos magic can help stabilize the energy of the Mind Stone. Lin nodded in acknowledgement. With Wanda's specialized support, the likelihood of success would indeed be greater. Very well. He hesitated no longer. Let us commence. He seated himself cross-legged, placing the Infinity Gauntlet before him, aligning the tip of the Mind Scepter with the glove's palm recess. Wanda positioned herself behind him, her hands resting on his back. Red, chaotic energy flowed like a gentle stream into Lin's being. I am ready. Lin regulated his breathing and closed his eyes. His mental focus sharpened, carefully probing into the Mind Scepter. Buzz, a vast expanse of psychic energy, surged into his mind. It was a high-dimensional energy, imbued with countless information, consciousness, and emotions. An ordinary mind would be assimilated and shattered upon contact with such energy. Yet Lin's mental fortitude had been reinforced multiple times, rendering it remarkably resilient. He stood like a steadfast rock amidst a tsunami, allowing the deluge of psychic energy to wash over him while maintaining a clear sense of self. Now, he whispered fiercely, beginning to direct this energy. Under his guidance, the azure psychic energy transformed into a fine thread, flowing from the top of the scepter and gradually infusing the recess of the Infinity Gauntlet. ZZZ. The runes on the gauntlet illuminated one by one. The silvery glove seemed to be infused with life, emitting a faint hum. The entire process was slow and arduous. Veins bulged on Lin's forehead as beads of sweat poured down. Wanda's complexion grew increasingly pale. She not only needed to stabilize the Mind Stone's energy, but also guard against its encroachment upon Lin's mental realm. Time passed slowly. When the final rune ignited, the entire Infinity Gauntlet erupted in a dazzling blaze of light. An invisible shockwave of energy radiated outward from the gauntlet. Boom! The shockwave swept across all of Nidavellir. Every dwarf felt a dizzying sensation, as though struck by an unseen force. Ultrai, Thor, and others were similarly disoriented. Only Hela, leveraging her formidable divine power, barely maintained her composure. She gazed at Lin and Wanda enveloped in light, her eyes filled with concern. The energy surpassed her comprehension. Meanwhile, In the distant depths of the cosmos, aboard the Sanctuary 2 spaceship, a colossal purple figure sat upon his floating throne. It was Thanos. Just moments ago, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation, the essence of the Mind Stone. Moreover, this essence was exceptionally vibrant, merging with some powerful artifact. Thanos slowly opened his eyes, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Interesting. Before me, someone has already begun collecting the stones, and they know how to wield them. He glanced at his empty left hand. The infinity gauntlet crafted by Ultrai lay quietly in his vault. Ebony Maw, he spoke coolly. At your service. A gaunt figure, resembling a withered corpse, emerged from the shadows, kneeling respectfully. Investigate the source of that energy fluctuation. I am curious as to who possesses the audacity to meddle with my possessions. At once, my lord. Ebony Maw withdrew to carry out his orders. Thanos' gaze returned to the cosmos. In Nidavellir, as the radiance faded, Lin and Wanda collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Wanda fell unconscious. Lin felt as though his mind had been hollowed out, utterly exhausted. Yet, gazing at the infinity gauntlet hovering before him, a smile graced his face. He had succeeded. The gauntlet radiated a soft silver glow, with 6 recesses forming tiny vortices, yearning for the stone's infusion. He sensed a wondrous mental link had been established between himself and the gauntlet. With but a thought, he could manipulate it at will. Did you succeed? Ultrai approached cautiously, inquiring. Yes. Lin struggled to sit up, cradling the unconscious Wanda in his arms. We have succeeded. He donned the gauntlet upon his left hand. It automatically adjusted to fit. Splendid. Marvelous. Ultrai exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. You may now embed the stones. Lin pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not yet. Now is not the time. He glanced down at Wanda in his embrace. The young woman appeared pale, her lips devoid of color. The earlier exertion had taken a heavy toll on her. Lin channeled a surge of life energy into her, assisting in stabilizing her condition. We must return. He addressed the group. The matters here have been concluded. We now proceed to our next destination. Indeed, Atreyu respectfully bowed. Nidavellir eagerly awaits your return. Lynene, cradling Wanda, along with the group, stepped once more onto the teleportation platform of the Rainbow Bridge. Just as they were about to depart, Emma's voice resonated in Lynene's mind through their mental link. Lynene, Odin has an urgent message. He states that Nick Fury is awaiting you aboard the S.H.I.L.D. helicarrier with the Tesseract. Chapter 186. The egg crumbles. What does this young man intend? Earth. Esa aquí elade trident. In the director's office, Nick Fury stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the nocturnal cityscape outside. Though he possessed only one eye, it was filled with bloodshot fury. Merely half a day prior, he had received a communication he could scarcely fathom. From Asgard, from the one-eyed elder who proclaimed himself king, named Odin. The message was succinct. In the name of the king of Asgard, Odin commanded S.H.I.E.L.D. to relinquish the Tesseract. Fury's initial impulse was to shatter the communicator. The Tesseract. It was a treasure that S.H.I.E.L.D. had painstakingly recovered from the ocean's depths over decades, investing untold resources and manpower. It represented their greatest asset in studying extraterrestrial technology and bolstering Earth's defenses. How could he simply acquiesce? Yet, Fury dared not refuse. What powers did that elder, mounted on an 8-legged steed and wielding a golden spear, possess? Asgard was a civilization capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet. There was no chance of victory. Bang! Fury slammed his fist onto the alloy desk, producing a dull thud. Lynene. He spat the name through clenched teeth. This was undoubtedly the machinations of that scoundrel. First, he had employed a so-called dark elf ruse to pilfer half of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Hydra research. Now, he invoked Asgard to seize his most cherished possession. The Tesseract. Rogue. Thief. Director. Agent Hill entered, her expression laden with concern. There's more news from Asgard. What do they say? Fury's tone was icy. They report that Mr. Lynene's team has returned from Nidavellir and is en route to Earth. They hope we can prepare for the handover ceremony promptly. Handover ceremony? Fury scoffed. Such eloquent phrasing. It's nothing more than a robbery, cloaked in grandeur. He paced irritably within the office. The Tesseract could not be surrendered so easily. Absolutely not. It was Earth's final trump card. Yet, refusing was not an option. Inciting Asgard's wrath would lead to dire consequences. What to do? Fury's mind raced. He needed to confront Lyneni face to face. What exactly did this man intend? He must ascertain whether there remained any opportunity to negotiate some semblance of benefit for Earth and S-H-I-E-L-D from this extortion. Hill. Fury halted, his gaze sharpening. Respond to Asgard. Inform them that I agree to return the Tesseract. However, as a sign of respect for the realm and to ensure the smooth execution of this transfer, I, Nick Fury, Director of S-H-E-L-D, demand to conduct the handover in person aboard my flagship, the helicarrier, with Mr. Lyneni. He'll pause for a moment. Director, isn't that rather perilous? Inviting Lyneni and his cadre of anomalies aboard the helicarrier. What if they wouldn't dare? Fury interrupted her. Though Lyneni is a rogue, he is not a madman. Completely severing ties with Earth would serve him no advantage. What he seeks is merely the Tesseract, not war. This is our sole bargaining chip. Fury gazed out the window. Asgard. In Lyneni's tower, the group was fully prepared. Wanda, having recovered from Lyneni's treatment and a brief respite, appeared somewhat pale, but otherwise restored. She donned the new gear crafted by Atray, a form-fitting crimson and black combat suit, complemented by a dashing long coat. The new magical staff, radiating a mysterious red glow, was slung across her back. Lorna had also donned her new attire, a dark green bodysuit paired with boots and gloves forged from URU metal, exuding an air of strength and elegance. Raven's liquid nanosuit melded seamlessly with her skin, only revealing itself when necessary. Hela. Ultimately, she opted not to wear the excessively provocative black and gold armor. Instead, she transformed the armor into a more conservatively styled black gown. Yet even in this, her flawless figure and regal demeanor rendered her the center of attention. That egg-headed Fury certainly knows how to embellish his own theatrics. Lyneni chuckled at the message relayed by Emma. He wishes to conduct the handover in person, as if it were a meeting between heads of state. He wants to see you. Emma adjusted her glasses. He seeks to comprehend who has bested him. Then let him see. Lyneni shrugged nonchalantly. Besides, I am curious to ascertain whether My's H-I-E-L-D senior consultant office remains intact. He rose, stretching languidly. All right, ladies, are we all prepared? Ready for departure at any moment. Lorna's anticipation was palpable as she rubbed her hands together. Midgard. Hela murmured the name softly, her eyes alight with curiosity. It was this seemingly fragile realm that had seen her two brothers falter, one perishing and the other being outmaneuvered. She was eager to uncover the magic this place possessed. Heimdall, open the gate. Lyneni called to the sky. In the next moment, a kaleidoscopic beam descended from above, enveloping the group. As the light dissipated, they vanished from the spot. Earth, above New York. A colossal aircraft carrier hovered silently amidst the clouds. This was S-H-I-E-L-D-S Pride, the helicarrier. It was the second of its kind, now somewhat diminished in size due to scarcity. In the command center of the bridge, Nick Fury stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. Director, we have detected intense spatial energy fluctuations. A technician exclaimed loudly. Right above us. Fury looked up. A vibrant beam of light pierced the clouds, precisely illuminating the deck of the carrier. They have arrived. As the beam faded, the figure of Lyneni and his companions appeared on the deck. Wow. Lyneni gazed at the sci-fi-inspired colossal ship, whistling in admiration. Fury has truly outdone himself this time. The women beside him were equally captivated by the spectacle before them, especially Lorna, who could sense the alluring metallic aura emanating from every piece of armor and every wire on the vessel. At that moment, a squad of armed S-H-I-L-D agents surged from all directions, encircling them. Leading the group were Nick Fury and Agent Hill. Lyneni. Fury regarded the cheerful young man, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. Welcome aboard my ship. It's been a while, Director Fury. Lyneni waved enthusiastically, as if greeting an old friend. This welcome ceremony is quite unique. Are you afraid we might escape or that we might dismantle your ship? Fury ignored his jest. His gaze slowly swept over each person behind Lyneni. Mystique, Lornedane, Vanda Maximov. He possessed intelligence on all of them. However, Fury's attention ultimately settled on Hela. Who was this woman? Dressed in an elegant black gown, she exuded an air of nobility. Her mere presence commanded an oppressive aura that rendered the air thick with tension. Fury would wager his remaining eye that this woman was far more dangerous than all of Lyneni's companions combined. And who might this be? Fury inquired. Oh, her? Lyneni casually draped an arm over Hela's shoulder, grinning as he introduced her. My new secretary, part-time bodyguard. Her name is Hela. Please be courteous when dealing with her in the future. Otherwise, my secretary might not take it well. Hela shot Lyneni a sidelong glance, but offered no rebuttal. Fury's heart sank. From this woman named Hela, he sensed an aura reminiscent of Thor and Loki, yet older and more powerful. Could she be Asgardian as well? And of no insignificant status. How on earth did Lyneni manage to attract such an individual to his side? All right, enough of the pleasantries. Lyneni clapped his hands, breaking the silence. Director Fury, where's my tesseract? Did you bring it? Fury's face twitched. Your tesseract? That belongs to me. Yet he suppressed his anger and nodded at Hill. Hill turned and received a silver briefcase from an agent. She approached Lyneni and opened the case. Inside lay a cube radiating a blue luminescence. The cosmic cube, the space stone. Lyneni regarded it, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. He reached out to take it. Wait. Fury suddenly interjected, pressing down on the briefcase containing the cube. Lyneni, I can give you the item, but you must answer me one question. What do you intend to do with it? Chapter 187. The Emergence of the Purple Giant. Lyneni observed Fury's hand resting on the briefcase and smiled. There was no mockery, no disdain in that smile, only pure amusement. Like an adult looking at a child who insists on asking, why is the sky blue? Director Fury, doesn't it ever ask a giant why it picks up a stone? Is it curious whether the giant intends to pave a path with it or crush another nest of ants? Lyneni's sarcasm was palpable. Fury's single eye fixated on him with intensity. The times have changed, Fury. Lyneni extended a finger and gently tapped the silver briefcase. This game is no longer one you can participate in at your level. Odin left me with this mess. I am merely here to reclaim what rightfully belongs to Asgard. You should be grateful to hand it over to me, thankful that I am resolving a problem you cannot, instead of acting like a miserly guardian, questioning me here. Do you understand? Nick Fury felt his blood boiling. His hand gripping the briefcase tightened, veins bulging on the back of his hand. No one had ever dared to confront him so directly. Hela yovned in buradum. She surveyed the agents surrounding them, weapons drawn, and glanced up at the fighter jets circling above the aircraft carrier. Leaning closer to Lyneni, she whispered in a tone only they could hear. The metal toys of Midgard are truly crude. Back when I followed my father through the 9 realms, civilizations that couldn't even leave their own planet didn't even qualify to be recorded. On another note, Lorna's gaze swept over the massive turbine engines of the aircraft carrier and the intricate metallic structures beneath the deck. She raised her hand. Not far away, a screw on a tactical vest of a S.H.I.L.D. agent suddenly unscrewed itself. That small screw floated silently into the air, spinning rapidly before Lorna's fingertips. Virum, a resonating hum emanated from the steel framework of the entire mothership. Lorna raised an eyebrow at Fury in a provocative manner. The implication was clear. Dismantling the ship would be no more challenging than squashing an ant. Nick Fury's heart sank. The negotiations had utterly collapsed. The other party had no intention of discussing anything. They were simply here to take. Fury's single eye cast one last glance at Lyneni's smiling face. In that eye, the last vestige of reason was replaced by a seething fury. He spoke into his earpiece, his voice hoarse as he issued his final command. Hill, activate Project Godslayer. Authorization code Alpha-01. Target locked on Lyneni. Use maximum power to vaporize him from this ship. In the command center, Agent Hill's face turned ashen. Director, are you certain? This will ignite a full-scale war. Fire. Fury's voice was resolute. Virum, vroom, vroom. The piercing alarm blared throughout the entire mothership. A massive hatch in the center of the deck slid open violently to the sides. A colossal cannon slowly rose from beneath the deck. At the core of the cannon was a gigantic energy concentrator. Inside, blue arcs of electricity surged like a miniature storm, wildly coursing. Project Godslayer. The S.H.I.E.L.D. expended nearly 2 decades, meticulously reverse engineering the energy data emitted by the Tesseract, pouring all its resources into forging the most formidable directed energy weapon. This served as Nick Fury's greatest confidence in inviting the peculiar group, led by Linty, onto his vessel. It was also Earth's final trump card against cosmic threats. Charging complete. Target locked. Fire. With Fury's final roar, a colossal blue energy beam erupted violently from the cannon's mouth, casting a ghastly hue across the entire deck. The piercing light illuminated the surroundings in a chilling shade of blue, compelling all S.H.E.L.D. agents to instinctively shut their eyes. No one could survive such a cataclysmic wave of energy. Yet, Linty remained unmoved, displaying no inclination to intervene. Instead, he observed the apocalyptic beam with an air of intrigue. Beside him, Hela finally made her move. Clad in a simple black gown, she gracefully raised her right hand towards the beam capable of cleaving mountains in twain, gently closing her fingers. Time. Space. The raging energy beam came to an abrupt halt, as if a rampaging bull had collided with an invisible barrier just shy of Hela. Subsequently, under the horrified gaze of Nick Fury and all S.H.I.L.D. agents, the immense beam was forcibly kneaded by an unseen force. It twisted and contorted, compressed into a rapidly spinning sphere of blue energy. With a subtle motion of her alabaster fingers, Hela commanded its fate. A soft pop echoed in the air. The orb, brimming with terrifying energy, instantaneously disintegrated into a myriad of blue motes, dissipating amidst the raging winds. The cataclysmic strike had merely been a cheap illusion. Nick Fury stood frozen, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a sound. In his single eye, only boundless fear and confusion lingered. The strongest trump card, Earth's pride, had rendered naught before this woman. Is this your trump card? Hela finally directed her gaze towards Fury, her expression akin to observing a dying insect by the roadside. Linny stepped forward with a smile, adding, "My secretary couldn't be bothered to give it a second glance." He sauntered over to the disheartened Fury and retrieved the silver briefcase from his now stiff grasp. With a click, the case opened to reveal the Tesseract, resting quietly within and emanating a pure blue radiance. Not bad, Linty remarked with satisfaction, reaching for the Tesseract. The moment his fingertips brushed its surface, an extraordinary transformation ensued. His left arm, adorned with a newly forged infinity gauntlet crafted from Kree alloy and URU metal, erupted in a blinding glow. The previously vacant socket for the space stone activated, generating an irresistible gravitational pull. The Tesseract flew uncontrollably from his grasp, with a flash of blue light. The cube seamlessly embedded itself into the gauntlet socket. Linty scarcely had time to appreciate this newfound power before it surged forth. Propelled by the resonance between the activated space stone and the residual energy of the mind stone within the gauntlet, plunging directly into his consciousness. In his mind's eye, a colossal figure clad in dark golden armor emerged, seated upon a grand floating throne, a purple titan slowly materializing within his thoughts. The being opened its eyes, a cruel smile playing upon its lips. "I have found you, little mouse." Chapter 188. Linty, call me daddy. Thanos on the brink of madness. Within Linty's mental realm, the very notions of time and space blurred. A vast throne, composed of pure thought, hovered in the infinite darkness. Where the purple titan surveyed him with the disdain of one observing a mere insect. Thanos, even as a mere mental projection, the overwhelming aura of destruction nearly crushed Linty's consciousness. "I have found you, little mouse." Thanos' voice resonated deep within Linty's soul. "I was wondering who was causing such a ruckus in my mind," Linty replied, rubbing his throbbing temples with the same mental force. "Turns out it's just a purple potato." Thanos' projection momentarily faltered. This Midgardian, under his mental pressure, not only failed to crumble, but also had the audacity to mock his complexion. "You are quite amusing," Thanos mused, his tone laced with intrigue. "A mere mortal capable of harboring the will of the Mind Stone. And you have obtained the Space Stone before me. Pray tell, what is your name?" "Call me Daddy," Linny replied succinctly. Thanos, in his conquests across the cosmos, countless civilizations had fallen, and self-proclaimed deities had groveled before him like ants. Yet, this was the first time he encountered someone so audaciously irreverent. "It appears you have yet to comprehend your predicament." Thanos' voice turned icy. A more colossal and terrifying mental force surged towards Linty like a tsunami, intent on tearing apart the mortal's mind to uncover the secrets within. At that very moment, the reality stone, now fused with Linty, quivered gently. An invisible wave spread quietly. From Thanos' perspective, The scenery before him suddenly warped. The insignificant Midgardian vanished, replaced by a bizarre figure clad in a red bodysuit, sporting a cheeky grin, gyrating while casting flirtatious glances. "Hey baby, love me once more." Thanos' mental projection experienced violent fluctuations. What is this? He struggled to stabilize his mind, dispelling the absurd illusion. The scene reverted to normal, with Linty still gazing innocently at him. "What have you done to me?" Thanos' voice dripped with suspicion. "Nothing much," Linty shrugged. "Perhaps your prolonged solitude has induced hallucinations. Would you like me to introduce you to a girlfriend? We as Guardians have plenty of single goddesses. They just tend to be a bit temperamental. For instance, this one beside me, Hela. She is immensely powerful but enjoys crushing skulls. A perfect match for someone like you, who has a penchant for population control." Thanos fell silent. The individual before him was akin to a slippery eel, impervious to reason or intimidation. While he spoke of cosmic balance, Linty diverted the conversation to matters of solitude. When Thanos exerted his mental pressure, Linty countered with an impromptu dance. On that day, conversation became impossible. "Mortals, you are utterly ignorant of true power." Thanos resolved to terminate this futile dialogue. "The stones you possess are mine," he declared. "I shall retrieve them personally, and then don this gauntlet, uniting all 6 stones." With a snap of my fingers, he continued, "Half of all life in the universe will return to dust in gratitude, and you shall be the first." His mental projection began to wane, preparing to sever the connection. "Wait," Linter suddenly exclaimed. "What is it?" Thanos asked impatiently. "You just said, a snap of the fingers?" "Indeed. And then half of all life in the universe would cease to exist?" "Correct. Then show me a snap right now." Linter's expression was one of eager anticipation. "Thanos, aren't you formidable? Aren't you the director of the universe's family planning committee?" Linter's voice dripped with provocation. "Come on, snap your fingers, enlighten me. Do it right in my face. If you can indeed wipe me out with a mere snap, I will personally offer you these 2 stones and present you with a box of brain tonic." Thanos felt a surge of frustration. Never before had he encountered such unabashed audacity. "You are provoking me?" No, I genuinely wish to witness it." Linter rubbed his hands together. Quickly, don't dawdle. I still have to clock out after this." "You." Thanos' immense mental projection began to flicker erratically in anger. He swore that when he descended upon Earth, he would tear this scoundrel's mouth apart and crush his bones one by one. "You shall pay the most excruciating price for your words and actions today." With that menacing proclamation, Thanos could no longer endure and severed the mental link. On the deck of the celestial mothership, at the moment Linter made contact with the Tesseract, he froze in place, his eyes losing focus. "Linter, boss!" Raven and Lorna cried out simultaneously. Hela stepped forward, directly shielding Linter. A grave look flashed in her dark green eyes. She sensed an otherworldly and terrifying consciousness descending upon Linter. The magnitude of that presence even made her heart race. Wanda's complexion turned pale, her body swaying precariously. Nick Fury and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were utterly dumbfounded. Moments ago, Hela had effortlessly obliterated the energy beam of the God Spear, shattering their worldview. What were they witnessing now? Linter merely touched that cube and became as still as if possessed. Around him, the women braced themselves for an impending threat, especially the woman in the black dress named Hela. She stood there, doing nothing, and yet an invisible aura of death enveloped the entire deck. All the agents felt as if their hearts might cease to beat. At that moment, Linter's body swayed, his pupils gradually regaining focus. With a thud, he fell backward. "Be careful!" Hela reacted swiftly, turning to catch him. Linter collapsed into her embrace, his head resting upon a soft and yielding surface. Ah, how delightful! He even adjusted his position, nuzzling slightly. Hela's body stiffened for a moment, a blush creeping into her ears. This scoundrel, even at this moment, he was taking advantage. Ahem. Linter cleared his throat, feigning weakness as he lifted his head from her arms. "I believe I just saw a talking purple sweet potato." "What purple sweet potato?" Raven leaned in, concern etched on her face. "A delusional purple sweet potato, insisting it could snap its fingers to kill me." Linter pouted, but when I asked him to demonstrate, he refused. What a coward. The others, they couldn't comprehend, but it sounded impressive. Linter steadied himself, his gaze sweeping over the utterly dazed Nick Fury. He waved his left hand, the space stone emanating a ghostly blue glow. Then, as if recalling something, he moved aside to retrieve the forgotten Mind Scepter. Director Fury. He approached Fury, resting the scepter over his shoulder. I have taken what is mine. Do you have any objections? Fury's expression darkened, rendered speechless. Objections? Did he dare to voice any? His most formidable weapon had been rendered utterly ineffective before Linter's secretary. What would he possibly object to? His head? Good, no objections then. Linter nodded in satisfaction. By the way, a friendly reminder, he leaned closer to Fury, whispering, the purple sweet potato is named Thanos. He will soon arrive on Earth, targeting the stones. When the time comes, the fate of the Earth will rest solely in your hands. Don't expect me. I'm merely a passing merchant. With that, he patted Fury's shoulder, flashing a devilish smile. Then, turning to the group of women behind him, he snapped his fingers. Ladies, it's time to wrap up. Let's head home. There's important business to attend to this evening. Under the watchful gaze of Nick Fury and all the SHIELD agents, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from above, enveloping Linter and his entourage. As the light dissipated, the deck was left in disarray, with a group of Earthlings questioning their very existence. What on earth is powering love? Asgard. In Linter's exclusive tower, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Upon returning to his residence, Linter collapsed onto the sofa like a lifeless dog. The mental confrontation with Thanos, seemingly effortless, was in fact immensely draining. That old rascal's mental prowess was as vast as the ocean. Had it not been for the protective barrier of the Reality Stone, he would have already been reduced to a fool. Hela, Raven, Wanda, and Lorna encircled him, exchanging glances. Ultimately, it was Raven who broke the silence. She plopped down beside Linter, reaching out to check his forehead. Hey, are you all right? Stop playing dead. I know you're awake. Linter did not open his eyes. Don't touch me. I'm on the brink of collapse. I feel as though my very soul has been mortally wounded. I require tender solace to recover. As he spoke, he nudged his head on a Raven's soft lap. Raven rolled her eyes, but did not push him away. Who exactly is that purple sweet potato? Heimdall sat elegantly in a solitary armchair, her long legs gracefully crossed. The hem of her black gown cascading down to reveal a glimpse of her fair calf. Her expression was one of profound seriousness. Having witnessed the clash between Linty and Thanos, she finally comprehended that this universe was far more perilous than she had ever imagined. Even she, the goddess of death from Asgard, felt the weight of the impending threat. A madman, Linty replied wearily. A madman with ideals, culture, and power. His goal is to gather all 6 Infinity Stones and then snap his fingers to randomly erase half of all life in the universe, he continued. He calls it maintaining cosmic balance. A lunatic, Lorna scoffed, crossing her arms and leaning against the wall, a disdainful snort escaping her lips. Her newly acquired URU metal boots tapped lightly against the ground, producing a sharp sound. If he dares to come, I will crush him and his ship into a ball. With her new gear, Miss Polaris was brimming with confidence. Do not underestimate him, Linny warned, opening one eye to glance at her. His fleet could level the 9 realms. He commands a bizarre array of aliens known as the Black Order. Each one of them is formidable, not to mention himself. You all felt it just now. Even a mere psychic projection nearly drained me completely. At the mention of being drained, both Hela and Raven's expressions shifted uncomfortably. Only Wanda remained visibly anxious and fearful. She approached the sofa, crouching down to ask softly, what should we do? He will come after us, right? She had sensed Thanos' will, a terrifying desire for destruction. Linty, now possessing 3 stones, was undoubtedly his primary target. What to do? Linny smiled. Rising from Raven's lap, he stretched leisurely. We shall meet him head-on. Let the soldiers face the soldiers and the waters cover the earth. If he desires war, then we shall engage in battle. His gaze swept across the 4 women present. The Goddess of Death Hela, the former god of war from Asgard, undefeated in single combat. The shapeshifter Raven, a top-tier agent. An expert in infiltration and assassination. The Scarlet Witch Wanda, a master of chaos magic, a super sorceress with boundless potential. And Polaris Lorna, daughter of Magneto, a human electromagnetic cannon and demolition expert. This lineup was undeniably explosive, even by cosmic standards. Fear not, Linty declared with grandiosity, waving his hand. What shall we call our formidable assembly, the Avengers? No, too clitch. Let's call ourselves the Wealthy Woes Alliance. For I am as rich as a nation, and perpetually troubled by the infinite ways to spend my wealth. The others responded with silence. The jest fell flat. All right, let us return to serious matters, Linty said, his playful demeanor fading. There is no rush regarding Thanos. He must traverse the universe to reach us, which will take some time. Our immediate priority is to enhance our strength. He raised his left hand, the infinity gauntlet shimmering with the blue glow of the space stone. He then waved his right hand, the scepter adorned with the radiant yellow mind stone. These two artifacts serve as our trump cards. From this day forth, we shall master their powers. He turned to Wanda. Wanda, the mind scepter is entrusted to you. Your abilities are intertwined with it. Endeavor to feel and control its essence. Not only will this augment your power, but it will also teach you how to resist Thanos' mental incursions. Wanda nodded vigorously, her eyes rekindling with determination. Next, Linty directed his attention to Lorna. Lorna, your new equipment is crafted from URU metal. This material is among the finest in the universe, exhibiting exceptional conductivity and amplification of various energies. I need you to study it and develop more applications. For instance, can we create a global magnetic field to disrupt Thanos' fleet communications? Lorna's eyes sparkled with excitement at the suggestion, her blood surging with exhilaration. Using a planet as a weapon? How thrilling. Then came Raven. Raven, your task is the most arduous. Linny's expression turned serious. I need you to leverage your abilities to help us acquire funds. What? Raven questioned, unsure she had misheard. I said acquire funds. Linty reiterated. Thanos has fleets and armies, all of which require financial resources. Though we are few in number, we cannot falter in logistics. I need you to infiltrate Earth's major corporations and banks, converting their wealth into ours. Once we amass funds, we can purchase hundreds of interstellar warships and recruit tens of thousands of cosmic mercenaries. Then, we shall engage Thanos in a legitimate war of attrition by overwhelming him with our wealth. Raven opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She had anticipated being assigned a task of espionage or assassination, not to become a financial bandit. Was this the right direction? Finally, Linny turned to Hela. She raised an eyebrow, awaiting his command. As for you, Linty pondered for a moment. Your task is the simplest yet most vital. He stepped forward, lifting her in his arms amidst her astonished gaze. Your task is to accompany me for physical recovery training. To prepare for the impending battle, I must swiftly replenish all the energy I expended, and I must double it. Hela's mind briefly short-circuited. Then, a flush crept from her neck to her ears. You scoundrel. She struggled, landing a feeble punch against Linny's chest. Foolishness. Is this the time for such nonsense? Why not? Linty countered, justifying his actions as he carried her towards the bedroom. This is a matter of cosmic survival. If I grow stronger, we all shall survive. This is my way of generating energy for love. Meanwhile, Raven, Lorna, and Wanda stood frozen in disbelief. They gawked at Linty, who cradled the flustered Hela as he entered the bedroom. Then, with a resounding bang, the door closed behind them. Moments later, muffled sounds of Hela's embarrassed and indignant protests echoed from within. Linty, put me down. If you continue this way, I will crush your be gentle in the living room. The three women exchanged glances, the air thick with an awkward yet palpable tension. Scoundrel! Lorna spat through gritted teeth. Raven rubbed her forehead, releasing a long sigh. She had known this would happen. This man possesses nothing in his mind apart from women and wealth. Only Wanda stands there, blushing and at a loss, feeling as though she ought not to be present. After all, she is merely a child. Why must she be subjected to such conversations? Chapter 190. Which is larger, your face or your daughter's posterior? The following day, Lin emerged from his bedroom, invigorated and radiant, as if reborn. The dual cultivation with the Goddess of Death had yielded remarkable results, enhancing not only his overall capabilities, but also adding a staggering $10 million to his account. Refreshing, he exclaimed, stretching his arms wide, feeling as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. In the living room, Raven, Lorna, and Wanda sat on the sofa, each bearing dark circles under their eyes, looking utterly drained. The previous night's physical recovery training had been excessively raucous, causing the entire tower to tremble throughout the night, leaving them all with a restless slumber. Upon witnessing Lin Int's exuberance, the three women cast disdainful glances in his direction, particularly Lorna, whose eyes seemed to blaze with fury. What are you staring at? Lin Int nonchalantly poured himself a glass of water. Youthful vigor is hardly a problem, unlike some who suffer from premature weakness at such a tender age. Lorna, furious, grasped a metallic cushion, contemplating hurling it at him, but thought better of it, realizing she stood no chance. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Hela emerged, clad in a voluminous silk robe, rubbing her eyes. Her face still bore a hint of lingering flush, and her steps appeared somewhat unsteady. Upon spotting the trio in the living room, she hesitated, her expression turning awkward, particularly when meeting Raven's teasing gaze, prompting her to instinctively tug at her collar. Cough! Lin Int cleared his throat, breaking the tension. Awake are we? Perfect timing for a morning meeting. He took his seat at the head of the table, exuding an air of authority. I have formulated new ideas regarding the training plan for the Infinity Stones. Before he could elaborate, a commanding voice resonated throughout the tower. Lin Int. It was Odin. Come to the throne hall. The tone was laden with an unyielding demand. Lin Int smirked. The old man truly believed himself to be significant. If not for Thor, he would have dismantled Asgard long ago. Understood, he replied impatiently. Let me finish this meeting first. Silence enveloped the room for a moment. Odin seemed taken aback by his response. After a lengthy pause, his voice returned, noticeably softened. This matter is of grave importance and pertains to Thanos. Very well. Lin Int stood up. I shall return shortly. He addressed the three women. Continue your training, especially you, Wanda. Communicate more with the scepter. If you have questions, I will instruct you upon my return. He cast a glance at Hela, who still stood there, somewhat bewildered. You accompany me. Me? Hela pointed at herself, surprised. Indeed, Lin Int asserted. You're now my personal secretary. When the boss meets a client, the secretary must follow. Without further ado, he grasped her hand and led her out. Let us show your father just how comfortable his eldest daughter has become. Hela's face flushed crimson. Was this scoundrel truly bringing her before Odin to flaunt? Such audacity. In the throne hall of Asgard, Odin sat alone upon the throne, his expression dark enough to draw water. His single eye was bloodshot, clearly revealing a night devoid of sleep. When he beheld Lin Int striding in hand with Hela, an immediate surge of blood pressure surged through him, especially upon noticing the oversized robe that clearly did not belong to her, coupled with the faint red marks adorning her neck. Odin felt dizzy, nearly toppling from his throne. This wayward daughter, this scoundrel, that they had indeed speak quickly, or release whatever you must. Lin Int strode to the foot of the throne, dragging Hela along. I am pressed for time. I have matters to attend to. Odin inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. Now is not the time for such grievances. Thanos. He fixed his gaze on Lin Int. Have you had contact with him? Indeed, Lin Int replied carelessly. We discussed life and aspirations. He attempted to entice me to join him, but I declined. Odin was momentarily rendered speechless. Do you not comprehend the peril you are courting? He rose from his throne, his voice booming like thunder. Thanos is the most dangerous madman in the universe. Provoking him will bring catastrophic ruin to Earth and the Nine Realms. And what of it? Lin Int casually examined his ears. By that time, your old bones will likely be cold. You. Odin trembled with rage. Listen here, young man. He pointed vehemently at the infinity gauntlet adorning Lin Int's hand. The power of the Infinity Stones far surpasses your comprehension. Utilizing two simultaneously is a challenge to the universe's limits. You must relinquish them immediately and entrust them to my care. Only Asgard possesses the capability to safeguard them. Lin Int erupted in laughter, doubling over in mirth. Old man, have you lost your senses? He stepped forward, locking eyes with Odin's singular gaze. Safeguard, with your inability to even keep your own daughter in check? Or perhaps relying on your celestial guards who were bested by the Dark Elves? The cosmic cube lay on Earth for over a millennium. Did Asgard intervene? Now that I have reclaimed it, you dare approach me, demanding I surrender it to your custody? What audacity! Which is larger, your face or your daughter's posterior? Puffed. Hela could not contain herself, laughter escaping her lips. She found it remarkably relieving to witness Lin Int confront her obstinate father. Odin's countenance shifted between shades of blue and white, rendered speechless by Lin Int's retorts. Lin Int. Ultimately, He seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, sinking back onto his throne. Consider this, I implore you. A note of desperation seeped into his voice. Do not seek any further infinity stones, especially the ether. What particle? Linente fiend ignorante. The ether, the liquid form of the reality stone, Odin intoned solemnly. It was sealed away by my father, the former god King Ball, in a dimension unknown to all. It is the most perilous and unstable of all the infinity stones. Its power distorts reality. Once it spirals out of control, it will consume its host, dragging the entire universe into an abyss of eternal darkness. Linter felt a surge of delight within. The old man remained oblivious that the most dangerous reality stone he spoke of had already been seamlessly integrated into himself. Moreover, its amalgamation had been remarkably flawless. Not only had he not been consumed, but it had instead become his greatest asset. Oh, is that so? Linter stroked his chin, feigning great interest. It sounds rather formidable. Perhaps you could enlighten me as to its whereabouts. And I shall go take a look. Are you mad? Odin rose once more. I warn you, do not entertain thoughts of it. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. All right, I understand. Linter waved his hand in irritation. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, Odin called out to him. There is one more thing. From behind the throne, he produced an ancient horn. This is the horn of the Guardian, should Thanos descend, sound it. Wherever I may be, the armies of Asgard will hasten to your aid. It was in essence a final effort on his part. Odin silently added in his thoughts. Linter gazed at the horn, his expression complex. Though the old man was obstinate, he still harbored concern for the safety of the 9 realms. Very well, he accepted the horn. Consider it a sign of your conscience. With that, he took Hela by the hand and turned to leave. Just as they were about to exit the hall, Linter suddenly halted. He turned back to gaze at the solitary figure upon the throne. Old man, you just mentioned that the reality stone is the most dangerous one? Indeed. Then what if Linter flashed a grin, revealing his pearly whites? I have already consumed it. As he spoke, his form began to shimmer and fade. Skin, flesh, and bone transformed before Odin's horrified eyes into a swirling mass of crimson liquid. That was indeed the essence of ether particles. Now the crimson liquid emanated Linter's voice. Who do you believe is the truly dangerous one? Chapter 191. Post-meal exercise. Linter takes Wanda away. The throne hall. An oppressive silence enveloped the space. Odin's single eye widened, more expansive than a copper bell. He fixated intently on the indescribable red liquid before the throne. The liquid writhed and rolled, possessing a life of its own. That was the reality stone, the ether particles. Odin suddenly regretted entrusting him with the Mind Stone and Space Stone as well. Who knows when they might be consumed too? What? What have you done to it? Odin's eye brimmed with incomprehensible terror. The Gungnir in his grasp, the eternal spear symbolizing the supreme authority of the 9 realms, trembled slightly. What have I done? The lazy voice of Linter emerged from the red liquid. I told you, I consumed it. The taste? Not pleasant, but the after effects are significant. The liquid began to contract and reshape. First, bones were formed, followed by sinews and muscles, culminating in the skin. In mere seconds, Linter reappeared and scathed. He even stretched lazily, easing his limbs. Odin swayed slightly. To devour an infinity stone? What does that even mean? Even gods cannot achieve such a feat. He regarded Linter with uncertainty, hesitating on whether to strike. He is no human. Now Linter approached him, sporting a mischievous grin. Old man, do you still think I require your protection? He reached out and lightly patted Odin's cheek. Or do you believe your so-called safeguarding holds any significance? Odin remained silent. The two locked in an intense stare. Nearby, Hela witnessed this paradigm-shifting scene in its entirety. She too was profoundly shaken. She had always believed Linter to be merely a powerful mortal with peculiar methods. Yet now she understood. His essence was even more unfathomable than that of the Goddess of Death herself. No wonder he could easily subdue her. As Hela observed the smiling face of Linter, her gaze turned incredibly complex. Perhaps this was not entirely a bad thing. Enough of your days. Linter withdrew his hand and naturally wrapped his arm around Hela's waist. The meeting with your father has concluded. It is time for us to return to our unfinished business. Hela's body instinctively stiffened. What nonsensical drivel was he spouting now? She attempted to break free, but discovered Linter's arm held her firmly, unyielding. Linter, Odin finally regained his composure, springing from the throne. Do not fuse with any more stones. You will doom us all. You will cast everyone into hell. Oh, Linter turned back, raising an eyebrow. Hell, I hail from there. Odin's Gungnir embedded deeply into the floor. Rest assured, Linter flashed a grin. I have no interest in annihilating the world. I simply desire a stable life with a wife and children. As long as no one provokes me, all shall remain well. With that, he strode out of the throne hall, still holding the flushed Hela, not sparing a glance back. Leaving Odin alone, after a long while, he slumped back onto the throne, exhaling a long sigh. Asgard is finished. The 9 realms are finished. As they exited the hall, the long corridor echoed only with the sound of their footsteps. The atmosphere bore an eerily silent tension. Hela could no longer contain herself and spoke first. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. What exactly are you? What? Linter halted, turning to face her with a look of discontent. Is it proper to refer to your man as merely in it? That wounds my heart. Speak. Hela shook off his hand, stepping back to maintain distance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with wariness and inquiry. Do not jest with me. You are not human. Linter found her ruffled demeanor amusing. Who decreed that I must be human? He advanced step by step. Hela gradually retreated. Soon, she found herself cornered, with nowhere left to escape. Lin stretched out his hands, pressing against the walls on either side of her. It was a classic wall slam. He lowered his head, leaning close to her ear, whispering in a voice meant only for the two of them. What I am is of no consequence. The warmth of his breath sent a tingling sensation to Hyla's ears. What matters is from the moment you stepped in my room, you, Hyla Odinson, the goddess of death of Asgard, have already become mine. You, Hyla's breath quickened. She wanted to retort, to scold him for his shamelessness. But faced with Lin's half-smiling eyes, she found herself at a loss for words. Those eyes held no desire, no egotism, only a playful understanding that seemed to pierce through everything. Don't be nervous. Lin straightened up, ruffling her hair, as if soothing a frightened cat. I am not a villain. At worst, merely a rogue. Come on, Miss Secretary, the boss must be hungry. He took her hand again, leading her back toward the tower. This time, Hyla did not struggle. She silently followed behind, her head bowed, lost in thought. Upon returning to the tower, the atmosphere in the living room was equally peculiar. Raven, Lorna, and Wanda had been waiting for some time. As they saw Lin and Hyla enter one after the other, all 3 pairs of eyes turned toward them, especially when they noticed the ambiguous and intimate tension between the two. Lorna rolled her eyes dramatically. Ah, you're back? She spoke with a mocking tone. How was your chat with the father-in-law? Did he chase you away with a broom? Impossible. Lin sat down in the main seat, unfazed. Your father-in-law was quite welcoming. He insisted I stay for dinner and even offered the entire Asgard as a dowry. I firmly declined. Lorna spat in disbelief. Such blatant exaggeration. Raven and Wanda exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared sense of resignation. This guy never speaks a single truth. All right, enough of the banter. Raven interjected, steering the conversation back on track. What is the plan moving forward? The plan? Lin snapped his fingers. The plan is to eat first. I'm nearly starving. No sooner had he spoken than a line of Asgardian servants in light attire entered, pushing a dining cart. A sumptuous feast soon adorned the long table. Roasted lamb, honeyed ham, golden apples, everything was present, the aroma intoxicating. Wow! Lorna's eyes lit up instantly. Without a second thought, she dashed forward, forgetting about her banter with Lin. The meal was charged with unspoken currents. Lorna transformed her indignation into appetite, consuming half a roasted lamb all on her own. Raven observed Hyla discreetly. The proud goddess of death had been unusually quiet since her return. She merely nibbled at her food, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Lin. That expression was complex. As for Wanda, she remained quiet throughout, occasionally glancing around. After the meal, Lin wiped his mouth and stood up. Having eaten our fill, it's time to get down to business. He looked at Wanda. Wanda, come with me. Me? Wanda paused, momentarily bewildered. Yes, you. Lin beckoned her with a finger. We need to engage in some post-meal exercise. With that, he headed toward the room, unbothered. Wanda hesitated, glancing at Raven and Lorna before following him with small steps. Chapter 192. Lorna's Fury. He has done with the big one, and now the little one. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Lorna's spoon clattered against her plate. Raven halted her motion of wiping her mouth. Hyla, who had just lifted her wine glass, froze with her hand suspended in midair. 3 pairs of eyes fixated on Wanda, who was trailing behind Lin into the bedroom. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her steps small and hesitant. Bang! The bedroom door closed, as if sealing off two worlds. No way. Lorna took a long moment to regain her voice. She turned to Raven, then to Hela. He said again. Is he powered by a perpetual motion machine? Just finished with that one, and now he after Wanda? Raven remained silent, simply placing her napkin down, her brow slightly furrowed. Hela's face revealed no expression. She merely drained her glass of red wine. Then, using 2 fingers, she crushed the wine glass. Glass shards mingled with the crimson liquid, dripping from her fingertips. Scoundrel! Lorna slammed her hand on the table, fuming, finishing with the big one and moving to the little one. Does he have no shame? I'm going to break down his door. As she spoke, she rose, but was immediately restrained by Raven. Don't be impulsive. Raven shook her head. Don't you find something a bit off? What is off? Lorna retorted in frustration. A solitary man and woman, alone in a room, door shut, and you ask me what is off? Raven pointed to the closed door. Pay attention to the energy fluctuations coming from inside. At her words, both Lorna and Hela directed their focus inward. In the bedroom, Wanda stood nervously at the doorway, unsure of where to place her hands. What do you want me for? Didn't you say post-meal exercise? Lin pointed to the soft mat on the floor. Seat. His expression was serious, devoid of any hint of jest. Wanda was confused, but obediently sat cross-legged. Here, this is for you. Lin handed her the Mind Stone. What is this? Wanda gazed at the yellow gem atop the staff, feeling the familiar power within. The Mind Stone. Lin sat across from her. It, along with your powers, originates from the same source. Now, I need your assistance. Help with what? Wanda inquired, even more perplexed. I want to fully control the power of this gem. Lin explained, but I previously made contact with Thanos, and my mind has been marked by him. If I attempt to forcibly access the core of the gem, he will immediately sense it. So, I need your chaos magic. Lynette gazed into Wanda's eyes. Use your power to create a mental barrier for both of us. Isolate us from all prying eyes. Only then did Wanda comprehend the true meaning of the so-called post-meal exercise. Her cheeks flushed deeper, a blend of embarrassment and unease. What should I do? Grip it firmly. Lynette pointed towards the Mind Scepter. Channel the power within you. Feel it, connect with it. Then, I will guide you. He extended his hands, gently resting them atop Wanda's hands that gripped the scepter. Her hands were slightly cool, still trembling faintly. Do not fear. Lynette's voice was soothing. I am here. A wave of warm energy radiated from his palms, calming Wanda's anxious heart considerably. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Crimson tendrils of energy began to diffuse from her, swirling around her like living vines, entwining the Mind Scepter. The gem at the top of the scepter glowed with a dazzling golden light. Excellent, just like that. Lynette's voice echoed in her mind. Now, clear your thoughts and surrender everything to me. In the next moment, Wanda felt her consciousness being yanked by a powerful force. The entire world spun out of control. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself amidst a vast sea of golden stars. Countless points of light flowed around her, converging into ceaseless rivers. This was the mental realm within the Mind Gem. Beautiful! Wanda couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Do not lose focus. Lynette's voice resonated within her mental space. Do you see that dark spot in the distance? Wanda followed his indication. At the edge of the golden starry sea, there lay an infinitesimal black. Emanating en ominuoha. That was the mental imprint left by Thanos. Envelop us with your power. Lynette commanded. Remember, do not let our consciousness touch that dark spot. Understood. Wanda concentrated her mind. The chaotic crimson energy rapidly expanded within the mental realm, forming a massive red shield, firmly encasing their spiritual forms. Well done, Lynette praised. Now, watch me. His spiritual form transformed into a streak of light, resolutely racing deeper into the golden starry sea. He was determined to conquer this universe. Outside the bedroom, Lorna's expression grew increasingly grim. This energy, it's overwhelming. Raven's demeanor was equally serious. Two forces of entirely different natures, one red and one yellow, clashed and intertwined violently in that small bedroom. It felt as though two deities were embroiled in battle within. Hela remained silent, quietly seated, shattering Asgardian crystal goblets one after another. Suddenly, a muffled cry of pain escaped Wanda's lips. Lorna jolted, rising abruptly. He has indeed made a move. Unable to contain herself, she raised her hand, aiming at the metallic doorknob of the bedroom. I will make him understand what magnetic shock troops mean. But before her power could be unleashed, boom! A tremendous roar echoed. The entire tower shook violently. That door, reinforced with URU metal, was struck as if by a battering ram, deforming and exploding outward into the living room. The violent shockwave of energy, accompanied by splinters of wood and metal debris, swept through the entire living room. Lorna and Hela reacted swiftly, instantly erecting a shield before themselves. Raven was blown back several steps before managing to steady herself. As the dust settled, the doorway to the bedroom lay in disarray. Wanda lay unconscious on the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Lynette knelt beside her, his face pale as a sheet, gasping for air. His left hand tightly grasped a gem, exuding a gentle golden glow, which had detached from the scepter. Lynette raised his head, meeting the astonished gazes of the three in the living room. He staggered to his feet, his body still unsteady. An oversight, it seems. The training intensity was a bit too high. He glanced at Hela, managing a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. "Miss Secretary, please assist me. I feel as if my body has been emptied. This evening's extra practice will likely have to be cancelled." Chapter 193. The Mind Gem acquired, the cost being a beating from the Goddess of Death. Hela stood motionless, her expression unreadable as she regarded him. A complex array of emotions flickered in her beautiful eyes. Waste. Ultimately, she spat out those two words. Her tone was devoid of inflection. Yet, she approached, extending her arm to support Lynette's faltering body. The majority of his weight pressed against her. A strange male scent mingled with sweat invaded her nostrils. Hela stiffened momentarily, her brow furrowing. Lynette, however, seemed oblivious to her discomfort. He leaned comfortably against Asgard's Goddess of Death, even adjusting to a more relaxed position. "Thank you, Miss Secretary. I'll ensure you receive a raise upon our return." The corner of Hela's eye twitched. She desperately wished to slap this scoundrel away. "You had better provide me with an explanation." Lorna's furious shout shattered the peculiar atmosphere between them. She had rushed to Wanda's side, carefully checking the girl's breath. Fortunately, though faint, her breathing remained steady. Lorna sighed in relief. She lifted her head, glaring at Lynette, who was being supported by Hela. "This is what you call post-meal exercise. What have you done to my sister?" Raven quickly approached, crouching down to assess Wanda's condition. Her expression mirrored Lorna's concern. "Lynette, you have gone too far this time." Lynette leaned against Hela, taking a few deep breaths. He raised the hand that was not holding the gem and waved it dismissively. "Calm down, everyone calm down. It was purely an accident." He opened his tightly clenched left hand. A transparent yellow gem lay quietly in his palm, radiating a soft glow, as if harboring an entire universe within. The Mind Gem is secured. However, the process encountered a minor hiccup. The mental imprint left by that purple potato was more stubborn than I had anticipated. Our mental energies clashed, and I couldn't contain it. Lynette explained with a wry smile. Wanda merely experienced mental fatigue and was knocked unconscious by the energy rebound. She will recover in a couple of days. Lorna's fury showed no signs of abating. "That is easy for you to say. If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility?" "I can." Lynn stared directly into her eyes, his tone measured yet resolute. "I've said it before. I will protect you all. Should anything occur, it will be on my account." Lorna found herself momentarily speechless under his gaze. Her words caught in her throat. Raven rose from her seat, rubbing her temples. "First, let's get Wanda back to her room." She turned to Lorna. "You assist." Then her gaze shifted to Hela. "He is in your charge. Hela's brew furved deeper." Why should I? Why should that scoundrel expect me to care for him? She thought this, yet her body betrayed her, tightening its grip on Lynn's arm. Lynn flashed a grin. "See, the secretary is still considerate." Together with Lorna, they carefully lifted the unconscious Wanda and returned her to her own chamber. In the living room, only Lynn and Hela remained. The atmosphere fell into a sudden stillness. "Are you not going to let go?" Hela's voice was frigid. Lynn was nearly draped over her. "I can't. My legs are weak." Lynn wore an innocent expression. "The after effects of overexertion you wouldn't understand. How about you carry me back to my room?" Hela's breath hitched noticeably. She looked down at the face so close to hers. "What is that face made of? URU metal?" "No, even URU metal isn't this thick-skinned. Get lost." She spat the word through gritted teeth. All right. Lynn sighed, Adopting a look of you are truly heartless. You weren't like this last night. He struggled to straighten himself. But as soon as he exerted himself, his calves seized up. He slumped back into Hela's embrace, with his head inadvertently nestled in a warm and soft space. It feels delightful, and so soft. Hela froze, her entire being petrified. Time seemed to halt for 3 seconds. In the next moment, Lin, dear, a scream, tightly restrained with boundless fury, echoed throughout the tower. Half an hour later, Lin sat on the sofa, sporting a bruised face. Hela, with a dark expression, occupied the farthest single sofa from him. On the floor lay remnants of the URU metal armrest she had just crushed. Raven and Lorna had settled Wanda comfortably. As they emerged, they were taken aback by the scene in the living room. Lorna couldn't help but laugh aloud. Well, what kind of recovery training is this? The battle seems rather intense. Lin rubbed his bruised eye socket, grimacing. Don't mention it. Unfortunate events at home, indeed. Hela scoffed, turning her head towards the window. Raven ignored their banter, stepping up to Lin with a serious expression. We need to talk. Indeed, it is imperative. Lin also seized his playful demeanor. He pointed to the pristine, newly crafted infinity gauntlet made of Kree alloy on his wrist. Today's incident served as a wake-up call. The power of the infinity stones is exceedingly unstable, especially in their primordial state. He glanced at Raven, then at Lorna and Hela. Our greatest advantage against Thanos is that he is unaware of how many cards we hold. Our greatest disadvantage is our near-zero control over those cards. Like today, I merely sought to fully master the Mind Stone, yet nearly jeopardized both myself and Wanda. And that is just one stone. Lin's voice grew somber. I have already fused with the Reality Stone and need not worry. Now, only the Space Stone remains. He raised his arm. On the gauntlet, the recess representing the Space Stone and the one for the Mind Stone were visible. We must learn to wield them before Thanos comes knocking. Not just me. He looked at the 3 women. You too. Lorna, how is your new equipment research coming along? Lorna pouted. It's going all right. The URU metal significantly amplifies my abilities. I now feel that given enough metal, I could bend the magnetic field of this planet. Excellent. Lin then turned to Raven. How is the financial situation progressing? Raven replied, I have infiltrated the systems of several of Earth's largest financial oligarchs. Their wealth is now at our disposal. However, I do not recommend proceeding with this. It would attract unnecessary attention. Yes, let's hold off for now, Lin shook his head. That is merely a last resort. Lin turned to Hela. Hela sensed his gaze and coldly turned away. What are you looking at? I have nothing to report. No, you do. Chapter 194. I am incredibly brave, but with 2 stones, I am exhausted. Lin pointed to his head. Thanos is an ancient being who has lived for millennia. His combat experience and understanding of the universe far exceed ours. And you, Lin regarded her. Aside from Odin, you are the only one who, in terms of age and experience, can match him. And now that Odin still holds dominion over the 9 realms. Thanos is unlikely to dare step foot here for the time being. But one cannot guarantee that one day, Odin will not perish. Hela was taken aback. This reminded her of long ago days, fighting alongside Odin across the 9 realms. She had once been Asgard's sharpest sword and the most astute mind. But then, the living room fell silent. After a while, it was Lin who broke the tranquility. He struggled to rise, moving toward the suitcase. From within, he retrieved the square, cosmic cube. Imitating Thanos, he exerted all his strength to crush the cosmic cube. Everyone watched as he stood with 1 foot on the table, hands on his hips, and the cosmic cube in hand. 5 minutes passed. What are you doing? Hela inquired curiously, observing Lin striking a pose for 5 minutes. The cube looks quite nice. Lin abandoned the idea of crushing the cosmic cube with his bare hands. He placed the cube on the ground and struck it with all his might. With a thunderous sound, the cosmic cube erupted with immense energy, resisting Lin's attack and even attempting to counterattack. Fortunately, Lin was bolstered by the Reality Stone and the indestructible buff, rendering the cosmic cube's power inconsequential. He harnessed the power of his stance and the Reality Stone to restrain the energy attacks of the cosmic cube, ensuring that not a single ounce of power would escape. With a crack, the cosmic cube shattered, revealing the true form of the Space Stone. He pressed the Space Stone into its corresponding slot, and a tremendous force surged through his entire being. Lin trembled as the overwhelming power ripped through him. He channeled the golden energy within his body to contain the force of the Space Stone. Gritting his teeth, He picked up the yellow mind stone under the gaze of the others and gently pressed it into the matching slot on the infinity gauntlet. With a soft click, the mind stone was perfectly embedded in the gauntlet. The two infinity stones shone brilliantly together, emitting an energy fluctuation several times more potent than before. Lin let out a muffled groan, his body swaying slightly. I feel more ethereal, he grimaced. It seems tonight's additional training must indeed be cancelled. I will need to take a leave of absence tomorrow. No one is to disturb me. He glanced at Raven and Lorna, then at Hela. Especially you, Miss Secretary. Do not sneak into my room at night. I am quite innocent. Hela's expression darkened again. She felt her fists clench tighter. Yet this time, a wicked smile crept onto her face as she surveyed the seemingly frail Lin. Is that so? Hela's voice lingered, her previously icy demeanor melting into a mischievous grin, reminiscent of a fox eyeing a hapless rabbit. She stepped forward, her long legs gracefully approaching Lin. The sound of her high heels echoing on the floor, each step resonating with the rhythm of his heartbeat. I believe it would be best to commence now. No need to wait until evening. Lorna's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she joined in with a playful laugh, embodying the essence of a mischievous girl poised to tease a young boy. Indeed, Hela is right. Why wait for a more auspicious day when we can seize this moment? Raven remained silent but crossed her arms, watching the scene unfold with keen interest, clearly in agreement. Lin's expression fell in dismay. He felt akin to a monk ensnared in a spider's web. No, this was far worse than a spider's lair. Each of these women was a formidable force in her own right. Wait, he protested. Sisters, let's discuss this reasonably. I genuinely am an injured party. Look into my sincere eyes. As he spoke, he desperately shifted backward, his legs still weak, making escape impossible. Rest assured, we are here to provide you with treatment. Hela stood before him, looking down from her height. She extended a finger, gently tilting his chin upward. We guarantee you will recover more swiftly. Yes, we shall engage in a deep exchange. Lorna chimed in, leaning over the back of the sofa, casting her gaze upon him. She even leaned in to blow a breath towards his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Lin jolted. This was it. He feared he would not survive the night. You all, he whimpered, his voice frail and helpless. Please do not come closer. His feeble cries, however, only elicited brighter smiles from the three women. In the next instant, they all pounced upon him, creating a chaotic scene on the sofa. The sounds of fabric rustling, muffled laughter, and Lin's half-hearted screams intertwined in a cacophony. Hey, Raven, don't touch me so recklessly. Lorna, are you trying to render me childless? Hey, Allah, you're cheating. You're using divine powers. As this merciless scene unfolded in the living room, the bedroom door creaked open. Wanda, pale-faced and leaning against the doorframe, peeked out, her eyes wide with confusion as she surveyed the commotion in the living room. She saw three figures piled atop the sofa, with Lin trapped at the bottom, his limbs flailing in the air like a turtle turned upside down. What are you doing? Wanda's voice was hoarse from sleep. The fray in the living room paused momentarily. Raven lifted her head from the tangle and, upon seeing Wanda, smiled brightly. Nothing much, just avenging you. Lorna added, Yes, we are here to teach this scoundrel a lesson for knocking you out. Wanda blinked. Avenge? She recalled the violent energy from earlier in the bedroom and Lin's pale face just before she lost consciousness. Perhaps it was her failure to control her power, after all. However, glancing back at Lin, pinned beneath the others, and then at her fiercely protective sisters, Wanda's cheeks began to flush. She bit her lip and softly declared then, I want in. With that, her face burning, she scampered over, joining the fray like a young lamb amidst a pack of wolves. Lin's cries escalated in pitch. Wanda, you too, but you're the good child. I was wrong. Truly, I was wrong. As night deepened, the so-called treatment and vengeance persisted for quite some time. Initially, Lin had protested with bravado, but soon he was left gasping for breath. His energy, already depleted from absorbing the stones, was utterly exhausted. He lay there like a puddle of mud, completely at the mercy of the four women. Watching his pitiful state, Hela and the others finally paused in their playful torment. Satisfied for the moment, they settled on the carpet nearby, sipping water and laughing heartily at the sight of the man sprawled lifelessly on the sofa. Chapter 195. For not enough? Bring more. Lin reclined on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. He felt as though the energy within him had been drained. like a pond with but a trickle of water slowly replenishing it. The exhaustion pressing down on him felt like a mountain, making even the slightest movement feel extravagant. "Is this all?" Lorna remarked, taking a sip of water while observing Lynn's nearly incapacitated state, curling her lips in disdain. "Is the training intensity not sufficient?" Raven shot her a disapproving look. "If we continue at this pace, he'll truly end up in the medical bay tomorrow." "That cannot happen." Hela stretched her wrists, the joints cracking crisply as she leisurely spoke. "We cannot afford to delay tomorrow's regular training schedule." Wanda's petite face reflected concern as she lowered her gaze and softly concurred. "Yes, you should be allowed to rest." Lynn listened to their conversation, lacking even the strength to roll his eyes. Demons. This building housed a collection of powerful individuals who thrived on relentless training. At that moment, Lorna's eyes suddenly brightened as if she had conceived a brilliant idea. "Wait for me." She discarded her water cup and swiftly dashed out of the living room. "Hey!" Wanda gazed at her retreating figure in confusion. Heimdall and Raven exchanged glances, both sensing an ominous premonition in each other's eyes. On the sofa, Lynn felt a jolt in her heart. "Oh no, what mischief is this little troublemaker planning now?" Before long, Lorna returned. She was not alone. Behind her trailed the Valkyrie squad from Asgard. Leading them was Sigrun. Her expression composed, yet her eyes glimmered with curiosity towards a formidable presence. The scout, Helvi, scrutinized Lynn with keen intent, as if assessing his remaining combat potential. Young Astrid shyly hid behind, while the bulliest among them, Gwendal, marched forward, cracking his knuckles with a resounding pop. Upon witnessing this formidable assembly, Lynn felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly causing her to faint. "This is it. I'm done for. Today, I shall be utterly exhausted here." "Sisters, look!" Lorna exclaimed like a child seeking praise, pointing at Lynn on the sofa. "I brought professional sparring partners. I told them there's a promising newcomer here who needs some special pressure training to unlock their potential." Sigrun and her comrades approached, encircling the sofa, surveying Lynn from above. "I heard you single-handedly accepted our training challenge?" Raven crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips. "Impressive courage," Hel said, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "But I wonder if your strength is sufficient." Lorna, filled with pride, added, "Now that everyone is here, we can finally test the surround and conquer formation passed down from Asgard." Only Wanda looked at Lynn with concern, whispering, "He is already so tired." Time quietly slipped past midnight. A new day dawned. Hel glanced at the clock on the wall and stood. "All right, the intermission is over. The second round of practical training begins." Lorna and Raven's eyes lit up, their energy crackling at their fingertips. Upon hearing this, Lynn nearly choked, feeling as if she could drop dead on the spot. "More. Are you all demons? Have mercy. Heroines, I am truly drained." Pleading was futile. The new round of assault commenced once more. However, this time, something felt awry. The first to sense the anomaly was Hel. As her deathly energy approached Lynn, she was taken aback to find a surge of vibrant life energy erupting from him, effortlessly neutralizing her attack. Hel furrowed her brow. Simultaneously, Lorna sensed something amiss. She felt the metallic objects around her trembling, not under her control, but drawn by a more potent force. Lynn himself felt the shift. The overwhelming fatigue receded like a tide. A warm current surged from his core, coursing through his limbs, as if parched riverbeds were filled with a torrent. His system rewards, accumulated under extreme pressure, finally came to fruition. Lynn's previously feeble gaze suddenly radiated with vigor. He grinned widely. That smile sent a shiver down the spines of the 8 women who had been so fierce moments ago. An unsettling premonition of prey transforming into predator. "Ladies, the break time is over." Lynn's voice, no longer weak, resonated with vigor, carrying a hint of dangerous pressure. "Now it's my turn." No sooner had he spoken than he propelled himself from the sofa, landing firmly in the center of the living room. An invisible shockwave erupted from him, forcing Hel and Raven, who were closest, to stagger back a step. The reins of training had swiftly changed hands. "What do you think you're doing?" Hel exclaimed, both astonished and furious, realizing Lynn radiated energy waves several times more potent than before. "What am I doing?" Lynn smirked, flexing his wrists with a crack akin to Hel's earlier sound. "Why? I'm simply continuing the training. Didn't you say the intensity was insufficient?" and that you would help me unleash my potential? I believe an actual combat scenario of 1 against 8 would yield the best results. The ensuing battle escalated in intensity. Yet, the side that cried out and begged for mercy quietly transformed. From 1 man to 8 women. This chaotic potential activation training continued until dawn broke. Morning. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the Asgard Tower. The living room lay in disarray. Cushions were overturned. Scorch marks adorned the walls from energy blasts, and the air still held the acrid scent of magic and metal colliding. Raven sprawled like a boneless cat in a single armchair, lacking even the strength to lift her eyelids. Lorna lay sprawled on the carpet, mumbling incoherently about monsters. Not human. Hel leaned against the wall, her usually upright posture now slumped. She hugged her arms, eyes closed in rest, though her furrowed brow betrayed her fatigue. Wanda had long curled up in a corner of the sofa, lost in deep slumber. The Valkyries huddled together, scattered across the other side in various positions. On the balcony, Lin stood bare-chested, his bronze skin showcasing well-defined muscles, clad only in loose trousers. Leaning against the railing, he took a long sip from a chilled can of cola, relishing the refreshing taste. The cool morning breeze swept over him, prompting a satisfied shiver. He glanced down at his hands, which glowed faintly with energy, and nodded in approval. Then, turning his gaze back to the living room, he spotted his comrades sprawled haphazardly on the floor, a devilish grin spreading across his face. TSK. He clicked his tongue softly, musing to himself. Who would have thought, after all this time, I would actually experience a day of 1 against 8 while standing and sipping cola? Chapter 196. Being chased and beaten by wives. Hel blushes and threatens to call the police. Lin leaned against the balcony railing, the cold cola making his palms numb. He took a hearty gulp and let out a resounding belch. Ah, refreshing. As a morning breeze brushed past, he looked down at his robust state, nodding in satisfaction. The previous night, S-bout against 8 had rewarded him with 8 system bonuses, akin to leveling up. He just turned to head back inside when a cushion hit him squarely in the face. Shut up. Raven's weary head emerged from the sofa, her hair a tangled mess and dark circles under her eyes. I want to become like you and sign a contract at S.H.I.L.E. Lin, taken aback by the cushion, burst into laughter. Oh, that won't do. My image cannot be ruined by you. On the carpet, Lorna turned over, sprawled out with her small face scrunched up in discomfort. Damn it, my back hurts, my legs too, every part of me aches. With great effort, she raised her hand, mimicking a gesture of grasping something, and a faint magnetic wave rippled through the air. The soda, in Linter's hand, trembled violently, nearly crumpling under the pressure. Hey. He quickly lifted the can. Lorna. Stop it. This is my last one. Lorna rolled her eyes, her hand falling limply. Oomph. Once I've recovered, I'll stuff that soda right into your skin and give you a Thomas spin. Linter's lips twitched. Such a threat was rather creative. In the corner, Hela leaned against the wall, her eyes closed, her breathing deep and steady. She appeared to be asleep, but she was undoubtedly awake, for her hand was tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, her knuckles turning slightly white. Miss Hela, Linter called tentatively. Hela remained still. Secretary? Still no response. Raise your salary, miss. Hyla's eyelids flickered, yet she did not open her eyes. Linter chuckled. She was clearly feigning sleep. He approached and crouched before her. Stop pretending. I know you're awake. Finally, Hela opened her eyes, her gaze icy enough to freeze. Get lost, she enunciated slowly. Stay away from me. Linter feigned innocence, raising his hands. What's wrong? Didn't we agree last night? Deep communication to enhance our bond. Hela inhaled deeply, feeling her sanity teetering on the brink. Linter, she ground her teeth. I warn you, if this continues, I'll report you for. She hesitated, her complexion shifting slightly for unlawful imprisonment, and her voice trailed off, diminishing to a whisper as she turned her head away. Linter was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Hela, when did you become so thin-skinned? Hyla's face reddened further. She suddenly reached out and seized Linter by the neck. Laugh again. I'll strangle you right now. Linter's eyes rolled back as he gasped for breath, still chuckling. All right. I won't laugh anymore. Cough. Let go. I might actually die. Hyla snorted coldly and released him. Rubbing his neck, Linter stood up, poised to say something when Wanda, in the corner of the sofa, let out a small groan. Ugh, what time is it? She drowsily opened her eyes, a satisfied blush still lingering on her cheeks. It's 7 in the morning. Linter glanced at the clock on the wall. Wanda paused, then shot upright. What? Only 7? She looked down at herself, then surveyed the chaos in the living room, her face instantly turning as red as a tomato. Did we party all night? Linter shrugged, pretty much. But to be precise, it was you two who kept me up. Wanda opened her mouth to retort, but could find no words, ultimately covering her face and burying her head in a pillow. I can't go on. This is so embarrassing. Meanwhile, the Valkyries were waking up in succession. Sigrun rubbed her shoulders as she sat up. Her expression was calm, though a hint of fatigue lingered in her eyes. Linter, she said flatly, though her flushed cheeks betrayed her, next time there's such an exchange, give me a heads up so I can prepare myself mentally. Linter grinned broadly. No problem. I'll make sure to do that next time. Sigrun shot him a glare before standing up to gather her clothes and armor. Let us go. I need a shower and catch up on sleep. The other Valkyries also began to rise. Helviel silently sorted her clothes, while little Astrid kept her head down, blushing, and Gwendal rubbed her fists. Linter, she said in a deep voice, next time, a 1T hold back. Linter raised an eyebrow. Oh, then I must be cautious. Gwendal huffed and turned to follow Sigrun out. Once the Valkyries departed, the living room fell into a quieter state. Riven struggled to rise from the sofa, holding her waist as she approached Linter step by step. You, she pointed at him, mark my words. I will settle today score with you. With that, she turned and walked away, her steps still a bit unsteady. Lorna also got up, rubbing her legs, looking utterly disenchanted. I'm going to sleep. Don't anyone wake me. Hyla stood up, adjusting her skirt. She cast a long glance at Linter. Tomorrow, we resume training. No tardiness allowed. With that, she departed as well. Wanda was the last to leave, blushing as she descended from the sofa, glancing at Linter before quietly saying, I'll go make breakfast. All right. Linda nodded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Wanda bit her lip, turned, and hurried away. At last, Linter was left alone in the living room, surveying the disarray around him, unable to suppress a chuckle. TSK, what a delightful bunch of women. He strolled back to the balcony, leaning against the railing as he gazed at the resplendent palaces of Asgard in the distance. Having finished his soda, he casually crumpled the can and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. The power of the reality stone within him was quietly at work. He could sense his body strengthening at a gradual yet steady pace. The space stone and the mind stone. He mused, glancing at the infinity gauntlet on his wrist, where the two stones glimmered softly. I still need the power, time, and soul stones. He squinted, that old Thanos. Fortunately, Odin is here. On the observatory of the Asgard Palace, replicas of astronomical observation instruments were displayed. Currently, Jane Foster was excitedly pointing at a star map. Look, here, the theory of the Einstein-Rosen bridge, the stability of wormholes. It all makes sense. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her entire being enveloped in sheer academic ecstasy. Chapter 197. Future Jane loses control, dragging Thor for an explanation. The observatory in Asgard was in stark contrast to the rigid observatories on Earth. There were no cumbersome telescopes or tangled data lines. Instead, a magnificent golden star map floated in midair. The galaxies depicted seemed alive, easily graspable, capable of being magnified or shrunk at will, even allowing one to directly touch the delicate textures of the nebulae. At this moment, Jane was nearly pressed against the star map, her face alight with pure scholarly joy. Her hands moved frantically across the holographic projection, her mouth spouting increasingly outrageous specialized terms. Dark matter distribution models, wormhole stability parameters, gravitational wave attenuation curves. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Her voice trembled with excitement, nearing a pitch of breaking. The precision of this observation is practically cheating. With this, any dark matter detection is a piece of cake. Future Jane stood with her arms crossed nearby, occasionally offering pointers. There's a minor flaw in your theoretical framework. The expansion coefficient of dark energy will exhibit deviations in the 7th dimension. Present Jane paused momentarily, then plunged into deeper contemplation, followed by another frenzy of gesticulations. The dialogue between the two Janes resembled two old scholars engaged in a fervent academic discussion. There are two individuals, yet they are also one. For Thor, who was not far off, this was akin to the most effective lullaby. He initially intended to feign comprehension, but within 5 minutes, he had completely surrendered. Leaning against the ornate bench, his head tilted, mouth slightly ajar, he emitted soft snores, with glistening drool at the corner of his lips, likely dreaming of a grand feast of roasted meat. While present Jane eagerly studied the star map, future Jane's gaze began to unfocus slowly. She looked towards a distant corner of the star map, the direction of her timeline, her serene smile gradually fading away. Having arrived in this timeline for over a month, each day felt like an agonizing trial for her. Her thoughts drifted back to her own future, where Thor was preparing to battle the terrifying Godslayer Gore, a madman wielding a pitch-black death sword, specialized in hunting deities. As the new generation of Thor, she was meant to stand shoulder to shoulder with Thor. Yet now, she found herself trapped here, facing her past self and the carefree Thor, unable to do anything. A profound sense of helplessness and guilt surged within her, as if a hand were tightly gripping her throat. She yearned to convey to Thor, to everyone, what awaited them in the future. However, Lin's admonition, do not reveal any future matters to the past, or everything may come to ruin, weighed on her like a shackle, forcing her to suppress this anxiety deep within her heart. She gazed at Thor, who was blissfully asleep. He was still the somewhat Na'vi prince, devoid of weariness or the burdens of kingship, only preoccupied with endless feasts and copious libations. In her memories, the Thor she knew was already weary, his eyes filled with unspeakable pain. This stark contrast twisted her heart, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Present Jane finally snapped out of her excitement, sensing something amiss in the atmosphere. She turned to see future Jane with a frightful pallor, her eyes reflecting a pain and struggle that was incomprehensible to her. She halted her movements and cautiously approached, gently patting her back. Future me, what's wrong? You look unwell. Future Jane was jolted awake by this touch, abruptly snapping back to reality, forcing out a smile that was more painful than tears. It's nothing, just feeling a bit homesick. This excuse felt feeble, even to herself. At that moment, her internal struggle reached a peak. She could wait no longer. Every second spent here increased the danger in her future world. A singular thought crystallized in her mind. She had to return. Now, immediately, she straightened her posture, her gaze sharpening with unwavering resolve. This sudden movement startled present Jane and roused Thor from his slumber. Huh? What happened? Is the sky falling? Thor sat up abruptly, groggily wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Future Jane disregarded his complaints, striding towards him and firmly grasping his arm, yanking him up from the bench. Hey, Jane, what are you doing? Thor stumbled, still disoriented. I was just dreaming of a grand feast. Future Jane paid no heed to his protest, her eyes fixed intently on the tower's direction, her voice taut with suppressed emotion. Come with me. Where to? Thor looked bewildered. To find that bastard Lin. She articulated each word deliberately. I need to ask him when he will send me back home. Without further explanation, she dragged the bewildered Thor out of the observatory. Present Jane stood frozen for a moment, watching their hurried departure with a face full of confusion and concern, but she quickly followed suit. The trio traversed the halls of Asgard. Future Jane moved swiftly, dragging Thor along like a large doll. Hey, Jane, slow down. My arm is going to break. Future Jane remained oblivious, her mind fixated solely on one thought. Return, she must return. Present Jane jogged behind, observing future Jane's tense form. A wave of inexplicable unease swelling within her. Her future self was enduring an immense pressure, one that threatened to overwhelm her. At this moment, within the pinnacle of the technology tower, the atmosphere was peaceful. Lin reclined on the sofa, leisurely sipping soda, while Raven organized documents. Lorna tinkered with new equipment. Wanda quietly gazed out at the scenery, and Hela leaned against the wall, resting her eyes. Suddenly, the door burst open. Future Jane stormed in, Thor stumbling behind her, and present Jane hurriedly followed. Lin looked up, seeing the taut expression on future Jane's face, and his heart sank. This lady was about to explode. Standing in the center of the living room, future Jane's chest heaved violently, her gaze locked onto Lin. Her voice was calm, yet bore the weight of an impending storm. Lin, I want to go back. Now, immediately. Lin sat up, placing his soda down, the smile vanishing from his face. He stared at future Jane, and after a few moments of silence, he spoke slowly. The matter of timelines is not so simple. I don't care. Future Jane's voice escalated sharply, interrupting him. I have waited for over a month. You said you would help me fix the timeline, that you would send me back. And what happened? I have been waiting here every day. My world, my Thor, is facing danger. He could die. Do you understand? The final words erupted from her with fervor. Raven, Lorna, and Wanda paused their activities. Concerned gazes directed her way. Even Hela opened her eyes. Thor was utterly bewildered. Danger? I could die. Future Jane ignored him, her reddening eyes fixed on Lynn. Lynn rose and approached her, his expression serious. I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. The repair of the timeline requires precise calculations. A single second can lead to catastrophic consequences. Then tell me, Future Jane demanded through gritted teeth, how much longer? Lynn fell silent, his gaze steady on her before slowly revealing a number. 3 days. In 3 days, I will send you back. Future Jane was taken aback. She did not expect Lynn to provide a definite timeline. Her voice trembled slightly. Do you promise? I promise. Lynn nodded. In 3 days, I will send you back. But before that, we need to find someone. With his power, he should be able to send you back. Chapter 198. The seasoned driver sets off, heading straight to the face of the supreme sorcerer. Before that, we need to find someone. With his power, he should be able to send you back. Future Jane stepped forward eagerly, pressing for details. Who are we looking for? Lynn flashed a grin, his casual tone suggesting he was merely off to the convenience store downstairs for a pack of cigarettes. An old friend named Steven. His profession? A sorcerer, who enjoys guarding the gates in his spare time. Upon hearing the word sorcerer, Thor's eyes lit up with curiosity. Are there sorcerers in Midgard too? How do they compare to that incompetent Loki? Lynn, uninterested in providing a lesson, reached out with both hands, grasping the arms of Future Jane and Thor. Enough chatter. We're in a hurry. Drivers, prepare for departure. Hold on tight. As his words faded, the space around his gloved hand shimmered with a brilliant blue light. Before them, the air twisted as if gripped by an unseen force, conjuring a chaotic blue vortex from thin air. An overwhelming pull ensued. Just as the three were about to be drawn in that fleeting moment before the vortex closed, Jane, who had been silently observing, was seized by a resolute determination not to miss the first-hand scientific data. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Wait for me," before her voice could fade. She lunged forward and leaped into the narrowing gap. In Greenwich Village, New York, at 177A Bleecker Street, stood the Sanctum Sanctorum. Stephen Strange stood in the center of the hall, cradling a steaming cup of Earl Grey tea, relishing the rare tranquility of the afternoon. Suddenly, the space before him twisted without warning. With a dull thud, a mass of figures tumbled through the distorted opening, landing in a heap. Thor's face made solid contact with the floor, pinned beneath the others, emitting a pained groan. Jane lay sprawled atop him, dazedly attempting to rise. Future Jane tripped over Thor's long leg and fell to the side. Lynn was the most composed of the bunch, though he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Stephen glanced down at the exquisite Persian rug beneath them, then at the tangled heap of bodies on it, his eye twitching involuntarily. The floating cloak behind him drifted forward, gently patting his shoulder like a concerned butler, offering silent comfort. Stephen held his teacup, his voice calm, yet laced with irritation. Next time you visit, could you please use the front door, Mr. Lynn? Lynn ignored the undertone of grievance in his words, brushing off the dust from his clothes and greeting them with familiarity. Ah, Stephen, it's an urgent matter. Your taste in decor has certainly improved. This rug looks quite plush. He completely disregarded the awkward atmosphere, turning to the three who were just beginning to rise, enthusiastically welcoming them. Make yourselves at home. Sit as you please. He turned to Thor. The usual beer? Then he addressed Future Jane. And for this emotionally volatile lady, how about a cold soda to cool off? Lastly, he looked at present Jane. And for the ever-curious lady, would you prefer hand-ground coffee, espresso, or Americano? He paused for a moment before adding, I like a cold cola as well. Thank you. Stephen's expression darkened significantly. He remained silent, merely snapping his fingers. In the next moment, a glass beer mug larger than Thor's head, 2 glasses of bubbling cola, and a fragrant cup of hot coffee appeared on the coffee table before them. Thor's eyes lit up at the sight of the giant beer mug, and he seized it, drinking voraciously. Gulp, gulp. Lynn finished his cola in one go and slammed the empty glass onto the table. Refreshing. He shouted to Stephen, "Waiter, refill." Thor imitated him, finishing his massive mug of beer and slamming it down with a loud bang. "Me too. Fill it up." A vein in Stephen's temple throbbed. With a stoic face, he waved his hand, and the two empty glasses were refilled. After the uproar, Lin finally dropped his carefree demeanor, his expression turning serious. "All right, Stephen, let us discuss business. I came to borrow something." Stephen sipped his tea and replied coolly, "As long as it's not my cloak." Lin's gaze fell to the peculiar pendant hanging from his chest. "Not that. I have no need for it. The Eye of Agamotto. I wish to utilize the time stone within." He did not afford Stephen, Thor, or present Jane a moment to question him, lightly tapping his temple. The Mind Stone on the Infinity Gauntlet glowed with a yellow light. The specifics are a bit intricate, involving severe spoilers. I'll package the information directly into your mind to avoid complications for them, so I won't have to deal with the aftermath. Stephen's body stiffened slightly, his hand holding the teacup suspended in midair, his expression shifting dramatically. Countless images and information about the future flooded his mind. The Godslayer Gore, the Black Death Sword, the horrific slaughter of deities across the cosmos, and Thor's near-death experience in another timeline. Moments later, after absorbing all the information, Stephen's face turned ashen. He set down his teacup and fixed an intense gaze on Lin, who appeared utterly deranged. "Do you even realize what you are doing?" His voice was low but brimming with fury. "You've already thrown this timeline into chaos." His eyes flicked to the two identical Janes, yet so contrasting in essence. "This paradox is perilous enough without your desire to meddle in another timeline's future." Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "Too many lice don't itch, and too many debts don't worry. Since it's already so tangled, why not resolve it all at once? And I'm only responsible for sending her back. I never said I would fight alongside her. They must resolve their own crises." Stephen controlled his emotions, seemingly suppressing his rage, and resolutely rejected the proposal. "No, my duty is to safeguard time, not to join you in its destruction. The time stone cannot be lent to you." Upon hearing this, future Jane, who had just begun to hope, turned pale as a ghost. However, Lin displayed no signs of disappointment. Instead, a playful smile crept across his face. He leaned slightly closer to Stephen. "Dr. Strange, may I pose a question? When your patient is on the brink of death, and for various reasons, he refuses treatment." Lin's voice dropped to a whisper, exuding a palpable sense of danger. "Would you choose to give up?" He slowly raised his left hand, the Infinity Gauntlet adorned with two stones. The Space Stone's eerie blue and the Mind Stone's bright yellow emitting an ominous glow under his command. "Or would you choose to enforce treatment?" Chapter 199, The Unfolding of the Magic Circle. "Stephen, everyone back. I'm about to show off." Stephen gazed at the two glowing Infinity Stones in Lin's hand, and rather than feeling fear, a hint of derision graced his features. He lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, and calmly inquired, "Do you believe threats are effective?" The floating cloak behind him billowed softly, as if rallying courage for its master. However, Lynette was not provoked. Instead, he leaned back against the sofa, dimming the brilliance of the gloves. He retorted in a tone that bordered on jest, "Are you not meant to safeguard time? Then, when a future Jane arrives in the past, will it not disrupt the timeline? The future timeline will not be disrupted." This statement rendered Stephen's expression grave, the teacup hovering in midair. He realized he was ensnared in a logical paradox. Refusing to assist could lead to greater temporal chaos. Lynette continued, "By your reasoning, the current situation is itself a disorder of the timeline. Failing to rectify, it will only exacerbate the issue. Eventually, the entire multiverse will suffer the consequences." Stephen set down the teacup, intertwining his fingers, lost in profound contemplation. His brows knitted tightly, his gaze oscillating between Lynette and future Jane. And Lynette added, "I'm not attempting to seize your gem. I shall return it once used with utmost integrity. You may stand by, ensuring I do not engage in any mischief." Stephen remained silent for a full minute, the atmosphere in the living room suffocating. Future Jane clenched her fists in anxiety. Present Jane held her breath, gently grasping the fist of future Jane. Thor, meanwhile, guzzled beer nearby, utterly bewildered by the turmoil of emotions surrounding him. At last, Stephen sighed deeply. "Very well. I can lend it to you. But there is one condition. I must be involved throughout the entire process. I reserve the right to halt any anomalies immediately." With that, he rose, the ancient pendant on his chest emanating a mysterious green light. Upon hearing Stephen's acquiescence, future Jane could no longer contain her emotions. Tears gushed forth like a dam bursting, her shoulders trembling violently. She emitted muffled sobs, akin to a child who feels wronged. Present Jane rushed over, enveloping the woman who bore her likeness in a tight embrace. It's all right, it's all right. Present Jane gently caressed future Jane's back, her voice soothing as if comforting a child. You will soon return home, back to your Thor. Future Jane cried harder in her embrace, intermittently murmuring, I am truly terrified of being too late. He will die. Present Jane's eyes glistened with tears as she felt the depth of another self's anguish and despair. You will make it in time. Your Thor is so strong. He will wait for you. Thor observed this scene, his fists clenched in silent turmoil, his heart a cacophony of emotions. He recalled his own Jane, the days they fought side by side. If one day he faced a similar peril, would Jane worry for him in such a manner? Lynette stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, speaking lightly. Then let us proceed, Stephen. Join me in Asgard to help future Jane return home. Stephen readjusted the eye of Agamotto, nodding seriously. I need to prepare some things first. The execution of time magic requires precise calculations. He waved his hand, sketching intricate runes in the air, a golden magical circle slowly rotating in the living room. Give me 5 minutes. I need to check the stability of the time flow first. The magical circle radiated a gentle glow, with countless tiny specks of light swirling within. Stephen closed his eyes, attuning himself to the pulse of time. The timeline is indeed somewhat chaotic. He opened his eyes, his expression serious, but remains within controllable limits. However, we must hurry. The longer we delay, the more difficult it will be to repair. Lynette nodded. Then let us depart immediately. He turned to future Jane. Are you ready? Future Jane wiped her tears, a spark of hope reigniting in her eyes. I am ready. Thank you all, truly thank you. Her voice trembled, yet her tone was resolute. Present Jane patted her shoulder. You can do it, my other self. Remember to return and share the tales from your side. Future Jane nodded earnestly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Lynette flexed his wrist, and the gems on the Infinity Gauntlet began to glow. Stephen, can your portal lead directly to Asgard? Stephen shook his head. Asgard has magical defenses. My portal cannot penetrate. However, your space stone should suffice. Then let's use mine. Lynette extended his hand. Everyone hold on tight. The ride is about to begin. Thor grasped Lynette's arm. Can we please avoid crashing this time? My face is still sore. Lynette laughed heartily. I cannot promise that. A novice on the road will inevitably experience some bumps. Perhaps you should drink some more beer for courage. Stephen also reached out, grasping Lynette's other arm. I am mentally prepared. Future Jane clutched Lynette's sleeve tightly, fearful of being left behind. Then let us proceed. Lynette inhaled deeply. Destination, Asgard. The space stone erupted in dazzling blue light, engulfing the entire living room in its brilliance. Stephen's levitating cape flew in at the last moment, wrapping around its master. A massive rift in space tore open in the center of the living room. A powerful suction pulled all 5 individuals into the void. The New York sanctum fell silent once more, only traces of magic lingering on the carpet. Meanwhile, in distant Asgard, a burst of blue light exploded in the palace square. The 5 tumbled out of the radiance, forming yet another human pile. This time, Thor had learned his lesson. He rolled upon landing, avoiding a disastrous fall. Lynette lay on the ground, spitting out dust. I swear, next time I must improve the teleportation technology. This is more exhilarating than a roller coaster. Stephen rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing they stood in the palace square of Asgard. The resplendent architecture sparkled under the sunset, resembling a fairy tale world. This is Asgard? Present Jane's eyes widened. It's magnificent, more grand than I had imagined. Yet, future Jane had no time to revel in the scenery. She anxiously scanned her surroundings. Where's the time stone? When do we start? Stephen walked to the center of the square, beginning to draw intricate magical circles on the ground. It will take a bit of time to prepare. Time magic cannot be taken lightly. One detail missteps, and you may find yourself unable to return. Lynette approached him, observing the mysterious runes. Is there anything I can do? Just remain quiet, Stephen replied without looking up, and prepare your space stone. Time travel requires spatial coordination. Both are indispensable. The magical circle expanded, golden light spreading across the stone floor. Complex geometric patterns layered upon one another, dazzling to behold. Future Jane stood anxiously to the side, her hands clenched, the new meow meow hammer already in her grasp. Present Jane walked over, gently patting her shoulder. Relax, everything will go smoothly. Thor curiously observed Stephen's magic from the side. What do these runes mean? They appear far more intricate than Loki's sorcery. Finally, Stephen halted his actions and stood up. The preparatory work is complete. He unveiled the Eye of Agamotto, revealing the verdant time stone. The green gem shimmered under the setting sun. Now, I need all of you to step outside the magic circle. The energy fluctuations of time magic are perilous. Getting too close may draw you into the flow of time. The group complied, retreating to a safe distance, except for Future Jane, who remained at the edge of the magic circle. Stephen regarded her, his tone gentle as he asked, "Are you ready to return to your timeline, to be with your Thor?" A resolute light flickered in Future Jane's eyes. "I am ready. Please send me home." Chapter 200. Do not panic. He has merely transformed to persist. Stephen retracted the last semblance of ease from his face. He gazed at the colossal magic circle sprawling across the square. Golden runes flowed languidly over the stone slabs. Each beam of light radiated a heart-stirring energy fluctuation. This is the extent of my capabilities. Stephen's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Clearly, this endeavor demanded immense energy from him. He approached Lynette, his expression gravely serious. The precision of the next operation depends on you. With that, he opened the Eye of Agamotto on his chest. A gem emitting a gentle green light hovered forth the time stone. Lynette extended his hand to receive it. A peculiar sensation enveloped him. His left hand grasped the second hand, while his right held the hour hand. The entire cosmic flow of time pulsated at his fingertips. Without hesitation, he pressed the green time stone into the last vacant slot of his glove. With a decisive click, the gem nestled perfectly in place. Instantly, the glove erupted with a brilliant display of blue, yellow, and green light. Three distinctly terrifying forces surged wildly into Lynette's being. His body trembled violently. One moment, he felt as if he were being stretched into a noodle. The next, compressed into a singularity. He stifled a groan, forcing himself to endure. He managed a smile that was more painful than a cry towards Stephen. "Thanks, buddy. I owe you a huge drink later." Stephen nodded, his demeanor grave. "Don't mention it. Let us get started quickly. The longer we delay, the greater the risk." Lynette turned to the anxious Future Jane. He queried at a rapid pace, "Exact time. From which point in the future were you pulled?" Future Jane immediately provided a precise timestamp. Received. Lynette took a deep breath. He shouted towards Stephen, "Wizard, let us begin. Cue the BGM." Stephen slammed his hands onto the center of the magic circle. A golden beam shot into the heavens, visible throughout all of Asgard. Within the beam, countless time runes spun rapidly. The runes glimmered with an ancient and mysterious light. It seemed to whisper the secrets of time. "It's my turn," Lynette roared as he thrust his gloved left hand into the beam. He urged the powers of the three gems to their utmost limits. Simultaneously, the reality stone within him resonated. A faint red glow coursed beneath his skin, for distinct energies clashed violently within him. Each collision sent searing pain through his nerves. He gritted his teeth, aiming at a specific coordinate within the beam. Summoning all his strength, "Open for me." The beam quaked violently. At that moment, as Lynette exerted his force, the skin on his arm began to disintegrate in small patches, revealing a strange sight of pulsating red liquid beneath. "Damn it," Lynette cursed. The power of the reality stone surged forth, striving to mend his body. Yet the simultaneous output of the three gems was overwhelmingly forceful. The disintegration rapidly spread from his arm to his shoulder and cheek. The immense commotion alerted all of Asgard. From the tower, Ella, Lorna, Raven, and Wanda rushed in as four streaks of light. Upon witnessing half of Lynette's body crumbling, they froze mid-air. Lorna screamed, "Lynette, Hela's pupilles constricted." Her eternally icy fa betraying astonishment. She instinctively summoned the Sword of Night, uncertain of whom to strike. Raven's complexion turned ashen. She sought to rush forward, but was halted by Stephen. "Do not approach. The energy fluctuations are too dangerous." Wanda clutched Raven's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. She could feel the agony Lynette was enduring, causing her to tremble as well. On the palace's observatory, Odin and Frigga also beheld this scene. Odin's staff clattered to the ground. He murmured, "A madman. He is utterly insane." Frigga covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. "He will die. Odin, he will die." Odin remained silent, clenching his fists tightly. Meanwhile, Lynette persisted in the square. Half of his face had begun to disintegrate, revealing the pulsating red energy beneath. Yet his gaze remained resolute. "It's open." Lynette spat out blood. It was not red blood, but a handful of glimmering red energy particles. Through his efforts, a stable and profound tear in the fabric of time and space was finally ripped open in the golden beam. On the other side of the rift, a chaotic battlefield could be faintly seen. Tears welled in future Jane's eyes. She hurried towards Thor and present Jane, embracing them tightly. Thank you all." Her voice trembled. Thor patted her shoulder. "Go now. Your Thor is waiting for you." Present Jane's eyes glistened as well. "Come back when you can. Remember to share the stories from your side." Future Jane nodded vigorously. She cast one last glance at the man whose body was disintegrating into dust. Deeply bowing, "I will remember your kindness." Then, bathed in a storm of lightning, she transformed into a Valkyrie, grasping the new Mjolnir, and resolutely charged into the rift. The rift sealed instantly upon her entry, and the golden beam dissipated accordingly. Mission accomplished. Lynette forced a smile, his words barely escaping his lips. His entire being could no longer sustain itself. It began to disintegrate on a grand scale. Bang! In the horrified gaze of the women, he utterly shattered into a flurry of energy particles. Red, blue, yellow, and green lights intertwined brilliantly, creating a resplendent rain of light in the air. "No!" Lorna let out a heart-wrenching scream. A green magnetic field surged wildly, attempting to gather those energy particles anew. Yet those particles slipped through her magnetic field like grains of sand, utterly beyond her control. Hela instantly dashed to the site of disintegration, kneeling on the ground, reaching out in a futile attempt to grasp those points of light. But her hand merely passed through the void in vain. "You bastard! Where's the promised rays? Where's the promised deep communication?" Her voice trembled with tears. This was the first time the Goddess of Death had so lost her composure. Raven stood frozen, her face as pale as paper. She wished to transform into Lynette's form, but found herself utterly incapable, for she had no idea what state Lynette was in now. Wanda's tears fell like pearls from a broken string. She could sense the consciousness contained within those energy particles, faint, fragmented, yet still present. Stephen's expression was grave. He hurried to the center of the disintegration, carefully observing the trajectories of the energy particles. "There is still hope," he suddenly spoke. All eyes instantly turned to him. "What do you mean?" Hela looked up sharply, her eyes ablaze with the fire of hope. Stephen pointed at the dancing points of light in the air. "His consciousness remains. It is merely that his body cannot withstand the power of the four gems. He has been forced to disintegrate, but the essence of the energy has not dissipated." Lorna rushed over immediately. "Then how do we save him? Speak quickly." Stephen shook his head. "This exceeds my capabilities. We need a more powerful force." Or he glanced at Hela. "We need the divine power of Asgard." Without a moment's hesitation, Hela summoned the power of death. A dark green energy surged from her, attempting to envelop the points of light. But as soon as the divine power made contact, the points of light flickered violently, as if resisting. "No," Stephen stopped her. Enforced fusion could completely obliterate his consciousness. A gentler approach is necessary. At that moment, an ancient voice came from behind. "Let me give it a try." The crowd turned around. Odin, leaning on Gungnir, walked over slowly. A complex expression graced his face. "You wish to save him?" Hela gazed at Odin in disbelief. "Why?" Odin did not answer. He approached the center of the disintegration, raising Gungnir. Golden divine power poured forth from the tip of the spear, gently enveloping the drifting energy particles. Because Odin's voice was soft. Asgard needs such a madman. Chapter 201. Stop the noise. Are you fighting over his lifeline? Odin gazed calmly at the dazzling rain of light before him. These were the fundamental particles that composed the young man. Each particle contained a wild, yet contradictory energy. Madman. Odin repeated the word, his tone laced with an indescribable admiration. He raised Gungnir with one hand, pointing it at the heart of the energy rain. "In the name of Asgard, by the roots of the world tree, I declare, His aged voice echoed throughout the square, each word resonating with irresistible authority. Converge. A brilliant golden divine power erupted from the tip of Gungnir. This force, far from the anticipated rage, was gentle, like a spring breeze nourishing the earth, carefully wrapping around those scattered energy particles. The red, blue, yellow, and green points of light, under the soothing embrace of this golden divine power, ceased their dispersion. They began to be drawn in, slowly converging toward the center. Hela, Lorna, Raven, and Wanda held their breath, nervously watching the scene unfold. No one dared to utter a word. Stephen stood aside, silently observing. He was analyzing the interaction between Odin's divine power and the energy of the Infinity Stones. He is reconstructing, Stephen murmured to himself, using his own power as a binding agent to reweave the foundation of his existence. Oh my, is he creating a new god? No one responded to him. All eyes were fixed on the center of the square. The energy particles continued to converge, forming a swirling, multicolored nebula. Gold was the dominant hue, with red, blue, yellow, and green intertwining, swirling, and merging within it, painting a life-esque canvas with the most exquisite colors. This process was slow, so slow that every detail was visible to those present. Odin's face gradually paled, sweat beading on his forehead. Clearly, this task was no easy feat for the Allfather. Maintaining the position of Gungnir, he remained utterly still, like an ancient, unchanging statue. Frigga approached him, worry etched across her face. She reached out to wipe the sweat from his brow, but Odin halted her with a glance. Do not touch me, Frigga. The energy field is fragile. Any external disturbance could lead to his complete annihilation. Frigga's hand hovered in midair before slowly retreating. She could only stand by and silently pray. Time ticked away. The nebula in the square spun faster and faster, its volume steadily shrinking and condensing. Gradually, a vague human silhouette emerged at the center of the nebula. First the torso, then the limbs, and finally the head. The outline became increasingly clear, constructed layer by layer from the inside out. Muscle, bone, blood vessels, though in energy form, it appeared strikingly real. As the last wisp of energy particle was drawn into the body, the colorful figure stabilized completely. That face was none other than Lynette's. He hovered in midair, eyes closed, his body bare, skin seemingly glowing with a faint light, resembling a piece of glass art. Odin exhaled deeply. He withdrew Gungnir, his body swaying slightly. Frigga hurried forward to support him. Did it succeed? Hela was the first to inquire. Odin gazed at the floating Lynette, shaking his head, then nodding. His body has been remade. Odin's voice was somewhat frail, even stronger than before. I have laid a new foundation for him using the divine power of Asgard. But everyone's hearts raced. His consciousness is too fragmented. Though the framework of his body has been established, it remains hollow. He requires a focal point, a point that can help his chaotic consciousness regain its center and return to the body. Having spoken, Odin turned to leave with Frigga's assistance, leaving behind a profound remark. How to accomplish this is your concern. The future of Asgard rests upon his shoulders. Do not let me down. With those words, the figure of the king had vanished into the depths of the palace. Only the bewildered crowd remained in the square, along with Lynette, suspended in the air. A point? Lorna exclaimed, utterly confused. What is that? Is it something to eat? Raven furrowed her brow, rapidly contemplating the implications of Odin's words. Hela stepped forward decisively. She extended her hand, intending to touch Lynette's cheek. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact with the skin, Lynette's body flickered suddenly, becoming somewhat translucent. Stephen immediately shouted, "Don't touch him. His current state is extremely unstable. Any external force could cause him to collapse." Hela abruptly withdrew her hand, her expression darkening to the extreme. What were we supposed to do? She nearly shouted. Wanda had remained silent until now. At this moment, she spoke softly. I think I can feel him. It's chaotic. It's noisy. Countless voices are screaming simultaneously. All eyes turned to Wanda. You can feel him? Raven grasped Wanda's shoulders, her tone urgent. Wanda jumped at the sudden attention, but nodded vigorously. Yes, it's very faint, but I can sense his consciousness within those lights. She pointed to the luminous flow beneath Lynette's skin. Stephen stroked his chin, beginning his analysis. I see. Odin's point. Lyn's consciousness is lost within his chaotic energy. It requires a powerful spirit with a deep bond to bring him back. To put it simply, Stephen paused, searching for an apt metaphor. Right now, he is a lost ship adrift in the ocean, and you're the lighthouse. Whose light shines the brightest will guide him. A lighthouse? This metaphor plunged the three women present into contemplation. Then, almost simultaneously, they exchanged glances, their eyes filled with competitive fervor. I've known him the longest. Raven spoke first, crossing her arms. I was by his side when he was still weak. Our connection is the deepest. Lorna scoffed dismissively. What does knowing him longer matter? We've fought together, bled together, and even slept shared a couch. That's what you call a bond of life and death. Do you understand? Hela cast a cold glance at them, exuding an aura of royalty. You're merely playing house like children. She approached Lynette, maintaining a safe distance, yet her posture conveyed everything. My connection with him resonates on a level of power. It is an understanding between rulers. Silence fell between Raven and Lorna. Stephen, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. Stop. Is this really the time for bickering? Are you putting on a drama? He cleared his throat. My suggestion is, instead of a solo performance, let us all work together. If one lighthouse isn't bright enough, then let there be four. Wanda, can you serve as the bridge for this spiritual connection? Using your chaos magic, channel their mental strength into Lynette's consciousness. Wanda paused for a moment, then understood Stephen's intention. She glanced at Raven and Lorna, then at Hela in the distance. Finally, she nodded resolutely. The four women positioned themselves around Lynette, forming a circle. Wanda closed her eyes. Scarlet chaos energy began to flow from her hands, connecting to the foreheads of Raven, Lorna, and Hela. Simultaneously, the other end cautiously reached towards the suspended Lynette. Now, Wanda called out softly, think of your most profound memories with him. Transmit those emotions through my energy to him. Raven was the first to close her eyes. In her mind, the image of the safe house in New York emerged. The man's playful grin. Lorna recalled the night of the Hellfire Club's downfall. The tsunami, the tornado. When she was utterly exhausted, that man descended from the sky, calming the calamity in a way she could not comprehend. He told her, well done, but next time keep the noise down. It's quite expensive. That sense of recognition and trust made her once cold heart stir with warmth for the first time. Hela's memory was even older. It was during her first interview with this man. He even dared to tease her as Miss Secretary. That fearless spirit of self-destruction stirred something within her heart that had lain dormant for millennia. Especially in the end, the sensation, shape, and warmth of him crashing into her embrace. That thought cannot be entertained. It would affect the spellcasting. As the three women's memories flowed, three distinct streams of spiritual energy were transformed into pure emotional energy through Wanda's chaos magic. They gradually infused Lynette's sea of consciousness. It was a realm of chaos. Countless voices of Lynette were howling, screaming, wailing. It hurts. I feel like I'm splitting apart. Mom, I want to go home. I will never touch the Infinity Stones again. These were the most agonizing fragments of his consciousness during the disintegration of his body. And now, three warm lights pierced through the chaos. One was blue, imbued with possession and reliance. One was green, filled with acknowledgement and trust. One was black, black with a hint of green, carrying appreciation and an indescribable irritation. These lights began to soothe the frenzied fragments of consciousness. Gather them together, merge them. The ethereal Lynette hovered in the air, the luminescence on his body gradually calming. His brow began to unfurl. Breathing became long and steady. It's working, Stephen exclaimed excitedly. Yet, he soon discerned a problem. But it's still insufficient. His consciousness core remained scattered, like a heap of sand. It still lacks that crucial spark. At that moment, Wanda, who had been acting as a bridge, gritted her teeth. She divided a part of her focus, delving into the shared memories between herself and Lynette. There in the bedroom, the man held her hand, guiding her into a realm of the mind. He assured her not to fear, revealing the immense power of chaos magic. In that instant, she felt an unprecedented sense of safety. A pure, crimson emotional energy, imbued with reliance and gratitude, joined the fray. Red, blue, green, black. For emotions, for memories. Interwoven in the tumultuous sea of Lynette's consciousness, they formed an intricate net. Finally, they ensnared all the scattered fragments of his awareness. Then, with a sudden pull towards the center, buzz, a faint chime resonated. Lynette, suspended in the air, felt his eyelids tremble violently. He opened his eyes. Before him lay the resplendent, gold-crafted ceiling of Asgard, and four enlarged, concerned, weary, yet subtly menacing faces. Hela, Raven, Lorna, and Wanda. I'm in Linnet instinctively cursed. Have I ascended to heaven? Why are so many fairies surrounding me? His voice was still somewhat hoarse, but that familiar, cheeky tone brought a mix of joy and exasperation to the four women present. In one moment, the atmosphere was steeped in the solemnity of parting life and death. In the next, it transformed into a bustling marketplace. Fairy my foot. Lorna was the first to react. Though exhausted to the point of delirium, she raised her hand, summoning her last vestige of strength to conjure a metal shard the size of a coin. With a swift motion, it precisely struck Linnet's forehead. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Linnet felt as though he had been lightly bitten by a mosquito. He touched his forehead, grinning. Hey, Lorna, how long has it been since you've been this weak? With this little strength, you couldn't even give me a proper scraping. Lorna nearly blacked out in frustration. Raven suppressed her urge to strangle him, merely stating coldly, we'll settle the score later. All the trouble you've caused this time will be accounted for. Hela remained silent, merely taking 2 steps back. Then she flexed her wrist, the joints cracking audibly. The implication was clear. Once her strength was restored, he would be in dire straits. Linnet descended from the air, his feet firmly planted on the solid ground. He glanced at himself. His body was intact. In fact, he felt stronger than before. A golden warmth flowed beneath his skin, merging seamlessly with his own energy. He rotated his neck. I feel absolutely fantastic. He lifted his left hand, gazing at the infinity gauntlet on his wrist. The space gem, the mind gem, the time gem. 3 gems lay quietly in their grooves, emanating a gentle glow. Gone was the previous sensation of being torn apart. Instead, they felt like extensions of his arm. With a thought, the blue power of space swirled at his fingertips. Another thought, the yellow power of the mind enveloped his entire being. Yet another thought, the green power of time allowed him a glimpse of Stephen yawning a second later. Hey, sorcerer! Linnet snapped his fingers at the weary Stephen. If you're tired, go to sleep. Don't force yourself. Stephen's mouth, which had just opened, froze in midair. He stared at Linnet, his gaze complex, as if beholding a monster. You've completely mastered them? Of course. Linnet grinned like a 300-pound child. Just look at who's wielding them. Merely the infinity gems, a walk in the park. He reveled in the surging power within him. The fusion of the reality gem and the divine power of the world tree had brought a new transformation to his indestructible form. The specifics of this change would need further investigation with the others. However, presently, there were more pressing matters. Where's the old man? Linnet inquired. His survival was undoubtedly due to Odin's intervention. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The bill for this lavish meal certainly needed to be settled. No sooner had he spoken than an ancient and authoritative voice echoed behind him. I am here. Linnet turned around. Odin had somehow already arrived. His complexion was significantly improved. It still bore traces of fatigue. He did not glance at anyone else, his gaze solely fixed on Linnet. How do you feel? Absolutely splendid. Linnet shrugged. Thank you, Your Majesty, for pulling me back. Now, what do you require of me? Traversing mountains of knives or rivers of fire? Or perhaps a game of pure gold mahjong in Nidavellir? He was prepared for a severe reckoning. Yet, a faint smile of weakness appeared on Odin's face. Your life is quite valuable. A game of mahjong would suffice. He approached Linnet, extending a finger to press against Linnet's chest. I saved you because I see your worth. Thanos was merely the beginning. The balance of the universe is being disrupted, and a greater threat is imminent. Odin's eyes grew profound. I need a rule breaker, a madman capable of overturning the chessboard. Linnet comprehended. In plain terms, he was being summoned as a regular operative for Asgard, a specialist in dirty work. So what's the reward? Linnet rubbed his hands together, revealing his mercantile nature. Reward? Odin chuckled. I saved your life. That is the greatest reward. In exchange, you owe Asgard a promise. In the future, when Asgard calls upon you, you must respond. No matter who the adversary may be. An open-ended agreement without a designated timeline or specific terms. Linnet felt a jolt in his heart. This old man certainly knew how to play his cards. Can I refuse? Indeed. Odin nodded. In which case, I shall immediately retract the divine power I granted you. Can you imagine what would happen to your body, composed of infinite gem energy, if the adhesive were to vanish? Odin's smile was warm and inviting. Yet, His words sent a chill down Lin's spine. Lin met Odin's gaze, and Odin returned the look. After a prolonged silence, Lin sighed, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right. Consider me defeated. This laborer I have become. He silently grumbled to himself. I knew it. This meal would be anything but ordinary in cost. Future Jane, I hope you can come back and help share the bill. Chapter 203, a bit low in family standing. Once Odin's figure vanished, an odd atmosphere enveloped the square. Lin was contemplating how to extract some benefit from his transaction. He turned around, only to be met by 4 pairs of ravenous eyes. Raven stood with her arms crossed, one leg slightly trembling, exuding an air of impatience, as if to say, I've waited for you long enough. Lorna leaned against Raven, her weight resting heavily on her, clearly exhausted, yet the smirk on her lips remained undiminished. Hela stood at a distance, arms crossed, her expression icy enough to freeze the air itself. Only Wanda lingered at the back, her pale face betraying a mix of fear and a hint of grievance. Stephen yawned loudly beside them, tears streaming down his cheeks. Ahem. Lin cleared his throat, attempting to diffuse the tension. He wore what he believed to be his most amiable smile. Everyone has had a tough time. In celebration of my miraculous survival and successful ascension to the esteemed ranks of Asgardian laborers, I have decided to treat everyone to a splendid meal. You may choose the venue at your discretion. No one acknowledged him. The silence was suffocating. Lin's smile faltered. How about I give everyone a massage? My new technique, infused with the essence of Yggdrasil, guarantees a heavenly experience. Scram. Raven spat the word through clenched teeth. She lacked the energy to utter another syllable. Seconded. Lorna added weakly. All she wanted was a bed to collapse onto for 3 days and nights undisturbed. Hela expressed her sentiments through action, turning on her heel and departing without a glance back. Her aloof stature seemed to convey, stay away, this is ill fortune. Hey, secretary, don't go. Lin called out. Your salary hasn't been settled yet. Hela paused for a moment, but quickened her pace instead, not looking back. Lin watched as they all departed, his thoughts swirling in confusion. Is this how it is, sir? Used and discarded? After all, I did just brush past death. Not even a kind word? He turned his gaze to the last remaining Wanda. Upon his look, Wanda shrank back, murmuring softly, I'll go make you something to eat. With that, her face flushed, head bowed. She hurried to catch up with the others. Well then, in terms of family standing, he was firmly under their thumb. The square now held only Lin and a despondent Stephen. Has the family drama concluded? Stephen rubbed his temples, dark circles under his eyes nearly reaching his chin. Can I have my belongings back now, Mr. Lin? Lin chuckled upon hearing this. Why the rush, Stephen? He approached, patting Stephen on the shoulder. Now that you're here, why not explore Asgard's local specialty market? I tell you, these golden apples, one bite, and your aches will vanish. You'll feel invigorated enough to climb stairs. Our sister-in-law swears by them. Oh, my apologies, you are still a lonely soul. Stephen's expression darkened further. The eye of Agamotto. He enunciated each word distinctly. All right. Lin raised both hands in surrender. He glanced at the time stone on his glove. With a casual flick, he retained it. Lin extended 2 fingers, deftly pinching it and presenting it to Stephen. Here you go, your precious gem, safe and sound. Stephen watched this scene, his eye twitching slightly. He carefully took the time stone, placing it back into the eye of Agamotto. His motions were akin to those one would use with a cherished child. After inspecting it multiple times to ensure all was well, he finally exhaled in relief. Now, can you send me back? Of course. Lin snapped his fingers. Chauffeur service. At your beck and call. However, I must mention, this teleportation is a VIP service and additional charge applies. Stephen closed his eyes, wearing an expression that conveyed his disinterest in further conversation. Lin smirked. He raised his hand, and the space stone glowed with a deep azure light. A stable portal, emanating a blue aura, materialized before them. On the other side lay the familiar living room of the New York sanctum. Stephen glanced at the portal, then back at Lin. Your control has improved. Naturally, Lin proudly tilted his chin. After all, I am a man personally blessed by the All-Father. How could it be otherwise? Stephen said nothing more, dragging his weary form forward into the portal. Before his figure vanished entirely, he turned back to say, Lin, do not seek me out again, unless you plan to treat me to a bottle of 82 Lafite. The portal closed with a soft thud. Lin found himself alone once more in the square. He stretched, his joints cracking audibly. An unprecedented sense of strength coursed through his limbs. A body reshaped by divine power, fused with the reality stone, augmented by 2 infinity stones. Wait, now it was 2. He felt as if he could punch through a small asteroid. Oh, what a thrill! He couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, this exhilaration came at a steep price. Not only had he nearly lost himself, but he had also accrued a mountain of debts of gratitude. As he prepared to return to the tower to assess the situation, an object suddenly zipped toward him. Lin instinctively reached out to catch it. It was a black, metallic datapad. Hela's voice rang out from a distance, cold and devoid of any warmth. This is your schedule for the next month. Lin glanced down. Mr. Lin, newly appointed divine consultant of Asgard's work schedule. Monday, 8 a.m. Inspect the Rainbow Bridge defense system. 2 p.m. Consult with the Dwarf King on new weapon forging matters. Tuesday, 9 a.m. Organize the Valiant Fallen Soldiers records. Afternoon, serve as a sparring partner for the Valkyrie squad during practical drills. Wednesday, all day, study cosmic runes under the All-Father's guidance. Thursday, a densely packed agenda, more rigorous than a high school senior's curriculum. Lin's eyelids twitched involuntarily. I knock. This is the blessing of 007. Odin, does he take me for a donkey? He raised his head, seeking out Hela for an explanation. To his dismay, she had long vanished without a trace. With a sigh, he resigned himself and clutched the datapad, making his way toward the towering edifice of Vertex Technology in Asgard. Upon entering, he was met with a scene of utter disarray in the living room. Cushions, blankets, and torn remnants of clothing littered the floor, documenting the madness of the previous night. The culprits had already retreated to their rooms for much-needed rest. The entire tower was eerily quiet. Lin tossed the datapad onto the sofa. Workers, the spirit of toil, working makes one superior. As he indulged in self-hypnosis, he began to tidy up the wreckage. With his current physique, this task proved to be no burden at all. He picked up a crumpled fragment of URU metal from the floor, a remnant of Hela's peak strength. Weighing it in his hand, he attempted to bend it. The once indestructible metal began to yield slowly under his grip. Though it required effort, it was indeed pliable. My physical strength has improved, Lin mused to himself. It seemed that Odin's divine enhancement was exceptionally effective. Just as he prepared to utilize his newfound abilities to swiftly restore the living room, Wanda's door creaked open slightly. Peering out with her little head, she saw that Lin was the only one present and ventured forth with a cup of milk. Her complexion was still somewhat pale, but noticeably better than before. Lin, she approached him, offering the cup with a hint of shyness in her gaze. Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong? I couldn't be better, Lin replied, taking the milk and finishing it in one go, smacking his lips. Wanda, you really are kind to me. A blush crept onto Wanda's cheeks. You should go rest. You just recovered, she murmured softly. Seeing her concern warmed Lin's heart. Chapter 205. Odin's Divine Power? The proper use is sweeping. Lin stood at the threshold of the Rainbow Bridge, gripping a shimmering golden broom. He glanced at the broom, then at the radiant, colorful path that seemed to connect the ends of the world. The surface of the path was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the light of distant stars, devoid of any trace of dust. Wait, Heimdall, are you serious? This place is cleaner than my own face. What is there to sweep? Is this meant to be a life lesson, to feel the glory of labor? Lin attempted to strike up a rapport with the bronze-skinned guardian. Heimdall's gaze remained fixed on the horizon of the starry sea, offering him not even a glance. Bifrost carries countless particles of energy from myriad worlds each day. There will be residue. Such residue can corrode the bridge. Your task is to clear it away. Heimdall's voice was monotone, resembling a pre-recorded message. Residue? Where? Lin nearly pressed his face to the bridge's surface, his eyes wide with anticipation. Even with his newly upgraded senses, he could not detect any so-called residue. Finally, Heimdall moved. He slowly raised a hand and pointed at the bridge surface. They exist in dimensions unseen by your eyes. Use your heart to sense. Employ the divine power bestowed upon you by Asgard to touch. Lin felt a lump in his throat. What is this? Just sweeping the floor? And now it involves metaphysics? The requirements for this task seemed excessively high. Must he truly feel with his heart? He sensed that Odin was not assigning him a job, but rather a form of spiritual cultivation. Understood, it's merely invisible refuse, Lin mumbled, deciding to take a shortcut. After all, he was a man who wielded 3 infinity stones. along with a reality stone fused within his being. Sweeping? Wasn't that merely a snap of his fingers? Casually, he lifted his left hand, the space stone on his infinity gauntlet glowing faintly with a blue light. He intended to teleport the invisible refuse of the entire bridge directly to a black hole. One and done. However, just as the blue light flickered, Heimdall's massive sword struck the ground before him with a clang, sending sparks flying. Do not use that here. For the first time, Heimdall's voice carried a note of warning. He finally turned to face Lin, his golden eyes locked onto the gauntlet. Bifrost connects the 9 realms. Its spatial structure is intricate. Using that blue stone's power is akin to wielding a battering ram against an egg. The bridge will shatter. Lin silently retracted his hand. All right, no space stone. He then pondered another approach. Surely, the Mind Stone would suffice? He focused on the golden broom in his hand, channeling a faint surge of mental energy. Go, broom. Move on your own. The broom wobbled as if intoxicated, then fell to the ground with a thud. Heimdall. He seemed at a loss for words, remaining silent for several seconds. Its material is URU metal, infused with divine power. Your mental energy is ineffective against it. Lin. He felt like a novice who had just received the keys to a top-tier sports car, only to discover he could only operate a bumper car. Clad in divine attire, he found himself stuck at the very first hurdle of the tutorial. What on earth am I supposed to do? Lin surrendered in exasperation, raising his hands in defeat. Only then did Heimdall resume his stance, resting the massive sword on his shoulder. He took the broom from Lin's hands and demonstrated. Holding the broom, he slightly bent his knees, a soft golden energy flowing from him into the broom. The top of the broom emitted a gentle hum. He simply pushed the broom lightly across the bridge surface before him. To Lin's astonishment, minute particles, more delicate than dust, began to shimmer in a myriad of colors along the seemingly empty bridge. These particles were drawn together by the energy field at the broom's end, coalescing into a small handful, resembling a collection of colorful sand. Do you see? Heimdall returned the broom to Lin. Use the power granted to you by the Allfather within your body. Control it, rather than allowing those flashy stones to control you. Lin gazed at the small handful of stardust, deep in thought. So, Odin's divine power, which had reshaped his body, was the true currency here. The Infinity Stones had become a hindrance for such a delicate task. All right, I will give it a try. He mimicked Heimdall's stance, inhaling deeply, striving to feel the gentle golden flow coursing beneath his skin. This power was mild, distinct from his original strength, yet they coexisted perfectly. He attempted to channel a small fraction of divine energy into the broom he held. Buzz! The reaction of the broom was far more intense than when it was in Heimdall's hands. The entire handle radiated heat. He pushed forward, exerting too much force. Screech! A piercing sound of friction echoed as a long trail of sparks erupted from the bridge's surface, leaving a shallow scratch on the smooth surface of the Rainbow Bridge. Lin's face turned pale. Goodness, have I just vandalized public property? This bridge appears quite expensive. Can I afford to pay for the damage? Heimdall's expression twitched slightly as he glanced at the scratch and then at Lin. Your schedule will now include an additional task. Maintenance of Divine Realm public facilities. Brother, I was wrong. Lin felt tears of despair welling up. Just as my working life begins, I'm already saddled with KPIs. As he hung his head in dejection, preparing to practice controlling his strength anew, laughter echoed from a distance. Hey, look over there. ISNT, that Thor's friend from Midgard. Lin looked up to see 3 towering Asgardian men approaching. One a handsome blonde, another a burly fellow with a scruffy beard, and the last a stern-faced Asian man. It was Thor's companions, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogun. Jalaman. Lin greeted awkwardly, raising his broom in salute. Are you working out? Volstagg inquired, eyeing the broom with curiosity. Is this a new position established by His Majesty? Rainbow Bridge Cleaner? Sounds quite sacred. Fandral teased with a playful smirk. Hogun remained silent, scrutinizing Lin with a look that clearly said, who is this guy? Ahem, something like that. Serving the people, Lin chuckled nervously. By the way, have you seen Thor? I need to find him. He wanted to concoct an excuse to slip away. Thor? He was summoned by the Queen early this morning. Something about organizing some records. Volstagg replied. Oh, then you all carry on. Esteemed cleaner. Fandral clapped him on the shoulder and winked. The glory of the Rainbow Bridge rests upon you. The trio laughed as they walked past, treating him like an undeserving beneficiary. Lin felt his social standing plummet further. He sighed, yearning to return to Earth and flaunt his prowess. Resigned, he continued wrestling with the broom. After practicing for over half an hour, he finally grasped a semblance of technique. The key was to refrain from brute force, and instead use divine power to pluck the residual energy. Just as he was drenched in sweat, aching from the exertion, a familiar, icy voice called out from behind him. "You're so slow." Lin turned to find Lorna standing nearby, arms crossed. She had changed into a deep green combat suit, accentuating her curves, with her long green hair flowing in the gentle breeze. She appeared both stunning and fierce, though her expression was far from friendly. "What brings you here?" Chapter 206, Force Space Jump? Who dares to act under my watch? Lin turned to Lorna, who had appeared behind him without notice, promptly dropping his broom and eagerly approaching her. "Darling, what a delight to see you. A day apart feels like an eternity. I missed you dearly." He opened his arms, longing to embrace her. Lorna stepped back, skillfully evading him. She scrutinized Lin from head to toe, his casual attire soaked in sweat, and the gleaming broom beside him painted a comical picture. Sister Hela sent me to check on the progress of the Divine Realm Consultantess work. She emphasized the words Divine Realm Consultant. "Additionally, due to the minor damage you caused to public facilities, your schedule now reflects a double duration for the Rainbow Bridge cleaning task." She produced a black data slate akin to the one Hela had given Lin, clearly displaying his name, followed by a lengthy list of work assignments. At the top, the task Rainbow Bridge cleaning had its duration doubled from 1 hour to 2. Lin felt a chill wash over him. "Seriously? Just a minor scratch, and I'm penalized? You're quite the heartless employer. I'll report you to the Nine Realms Labor Association." Lorna remained unfazed. "Feel free to try. His Majesty also serves as the honorary president of the association." Lin, "Well, it seems the officials protect their own. There's no room for reason here." He picked up the broom once more, feeling drained as he resumed his battle against the unseen energy remnants. Lorna stood by, arms crossed, silently observing him. Today, she donned a tight-fitting dark green combat suit, her signature green hair tied in a high ponytail, swaying gently in the Asgardian breeze, a few strands playfully brushing against her fair complexion. As Lin swept, he stole furtive glances at her. "Ah, my wife remains as beautiful as ever," exuding both coolness and charm. Yet her watchful gaze made him feel like a flawed product on an assembly line, the pressure mounting. Ahem. Lin cleared his throat, resolving not to embarrass himself further. "It's just sweeping, right? It's merely controlling divine power. I assent it. I, Lin, with 3 precious stones in hand and divine power at my command, shall not be troubled by such trivial matters." He once again channeled the golden divine energy within him into the broom. This time he acted wisely. Instead of pushing forcefully, he employed an incredibly precise control, allowing the divine power to form a stable energy field at the broom's tip. The broom emitted a gentle hum. He glided it lightly across the bridge's surface. The vibrant energy particles began to materialize from the bridge, gently adhering to the broom's energy field. Aha, success! Lin felt a surge of joy. He glanced at Lorna, only to find her still wearing that look of "Go on. Let us see what else you can conjure." The competitive spirit within him ignited. With a flick of his wrist, he varied the rhythm of the divine energy infused in the broom. The colorful particles, instead of clustering together, began to dance and swirl in midair under his control. He wielded the broom like a wand, guiding the stardust as it formed a crooked L in the air. Lorna's eyes flickered slightly. Lin pressed on, crafting an O beside it. Following swiftly were RN and A. Eventually, a name formed in radiant energy particles Lorna, shimmering above the rainbow bridge. Not satisfied with this, Lin controlled the broom to draw a circle. The particles obediently gathered once more, creating a gigantic heart surrounding the name. He brandished a broom, striking what he believed to be an impressively suave pose, and winked at Lorna. "Dear wife, behold my heartfelt sweeping dance." Lorna remained silent. Her gaze flitted between the shimmering heart in the air and her name, then shifted to Lin's eager expression, desperately seeking approval, and she finally succumbed to a smile. She turned her head slightly, her shoulders quaking with suppressed laughter. Immature. Although she spoke thus, Lin noted the corners of her mouth, which had been tightly drawn, ultimately betrayed her amusement. Hee, as long as it works, Lin thought, feeling quite pleased with himself. He dispersed the particles hovering in the air, dutifully gathering them into a cohesive mass. securely placing them into a specialized energy collector provided by Heimdall. Having completed his task, he sidled up to Lorna once more. Still upset? He asked cautiously. Lorna turned back, her expression restored to its usual cool demeanor. Who's upset? I merely came to supervise your work, to prevent you from dismantling the Rainbow Bridge. All right. You're not upset. Lynette responded, following her lead. Now that your supervision is over, can't you clock out? Look at how well I've done. It's quite artistic. Why not tell Lady Hela to give me a raise? Raises are off the table. Lorna's reply was curt. However, she paused, regarding Lynette. After returning, refrained from engaging in such dangerous activities. Her voice was soft. Raven and Wanda, we are all quite worried. Lynette was momentarily taken aback. He observed Lorna, noticing her averted gaze, hesitant to meet his eyes. It dawned on him that this was her true motive for coming. The mention of supervision and notifications had merely been a pretext. This girl was genuinely concerned, yet too shy to admit it, resorting to this manner to ascertain whether he was truly unscathed. Lynette's heart softened instantly. He stepped forward, disregarding Lorna's protests, and gently enveloped her in his embrace. Understood. He rested his chin atop her head, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair. I promise, I shall not engage in such reckless endeavors again. At the very least, I'll inform you beforehand and secure some insurance. Lorna stiffened momentarily in his arms, but ultimately relaxed, burying her face against his chest. You better, she murmured. Upon the Rainbow Bridge, vibrant hues danced in the air. A man clad in casual attire held a woman in green combat gear, with a golden broom resting nearby. The scene remained slightly peculiar, yet exuded a touch of warmth. Lynette savored this rare moment of tenderness, contemplating what delicious meal he should prepare that evening to reward these dear ladies who cared so deeply for him. However, the atmosphere of warmth was short-lived. Whoa! A sudden alarm reverberated throughout Asgard. Heimdall's booming voice echoed in everyone's ears. Alert! Alert! Bifrost has detected an unauthorized force space jump. Coordinates Earth. Repeat. Target coordinates Earth. Both Lynette and Lorna looked up simultaneously, their expressions shifting. Lorna broke free from his embrace and glanced towards Heimdall. Lynette furrowed his brow. A force space jump? To Earth? Such a scale of alarm was certainly no trivial matter. Let's go. Lynette seized Lorna's hand. We must check it out. As the advisor to the realm of Asgard, though merely a janitor, he could not stand idly by in the face of trouble on Earth. The two stepped into the wormhole Lynette had opened, leaving behind the solitary golden broom lying on the Rainbow Bridge, as if lamenting the toil of the laborers. Chapter 207. Is there a new instance for Earth OL? Attention, expedition teams. The jarring alarm continued to echo across the skies of Asgard. Lynette didn't even have time to retrieve the golden broom, emblematic of his long-term worker status, as he swiftly opened a deep blue portal. Let's go. He grasped Lorna's hand and stepped through. The vibrant scene of the Rainbow Bridge transformed into the familiar living room of their tower. Inside, Raven and Wanda had already risen to their feet. Raven, clad in a black bodysuit, bore a vigilant expression. Wanda, dressed in her pajamas, fidgeted her hands together, clearly startled by the sudden alarm. What is happening? Raven inquired, her gaze sweeping over Lynette and Lorna's intertwined hands. Not sure. The alarm indicated an unauthorized force space jump, with Earth as the target, Lynette replied, releasing Lorna's hand, his demeanor serious. No sooner had he spoken than a tall figure clad in dark green armor entered the living room. It was Hela. She surveyed the room, her gaze finally resting on Lynette. Realm Advisor, it appears your first work report must be submitted ahead of schedule. Her tone betrayed no emotion. Yet Lynette understood that this superior was indicating it was time for action. Proceed to the Hall of the Gods. The All-Father should be there, Hela instructed, turning on her heel with efficiency. Lynette and the others exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. Along the way, they encountered numerous Asgardian soldiers sprinting down the golden corridors. Their expressions solemn. The entire realm was on high alert. This commotion was far greater than anything he had previously caused. I have a feeling this is somehow connected to me, Lynette muttered under his breath. Lorna, walking ahead, shot him a glare over her shoulder. Shut your Raven's mouth. Before long, the group arrived at the resplendent Hall of the Gods. Odin, adorned in golden armor and wielding the eternal spear, stood before the throne, his single eye exuding a mountain-like steadiness. Heimdall stood at his side, his eyes, capable of piercing through the 9 realms, now intently focused on a point in the void. God King, Hela stepped forward and bowed slightly. Odin nodded, his gaze traversing past Hela to settle on Lynette. You have arrived. What is the matter, old man? What trouble has befallen Earth? Lynette queried directly. Heimdall, please elaborate. Odin gestured. Heimdall, his steady voice resonated within the hall. A quarter of an hour ago, I detected an unfamiliar energy fluctuation tearing through the spatial barrier, appearing directly within the solar system of Earth. Brutal? Lynette seized upon the term. Yes, Heimdall clarified. The Bifrost utilizes the world tree's pathways for precise transmission, while they, it seems, have forcefully smashed a hole through the wall, leaving behind highly unstable spatial remnants. There are a total of 12 ships of peculiar design, belonging to no known civilization within the 9 realms. Where are they now? Raven pressed. Currently in the outer space of Earth, but 3 small vessels have already penetrated the atmosphere, landing in a forest on the outskirts of New York City. Heimdall furrowed his brow as he spoke. Strangely, my vision has been obstructed. A veil of energy shields that area, rendering me only capable of perceiving vague flames and scenes of destruction. I cannot discern the individuals within the spacecraft, nor can I ascertain their specific intentions. Could even Heimdall not see through this? A wave of heaviness washed over the hearts of all present. This implied that their adversaries possessed remarkably advanced counter-surveillance technology. A bunch of furtive scoundrels, Hela scoffed, an aura of lethal intent emanating from her. My lord, please allow me to lead the army and crush these intruders on Midgard soil. She stepped forward, volunteering herself. Absolutely not. Raven immediately countered. We know nothing about them. Recklessly deploying our forces could escalate tensions and even provoke a full-scale war. Earth cannot withstand such a conflict. Raven glanced at Odin, then at Lynette. We must first ascertain who they are and their purpose for coming to Earth. Ascertain? Hela turned her gaze to Raven. In the face of absolute power, any schemes are rendered meaningless. Annihilating them entirely is the most efficient resolution. What you propose is slaughter, not a solution. Lorna sided with Raven, green energy flickering at her fingertips. As the atmosphere in the hall threatened to erupt, Lynette felt a throbbing headache. Ladies, this is urgent, and yet you are engaged in an internal debate? Ahem. He cleared his throat and stepped forward, successfully capturing everyone's attention. I believe both Hela and Raven have valid points. He began with a conciliatory tone. However, given the ambiguity of the situation, launching an immediate assault poses significant risks. Yet, we cannot simply stand by. What if they are here to dismantle our home? Lynette turned to Odin, proposing his thoughts. Old man, how about this? I'll take a small team to scout the situation. I'm a native of Earth, familiar with the terrain and well-connected. We can sneak in without raising alarms. First, we must uncover their true nature, whether they are foes or friends, whether they seek wealth or destruction. If they indeed intend to cause trouble, we can formulate a battle plan thereafter. What do you think? The position of advisor to the divine realm cannot merely involve sweeping floors, can it? He concluded with a light-hearted jest. Odin regarded him, a glimmer of approval flashing in his single eye. This madman, when his mind is clear, possesses a certain utility. Approved. Odin lightly tapped the ground with the tip of the eternal spear, producing a crisp sound that silenced all debate. Lynette, you are tasked with assembling a reconnaissance team to infiltrate Earth and ascertain the identity and intentions of the invaders. Heimdall will provide you with the coordinates, and the forces of Asgard will remain on standby, ready to assist at any moment. Understood. Lynette acknowledged the command. Count me in, Hela said expressionlessly. I shall join as well. Raven and Lorna echoed in unison. Wanda timidly added, I can help too. Lynette glanced at his family members, feeling overwhelmed. This is reconnaissance, not a team-building exercise. Hela, you are a general. You must remain in command and oversee the overall strategy. Raven, you stay behind to protect Wanda. The base cannot be left unattended. Lorna, you. Before he could finish, he was met with 3 piercing gazes from the women. Those looks clearly conveyed. Try saying another word. I dare you. Lynette could only raise his hands in surrender. All right. Everyone go. Earth Online's new version. Let's raid. Odin observed the chaotic scene, not in anger, but rather with amusement. This unpredictable disorder was precisely what he required. Lynette stepped into the center of the hall, raising his left hand adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet. The blue light of the space gem illuminated. Heimdall, Provide me with the coordinates. Heimdall closed his eyes, and after a moment, opened them. The coordinates have been transmitted to your consciousness. Received. Lynette locked onto the coordinates and prepared to tear open a portal. Wait. Heimdall's voice echoed once more, tinged with confusion and gravity. I just captured an image through a gap in the energy barrier. It appears they are searching for something. Lynette paused. Searching for what? I saw them scanning the ground, seemingly in pursuit of a powerful energy source. Heimdall articulated each word carefully. That energy is ancient, immense, imbued with the essence of destruction and rebirth. It lies beyond my observational range, but I can sense it awakening. Heimdall fixed his gaze on Lynette, his expression grave. They are hunting. Chapter 208. Strategic observation. Let's order some fried chicken and watch the live stream. Heimdall's mention of hunting seemed to lower the temperature in the grand hall. Lynette grimaced. Hunting? Are we playing Monster Hunter here? He silently scoffed, yet his hands remained steady. The blue radiance of the space gem surged, tearing open a swirling circular entrance before him. On the other side lay the familiar night sky of Earth. Let us go. Lynette boldly led the charge, ready to step through. Hold on. Hela coldly interjected, yanking him back by the collar of his tunic. Are we just going to stroll in like that? What else? Take the Rainbow Bridge? Those fools would have fled by then, Lynette replied, turning back. Hela pointed at the women beside him. Are you certain your spatial transfer can accurately deliver so many people? Lynette's expression stiffened. Ahem, no problem, trust my skills. He retorted defiantly. I advise you to open a stable passage directly. We can fly there ourselves. Hela unflinchingly exposed his bluff. Come on, give me some credit. My skills have improved tremendously. Without allowing Hela a moment to counter, Lynette grabbed the nearest Lorna and, with a swift motion, pulled Raven and Wanda into the fray. Seeing this, Hela furrowed her brow and willingly followed suit. Hold on tight. Experienced driver at the wheel, Lynette shouted, stepping into the portal. In the next instant, the world spun wildly. In the outskirts of New York City, America, amidst a secluded forest far from civilization. Bang, bang, bang. A blue rift suddenly tore open in midair. 5 figures tumbled down like dumplings, crashing to the ground in a disarray. At the bottom was Lynette, landing face first in a classic big position, breaking several branches upon impact. Following him were Lorna, Raven, Wanda, and Hela, one after another, landing atop him. Ouch! Lynette felt as though his back might snap, his mouth full of dirt. I told you, to open a stable passage. Hela's voice came from his back, each word laced with the intent to dismantle his bones. Lorna was the first to rise, brushing off the dirt from her clothes, then stepping firmly on Lynette's backside to regain her balance. Technological advancement at an astonishing pace. She scoffed coldly. Raven and one also got up. Raven's expression was rather grim as she surveyed their surroundings. Wanda appeared somewhat dizzy, her pale face betraying her discomfort. Finally, Hela elegantly rose from Lynette's back, adjusting her dark green battle armor as she looked down at him from her elevated position. Get up, Lynn. Stop playing dead. Lynn groaned and rolled over, lying on the ground in a T-pose. I can't take it anymore. I'm falling apart. This is an occupational hazard. I need more compensation. At another point, the landing site is 3 kilometers off target. Hela's voice was devoid of any emotion. Lynn sprang up like a fish flipping out of water. 3 kilometers? Impossible. My coordinates. He did not finish his sentence, abruptly silencing himself. Using his mental powers, he sensed that indeed, the coordinates given by Heimdall were situated 3 kilometers away in a valley. There was a peculiar energy barrier over there, effectively blocking any form of scrutiny. What a disgrace. Lynn muttered under his breath. What do we do now? Raven interjected, cutting into his self-reproach. She pointed toward the valley in the distance. The enemy has counter-surveillance barriers. We know nothing about what lies within. Hela crossed her arms and took a couple of steps forward, her long black hair dancing in the night breeze. What difficulty is there? Her tone was simple and direct. Locate it, then crush it. No way. Raven immediately countered. That would be akin to alarming the snake by beating the grass. Wouldn't even know how many of them there are or what weapons they possess. You want to charge in? Lorna stood in agreement with Raven, her fingertips glowing with green magnetic light. I concur with Raven. However, we could approach stealthily. If they harbor ill intent, I'll crush their ship into an iron ball. Too slow. Hela shook her head in the face of absolute power. Any stealth is a waste of time. That's your opinion, not ours. Raven stood her ground. Seeing that the three were on the verge of quarreling again, Lint felt overwhelmed. Stop, stop, stop. He spread his arms to block them. Ladies, is this really the time for infighting? There are enemies outside, waiting for us to serve ourselves up on a platter. I truly cannot manage this team. He wore a face of utter despair. Then what do you suggest? Lorna placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Aren't you the clever one? Present your plan. Lint cleared his throat and assumed a professional demeanor. Well, first we need to analyze the current situation. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the lightweight. We are also in the dark. Okay, we're all OYBs. It's quite fair. Their objective is to hunt that thing, indicating they are not here for sightseeing. So, my suggestion is he deliberately paused, heightening everyone's anticipation. We find a place, order takeout, perhaps fried chicken or pizza. Then I'll use my spatial abilities to open a small window for a live broadcast. This is what we call strategic observation. He was met with 3 pairs of murderous eyes. Only Wanda couldn't suppress a smirk, but quickly regained her composure. Get lost. Raven succinctly replied. Let's talk seriously. Lorna urged. All right. Lint raised his hands in surrender. My plan is to split up. He turned to Raven. Raven, your transformation ability is the best tool for infiltration. Transform into a local small creature, perhaps a rabbit or a squirrel, and approach that energy barrier to see if you can find a gap or a weak point. Raven nodded in agreement with the plan. Lint then looked at himself. As the brain and communication hub of the team, will establish a mental link with you using my psychic abilities. This way, whatever you see, we can receive in sync. Should danger arise, I will be alerted immediately. Then he looked at Hela and Lorna. Hela, Lorna, you two are our trump cards. Stay on the outskirts as the second wave. If anything happens with Raven, or I signal, rush in at top speed and unleash havoc. Finally, he turned to Wanda. Wanda, remain by my side. Your chaotic magic has the keenest perception of energy. Help me keep watch around us and also gauge the energy properties of that barrier. You will be our radar. Having laid out a coherent plan, assigning each person's abilities with clarity, Hela and Lorna exchanged glances. Although they still felt that charging indirectly would be more gratifying, they couldn't deny that Lint's plan was indeed the most prudent. Let us proceed as you suggest. Hela finally nodded in agreement. What about the operation code? Lorna suddenly asked. What? Lint was taken aback. A professional operation must have a code, right? Something like decapitation operation or thunderstorm. Lorna said with utmost seriousness. Lint's mouth twitched. Let us call it the shut up and listen to me operation. Lorna. Oh, with the plan established, the group immediately set to action. They stealthily advanced 2 kilometers toward the valley and halted on a higher slope. From there, they could vaguely see the faint glow of fire emanating from the valley and the undulating, invisible barrier. I'm going in, Raven said to Lint, her body beginning to shift, blue scales enveloping her. Moments later, a sleek, black little fox appeared in her place. The little fox wagged its tail at them before darting into the dark forest. Chapter 209. Thanks to Jelly Eater, One Egg by Fate, and fans of the 3-line piano. On the slope, the atmosphere was unsettlingly quiet. Lint sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, as the psychic gem on his glove began to glow. Connecting hello? Raven? Please respond. Please respond. Fortunately, the strong soul bond formed between Lint and the other 4 made establishing a communication channel with mental powers quite effortless. I can hear you. Raven's voice rang directly in his mind. Image transmission test, 1, 2, 3. Got it, a plump wild rabbit just ran past you. Lint smacked his lips. The clarity is astounding, better than 4K Blu-ray. Your camera is impressive. Shut up. The voice in his mind was quite impatient. Lint opened his eyes and gave the 3 women beside him an okay gesture. Frontline reporter is in position. Live broadcasting will commence shortly. Hela, arms crossed, stood beneath a large tree, unresponsive to his playful banter. Lorna crouched down, extending a finger to poke Lint's head. Focus, don't mess it up like last time. Hey, why are you bringing up old grievances? Lint retorted. That was a technical adjustment. Wanda, sitting beside him, softly reminded, Sister Raven is already at the barrier. Lint immediately collected his thoughts and closed his eyes again. In the recesses of his mind, the perspective shifted instantaneously. A nimble black fox cautiously peeked out from the underbrush, confronted by an invisible barrier. The air there shimmered with subtle distortions, reminiscent of heat rising from a scorching summer road. An imperceptible yet palpable energy field enveloped the entire valley. The little fox extended its paw, tentatively probing forward. Linini shuddered in response. What do you feel? Lona inquired. Numb, Linini grimaced, as if my hand had plunged into a live socket, a bit disorienting. Ripples coursed across the surface of the barrier, but tranquility soon returned. The little fox persisted, lowering its body and stealthily moving along the edge of the barrier, searching for a weak point. Before long, it halted beside a massive rock. Here, the energy fluctuations appeared somewhat chaotic, with nearly imperceptible fissures forming where the barrier met the ground. I'm going in. Raven's voice resonated in Linini's mind. Be careful. This thing feels ominous, akin to a high-voltage power grid, Linini cautioned. The fox tensed its entire body, then suddenly darted through the gap. Sizzle. A flurry of static engulfed Linini's mind. I can't believe it. The signal's lost. He abruptly opened his eyes, his complexion paling. What is happening? Lona asked, her voice laced with concern. I don't know. The barrier has interference. My connection with Raven has been severed. Linini exclaimed, rising to his feet in a panic. Hela approached, her expression grave. She is in danger. Prepare for action. Lona's fingertips began to radiate green magnetic light, causing nearby pebbles to levitate. Wait, give me 10 more seconds. Linini shut his eyes once again, maximizing his mental power output. Raven, are you there? I'm playing Yao. If you don't respond, I'll sell all your figurines. I'll treat you to a month's worth of Haagen-Dazs. Just as Hela's patience was wearing thin and she prepared to charge in, Linini finally heard Raven's voice once more. Go away. The voice was faint, but the connection was re-established. The static screen vanished, revealing an entirely new scene in Linini's mind. In the next moment, not only Linini but also Lona, Wanda, and Hela's faces changed. Linini instinctively projected the received image into the air before them. Inside the valley unveiled a wholly different spectacle. It resembled not Earth, but rather a foreign hellscape. The ground was charred black, and many trees had morphed into bizarre, semi-transparent crystalline forms, emitting an eerie glow in the darkness. 3 massive black ships loomed silently in the valley's center, their design brutal, adorned with sharp edges and insect-like appendages. A group of figures moved around the ships, clad in form-fitting black armor, their faces obscured, limbs elongated and movements somewhat rigid. Each figure wielded a peculiar detector, continuously scanning the ground and emitting sweeping beams of red light. B-grade movie extras? Lona muttered under her breath. Hela's assessment was more direct. A bunch of bugs. She scoffed. This energy. It feels ominous, Wanda said, hugging her arms as she trembled slightly. Most striking was the largest ship at the center. In Linini's projection, Raven, transformed into a small fox, concealed herself behind a crystalline rock, gazing at the ship. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Linini took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. It seems our program has shifted from Animal Planet to Science Exploration, Interstellar Demolition Team. He turned off the projection. The plan has changed. What plan? Lona asked. The infiltration plan is cancelled. Linini flexed his wrist, the gems on the infinity gauntlet emitting a soft glow. We are now executing Plan B. What is Plan B? To wipe out this bunch. Linini grinned. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the valley. One of the figures scanning the ground suddenly halted, slowly turning towards the rock where Raven was hiding. Clearly, it had detected something. Through their mental link, Linini and Raven simultaneously sensed the looming threat of being locked onto. Not good. We've been discovered. Linini shouted. Almost simultaneously, the figure raised its arm, which morphed instantly into a dark, gaping cannon. A blinding beam of energy shot towards Raven's hiding spot. Boom! Raven's reflexes were astonishingly swift. At the instant the beam struck, the black fox leaped sideways. In midair, her form swiftly transformed, blue skin and red hair re-emerging, landing with a remarkably agile stance. The crystalline rock behind her disintegrated under the impact of the energy beam, leaving no trace. The explosion instantly alerted all figures in the valley. A deafening alarm echoed throughout the valley. All figures ceased their actions, aligning their cannons towards Raven, who had just revealed her true form. A surrounding perimeter formed instantaneously. On the slope, Linini's expression darkened. Damn, what happened to stealth? How do we end up in a boss fight right off the bat? He shouted at the women beside him, who were poised for action. Stop waiting. Crank the volume to the maximum. Charge. Lona's face lit up with excitement, her eyes transforming into brilliant green orbs. It's about time. The ground beneath her began to tremble as countless metallic particles were dislodged from the soil, swirling around her in a miniature metal storm. Hela let out a gleeful chuckle. Finally, with a flick of her wrist, 2 Black Death swords manifested in her hands. In the next moment, she transformed into a streak of emerald light, the first to charge down the slope. Her speed was astonishing. "Hey, wait for me. Don't steal my kills," Lineny wailed, waving his left hand as a blue portal opened directly in front of Lona and Wanda. "Go." He kicked the still-dazed Lona and Wanda into the portal. Then, turning towards the valley, he rubbed his wrist. Earth OL2. 0. The expedition team officially commences. 2 ebony death blades danced in her hands, each slicing through the air and leaving a trail of demise upon the scorched earth. Shu, an armored Deliberian, as fragile as parchment, was effortlessly cleaved by the long sword. Without even a scream, its body began to dissolve in a black ash from the severed point, dissipating into the atmosphere. Elegant and efficient, Lona followed closely behind. However, unlike Hela, she did not charge into the enemy ranks. Her feet slowly lifted off the ground, her entire being suspended in mid-air. Radiant green magnetic light surged from within her, forming a circle of both sanctified and terrifying radiance around her. She spread her arms wide, the dark green combat attire rustling in the glow of energy. A cruel smile graced her strikingly cold visage. "The land beneath your feet, along with the metal encasing your bodies, now heeds my command." As her words fell, boom, the very ground of the valley trembled violently. Countless minuscule metallic particles were forcibly extracted from the soil. The fragments of weapons dropped by the exploded Deliberians soared skyward. Even the minerals embedded in the rocks were wrenched from their confines by this overwhelming force. All these materials converged behind Lona, forming a terrifying storm of metal that encircled her. Buzz! The storm whirled, emitting a sound that was both piercing and lethal. "Go!" Lona uttered a single word. The metal storm surged toward the densest cluster of Deliberians. Wherever the tempest passed, the black armor adorning the Deliberians was instantaneously stripped and shredded, followed by their very bodies. The scene was too gruesome to describe. Wanda quietly lingered beside Lenny. Her task was not to lead the charge. Crimson chaotic energy flickered at her pale fingertips. Occasionally, stray energy beams would come her way, only to be effortlessly neutralized by a flicker of red light from her fingertips. She was the epitome of support. From time to time, she created small zones of energy distortion behind Hela and Lona. Deliberians stepping into those zones found their movements becoming sluggish and rigid. Then, they would be swiftly dispatched by Hela's long sword or Lona's metal storm. Lenny stood rooted, watching the scene unfold with an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. These 2 high-level powerhouses were wreaking havoc in a novice village. He discreetly communicated with Wanda through telepathy, voicing his thoughts. "My goodness, are these 2 beasts from Demolition Team? I feel utterly superfluous here, with no chance to showcase my skills." Wanda turned her head, whispering back, "You could shout 666. Linty." At that moment, the alarm within the valley abruptly changed. More than half of the Deliberians, previously besieging Hela and Lona, suddenly shifted their direction in unison. They abandoned the 2 harbingers of death and charged toward the opposite end of the valley. Lona furrowed her brows, halting the metal storm. She gazed in confusion towards that direction. Are they turning on each other? Hela also ceased her movements, casually slicing the last approaching Deliberian into ashes with a single swing of her sword. An evident displeasure marred her expression. This interruption of her excitement was quite unwelcome. "Something feels off." Linty immediately expanded the range of his telepathy to its limit, probing towards that direction. In the next instant, he saw it. At the far end of the valley, an invisible energy barrier was violently torn apart by a furious bolt of white lightning, creating a massive rift. Immediately after, a searing red beam swept across. Wherever the beam struck, a whole row of Deliberians was instantly severed in half, their upper bodies still running forward while their lower halves collapsed to the ground. Boom! A barrage of energy cannons concentrated fire at that breach. A gigantic ice wall rose from the ground, blocking all the attacks, with ice crystals scattering everywhere. A beast, cloaked in blue fur, roared as it charged into the enemy ranks. It resembled an out-of-control tank, each pounce and swipe accompanied by the ear-splitting sound of torn metal armor. Lenny stood dumbfounded. This familiar scenario, this recognizable essence. He instinctively shouted to Wanda beside him, along with Lona and Hela through the mental communication channel. Holy crap! Has Earth OL received a new patch? Another raid team has arrived. Did they purchase the collector's edition? With special effects? This sudden turn of events created a brief vacuum on the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, Linty disregarded the intense drain on his mental energy and cranked the power of the Mind Stone to its maximum. He aimed to forcibly break through the damned interference and reconnect with Raven. Raven, can you hear me? Respond. Buzz, the channel of spiritual connection, was forcibly opened. It was exceedingly unstable. The images in Lenny's mind resembled an old television set with poor reception, flickering and filled with static. Yet he still discerned. Raven had regained her signature blue skin. She appeared feeble, her limbs shackled by a glowing energy restraint. Two elite monsters, significantly larger and clad in heavier armor than the average Deliberian, were dragging her, one on each side. Their destination was the largest mothership in the valley, resembling a black beetle. At the last moment before the mental link was severed again, Linty received a very faint yet crystal clear thought from Raven. Ship, core. They are searching for. Shoo. The connection was lost. The easygoing demeanor that had adorned Linty's face vanished entirely. His expression turned ashen. A bone-chilling murderous intent surged uncontrollably from within him. Plans have changed. He roared at the others, his voice laden with suppressed fury. Raven has been captured. She is being taken aboard the mothership. That bunch of bastards is searching for something. Upon hearing this, Hela and Lona's expressions hardened. The irritation of being interrupted transformed into pure bloodlust. Without a second thought, Hela pivoted and prepared to charge toward the mothership. You're too slow. Lenny seized her arm. Hela froze momentarily. Lenny offered no explanation, but issued a command to the three women. You three, keep these cannon fodder and those unknown allies at bay. Don't let them interfere. I'm going to rescue her. Lona and Wanda exchanged glances at Lenny. In his eyes was a fierce light they had never witnessed before, a blend of resolve and fury. Both women felt a jolt in their hearts and instinctively nodded. Linty grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Yet his smile was anything but warm. It's time for these alien bumpkins to witness what true divine power entails. And what on earth does physical transcendence mean? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, boom, the golden divine power from Odin within him detonated entirely. A dazzling light, too brilliant to behold, erupted from beneath his skin, transforming him into a diminutive sun. With his left hand, adorned with the infinity gauntlet, he clenched his fist vehemently. The azure glow of the space stone and the golden hue of the mind stone merged into the radiant gold surrounding him, forming a resplendent energy cloak that enveloped his body. He slightly bent his knees. The ground beneath him, unable to withstand this terrifying force, instantly cracked, forming a shallow pit. In the next moment, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, Linety vanished from his position. He transformed into an unstoppable golden meteor, skimming just above the scorched earth, hurtling directly toward the enormous black mothership hundreds of meters away. Every tree, rock, and Delibian that stood in his path was disintegrated and vaporized upon contact with his body. Without a moment to react, his singular aim was to breach it. Chapter 2:11. Breaching a mothership? Basic moves? Don't be foolish. Boom! A deep, thunderous impact drowned out all the clamor of the battlefield. In the valley, everyone, including both combatants, involuntarily paused for a moment. They collectively turned their gazes toward the mothership hovering in the valley center. The heavy side armor of the vessel appeared to have been forcefully crushed by an unseen hand. The sturdy alloy shell caved inward violently around a central point, warping and distorting. In the next instant, clang! A piercing metallic rending echoed throughout the valley. Golden light erupted. The indented armor was completely penetrated. A golden, humanoid hole abruptly manifested on the mothership's exterior. The edges of the hole glowed a fiery red, with molten metal dripping down. Complex internal pipelines and structures were visible, spewing blue electric sparks wildly. A golden stream of light, exuding an unmatched momentum, burst forth from the opposite side of the mothership. It carved a violent line through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! The earth trembled and dust billowed. Silence enveloped the valley. Both the Delibians and the newly arrived allies stood in stunned disbelief. What on earth was that? A humanoid armor-piercing projectile? Lorna hovered midair, ceasing her control over the metallic storm. She gazed at the two gaping holes in the mothership, and then at the direction Lyneni had fallen, a smile curling at her lips uncontrollably. This guy is becoming increasingly reckless. Hela retracted her sword of death, standing still, her earlier displeasure finally subsiding. Wanda, however, appeared anxious, crimson energy gathering at her fingertips, ready to rush forth in support. Meanwhile, the newly arrived allies, who had just charged into battle, halted in their tracks. The man at the forefront, wearing red quartz goggles, wore a serious expression. Hank analyzed that energy reaction. Beside him, a large figure covered in blue fur panted as he spoke. His voice was deep, yet carried a scholarly precision. Scott, the energy readings exceed my equipment's limits. This power is primal, ferocious, almost reminiscent of something from myth. A young man gliding on an ice slide approached, exclaiming in astonishment, "My goodness! Was that a meteor just now? Did it just pierce through an alien spaceship? This is far cooler than our entrance." Scott dismissed his companion's banter. "We're here to rescue." Inside the mothership, Lyneni crawled up from a heap of charred, sparking debris. He shook his head, feeling somewhat disoriented. "Damn, I'm feeling a bit queasy," he cursed inwardly. The power of Odin was indeed immense, but the recoil was overwhelming. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a damaged hangar, surrounded by twisted metal and broken pipes. Forgetting to check his body, Lyneni immediately focused, activating the Mind Stone on his left hand. A faint yet clear mental coordinate appeared in his mind's depths. It was Raven. She was still on the move. There, Lyneni confirmed the direction, his gaze sharpening. Before him stood a heavy metal wall. Not bothering to search for a door, he gathered the golden divine power into his right fist and struck it hard. Bang! The wall trembled violently, creating an exaggerated dent. Again, bang, bang, bang. Lyneni struck relentlessly at the same point, like an insatiable humanoid pile driver. Moments later, with a grating metallic distortion, the half-meter-thick alloy wall was forcefully breached. Without a hint of hesitation, he squeezed through the opening. In the corridor, piercing alarms blared madly. 2 squads of the Libyan soldiers, totaling 8, charged from either end of the corridor. Their energy cannons flickered ominously. Seeking death, Lyneni didn't even glance their way, maintaining his forward momentum as he casually waved his left hand. The Space Stone's blue light flickered. The soldiers charging from the left suddenly found the space beneath them warping and folding. Before they could comprehend what was happening, they discovered themselves directly in front of the soldiers on the right. The two groups collided chaotically. Now's the moment. The golden divine power within Lyneni erupted once more. He transformed into a blurred golden afterimage, weaving through the disoriented Delibians. Thud! A series of sickening, flesh-piercing sounds echoed. Lyneni emerged at the corridor's end. Behind him, the 8 Delibian soldiers stood frozen in place. In the next instant, their upper bodies slid cleanly from their waists. Lyneni flicked his wrist, not bothering to look back. In his mind's eye, Raven's coordinates drew ever closer. He kicked open a large door ahead. Another corridor lay before him. Another 2 squads of soldiers. Endless. Isn't it? Lyneni felt exasperated. He halted, raising his left hand adorned with the infinity gauntlet high. The Mind Stone radiated brilliantly. An invisible psychic shockwave swept through the entire corridor like a tsunami. The Delibian soldiers who had just emerged froze in their tracks. The compound eyes beneath their helmets dimmed rapidly. Then, it fell limply to the ground, devoid of any sound. Still, this method is quite effortless. Lin-Int whistled and strode confidently over the lifeless body. He smashed through 3 alloy doors in succession. At last, he arrived at an immense circular chamber. This appeared to be the command bridge of the mothership, or perhaps the command center. In the center of the room stood a vast circular platform. Raven was there. She had regained her distinctive blue skin, though her black combat attire was tattered in several places. Her limbs were bound by energy shackles emitting a ghostly blue light, firmly securing her to the platform in a shape. She looked frail, struggling with great difficulty. 2 elite creatures, larger than the average soldier and clad in more formidable armor, stood beside the platform. At the very center of the platform, a leader among the Daraba, adorned in lavish dark golden armor, held a complex instrument. At the front of the device, countless tiny energy probes extended slowly, aimed at the center of Raven's forehead. The instant Yin-Yang burst in, all eyes in the room turned to him. The two elite creatures immediately raised their weapons. Meanwhile, the leader paused, intrigued, observing Yin-Yang with interest. Its compound eyes shimmered beneath the helmet as it spoke in a language Yin-Yang could not comprehend, its tone dripping with condescension. Yin-Yang understood nothing and cared not to. His gaze was fixed intensely on Raven. Seeing her in such a weakened state ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Surging to the very top of his head, he raised a hand, pointing at Raven on the platform. Then, he pointed at the leader. "I give you 3 seconds. 1. He spoke slowly, taking a step forward. "Release her." 2. He stepped forward once more. Golden divine energy began to flow across his body, producing a faint crackling sound. The leader seemed to grasp something from his expression, emitting an extremely unpleasant laugh. This time, it used the built-in translator of its armor, projecting a cold electronic voice. "You ignorant, inferior being. You have destroyed my ship, and now you wish to command me?" Yin-Yang remained silent, preparing to utter 3. Yet the leader continued, its voice brimming with a cruel sense of pride. "However, you should consider yourself fortunate. Your mate's genetic sequence is the most perfect vessel I have found across the entire galaxy. She will be a witness and a sacrifice to this grand moment." Yin-Yang smiled. He bared his white teeth, the grin chillingly sinister. "A sacrifice?" He cracked his neck, producing a series of audible pops. "I care not for your nonsense." The golden light enveloping him surged fiercely. "Today, you shall all perish here. No one shall escape." As his words fell, Yin-Yang's form vanished from sight. Chapter 212. A single punch? You're not tough enough. In the command center, the Darabo leader in dark golden armor, its eyes still glimmering with mockery beneath the helmet, had yet to process Yin-Yang's threat through its translator. In the next instant, a flash of golden light, imperceptible to the naked eye, zipped past it. "Ah!" The Darabo leader felt a tightening around its neck as an overwhelming force yanked it off the ground. It beheld the lowly creature, which had just stood at the entrance, now gripping its throat with one hand, its face devoid of expression. Humiliation, fury. The Darabo leader's armored arm instantly contorted, its cannon charging with ghostly blue energy. Yet, before the energy beam could be unleashed, Yin-Yang casually waved his other hand, clad in the infinity gauntlet. The blue light of the space stone flickered momentarily. Pop! A soft sound echoed as the Darabo leader's arm, poised to fire, along with its shoulder armor, vanished into thin air. Blood gushed forth. The Darabo leader was utterly bewildered. Fear flickered in its eyes. Yin-Yang discolfed inwardly. This creature's biological structure was rather peculiar, significantly more resilient than an ordinary being. Yet, he had no desire to study it. He merely wished to inflict pain. A sacrifice? Yin-Yang's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. With a fierce grip on its throat, he suddenly exerted force. Crack! The Darabo leader's sturdy body emitted a lamenting metallic groan under the sheer power of golden divine energy. Yin-Yang barely spared a glance, flinging it aside as if discarding a piece of litter. Boom! The Darabo leader was violently hurled against the wall of the command center. The thick alloy wall was dented, forming a massive human-shaped indentation. Its entire body was embedded within, limbs contorted at odd angles, and its ornate dark golden armor shattered. Just then, the two elite guard creatures, who had been stationed at the platform's edge, finally reacted. They roared and charged towards Yin-Yang. Meanwhile, the Darabo leader, embedded in the wall, thrashed violently. Its contorted limbs and broken armor began to stir. Oh, quite resilient. Yin-Yang glanced at the commotion behind the wall, not even bothering to look back at the two approaching guards. He raised his left hand, adorned with the infinity gauntlet. Fingers splayed, aimed at the recovering creature within the wall. He softly proclaimed, "Force field control." In an instant, an invisible, terrifying energy enveloped the indentation. The surrounding space seemed to shift from liquid to solid. Immense pressure converged from all directions, violently compressing the central mass. Creak, creak, creak. A series of sounds erupted. The Darabo leader's body, barely half repaired, along with the sturdy alloy wall surrounding it, was forcefully crushed inward, collapsing. Finally, pop! A muted sound akin to something being crushed echoed. Within the wall's indentation remained a mingled mass of metal and flesh, a dark red sphere, still faintly writhing. Dead beyond recovery, the two elite guard creatures, witnessing the fate of their leader, halted mid-charge, frozen in place. Yin-Yang did not afford them a moment of fear or contemplation. His gaze swept over them. Identical forces seized them mid-air, compressing them into two smaller meatballs amidst their desperate struggles. Thud, thud. Two objects fell to the ground, producing a squelching sound. The entire process lasted no more than 10 seconds. Inside the command center, an eerie silence descended, leaving only the shrill alarm echoing in vain. Yin-Yang then turned and walked towards the central platform. Upon seeing Raven, shackled by energy restraints and weakened to the point where her once vibrant blue skin appeared dull, the murderous intent that had lingered in his eyes was instantly replaced by a profound ache of concern. I have arrived. He approached the edge of the platform, extending his hand, attempting to forcefully pry open the shackles. Zzz. The clash between his golden divine power and the blue energy restraints sparked a dazzling array of lights. The shackles trembled, yet remained steadfast. Hey, quite resilient, Yin-Yang remarked, clicking his tongue. He calmed himself, ceasing his futile attempts. Yin-Yang extended his right index finger, gathering a flicker of red light at its tip. He pressed it against the lock mechanism. Click, with a soft sound. The four energy restraints binding Raven's limbs extinguished their glow simultaneously, then sprang open automatically. Yin-Yang quickly stepped forward, carefully lifting the weakened Raven from the platform into his embrace. She leaned feebly against his chest, her ears attuned to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. That sound provided immense solace to her chaotic thoughts and bodily pain. Yin-Yang gently infused a warm stream of golden divine power into her body. This was Odin's power, imbued with the life essence of the world tree. Raven's pallid complexion visibly transformed to a healthy hue. How do you feel? Yin-Yang whispered. Raven regained some strength. She did not respond, but instead clutched his clothing tightly. Her tone urgent and laced with fear. That leader, it said it wants to use my genes, my body, to serve as a vessel. Raven trembled slightly, to carry something called Phoenix Force. As the words Phoenix Force escaped her lips, Yin-Yang's grip around her tightened abruptly. He froze, his mind racing. Phoenix Force? Goodness. Phoenix Force. Jean Grey. A multitude of chaotic images flooded his mind, as if a bomb had detonated within. The red-haired woman. The flames that scorched the entire universe. A name he desperately wished to avoid encountering at this moment. An immensely troublesome one. He suddenly pieced everything together. Why had Heimdall seen the energy of destruction and rebirth? Why had this group of alien beings, resembling cockroaches, traveled great distances to Earth? Most crucially, why had another faction of allies coincidentally burst into this valley? After all this commotion, Raven was merely an unfortunate pawn, captured due to her unique genes to serve as a backup vessel. Their true target was the host of the Phoenix Force, Jean Grey, and that faction of allies could undoubtedly be the X-Men. The fleeting thrill of recently defeating the enemy evaporated entirely. This was a cosmic-level catastrophe that had commenced prematurely. He had initially believed he was leading a team to gear up for an adventure. Instead, he had inadvertently stepped into the narrative arc of the ultimate final boss. Damn it, Yin-Yang, cradling Raven, gazed through the enormous breach in the mothership towards the battlefield outside. Lightning, frost, and searing rays. Another battleground was erupting with intensity. The effect suggested it was indeed the X-Men. His expression grew gravely serious. This situation was escalating in cost. Raven nestled against him, sensing his sudden tension, looked up at him in confusion. Yin-Yang glanced down into her questioning eyes, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. He softly murmured to both himself and the fragile Raven in his arms, "Darling, it seems we have stirred up quite the trouble." He shifted his gaze towards the direction of the Allied forces, his expression turning peculiar. It appears we must rescue the main character before our allies do. Chapter 213. Where are the allies? I have 3 allies. Where are they? Phoenix Force? The ultimate cosmic catastrophe? The very thing that made Thanos appear like a docile kitten? Yin-Yang's brain momentarily short-circuited. Holding Raven, his thoughts became a chaotic stew. No, that couldn't be right. He recalled having deep conversations with Jean Grey several times before, having painstakingly helped her stabilize the volatile power within her. Logically, she should be in a stable phase now. How had these aliens managed to capture her here? Who could have anticipated the plunge into the introductory CG of the ultimate final boss? Raven shifted slightly in his arms, weakly lifting her gaze to him. Her yellow eyes brimmed with confusion and unease. "Do not fear." Lonnie leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. "Should the sky fall, I shall hold it up for you." Though he himself wished to find a nook to hide in, he turned to face the massive hole he had created. Outside, thunder roared, and frost swirled in a tumultuous spectacle. "All right, let us not allow those regular troops to steal the limelight." Lineni muttered to himself. "As the battle commences, our main force must not be absent from the fray." He raised his left hand adorned with the infinity gauntlet. The space stone shimmered with a blue light. A wavering blue portal tore open in midair. On the other side of the portal lay the heart of the valley's battlefield. Hela's figure morphed into a series of lethal emerald shadows, each swing of her deathly sword claiming the lives of a line of Delabans with deadly precision. She wore a smile of delight, as if participating in a grand celebration. Lorna floated in midair, enveloped in a radiant green aura of magnetism. Countless metal fragments coalesced into a roaring steel dragon, swirling around her, each lash of its tail reducing swathes of enemies to mere remnants. Wanda followed closely behind, crimson energy dancing at her fingertips, forming chaotic force fields that dismantled any foes that dared to charge in. The three of them exuded the might of an entire army. "Hey!" Lineni's voice echoed through the portal. "Leave the minions to others. Come in and help with the boss." Hela pierced through a Delaban with her sword. Hearing the call, she glanced at the portal with disinterest. "Finished that quickly? How boring." Lorna, controlling the metal dragon, pulverized the last wave of advancing enemies before soaring over. Upon passing through the portal, she laid eyes on Raven. Pale and weak, her combat suit torn in several places, and her expression instantly turned cold. What happened to her? Wanda followed closely behind, her expression filled with concern upon witnessing Raven's frail state. "Do not rush. It is merely a minor situation." Lynn carefully set Raven down on the ground, allowing her to lean against the wall. These knaves treat Raven as if she were merely a condiment packet accompanying instant noodles. He gestured towards the depths of the spacecraft. "The victim is within, alongside the host of the Phoenix Force." At that moment, beyond the battlefield, the Delabarians, previously overwhelmed by the onslaught of three women, suddenly felt the pressure diminish. They gazed up in confusion, witnessing the three harbingers of chaos vanish within a blue light circle. After a brief silence, all Delabarian soldiers turned their focus towards the X-Men, who were still valiantly holding their ground. Scott had just unleashed a searing laser beam from his visor, incinerating two foes when he had no time to catch his breath. From all directions, a dark tide of enemies surged towards them. "My heavens!" Iceman exclaimed. "Why are they all coming for us?" Hank, his blue fur bristling, sent a Delabarian flying with a punch, bellowing, "Those three women have fled." Scott turned pale. "What about our allies? Where are those three allies of mine?" "Hold your ground." Within the command center of the mothership, Lynn was utterly unaware of the profound realization his small decision had imparted upon his comrades. "So, we have abandoned our teammates?" Lorna raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with amusement. "Nonsense," Lynn retorted with righteous indignation. "We are executing a strategic infiltration behind enemy lines, striking at the heart of the matter. Their role is to engage in frontal distraction, which bears significant strategic value." He had concocted a perfect excuse for himself. Enough with the chatter. Hela was growing impatient, weighing the deathly sword in her hand. "Where's the boss? I am positively ravenous." Suddenly, the alarms within the mothership blared with an escalated frequency. Amidst the jarring buzzing, an incomprehensible language echoed through the intercom. He activated the Mind Stone. A stream of information flooded his mind. "Warning! Warning! The core energy chamber has been breached. All combat units, proceed to the core chamber immediately. At all costs. Halt the intruders." "Ah, they have even provided us with directions." Lynn grinned widely. "Onward, the second phase of the expedition team is initiated." He charged ahead, leading the way. Hela followed closely, her excitement akin to that of a child anticipating a trip to a theme park. Lorna and Wanda exchanged a glance and fell in line, flanking the still weakened Raven protectively. The internal corridors of the spacecraft were more intricate than anticipated. Countless Deliberian soldiers surged from various junctions, recklessly charging towards them. This is infuriating. Lorna could hardly be bothered to engage. She merely huffed disdainfully. The metallic walls and floor of the surrounding corridor twisted and contorted, transforming into numerous sharp spikes that pierced forth from every direction. The advancing Deliberian soldiers, caught entirely off guard, were impaled like skewered fruits. Impressive. Lin whistled and continued to lead the charge. Before long, they reached the end of the corridor. A colossal, exaggerated circular door of alloy barred their path. I'll handle this. Hela eagerly stepped forward. Gripping her sword with both hands, dark green energy surged violently into it. Boom! With a single stroke, the entire mothership shuddered violently. The heavy alloy door was cleaved open, revealing a blinding crimson light pouring through the gap. Lin raised a hand to shield his eyes, squinting to peer inside. Before him lay an immense spherical chamber. At its center, an unfathomably large and intricate machine was in operation. Countless thick energy conduits connected to the core of the apparatus. Suspended in midair at the core was a woman clad in a skin-tight suit, her vibrant red hair cascading around her. She was Jean Grey. At this moment, her beautiful face was marred by agony, her body enveloped in a wild, blazing energy that threatened to consume the universe. The Phoenix Force. Atop the machine, numerous sharp probes slowly pierced towards Jean's body, extracting that fiery energy piece by piece and channeling it into a colossal energy crystal nearby. Before the control console of the machine stood a figure. This being was also a Deliberian, yet distinctly different from the burly soldiers. Her physique was slender and graceful, adorned in a suit of silver armor that seemed forged from moonlight, accentuating her curves. A cascade of pure white hair flowed down her back. She wore no helmet, revealing a face of chilling beauty. Hearing the commotion behind her, she slowly turned. Her eyes held no surprise or fear, only an unfathomable coldness. She regarded Lin and his companions as though they were mere insects intruding upon her laboratory. Through the Mind Stone, Lin heard her frigid voice. Just a moment more. The flames of revenge for my Deliberian kin are on the verge of being rekindled. You ignorant, lowly beings arrive at a fortuitous time. She raised a hand, pointing towards Lin and his companions. Let your lives serve as the sacrifice for this momentous occasion. As her words fell, the massive crystal, voraciously absorbing the Phoenix Force, quivered violently. A wave of terrifying energy surged throughout the entire core chamber. Jean Grey emitted a cry of anguish, suspended in the air. Lin's expression darkened completely. He directed his gaze towards the white-haired leader, articulating each word with gravity. I do not care what absurd revenge scheme you have. Should you dare to lay a finger on her today, I guarantee that your planet will vanish utterly from the cosmos. Chapter 214. What? Your home was forcibly demolished? Grieve, but I will still protect the person. In the face of Lin's blatant threat, the Deliberian female leader, clad in silver armor, her hair cascading like a waterfall, displayed no sign of disturbance. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk played upon her exquisitely cold features. Her emotionless voice resonated directly in the minds of Lin, Hela, Lorna, and Wanda. My planet, it has long since perished. Lin and his companions were taken aback. The white-haired leader slowly raised her slender arm, adorned with silver gauntlets. She pointed towards the figure of Jean Grey, struggling in agony, pierced by countless energy probes. That very thing within her, the Phoenix Force, turned to cosmic dust. Her tone remained flat, yet beneath that monotone lay a profound hatred. We are the last of the Deliberians. The flames of vengeance for our kind require a worthy sacrifice to reignite. She must pay with her life. Upon hearing these words, Lin was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively scratched his head, bewildered. This script was all wrong. How had he found himself allied with the debtors, assisting a delinquent? He muttered softly, well, I truly apologize. May you find peace in your loss, he added, his flippant murmurs prompting Lorna and Hela beside him to roll their eyes in exasperation. Who are you attempting to console? Yet, despite the awkwardness, Lin's expression quickly regained its seriousness. He stepped forward, pointing assertively at Jean Grey, suspended in the air, his tone imbued with conviction. I understand the rationale. The vengeance for a slain father is a matter of utmost gravity. However, he declared, she is the one I must protect. Thus, this cannot transpire. His brazen declaration rendered the atmosphere silent for a brief moment. A crack appeared on the perpetually stoic face of the leader of the Delibra. Her icy gaze fixed intently on Lin, brimming with contempt. Ignorant insect, then let us both turn to ashes. Before her words could dissipate, an invisible yet terrifying energy enveloped Lin in an instant, compressing from all directions. Hela, Lin shouted fervently. This is the moment we've awaited. Hela, who had been biding her strength, flickered into action. The dark, deathly sword in her grasp cleaved through the suffocating energy with impeccable precision. Clang! A dull collision resonated, and Hela's strike severed the oppressive force in two. The pressure on Lin dissipated instantly. Now was the time. His golden divine power erupted beneath him, transforming him into a blinding stream of gold as he charged towards Jean Grey, bound to the core instrument. His intent was unmistakable. He aimed to save her. Naive, the Delibra leader regarded him with disdain. Astonishingly, he could multitask. With a deft motion, she deflected Hela's sword with greater force, causing Hela to stagger back a step. Simultaneously, without even glancing, she nonchalantly swatted at the rushing Lin with one hand, her gesture elegant yet laced with destructive power. Bang! As Lin surged forward, he was struck as if by an invisible giant fly swatter, sending him hurtling backward toward the metallic wall, on the verge of creating a new dent. Yet, in that moment of flight, rather than panic, a cunning grin spread across Lin's face. Heh, sweetheart, you fell for it. The space stone on his infinity gauntlet glimmered. A ghostly blue portal tore open less than a meter behind him, and simultaneously, another identical portal appeared beside Jean Grey. In the next instant, Lin dove headfirst into the portal behind him, vanishing from sight. Moments later, he emerged from the portal next to Jean, executing a graceful roll and landing with poise. The entire sequence unfolded in a blur. Now Lorna, Lin commanded as he reappeared beside Jean. Teamwork was meant to flow like this. Lorna, who had been standing back with her arms crossed, as if watching a play, felt a surge of green light in her eyes at his call. She abruptly spread her arms, fingers splayed, and then clenched them forcefully. Zing! A piercing metallic distortion echoed throughout the space. Numerous sharp probes embedded in Jean's body. The thick energy conduits connected to the instruments, and the metallic shackles binding her limbs. All metallic objects seemed to be seized by an unseen hand. In that instant, they were violently torn apart, twisted, and broken. Crack, crack, with a series of shattering sounds. Everything restraining Jean Grey was obliterated in the blink of an eye. Freed from her constraints and the siphoning of energy, Jean's body slumped, descending. Lin, quick as lightning, caught her delicate form in his embrace. That familiar touch, her radiant hair. It's been a while, little sister. He even found time to jest. Without a glance, he tossed the unconscious Jean into the still-open blue portal behind him. On the other side of the portal, Wanda stood with arms outstretched. The crimson chaotic energy converged before her, forming a soft yet resilient energy field. She caught Jean Grey as she flew through the portal and gently laid her down beside the equally weakened Raven, shielding both with chaotic energy. From Lin being flung away to Jean Grey being successfully rescued and relocated to safety, the entire sequence flowed seamlessly, executed in perfect harmony. It transpired in the blink of an eye, taking less than 3 seconds in total. At this moment, the white-haired Delibra leader remained frozen in her pose, her hand still raised as if to swat Lin away. The expression of disdain and scorn on her face morphed into confusion and astonishment. She glanced at her hand still suspended in the air, then at the obliterated core instrument. Finally, she turned to see Wanda standing in the distance, having shielded both crucial sacrifices behind her. Her mind struggled to process the immense influx of information. Who were these individuals? A decoy shield, a warrior blocking the front, a mage responsible for teleportation, and a remote manipulator. Lastly, a support for extraction. This coordination was astonishingly smooth. As the leader's mind faltered, Lin leisurely dusted off non-existent debris from his attire, rising to his feet. The portal behind him began to close slowly. He flashed a grin at the now petrified leader, revealing his gleaming white teeth. He raised his hand and audaciously snapped his fingers. The crisp sound echoed in the hushed core chamber. Hey, snap out of it. Lin spoke in an irritatingly insolent tone. Now, we have the hostages in our possession. He paused, allowing his smile to broaden even further. It's time to discuss your compensation. Chapter 215. Countdown to ship's self-destruct. He started to pull out items. Hey, miss. Lin called again when she remained unresponsive. Don't just stand there. Let us settle the accounts. He began to count on his fingers, embarking on a serious yet absurd monologue. First and foremost, my teammate Raven was apprehended by you and subjected to considerable distress. Surely, compensation for emotional damages is warranted. Moreover, we traveled a great distance to rescue her, utilizing teleportation and divine power, which consumed substantial energy. This expense is your responsibility. Furthermore, your recent assault upon me was quite painful. Lin exaggeratedly rubbed his chest. Medical expenses, loss of work, nutritional costs, and most importantly, his expression turned exceedingly grave. You have disrupted our enthusiasm for exploration. This is a grave matter. You must compensate. This declaration struck the female leader like a series of resounding slaps to the face. The bewilderment and shock in her eyes were swiftly replaced by an inferno of rage. It was the flame of a home destroyed, of kin perished, fueled by centuries of accumulated hatred. At this moment, it was utterly ignited by Lin's audacious words. You seek death. The words, enunciated slowly through clenched teeth, echoed throughout the core chamber. Accompanied by her voice, the colossal energy crystal suddenly emitted a resonating hum. The previously extracted, raging power of the phoenix from Quinn was instantly summoned by the female leader. A wave of fiery, red energy, magnitudes more potent than before, surged toward Lint and his companions with ferocious intent. Is that all you've got? Yet another round of this? Lint scoffed, his disdain evident. He could hardly muster the energy to move. Behind him, Lona let out a derisive snort and stepped forward. Her striking green eyes were now aglow with intensity. She extended her delicate, pale hand toward the torrent of crimson energy and gently clenched it. Cease! At once, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The violent phoenix energy wave, less than 10 meters from them, astonishingly, halted. It was held in place by an invisible yet immensely powerful force. The female leader's pupils constricted sharply. She sensed her control over the energy being ruthlessly stripped away. The Phoenix power was a pure energy entity. Lona, however, commanded one of the universe's 4 fundamental forces, electromagnetic force. The essence of energy lies in the interaction between particle motion and fields. In this moment, Lona was employing her formidable magnetic control to forcibly interfere with the energy structure of the Phoenix power. Such frivolity. Lona disdainfully uttered those 4 words. With a subtle twist of her wrist, the suspended fiery red energy transformed as if it were a soft red cloth, molded and folded at her whim. Finally, with a soft pop, it was compressed into a fist-sized sphere of pulsating red light. The orb spun twice in the air before zipping into Lona's palm. She toyed with it as if it were a glass marble, weighing it casually. Is this all there is? Lona provocatively gazed at the female leader. The female leader was rendered utterly speechless. What manner of monsters were these? TSK, what a bore. Hela, who had remained silent until now, finally expressed her impatience. With the death sword slung over her shoulder, she took a step forward, ready to charge. A mage who merely plays with energy waves? Watch me cleave her in two. Wait. Lint seized her arm. Let us not rush into violence. It would be ill-advised. Hela shot him a look of incredulity. Not going to kill her? What then? Not quite. Lint grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. I mean, we ought to make her pay before she meets her demise. Otherwise, wouldn't our journey have been in vain? Hela, Lona, Wanda. In the distance, the female leader trembled with rage upon hearing this. Her silver, form-fitting armor emitted a strained hum under the burden of humiliation. What a profound disgrace. This was an affront far more severe than the destruction of her homeland. Since you're so eager for death, I shall oblige. The female leader roared in fury. No longer attempting to control the Phoenix power, she slammed her hands down onto the console before her. Alert! Alert! The core energy chamber is about to overload. The ship will self-destruct in 3 minutes. Repeat. The ship will self-destruct in 3 minutes. The jarring synthetic voice reverberated throughout the entire mothership. Red warning lights flashed frantically. Surely not, sister. Lynn was left dumbfounded. Is this how you play? Throwing the table over? Your character is lacking. A manic yet triumphant smile spread across the female leader's face. This arc is the last refuge of the Delaba clan. It must end in flames of vengeance. You and she shall become the most splendid tributes in my clan's epic of retribution. Her mental resolve was tinged with a determination for mutual destruction. Mad woman, Lona spat, her expression turning grim. Destroying a spaceship was not a daunting task. However, safeguarding two unconscious burdens and a brute like Hela amidst a cataclysmic explosion was rather troublesome. Lent. Wanda's voice carried a note of urgency. Behind her, Raven and Quinn appeared pale, clearly unable to withstand such turmoil. Stay calm, Lent reassured, though sweat was already beading on his forehead. Damn it, he had overstepped. Had he known that a single punch would suffice to dispatch her, he would not have indulged in such pretentious repartee about compensation. Now, they were in jeopardy of being swept away in the aftermath. He glanced at the rapidly decreasing countdown, the numbers plummeting from 180 seconds, his mind racing. What to do? What to do? Lent scratched his head in desperation. At that moment, a violent tremor resonated outside the mothership. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The circular door of the core chamber, already cracked open by Hela, was violently blasted apart from the outside. Seething red rays intermingled with furious white lightning surged in. Figures clad in black uniforms appeared at the entrance. Leading them was a figure wearing red quartz glasses, an expression of seriousness etched upon his face. Quinn, Scott Summers, known as Cyclops, immediately spotted Quinn Gray, sheltered behind Wanda. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward. Don't move, Lent and the female leader shouted in unison, halting Scott in his tracks. The simultaneous command left him momentarily dazed. Lent, observing the allies who had finally breached the entrance, felt a buzzing in his mind. Why did they choose now to arrive, just as the ship was on the brink of explosion? Were they here to rescue, or simply to claim their fate? He shouted irritably at the outside. What are you staring at? Can't you see it's about to explode? If you don't want to die, get lost. The X-Men were left in utter confusion. They observed the bizarre standoff within. On one side was the white-haired alien woman exuding an aura of destruction. On the other stood Lenny and three strikingly different beauties. And the person they sought to rescue, Jean Grey, was with another blue-skinned woman, shielded by one of the girls in red. What was going on? Forget about them, Lorna urged. Think of a way. The countdown had reached 90 seconds. Eureka! Lenny's eyes sparkled. He slapped his thigh excitedly. I'm truly a genius. He turned to face the crazed leader, who seemed intent on dragging everyone down with her. A smile, more manic than hers, spread across his face. Sister, don't you enjoy the grand spectacle? Aren't you fond of explosions? All right, today, I shall show you what true artistry looks like. Linty raised his left hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet. The lights of the space and mind stones shone brilliantly. An invisible, yet immensely terrifying force awakened within him. It was the power of the Reality Stone. I declare, Linty's voice resonated clearly amidst the blaring alarms and the gaze of the onlookers. This party is now under my command. Everyone, let us get this party started. Chapter 216. The leader's armor transforms into a princess dress. Lenny raised his left hand, mimicking a DJ. This party is now under my command. Everyone, let us get this party started. As his words fell, he clenched his hand adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet. Red energy swirled around him, instantly engulfing the entire core chamber. In the next moment, the frantic red alarm lights extinguished. Suddenly, colorful spinning disco lights appeared from thin air on the ceiling. The beams swept across the metallic chamber, transforming it into a vibrant spectacle brimming with joy. Then, the alarm sound shifted to a pulsating electronic dance track, bursting with rhythm. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, even the air seemed to grow warm and lively. The entire core chamber fell into a state of bewilderment. The X-Men at the entrance stood there, wide-eyed and gaping. Scott's stern expression was frozen in place. Beside him, Hank McCoy adjusted his glasses, his expression peculiar. Iceman, sliding on the icy path, lost his footing and landed in a dramatic slide. What were they here for again? Oh right, to rescue someone. Yet, this scene felt as if they had mistakenly wandered into an underground rave. The reactions among Linty's companions varied. Lorna crossed her arms, one hand pressed against her forehead, wearing an expression of exasperation. This guy's dark humor was becoming increasingly unbearable. Hela, wielding her sword, furrowed her brows tightly. Why engage in such frivolities when they could be fighting? What a waste of time. Only Wanda let out a quiet sigh of relief, observing Linny's antics. Her lips curved into a subtle smile. However, the one most affected was undoubtedly the silver-armored leader. The madness and determination etched on her face were now replaced by confusion and absurdity. What she envisioned as the worst possible outcome was to perish in the flames of vengeance alongside her foes, thus concluding the tragic saga of the Delibra clan. Not to be toyed with by her enemies in this disco-like atmosphere, this was the deepest insult to her and her entire race. What have you done? The leader's mind was filled with tremors of anger. Nothing much. Linty snapped his fingers, causing the disco lights to spin faster. The music grew louder still. I just thought your exit was rather kitsch. Not cool at all. I added a bit of flair for you. See, doesn't it feel like a simple scratch brings it all back? Puffed. Upon hearing this, the leader could no longer contain herself and spat out a mouthful of blood. She trembled, pointing at Linty, her fury rendering her speech incomprehensible. You lowly enough with the formalities. Linty waved his hand dismissively. The party has started. The atmosphere is set. Now, it's time to send you on your way. He sauntered towards the leader. She glared at him, the flames of hatred reigniting in her eyes. Even if her self-destruction was thwarted, so what? She still possessed the phoenix force drawn from that girl. She still had the most advanced battle armor of the Delibra clan. She would tear this man apart with her own hands. With a roar, the leader attempted to harness the energy from the crystal. However, Linny merely raised his right hand, pointing a finger at her in a casual manner. The power of the reality stone activated once more. The leader felt a tightening sensation across her body. Looking down, she was horrified to see her silver armor, symbol of the Delibra clan's glory and technological prowess, transforming at a visible rate. The hard alloy softened. The sleek lines became bulky. The cold metallic sheen morphed into a garish pink. In merely 2 seconds, the once formidable, destruction-imbued leader was clad in a dress, adorned with lace and bows. A pink princess gown. Even her battle boots transformed into diamond-studded high heels. The air froze once more, not just for the enemy. Even Lorna and Hela stared in disbelief. This guy truly understood the art of humiliation. The X-Men were collectively stunned. Scott felt his worldview shatter in unprecedented ways. Iceman couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Ha ha, princess, ha ha ha. That laughter became the final straw for the leader's psyche. She gazed down at her ludicrous dress, hearing the mocking laughter echoing around her. Her centuries of perseverance, the blood feud she bore, were all reduced to a mere joke at this moment. Ah! The leader let out a scream steeped in despair. Her spirit shattered entirely. How annoying. Linny approached the leader, gazing at her distorted face, twisted by shame and desperation. He raised his hand and lightly flicked her forehead. Pop! A soft sound akin to bursting a soap bubble. The Delibra leader, clad in her pink princess gown, vanished in a thin air along with her ridiculous attire. There was no explosion, no carnage. It was as if she had never existed at all. Only a colossal energy crystal remained, faintly shimmering in its place. Within the core chamber, the raucous electronic dance music had ceased. The disco ball lights vanished. Everything reverted to its former state, as if that absurd scene had merely been a collective illusion. Lin tapped his hands together and turned around. Done, wrap it up. He approached Wanda with a relaxed demeanor. How's everyone? No injuries? Wanda nodded vacantly, still reeling from the earlier surreal moment. Lin crouched down, gazing at the still unconscious red-haired girl. Jean Grey. Her brow was tightly furrowed, her face etched with pain, her body involuntarily twitching. Evidently, the forceful extraction of energy had inflicted great harm upon her. TSK, troublesome. Lin extended his right hand, a soft yellow glow illuminating his index finger. This was the power of the Mind Stone. He gently touched her forehead with his fingertip. A wave of serene, warm mental energy slowly flowed into her. The tightness in Jean's brow began to ease. The agony etched on her face gradually faded. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before her beautiful eyes slowly opened. What met her gaze was the face of a stranger, adorned with a hint of a languid smile. Jean's expression was still somewhat dazed. Where am I? Her voice was hoarse, laced with a touch of weakness. On a dilapidated ship about to fall apart. Lin withdrew his finger, standing up and casually assisting her to her feet. You were abducted by aliens. I saved you. Now you're safe. He patted Jean's shoulder, speaking in a tone that suggested it was a matter of course. All right, stop dawdling. Come with me. Jean looked utterly bewildered. This man had vanished for months, leaving her unable to reach him. Now he suddenly reappeared, rescued her, and expected her to leave with him? Was this a confession? Her confused little face flushed slightly. Meanwhile, standing at the doorway and witnessing the entire exchange, Scott's composure shattered upon hearing Lynn's words. Lynn, it's you again. Let her go, Scott shouted, raising his hand to press his crimson quartz glasses. Uncontrollable fury surged, causing the energy in his eyes to boil. Why did you come back after leaving? Lynn cast a glance at him, his expression akin to that of a parent observing a petulant child. Do I need to inform you that I'm off to save the world? Go play with your laser pointers. These words struck Scott's already fraying nerves. Ever since Lynn's departure, Jean had been despondent, and he believed this was his chance to win her back. After 2 months of persistent effort, just as Jean's heart began to lean towards him, he was thwarted. Ling, you're asking for death. Scott completely erupted. He no longer cared to press the switch, forcefully shoving aside his glasses, unleashing a devastating red beam towards Lynn without warning. However, Lynn did not even flinch. Hela, standing beside him, merely raised an eyebrow coldly. The furious red beam veered mysteriously upward, detonating with a thunderous roar just inches from Lynn, creating a gaping hole in the core chamber's ceiling. Scott, undeterred, prepared to strike again. Scott, stop. An elderly, gentle yet authoritative voice unexpectedly resonated in everyone's minds. It was Professor Charles Xavier. Scott froze, his face a canvas of resentment. He roared within his mind, Professor. He asked, taking Jean. Charles's voice was heavy with fatigue and gravitas. Calm down, Scott. You're no match for him. That man, his power has surpassed our capabilities. Engaging him would afford you not even a fraction of a second of opportunity. Chapter 217. Sending a goodwill card to an ex? You deal with this mess. Professor Charles' words fell upon Scott like a bucket of cold water, dousing the flames of his rage. He stiffened. The impulse to incinerate everything before him was forcibly suppressed. Professor Scott growled begrudgingly in his mind. Why? Why should he be allowed to take Jean? Charles's voice was imbued with profound helplessness. Scott, we cannot stop him. Believe me, striking at him would be akin to suicide. This declaration drained the last vestiges of strength from Scott. He relinquished his intention to push his glasses aside, his shoulders sagging in defeat. Indeed, they could not stop him. From the moment that man appeared, their so-called allies had merely been bystanders. They could only watch in helplessness. Watch as he punched through the mothership. Watch as he dispatched those arrogant aliens with the ease of crushing insects. Watch as he toyed with that formidable female leader in the most absurd manner and made her vanish into thin air. Scott's once proud laser beams failed even to elicit a blink from him. A profound sense of powerlessness engulfed Scott. On the other side, Lynn had not regarded Scott at all. He helped Jean to her feet. Her body was still somewhat weak, unable to stand firmly. Her tattered clothing revealed large patches of alabaster skin, which gleamed strikingly under the surrounding metallic light. Jean instinctively grasped Lynn's arm to steady herself. Her beautiful eyes still reflected the bewilderment of having survived. Thank you saved me once more. Jean's voice was soft, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She looked at Lynn, who had left without a word months ago, leaving her despondent for some time. Little did she expect their reunion would occur in such a scenario. Just a minor task. Lynn waved his hand dismissively. A simple effort, no need for excessive gratitude. If you insist on repaying me, I wouldn't mind considering something like offering yourself. He spoke playfully, yet his mind was calculating. Another +1. Life was likely to become even more complicated henceforth. Jean's face flushed at his blunt remark, momentarily at a loss for words, lightly punching Lynn's arm. After a moment, she mustered her courage and looked up. I will go with you. The utterance of those 3 words caused Scott to jolt violently. He stared at Jean in disbelief. Jean, you want to go with him? Scott's tone shifted, overflowing with the anguish of betrayal and despair. Why? He shouted at Jean. He disappeared for so long. I cared for you, Jean, turned to face the man who had been her companion for 2 months. Pain was etched across Scott's face. His gaze became somewhat intricate, filled with gratitude and remorse, yet devoid of the emotion he yearned for. She quietly regarded him for a few moments before gently uttering, Thank you for your companionship over these past 2 months. I'm truly happy. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. However, what said next plunged him into despair. But, you are a good person. The phrase "you're a good person" struck him like a thunderclap, rendering him a mere shell of his hopeful self, his expression frozen in place. He seemed to turn ashen. Observing nearby, could not suppress his amusement. Such a heart-wrenching blow, sister. This good person card was more devastating than his earlier transformation of someone into a princess gown using the reality stone. Disinterested in witnessing this breakup drama any longer, he raised his left hand, and a blue light from the space stone flashed. A swirling blue portal opened beside him. "Time to go," called out. "Dinner awaits at home." He stepped towards the portal first, sword in hand, followed behind with an expression of impatience, disdainfully scoffing as she passed, and, escorting the still frail, also moved along. Didn't even glance at the X-Men, perceiving them as weak as fledglings. Cast one last deep glance at, her eyes brimming with deeper regret. Yet, she showed no hesitation. Turning away, she strode towards the portal that symbolized rebirth. "Don't go," let out a heart-wrenching wail. He attempted to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by and nearby. "Captain, calm down. It's futile." The portal's light engulfs figure. At last, half in the portal, peeked back. He regarded the X-Men, who stood in shock at the entrance, and pointed at the enormous, still glowing energy crystal. "Hey, allies. I claim the first kill. You can take that thing. Oh, by the way, it seems the minions on this ship have gone berserk. Take your time dealing with them. There's no rush. We're in a hurry, so we'll be leaving first." After saying this, he waved at, flashing a mischievous smile. "Brother, take care. There's always a next one." With those words, the portal shut with a whoosh, plunging the entire core chamber back into silence. Only suppressed sobs echoed. Thud. Unable to maintain his composure, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Tears streamed down from the crevices of his red quartz glasses. The other X-Men exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Patted shoulder, attempting to offer comfort, but at a loss for words. Just then, a piercing alarm blared again. It was not a self-destruct countdown, but the highest-level combat alert. Boom! 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 Heavy footsteps reverberated from the passages, like rolling thunder. For the deli bars. Revenge. Kill them. Countless roars filled with hatred surged from afar. S expression shifted. Not good. It's those deli bar soldiers. They've gone mad. The X-Men's faces paled collectively. They turned to the end of the corridor. A dark horde of deli bar soldiers, wielding various energy weapons, surged forward with reckless abandon. Their compound eyes had turned blood red, brimming with a frenzy to annihilate everything. "Open fire," sprang to his feet. He wiped his tears away with the back of his hand. His face now set with icy determination. He activated the switch on his glasses, and a searing red beam instantly pierced through the bodies of the front row of deli bar soldiers. Roared, channeling all his pain and fury into a beam of destruction directed at the enemy. Thus erupted a harrowing battle at the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Professor Charles sat in his wheelchair, eyes closed, brow furrowed. Through telepathy, he witnessed everything transpiring aboard the mothership. It was a massacre. No, it felt more like an endless war of attrition. The deli bar soldiers charged relentlessly, ready to die in their assault, had attempted to communicate with them, urging surrender. The response had only been more frenzied hatred, revenge, or death. This was the final cry of the deli bar race. Ultimately, after 2.5 hours of conflict, the last deli bar soldier fell before the X-Men. The entire race was extinguished. Charles sighed deeply, his face etched with guilt and exhaustion. His philosophy was one of peaceful coexistence, of guidance and redemption. Yet, today, as events caused him to waver in the convictions he had upheld his entire life. In the face of such irreconcilable hatred, did redemption truly exist? Meanwhile, at the Apex Technology Building, on the top floor, with a flash of blue light, appeared alongside 5 strikingly diverse women in the opulent penthouse. Stretched widely, gazing out at the familiar city skyline, savoring the scent of wealth and freedom in the air. He sighed with genuine appreciation. A golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. Earth is truly the best. This is where I belong. Which version do you prefer? For some reason, I always feel that the new version retains its charm. I feel for our allied X-Men for a moment. Having to toil for so long only to have the boss taken, left to clean up the mess, and suffer Intar right before their eyes. How tragic. Chapter 2:18. I believe you, you little demon, so wicked. stretched widely, sprawled out as he intended to lounge on the sofa. Home was the most comfortable. No matter how splendid the outside world was, it could not compare to the cozy sanctuary he had built with money. The familiar surroundings and air relaxed every pore of his being. Visiting such a modern edifice for the first time, gazed around with unmasked curiosity in her emerald green eyes. She looked left and right, finding everything novel. Why does this wall emit light? Why does the box over there have someone speaking? Why is the carpet so soft underfoot? For this death goddess who had lived for millennia. Everything here was far more intriguing than the golden palaces of Asgard. Was about to approach and offer a few comforting words to the two unfortunate souls returning from the brink of death when a voice, equal parts languid, accusatory, and teasing, drifted down from the second-floor staircase. I was under the impression you had completely surrendered Vertex Technologies to me. Are you reluctant to return? As the words fell, a striking figure descended gracefully with an elegant stride. The newcomer boasted a mane of radiant golden hair, her azure eyes glistening like the purest gemstones. Dressed in a meticulously tailored pure white suit, her alluring figure was accentuated, exuding an irresistible charm. With each step, she commanded an aura reminiscent of royalty. It was none other than the White Queen, Emma Frost. Since the conclusion of the Dark Elf incident, Lynette had sent her back to continue overseeing the company's operations. After all, such a vast enterprise required vigilant management. Emma's arrival instantly transformed the previously relaxed atmosphere in the living room into something rather tense. Hela raised an eyebrow, pausing her examination of the surroundings to fix her scrutinizing gaze upon Emma. Lorna crossed her arms, her lips curling slightly, remaining silent. Wanda stood quietly beside Lorna, observing the unexpectedly beautiful woman. Emma, however, paid no heed to the onlookers. Her focus was solely on the man who had just been lounging on the sofa. She quickened her pace and, to everyone's astonishment, leaped directly into Lynette's embrace. You remembered to come back. Emma buried her face in Lynette's chest, her voice muffled and laced with a playful tone. I almost thought you had perished out there. I was ready to arrange your funeral and rightfully claim your entire estate. Lynette stumbled slightly from her exuberant embrace, chuckling helplessly. Hey, I'm quite alive. Thank you very much. And besides, if I were dead, you wouldn't inherit a thing. You aren't the primary heir. As he spoke, he skillfully wrapped his arms around Emma's waist. Emma nuzzled against him, resembling a cat that had taken advantage of a good situation. I don't care. You've been gone for so long. You owe me a compensation. This scene left the onlookers in a state of disbelief. Helas brew furuvid. As the princess of Asgard and the goddess of death, she had witnessed countless spectacles. Yet, such brazen demands in front of so many were indeed a display of shamelessness from mere mortals. Lorna's expression grew colder, though she said nothing. The metallic objects around her began to emit a faint hum. The most flustered of all was Jean Grey. She stood there, dazed, watching the affectionate exchange between the two. She recognized Emma Frost, having interacted with her during their time at Xavier School. By the looks of it, the bond between Emma and Lynette was anything but ordinary. A wave of inexplicable confusion and turmoil washed over Jean. Was it a mistake to follow him back? This place seemed far more intricate than the X-Men's base. Jean instinctively glanced at Lynette. The man was dealing with Emma's affection with a bemused expression, yet the smile that crept onto his face revealed his true feelings. It was quite strange. Upon seeing his cheerful visage, the unease and confusion that had initially arisen within Jean inexplicably dissipated. Somehow, just being in his presence brought her a sense of reassurance. Her choice must have been right. After enough time spent nestled in Lynette's embrace, Emma finally lifted her head, satisfaction radiating from her. She cast a glance at the few familiar faces around her, lingering for a moment on Jean. All right, by your demeanor, it's clear you've stirred up trouble again. Emma stepped away from Lynette, straightening her attire and instantly regaining her regal aura. She approached Jean, offering her a formal smile. Jean Grey, it has been a while. Come along. I shall arrange a room for you. Jean, somewhat at a loss, nodded. Thank you, Emma. Emma offered no further words, leading the still bewildered Jean toward the guest rooms. As they passed Lorna, the two queens exchanged a glance, and a spark seemed to flicker in the air. Yet, neither spoke. Lynette observed their retreating figures and shrugged. He approached the still weak Raven, bending down to lift her into his arms. We should return to our room for some rest. Raven obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder without uttering a word. Hela, feeling somewhat bored, sought out an empty room to retreat to. Lorna and Wanda exchanged glances before taking Wanda back to their own room. The expansive living room fell into a sudden silence. On the top floor in the master bedroom, Lynette gently laid Raven on the soft bed. As he intended to rise and fetch her a glass of water, Raven suddenly tightened her grip around his neck, refusing to let him depart. "What's wrong?" Lynette had no choice but to sit back down beside her, softly inquiring. "Still frightened?" Raven remained silent, burying her face deeper into him. She could feel the warmth and familiar scent emanating from him, which finally brought her racing heart a semblance of peace. The fear and despair from being captured, the humiliation and helplessness of nearly becoming a test subject, all of it surged forth as a tide of grievance. Lynette sighed, gently patting her back. It's all right. Everything is behind us. With me here, no one will ever lay a finger on you again." His voice was soft, imbued with a calming power. Under his soothing words, Raven's tense body gradually relaxed. She clung to Lynette's neck, unwilling to release her grip, resembling a child who had found solace. Lynette made no effort to rush her, simply holding her in silence. After a considerable time, he noticed Raven's breathing had gradually steadied. Believing she had fallen asleep, he was about to gently remove her hand to allow her to lie comfortably. But a cool little hand slipped stealthily inside his collar, causing Lynette's body to stiffen. This familiar routine, he glanced down to meet Raven's sparkling eyes. Her complexion remained pale, yet her gaze held a flicker of something else. It was a sense of yearning. Raven's hand began to wander restlessly across his chest. Her lips parted slightly, her voice soft and hoarse. "Lynn, She seemed to hesitate. "I want to regain some strength." Upon hearing this, Lynette nearly burst into laughter. "Regain strength? I can hardly believe you. You mischievous little sprite." He gazed at the expression on Raven's face that screamed, "Come tease me," teasingly responding, "What? Is this how you intend to regain your strength?" Lynette grasped her wandering hand, leaning closer to her ear and lowering his voice. "Are you not afraid? Not yet fully recovered, and already halfway to death?" Chapter 219. The benefactor becomes a creditor. She immediately initiates the payment mode. Ruewin's breath brushed against Lyn's ear, warm and ticklish. Listening to the teasing threat, she not only did not retreat, but tightened her embrace. That mischievous little hand had grown bolder. "Oh, then it depends on whether you have the capability." She provocatively lifted her gaze, her tone slightly ascending like a delicate feather, teasing the heart. Lynn couldn't help but marvel at her audacity. This little enchantress, just out of ICU, already thinking about heading to KTV? Clearly, she had no fear of breaking her back. He firmly grasped Ruewin's hand, which was igniting sparks on him. "Stop. Before you rush into action, let's settle the accounts first." Lynn wore a serious expression, counting with his fingers. "You were kidnapped. I was anxious and fearful. Surely, there should be compensation for mental distress." Ruewin blinked, silent, merely gazing at him with her glistening eyes. Lynn continued, "I dispatched 3 top-tier forces, Hela, Lorna, and Wanda, on an urgent mission to rescue you. Their appearance fees are exorbitant, rounding up to nearly 100 million. Additionally, the energy expenditure from the scuffle aboard the spaceship adds to the costs. Most importantly," Lynn emphasized his words, "you severely disrupted my mood for exploration. This is a tremendous blow to my personal entertainment, and the compensation must be doubled." His serious nonsense left Ruewin momentarily speechless. She opened her mouth, but words eluded her. She had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to this extent. He had run to save her, yet somehow, all the costs were attributed to her. Ruewin couldn't help but laugh in anger. She decided to release her grip, leaning back and spreading her limbs in a big shape. "I have no money, no cash, only my life. I'm right here, do as you wish." She presented herself with an attitude that defied fear. Due to the large movement, her body swayed. Lynn swallowed hard. Goodness, was she directly initiating the paid content? He leaned closer, lowering his body. "Are you certain? My services here are quite costly. The interest is also high." Ruewin turned her head, a blush creeping on her cheeks. Whether from embarrassment or anger, it was unclear. "Suit yourself," though she claimed indifference. Her slightly trembling lashes betrayed her. Observing her stubborn yet timid demeanor softened Lynn's heart. His earlier jest was merely intended to coax her out of the shadows of her kidnapping. Perhaps he had taken the joke too far. He sighed, setting aside his playful intentions. He reached out to tuck the blanket around her more snugly, his movements gentle. Ruewin felt his actions and stiffened momentarily. She turned her head. Confusion etched on her face. Lin-Int remained silent, simply gazing at her. His eyes were clear, devoid of earlier mockery, replaced only by pure concern. Unexpectedly, Ruewin's eyes brimmed with tears. The facade of strength and pretense she had maintained crumbled at that moment. Suddenly, she sat up and threw herself into Lin-Int's embrace, clinging tightly to his waist. "I'm so scared." Her voice quivered, her body trembling. "I thought I would never see you again. They said they would turn me into a vessel." Her fragmented words were laden with fear and grievance. Lin-Int's heart felt as though it had been squeezed by something. He ceased speaking, simply enveloping the trembling girl tightly in his arms. Gently, he patted her back in a soothing rhythm. "Everything's all right. It's all in the past. I'm here." His voice, though soft, carried a comforting strength. Ruewin buried her face in his chest, the suppressed tears finally breaking free, quickly soaking his shirt. Lin-Int made no move to rush her, allowing her to vent her emotions in his embrace. The master bedroom was enveloped in tranquility. Only the muffled sounds of the girl's sobs and the man's tender reassurances filled the air. After a considerable time, Ruewin's cries gradually subsided. She lifted her head from Lin-Int's embrace, her eyes red and looking both pitiful and adorable. She was about to say something, but Lin-Int gently placed a finger on her lips. "Shoo, say nothing." He lowered his head, kissing away the tears from her eyes. "Weren't you just saying you wanted to regain your strength?" Lin-Int's voice held a husky charm. "Now let us begin." Ruewin's face flushed crimson, all the way to her ears. She gazed at Lin-Int's face, mere inches away, her heart racing. "But I haven't bathed yet. Don't speak." Lin-Int directly silenced her protest. The soft bed emitted faint sounds. The room's lights, at some point, had dimmed. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a hazy silver veil over everything. Meanwhile, in the top-floor lounge of the Pinnacle Technology Building, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Hela had lost interest in the modern furnishings. She settled into the most comfortable armchair, reclining with her eyes closed. Yet the slight furrow of her brow indicated she was not asleep. Lorna and Wanda occupied the opposite couch. Lorna crossed her arms, her expression icy, lost in thought. Wanda appeared somewhat anxious, glancing occasionally in Lin-Int's direction and then at the two women across from her, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. At the center of the lounge's energy were two other women. Queen Emma, elegantly holding a glass of red wine, gently swirled it. Her pristine white suit was impeccably tailored, golden hair shimmering under the lights, making her appear as a perfect work of art. Opposite her sat Jean Grey. The red-haired girl had changed into a clean outfit, yet her expression remained somewhat dazed and uneasy. She cradled a cup of hot water, feeling its warmth in her palms, but unable to dispel her inner confusion. This place was entirely different from her expectations. Every woman here was stunning, each radiating a powerful aura. "So," Emma swirled her wine glass, breaking the silence. Her gaze toward Jean held a hint of amusement. "So, you just returned with him?" Jean's body stiffened, her complexion paling slightly. Lorna shot a cold glance at Emma. Her voice carried a warning. Emma, however, remained unfazed, continuing to address Jean. "Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I'm simply curious. Having been rescued from such a place by Lin-Int, how do you intend to repay him?" Emma's words left her mind in disarray. From Scott's fury to Lin-Int's appearance, and then to this moment, everything transpired far too swiftly. She had yet to ponder these matters. Observing Jean's bewildered expression, Emma's smile widened. She set down her glass, leaned slightly forward, and drew closer to Jean. "Let me take a guess. Did he once again utter some nonsense about devoting himself to you?" Jean's pupils contracted slightly. Emma chuckled softly at her reaction. "It seems my guess was correct." She leaned back against the sofa, lifted her glass once more, yet her gaze swept across everyone in the living room. Lorna, Wanda, and even that one with closed eyes, Hela. Finally, her gaze returned to that direction, a knowing smile playing at her lips. What a scoundrel. Always fond of picking up stray kittens and puppies. One wonders, how many more can fit in his little abode? Chapter 220. Dead? I'll extort Thor. At the pinnacle of the Vertex Technology Building, 2 weeks had passed, and Lin-Int was relishing his little life, commanding his entourage daily. Draped in a flamboyant pink leopard print robe and oversized shorts, he stood at the edge of the rooftop, watching the sunrise. "Ah, this is living." He stretched, yawning. Behind him were several women, each clad in revealing bikinis, lounging on designer sunbeds, basking in the sunlight. Raven, wearing sunglasses, appeared much healthier and bluer than before. Jean Grey donned a red bikini, her fair skin radiant under the sun, her cheeks slightly flushed, likely just awakened. Lorna, arms crossed, sported a green metallic bikini, perfectly matching her aura. Wanda wore a purple floral bikini, appearing a bit shy as she shielded half her face with her hand. Emma, in a white diamond-studded bikini, exuded a fiery figure, her legs crossed as she perused a fashion magazine. Ah, this truly is. Linnet tilted his head, his mood soaring. Clutching a bottle of sunscreen, he squeezed a dollop of white lotion into his palm. Now, whom shall I apply this to first? Linnet thought, delighting in his mischief. He surveyed the scene, contemplating, where should I begin? A grin remained plastered on his face, as he mused, this is my forte. After all, this requires skill. Just as he was about to approach the most suitable target, a beam of light descended from the heavens, radiating with rainbow hues, crashing down precisely where Linnet stood. Boom! The deafening sound echoed as the light struck the rooftop. Linnet felt a sudden kick to his backside, and he was flung off the rooftop. What the hell? Linnet shouted midair. Who did this? Such wickedness. Tossing someone from a height. He barely had time for further thoughts before plummeting straight down. Thud! He landed with a muffled thump onto the plaza below. Which fool did that? Linnet groaned as he stood, brushing off the dust. Thank goodness I'm tough. Otherwise, I'd be in pieces. He was about to unleash a tirade when the infinity gauntlet on his left hand lit up. A flash of blue from the space stone, and Linnet found himself back atop the roof. Who was so inconsiderate? What the hell? Linnet's voice cut off abruptly. The glow of the rainbow bridge had yet to dissipate when three figures materialized on the rooftop. As Linnet discerned the newcomers, he froze in shock. Were those not Thor, Loki, and Queen Frigga? His gaze swept across their faces. Thor's expression was as grim as if he had consumed something foul. Loki, unusually, lacked his usual mirth. Queen Frigga's eyes were red, her face streaked with tears. The words Linnet intended to speak caught in his throat. He opened and closed his mouth. What brings you here? His voice laden with confusion and caution. Queen Frigga remained silent, tears flowing profusely. Thor stepped forward, his eyes filled with sorrow, glancing back and forth between Linnet and Hela, who lounged on her sunbed. Father, he struggled to articulate, father has passed away. At this revelation, the rooftop fell into a profound silence. Hela, who had been wearing sunglasses, slowly removed them upon hearing the news. Her emerald green eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. She remained silent, fixated on Thor. Linnet's heart sank. What? Odin is dead. This plot twist is unfolding too rapidly. His mind raced. Odin was the All-Father, after all. The old man appeared quite robust. How could he have suddenly passed? The timing was all wrong. With Odin around, Thanos wouldn't dare approach. But with him gone, wouldn't Thanos be arriving post-haste? Linnet's mood shifted from irritation to solemnity. He gazed at Queen Frigga, who was inconsolable. My condolences, Linnet offered awkwardly. He was accustomed to jesting, yet found himself at a loss for comforting words in such a grave moment. After a moment's thought, he approached Frigga, intending to pat her shoulder, but hesitated halfway, retracting his hand. Would that be too intimate? Although the queen retained her allure, he feared Hela might retaliate with a lethal blow. Hela rose, her expression inscrutable, yet her aura transformed instantaneously. An intense pressure enveloped the rooftop. Lorna sensed the shift, tilting her head slightly, casting a wary glance at Hela. Wanda quickly grasped Sheen's hand, while Raven inched closer to Linnet. Why have you all come? Surely a mere notification wouldn't necessitate your presence? Hela reiterated, her tone colder than usual. Loki sighed softly, stepping forward to support Frigga, only to be rebuffed. Hela. Frigga's voice quivered with emotion. Your father departed peacefully. He wished to see you. But we never had the chance to. Frigga's words faltered, tears streaming down her face. Hela offered no reply, yet her hands clenched involuntarily. She gazed into the distant sky, her expression intricate. So, Linnet, sensing the atmosphere's heaviness, felt compelled to speak. What brings you to Earth? He gestured towards Thor, then Loki, and you too as well. With Odin's passing, Asgard should be in disarray, yet you find time to vacation on Earth? Linnet's words deepened the shadows on Thor's face. Loki shot him a sidelong glance. Linnet, Thor's voice was low and grave. This is not a time for jest. Linnet shook his head. No, this is precisely the time to address these matters. My people are mine, and no one shall take them away. Not even you, God of Thunder, possess that right. Linnet's words were firm, asserting his claim with conviction. He perceived this moment as an opportune juncture to establish his authority. Let it be known to Thor and his companions that Earth is not a realm they can traverse at will, nor is it a place from which they can depart as they please. Moreover, the notion of taking someone from him is utterly unacceptable, for this is his home. Lin's demeanor was one of outward seriousness, though inwardly he was quite amused. He fixed his gaze upon Thor. So he stated, "You must either provide me with a satisfactory explanation, or—" He spread his hands. "Let us not discuss this matter any further." Thor was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a response from Lin. He glanced at Frigga and then at Loki, who leaned against the wall, wearing an expression of keen interest. Lynette, Frigga, the queen, interjected, "Hela is Odin's daughter and a princess of Asgard. She ought to return to Asgard." Lin scratched his head. "A princess? That is of no concern to me. I only know that she is my employee here, and she owes me her service to repay her debts." His words left everyone momentarily speechless. Hela shuddered slightly upon hearing this. Her gaze was fixed intently on Lin. He, however, was unperturbed. As long as Hela was not in Asgard, the narrative of Ragnarok could not proceed as it should. It was preferable to leverage this situation for his own benefit. Thus, Lin continued, "Do you wish to take her with you, or do you intend to negotiate her release from me?" Thor, Loki, and Queen Frigga were all astonished. Was Lin attempting to extort them? Lin's eyes scanned their faces, and he began to calculate how much he could extract from these deities. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity, and the prospect thrilled him. Thor sensed the greed reflected in Lin's gaze, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Loki chuckled, finding Lin's character to be quite entertaining. "Ah! Lin, you are truly making a bold demand." Lin smirked. "Not at all. I am merely charging a reasonable fee. After all, considerable effort was expended to free her from her confinement." Lin began to speak earnestly, weaving a tapestry of nonsense. It mattered not whether he was the one who had liberated her. What mattered was that Hela was under his jurisdiction now. Queen Frigga regarded Lin, then glanced at Hela. Given Hela's temperament, she would not yield easily. Yet, Asgard truly required her assistance at this juncture. Thor's emotions were tumultuous, having just lost his father. He now faced this dilemma. His head throbbed with pain. "Lin," he spoke hoarsely, "we are not here to cause trouble. It is merely that Asgard is in grave danger. We hope Hela can return to aid us." Lin shook his head. "Aid you? Her own father has perished, and she is reluctant to return. Do you truly expect her to assist you?" "Do not jest." Lin's words rendered Thor speechless. "Hela skuffet disdain fully." "Thor," she said, disdain evident in her gaze. "Odin never regarded me as family while he lived. Do you truly believe I would return now that he is gone?" Hela spoke her mind candidly. Lin observed her, acknowledging her ruthless nature, and a shiver ran through him at the thought of her lethal tendencies. Yet he found it intriguing. "Enough," Lin clapped his hands. "Since we cannot reach an agreement, let us postpone this discussion. You may reside here for the time being. Once I have contemplated my decision, I shall inform you." Thor and Queen Frigga were taken aback. They were to stay here? Loki, however, wore a knowing smile, relishing the unfolding drama. "What is it?" Lin raised an eyebrow. "Are you dissatisfied? I must inform you that I shall require lodging fees. Of course," he paused, "if a handsome gentleman wishes to negotiate a discount." He cast a glance at Loki. Loki's expression faltered momentarily, instinctively adjusting his attire, while Thor looked on in disbelief. Lin was indeed seizing every opportunity. Lin chuckled inwardly. "You think you can take advantage of me? Not a chance. I am quite astute." He felt elated, believing these gods to be his new source of income. He surveyed the room, taking in Thor, Loki, and the sorrowful Queen Frigga. Finally, his gaze settled on Hela. Her eyes tightened his chest, glinting with both amusement and menace. It was as if she was warning him, "Do not play with fire." Lin felt a tremor of apprehension. He cleared his throat. "So Hela, let us continue our discussion on life this evening." Hela remained silent, merely allowing a smile to dance at the corners of her mouth. Lin inwardly cursed. Damn it, this woman is both infuriating and captivating. Yet, he quickly reassured himself, feeling emboldened with the infinity gauntlet in his possession. He had no reason to fear a mere goddess. Straightening, Lin turned to Emma. "Please find accommodations for our esteemed guest from the realm of gods." Emma nodded slightly, understanding his request. He paid no mind to Thor and the others, instead striding toward Raven and her companions with sunscreen in hand. Thor, Loki, and Queen Frigga exchanged glances, perplexed by Lin's actions. So, Loki ventured, "What shall we do now?" Thor sighed. "Let us enter. This is not a suitable place for discussion." He surveyed the surroundings, then glanced at Lin. He believed this earthling to be more difficult than he had anticipated. Queen Frigga wiped her tears, glancing between Lin and Hela. Meanwhile, Lin was happily applying sunscreen to Raven, lost in the sensation of her soft skin. As he reveled in the moment, he felt the weight of a penetrating gaze upon him, akin to a spotlight. He coughed lightly, casually withdrawing his hand and turning to Raven. "All done with the sunscreen. I assure you, you shall not tan." Raven's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gave a soft in response, her eyes darting away from Lorna and Jean, who watched with interest. Emma, holding a glass of red wine, swirled it gently, her lips curling into a smirk as she observed this unfolding spectacle, her presence quietly commanding attention. Thor could no longer tolerate the scene. His father's ashes had scarcely cooled, and here were these two. Lin. Thor strode purposefully towards him, casting a shadow with his imposing figure. "My father has just passed away, and Asgard is facing unprecedented peril. Can you not adopt a more serious demeanor?" Lin looked up at him, feigning innocence. "I am indeed serious." He pointed to his face. "Do you not see the profound sorrow etched upon my features?" Thor glared at Lin's cheerful countenance, his fists clenching. Loki stood nearby, arms crossed, enjoying the unfolding drama, while Queen Frigga wore a troubled expression. She approached Hela, pleading, "Hela, my child, I know you harbor resentment towards Odin and us, but Asgard requires you now. You are Odin's eldest daughter, the rightful heir to the throne." At these words, both Thor and Loki's expressions shifted dramatically. Thor wore an expression of astonishment, while Loki retracted his smile, his gaze becoming intricate. Queen Frigga attempted to interject further, but Lintern interrupted. Hey, let us pause for a moment." He stood up, stepping between Queen Frigga and Hela, rubbing his hands together. "Your Highness, let's not delve into the matter of inheritance just yet. Look, Hela is currently in my employ, correct? She signed a labor contract, complete with 996 benefits, inclusive of meals and lodging, but devoid of social security." Thor? Loki. Queen Frigga appeared utterly perplexed. Lintern cleared his throat and continued, "If you truly wish for her to return, that is not impossible, but it will require a fee. Redemption fee, compensation for mental anguish, my loss of earnings." And he began to enumerate, fervently discussing Asgard's domestic affairs as if it were a commercial negotiation. Thor's face darkened. He felt his intelligence insulted. Enough. He could no longer contain himself, and seized Mjolnir from beside him. "Lintern, I respect you as a man, but do not overstep. Release her, or we shall resolve this the Asgardian way." Upon seeing Thor's intent to act, Lintern promptly leaped back, hiding behind Hela. "Hela, your brother intends to strike me. Would this not count as a workplace injury? Medical expenses will be deducted from your wages." Hela. She slowly rose, her dark green hair transforming into a crown of black. She regarded Thor with a frigid stare. "Fool, do you wish to raise your hand here?" Thor was momentarily taken aback by her imposing presence, but held his ground. "Sister, I merely wish for you to return home." "Home, sister?" Hela laughed, her voice laced with derision. "My home was long since destroyed by that old wretch Odin." As the sibling confrontation escalated, Queen Frigga, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Please stop. I implore you both to cease." She grasped Thor's arm, her eyes glistening with tears as she turned to Hela. "Hela, I beg you, return for the sake of the people of Asgard." The atmosphere grew unbearably heavy. Lintern, concealed behind Hela, peered out, calculating. "Let them bicker. The more tumultuous it becomes, the more I can leverage." At that moment, Loki, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. He approached Queen Frigga and supported her, then turned to Lintern, wearing his signature mischievous smile. "Mr. Lintern, perhaps we can negotiate differently." "Oh." Lintern's interest piqued. "How so?" Loki's gaze swept across the gathered women before settling on Queen Frigga. "Since you value your employee so highly, why not engage in a trade?" He paused dramatically, presenting an unexpected proposal. "I, the second prince of Asgard, along with my mother, Queen Frigga, shall remain here to serve you, in exchange for my sister Hela to return and inherit the throne, stabilizing Asgard's situation." As the words left his mouth, Silence enveloped the room. Thor stared in disbelief at his brother, striding over to grip Loki's collar. Loki, have you lost your mind? Queen Frigga looked equally astonished at her younger son, her lips moving soundlessly. Lintern was equally bewildered. He blinked rapidly, glancing between Loki and the regal, elegant Queen Frigga. Wait, is this a buy-one-get-one free deal? Or perhaps a queen's package? His mind raced with calculations. A trickster god and a queen of the divine realm, this was an extraordinary bargain, especially Queen Frigga, with her poise and grace. How delightful Hela, too, was taken aback. She had not anticipated Loki's audacity. She glanced at her mother, then at Lintern's gleaming eyes, her brow furrowing. No, Hela rejected without hesitation. On what grounds? Lintern, undeterred, emerged from behind Hela, a wicked grin on his face as he regarded Loki. I find this proposal splendid, highly constructive. We can delve into the details. Thor trembled with fury. Lintern, you dare. Lintern paid him no heed, his eyes fixed intently on Queen Frigga. Your Highness, can you cook? Are you adept at, managing household affairs? Queen Frigga was taken aback by his inquiry. Hela's expression darkened further. She yanked Lintern by the back of his collar, pulling him back. Silence. Her voice brimmed with suppressed rage. Lintern recoiled slightly, muttering, What is the issue? I'm merely trying to secure your best interests. Hela glared at him, fully aware of his audacity. She turned to her mother, who appeared bewildered, and then to the scheming Lintern. With unprecedented calm, she addressed Queen Frigga, Mother. This was the first time in millennia she had ever addressed her thus. Queen Frigga trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. I will not return, Hela stated softly yet resolutely. This is my new home. She cast a glance at Lintern, her expression complex enough to unnerve him. Hela then directed her cold smile at Loki, causing him to feel a twinge of unease. As for you, I regard you as a brother. Yet you wish for my mother to play the role of your concubine? Are you seeking a father? Chapter 222. The Goddess of Death is wild. Thor's bewildered Loki froze at Hela's words, his body stiffening. Seeking a father? He gazed at Hela's striking visage and her penetrating green eyes, feeling a twinge of apprehension. He forced a smile, retreating a step to distance himself from his formidable sister. Dear sister, I merely wish for the future of Asgard. Consider the current situation. Our father has just departed, and you refuse to return. Thor possesses courage, but lacks strategy. Surely someone must step up to maintain order? Loki's words were delivered with such sincerity that they almost seemed heartfelt. Hela, however, was unfazed. She advanced toward Loki, each click of her high heels echoing, striking at Loki's heart with every step. Do not speak so affectionately. We share no blood relation. Hela extended her finger, poking Loki's chest with a mocking tone. The future of Asgard? Do you have the right to utter such words? A jester who sought to destroy Jotunheim with frost giants, and one who would lead the Chitauri to Earth as colonial overlords. How dare you mention Asgard? Loki's complexion shifted between hues as he found himself at a loss for words. Thor, unable to bear it any longer, yanked Loki behind him, frowning as he confronted Hela. Sister, you are not wrong, but he has also lived in Asgard since childhood. He is family. Hey, Luskrufet. About to admonish her naive brother when Lynette's voice interjected. All right, enough. Lynette, holding a glass of iced cola, stood from his recliner and approached the group. Let us pause this family melodrama for a moment and hear me out. He cleared his throat, casting a glance over the sorrowful Queen Frigga and the bewildered Thor, finally resting his gaze on the observing Loki. Queen, please don't rush. Hela is indeed not suited to return to Asgard at this moment. Lynette wore an expression of a self-proclaimed expert. With her temperament, if she returns, she might upheave the 9 realms. The twilight of the gods would arrive prematurely, and there would be no fun left for anyone. Queen Frigga forcefully ignored Lynette's playful demeanor and spoke urgently. What should we do? If Hela does not return to inherit the throne, it can only mean Thor. Stop. Lynette quickly waved his hands to interrupt her. Thor is not suitable. He is too straightforward and would undoubtedly be outmaneuvered by those cunning old foxes. The most appropriate choice now is Loki. Lynette pointed at Loki. Have him transform into Odin's likeness, return to stabilize the situation, and govern from behind the curtain. Professional alignment. You see, as for Thor, I need his strength. He must remain here to assist me. Upon hearing this, Thor was even more perplexed. What do you want me to do? Loki's eyes, however, sparkled with interest transforming into Odin and temporarily ruling Asgard. This was a script he relished. Lynette approached Thor with a warm smile, patting his sturdy arm. Now first, you need to cast a spell on your hammer, specifically for your Earth girlfriend, Jane Foster. Thor stared at Lynette with suspicion. Although this fellow was quite unreliable, he had indeed helped Jane and resolved Asgard's pressing issues. With this thought, Thor's doubts dissipated somewhat. He raised Mjolnir, closed his eyes, and began to chant. A faint golden glow flickered across the hammer. All right, what next? Thor opened his eyes and asked. And then? Lynette snatched the hammer from Thor's hands and waited in his grip. Then the hammer is mine, Thor. Ignoring Thor's confusion, Lynette walked up to Hela and whispered a few words in her ear. Those around them observed Hela's expression transition from icy to astonished, then to a blend of intrigue and peculiarity. She glanced at Lynette, then at the still bewildered Thor nearby. Are we really going to do this? Hela's voice held a hint of uncertainty. If this were to unfold, her naive brother's worldview was likely to shatter instantly. Now, commence your performance. Lynette stepped back with a mischievous grin, gesturing invitingly. On the rooftop, all eyes were fixed upon Hela and the hammer of the god of thunder in her hands. Emma, holding a glass, smirked, seemingly foreseeing the impending spectacle. Lorna, arms crossed, wore a stern expression, but her curious gaze betrayed her. Wanda and Jean watched anxiously, uncertain of what was to come. Thor finally regained his senses. Wait, Lynette, what are you giving my hammer to my sister for? He strode forward, attempting to reclaim the hammer. However, Hela merely cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. With one hand gripping Mjolnir's handle, her arm hung naturally down, her stance as relaxed as if she were merely holding a handbag. Thor's steps faltered. He stared in disbelief. How could this be? Mjolnir could only be lifted by a worthy king, a noble warrior. Even Captain America, a paragon of virtue, could merely make it budge slightly. His sister, the goddess of death imprisoned for over 1,000 years, could not possibly lift it. Sister, you. Thor's mind went blank. See clearly, brother. Hela's voice was calm as she slowly raised her arm, bringing Mjolnir before her, fingers splayed and then closed, as if weighing a trivial trinket. In your hands. This is a weapon. She paused, a flicker of disdain in her emerald eyes. In my hands. Before the words could fully escape her lips, Hela's hand exerted sudden force. Crack. A sound sharp enough to induce discomfort echoed across the silent rooftop. The indestructible Mjolnir, forged from the core of a dying star, crumbled in Hela's grasp like a mere cookie, a clear crack appearing on its surface. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. No, impossible. He let out a roar of incredulity. Queen Frigga covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Loki's expression of detached amusement froze, replaced by profound apprehension. Crack, crack, crack. More fissures spread across the hammer's surface like a spider's web. Blue arcs of electricity danced within the cracks, emitting a mournful crackling. Hela's expression remained unchanged. She merely increased her grip. Boom! A muffled thud resounded. Before the eyes of all, the mighty hammer was crushed into a pile of shimmering fragments. The shards slipped from her fingers, clattering to the ground. A legendary artifact, rendered obsolete. The atmosphere fell into utter silence. Only Lynette excitedly snapped his fingers. Wow! Achievement unlocked. The Hammer Slayer. His exclamation shattered the frozen air. Thor felt as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body, his knees buckling as he collapsed onto the ground. He gazed at the fragments scattered before him, his expression hollow, muttering to himself, my hammer, my hammer. He felt as if his entire worldview had shattered alongside his cherished weapon. Without the hammer, what remained of the god of thunder? Hela casually brushed off the dust from her hands as if she had merely completed a trivial task. She approached Lynette, palms open. Done. He looks like he is about to cry. Lynette chuckled, leaning closer to her ear. Don't rush. This is merely the first step. Chapter 223. Thor. Do you want new equipment? Just say the word, and I'll get it for you. Thor knelt on the ground, as if his soul had been drained. Trembling hands cradling a handful of metallic shards flickering with electricity. His handsome face was etched with confusion and heartbreak. My hammer, my Mjolnir. His voice quavered, akin to a child weighing 300 pounds who had lost his beloved candy. Loki stood nearby, struggling to suppress a smirk, his shoulders trembling, on the verge of sustaining internal injury from the effort. It was tragic, Yet undeniably, it was also hilariously amusing. Queen Frigga stepped forward with a pained expression, gently supporting Thor's arm. Thor, my child. What? Thor suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Linty. I have no enmity with you. Why you treat me this way? His furious roar echoed, and faint thunder rumbled in the sky. Linty approached with an innocent demeanor, affectionately draping an arm over Thor's shoulder. Brother, calm down, broaden your perspective. Is this what you call broadening perspectives? Thor trembled with rage, pointing at the shattered remnants on the ground. You have destroyed my weapon, the symbol of Asgard, the legacy my father left me. Stop, stop, stop. Linty quickly interrupted Thor's heartfelt reminiscence. Thor, let me ask you, do you love your little Earth girlfriend? Thor paused, instinctively nodding. Yes. Then that settles it, Linty exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I am helping you. Only in this way can Jane become the goddess of thunder in the future. Do you understand? I am facilitating her. With these words, the crowd fell silent once more. Thor's expression shifted from anger to confusion, ultimately transforming into an odd realization. Are you implying that the future Jane will wield my broken hammer? More or less, Linty replied ambiguously, waving his hand. But your hammer is stubborn, unless it is shattered. How can your girlfriend wield it? I am merely helping you remove obstacles. Is it easy for me? Thor found himself befuddled by this twisted rationale, staring blankly at the scattered pieces on the ground, then glancing at Linty. What about me? This was his most pressing concern. Without the hammer, what kind of god of thunder would he be? You? Linty flashed a sly grin. That hammer of yours should have been retired long ago. It is outdated. Do you understand? Outdated? Yes, outdated. Linty snapped his fingers. Look at others. They wield lasers or magic. And you? You swing a hammer around like a construction worker. Losing value. Thor's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Though displeased, he found himself unable to retort. So, Linty's voice brimmed with persuasion. This time, I will take you to upgrade your gear. Let you experience what it means to be a child of the new era. He leaned closer to Thor, lowering his voice. We're going to acquire a new weapon, 100 times more impressive than this broken hammer, 1,000 times more powerful. I've even thought of a name for it. It shall be called the Storm Battle Axe. Listen, isn't that mighty? Isn't it exhilarating? Storm, Battle Axe. Thor's eyes suddenly sparkled with a newfound brightness. It felt as though, from a sky drenched in relentless rain, a brilliant ray of light had split through. He repeated the name over and over, the sorrow on his face dissipating entirely. Loki, standing nearby, could no longer bear to watch. His foolish brother was far too easily deceived. Oh, a new toy, Loki remarked coolly. How touching. But dear brother, are you certain your simple mind can handle a weapon that sounds so complex? Thor, however, was beyond hearing Loki's mockery. He grasped Linty's arm with surprising strength. Is what you said true? The Storm Battle Axe? Absolutely, Linty assured, thumping his chest. No deceit here. When we set off, Thor could hardly contain his excitement. The fragments of the hammer on the ground instantly lost their allure. Hela lounged languidly on the sofa, observing the farcical scene before her, a glint of amusement flickering in her dark green eyes. Her brother was still such a source of entertainment. Emma held a glass, gently swirling the crimson liquid within, her lips slightly parted. What a cheap display of brotherly affection, easily bought with an axe. Linty turned back and winked at her. Emma, you don't understand. The joys between men can be that simple at times. Queen Frigga, watching her son regain his spirit, finally sighed in relief. She approached Linty, her expression complex. What? Do you truly intend to do? Your Majesty, do not be alarmed. Linty adopted a tone of a business elite. I am making an investment. Your son, Thor, is a promising stock. I am investing early, helping him upgrade. And when he becomes the king of Asgard, I shall be the largest stakeholder. This is known as angel investing, a surefire profit. Queen Frigga listened, bewildered, yet grasped one thing. This man before her bore no malice toward Asgard. In fact, he was assisting them. And what about Hela? Queen Frigga shifted her gaze to her eldest daughter. She won't be returning. Linty replied decisively. You all witnessed her temper. She is prone to resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. If she returns, the old fools in Asgard would be obliterated one by one. Let her stay here and work for me. It will help temper her disposition. Hela scoffed, remaining silent, tacitly agreeing. Linty clapped his hands, capturing everyone's attention. All right, the family meeting is adjourned. Now, I shall announce the work arrangements. He pointed at Loki. You transform into the likeness of Odin, return to Asgard, stabilize the situation, and govern from the shadows. This task suits you well. Loki raised an eyebrow, pleased with this arrangement. He then pointed at Thor. You come with me. We shall first seek out other allies. Thor excitedly clenched his fists. As for you, Queen, Lenny looked at Frigga. You shall stay here, help me watch over the home, and cultivate a mother-daughter bond with Hela. He paused, adding, after all, I possess a portion of old man Odin's divine power, so it is only right that I care for you. Queen Frigga. Having concluded these arrangements, Linty stretched lazily, reclining back onto his beach chair. All right, everyone disperse. The sun is just right, continue to bask in it. Music, let it play. Pulsating music once again filled the air, restoring the party atmosphere on the rooftop terrace. Thor, Loki, and Queen Frigga stood in place, observing the bizarrely styled earthlings, feeling utterly out of place. Thor scratched his head, walked over, and began picking up the hammer fragments, carefully wrapping them in his cloak. After all, this was a companion that had accompanied him for millennia. He gazed at Linty's retreating figure, his emotions complex. This man had destroyed his hammer, yet had also bestowed upon him a new hope. Linty, donning sunglasses, leisurely sipped his ice-cold soda, mentally calculating his next move. One simple-minded god of thunder handled, yielding a formidable ally for the future. He cast a furtive glance at Loki. Not far away. Next, it's about how to persuade this trickster god. This fellow is certainly not as easy to deal with as his brother. Chapter 224. I am a master of time management. Thor clutched the fragments of his beloved hammer, resembling a heartbroken fool cradling a photograph of an ex-lover, gazing longingly at Linny. When do we set off? To procure that. Stormbreaker? His mind was consumed by the grandeur of the name. Linty, indulging in Raven's massage, lazily lifted a hand in response. There's no rush, no need to hurry. Haste makes waste. Let the bullets fly for a while. Thor, what bullets? What tofu? Why was the language of these earthlings so perplexing? After sipping on his cold drink, Linny slowly elaborated. Your father has just passed. Asgard is undoubtedly in turmoil. As the eldest son, you should return to show your face and reassure the populace, shouldn't you? Otherwise, you would be abandoning your responsibilities entirely. Thor found this reasoning to be sound. Though naive, he was not foolish. He possessed a sense of basic responsibility. All right, then I'll return first. You mustn't run off. He pointed at Linny, wearing an expression that clearly conveyed, I will remember this. Linny waved him off, as if shooing away a fly. Go on, go on. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll return. He then turned his attention to Loki, who was watching the spectacle. You two, hurry back and assist your brother. Stop causing trouble all day. Loki elegantly rolled his eyes. Why should I listen to you? Because. Linty flashed a toothy grin, resembling a villain. Your mother is in my hands. Loki's expression darkened instantly. Queen Frigga, listening nearby, found herself both amused and exasperated. Why did that sound so much like the words of kidnapper? Thor, however, was oblivious to the implications, pulling Loki along with him. Let's go. We have important matters to attend to. Loki freed himself from Thor's grip, straightening his wrinkled collar. He approached Linty, looking down at him from a height. Why should I trust you? Just because you're helping my brother find new toys? What benefit does that serve me? Benefit? Linny chuckled. He snapped his fingers, and a portal opened beside him. On the other side lay a resplendent palace, where a one-eyed, golden-haired elder sat on a throne, exuding an aura of authority. It was Odin. Yet, this Odin's gaze betrayed a hint of cunning and mischief. Loki's pupils flickered slightly. Linty's voice echoed in his ear. Have you not always yearned to prove yourself superior to Thor? Have you not aspired to occupy that very position? Now, the opportunity has arrived. Thor will venture out to gain strength, and you shall remain here as king, when he returns to find his home under new leadership. What do you suppose his expression will be? Loki's breath quickened. The imagery Linty painted struck deep at the core of his desires. He regarded Linty with a more scrutinizing gaze. Why do you wish to assist me? Because. Linny shut the portal and reclined once more. I find you far more entertaining than your brother. Loki. Such a reason was indeed refreshingly unconventional. Deal. Loki did not hesitate any further, promptly agreeing. He turned, donning a perfectly feigned smile for Thor. Brother, let us depart for the sake of Asgard. Thor was utterly moved and patted Loki's shoulder enthusiastically. Good brother. As the two siblings prepared to leave hand in hand, Linty called out to them once more. Wait. He rummaged through the pockets of his beach shorts and produced two small devices resembling Bluetooth earphones. Put these on. What are they? Thor inquired with curiosity. A communication device. Linty casually fabricated for convenience in contact. Customer service is available 24/7. Just call me if needed. Thor, not overthinking it, promptly inserted one into his ear. Loki, however, scrutinized the gadget for some time, sensing its complexity. Yet, he ultimately donned it as well. All right, you may leave now. Linty waved his hand. The radiant light of the Bifrost enveloped Thor and Loki, their figures vanishing within the beam. The rooftop returned to tranquility. Queen Frigga gazed in the direction her sons had departed, filled with concern. Can you truly assist them? My queen, fret not, Linty reassured, pointing to his head. A professional team, entirely reliable. He turned his gaze toward Hela, who had remained silent. Sister, I leave mother in your capable hands. Reminisce well, and refrain from quarrels. Hela scoffed, ignoring him. Yet, she offered no rebuttal. Queen Frigga looked at her formidable daughter, opening her mouth but unable to find words. A millennium of estrangement cannot be bridged in a day. Linty paid no further heed to their mother-daughter dynamics. He approached Emma, reclining beside her on the beach chair. Emma feigned slumber, her pure white swimsuit accentuating her alluring figure, her skin glowing under the sunlight. Queen Emma, have you missed me? Linty grinned as he leaned closer. Emma did not open her eyes, her red lips parting slightly. I wish you were dead. Alas, that truly wounds my heart. Linty's hand mischievously reached for hers, grasping it where it rested on the armrest of the chair. Emma's fingers twitched, but did not withdraw. What's this? The newcomer's not entertaining enough for you? Still thinking of me? Her voice carried a lazy mockery. Can they even compare? Linty's fingers traced gentle circles on her hand. They are new recruits. While you are a senior stakeholder of the company, your treatment must be different. Smooth talker. Emma finally opened her eyes, her blue orbs sparkling like the most exquisite gems under the sun. She glanced towards Jean and Wanda, who sat vacantly by the pool. This little nest of yours is becoming increasingly lively, almost a mutant shelter. There's no choice. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Linty declared earnestly. Emma chuckled at his demeanor. You'd best not play with fire. Her words carried a pointed implication. Rest assured, I am a professional at playing with fire. Linty patted his chest in assurance. I am a master of time management. Just as he was about to deliver another cheeky remark, a crackling electric sound filled his ears. Then, Loki's voice, laced with suppressed fury, erupted. Linty, what on earth did you give me? Linty dug into his ear, feigning innocence. A communication device. What's the matter? Is the signal weak? Nearby, Emma, Lorna, Hela, and others all heard the voice. What Linty had given Thor and Loki was not a communication device at all, but rather a listening device, complete with amplification. The sound emanated from a bracelet on Linen's wrist. On the other end of the line, Loki's voice emerged, nearly squeezed out between clenched teeth. What is this? Why is it playing music? Huh? Linen feigned ignorance. Music? What music? Did you forget to turn off your phone? I'm using magic, not your Earth's worthless junk. Loki bellowed. It is currently playing a song on repeat in my head. The song is called, I'm a Pancake. I am a pancake, round and large, fragrant and delicious. Loki nearly shouted the lyrics in despair. Lynette, I will kill you. Uffed. On the rooftop, Lorna was the first to crack, bursting into laughter. Soon after, Emma laughed so hard she nearly trembled, and even Hela couldn't help but smile slightly. Lynette wore an innocent expression. This must be the default setting of the communicator, complete with a built-in BGM for added flair. You are soon to be a king. How could you possibly make an entrance without background music? I believe this song suits you well, reflecting your current mood. Round and large, symbolizing completeness. Completeness, my foot. Loki's voice sounded close to breaking. I can't turn it off. I can't get it out. It's on an endless loop in my head. That fool, Thor, has the Wrangler playing in his head. P.S. even started singing along. The laughter on the rooftop reached a new height. Queen Frigga covered her face, unable to bear it any longer. How did her two sons end up with such nonsense? Lynette cleared his throat and earnestly consoled. Loki, think positively. Imagine, one day you will sit on the throne with BGM in your mind. Doesn't that sound grand? When you become the true king of Asgard, I will change it for you. How about good luck comes? Get lost. Loki let out a desperate roar before the connection was severed. Lynette switched off the bracelet and whistled. Done. Just you wait. I'll have my revenge. He looked at the crowd, who were still doubled over in laughter, and proudly lifted his chin. See, this is what we call professionalism. To deal with such unruly children, one must use magic to defeat magic. Chapter 225. Across the space I am being watched. The laughter on the rooftop continued for a while before gradually subsiding. Lorna held her stomach, tears nearly streaming down her face. The Wrangler? I can't believe you thought of that. Thor, that simpleton, might genuinely think it's a battle song. Emma also wore a smirk, shaking her wine glass, her gaze toward Lynette filled with intrigue. This man always managed to pull off the most unexpected antics. Lynette lay back in his lounge chair, crossing his legs, wearing a don't mess with me expression. Professional. To deal with unruly children, one must employ even more unruly methods. He took a hearty sip of his soda, exhaling contentedly. This is what we call a dimensional strike. Raven leaned beside him, gently massaging his shoulders, her touch just right. She didn't laugh much, just silently watched Lynette, her eyes filled with his reflection. The merriment belonged to others, but this man was hers. After Thor and Loki departed, the atmosphere on the rooftop grew somewhat subtle. Queen Frigga stood there, gazing at Hela, who leaned against the sofa railing, her expression complex, wanting to approach but hesitant. Hela sensed her gaze, but merely coldly turned away, pretending to admire the scenery. A millennium's worth of grievances cannot simply vanish. Frigga sighed and took the initiative to approach. Hela. She spoke softly, her voice tinged with caution. Hela's body stiffened momentarily, not turning back. Frigga gathered her thoughts. Are you thirsty? Would you like something to drink? The juice here seems quite nice. She picked up a glass of orange juice and extended it. Hela glanced at the orange liquid, furrowing her brow. She did not take it. The atmosphere grew unbearably awkward. Frigga held the glass in the air, unsure whether to withdraw or not. Nearby, Wanda could no longer watch in silence. She approached with a cup of hot water. Quinn still held the cup of water Emma had given her earlier, which had since gone cold, oblivious to it. Her gaze vacant. How about something warm? Wanda offered her the cup. Quinn snapped back to reality, awkwardly accepting the cup. Thank you. This place is quite lively, Wanda whispered. She glanced at Lynette, who was surrounded by several women, and added, that's just the kind of person he is. Quinn followed her gaze, just in time to see Emma extend her long leg, gently tapping Lynette's arm with her toes. Lynette seized her ankle in response, saying something that made Emma giggle uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lorna had also sauntered over, engaged in a disagreement with Lynette, looking quite displeased. And Raven, throughout it all, seemed to drape herself over Lynette like a limp doll. Quinn's heart was in turmoil. Each of these individuals appeared to share a close bond with him. What kind of person is he really? Quinn couldn't help but ask. Wanda pondered for a moment before replying earnestly. Someone who will give you a home. Though this home can be quite noisy. Quinn froze, looking down at the steam rising from her cup, her heart a mix of emotions. A home? On the other side, Lynette was relishing his royal treatment. Emma used her artfully crafted feet to massage him. Hey, that's enough. If you keep this up, it will cost extra, Lynette teased, grasping her ankle. Feeling its warm smoothness, Emma withdrew her foot, stretching lazily, her curves perfectly displayed. Cheapskate. She shot Lynette a glare. My feet are something many desire to touch. Indeed, I am fortunate. What a steal, Lynette replied dismissively. He shifted his hand and placed it on Lorna's shoulder. Lorna, why the long face? Come on, give me a smile. Lorna swatted his hand away. Get lost. Though she said this, her icy demeanor softened considerably. Lynette then turned to Raven, who had remained silent. Raven, your technique is commendable. I shall repay you tenfold. Raven buried her face against his back, muffledly responding with HM. Yet her arms tightened around him. Lynette sighed. Being a master of time management is not as easy as it seems. Each one must be pampered. It is exhausting. At that moment, Hela finally stirred. Ultimately, she could not bear to let Queen Frigga remain in such an awkward position, holding the cup. She extended her hand and took the glass of orange juice, then, right before Queen Frigga, poured the juice into the nearby flower pot. I do not favor sweetness, she stated coldly as she placed the empty glass back on the table. The color drained from Queen Frigga's face momentarily, but Hela quickly followed up with a question. Is there wine? Queen Frigga was taken aback, but a look of delight soon spread across her face. Yes, indeed. She hurriedly turned to the wine cabinet to fetch some for Hela. Though the situation had been convoluted, At least they were now exchanging words. Lint felt a sense of relief at this development. It seemed her decision to have the queen stay was indeed the right one. The resolution of the tension between mother and daughter was a matter only they could address themselves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the clouds were painted in shades of orange and red. The rooftop party was gradually coming to a close. After a long day of festivities, everyone felt somewhat weary. To Lint's surprise, Queen Frigga and Hela were actually seated together, albeit with a seat between them, both sipping wine, and the atmosphere had shifted from tense to relaxed. Wanda and Quinn were engaged in pleasant conversation, having discovered common ground, while Emma and Lorna were quietly discussing a business project nearby. Raven remained sprawled on Lint's lap, seemingly asleep. He relished this rare tranquility, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life, surrounded by loved ones, successful in his endeavors, and having deftly navigated the throne crisis of Asgard. It was simply perfect. He reclined comfortably in his chair, instinctively touching his chest where shards of the reality stone resided. Merging with him, the space and mind stones were already embedded in his glove, granting him the power of 3 infinity stones. The universe was his to command. In the midst of his contentment, a long-buried sensation resurfaced, a resonance akin to 3 magnets suddenly drawn together by an invisible force, emitting a low hum that echoed solely within his mind. Subsequently, an image flashed before his eyes without warning, a grand and imposing throne, shrouded in profound darkness and solitude. A colossal purple figure sat silently upon the throne, clad in golden armor, his chin marked by deep lines. It seemed he sensed Lint's gaze, for the purple figure slowly turned his head. Though Lint could not discern his face, he felt the weight of 2 palpable eyes penetrating the vast cosmic sea. Landing squarely upon him, a voice reverberated deeply within his soul. It appears you have reaped considerable rewards. The vision abruptly ceased. Lint jolted upright from the reclining chair, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What's wrong? Raven, awakened by a sudden movement, groggily inquired. It's nothing, he replied, shaking his head, though his heart raced uncontrollably. The director of the Cosmic Planning Office, Thanos. Their previous soul exchange through the Mind Stone had led to this second intergalactic encounter. Lint felt a shiver run down his spine. That phrase, considerable rewards, felt like a death sentence. He had to escape quickly. Earth, this novice village, was no longer a safe haven. Standing up, he clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. The party is over. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall embark on a journey in a few days. Where to? Lorna asked. To the cosmos, Lint replied succinctly. To craft a brand new, dazzling battle axe that can cleave minds for my beloved simpleton brother-in-law. The following days were a whirlwind of activity for Lint. His first visit was to Tony Stark. At the top of Stark Tower, Tony, dressed in an ostentatious casual suit and holding a glass of whiskey, wore a smug smile. Behold your new toy, my esteemed client. With a snap of his fingers, a metallic briefcase opened automatically, revealing a floating wristband. Once donned, the wristband activated, and nanomaterial swiftly enveloped Lint's arm, cascading over his body to form a sleek, sci-fi-inspired black armor adorned with flowing dark golden patterns. A virtual screen appeared before him. Nanotechnology, perfectly conforming to your physique, can adapt its shape according to your thoughts. Tony boasted, taking a sip of his drink. It features a built-in life system, an initial energy shield, and can connect to the energy source of your glove. Lint flexed his limbs, finding the armor to be as natural as a second skin, free of any hindrance. Quite impressive, he acknowledged, satisfied. However, I have a few additional requests. He deactivated the armor, allowing the nanometal to flow back into the wristband. Do share. I'm eager to hear your outlandish ideas. Tony replied with a knowing look. Lint recounted the situation with Thanos, omitting his possession of 3 stones and merely stating that Thanos was a cosmic planner on a quest to gather infinity stones. With Odin deceased, I've asked Loki to return and maintain the Fade for as long as possible. Thanos may very well take advantage of the situation. I need to take Thor out for some training and recruit capable allies. Lint turned to Tony. Thus, I require a ship capable of traversing the cosmos, along with nanotech armor for the ladies accompanying me. Tony's expression grew serious. A cosmic overlord? Gathering stones? It seems this matter is rather significant. Lint shrugged. It's essentially a brawl. He patted Tony on the shoulder. By the way, Stephen Strange, that necklace around his neck contains the time stone. I fear that the purple sweet potato spirit might take advantage of my absence to steal the treasures of the elderly man, Tony remarked, his brow furrowing in concern. The dangers of Earth, for now, shall be entrusted to you and the bald hero, Lineni stated, casting a glance over his shoulder before departing. Hey, what do you take me for? Your personal logistics officer? Tony shouted after him, but Lineni merely waved his hand without turning back. To whom much is given. Much is expected, Mr. Stark, he quipped as he exited Stark Tower, making his way to a small gym in Brooklyn where Captain America, Steve Rogers, was diligently working on a punching bag. Upon seeing Lineni, Steve paused, his movements halted. Without exchanging pleasantries, Lineni tossed a file folder in his direction. Your good friend, Bucky Barnes, he said. Steve fumbled to catch the folder, opening it to reveal Bucky's information and current whereabouts. I have cleared the programming from his mind. He is now a normal person. Lineni leaned against the doorframe. Go find him, reminisce, and rekindle that brotherly bond. Steve hesitated, his lips moving but words failing him. Don't thank me. I am merely a humble servant, Lineni replied before turning to leave, leaving Steve standing there, holding the folder, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Next, he utilized the Space Stone to open a portal to the Sanctum Sanctorum. Dr. Stephen Strange was meditating in midair when the sudden appearance of the portal nearly caused him to tumble. Hey, sorcerer, Lineni peered in through the portal. Mind your heirloom around your neck. A purple sweet potato spirit has a penchant for collecting shiny trinkets, he cautioned. Make sure he doesn't gather all 6. With a snap of his fingers, your wife might become someone else's. I do not have a wife. Stephen bellowed, his face darkening. Oh, then it's of no concern. Lineni retorted, retracting his head and closing the portal. His final destination was Nick Fury. In an abandoned underground base, Fury was intently focused on a massive screen, orchestrating some operation. With S-H-I-E-L-D, abandoned, he was now busy preparing a new organization, S-W-O-R-D. Director, Lineni swaggered into the room. Busy saving the world? Fury's single, I reflected fatigue and weariness at the sight of him. What brings you here? Nothing much, just passing through. Wanted to say hello. Lineni said as he approached the screen, studying the intricate star maps displayed. I'm temporarily entrusting the safety of Earth to you. I'll be taking a group to wander the cosmos, handling some personal matters. Fury's expression twitched slightly. You treat the universe like your backyard? Pretty much, Lineni chuckled. Remember, if you encounter any insurmountable issues, reach out to Tony Stark. He is now my chief technical advisor and can contact me. And do not entertain any notions regarding the women in my household. After patting Fury's shoulder, he departed. Fury remained rooted in place, gazing at Lineni's disappearing figure before muttering a curse. That rascal. 3 days later, atop the Vertex Technology building, a sleek, silver interstellar spacecraft lay poised on the landing pad. This was Tony Stark's latest creation, a fusion of Stark Industries, Osborn Group, and even a portion of Asgardian technology. Lineni, accompanied by his formidable crew and brother-in-law, prepared to board. Hela donned a black, form-fitting combat suit, her expression still radiating an air of aloofness. Raven clung tightly to Lineni's arm, while Wanda and Jean stood together, having forged a close friendship. Lorna stood coolly with her arms crossed, surveying the spacecraft. Thor's face was alight with excitement. Emma and Queen Frigga arrived to bid farewell. I leave the household in your capable hands, Lineni addressed Emma. Take good care of the Queen. Do not let her fall prey to infomercial scams. Emma shot him an exasperated glance. Fear not, my esteemed boss. By the time you return, your nest may have gained a few new sisters. Queen Frigga approached Hela, her gaze filled with complexity. Out there, take care of yourself. Hela met her gaze briefly, offering a soft, non-committal One by one, they boarded the spacecraft, and the hatch slowly closed. The interior of the ship was spacious and replete with futuristic technology. Lineni boldly took his seat in the captain's chair at the center, surveying those around him. On one side sat the aloof Goddess of Death, while on the other resided the clingy little sprite. Also present were the magnetic mistress, the Queen of Chaos, and the Phoenix, alongside a brother-in-law eager for his gear. This assemblage, surely, would suffice for a confrontation with Thanos. Brace yourselves, Lineni announced, his hand poised above the ignition button. All right, ladies, and one unarmed fellow, he grinned widely. Let us embark. Chapter 227, Destination Xander. Captain, popcorn ready. The ship's engines emitted a deep rumble before surging into high velocity. A powerful force pressed everyone firmly into their seats. Wow, Thor exclaimed, his handsome face nearly contorted by the sheer inertia, yet he shouted with delight. Odin above, this contraption is faster than the Bifrost. He gripped the armrests tightly, his eyes wide with astonishment. Shut up, you're being obnoxious, Hela retorted from her single seat, crossing her legs with an expression of disdain. Lorna crossed her arms, glancing out the window at the rapidly retreating blue planet. That's because this thing burns money, not Skittles, musclehead. The spacecraft broke through the atmosphere, plunging into the vastness of space. Lyneni reclined in the captain's chair, relishing the exhilaration brought on by this top-tier equipment. Raven nestled close, one arm wrapped around his waist, her head resting on his shoulder. The faint scent of her hair wafted towards him, filling Lyneni with bliss. To his left was the cool Goddess of Death, and to his right, the magnetic Polaris. In front were the Chaos Sorceress and the wielder of the Phoenix Force, alongside a brother-in-law eagerly awaiting his equipment. Such a lineup, such a configuration. I must be an utterly unremarkable life winner. Lyneni mused inwardly, applauding himself. Yet, amid the frivolity, he could not forget his purpose. He was not here for a leisurely jaunt through the cosmos. If we do not devise a strategy, our home on Earth will inevitably be dismantled, Lyneni contemplated. To thwart Thanos from collecting the stones, the Soul Stone was paramount. And the opportunity to acquire the Soul Stone lay with one woman, Gamora. Eliminating Gamora, Lyneni prided himself on being a principled individual. Then, it seems I must begrudgingly enlist her into my ranks. As this thought emerged, Lyneni felt a shiver run down his spine. He had just witnessed a man clad in a crimson leather jacket, adorned with headphones, dancing while defiantly gesturing at him with a middle finger. That fellow from Star-Lord seemed intent on pursuing him to the farthest reaches of the universe. Never mind. I shall not dwell on it, he thought. I'll address it later. After all, fair competition is essential, especially given my striking good looks. Lynn swiftly cast aside this trivial moral burden from his mind. Clearing his throat, he clapped his hands together. All right, everyone, it's time to unveil the new gear. He pressed a button on the control panel before him. With a series of soft clicks, several metallic boxes slowly ascended from beneath the floor before the gathered crowd. The boxes opened to reveal a collection of gleaming silver nano bracelets resting within. Generously sponsored by Tony Stark, the latest model of nano combat suits, one for each of you. No tricks involved. Ladies first. Raven was the first to seize a bracelet and don it. With a mere thought, liquid metal surged forth from the bracelet, flowing over her body as if alive. Moments later, a snug, deep blue suit enveloped her, accented only by a few silver lines. Wow, how remarkable! Wanda, intrigued, followed suit and adorned herself with a bracelet. Crimson and ebony particles coalesced, forming an attire complete with a small cape. Lorna's armor was a striking mix of forest green and silver, characterized by bold lines that exuded strength. Jean's armor was a regal combination of gold and red, radiating elegance and nobility. Hela merely cast a cursory glance, seemingly unimpressed. Lynn extended a bracelet toward her. Care to try? That outfit of yours 1T keep you warm in space. Hela huffed, but accepted it nonetheless. Black nano metal enveloped her, ultimately forming a formidable black suit. The shoulders and helmet mimicking her iconic horned crown, with emerald energy patterns flowing across the armor. Not bad. She moved her body slightly, offering a fairly decent appraisal. Next was Thor. He picked up the final bracelet, his face brimming with anticipation. The nanoparticles surged forth, draping him in a glimmering silver bodysuit, devoid of any embellishments. Thor glanced down at himself, then at the impressive armors of the others, his expression freezing in disbelief. What about mine? Where's my cape? My armor? He pointed at his smooth chest, feeling utterly insulted. Why am I left with merely a thermal undersuit? Lynn explained, adopting a serious tone. Ahem, we ran out of budget. Besides, capes are perilous for superheroes. They can easily get caught in aircraft engines. Thor looked bewildered. But we are in space. That still poses the risk of getting entangled in asteroid fields. In short, no capes. This is for your own good. Lynn firmly ended that discussion. He rose from his seat and approached the vast holographic star map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, heed my command. From this moment forth, our galactic tour group is officially established. Our first destination is to locate a ragtag group, known as the Guardians of the Galaxy. Thor leaned in, curiosity piqued. What do we need them for? Are they skilled fighters? Lin smiled enigmatically. No, they are exceptionally skilled at courting disaster. Especially their leader, a human named Peter Quill, alias Star-Lord. Remember this individual. Should you encounter him, steer clear. I fear his dance moves may be contagious. With that, Lin began manipulating the star map, inputting a series of coordinates. Morag, Xander, nowhere. We shall search each one. I refuse to believe these cosmic drifters can hide indefinitely. The ship's engines roared to life once more, transforming into a streak of light as it plunged into the unfathomable starry expanse. However, the ensuing journey proved far from the smooth sailing Lin had envisioned. For 2 long months, they flitted about the cosmos like headless flies. The ship leapt from one star system to another. They traversed bustling interstellar ports and desolate, silent mineral planets. They encountered a myriad of bizarre alien races and sampled various indescribable extraterrestrial cuisines. The initial thrill quickly waned. Thor, with pent-up energy, began pestering Hela daily for arm wrestling matches, only to be soundly defeated, leaving him questioning his very existence. Lorna and Jean claimed the ship's training room as their own, diligently honing their respective abilities. Wanda spent most of her time quietly reading or keeping Jean company. Meanwhile, Raven became Lin's constant companion, dining beside him, holding hands while walking. Even as he sat in the captain's chair, contemplating life, she clung to him like a koala. While this brought Lin a sense of sweetness, it also left him feeling sore. Her incessant proximity was a bit overwhelming. She even stands guard outside the bathroom door. Doesn't he that possess a touch of excessive possessiveness? Lin found himself internally grumbling more than once. Days turned into weeks, yet not a trace of the Guardians of the Galaxy appeared. Lin began to feel increasingly restless. Seated in the captain's chair, he gazed at the boundless sea of stars before him, his brow furrowed. Damn, this universe is far too vast. Finding a few individuals is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He began to question whether he had arrived too soon. Perhaps that ragtag band had yet to form. Just then, a pair of soft hands gently rested upon his shoulder. Lin, what troubles you? Wanda's voice emanated from behind him, laced with concern. Lin turned to see her clear, bright eyes, and much of his agitation dissipated. He grasped her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Nothing much, just lost in thought. He forced a smile. I was contemplating where our next honeymoon destination should be. Wanda's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze. Choosing not to expose his fib, Lin sighed, about to utter some disheartening words when suddenly, beep, 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 a piercing alarm blared throughout the entire bridge. A mechanical female voice echoed ominously. Alert! Anomalously high energy levels detected on planet XN, D4R. Energy signature analysis in progress 98. 7 match with database entry power stone. The holographic projection in the center of the bridge magnified a stunning azure planet in an instant. Planet name, Xander. All eyes fixated upon the screen. Thor ceased his tussle with the air. Hela uncrossed her legs. Lorna and Jean rushed out from the training room. The despondency and irritation that had clouded Lin's face vanished in an instant. He sprang from his seat, a fierce grin breaking across his face. At long last, we found it. He slammed his fist down onto the control panel before him. I.e., crank the engines until they smoke. Full speed ahead. Destination, Xander. Lynette spread his arms wide and shouted at his crew. Don't just stand there. Prepare the popcorn and cola. We are about to witness a grand spectacle. Chapter 228. The power gem is too strong. The shield shattered, the ship's alarms blared incessantly, but their clamor was overshadowed by Thor's booming voice. Xander, I have heard of this place. Thor slapped his thigh, his face alight with excitement. I've heard the women there. Oh no, the wine is particularly exhilarating. Hela lazily lifted her eyelids and spat out 2 words. Country bumpkin. Lorna crossed her arms, gazing at the azure planet on the star map, her lips curling in disdain. I'm solely concerned with that energy reaction. If it truly is an infinity stone, then the fun will be immense. Lynette kicked the armrest of the captain's chair, nearly springing to his feet. Everyone, get your spirits up. Forget the wine and women. A thrilling show is about to unfold. He frantically tapped on the console, and the ship's thrusters belched forth a blinding blue flame, propelling the vessel towards the planet like a shot of adrenaline. The violent vibrations caused Raven to clutch Lynette even tighter. She buried her face in the nape of his neck and murmured softly, Slow down. I'm feeling queasy. Lynette did not turn back, his large hand reassuringly patting her back. Be good. We will arrive shortly. Wait until I perform a celestial descent for you. The spaceship, resembling a meteor, tore through the azure sky of Xander. As they plunged beneath the clouds, a familiar, heart-stopping surge of power reached them. Lynette grinned widely. This is unmistakably it. He immediately activated the ship's autopilot and cloaking mode. AI, stream the ground images and find us the optimal viewing position. In the next moment, the holographic projection in the center of the bridge illuminated. The image revealed a futuristic city square that had been reduced to ruins. A towering figure, with skin a deep shade of blue and adorned with bizarre war paint, wielded a colossal warhammer, his expression radiating disdain, as if to say, "You are all worthless." Opposite him, a man clad in red leather, wearing headphones, was performing an outrageous dance with reckless abandon. He was muttering to himself. Thor's eyes widened, pointing at the screen. What? What is happening? Is this some sort of pre-battle ritual? A provocative dance? Lynette covered his face with his hand. Don't ask, just know he is unhinged. On the screen, the figure known as Ronan shifted from confusion to contempt and ultimately pure rage. He clearly could not comprehend the human's thought process. What are you doing? Star-Lord, Peter Quill, executed a flamboyant slide, stopping before Ronan. Dance off, haven't you seen one? Come on, dance off. If you win, the orb belongs to you. If you lose, get out of Xander. Ronan's warhammer glowed with purple light. He regarded Star-Lord as one with a foolish jester. I have had enough of your nonsense. No sooner had he spoken than Ronan broke the rules, swinging his hammer down with ferocious intent. Boom! Star-Lord was sent flying like a rag doll, tracing an elegant arc through the air before crashing heavily dozens of meters away, unconscious. Silence enveloped the ship. Thor opened his mouth. His ritual failed. Lynette's lips twitched. Damn, this script is all wrong. Weren't we supposed to dance and save the world? On the ground, having struck true, Ronan picked up the orb and crushed it with force, revealing the pulsating purple gem of destruction within. The power gem. He grasped the gem tightly, purple energy instantly coursing up his arm, spreading throughout his body. Ronan let out a pained yet satisfied roar. Now, you shall witness the annihilation of Xander. He raised his hammer, aiming at the remaining members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Destructive purple energy coalesced at the hammer's head. Run! A muscle-bound, green-skinned giant bellowed. A raccoon clutching an energy cannon hopped anxiously. Crot! Move! But the being known as Groot remained rooted in place. He turned back, gazing gently at his companions. Then, he extended his arms. Countless branches and vines erupted from him, forming a warm embrace that enveloped Rocket Raccoon, Drax, and Gamora. They formed a colossal wooden sphere. He managed to utter 3 words. I am. Crot. Inside the ship, Wanda and Quill instinctively covered their mouths. Lynette's expression of amusement vanished. He stood upright. Damn it. All right, I can't just watch. He tossed a remark to the others behind him. I'll go warm up first. Be ready to assist at any moment. With that, he clenched his right hand. The space gem embedded in his glove glowed a brilliant blue. A swirling blue portal materialized from thin air. Without hesitation, Lynette stepped through. Above the Xander Square, Ronan's warhammer descended with apocalyptic power, aimed directly at the fragile wooden sphere. Rocket Raccoon shut his eyes within the wooden sphere. Everything seemed over. At that moment, a blue portal abruptly appeared between the hammer and the wooden sphere. Lynette's figure stepped forth from a portal. He looked up at the gargantuan hammer, with its violent purple energy surging. Just in time, he growled, a flash of red light flickering in his eyes. The power of the reality stone surged forth. Countless crimson energy particles coalesced, compressed, and shaped before him. Clang! A deafening metallic crash resonated throughout the square. A circular shield, gleaming with metallic luster, materialized before Lynette. That shield was a magnified version of Captain America's vibranium shield. Ronan's inevitable strike landed squarely on the center of the shield. Boom! A purple energy storm erupted violently from the point of impact. The ground was upheaved layer by layer, and the surrounding ruins were instantly pulverized by the shockwave. Lynette's feet were firmly planted on the ground, his veins bulging as he exerted all his strength to brace against the shield. He could feel an uncontrollable, terrifying force emanating from the shield. This power was pure, savage, and devoid of reason. Crack, crack. The vibranium shield, conjured by the reality stone, could not withstand this raw force. The surface of his shield began to show fine cracks. It held out for merely 2 seconds. Bang! The vibranium shield shattered into countless fragments. The residual torrent of energy surged forth, crashing into Lynette and engulfing the Groot sphere behind him. Puff! Lynette spat out a mouthful of blood, his body carving a deep trench into the ground. The wooden sphere behind him was also blown to smithereens. Groot's form splintering into several pieces scattered across the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. The distant Chitauri forces stood in stunned disbelief. What has transpired? Ronan was equally taken aback, staring down at the empty head of his hammer. That strike had nearly drained him of the power he had just acquired. He raised his gaze to the figure slowly rising from the ground. Lynette shook his dazed head, spitting out a bloody droplet. Damn it, the Power Stone truly packs a punch. He brushed off the dust and straightened himself. Ronan's eyes fell upon Lynette's gloved right hand. There, a blue space stone and a yellow mind stone emanated a faint glow. Ronan's breath quickened. Greed and fervor instantly filled his eyes. Infinite stones. You possess 2 of them. He was as if he had discovered a new world, excitement coursing through him. Hand them over. Surrender them to me. Ronan, in a frenzy, raised his hammer once more, disregarding the strain on his body, and charged at Lynette. Lynette's gaze turned icy. Do you think you could just waltz in? He prepared to harness the stones to retaliate. But Ronan had no intention of engaging in a fair fight. Mid-charge, he abruptly reversed the hammer's head and slammed it down onto the ground beside him. Boom! The entire plaza's surface disintegrated. Countless shards and plumes of dust shot skyward, obscuring everyone's vision. Lynette was caught off guard by the sudden upheaval, hastily conjuring an energy shield to deflect the flying debris. As the dust began to settle, Ronan's presence had vanished from the plaza. That scoundrel had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Lynette stood there, stunned for 3 seconds. Damn it, that son of a gun has no sense of honor. He glared in the direction Ronan had fled, furiously stamping his feet. A cooked duck had just flown away. Meanwhile, a heart-wrenching voice echoed nearby. Groot Rocket Raccoon clutched a remaining twig, weeping inconsolably. Lynette turned to survey the battlefield, now a scene of devastation and the bewildered expressions of the makeshift crew members. Chapter 229. Gamora is bewildered. My father loves me, so he must sacrifice me? Lynette stood rooted, gazing at the spot where Ronan had vanished, frustration choking him. This was not the script that had been promised. Wasn't it supposed to be that his overwhelming presence would compel the opponent to submit, or be ground beneath his heel? How could it end with the fight abruptly halting? Groot, a heart-rending cry, echoed beside him. Rocket Raccoon knelt amidst the debris, cradling a broken branch, his face smeared with tears and snot. My brother, my Groot, Gamora, and a green-skinned giant named Drax were hurriedly dragging the unconscious Peter Quill back. Drax checked Quill's breathing. He's still alive, just unconscious. Gamora sighed in relief, her gaze shifting to Rocket, who was on the verge of collapsing from grief. At that moment, Rocket suddenly ceased his cries. He stared blankly as a Groot head emerged from the pile of branches. He's alive. Rocket carefully cradled Groot's head in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Thank goodness, seeing this. Gamora felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She stood, approached Lynette, her expression a complex mixture of gratitude and wariness. Thank you for intervening and saving us. She paused, her green eyes filled with caution. But why did you do this? Who are you? Lynette withdrew his gaze from the horizon, turning to meet her eyes. Without any circumlocution, he spoke plainly. Thanos. Upon hearing that name, Gamora's body stiffened noticeably. His quest for the Infinity Stones has accelerated. Lynette raised his right hand, the 2 stones on his glove glowing faintly. Gamora's pupils constricted. Those 2 you possess indeed. Lynette shook his glove. The Mind Stone and the Space Stone. To thwart his ambitions. I had to collect these ahead of time. Gamora's expression shifted through various emotions. This man, akin to Thanos, was also gathering the Infinity Stones. Yet his motives seemed entirely contrary to Thanos'. How do you know all this? She voiced the question that had sprung to her mind. Lynette flashed a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. I possess knowledge far beyond your imagination. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. For instance, I know where the final Soul Stone resides. Gamora's heart raced. Where? On Vormir. Lynette leisurely enunciated the name. And I also know how to obtain it. At this juncture, he deliberately paused, observing Gamora. Gamora, intrigued, could not resist pressing on. What method? Lynette's smile vanished. Sacrifice. Sacrifice your most beloved. Leave that person's soul forever beneath the cliffs of Vormir in exchange for the Soul Stone. Gamora felt a chill run down her spine. What kind of cursed method was this? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her face turned pale. Thanos, precisely. Lynette interrupted her, articulating each word clearly. He is known all along, and he has prepared his sacrifice. Lynette raised his hand, pointing at Gamora. His most beloved daughter. Gamora. Boom! Gamora's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning, leaving her in utter shock. She staggered back 2 steps. Incredulity etched on her face as she gazed at Lynette. No, it's impossible. This cannot be. Her voice trembled. He trained me to be a weapon of murder. He destroyed my home. How could he possibly love me? Lynette shrugged. Who knows what goes on in that twisted mind of his? Perhaps in his eyes. Molding you into the most dangerous woman in the universe is a form of paternal love. Such manipulation, I understand. Gamora was utterly stunned. The shock this news brought her was even greater than the blow from Ronan moments ago. Her very existence, it seemed, was destined for a future day when she would be cast off a cliff by that so-called father in exchange for a mere stone. What was this? She felt as though her entire worldview was collapsing, shattered more completely than the shield from earlier. Beside her, Drax and the newly awakened Peter Quill were equally bewildered. Quill rubbed the back of his aching head. A look of confusion etched across his face. Hey guys, did I miss something explosive in the family drama? No one paid him any mind. Lynn turned to the despondent Gamora, sensing the moment was ripe. He cleared his throat. All right, we shouldn't linger here. He extended an invitation to Gamora and the others. My ship is up ahead, spacious enough. Care for a cup of tea and a chat about how to take down your father? The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy exchanged glances. With the chaos on Xander and the Nova Corps preoccupied, following this enigmatic man seemed to be their only option. Gamora took a deep breath, her gaze resolutely firm once more. To prevent herself from becoming Thanos' sacrifice, she needed to comprehend everything. Fine, we'll follow you. Lynn snapped his fingers, and a blue portal opened before them. Ladies first. As the Guardians stepped onto the bridge of the spacecraft, they were astounded by the scene before them. A towering, golden-haired man was engaged in an arm-wrestling match with a dark-haired woman exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Put some effort into it, sister. Have you not eaten? Thor's face was flushed. Get lost, Hela replied without lifting her gaze, her wrist steady as a mountain. Not far away. A cool girl clad in leather was deftly manipulating several metallic pieces in midair, her movements fluid and graceful. Another red-haired girl sat quietly beside the dark-haired one, engrossed in a book, her demeanor serene, and a blue-skinned woman occupied the main pilot's seat. Peter Quill's eyes widened in disbelief. He nudged Drax beside him. Goodness, have we ascended to heaven? Drax frowned, contemplating seriously. Heaven should not be this noisy. He referred to Thor. Thor noticed the newcomers and approached them with enthusiasm. Oh, new friends. Greetings. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Gamora and the others looked at this eclectic group, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. What sort of assembly was this? Lynn clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. All right, let us introduce ourselves. These are the new crew members aboard, the Guardians of the Galaxy. He gestured towards his companions. This is Thor, my not-so-bright but endearing brother-in-law. That's his sister, Hela. She has a temper, so don't provoke her. That's Lorna, a master of metal. That's Jean and Wanda. Don't be fooled by their quietness. They're fierce fighters. And this is Raven, my personal companion. This brief introduction provided a foundational understanding between both parties. Yet the atmosphere remained peculiar. Gamora maintained her heightened vigilance. Lynn paid no mind. He plopped down into the captain's chair, cradling Raven in his arms. All right, let us hold a meeting. His expression turned serious. Our primary objective is to stop Ronan. That guy has acquired the Power Stone. He is likely hiding somewhere, upgrading himself. Once he harnesses the stone's power, Xander will be the first to suffer. Quill immediately chimed in. Exactly. We must stop him. Lynn shot him a glance. Hold on, based on just you lot. Along with me, who has just been hammered, seeking him out now would be akin to delivering a meal. So, we need to upgrade first. He turned his gaze towards Thor. Brother-in-law, it's time we discussed your new hammer. Thor's eyes lit up. The Stormbreaker. Lin snapped his fingers. Indeed. However, forging the Stormbreaker requires special materials. His gaze finally settled on the small branch of Groot nestled in Rocket Raccoon's arms. We need Groot's assistance. Rocket tightened his grip on Groot protectively. What do you want with Groot? Don't panic, Lin waved dismissively. The handle of a Stormbreaker must be crafted from the most resilient living wood. I need a branch from him. Chapter 230. The challenge approaches. Upon hearing this, Rocket's fur bristled. He darted in front of Lin, shielding the small Groot head in his arms. What do you want with Groot? He bared his teeth, revealing sharp little canines, his voice piercing as though it could slice through metal. I'll tell you this. Not a single branch. He down to just ahead. Thor approached with long strides, towering over the agitated Rocket, attempting to reason with him. I say, little bunny, this is for crafting a weapon that rivals Mjolnir. The Stormbreaker. Its handle must be made from the finest materials. This is a supreme honor. Rocket looked up and roared at Thor's knees. Get lost. What nonsense about honor? You tree-chopping fools. Groot is not some material. Drax, stroking his smooth head, spoke in his deep voice. I think he has a point. A branch in exchange for a chance to slay Ronan is quite a bargain. Rocket spun around, glaring fiercely at Drax. You green-skinned musclehead, shut up. This isn't a transaction. Peter Quill, finally regaining his composure, stepped forward, raising his hands to mediate. Hey, let's all calm down, fellas. We've just formed a team. Let's not start infighting over a piece of wood. Besides, look at him. He down to just ahead. How can you get a branch? Quill pointed at the Groot head nestled in Rocket's arms. The little creature blinked its big, curious eyes, observing the bickering oddballs. The atmosphere on the bridge became awkward. Hela stood with her arms crossed, a slight smirk playing on her lips as she watched the spectacle like a show. Lorna observed the furry raccoon with interest, finding it quite amusing. Wanda and Jean exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of sympathy in the other's eyes. Raven, however, was entirely indifferent to the commotion, simply leaning against Lin, adjusting to a more comfortable position. Lin sighed. It seemed it was time for him to play the peacemaker once again. He patted Quill on the shoulder and nudged him aside. Then, he crouched down to align his gaze with that of Rocket the raccoon. Hey, Rocket, listen to me. I understand how you feel. Rocket took a wary step back. Clutching throat tighter. I won't listen. I refuse to hear anything. Lin ignored his resistance and continued speaking. Ronan wields the Power Stone. I just experienced its might firsthand. He pointed to the dried blood at the corner of his mouth. It nearly sent me off for good. With our current ragtag bunch, what difference would it make in confronting him? It's like the gored warriors rescuing their grandfather. One by one, we'll fall. Rocket fell silent, though the hostility in his eyes remained. Do you wish for vengeance? Lin inquired. Would you like to twist that oaf Ronan's head off and kick it like a ball? A low growl emanated from Rocket's throat. Yes, then we're on the right path, Lin declared as he slapped his thigh. To excel in our endeavors, we must first sharpen our tools. We need to upgrade our gear. Thor's Stormbreaker is our ace against Ronan. A nuclear weapon, do you understand? And Groot's branch is the crucial ignition device for this nuclear weapon. Lin spoke with utmost seriousness, as if it were undeniably true. I'm not jesting. The forging site of Stormbreaker is Nidavellir, and the handle must be crafted from living wood imbued with vitality. In the entire universe, Groot is the only one who meets that criterion. His sacrifice is not only for himself, but for us all to exact revenge. The glint in Rocket's eyes began to waver. The flames of vengeance burned within him, yet he was deeply troubled by Groot nestled in his arms. Just as he wrestled with his inner conflict, Groot stirred slightly. He extended a minuscule, tender shoot, a delicate branch. The small branch trembled as it reached towards Thor. Throat. The infantile voice rang out. Though it was the same timeless phrase, everyone understood its meaning. He consented. The room fell into an instant hush. Thor gazed at the twig, which was thinner than a toothpick, with a somewhat dazed expression. Is this sufficient? Lin was momentarily taken aback, then cleared his throat and forcibly explained. Cough. Absolutely sufficient. Essence. This is the essence concentrated. The vitality of the divine wood is encapsulated in this tiny branch. He was almost convinced himself. After all, if they arrived at Nidavellir and it proved inadequate, he could always conjure another using the reality stone. No big deal. Rocket looked at Groot, then at Lin, and finally sighed in resignation. He grumbled, but if you dare to hurt him, I'll dismantle this wretched ship piece by piece and sell it for scraps. Thor solemnly nodded at Rocket. Rest assured, little rabbit. I'm a raccoon. The tumult finally subsided. Lin stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. All right, now that the materials are settled, we should set off. He approached the control panel and summoned the holographic star map. Our next destination is Nidavellir, the land of dwarves, the universe's premier blacksmith, the designated manufacturer of the Stormbreaker. Cousin, point the way. Thor excitedly leaned in, gesturing on the star map, marking a coordinate. Right here. The ship adjusted its course, the engines rumbling ominously, preparing for a space jump. With the pressing matters resolved, the atmosphere in the bridge lightened considerably. Peter Quill's restless eyes began to wander among Lin's harem. His gaze first fell upon Hela, but after a fleeting glance, he felt a chill run down his spine and quickly averted his eyes. The aura of that woman was overpowering. It felt as though a single prolonged glance would result in his demise by her mere gaze. Then he noticed Lorna, clad in black leather, her figure striking. With a cool demeanor, she manipulated a piece of metal that swirled at her fingertips. Quill felt his heart take a hit. He had a particular fondness for such spirited vixens. Straightening his red leather jacket, he swaggered over, convinced of his charm. Hey, beautiful. Peter Quill. But you can also call me Star-Lord. Lorna didn't even glance up, continuing to toy with the metal. Unfazed, Quill persisted with his silver tongue. You know, you have a unique aura, like a black hole, mysterious and alluring, compelling one to explore. Lorna halted the metal in her grasp. Finally, she lifted her head and shot Quill a sidelong glance. Is that belt buckle of yours made of adamantium? Quill was taken aback. No, it's just regular iron. Before he could finish, he felt a tightening at his waist. Looking down, he saw his belt buckle seemingly gripped by an invisible hand, twisting and contorting at a visible pace until it morphed into a twisted shape. The belt snapped with a resounding crack. Quill's pants were on the verge of slipping down. He scrambled to hold them up, his face turning green. Lorna averted her gaze, coldly uttering 2 words. Annoying. Quill, on the verge of tears, dashed away, pants in hand. Drax roared with laughter at his predicament. Ha ha ha. His pants are about to fall. The entire bridge was filled with a jovial atmosphere. Lin chuckled heartily, praising Lorna for her adeptness in dealing with various antics. Just then, the piercing alarm blared for the 3rd time throughout the bridge. But this time, it was not due to energy fluctuations. Alert! Alert! Unknown ship detected approaching. The other party has sent a communication request. The mechanical AI voice echoed through the bridge. A communication window popped up on the main screen, displaying a fiery skull emblem. Below was a line of text. The Ravagers, Yondu Udanta. Peter Quill's face turned ashen. Oh no. He let out a wail. It's Yondu. He must be here to capture me. Lin, gazing at the communication request button on the screen, displayed not a hint of anxiety. Rather, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Oh, space pirates? This could be interesting. He plopped back into the captain's chair, crossing his legs. Let them in. I'm curious to see what this blue-skinned blowhard intends to do. Chapter 231. Fateful Encounters. Star-Lord gains a new father? Lin lazily snapped his fingers. Let them in. As soon as his words fell, the communication request window on the main screen abruptly expanded with a sharp sound. A holographic projection materialized in the center of the bridge. It depicted a man with a face lined with deep wrinkles, skin tinged with blue, and a red metallic fin protruding from his head. His scruffy beard and fierce gaze indicated he was not a benevolent figure. Peter Quill, the blue-skinned man in the hologram, spoke, his voice raspy like sandpaper scraping against metal. He bellowed, nearly spitting with rage. You treacherous little wretch. Get out here this instant. Peter Quill's complexion drained of color. With a startled cry, he attempted to burrow beneath the control panel. No, shut it off. Please shut it off. He scrambled at Lintern's legs, his voice trembling. He'll kill me. He really will. Rocket Raccoon crossed his arms, using a small paw to scratch his ear. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Yondu. Quill, have you stolen something from him again? Drax inquired earnestly, stroking his bald head. Is this blue man your father? He seems quite angry. Quill was on the verge of tears. Yes, not my father. Yes, my adoptive father. The kind who de-sell me for money. On the bridge, Hela cast a disdainful glance at the noisy blue projection and yawned. Lorna, on the other hand, wore an expression of amusement, deftly twirling several spare screws at her fingertips, eager for the unfolding drama. Wanda and Jean stood a bit further away, curiously observing the sudden appearance of the interstellar pirate, while Raven paid no attention to the screen, instead adjusting her posture for greater comfort atop Lintern's back. Lintern sat still in the captain's chair, unperturbed, even taking a leisurely sip from a nearby soda. Yondu, clearly noticing the bizarre situation, questioned, "Who are you people?" His narrowed eyes brimmed with menace. "I don't care who you are. Hand over Peter Quill, or I'll blast your flashy ship into cosmic debris." His crew of marauders erupted in raucous shouts, raising their weapons in a show of intimidation. At last, Lintern set down his drink. He leisurely stood up and approached the trembling Quill, lifting him with ease. "Fear not, my son," he said kindly, patting Quill's shoulder. Quill, the entire crew, even Yondu's hologram, appeared momentarily stunned. Lintern cradled Quill in his arms and flashed a warm smile at Yondu's projection. "Greetings, Mr. Blue Smuff. Are you in search of his child?" Yondu's facial muscles twitched. "Blue Smuff? His name is Peter Quill. He belongs to me." "Oh, he belongs to you, does he?" Lintern feigned understanding, then pivoted the conversation. "But wait a moment. Didn't T.I. hear that you took money to deliver this child to his deranged father, only to later decide that he was small enough to be useful for thievery, and thus kept him?" "TSK, TSK, TSK. Lintern shook his finger, feigning deep disappointment. "You got a narrow mindset, my friend. Raising a child is not done this way. Just look at how frightened he is. He nearly wetting himself." Quill's face turned beet red. He wanted to retort, but Lintern's grip on his shoulder was like a vice, rendering him immobile. Yondu's complexion shifted from blue to a deep shade, nearly black with fury. "Kid, are you teaching me how to do my job?" he roared, slashing his hand through the air. "Open fire. Show them what we're made of." A cannon on the Marauder's ship swiftly adjusted its aim, unleashing a red energy projectile that soared toward them. Quill shut his eyes in terror. "This is it. Rocket Raccoon cursed. Maniac." However, the energy projectile halted mere meters from the ship, as if colliding with an invisible wall. Wanda stood by the bridge window, her back turned, merely extending a hand outward with fingers spread wide. The red energy round twisted and morphed under her unseen control, compressing into a heart shape. A pink heart shape. With a gentle flick of her fingers, the modified energy projectile shot back at a speed greater than that with which it had arrived. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the heart-shaped projectile struck the bow of Yondu's ship, causing no significant damage, but delivering a humiliating blow. The marauders aboard Yondu's vessel were left dumbfounded, staring at the smoking heart-shaped hole in their ship. Yondu's projection flickered, evidently shaken. When the image stabilized, his expression had transformed entirely, now gravely serious and vigilant. "Who are you people?" he demanded, fixing his gaze on Lintern. Lintern smiled, pushing Quill forward. "Allow me to introduce myself. From this day forth, I am this child's new father. He is under my protection now. If you have any objections," Lintern paused, gesturing towards the heart-shaped smoke ring outside. "You may voice them, but whether I heed them is an entirely different matter." Such audacity was truly remarkable. Quill stared at Lintern, then at the defeated Yondu on the screen, suddenly feeling as though he had latched onto an extraordinary lifeline. Drax burst into his booming laughter. "Ha ha! The blue man was beaten." Rocket Raccoon whistled, murmuring, "Cool, that girl is really something." Yondu fell silent. He was no fool. To intercept an energy projectile barehanded and reshape it to return was an ability he had never encountered. The opposing ship appeared far superior to his own. Engaging directly would be sheer folly. He cast a deep glance at Lintern and then at Quill, who was hiding behind him. "Kid, consider yourself fortunate." He spat the words through clenched teeth. "This isn't over." With that, he unilaterally severed the communication link, the main screen darkening as the Marauder ship pivoted and swiftly vanished into the starlit expanse. Thus, a potential crisis was averted. The bridge fell into a brief silence. Then, Quill let out a long sigh, his entire being relaxing. "My goodness, we survived." Lynette delivered a playful kick to his backside. "Look at your lack of ambition." He approached the main console, once again bringing up the star map. "All right, the farce is over. AI, set the course for Nidavellir. Full speed ahead." The ship's engines roared back to life, preparing for the next spatial jump. Everyone returned to their respective stations. Quill climbed to his feet, patting his chest with the look of someone who had narrowly escaped calamity. He moved beside Lynette, his expression imbued with sincerity. "Thanks, buddy." "No, Chief. From now on, you are my true brother. Lynette cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. He stroked his chin, suddenly recalling something. Turning his head, he looked at Gamora beside him. By the way, Gamora, who was polishing her sword, looked up at the mention of her name. Lynette gestured towards Quill, then pointed at her, a smile spreading across his face that made Quill uneasy. Look here, your father loves you, so he has prepared to toss you off a cliff as a sacrifice. His father loves him, thus chasing him across the universe, wanting to sell him off. Lynette shrugged. You two are a perfect match, members of the Alliance of Parental Woes. Gamora's expression darkened. Quill's face turned pale. Once more, the bridge was filled with a lively atmosphere. Chapter 165. He actually unveiled Iron Man's heart in public. This statement sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Tony Stark's expression darkened instantly. Mr. Lynette, a reporter from the front row, immediately stood up and inquired. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting you possess technology more advanced than the arc reactor? Absolutely. Lynette responded with crisp assurance. Could you demonstrate it for us? Certainly. Lynette smiled again, then made an unexpected move that took everyone by surprise. He did not operate any equipment or produce any schematics. Instead, he turned to Dr. Banner beside him. Dr. Banner, as the chief scientist of our Vertex Technology Life Sciences and Gamma Energy Research Department, could you, in the simplest terms, explain to everyone present why the technology of the arc reactor has become obsolete? Dr. Banner. He was utterly bewildered. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't it agreed that he would merely serve as a mascot? How had he suddenly become the main speaker? Moreover, to declare in front of Tony Stark that his arc reactor was outdated? Wasn't that akin to telling a father that his son is unattractive? Cold sweat began to bead on Dr. Banner's forehead. He looked to Lynette for help, only to find Lynette encouraging him with a gaze that said, I believe in you. The eyes of the audience were now fixed on Dr. Banner. On stage, Tony Stark's gaze sharpened. He stared intently at Banner, eager to hear what his friend would say next. The atmosphere felt almost palpable. Dr. Banner felt his throat dry and his mind go blank. He sensed that if he misstepped today, he would utterly offend Tony. The pressure was immense. Doctor? Lynette urged. Taking a deep breath, Banner closed his eyes, his mind racing. He recalled the academic challenges outlined in Lynette's job posting, the cutting-edge laboratory at Vertex Technology, and Wanda's remarkable ability to soothe the Hulk. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Lynette was not putting him on the spot. Lynette was offering him an opportunity to prove his worth to the world and to Tony Stark. He was no longer that fugitive monster. He was a scientist at the forefront of technology. When he opened his eyes again, Dr. Banner's expression had transformed into one of clarity and determination. He adjusted his glasses, stepped forward, and picked up another microphone. Mr. Stark's arc reactor operates on the principle of utilizing the decay of palladium in a magnetic field to generate stable, high-energy plasma. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with the confidence characteristic of a leading scientist. This is a brilliant design that addresses the core challenge of miniaturized nuclear fusion. However, Banner glanced at Tony, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret, but predominantly an unwavering commitment to science. There exists a fundamental flaw in its energy conversion model. As Dr. Banner uttered the words fundamental flaw, the entire press conference fell into a hushed silence. Everyone held their breath. This was the arc reactor, the cornerstone of Tony Stark's fame, the very heart of Iron Man. And now, someone had the audacity to declare that it harbored a fundamental flaw in front of him. The smile had vanished from Tony Stark's face entirely. He did not express anger, nor did he refute. He simply observed Dr. Banner, awaiting his elaboration. As a top-tier scientist, he respected theory. If Banner could elucidate his point, he would listen. If Banner was merely spouting nonsense, he would ensure that Banner understood the urgency of the anti-Hulk armor's development. Dr. Banner ignored the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him and immersed himself in his scientific realm. The energy conversion of the arc reactor is fundamentally a linear process. Palladium decays, releasing energy, constrained by the magnetic field, producing electricity. This process resembles a pipeline. Water flows in one end and out the other. What Tony has done is continuously widen and reinforce that pipeline to allow for a larger and steadier flow. His explanation was clear and comprehensible, even to some of the liberal arts journalists in attendance. However, the essence of energy is not linear. It is multidimensional. At the moment of palladium decay, Alongside the desired electrical energy, copious amounts of thermal energy, neutrino radiation, and some subspace energy fluctuations that we still do not fully understand are also generated. Dr. Banner's confidence grew with each word, as though he were not on a conference stage, but rather teaching his students. He gazed at Tony with intense focus. A murmur rippled through the audience as some knowledgeable experts and scholars began to stir. Dr. Banner's proposition was astoundingly forward-thinking and audacious. It was tantamount to proclaiming that all existing nuclear energy technologies had taken a misguided path. Tony Stark's expression shifted, for he knew that Banner was correct. He had contemplated this very issue before, but due to technological limitations and a commitment to ensuring the reactor's absolute safety, he had chosen to forego the exploration of those uncontrollable energies. He had not anticipated that Banner would publicly unveil this dilemma. So what? Tony retorted coldly. Bruce, after all that you've said, you merely wish to convey that my reactor has energy wastage. I concede that point. But where is the so-called fundamental flaw? At least my pipeline is safe and controllable. That is precisely the problem we at Vertex Technology aim to resolve. Linnett seamlessly took over the conversation. He stepped beside Banner, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Why do we invest heavily in hiring Dr. Banner? Because he is the only person in the world who has experienced that vast ocean firsthand and lived to tell the tale. Linett's words reverberated throughout the crowd. Everyone recalled Dr. Banner's other identity, the Hulk, the calamity triggered by the out-of-control gamma-ray experiment. Dr. Banner's body stiffened momentarily, but the gentle strength of Linett's hand calmed his tumultuous thoughts. Our core philosophy at Vertex Technology is not to block, but to guide. Linett's voice resonated clearly across the venue. We do not regard the accompanying energy as waste. They are gifts from the universe. Our goal is not to filter them out, but to comprehend and harness them. Nonsense. Tony Stark could no longer contain himself. Do you think this is child's play? Do you comprehend what an uncontrolled energy vortex entails? It could create a miniature black hole that would swallow all of New York. That is why I assert that this is a technology that is a leap ahead of your time. Linnett remained calm in the face of Tony's outburst. Because we possess the capability to control that vortex. Control it with what? Your words? Tony mocked. No. Lynn shook his head, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. A more direct and efficient method, he declared. He slowly raised his right hand, palm directed towards the man on the opposite side of the stage. At his chest, the Mark III arc reactor emitted a steady blue glow. Tony, no amount of theory will penetrate your defenses, he continued. Thus, it's best you personally experience what it means to encounter a technological disparity. Before his words could settle, Tony Stark suddenly felt an unusual tremor in his chest. The arc reactor, firmly secured within him, the source of his life and power, was about to detach. It began to heat up, quivering, the internal energy flow spiraling into chaos. As the audience looked on in confusion, and Tony Stark wore an expression of horror, that blue heart was forcibly extracted from Iron Man's chest. It trailed a ribbon of blue light as it slowly flew towards Lynn's palm. Chapter 166. Iron Man bewildered. Heart stolen and mocked for its inferiority. The atmosphere of the Stark Tower press conference fell silent. Hundreds of journalists forgot to press their shutters. Cameramen ceased to move their lenses. All eyes were fixed on the astounding scene at the center of the stage. Tony Stark, the proud Iron Man. The very essence of his survival was effortlessly snatched from his chest by a man standing several meters away. The arc reactor, glowing with an ethereal blue light, now floated above Lynn's palm, spinning gently. Lynn regarded his newfound trophy as if admiring an intriguing toy. Indeed, the design is quite exquisite. He extended a finger from his other hand, tapping lightly on the reactor-S casing, producing a clear metallic sound. However, the palladium core contains too many impurities, affecting energy purity and even being toxic to the human body. Additionally, the configuration of the magnetic confinement coils wastes at least 10% of the space. This commentary was even more humiliating than a direct slap in Tony Stark's face. A scream shattered the silence. It was Pepper Potts. Seeing the gaping void where Tony's arc reactor had been, her face turned pale as she instinctively rushed onto the stage. Her bodyguard, Happy, reacted immediately, drawing his gun and aiming it at Lynn. Don't move. Put that down. The security personnel at the venue also drew their weapons, nervously surrounding the stage. The atmosphere shifted from a tech launch to a tense standoff in an instant. Yet at the center of it all, Tony Stark remained motionless. He bowed his head, gazing at the familiar void on his chest. Without the arc reactor, his backup power could only sustain the suit's basic functions. More critically, the shrapnel within him could threaten his life at any moment. Yet, at this moment, he felt neither physical weakness nor fear. What he felt was an unprecedented sense of bewilderment and humiliation. His brain, the genius mind dubbed the sexiest brain of the century, had crashed. What had just transpired? How had this occurred? Countless scientific terminologies flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. No known scientific technology could achieve such precision, so blatantly disregarding the laws of physics. This was not technology. This was a mutant ability. Tony, your energy core is well designed. Lin's voice broke through, pulling him back from his chaotic thoughts. However, its energy efficiency is too low, and Lin lifted his gaze to meet Tony's dark expression. A mischievous smile gracing his lips. It is far too easy to take. Tony shot his head up, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Anger and humiliation made his teeth grind audibly. In the audience, Raven watched the once mighty Iron Man now resemble a plucked chicken, unable to suppress her laughter. Wanda curiously focused on the arc reactor in Lin's hand, sensing that he had merely employed a simple force field manipulation ability to achieve this feat. Meanwhile, Dr. Banner felt utterly numb, unable to face Tony anymore. He stood dazed behind Lin, fixated on the scene before him, with a singular thought swirling in his mind. This new boss seemed even more unreasonable than Hulk at that moment. A member of the silent press finally reacted. Click, click, click. The frenzy of camera flashes erupted once more, immortalizing this historic moment. Iron Man's heart, held in the hands of a mysterious man. Tomorrow's headlines would surely feature this. Stark Industries stock prices would likely plummet. The myth of an era appeared to be supplanted by an even more bizarre tale. Lin toyed with the reactor, feeling the energy fluctuations within, silently commending Lorna. This ability was a product of their diligent discussions, albeit seldom utilized. He regarded the small object in his hand, suddenly feeling a bit bored. He had anticipated a struggle, yet it had proven so effortless. All right, the game is over. He raised his gaze to Tony Stark, observing the blend of shock, anger, humiliation, and confusion on Tony's face. Lin sensed the moment was ripe. Continuing might truly jeopardize this gentleman's heart. After all, he still needed this cash cow and tech genius alive. All right, don't look at me like that. Lin casually weighed the arc reactor in his hand. Just a little joke to lighten the mood. You see, everyone was nearly dozing off. He gestured toward the reporters below, their expressions blank from shock. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark nearly spewed blood. A joke? Is this what you call a joke? You extracted my heart and claimed it was to liven the atmosphere. Here you go. Lin seemed oblivious to the murderous glare from Tony, flicking his wrist lightly. The arc reactor transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring across the distance. And with a precise click, it nestled perfectly back into the hollow recess of Tony's chest plate. Seamlessly, it returned to its rightful place. This nonchalant gesture unsettled Tony even more than the extraction had. It indicated that the other party had mastered this object to such an extent that it was entirely at his command. He could take it away at will and return it with equal ease. Tony's once revered technological barrier felt as fragile as a sheet of paper before him. Tony felt as though he had been reborn. However, the psychological blow proved to be far more lethal than physical frailty. Lin approached Tony Stark at a leisurely pace, while the surrounding security personnel gripped their weapons nervously, hesitant to advance. Ignoring the ominous muzzles aimed at him, Lin reached out and patted Tony on the shoulder, as one might comfort a petulant younger sibling. See? You're back, aren't you? He leaned closer, whispering in a tone meant solely for their ears. Tony, I may not comprehend technology, but I know how to resolve your palladium poisoning issue. Then, standing upright, he retreated a step and beamed a dazzling smile that was almost blinding in its brilliance. Want to learn? He gestured toward Tony's chest and then pointed to his own head. I'll teach you. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Such words are typically exchanged between a teacher and a student. Yet, when did it become the case that someone would dare to teach Tony Stark? He, after all, was the brightest mind in the world. In that moment, the global live broadcast captured the expression on Tony Stark's face with acute precision. Below the stage, Pepper Potts covered her mouth in distress, tears welling in her eyes. Lin's words struck Tony harder than a blade, more merciless than death itself. This was not merely a technical failure. It was a shattering of dignity. Dr. Banner observed Tony's despondent state with a heavy heart. He opened his mouth, yearning to say something, but ultimately, all that escaped him was a sigh. Meanwhile, Lin completed his performance. He turned back to the audience, microphone in hand. Well, I believe you now have an intuitive understanding of Pinnacle Technology's capabilities. Chapter 167. A Crumbling Mindset. Tony Stark's Collapse. Our demonstration concludes here. He set the microphone aside and waved his hand with nonchalance. By the way, Pinnacle Technology is currently seeking top talent from various fields worldwide, offering unparalleled remuneration without limits. We particularly welcome those who are disillusioned with the current scientific paradigm and dare to challenge the unknown. His gaze swept pointedly over the representatives from various tech companies and research institutions in the audience. This was not merely a slap in Tony Stark's face. It was an audacious undermining of the entire industry. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. Having accomplished all this, Lin made no further delay, turning to descend the stage. Stop. It was Tony Stark. He had finally emerged from his state of mental collapse, his eyes fixed on Lin's retreating figure, burning with fierce intensity. Within those flames resided anger, resentment, and above all, a newly ignited, frenzied thirst for knowledge. Who are you really? Upon hearing the hoarse inquiry from behind, Lin paused but did not turn around. He merely tilted his head slightly, catching a glimpse of the rekindled resolve in Iron Mammy. He chuckled softly. I'm a businessman, Tony. A businessman deeply intrigued by you. With that, he disregarded Tony and strode confidently off the stage, returning to his seat. Let's go home for dinner, he said to the somewhat dazed Raven and Wanda, casually wrapping an arm around Raven's waist as they headed toward the exit. Wanda glanced back at the solitary figure of Tony on stage, then at the journalists on the brink of frenzy, before hastening to follow Lin's lead. Dr. Banner hesitated for a moment, approached the edge of the stage, and whispered to the disheartened Tony, I'm sorry. Take care. Then he too departed without looking back. As Lin and his entourage neared the exit, the entire press conference venue erupted as if a television set had suddenly restored sound after being muted. Mr. Lin, please hold on. Was it a display of mutant abilities? Mr. Stark, what are your thoughts on this? Does this signify the demise of Stark Industries' technological myth? Countless journalists surged toward the stage, encircling Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. The blinding flashes of cameras threatened to engulf the entire hall. Security personnel struggled to maintain order, but they were utterly overwhelmed by the tidal wave of shock and excitement. Lin's group, escorted by a security team of retired Special Forces agents from Pinnacle Technology, successfully navigated through the chaotic crowd and entered the exclusive elevator. The elevator doors closed slowly, sealing off the tumult outside. Inside, a profound silence enveloped them. Raven leaned against Lin, removing her sunglasses, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. You are quite the villain, she whispered. I feel like Tony Stark wants to devour you alive. Really? Lin feigned innocence. I hardly think I deserve such a fate, considering you've already regurgitated several times. Wanda, curious, turned to Lin. Boss, was that power you exhibited a form of force field control? I felt. It seems different from how I manipulate objects. Yes, at its core, it is all about energy manipulation, merely applied through different methodologies, Lin casually explained. Your chaos magic leans more toward distorting probability and reality, while my force field control simplifies the process. Only Dr. Banner remained lost in the shock of the earlier events, leaning against the corner of the elevator, pale and muttering to himself. Observing the self-doubting scientist, Lin smiled. Doctor, don't dwell on it. You'll grow accustomed to it in time. Welcome to the wondrous world. The elevator reached the ground floor. Outside, the elongated Rolls-Royce awaited quietly. The four of them entered the vehicle, which smoothly departed Stark Tower. Outside the window, a throng of reporters chased them, while stunned passers-by pointed and gawked in disbelief. Leaning back in his seat, Lin gazed at the rapidly receding scenery, knowing that from this day forward, the name Pinnacle Technology would resonate globally, and he himself would step out from behind the curtain and into the spotlight. Challenges would inevitably follow. The military, the World Security Council, and even various hidden forces would fix their gaze upon him. Yet, opportunities would also arise in tandem. Emma, he dialed a number. Yes, boss. Has Stark Industries stock price begun to plummet? Indeed, boss. The moment you returned the arc reactor, Stark Industries stock price plummeted by 12% within 3 minutes and continues to decline. Wall Street is in utter chaos. Excellent. A smirk graced Lin's lips. Notify our financial team to commence the first phase of the acquisition plan. I want to secure 10% of Stark Industries' circulating shares within 3 days. Understood. Additionally, please send the complete high-definition recording of today's press conference anonymously to a specific recipient. Please provide instructions. Nick Fury. Lin-Tay gazed out at the increasingly distant Stark Tower. I believe this one-eyed director could greatly benefit from a few surprises to solidify his allegiance to me. Had the press conference concluded? No. For the entire world, this tempest had only just begun. As Lin-Tay had anticipated, when the black Rolls-Royce smoothly returned to Apex Tower. The world had been sent into a frenzy by the less than an hour-long press event. Century Showdown. Mysterious CEO publicly steals Iron Man's heart. The New York Times technology, or mutant powers. Apex Tech unveils incomprehensible power. Stark's myth may come to an end. The Times Wall Street in panic. Stark Industries shares plummet. 30 billion vaporized. The Wall Street Journal, the front pages of major global news websites were dominated by the same event. After the meeting, Tony Stark returned to his villa, leaning back on the sofa, lost in thought. Palladium, the shrapnel within. Chapter 168. Capture Iron Man. Stick with me, and I'll help you take down the purple sweet potato monster. In the night's embrace at Apex Tower, a red and gold Iron Man suit gracefully descended upon the rooftop. Tony Stark emerged from the suit, a stark contrast to his usual appearance, unkempt with a weary gaze. Jarvis, confirm there are no surveillance devices here. Confirmed, sir. Apex Tech security system has granted you a green passage. Tony clenched his jaw and approached the private elevator at the rooftop's edge. After that press conference 3 days prior, his pride had been utterly shattered. But more critically, Lin-Tay's words, "I know how to resolve your palladium poisoning," echoed relentlessly in his mind. The elevator doors opened, revealing Lin-Tay waiting inside. "Mr. Stark, an unexpected late-night visit. It seems the situation is dire." Tony stiffly stepped into the elevator. "How did you know I would come?" "Because you're on the brink of death." Lin-Tay pressed the button for the 5th underground level. "Palladium poisoning has spread around your heart, if left untreated. You won tea last a month." Tony's complexion darkened further. "Can you cure it?" "Certainly." Lin-Tay smiled. "But I'm curious, the great Iron Man. Why not seek out the information left by your father? Howard Stark certainly left you some valuable resources." "How do you know about my father?" "I know many things, Tony, like the new element your father discovered, a gift he left for you." The elevator reached the 5th underground level, and outside was a fully equipped medical room. Tony followed Lin-Tay inside, observing the advanced medical equipment adorning the walls. "Remove your shirt and lie on that bed. You're not a doctor. Rest assured, I'm not a creep. I can save you." Lin-Tay approached the equipment. "Either trust me, or go back and await your demise." Tony hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately removed his shirt. The arc reactor embedded in his chest was surrounded by darkened veins. "The situation is worse than I anticipated." Lin-Tay approached. "Palladium has infiltrated your heart wall. So what will you do? Open heart surgery? Not necessary." Lin-Tay raised his right hand, a golden glow emanating from his palm. "Are you going to use your mutant abilities again?" "Relax, this is a treatment." Golden energy surged from Lin-Tay's palm, slowly permeating Tony's chest cavity. Tony felt a warm force flowing within him as the palladium extracted itself from his body. "I can feel it." Lin-Tay closed his eyes. "There are 17 pieces of shrapnel near your heart, the largest only 0.3 millimeters from the aorta. That's impossible. Any surgery would be too risky to safely remove those shards." "Who said anything about surgery?" Lin-Tay's energy began to shift, transforming from gentle healing to precise manipulation. Tony felt a peculiar tugging sensation in his chest and soon saw tiny metal fragments emerging from beneath his skin. My goodness, the 17 pieces of shrapnel. Under Lin-Tay's force field control, avoided nerves and blood vessels, tearing through muscle and floating in midair. "These are the culprits that have tormented you for years." Lin-Tay opened his eyes. "Now they can no longer harm you." Tony reached for his chest, where, apart from the arc reactor, there were no foreign objects remaining. "How'd you do that?" "Precise control of the force field, combined with bioenergy guidance." Lin-Tay collected the shrapnel. "This technology is still too advanced for you." Tony sat up from the bed, feeling a long-lost sense of relief. "So I no longer need the arc reactor to sustain my life?" "Theoretically, yes. But I recommend you continue using it. Just switch to a safer energy core." Linte walked over to a nearby safe and retrieved a blue cube. What is this? An energy extract from the Tesseract, sufficient for 100 years. And it has no side effects apart from providing energy. Tony accepted the cube, his throat tightening. Why are you helping me? Because I need friends, Tony. True friends. Linte sat on a nearby chair. This world is perilous. One cannot survive alone. What kind of danger are you referring to? Alien invasions, divine beings causing chaos, and the purple sweet potato monster seeking gems, and so on. Linte casually remarked. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. is overwhelmed. The Earth needs protectors. Tony fell silent for a moment. You want me to join your organization? Not to join, but to collaborate. Linte stood up. Apex Tech can share technology with you. What are the conditions? When I need assistance, you must not refuse. Tony pondered for several seconds before nodding. Deal. The two shook hands, sealing a certain understanding. By the way, there's one more thing for you. Linte retrieved a chip from another safe, tapping it, causing the chip to project an image. Technical data on nanotechnology armor. I believe you'll find it intriguing. Tony took the chip, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This aligns almost perfectly with my iterative ideas. Great minds think alike, Linte chuckled, though my version is somewhat more refined. Tony meticulously examined the data on the chip, growing increasingly astonished. This was not merely technology for nanotechnology armor. It also included self-repair, energy recovery, and modular upgrades, features he had envisioned. Who exactly are you? A businessman who wishes to protect the Earth. Linte patted Tony's shoulder. Now it's getting late. You should return. Wait, I still have many questions for you. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Linte walked towards the elevator. Remember, this matter is known only to us. Tony nodded and donned the Iron Man's suit once more. As he soared away from Apex Tower, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. What other secrets did this enigmatic Lin take and seal? However, this was not his concern. He needed to delve into the intricacies of the chip. The following day, Tony Stark and Vertex held a press conference, embarking on a collaborative venture marked by a period of mutual admiration. Remarkably, by the next day, Stark had developed a new energy core to replace palladium. During the subsequent fortnight, Stark dedicated himself to the pursuit of nanotechnology. Meanwhile, Lynette reveled in a life of nocturnal festivities, often leaning against the walls, accompanied by a host of beautiful female heroes. One day, after a successful evening, Lynette sipped on a refreshing drink, basking in the breeze. Inside, Lorna lay sprawled, contentedly asleep. On the rooftop of Vertex Tower, a brilliant column of multicolored light descended from the heavens. Boom! A tremendous energy surge left a flawless, circular imprint on the rooftop. As the radiance subsided, four armored female warriors emerged in the center of the mark. Warning! Warning! Unidentified energy intrusion detected on the rooftop. Emma's voice echoed throughout the building. Lynette, engrossed in reviewing Stark industry stock trends in his office, immediately rose upon hearing the alarm. Emma, what is happening? Boss, the Valkyrie squad has returned. Lynette raised an eyebrow. The Valkyries are back. He hastened toward the private elevator, with Raven and Wanda joining him from their respective rooms. When the elevator reached the rooftop, the doors opened to reveal familiar figures. Sigourney stood at the forefront, gripping a spear, her expression grave. Astrid's face bore traces of blue blood, her demeanor tense. Gwyndal clutched her warhammer, her armor showing signs of damage, while Helviel stood silently to the side. Sigourney, why have you returned so suddenly? Lynette stepped out of the elevator. What has happened in Asgard? Seeing Lynette, Sigourney's taut nerves eased slightly. Lynette, we require your assistance. Asgard has come under attack. What kind of attack? Dark elves. Sigourney gritted her teeth. Their leader, Malekith, has somehow gained control over the Bifrost, circumventing Heimdall's vigilance and teleporting directly into Asgard. Lynette furrowed his brow. What is their objective? The Reality Stone, Astrid interjected eagerly. Those dark elves seek to seize the ether particles and plunge the 9 realms back into darkness. What of King Odin? Surely he could easily handle these intruders? Sigourney's expression darkened further. King Odin, weakened and unable to wield his divine power, has fallen into a deep slumber. The entire defense of Asgard now rests on Prince Thor. Thor alone against the entire dark elf army? Raven emerged from the elevator, her tone skeptical. That sounds rather grim. Indeed, it is grim, Gwynnau replied somberly. The numbers of dark elves are overwhelming, and they possess weapons capable of absorbing light. Wanda stepped out, curiously observing the warriors from the realm of gods. "So, what do you hope for us to do?" Lynette inquired. "We need Vertex Technologies' weapon support," and Sigourney's gaze shifted to Lynette. "We require more warriors." At that moment, Jane Foster ascended from below, wielding the reforged Mjolnir, its surface shimmering with golden runes. The four Valkyries stood in stunned silence. This is impossible." Astra pointed at Jane, her voice trembling. "Jane Foster is still in Asgard? Isn't she?" "What?" Sigourney was equally astonished. "How is she here?" And Mjolnir, the atmosphere grew tense. Lynette cleared his throat, determined to break the stalemate. "Ahem, I believe there is a misunderstanding." He approached Jane, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "This woman is indeed named Foster, but she is not the one you know." "What do you mean?" Sigourney frowned. "She is the illegitimate daughter of King Odin." Lynette fabricated earnestly, coincidentally resembling Thor's beloved. The four Valkyries exchanged incredulous glances. "Illegitimate daughter?" Astra questioned, perplexed, "but she is clearly from Midgard." "A romantic entanglement left by King Odin during his youth in Midgard." Lynette continued weaving his tale. "Upon awakening her bloodline, she gained the ability to wield Mjolnir." Jane nodded in agreement. Helviel, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. "This Mjolnir is somewhat different from Prince Thor's." "Of course, it is different." Lynette patted Jane's shoulder. "This was specifically reforged for her, using more advanced technology." Although Sigourney found this explanation somewhat dubious, now is not the time for such concerns. Regardless of who she is, Asgard needs help now. She turned to Lynette. "Will you assist us?" Lynette pondered for a moment. The Dark Elves invading Asgard signified the imminent emergence of the Reality Stone. If he could play a pivotal role in this event, he could establish a greater influence across the Nine Realms. "I can provide support," he nodded, "but I have a condition." "What condition?" "I wish to personally partake in this endeavor." Sigourney hesitated. "That is perilous. The Dark Elves are not ordinary foes." "I'm aware." Lynette smiled, "but I'm quite intrigued by the Reality Stone." The four Valkyries exchanged glances, and ultimately, Sigourney nodded in agreement. "Very well, but you must follow our orders." "No problem." Lynette turned to Raven and Wanda. "You should join us as well. It's a perfect opportunity to witness the legendary Asgard." "Really?" Wanda exclaimed excitedly. "We'll go to the realm of gods." On the rooftop, the Valkyries appeared solemn. Sigourney raised her spear toward the sky. "Heimdall, open the Bifrost." A radiant column of light descended, striking the rooftop of Vertex Tower. The Bifrost passageway gradually unfolded. Raven frowned. "Is this the legendary Bifrost?" "It doesn't appear as mysterious as I imagined." "Do not underestimate it." Astrid warned anxiously. "This is the only passage connecting the Nine Realms." Lynette looked at Jane. "Are you ready?" Jane tightened her grip on Mjolnir, the golden runes flickering upon its surface, ready to depart at any moment. Wanda excitedly rubbed her hands together. "I'm going to the realm of gods." Just as everyone prepared to step onto the Bifrost, the elevator doors suddenly opened. Dr. Banner rushed out, followed closely by Lorna and Emma. "Wait for us," Banner gasped. "Emma just informed me of the situation. I cannot let you face danger alone." Lorna, with a stern expression, added, "I certainly do not want to miss such a grand spectacle." Emma maintained her diamond form. "The safety of Vertex technology is my responsibility." Lynette nodded. "Then let us go together." Sigourney glanced at this group, sighing. "Midgardians are indeed troublesome. Prepare to teleport." Jandar shouted. The crowd stepped into the brilliance of the Rainbow Bridge. Lynn felt her body enveloped by a powerful force as the surroundings began to contort and shift. Just as the teleportation was nearing completion, a massive shadow suddenly surged into the Rainbow Bridge. "What is that?" Raven exclaimed. Higgelin's expression changed dramatically. "Oh no, something has followed us in." But it was too late. The Rainbow Bridge had activated, and everyone was swept into the beam of light. Outside the palace of Asgard, chaos reigned. Thor wielded Mjolnir, lightning swirling around him. Before him stood a throng of dark elf warriors, their ships blotting out the sun. For Asgard, Thor roared as he charged into the enemy ranks. The hammer of the god of thunder shattered a ship, the explosion illuminating the entire battlefield. Yet the enemy was overwhelming. The guardians of Asgard were steadily retreating, many already fallen in pools of blood. "Your Highness!" A guard rushed over. "The Dark Elves have breached the third line of defense." Thor gritted his teeth. "Damn it! How many of them are there?" In the sky, Malekith stood on the deck of his flagship, sneering down at the battlefield below. "Prince Thor, without your father, Asgard is but a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter." He raised the ether particle container in his hand. The reality stone shall soon be mine. The cursed warriors of the dark elves charged toward the palace, each possessing the terrifying power to raise structures. Thor stood alone, helplessly watching his homeland being trampled. At that moment, a kaleidoscope of light appeared in the sky. The Rainbow Bridge? Thor looked up. The Valkyries have returned. The beam of light descended onto the palace square, and as the dust settled, a dozen figures emerged from the teleportation array. Hyglawen was the first to step out, her face paling at the sight of ravaged Asgard. We're too late. Lynn surveyed the battlefield, realizing the Dark Elves far exceeded expectations. The situation is worse than anticipated. Thor flew down, landing before the group. His battle attire was torn, golden hair stained with blood. Hyglawen, you have finally returned. Thor turned to Lynn and the others. And these Midgardians are? Chapter 170. The Thunder God is stunned. How can my wife be even more ferocious than me? Lynn, Hyglawen replied succinctly, this is not the time for explanations. Lynn stepped forward. Hello, Thor. I am Lynn. Your Valkyries sought my assistance, and I have brought the strongest forces I could muster. Thor scrutinized the unfamiliar man, feeling as though he had heard that name before. Lynn? Thor furrowed his brow. I feel like I've heard it somewhere suddenly, Thor realized. So, it's you? Hyglawen said you made her stronger. This is not the time for reminiscing. Jane raised Mjolnir. We are here to assist you. Thor was momentarily frozen, staring at the hammer in Jane's hand. Jane! Thor glanced toward a palace in the back, bewildered to see her holding the meow hammer. This is Mjolnir? But my hammer is right here. He lifted his own hammer. 2 hammers? Thor was utterly confused by the situation. Lynn patted his shoulder. It's a complicated explanation. In short, she is now your ally. A shrill screech echoed through the sky as more dark elf ships descended. Malekith's voice resonated throughout Asgard. Surrender the ether particles, and I can grant you a quicker demise. Lorna scoffed. This alien elder is truly arrogant. She raised her hand, and a powerful magnetic field instantly distorted several ships in the air. The metallic hulls began to warp, as if being kneaded by invisible hands. Boom! 3 ships exploded, their fragments raining down. Thor's eyes widened. What is this power? Magnetic control, Lynn explained succinctly. She is Magneto's daughter. Wanda, not to be outdone, concentrated chaos magic into a red energy sphere. I want to give it a try too. The energy sphere flew toward a group of dark elf warriors, the resulting shockwave clearing a large area. Banner took a deep breath, feeling Hulk's restlessness within. Come on, Hulk, time to stretch your legs. His skin began to turn green, muscles swelling. Hulk smash! The green giant appeared on the battlefield, his fist crushing a dark elf's heavy mech. Thor looked at this powerful reinforcement, hope igniting within him. Raising Mjolnir high, thunder rolled as Thor soared into the sky. Hyglawen lifted her spear. Valkyries, form up. The 4 Valkyries quickly arranged themselves into battle formation. Raven transformed into the guise of a dark elf, preparing to infiltrate the enemy. Emma maintained her diamond form, ready to absorb direct attacks. Lynn smiled at the distant Malekith. The reality stone, is it? He flexed his fingers. Then let us see if I can seize it. The battle escalated into a fierce clash. Hulk charged towards the dark elf lines like a green cannonball. Hulk strongest. He slammed his fist into the ground, the powerful shockwave shattering everything around. Dozens of dark elf warriors were flung away, crashing into walls and turning to mush. A massive mech attempted to intercept Hulk, but was seized by the leg and swung around like a flail. Boom! 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 Wherever the mech crashed, it left behind a trail of destruction. Thor excitedly shouted, Hulk is doing great. In the sky, Lorna floated midair, her hands slowly spreading. A powerful magnetic field began to expand, covering half of Asgard. You want to slaughter? First, ask my magnetic field. All the dark elf ships began to tremble uncontrollably. The metal hulls warped under the magnetic field, and the internal electronics failed. A dark elf commander shouted in terror. Our weapon systems are down. The engines have stopped functioning. What in the world is this? Lorna sneered. Let me show you what metal hell looks like. She suddenly clenched her fist, compressing several ships into metallic spheres. Bang! 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 Explosions erupted, and a rain of metal fell from the sky. Malekith stood on his flagship, his countenance dark. Damn it! How can these Midgardians be so strong? His anxious aide reported. My lord, we have already lost a third of the fleet. That woman controlling the magnetic field is too dangerous. Our weapons have no effect on her. Malekith gritted his teeth. Activate the cursed warriors. On the ground, several enormous black figures began to stir. These cursed warriors stood 3 meters tall, clad in black armor, each step capable of shattering the ground. Roar! One cursed warrior charged at Hulk. The two massive forms collided, unleashing a deafening roar. Hulk was knocked back a few steps, but quickly steadied himself. You are formidable, Hulk exclaimed with a wide grin. Hulk enjoys strong adversaries. He leaped and delivered a mighty punch to the face of the cursed warrior, causing the opponent's helmet to crack. Yet, the cursed warrior was undeterred and retaliated with an uppercut that sent Hulk flying. The two monsters engaged in a primal melee battle. Meanwhile, Wanda faced a horde of ordinary dark elf warriors. These fellows seemed rather bothersome. With a flourish of her hands, chaotic magic manifested into a red energy net. All enemies ensnared within were disintegrated to their molecular essence. How excessively violent, Jane remarked as she wielded Mjolnir, unleashing lightning upon another group of foes. The golden bolts of lightning were more refined and concentrated than those of Thor. This hammer is even stronger than mine. Thor gazed at Jane in astonishment. The Valkyries were not idle either. They formed a combat squad dedicated to hunting down the elite dark elf warriors. Higlound pierced the commander's chest with her spear, proclaiming, "For Asgard!" Astrid, nervously yet excitedly, swung her battle axe, exclaiming, "This is far more exhilarating than training." Gwendal smashed a heavy weapon with his war hammer, declaring, "These wretches are utterly defenseless." Helvir observed from the shadows, searching for the enemy's weaknesses. Raven transformed into the guise of a dark elf, infiltrating the enemy ranks to sow chaos. At a critical moment, she struck from behind, thoroughly disrupting the formation of the dark elves. Emma maintained her diamond form, withstanding concentrated enemy fire. Lasers and plasma cannons struck her, merely producing a few sparks. "Is that all the power you possess?" Emma scoffed. "It pales in comparison to the intensity of my students' training." Lynette stood at the center of the battlefield, her hands slowly rising. "It is my turn now." The force field manipulation activated, causing everything around her to experience weightlessness. The dark elf warriors discovered their bodies were uncontrollable, beginning to tumble through the air. "We're airborne. Quick, find a way to land." With a gentle clench of her fist, Lynette instantly crushed the weightless foes under immense pressure. Dozens of dark elf warriors were simultaneously flattened. Thor watched the man's performance in sheer awe. Is this truly the mightiest warrior of Midgard? Chapter 171. Paid leave with 5 insurances and 1 fund? The villainous overlord spewed blood after listening. Malekith's face darkened as he beheld the battlefield below. His fleet was being torn apart by the magnetic field of that Midgardian woman, and the cursed warriors were being relentlessly beaten back by that green behemoth. "My lord," a panicked lieutenant rushed over. "Algrim has returned." Malekith turned to see his most trusted subordinate staggering toward him. Algrim looked resplendent, clad in a tailored black suit with a tie. "What happened to you?" Malekith frowned. "Wasn't your mission to seize the ether particles from Midgard?" Algrim knelt on one knee, sheepishly responding, "My lord, I have failed." "Failed?" Malekith's voice turned dangerously low. "You are our strongest warrior." Algrim forced a smile. "That Midgardian is too powerful. He effortlessly took my cursed stone and even broke my wrist." "What?" Malekith was shocked. "The cursed stone was taken?" "Indeed, my lord." Algrim lowered his head. "I am now his employee." Malekith was taken aback. "Employee? He made me sign a labor contract." Algrim produced a piece of paper from his pocket, claiming, "I am the head of a special operations unit in the security department, on probation." Malekith took the contract, his temples throbbing as he read through the dense clauses. "You mean to tell me you were hired by a Midgardian?" He said, "If I perform well, he might return the cursed stone to me in the future," Algrim said cautiously. Malekith took a deep breath, striving to suppress the urge to strangle this worthless subordinate. "Where is that Midgardian now?" "Right below us." Algrim pointed to the battlefield. "That man in the dark blue suit is my boss." Malekith followed his finger and saw Lynette wave his hand, causing a dozen dark elf warriors to be crushed into oblivion. That bastard Malekith ground his teeth in anger. On the battlefield, Thor and Jane fought side by side. Both wielding Mjolnir, lightning danced around them. "Jane, your lightning is even stronger than mine," Thor exclaimed as he hammered down on the enemies. "You claim to hail from the future, and you had cancer, and now it's cured? How did you manage that?" Jane's Mjolnir emitted golden lightning, each bolt striking its target with precision. That might be a result of traversing time and space, Jane interjected. Her cheeks flushed as she spun around, golden lightning sweeping through the crowd. And at this moment, I'm still with your mother. Thor felt a twinge of annoyance. My hammer has been in use for over 1,000 years. How can yours be superior? Perhaps it's because this hammer has been enhanced by other powers. Upon saying this, Jane's face turned even redder, as she had indirectly inquired about Lynette's companions. Everyone remained tight-lipped, but she deduced something from Wanda's flushed expression. At this moment, Thor's golden hair bore a few green strands. The two stood back to back, facing the encroaching dark elves. Are you ready? Thor asked. Absolutely, Jane nodded. They simultaneously raised their hammers, gathering lightning. Blue and gold lightning intertwined, forming a colossal storm of electricity. Boom! The lightning storm erupted, incinerating all dark elves within a 100-meter radius. Higlown watched this spectacle, unable to contain her awe. Two thunder gods, this is a first in Asgardian history. And their coordination is impeccable, Astrid remarked, eyes filled with admiration. It's as if like a married couple. Gwynnal stated directly. Helvir nodded silently, continuing to observe the battlefield. On the other side, Hulk was engaged in a duel with 3 cursed warriors. Hulk fears you not, the green giant shouted as he punched one of them. Hulk is the strongest. The cursed warrior's fist collided with Hulk's, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Both monsters were pushed back a few steps. How exhilarating! Hulk grinned excitedly. Hulk must get serious. He leaped into the air, both fists crashing down upon a cursed warrior. The cursed warrior raised his arms to block, only to be forced to his knees. The other 2 cursed warriors seized the moment to flank him. With a swift turn, Hulk grasped one by the head and the other by the arm. Hulk throws. The 2 cursed warriors became weapons, slamming into each other. Bang! A tremendous crash resounded, leaving both cursed warriors dazed and disoriented. The kneeling cursed warrior attempted to rise, but Hulk stepped on his back. Crack! The cursed warrior's spine emitted a sickening sound. Lorna watched all of this from the air, feeling rather bored. These dark elves are incredibly weak. She yawned. I expected them to be much stronger. With a casual wave of her hand, another dozen warships were crushed into iron spheres. The dark elf fleet in the sky was dwindling. Wanda found little challenge in the encounter. Is this the dark elves who were supposed to destroy the 9 realms? Chaotic magic took various forms in her hands, effortlessly clearing the enemies from the ground. They seemed weaker than those Sentinel robots. Banner, no. Now he was Hulk, relishing the thrill of battle. Hulk likes to fight. He grabbed a cursed warrior and swung it like a baseball bat. Bang, bang, bang. Other dark elf warriors were sent flying one after another, their formation growing increasingly chaotic. Linty stood at the center of the battlefield, observing with the demeanor of a commander. That's enough, he muttered to himself. It's time to meet that dark elf leader. He looked up at the flagship in the air, where Malekith stood on the deck, glaring at him. Force field control. Linty slowly ascended, flying toward the flagship. Upon seeing Linty approach, Malekith's expression darkened further. You are the one who took the cursed stone of Algrim? Oh, you mean that broken stone? Linty casually floated onto the flagship. Indeed, it's in my possession. He pulled the cursed stone from his pocket, toying with it in his hand. This thing is quite interesting. It can enhance living beings and extend their lifespan. Malekith trembled with rage at the sight of the stone in his enemy's hand. And you? Are you the dark elf leader set on destroying the 9 realms? I am Malekith, the lord of the dark elves. He roared. The 9 realms shall return to darkness. Oh, is that about the ether particles? Linny nodded. I find that quite intriguing. Malekith was taken aback. The reality stone. After all, who wouldn't want it? Linty said with a smile. How about this? If you give me the ether particles, I might consider letting you leave Asgard alive. You must be dreaming. Malekith bellowed. The ether particles are our sacred relic. Is that so? Linny shrugged. Then there's nothing more to discuss. He pocketed the cursed stone and flexed his fingers. In that case, I shall simply take it. Malekith felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and instinctively stepped back. Wait. He suddenly recalled something. Algrim. Algrim, who had been idly enjoying the battlefield, looked at Linty with a conflicted expression upon hearing his name. Boss. My former boss is calling me. Linty waved his hand dismissively. Go on. Let me see your capabilities. Algrim nodded and leaped onto the flagship. My lord Malekith. What are your orders? Malekith pointed at Linty. Kill him. Retrieve the cursed stone. Algrim glanced between Malekith and Linty, his expression torn. This doesn't seem right. What doesn't seem right? Malekith shouted angrily. I am your lord, but I have a new job now, Algrim said cautiously, and the contract states I cannot harm my employer. Malekith was utterly bewildered, laughing in disbelief. That piece of paper? Linty chuckled beside them. See? This is the charm of modern corporate management. You traitor. Malekith roared at Algrim. I'm not a traitor, Algrim replied earnestly. I merely switched jobs, and the new employer offers better benefits. Linty nodded. Comprehensive insurance, paid leave, and a year-end bonus. Malekith felt his blood pressure rising. Chapter 172. The Reality Stone in Hand. The Dark Elf King goes mad. Malekith watched in disbelief as his most capable subordinate betrayed him, nearly losing his sanity. Algrim, have you forgotten the glory of the Dark Elves? Glory doesn't fill my stomach, Algrim shrugged. My new boss says there's a future in following him. I came here to achieve merit. Linty nodded in agreement. Indeed, our company is rapidly expanding with promising prospects. You. Malekith sputtered in rage. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. If he had high blood pressure, he would surely need medication. Fine. Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Malekith raised his hands, and his body began to emit a red glow. Ether particles respond to my call. Far within the depths of Asgard, Jane's entire being twitched. She was fighting alongside Thor when she suddenly felt an unusual stir within her. What's wrong? Thor asked, concerned. I feel something is summoning the power within me, Jane frowned. It must be my past self. My memories are shifting. She gazed gravely toward the depths of Asgard. Thor's expression changed. It's the ether particles. In the sky, red mist began to seep out from Jane's being. No, Jane. Thor tried to intervene, but it was too late. The ether particles transformed into a beam of red light, shooting toward Malekith. Ha ha ha, Malekith cackled. The Reality Stone is finally back in my grasp. The red mist swirled around him, and his power surged dramatically. Now, let you witness the true might of the Reality Stone. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space began to warp. The flagship's deck turned into magma, and the air became toxic gas. Reality is defined by me. Linty observed this scene, excitement flashing in his eyes. The Reality Stone. Truly a marvelous artifact. He did not evade, allowing the attacks to strike him. The magma that touched his skin instantly solidified into stone. The toxic gas entering his lungs was immediately purified by golden energy. How is this possible? Malekith was astonished. The Reality Stone's attack is ineffective against you? Not ineffective. Linty replied with a smile. I'm simply quite unique. The indestructible power within him began to surge forth, forming a protective barrier. Moreover, your application of the Reality Stone is too rudimentary. Linty extended his hand toward Malekith. Allow me to teach you how to wield it. Force field control. A powerful force field enveloped Malekith, firmly binding him in place. What? Malekith struggled, only to find himself immobilized. The power of the Reality Stone is indeed formidable. Linty slowly approached him, but your mental fortitude is far too weak to unleash its true potential. He reached for the red mist hovering before Malekith's chest. No, Malekith fought desperately. The ether particles are mine. The red mist sensed Linty's touch and began to writhe violently. Yet the golden energy within Linty was even more potent, gradually encasing the ether particles. Be good, do not cause trouble, Linty murmured softly, come with me. Golden energy gently enveloped the ethereal particles, akin to soothing a frightened child. The ethereal particles continued to struggle wildly, yet the golden energy commenced its enlightening guidance. Gradually, the struggle of the ethereal particles subsided, eventually settling into complete tranquility. Impossible. Malekith watched helplessly as the Reality Stone slipped from his grasp. This cannot be. Linty fully absorbed the ethereal particles into his being, reveling in the surge of formidable power. The Reality Stone truly lives up to its reputation. He glanced at Malekith, who had lost the support of the ethereal particles and was now half kneeling on the deck. Now, do you possess any more trump cards? Malekith collapsed onto the deck, his eyes filled with despair. Who are you truly? Me? Linty pondered for a moment. Remember this. I'm merely a passing merchant. He turned to Algrim. New recruit, deal with your former employer. Algrim looked at the weakened Malekith, a twinge of reluctance in his expression. Boss, could you grant him a swift end? Certainly, Linty nodded. After all, he's your old friend. Algrim approached Malekith, kneeling on one knee. I am sorry, Lord Malekith. However, I have a new life now. He delivered a punch to Malekith's temple. Malekith's head cracked open, his body slowly descending. The era of the Dark Elves has come to an end. His voice faded, becoming increasingly faint until it vanished entirely. Algrim rose and reported to Lynent, Boss. It's done. Excellent. Lynent nodded in satisfaction. Your performance during the trial period has been commendable. He surveyed the battlefield below, where the Dark Elf army was leaderless and scattering in disarray. Lona, do not let them escape, Lynent instructed through the communicator. Understood, Lona's voice responded. She hovered in the air, arms outstretched. A powerful magnetic field enveloped the entire battlefield. All Dark Elf warships attempting to flee were immobilized by the magnetic force. Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted with me first? Lona clenched her fist, compressing all warships into metallic orbs. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted, obliterating the Dark Elf fleet. The ground battle neared its conclusion as well. Hulk smashed the last cursed warrior with a punch, exuberantly pounding his chest. Hulk victorious. Wanda finished dispatching the remaining infantry, brushing the dust from her hands. Done. Emma returned to her human form, adjusting her attire. So this is the legendary Dark Elf that sought to annihilate the 9 realms? Quite underwhelming. Raven emerged from the enemy ranks, reverting to her original blue skin form. Too easy, lacking any challenge. The Valkyries concluded their skirmishes, and Higlin gazed in shock at the multitude of Dark Elf corpses strewn about. Is this truly over? Are the warriors of Midgard truly this formidable? Astrid exclaimed in disbelief. Janal nodded. Indeed, they are far stronger than we anticipated. Helviel silently observed Lynent and the others, a contemplative glimmer in her eyes. Turning to her sisters, she inquired, have we not sought Lynet's augmentation in quite some time? Thor and Jane flew to the flagship, discovering the lifeless Malekith. Is it over? Thor asked. Indeed, Lynent affirmed, the threat of the Dark Elves has been eradicated. Jane looked at Lynent, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. The ethereal particles, you absorbed them? Yes, Lynent replied without hesitation. The reality stone is now within me. Thor frowned. The reality stone is perilous. Mere mortals cannot withstand its power. I'm not an ordinary individual, Lynent chuckled. Moreover, it is safer in my possession. He met Thor's gaze. What do you think? Thor remained silent for a moment before ultimately nodding. Indeed, you are more suited to safeguard it than anyone else. Jane concurred. And without you, I might have perished under the torment of the ethereal particles. Higlin approached Lynent, bowing deeply. Thank you for saving Asgard. The other Valkyries followed suit, offering their respects. Not at all. Lynent waved his hand dismissively. It is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. He turned to Thor. When will your father, Odin, awaken? He should be waking soon, Thor replied. His Odin sleep typically does not extend for long. Very well. I wish to speak with him, Lynent stated, regarding certain collaborative matters. Thor appeared somewhat puzzled, but nodded in agreement. Of course, I believe father would be eager to meet with you. Lynent nodded in contentment, his mind already concocting plans for the future. With the reality stone secured, this was a promising beginning. Yet, 5 other stones awaited collection. The time stone resided with the supreme sorceress, Dormammu. The space stone was held by S.H.I.E.L.D. The power stone lay hidden in the depths of the cosmos. The mind stone was in Loki's possession. The soul stone's location remained the most enigmatic. One step at a time, Lynent murmured to himself. Chapter 173. What does it mean to use a wolf to catch a rabbit? Let Odin help me retrieve the Tesseract. Deep within the halls of the Asgardian palace, in the chamber of Odin's sleep, the All-Father lay upon a golden stone platform, slowly opening his single eye. Father! Thor rushed to the bedside. You have awakened. Odin sat up, surveying his surroundings. In the chamber, aside from Thor, were Jane, Lynent, and the 4 Valkyries. The battle is over? Odin's voice was hoarse from his slumber. Yes, father, Thor exclaimed excitedly. The Dark Elves have been utterly defeated. Odin's gaze settled upon Lynent. A Midgardian? Lynent introduced himself, CEO of Pinnacle Technologies. Odin scrutinized the young man closely, a look of surprise flashing in his eye. You carry the essence of the reality stone. Indeed, Lynent acknowledged openly. I just acquired it from Malekith. Odin fell silent for a moment before rising from the stone platform. Come with me. I wish to speak with you privately. Thor appeared concerned. Father, do not worry. Odin waved his hand. You all wait outside. Lynette followed Odin out of the chamber and into a more secluded room. The space was adorned with various ancient tomes and artifacts. Odin settled into a chair, gesturing for Lynette to sit as well. You are not an ordinary Midgardian, Odin stated candidly, his single eye seemingly penetrating Lynette's very soul. Your essence does not belong to this realm. Your arrival has altered many things. Everyone has their own secrets, Lynette replied with a smile. Just as you possess many secrets of your own. Odin nodded, indeed. He paused for a moment. You saved Asgard, and I should express my gratitude. Yet, I am more curious about your true intentions. Quite simple, Lynette remarked. I have a keen interest in the Infinity Stones. Odin's single eye narrowed. You wish to collect all the Infinity Stones? Why not? Lynette countered. They ought to be utilized wisely, rather than scattered haphazardly. Are you aware of what it signifies to gather all 6 stones? Odin's demeanor shifted to one of grave authority. Certainly, Lynette nodded. The Infinity Gauntlet, wielding the power to command the entire universe. Odin scrutinized him intently. Are you not concerned that such power may corrupt your mind? I am confident in my ability to control them, Lynette asserted with conviction, and I trust myself far more than I would trust others with them. Odin pondered in silence for a considerable time. You mentioned a desire to discuss collaboration. What precisely do you propose? Lynette smiled. I understand your concerns. Ragnarok, correct? Odin's expression grew somber. How do you know of Ragnarok? I possess knowledge of many things, Lynette said enigmatically. For instance, your daughter Hela will soon return. What? Odin sprang to his feet. What do you mean? The goddess of death, Hela, the former heir of Asgard. Lynette spoke slowly. The one you sealed within hell. Odin's countenance darkened significantly. You mean, the sealing power derives from your life force. Lynette reminded him. In the future, you too shall depart this world. Upon your demise, the seal will naturally weaken. Odin sat back down, looking aged by a decade. Only one knows the end of one's journey, and this young man. If Hela returns, Asgard will face destruction, and both Thor and Loki will be in peril, Lynette continued. This marks the commencement of Ragnarok. Who? Who exactly are you? Odin gazed at him in astonishment. A merchant with aspirations to save the universe, Lynette replied. I can assist you in resolving the Hela dilemma. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Odin's eye. Do you have a means? Indeed, Lynette nodded, but I require your cooperation. What are the terms? Odin inquired eagerly. First, I need access to certain technical documents from Asgard, Lynette stated, particularly those concerning the Bifrost and spatial transportation technologies. Odin furrowed his brow. Such technologies are perilous. Compared to the obliteration of Asgard, what is a little risk? Lynette retorted. Odin remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. What else? Secondly, I hope to establish a research base in Asgard, Lynette said, of course, with your consent. That is acceptable, Odin agreed readily. Lastly, Lynette chuckled. I wish for your assistance in locating clues to the other Infinity Stones. Odin regarded him, a complex array of emotions flickering in his single eye. Are you truly confident in confronting Hela? 100%, Lynette declared confidently. However, I need to comprehend her specific abilities. Odin took a deep breath and began to elaborate. Hela is my eldest daughter and one of the most formidable warriors in Asgard's history. She possesses the power of death, capable of controlling the undead and forging various weapons. Most terrifyingly, she is nearly immortal within Asgard, as her strength is derived from the realm itself. Lynette nodded. That aspect remains unchanged. Moreover, her ambitions are vast. Odin continued. She seeks to conquer the 9 realms, even the entire universe. In the past, I fought alongside her, but later realized her brutality far exceeded my own. Thus, I sealed her away. Upon hearing this, Lynette's mind began to strategize. He stood. Then, shall we formalize our collaboration? Odin rose as well, extending his hand. Agreed. The two clasped hands, solidifying an accord pivotal to Asgard's fate. By the way, Lynette suddenly recalled. Do you know where the Tesseract currently resides? Odin hesitated. The Tesseract? Isn't it in Midgard? Indeed, it is with S-H-I-E-L-D. Lynette replied. I believe you possess the means to procure it for me. Odin chuckled wryly. Could you not retrieve it yourself? After all, it was you who initially provided it to them. To give away something and then seek it back. Sounds rather unbecoming, Lynette laughed. As they exited the chamber, a throng awaited them outside. Thor was the first to approach. Father, how did your discussion with Mr. Lynette go? Quite well. Odin nodded. From this day forth, Mr. Linnert shall be regarded as a friend of Asgard. Saijin and the others exhaled in relief upon hearing this. Shall we return to Midgard then? Raven inquired. Of course, Linnert affirmed, but before we depart, I wish to tour the Asgardian treasury. Odin smiled. Certainly, Thor, show them around. Thor exclaimed excitedly, absolutely. My father's treasury holds countless treasures. The group proceeded towards the treasury in grand fashion. Linnert felt elated. This visit to Asgard had yielded substantial rewards. Not only had he acquired a reality stone, but he had also forged a significant partnership with Odin. Now, all that remained was to await Hela's arrival. I hope that Goddess of Death will not disappoint me, Linnert mused inwardly. Chapter 174. Treating Asgard's treasury like a supermarket. The treasury of Asgard is situated deep beneath the palace, accessible only through a series of intricate mechanisms. Thor guided the group down a long corridor, its walls adorned with ancient runes. These runes chronicle the history of Asgard, Thor explained, dating back to the era of my grandfather. Jane expressed keen interest in the ancient script. This writing system is remarkably complex, more intricate than any language on Earth. Indeed, Thor replied proudly. Asgard civilization predates Midgard by several millennia. At the end of the corridor stood a colossal golden door, intricately carved with the image of the world tree. Odin approached the door, placing his palm upon a unique insignia. Rumble. The great door slowly opened, revealing the true visage of the treasury. Wow! Wanda gasped in awe. The treasury was far more expansive than anticipated, rivaling a vast palace. Countless artifacts and treasures were displayed within crystal cases, each radiating a powerful energy. Welcome to the treasury of Asgard, Odin proclaimed. Here lie the most precious treasures of the 9 realms. Linnert's eyes sparkled with excitement. He recognized many familiar items. The eternal flame, the frost giant's casket of ancient winter, and that eerily familiar golden gauntlet. Is that a counterfeit infinity gauntlet? Linnert inquired, pointing at the golden glove on display. Indeed, it is a replica, Odin acknowledged, astonished that this young man discerned its authenticity, nodding in affirmation. The genuine infinity gauntlet resides in the dwarven kingdom of Nidavellir. Oh, Linnert's attention was once again captured by other treasures. What is this? Lorna inquired, pointing at a long sword radiating a blue glow. Frostmourne, the sword of the frost giant King Laufey, Thor introduced. It possesses the power to freeze everything. And this? Emma asked, gesturing toward a crimson gemstone. The heart of flame, the core of the fire giant Surtur, Odin explained. It can unleash devastating explosions. Banner gazed at these artifacts, feeling somewhat dazed. Each of these items could obliterate a planet, couldn't they? Quite nearly, Odin nodded. Thus, the security measures here are exceedingly stringent. Raven transformed into the guise of an Asgardian guard, attempting to approach one of the artifacts. However, as soon as she drew near, an energy barrier repelled her. Don't waste your efforts, Odin chuckled. Even I cannot easily bypass the protective system here. Linter meandered through the treasury, as if perusing a marketplace. This one looks splendid. This could be quite useful. Oh, I fancy this is expressions left Odin somewhat speechless. You do not intend to empty this place, do you? If it were possible, Linter replied candidly, though I recognize that it is unrealistic. Odin laughed heartily. You are quite forthright. However, as a gesture of cooperation, you may select 3 artifacts to take with you. Linter's eyes brightened. Really? Indeed, but some items are too perilous to bestow upon you, Odin cautioned. Linter nodded, beginning his careful selection. First, he chose a seemingly ordinary ring. What is this? Odin glanced at it, somewhat surprised. A space ring, an artifact capable of storing a vast array of items. I presumed you would opt for something more offensive. Practicality ou tweg offensive capability, l'interrupted. Adorning the ring on his finger, the ring automatically adjusted its size, fitting his finger perfectly. How does it feel? Odin inquired. Linter attempted to store a mundane dagger within the ring, then retrieved it. Quite functional. Next, he selected a thick tome. The Compendium of Asgardian Magic? Thor exclaimed, astonished. Father, I have yet to peruse this book. Because you lack an affinity for magic, Odin remarked. Yet Mr. Linter is different. He possesses potential for learning magic. Linter flipped through a few pages, discovering that it contained advanced spells, spatial teleportation, temporal manipulation, elemental control. This tome is worth a fortune, he declared, contentedly placing it into the space ring. For his final artifact, Linter chose an object resembling an amulet. The amulet of life's source, Odin introduced. It significantly enhances the wearer's vitality and recovery abilities. Perfect, Linter declared, hanging the amulet around his neck. The amulet emitted a gentle green glow, and he immediately felt invigorated. I have made my selections, Linter said with satisfaction. Odin nodded. Excellent choices, highly practical. By the way, Linter suddenly recalled. You mentioned the true infinity gauntlet resides in Nidavellir? Indeed, forged by the dwarf king Eitri for Thanos, Odin confirmed. However, Thanos is yet to commence gathering the gems. Linter's heart stirred. If he could acquire the infinity gauntlet beforehand, may I visit Nidavellir? Odin regarded him, a contemplative glint in his single eye. Certainly, but exercise caution. The dwarves are not particularly welcoming to outsiders. Not a problem, Linter smiled. I am quite adept at negotiations. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the treasury. An Asgardian guard rushed in. Your Majesty, there's trouble. What is it? Odin frowned. Anomalous energy fluctuations near the Bifrost. The guard panted. Heimdall reports the seal has developed cracks. Odin's expression darkened instantly. How could this happen? Linter observed Odin's demeanor and suddenly remarked, Odin, if the seal has broken before your demise, it seems some individuals harbor ulterior motives. Then our collaboration must commence sooner than anticipated. What do you mean? Thor asked, puzzled. Odin took a deep breath, addressing everyone. Friends, Asgard is on the brink of an unprecedented crisis. My eldest daughter Hela, the goddess of death, is poised to escape from her seal. Thor's eyes widened in shock. What? I have a sister? This tale is lengthy, Odin said wearily. In any case, she is an exceedingly dangerous entity. The Valkyries, including Seijen, paled at the mention of Hela's name. The goddess of death, the legendary being, is indeed real. Not only real, but she is returning shortly, Linter stated. However, do not fret. I possess means to confront her. Are you certain? Thor queried anxiously. Hela is, trust me. Linter reassured him with a pat on his shoulder. I never engage in battles without confidence. Odin looked at Linter, his eyes filled with hope. Then let us proceed to the Bifrost. Wait, Linter interjected. Before we go, I need to make some preparations. Chapter 175. Confronting the Goddess of Death with her black blade? Linter, is that all? Upon the Bifrost, Heimdall gripped the sword of guardianship tightly, gazing into the distant spatial rift. The rift widened, emanating a chilling aura of death. Your Majesty, Heimdall announced upon seeing Odin's group approach. The seal has shattered completely. She may appear at any moment. Odin nodded and turned to Linter. Are you prepared? Absolutely, Linter flexed his fingers. I eagerly anticipate encountering the legendary goddess of death. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir. Father, is my sister truly that perilous? More dangerous than you can imagine, Odin replied gravely. In the past, she nearly annihilated all of Asgard. Boom! A tremendous thunderclap resounded from the sky, and the spatial rift began to expand rapidly. A black-green beam of light shot forth from the rift, coalescing into a humanoid form upon the Bifrost. As the light dissipated, a tall, coldly elegant woman materialized before them. She donned tight-fitting black-green battle armor, a massive horned helmet atop her head, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Most striking were her eyes, frigid and ruthless. Hela, who has breached my seal? Odin inquired with a hint of irritation, thrusting his staff into the ground. Unleashing a wave of divine power, Hela surveyed her surroundings, a cold smile gracing her lips. Her eyes filled with disdain as she casually dismissed Odin's divine assault with a flick of her finger. Dearest father, it has been far too long. Her voice was melodious, yet the underlying malice sent chills down the spines of all present. And my dear brothers, Hela turned her gaze to Thor. Are you the one heralded as the god of thunder? Thor instinctively raised his hammer. I am Thor, Prince of Asgard. Prince? Hela Skofed. I am the rightful heir to Asgard. You are sealed, Thor retorted, and you have committed so many nefarious deeds. Evil? Hela's laughter grew increasingly frenzied. I am merely accomplishing the grand endeavor of conquering the 9 realms. What is evil about that? She turned to Odin, Father. Did you not think the same in your time? Odin remained silent. Hela's gaze shifted towards Lyn and his companions. Who are these Midgardians? Friends of Asgard, Odin replied. Friends? Hela scoffed. When has Asgard ever needed the aid of inferior beings? Lyn stepped forward. Greetings, Lady Hela. I am Lin. A pleasure to meet you. Surveying the woman before him, with her flowing hair, a hint of smoky makeup, and an alluring figure, he found her even more captivating than on screen. Hela regarded this audacious Midgardian who dared to speak to her directly, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Interesting, a mortal who is unafraid of me. Why should I be afraid? Lin chuckled. You are but my dream goddess. Hela paused, then burst into laughter. After so many years. Finally, someone dares to speak to me in such a manner. However, her smile abruptly vanished. A disrespectful mortal must pay the price. Hela raised her right hand, and a sharp black longsword materialized from thin air. The sword shot towards Lin like a bolt of lightning. Watch out, Thor shouted, hurling MJ Lilner. But it missed and passed by. Yet, with a cheeky grin, Lin reached out and effortlessly caught the sword. This is it, he quipped, examining the weapon in his hand. I was worried it might cut my skin. Hela's eyes widened in disbelief. Midgardians possess such strength now? She summoned a dozen more swords, all aimed at Lin. Lin stood still, allowing the swords to strike him. Clang, clang, clang. All the swords collided with him, emitting a metallic clatter before shattering. How is this possible? Hela exclaimed, astonished. Your body is harder than you are metal? Roughly, Lin shrugged off the dust. Do you have any other tricks? Hela's expression darkened, her hands raised simultaneously. If common weapons are ineffective against you, then let us try this. Her hands began to glow, the power of death surging forth. Undead Legion, heed my command. The ground beneath the rainbow bridge trembled as countless skeletal warriors emerged from the earth. These skeletal warriors donned antiquated Asgardian armor, wielding various weapons, their eye sockets ablaze with green flames. Wow, this scene is quite spectacular, Lorna remarked. Indeed, Wanda nodded, more thrilling than a zombie film. Seeing so many foes. Hulk excitedly pounded his chest. Hulk wants to fight. Wait, Lin halted them. Let me try first. He turned to Hela. Is this all your strength? Arrogant. Hela ruwarit. Undead Legion, tear them apart. Thousands of skeletal warriors charged at Lin and his companions. Lin sighed. It seems I must take this seriously. He slowly raised both hands. Force field control. An invisible force field rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire rainbow bridge. All the charging skeletal warriors abruptly halted mid-air, as if seized by an unseen hand. What? Hela gosped in disbelief. Lin clenched his fist. Boom! All the skeletal warriors were simultaneously crushed to dust, bone fragments swirling in the air. Thousands of undead warriors utterly annihilated. Hela's mouth fell agape, unable to utter a word. Impossible. This cannot be, she murmured. There is nothing impossible. Lin approached her. I was concerned that I would merely be on the receiving end of your blows. Hela's expression darkened, her hands framing her face, her disheveled hair transforming into a dark crown. The longsword in her hands began to coalesce, pointing menacingly at Lin. You, who exactly are you? I told you, a merchant. Lin replied with a smile. Now, can we have a proper discussion? Discuss? Hela snerid, Hela never negutiat. In Asgard, I shall not be defeated. She clasped her hands together, her deathly power reaching its zenith. Realm of Death. A vast black domain began to spread from her center. Wherever the domain passed, flowers withered, stones decayed, and even the air grew viscous. In my realm of death, all life shall wither. Hela cackled, including you, mortal. Lin felt the encroaching power of death and nodded. Indeed, a formidable ability. Golden energy began to surge within him. Then I shall replicate it. Lin spread his arms wide, golden light erupting from his being. Realm of Life. The golden radiance collided with the black domain of death, two utterly disparate forces clashing violently. Death and life, destruction and creation, waged the most primal battle upon the Rainbow Bridge. What is this power? Odin observed in shock. Thor stood agape. I have never witnessed such a powerful energy fluctuation. Hela gritted her teeth, but she realized her domain of death was being devoured by the golden light. No, I am a goddess of death. I cannot be defeated by a mortal. She exerted all her strength, attempting to expand the realm of death. But the golden light intensified, ultimately overpowering the black, deathly power. Boom! Hela was repelled by the backlash, crashing heavily to the ground. She struggled to rise, blood trickling from her lips. You have won, she said weakly. Go ahead and kill me. Lin approached her, extending his hand. You have just returned to Asgard. Your power has yet to match up. If your divine might were fully restored, it would take me much longer to defeat you. I mentioned earlier that I wish to talk with you. Hela regarded his hand, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. What do you wish to discuss? Collaboration, Lin stated. I require a formidable ally, and you seek a new purpose. We can assist one another. Hela remained silent for a long time, ultimately reaching out to grasp Lin's hand. Chapter 176, Hela, ion slagtered planets. Lin, impressive. Hela held Lin's hand, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm. This sensation was peculiar. As the goddess of death, she had not felt the warmth of life for a long time. Do you wish to converse here? Lin glanced around. Odin, Thor, and the others were observing them. Certainly not. Hela released his hand, tidying her hair. I require a quiet place. Then come to my residence, Lin suggested. You have a residence in Asgard? Hela raised an eyebrow, surprised. One of the conditions of collaboration I just negotiated with your father, Lin replied with a smile. I have established a research base in Asgard. Odin approached. Hela, Lin, where are you headed? Conducting business, Hela replied coolly. Dear father, you wouldn't deny me this small freedom, would you? I temporarily relinquish my claim over Asgard. Odin hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, but there are no buts, Hela interrupted him. I am no longer the girl who only knew how to kill. Thor cast a worried glance at Lin. Are you certain there won't be any issues? Rest assured. Lin patted his shoulder. I'm quite adept at dealing with ladies. Raven rolled her eyes nearby. Indeed, quite adept. Wanda nodded in agreement. Too adept, Lorna muttered. A fickle heart. Bah. Emma communicated telepathically to Lin. Be cautious. This woman is dangerous. Lin replied, I am aware, but often, dangerous women are the most valuable. Though Hela could not hear their mental exchange, she sensed their concern for Lin. How intriguing. A mere mortal could attract such powerful women around him. Let us proceed. Hela said, I am curious about the nature of your abode. The two departed across the Bifrost, heading towards the palace. Along the way, the guards of Asgard displayed expressions of fear upon seeing Hela. It seems your reputation here is rather unsavory. Lin observed the reactions around him. I have indeed taken many lives, Hela remarked nonchalantly, including the ancestors of these guards. Do you regret it? Lin inquired. Hela halted, gazing at him. Do you think I should? I believe the past is behind us, Lin shrugged. What matters is the present and the future. An interesting perspective, Hela continued walking. Most would condemn my past. I am not most people, Lin caught up with her. And I'm not a good person either. Oh, Hela tilted her head to regard him. What misdeeds have you committed? I have robbed banks, taken lives, and driven companies to ruin, Lin stated casually. You sound far more intriguing than I had imagined. Hyla's lips curled into a slight smile. Though all that seems trivial to me. What is the most outrageous thing you have done? Lin asked, intrigued. I slaughtered an entire planet's inhabitants, Hela replied with nonchalance. To demonstrate Asgard's might. Wow, impressive. Lin whistled, unable to suppress his applause. That certainly surpasses my own exploits. They arrived deep within the palace, where a solitary tower stood. Is this the residence Odin has arranged for you? Hela surveyed the building. Not bad, much better than the place I was sealed in. Were you sealed? Lin opened the door to the tower. In a realm called Helheim. Hela followed him inside. There exists only silence and solitude there. The tower's interior was modernly decorated, evidently renovated according to Lin's preferences. You certainly know how to indulge. Hyla settled onto the sofa. I have never seen furniture like this. Modern furnishings from Midgard. Lin poured her a glass of wine. Give it a taste. It's the finest whiskey on earth. Hyla accepted the glass and took a small sip. Not bad. She set down the glass and fixed her gaze on Lin. Now, can we discuss your true intentions? What true intentions? Lin feigned ignorance. Quit pretending, Hyla scoffed. A mortal cannot assist Asgard without motive. You must have some ulterior motive. Lin sat across from her. You are correct. I indeed have a motive. Do share. Hyla leaned back against the sofa. I find you quite fascinating, Lin stated directly. Not solely your power, but you as a person. Hyla paused for a moment. Are you flirting with me? Perhaps, Lin admitted with a smile. After all, you are the most captivating goddess I have ever encountered. Huh, Hyla let out a light laugh. Do you know how many have perished in my hands for uttering such words? I do not know, nor do I care. Lin leaned in closer. I only know that you cannot kill me now. The distance between them suddenly narrowed. Hyla could detect the faint scent of his cologne. This man was undeniably bold, daring to flirt with the goddess of death. Are you not afraid of me? Hyla's voice grew slightly husky. I am, Lin replied honestly. But fear can be exhilarating. Can't it? Hyla's breath quickened. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. No one had ever evoked this peculiar feeling within her. What do you desire? She asked. I desire you. Lin reached out to caress her cheek. To be my partner, my woman. Hyla did not flinch from his touch. Do you think I would agree? I do not know. Lin's fingers gently brushed her lips. But I am willing to try. Hyla's heart began to race. This sensation was unfamiliar. As the goddess of death, she believed she had long forgotten what it meant to feel a heartbeat. And if I refuse? Her voice softened further. Then I shall continue to pursue you. Lin's lips nearly brushed her ear. Until you acquiesce. Hyla closed her eyes, absorbing his breath. You are indeed perilous. Likewise. Lin softly kissed her earlobe. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside the tower. Mr. Lin. Sigrin's voice rang out. There's a crisis. The two swiftly separated. Hyla adjusted her attire, regaining her indifferent demeanor. Yet, a faint blush lingered on her cheeks. Come in, Lin called out. Sigrun burst in, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Hyla, instinctively taking a step back. Your Highness, you are here as well. What is the matter? Hyla inquired coldly. The Bifrost has detected unusual spatial fluctuations, Sigrun said urgently. A multitude of unknown creatures is approaching Asgard. Chapter 177. Hela. Am I powerful? Linnet thumbs up Linet's fingers had just left Hela's earlobe when Sigloin burst in like a wildfire. Mr. Linnet. Her voice was frantic and hurried. Upon noticing another presence in the room, Sigloin froze, particularly upon recognizing it was Hela. Instinctively, she took a small step back, her face etched with caution. Your Highness. You are here too. Sigloin's voice was dry. The unnatural blush on Hela's face had long dissipated. She reverted to her icy persona as the Goddess of Death. What is it? Hela's tone was laced with impatience. She was never pleased when her affairs were interrupted. The Bifrost. The Bifrost has detected significant spatial fluctuations, Sigloin hurriedly reported. Disregarding her fear of Hela, Lord Heimdall said countless unknown creatures are emerging through a massive portal, heading towards Asgard. A portal? Linnet raised an eyebrow. Not the Bifrost? No. Sigloin shook her head vigorously. It's a suddenly appeared blue portal, right above Asgard, and it continues to expand. As her words fell, the entire tower began to tremble violently. Outside the window, a rift suddenly tore through Asgard's golden sky. A blue vortex materialized, resembling an ominous eye that opened wider and wider. Countless dark figures surged out of the vortex, swarming like a disturbed hive. Chitauri? Linnet recognized the alien soldiers piloting the flying vessels, along with several towering metallic beasts trailing behind them. Were these not the cannon fodder from the Battle of New York? How had they made their way to Asgard? Hela stood up, moving to the window. For the first time, a grave expression crossed her face as she gazed at the vast alien fleet in the sky. I have some recollection of this army. Many years ago, before I was sealed away, my father mentioned a mad titan. He commanded an army just like this. Thanos. Linnet uttered the name. It seems my butterfly effect has thrown the narrative into disarray. He muttered softly, let's go and take a look. Linnet turned to Hela. It is a perfect opportunity to assess our new partner's strength. Hela shot him a glance, remaining silent, though the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. The two exited the tower to find chaos unfolding outside. The alarm bells of Asgard rang incessantly as countless guards rushed toward the palace square. Odin and Thor stood at the entrance of the Bifrost, their expressions darkened to the extreme. Father. Thor's fists clenched as he gazed at the sky. What is that? Odin did not answer. He merely fixed his gaze on the center of the blue portal. Their familiar figure gradually emerged, clad in extravagant green armor. Wearing a golden horn helmet and wielding a scepter adorned with a blue gem, it was none other than Loki. My son. Odin's voice was filled with disappointment and anguish. Loki. Upon seeing Loki, Thor's eyes reddened. He raised Mjolnir, ready to charge forward. Calm down, Thor. Odin restrained him. He did not come alone. Loki hovered in midair, a smug smile gracing his face. He spread his arms and called out to all of Asgard. My dear subjects, your king has returned. Kneel before me. I shall grant you freedom. Freedom from the confusion of the future. His voice resonated throughout the realm through some amplification technology. The response came in the form of energy arrows shot by the Asgardian guards. Truly ungrateful. Loki scoffed, shaking his head. With a wave of his scepter, he commanded, attack. In an instant, the Chitauri army descended like a swarm of locusts, overwhelming Asgard. Va erupted. The golden shield of Asgard activated, repelling the initial wave of attacks. But the sheer number of Chitauri was overwhelming. Their energy weapons bombarded the shield, creating bursts of flames. Several colossal leviathan beasts roared as they slammed their bodies against the shield. The surface of the shield rippled violently on the brink of collapse. What in the world are those things? Gwendal swung her massive axe, gazing at the steel monstrosities above, feeling as though it exceeded her comprehension. Midgard refers to this as an alien invasion? Astrid whispered to Helviel beside her. Sigloan, however, wore a resolute expression. Valkyries. For Asgard. She raised her sword high, leading the Valkyrie squad into the fray. Roar. Hulk could no longer contain himself. He bellowed, propelling himself into the sky like a green cannonball, landing directly on the back of a leviathan beast. Hulk. Smash. He swung his fist, creating a massive dent in the creature's thick armor. Meanwhile, Lona soared into the air, her arms outstretched, enveloping hundreds of Chitauri vessels in a powerful magnetic field. Turned into scrap metal, with a series of piercing metallic twists. Those vessels were mercilessly crushed and transformed into enormous metal spheres that plummeted from the sky. Wanda's hands glowed with a crimson light as she hurled chaotic energy orbs without restraint. Each orb cleared a vast area of enemies. Too weak, Wanda found it somewhat tedious. These foes were even less formidable than the Dark Elves. Thor, Jane, Lynette's voice rang in their ears. Stop dawdling and get to work. Thor and future Jane exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their hammers. A blue lightning bolt intertwined with a golden one, transforming into a cataclysmic storm that swept across half the sky. Seeing his army being decimated so swiftly, Loki's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such formidable adversaries appearing in Asgard so suddenly. A bunch of useless fools. He roared at his scepter. At that moment, Hela made her move. Without even taking flight, she simply walked onto the battlefield. Wherever she stepped, the ground erupted with countless black spikes resembling swords. Those swords seemed to possess a life of their own, soaring upward and piercing through one Chitauri soldier after another at a speed faster than bullets. Her efficiency in slaughter surpassed that of all present combined. She was nothing short of an elegant and lethal killing machine. Hela walked leisurely, occasionally glancing back at Lynette. That glance seemed to convey a message. Behold my prowess. Are you satisfied? Lynette responded with a thumbs up. Loki, observing this nonchalant woman, inquired, Who are you? He felt a familiar, yet disquieting power emanating from her. Chapter 178. Perform well, and rewards await at night. Hela instantly transforms into a compliant girl. Hela halted, raising her gaze towards him. Do you not recognize me? My dear brother, sister? Loki was momentarily taken aback. He stared at Hela's face as forgotten memories surged forth. The forsaken, taboo eldest daughter spoken of by their father. How could you be here? Loki's emotions began to spiral out of control. Why can't I be here? This is my home. And you? Bringing a horde of extraterrestrial miscreants to assault your own homeland? Loki's expression shifted erratically. He had thought himself to be the protagonist of the day, only to have an unexpected rival appear. Since you have returned, it simplifies matters. Loki suddenly broke into laughter. Sister, let us join forces. Father has treated us as mere pawns. Now, it is time for him to pay the price. If we unite, the entire 9 realms shall be ours. Hela listened with interest. That sounds appealing. Loki's spirits soared. However, Hela scoffed. Why should I collaborate with a failure who cannot even conquer Midgard? Loki's smile froze on his face. You, begone. Hela dismissed him, her patience waning. With a flick of her mind, thousands of black swords shot toward Loki from all directions. Startled, Loki hurriedly created an energy shield with his scepter. The swords clanged against the shield, producing a cacophony of sounds. Though he managed to block them, the sheer force sent Loki staggering backward. A chill crept into his heart as he regarded the woman below. She was formidable. This sister was far stronger than he had anticipated. Feudal, Loki, Lynette's voice suddenly echoed behind him. You have already lost the front line. Loki spun around sharply to find Lynette had appeared behind him without his notice. Who are you? A merchant. Lynette assessed the scepter in his grasp. Do you truly believe you can conquer Asgard with these pawns? You are exceedingly naive. Loki tightened his grip on the scepter, eyeing him warily. It seems you are unaware of my plans. A strange smile crept across his face. Did you think my target was merely these guards? He raised the scepter high, aiming at the Asgardian warriors engaged in battle below. A beam of blue light shot forth from the gem atop the scepter, enveloping dozens of Asgardian guards. Their bodies stiffened, their eyes turning vacant as they redirected their weapons to strike down their comrades. Thud! An Asgardian warrior, caught off guard, was pierced through the chest by a sword wielded by a familiar, yet unrecognizable face. Why? Blood poured from his mouth. Similar scenes unfolded across the battlefield, as sudden betrayal disrupted the once stable defense. What are they doing? Thor roared, smashing aside a controlled guard charging toward civilians. Yet, he could not bring himself to kill them. These were his kin, the citizens of Asgard. Ha ha ha! Loki reveled in the chaos. Enjoy the show, my dear brother. This is the feast I have prepared for you. Controlling them with the Mind Scepter, Lynette observed the turmoil below, unfazed. This was a tactic Loki had employed on Earth, now repurposed for Asgard. Wanda, Lynette commanded through the mental link established by Emma. Do you see those under the influence of the blue energy? I do, Wanda's voice responded. That energy is insidious. Try to dispel it, Lynette instructed. Use your powers to cleanse their minds. I'll give it a try. Wanda ascended into the air, her hands aimed at an Asgardian guard frantically attacking his allies. Chaotic, red, magical energy enveloped the guard's head like gentle water. The guard's body trembled violently as blue and red lights intertwined and clashed within his gaze. Moments later, the blue light vanished entirely. The guard blinked in confusion, staring at the sword in his hand and the fallen comrade at his feet, letting out a pained wail. What have I done? It worked, Wanda exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. But I'm so exhausted. Just purifying one person drained much of her energy. Take your time, Lynette reassured. If once is insufficient, try again. We have ample time. He turned to Loki, his gaze akin to that of a spectator watching a jester. Your little trick seems rather ineffective. Loki's smile faltered. He had not anticipated that someone from the opposing camp could break the Mind Scepter's control, though it appeared laborious. If it could be undone, half of his greatest advantage was rendered useless. Curse it! Loki intensified the energy output of the Mind Scepter. More Asgardians fell under control, but Wanda continued to purify them one by one. Though the pace was slow, it effectively curtailed the chaos's spread. The battlefield descended into an eerie stalemate. Hulk, Hela, Lynette ordered once more. Forget about those minions. Go dismantle those colossal beasts. Roar. Hulk complied, eagerly charging towards a nearby Leviathan. Hela, however, appeared somewhat reluctant. She preferred to slaughter the Chitauri foot soldiers, relishing the sensation of life withering in her grasp. Obey. Lynette's voice brooked no argument. Perform well, and rewards await tonight. Hela's body stiffened, a blush creeping across her face. She shot Lynette an irritated glare, but ultimately turned toward a rampaging Leviathan. Countless black swords formed a tempest behind her, piercing the iron behemoth like a hedgehog. The creature emitted a mournful cry as its massive form crashed down, demolishing a substantial portion of the surrounding structures. Lorna. Cease your games, Lynette addressed Lorna, still playing with iron orbs in the sky. Use that scrap metal to construct a wall around the palace, protecting the civilians. Oh. Lorna responded with a sound, and the magnetic field activated. The remnants of the spacecraft, which she had shaped into spheres, disintegrated and transformed into massive metal plates, soaring towards the palace and swiftly assembling into a towering iron wall. In the blink of an eye, Lynette had assigned tasks with clarity. Below, Thor gazed in astonishment. He realized that this Midgardian named Lynette seemed more suited to command than himself. Brother, what are you daydreaming about? Loki's voice rang in his ear, laced with heavy sarcasm. Are you relying on that mortal to save Asgard? Don't be foolish. Suddenly, Loki appeared before Thor, his staff thrusting towards his chest. Thor reacted swiftly, blocking the attack with Mjolnir. Loki, stand down, Thor pleaded while fending off Loki's assault. Mother would be heartbroken if she saw you like this. Don't mention her to me. Loki's emotions surged, his agitation palpable. If it weren't for Father's favoritism, if it weren't for your foolishness, she would still be alive. Chapter 179. The truth behind Loki's madness. He witnessed his mother's death. Mention her. Loki's voice turned sharp and piercing, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What right do you have to mention her? The blue light from his staff intensified, unleashing a powerful energy that repelled Thor. If it weren't for your foolish exile to Midgard, if it weren't for Father expending so much effort to save you, she would not have died. Loki's eyes burned with rage, a picture of madness. Thor was utterly bewildered. What had driven Loki to this state? Loki, what are you saying? Mother, she was perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Loki laughed maniacally, tears streaming down his face. Yes, she is still alive. But I saw her pierced by the dark elf's cursed warrior, sacrificing herself to protect that Midgardian woman. I witnessed it, over and over in my dreams. Thor felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced at Lynette in the distance, then at Jane Foster beside him. He understood. Loki had glimpsed an alternate future, a future that would have unfolded without Lynette's intervention. In other words, without Lynette's involvement, his beloved mother would perish. It was that madman wielding the staff who had implanted this vision of the future in Loki's mind. That is not true, Loki, Thor shouted. Try to rouse him from his stupor. It was an illusion. Thanos is deceiving you. Thanos? The pain and madness on Loki's face faded slightly, leaving confusion in its wake. No, my master is here to help me realize my desires, he murmured, his gaze drifting. He granted me an army, gave me power, he said, that as long as I obtain the Tesseract, I can become a true king. Observing Loki's clearly disturbed state, Lynette shook his head. TSK, affected by the Mind Stone and fed fragments of a parallel universe. It's no wonder he's lost his sanity. He turned to Hela beside him. Your brother doesn't seem to be very bright. Hey, let's go fed. He was sealed away when I arrived. But it seems he is indeed not the sharpest tool in the shed. The battle on the battlefield was nearing its conclusion. Hulk swung the last Leviathan beast like a wrecking ball, crashing it into the Chitauri mothership. Boom! The massive ship disintegrated mid-air, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks. Lorna commanded the newly constructed iron wall to disassemble into countless sharp metal shards, sweeping through the remaining Chitauri infantry like a storm. The cries of agony echoed, but soon fell silent. Wanda was still striving to purify the controlled Asgardian soldiers, her pale face glistening with sweat, her hair dampened at the forehead, appearing on the brink of collapse. That's enough, dear. Take a break. Lynette's voice reached her through their mental link. I'll handle the rest. He cast a glance at Loki, still entangled with Thor, losing patience. This farce needed to come to an end. He crouched and leaped, appearing behind Loki. Loki's combat instincts sensed danger. Without a second thought, he turned and thrust his staff. The blue gem at the staff's tip aimed directly at Lynette's brow. Clink! A sharp sound echoed. The gem pressed against Lynette's skin, unable to advance even a fraction. Not even a white mark was left behind. Loki's pupils constricted suddenly. What kind of monster was this? Was his body tougher than you metal? Nice toy. Lynette extended 2 fingers, gripping the staff. Now it belongs to me. With a slight exertion of his fingers, an irresistible force surged from the staff, causing Loki's hands to tingle and the staff to slip from his grasp. Lynette toyed with the Mind Stone staff, sensing the vast mental energy contained within. Je nuis nartique. From another parallel universe, nonetheless. As the staff slipped away, the madness and confusion in Loki's eyes rapidly dissipated. He shook his head, observing the devastated Asgard, then glanced at his empty hands, momentarily bewildered by the situation. What was I just doing? He looked across at Thor. Brother, how did I end up here? Where in we? Fighting in Midgard? Thor regarded him, his expression complex. You were controlled, Loki. Just then, the Asgardian soldiers who had been under the Mind Stone's influence collapsed like puppets with severed strings, their eyes regaining clarity. They stared at the devastation around them and the bodies of their comrades, emitting pained cries and wails. The entire Asgard fell into a somber silence. Odin, leaning on the eternal spear, slowly approached from the end of the Rainbow Bridge. He glanced at Loki on the ground and then at the staff in Lynette's hand. He said nothing, his eyes filled with exhaustion and sorrow. Lock him in the dungeon, Odin commanded the guards beside him. No, Thor immediately stepped in front of Loki. Father, he didn't do it intentionally. He was manipulated. And what about these fallen warriors? Odin's voice brimmed with suppressed fury. Who will take responsibility for them? Thor was left speechless. I will take responsibility. Loki rose from the ground, his face ashen. It was my army that caused all this. I am willing to accept any punishment. He gazed calmly at Odin, the cunning and resentment previously present in his eyes replaced by an endless void. Lynette watched this family drama with keen interest, weighing the staff in his hand. This I shall keep for you for now. He raised his scepter towards Odin. After all, it is a trophy. Odin's eyelids twitched. He certainly knew what it was. The Infinity Stones. This Midgardian had managed to acquire two in such a brief span of time. He wanted to voice his thoughts, but upon observing Linty's nonchalant demeanor, he swallowed his words. Reasoning with this individual was futile. Moreover, he owed him a tremendous favor. Do as you wish. Odin finally managed to squeeze out two words between clenched teeth. He merely wished to hasten the resolution of the present chaos. Two guards approached, restraining Loki's arms. Loki offered no resistance. Just before being led away, he cast a deep, contemplative glance at Linty. That gaze was rife with confusion and inquiry. The battle had concluded. The Chitauri's portal had long since closed, leaving only wisps of smoke in the sky. The citizens and soldiers of Asgard began to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Hygelain, accompanied by the Valkyrie squad, approached Linty, kneeling on one knee in unison. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Linty. Hygelain's voice brimmed with respect and gratitude. Had it not been for you, Asgard would likely. You're being overly polite. Linty waved his hand dismissively. It is merely a commercial collaboration. Your king agreed to my terms, so naturally I must lend my support. He glanced towards Hela, who was conversing quietly with Odin not far off. Moreover, your future queen is now, in a sense, under my command. Hygelain and the others followed his gaze, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Hela, the goddess of death of Asgard. They found it difficult to reconcile the notorious harbinger of doom who had slaughtered across the 9 realms with the phrase under my command. Yet the truth was evident. Hela rampaged across the battlefield, but obeyed Linty's commands without question. This was more surreal than the invasion of the Chitauri. Well, the battle is over. Linty stretched languidly. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I shall retire for now. He called out towards Hela. Hey, are you done talking? There are still matters to attend to tonight. Chapter 180. Rewarding the Goddess of Death? Hela, please be even more of a scoundrel. Hela's body visibly stiffened. Odin's expression also darkened. Curious and ambiguous glances from the Asgardians surrounded them. Hela turned and shot Linty a glare. If looks could kill, Linty would have been left riddled with wounds. Yet Linty remained unfazed, even winking at her. Hela turned back to Odin, coldly stating, I'm leaving now, without waiting for Odin's response. She pivoted and soared towards Linty's residence in Asgard. Her speed was akin to that of a fleeing specter. Linty laughed heartily and followed suit, leaving Thor Odin, and a throng of Asgardians in disarray. Father, Thor gazed at the vanishing figures of Linty and Hela, hesitating to speak. He and my sister. Silence. Odin did not wish to hear another word. He felt his blood pressure rising once more. Linty's temporary abode was an independent tower on the palace's periphery. At that moment, the atmosphere in the luxurious bedroom on the top floor was somewhat delicate. Hela sat on the sofa, holding a glass of whiskey, her gaze constantly drifting towards the window. The imposing black armor she had donned was now replaced with a black silk robe that Linty had prepared for her. The robe was sheer, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Her long, slender legs were crossed, dazzlingly pale. Linty emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist. As he dried his damp hair, he settled beside Hela, a refreshing aura enveloping him. Still angry? He asked with a smile. Hela huffed softly, turning her head away, refusing to look at him. I mentioned rewards for good performance. Linty leaned in, whispering in her ear. The warmth of his breath against her earlobe sent a shiver through her body. Who cares about your rewards? She retorted, though her flushed earlobes betrayed her. Oh really? Linty chuckled lightly, wrapping his arm around her waist. Hela's body tensed, instinctively wanting to resist. A surge of formidable death energy coursed through her. Yet Linty's embrace was like an iron band, unyielding. Don't be tense. His voice carried a soothing power. I merely wish to fulfill my promise. He lifted Hela's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Hela's eyes darted away, a flicker of something akin to shyness breaking through her usually frosty demeanor. You. She began to speak, but her lips were silenced. It was a gentle yet irresistible kiss. Hela's mind went blank, a buzzing sensation enveloping her. Having lived for millennia, conquering countless worlds, her hands stained with blood, she believed her heart had grown as hardened as her body. Yet before this man, that slumbering heart, dormant for 1,000 years, began to race uncontrollably. As their lips parted, Hela gasped for air, her cheeks flushed, her eyes hazy. You, scoundrel! Her voice was soft and faint. devoid of any threat, sounding more like a playful tease. I could be even more of a scoundrel. Linty licked his lips, his gaze igniting with intensity. Care to test that? Hela offered no reply. She simply closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering faintly. Linty smiled. He swept Hela into his arms and headed towards the grand bed. 3,000 words of indescribable rewards are omitted here. Creak, creak. The following morning, Linty awoke, feeling invigorated, rising from the bed. He glanced at Hela, still peacefully slumbering beside him, a smile creeping upon his lips. The once goddess of death, the conqueror of the 9 realms, now resembled a docile kitten, curled in his embrace. Her stunning visage had shed all traces of coldness and menace, leaving only satisfaction and fatigue. Linty felt as though he had unlocked an extraordinary achievement. He carefully extracted his arm, dressed, and prepared to attend to business. As he exited the bedroom, he was greeted by Raven, Wanda, and Lorna, who were seated in the living room, all staring at him in unison. Their gazes were akin to that of a tribunal. Ahem. Linty cleared his throat, attempting to dissipate the awkward atmosphere. Good morning. It's no longer morning. Raven crossed her arms, her smile lacking warmth. The sun has risen high. Some individuals made such a racket last night that we couldn't even sleep. Linty's composure remained unshaken, his face as impassive as a fortress. Youth is characterized by vitality. It is quite understandable, Wanda remarked, leaning in curiously to inquire. Lynette, that Hela, is she formidable? Indeed, she is exceptionally powerful, Lynette affirmed with a nod. In every conceivable sense, she is quite formidable. Lorna rolled her eyes, dismissively muttering, what a cad. Lynette, unabashed, took pride in the remark. Thank you for the compliment, he said as he approached the dining table and picked up a piece of bread. Enough gossip. We have pressing matters at hand. And Emma? She is testing new equipment with Dr. Banner, Raven responded. Odin has sent word, requesting you to meet him once you awaken. Understood. Lynette quickly finished his bread and took a sip of milk. Prepare yourselves. We may need to venture to Nidavellir today. Nidavellir? Lorna's eyes sparkled with excitement. The place where the dwarven king forges artifacts? Precisely, Lynette confirmed with a snap of his fingers. I need to acquire a glove capable of containing 6 infinity stones. Additionally, I shall see if I can procure some new gear for you all. The mention of new equipment instantly captivated the women's attention. I desire a staff that amplifies my chaotic magic, Wanda exclaimed eagerly. I wish for a pair of gloves crafted from URU metal. Lorna chimed in, equally intrigued. Raven contemplated for a moment. I require a suit that adapts to my transformations, preferably made from nanomaterials. Consider it done. All your wishes shall be fulfilled, Lynette declared with a sweeping gesture. As long as the dwarven king can forge it, we shall purchase it. Money is no object. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open. Hela emerged, rubbing her eyes. Her disheveled robe revealed ample expanse of alabaster skin adorned with ambiguous red marks. Upon seeing the group in the living room, she paused momentarily, flushed, and quickly tightened her robe. The atmosphere in the living room became palpably tense once more. Raven, Wanda, and Lorna exchanged glances between Lynette and Hela, the unspoken implications clear. Ahem, Lynette cleared his throat again. I shall go meet Odin now. You all. Converse. With that, he quickly made his exit, leaving the room. As Lynette fled, Raven suddenly chuckled. She approached the somewhat flustered Hela and extended her hand. Hello, I am Raven. From now on, we shall be colleagues. Hela regarded her, then glanced at the curious Wanda and the displeased Lorna. After a brief silence, she extended her hand. Hela. The two women clasped hands. Raven's hand was warm and soft, while Hela's felt cool to the touch. It is a pleasure to meet you, Raven said with a professional smile. We are colleagues now. I hope for a fruitful collaboration. Colleague? Hela raised an eyebrow. The term was novel to her. Indeed, we all work for Lynette, Raven clarified, releasing Hela's hand and gesturing towards Wanda and Lorna. This is Wanda, and this is Lorna. Wanda offered a shy smile to Hela. Hello. Lorna merely crossed her arms and huffed in acknowledgement, harboring no fondness for the woman who had captured Lynette's attention. Hela surveyed them. A girl manipulating crimson energy, a girl commanding metal, and another who could transform. This was Lynette's cadre in Midgard. They appeared rather unimpressive. Yet, she refrained from expressing disdain. Lynette always had his reasons for his choices. Greetings, Hela replied coolly, accepting her new role. The atmosphere grew awkward once more. For women, a scene unfolding. Yet no one knew the opening line. Raven broke the silence. She stepped closer to Hela, assessing her from head to toe with an unabashed gaze. You possess an admirable physique, she remarked. Lynette seems to favor your type. Helas brus furuvet. Was this blue-skinned woman attempting to provoke her? You're quite knowledgeable about his preferences. Hela's tone took on a dangerous edge. Naturally, Raven answered matter-of-factly. After all, I am his first woman. The air thickened with tension. Lorna, reveling in the spectacle, wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Wanda, feeling anxious, tugged at Raven's clothing. Raven, fear not. Wanda, Raven reassured her with a gentle pat. I am merely fostering camaraderie with our new colleague. She turned her gaze back to Hela, her eyes scrutinizing. I do not care if you are the goddess of death or a conqueror of the 9 realms. Here, you must remember, Lynette is mine. Hela låget av dispelning, bemused låg. How amusing, she retorted. In her millennia of existence, this was the first time a woman dared to speak such words before her. Little girl, possessiveness is a trait displayed by the weak. The strong never fear loss. Is that so? Raven met her gaze defiantly. Then why did you call out so loudly last night? Hela smile faltered. Even Lorna and Wanda were taken aback by the boldness of the remark. That statement was rather explosive. Hela's cheeks flushed visibly, and she found herself at a loss for words. In matters of combat, she could easily obliterate the woman standing before her. Yet, in a battle of wits, especially on this topic, she was utterly defeated. All right. As the atmosphere threatened to escalate from Cold War to hot conflict, a voice emerged from the doorway. Emma Frost entered, clad in a pristine white business suit and high heels, followed by a weary Dr. Banner. Is it always this lively, so early in the morning? Emma surveyed the living room, using her telepathy to gauge the situation. She approached Hela, extending her hand. Emma Frost, a pleasure to meet you, Princess Hela. Her demeanor was neither subservient nor overbearing, exuding politeness while maintaining a respectful distance. Hela regarded her, sensing a distinct aura from this woman, markedly different from Raven and the others. Powerful, confident, and profoundly enigmatic. Hello. Hela shook hands with her. Don't mind her. Emma cast a glance at Raven. She's merely asserting her dominance, like a little dog marking its territory. Hey, Raven was indignant. I heard that. Emma, uninterested, turned back to Hela. Len has gone to meet Odin. He wants us to prepare. We're heading to Nidavellir today. Nidavellir? Lorna immediately forgot about the tension, her eyes lighting up. The land of the dwarves? Exactly, Emma nodded. Len is going to forge a gauntlet capable of holding 6 infinity stones. Also to upgrade our gear. At the mention of new gear, both Raven and Wanda's attention was captured. The war among women could pause temporarily, but shopping and refreshing wardrobes would always take precedence. The women began to fervently discuss their new equipment. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of harmony. Hela silently listened from the side, refraining from interjecting. She gazed at the chattering women, a peculiar feeling stirring within her. Once upon a time, she too had a loyal band of companions, with whom she fought and laughed. The Valkyrie Legion. But they were all gone now. This thought dimmed Hela's gaze. Emma noticed her change in demeanor. What about you? Emma inquired. What do you desire? Hela snapped back to reality and looked at her. Me? Yes, you, Emma replied. Now that you are part of the team, you can't go empty-handed, can you? Although you're already quite formidable. Hela paused in silence. She truly did not require any weaponry. Her strength stemmed from Asgard, as long as she stood on this land. She could endlessly forge the sharpest of weapons. But she recalled the man from last night, remembered the bottle of earth whiskey he had gifted her. I wish for a present, Hela spoke softly. A gift he personally gave to me. It need not be powerful or expensive, as long as it is from him. Emma looked at her and smiled. I will convey your request. Asgard, Throne Hall. Lent languidly stood in the center of the hall, observing Odin, who appeared weary upon the throne. I must say, old man, your efficiency leaves much to be desired. I've woken from slumber, and you still haven't sorted this mess? Odin's eyelids twitched. He had gone an entire night without sleep, handling post-war matters, comforting the families of fallen warriors, interrogating captured Chitauri. What troubled him most was Loki. Loki has been imprisoned in the deepest dungeon. Odin's voice was hoarse. What awaits him will be the harshest judgment in Asgard. Oh, Lent remained non-committal. That's your domestic affair. I can't be bothered. Loki 1T remained confined forever. He shrugged, indifferent. How did the task I assigned you fare? I have sent a message to S-H-I-E-L-D in Midgard in the name of Asgard. Chapter 182, Destination Nidavellir. Forge the mightiest infinity gauntlet. Odin regarded him, requesting the return of the Tesseract. And then, Lent pressed on. What did they say? They agreed. Odin's expression was somewhat peculiar. However, their director, Nick Fury, requests to meet with you in person. Huh, Lent chuckled. I knew that rascal wouldn't play fair. He wants to negotiate face-to-face. Does he think he is worthy? Odin remained silent. He felt a twinge of pity for Nick Fury, entangled with such an unreasonable character. Fine, let us meet. Lent stretched. Just in time. I need to return to Earth. By the way, has the trip to Nidavellir been arranged? Heimdall is ready. Odin nodded. Thor will accompany you. He knows the way there and can represent Asgard, ensuring the Dwarf King treats you with some respect. That works. Lent was quite pleased. Then it's settled. I will first head to Nidavellir to acquire equipment, then return to Earth for the Tesseract. He looked at Odin, suddenly recalling something. Oh right, I'm bringing Hela along. Is that all right? Odin's expression darkened. She is now your companion. Wherever you wish to take her is your prerogative. Odin's tone was laden with resignation and an imperceptible sorrow. Two of his children, one imprisoned in a dungeon, the other following another man. He felt he had failed as a father. That's good. Lent turned to leave. Wait, there's one more thing. Odin called out to him. What is it? Loki's scepter. Odin's gaze fell upon the scepter at Lent's waist. The one embedded with a blue gem, which he wore like a trophy. Do you wish to reclaim it? Lent raised an eyebrow. No. Odin shook his head. The power of that gem is perilous. In your possession, it may be safer than in anyone else's. I merely wanted to remind you. Odin's single eye flashed with seriousness. I sense Thanos' presence in that scepter. Loki's failure in your appearance in Asgard. Thanos must already be aware. He will soon come personally to confront you. I know. Lent waved his hand dismissively. Let him come. I've been looking for an excuse to trouble him. I want to see if that purple potato's head is truly as hard as it appears. With that, Lent whistled and swaggered out of the throne hall. Leaving Odin alone on the throne, heaved a deep sigh. Rainbow Bridge. The multicolored beams of light shot skyward, enveloping Lent and his companions, vanishing into the horizon. This sensation of rapid transit was experienced for the second time by Wanda and Lorna. They nervously clutched each other, curiously gazing at the vibrant scenery around them. Raven, however, appeared quite calm, keenly observing the flow of energy. Thor stood nearby, proudly providing an introduction. Isn't it magnificent? This is the power of the Rainbow Bridge. Within the 9 realms, there is no place one cannot reach. Hela crossed her arms and cast a cold glance at him. You need not introduce it to me. I was using it before you were even born. Thor's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly fell silent. Before his sister, he could never seem to win. Lynette was absorbed in the principles of spatial transmission that the Rainbow Bridge exhibited. It was a highly advanced spatial technology that decomposed matter into particles and transmitted them at superluminal speeds through specific energy channels. If this technology could be deciphered and applied to his own spacecraft, the efficiency of interstellar travel would be significantly enhanced. As the light faded, everyone found their feet firmly on the ground. A wave of searing heat rushed towards them. Before their eyes lay an unimaginably grand spectacle. A star, emitting a dim white light, was enveloped by an enormous metallic ring structure. Countless massive mechanical arms extended from the metallic ring towards the star, siphoning its energy. The entire star ring structure resembled a colossal mechanical city, slowly rotating in the silent cosmos. This was Nidavellir, the realm of the dwarves, renowned throughout the 9 realms for its weapon forging. Wow! Wanda and Lorna exclaimed in awe. The sight before them was more breathtaking than any special effects seen in science fiction films. Welcome to Nidavellir. Thor straightened his chest, regaining the demeanor of a prince of Asgard. At that moment, a colossal figure emerged from a distant metallic corridor, standing over 4 meters tall. His muscular frame resembled a mountain, and his face was adorned with a thick beard braided into several large plaits. He wore a heavy leather apron and wielded a wrench taller than a person. He was the Dwarf King, Eitri. Thor? Eitri boomed as he laid eyes on the newcomer, his voice resonating like thunder. What brings you to my humble abode? Long time no see, Eitri. Thor greeted him warmly. I would like to introduce you to Mr. Lynette from Midgard. Eitri's gaze shifted to Lynette, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A Midgardian? Eitri's tone dripped with disdain. What business do you have here? I do not welcome tourists. We have come to request your craftsmanship for several items, Lynette stated directly. Eitri snorted derisively. Request craftsmanship? Do you know the price of seeking my services? I only forge with the rarest URU metal, and I craft solely for gods and kings. Can a Midgardian afford my rates? His demeanor was haughty. Yet Lynette remained unfazed. Individuals of merit often possess their own temperaments. Cost is not an issue, Lynette replied calmly. As long as you can create it, I can afford it. He glanced at Eitri's empty hands. Those hands, which ought to be the pride of a dwarf, were now encased in molten metal, rendered into two useless clumps of iron. Was it Thanos? Lynette inquired. Eitri's body jolted violently. A grimace of pain crossed his massive face. How do you know? I not only know he destroyed your hands, but I also know he forced you to forge the Infinity Gauntlet for him. Lynette spoke slowly. I am aware he slaughtered all your kin, leaving you alone to dwell in this cold grave. Eitri's breath grew labored, his vast body trembling slightly with anger. Who exactly are you? A man prepared to confront Thanos. Lynette met his gaze unwaveringly. I need a glove capable of containing the power of 6 Infinity Stones. A glove stronger than his, a true gauntlet. Impossible. Eitri roared. I will never forge such a thing again. Never. He seemed trapped in a painful memory. He will kill me. He will return to destroy everything here. He will not. Lynette interrupted. Because I will kill him first. Eitri regarded Lynette with skepticism. You? Kill Thanos? He sounded as if he had heard the greatest joke. Midgardian. You know not who Thanos is. You are unaware of his might, his cruelty. I know. Lynette's tone remained calm. I also know that he will soon gather all 6 stones, snap his fingers, and half the life in the universe will vanish. Your life included. Eitri was taken aback. Chapter 183. 3 sentences to make a 300-year-old dwarf king serve me. He scrutinized Lynette, searching for any signs of deceit on his youthful face. But there were none. Only a calmness that instilled belief. Why should I trust you? Eitri's voice dropped to a murmur. You need not trust me, Lynette smiled. You merely need to engage in a business transaction. He extended a finger. First, I will provide you with URU metal ingots of the highest purity in ample quantity. He raised a second finger. Second, I will assist you in restoring your hands. Eitri's pupils dilated suddenly. Restore his hands? How could that be possible? They had been melted by the core flames of a neutron star. Even Asgardian magic would be powerless. Third, Lynette extended a third finger. Once I have killed Thanos, his head will belong to me. His fleet and corpse will belong to you. You can use his bones to forge the most magnificent monument for your fallen kin. Eitri fell into profound silence. He gazed at Lynette, his expression flickering with complex emotions. The conditions presented by this Midgardian struck precisely at the deepest longings within him. Revenge, glory, and the hope of wielding a hammer once more. How will you restore my hands? Eitri rasped. This was his paramount concern. A dwarf king without hands was lesser than an apprentice. Lynette did not respond. He merely extended his hand, palm up. A soft golden light materialized in his palm. The light brimmed with the essence of life, imparting warmth and comfort. This was the power of the realm of life. Lynette approached Eitri and gently placed his palm against the metal-encased right hand. Zzz. At the point of contact, the golden light met the metal with a piercing sound, releasing a wisp of smoke. Eitri let out a muffled groan of pain, instinctively attempting to withdraw his hand. Do not move, Lynette's voice was steady. To reclaim your hands, you must first shatter this shell. The golden light intensified. The URU metal encasing Eitri's hands began to visibly melt, disintegrate, and peel away, much like a block of iron corroded by a potent acid. Eitri watched this astonishing spectacle in disbelief. What kind of power could possibly decompose URU metal? It is, after all, the hardest metal in the 9 realms. Thor, Hela, and the others also marveled at the scene. Lynern's abilities seemed to possess no limits. Minutes later, as the final piece of the metallic shell fell away, Eitri's hands finally saw the light of day, albeit in a state that could scarcely be described as hands. Charred, shriveled, the skin and muscle tissue entirely necrotic, only twisted bones remained. Eitri gazed at his hands, and his massive form collapsed to the ground, releasing a desperate wail. Such hands, even if restored, would never again be able to wield a hammer. Don't be too quick to despair, big guy. Lintern's voice resonated once more. The first step is merely cleaning the wounds. The next is shaping and regeneration. He placed his hands on Eitri's charred appendages. A vast and pure life energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Within the golden radiance, a miracle unfolded. The charred flesh began to shed, revealing fresh pink muscle beneath. The atrophied nerves and blood vessels sprouted anew, reconnecting like budding vines. The bones, with a series of crackling sounds, regained their original form and resilience. It was a process of reversing death and reshaping life. Everyone present held their breath, bearing witness to this miraculous scene. After a span of several minutes, Lintern withdrew his hands, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Healing such severe injuries at once took a significant toll on him. Eitri slowly lifted his hands, now entirely transformed. The skin was smooth, the muscles robust, brimming with explosive strength. He tentatively clenched his fist, and the familiar sensation of power surged back into his body. My hands, Eitri exclaimed, tears streaming like a torrential flood from his enormous eyes. He sobbed uncontrollably, reminiscent of a child despite being over 3 centuries old. He had thought this would be his fate for life. After a lengthy bout of weeping, Eitri gradually composed himself. Rising to his feet, he approached Lintern, kneeling before him and pressing his forehead to the ground in a gesture of dwarven reverence. From this day forth, I, King Eitri of the Dwarves, along with all of Nidavellir, shall heed your command. My life and my hammer shall fight for you. Lintern chuckled. All right, stand up. He helped Eitri to his feet. I do not require your fealty. I only need your finest craftsmanship. Yes, my lord. Eitri replied respectfully, his demeanor transformed. Your will is the will of Nidavellir. He then turned to Lintern, exclaiming, My lord, please follow me. We shall head to the core forge. Only the flames, they're worthy of crafting artifacts for you. The group followed Eitri through a labyrinth of metallic corridors, arriving at the heart of Nidavellir. The imprisoned neutron star loomed close, its terrifying energy and heat distorting the surrounding space. Had it not been for the protective shield activated by Eitri, Wanda and Lorna might have been reduced to ash. This is the heart of the dragon, Eitri proudly announced. The birthplace of all artifacts in Nidavellir. He gestured towards a massive metallic platform. Please, share your requirements with me, my lord. I require a gauntlet, Lintern stated. One that can seamlessly accommodate and wield the powers of 6 infinity stones without causing any backlash to the user. Eitri's expression turned grave. That is a monumental challenge. The gauntlet crafted for Thanos, which I also forged, was merely a prototype. It can contain the power of the stones. Yet the overwhelming surge of energy can obliterate the bodies of most gods. I need a more perfect design. Lintern produced a data pad from his pocket and handed it to Eitri. Here is a sketch I created, along with some theoretical data. You may reference it. This blueprint was conceived from his understanding of energy fields, inspired by the nanotechnology seen in the films. Eitri took the data pad, and upon a single glance, his eyes lit up. Genius! This design is simply brilliant, he exclaimed excitedly. Energy circuit diversion, multi-layered composite structure, and this, self-repair runes. My heavens! He danced around like a child who had just discovered a beloved toy. With this blueprint, I am 100% confident that I can craft the most powerful artifact in history for you. Then let us commence, Lintern replied, satisfied. Is URU metal sufficient for the materials? Not nearly. Eitri immediately shook his head. My lord, this type of gauntlet you require cannot be made with URU metal alone. Its energy conduction and toughness fall short. I need a rarer material to serve as the core framework. What material? Vibranium. Chapter 184. King Eitri works through the night, producing 5 top-tier artifacts. Eitri uttered a familiar name. Only the metal produced in Wakanda can perfectly neutralize the volatile energy of the Infinity Stones. Vibranium? Lintern furrowed his brow. That was no simple acquisition. However, a sudden thought occurred to him. Will this suffice? He extended his hand, and the force field surged. A silvery metal plate appeared in his grasp. This was the main armor he had salvaged from the wreckage of a Kree spaceship, its hardness and energy absorption properties surpassing any metal he had ever encountered. Eitri took the metal plate and struck it lightly with a small hammer. Clang! A crisp, sonorous sound rang out. Eitri's eyes widened in astonishment. What? What kind of metal is this? He examined the metal plate from every angle, even biting it. I have never encountered such a perfect alloy. Its structural density, its energy affinity. It is as if it were born to bear divine power. Is it sufficient? Lintern inquired. More than sufficient. Absolutely. Eitri shouted with enthusiasm. With this, I can create an artifact that surpasses the Infinity Gauntlet. Very well. Linter nodded and produced several larger plates of Kree alloy. These are for you. Besides the gauntlet, my companions also require some new equipment. He relayed the needs of Raven, Wanda, and Lorna to Eitri. Eitri clasped his hands together. No problem, my lord. I assure you that your companions will don the finest divine armor. He cast a glance at Hela, who had remained silent. What about this lady? What does she require? Hela shook her head. I do not need anything. Yet, Leonard spoke up. Craft her suit of armor. He addressed Eitri. Make it the most magnificent and imposing one, utilizing the finest materials, adorned with an abundance of gemstones. As for the style, let it draw inspiration from her current attire, albeit with a more alluring touch. Hela was taken aback and shot Leonard an incredulous glare. Who invited your unsolicited opinions? And more alluring? What do you intend? Eitri, however, wore an expression of understanding. Understood. I assure you, it will meet your expectations. Now, let us commence. Leonard clapped his hands together. I hope to see the finished product soon. Rest assured. Eitri hefted a colossal hammer onto his shoulder. This very night, all of Nidavellir shall burn for your sake. He manipulated the enormous mechanical arm, drawing forth streams of intense energy from the core of a neutron star, infusing it into the furnace. The massive bellows began to heave, producing a thunderous roar. Invaluable ingots of metal were cast into the furnace, melting into a golden liquid under the terrifying heat. Eitri took charge of the hammer. Bare-chested, his bronze muscles glistened with sweat. With each swing of his mighty hammer, he struck the glowing metal precisely. Sparks flew like vibrant fireworks. The mournful wails of metal intertwined with the resounding clang of the hammer, creating a grand symphony of forging. Leonard and his companions stood quietly by, observing. Lorna gazed at the URU metal, easily manipulated by the dwarves, filled with longing. She could sense the potent magnetic energy within these metals. If only she could harness such materials. Wanda was keenly interested in the runes etched upon the weapons. It was a method of energy manipulation she had never encountered, seemingly capable of releasing chaotic magic in a more stable and efficient manner. Raven scrutinized the dwarves' forging techniques. Their understanding of metal had reached a transcendent level. Hela's expression was the most complex. Watching Eitri labor with unwavering focus, she was reminded of her former self. Once, she too had fought alongside Odin, wielding hammer and spear, shedding blood for the glory of Asgard. In those times, they were the best of comrades, the closest of father and daughter. When had everything changed, Leonard approached her, offering a bottle of wine. What occupies your thoughts? Hela accepted the wine and took a sip, reflecting on the past. Let the past remain in the past, Leonard replied. One must always look forward. Hela glanced at him. You are quite carefree. Of course. Leonard chuckled. My life's philosophy is to live in the present and relish each moment. He wrapped an arm around Hela's shoulder, pointing to the industrious forge. See how they toil in creation? Is it not far more beautiful than the carnage of destruction? Hela fell silent. She watched the sparks fly, observing the nascent forms of divine artifacts birthed amidst the hammering. Perhaps he was right. The forging continued throughout the night. When the sun of Nidavellir once again illuminated the sky, 5 brand new artifacts lay before them. A pair of resplendent gloves crafted from silvery Kree alloy, adorned with 6 recessed gems. A staff, its tip entwined with URU metal and Kree alloy, encircled by crimson runes. A pair of sharp-designed URU metal gloves and boots, etched with magnetic amplification runes. A form-fitting bodysuit, shimmering like liquid metal in silver brilliance. And a set of armor in black and gold, extravagantly designed, accentuating feminine curves with exquisite detail. The armor featured hollow designs at the chest and waist, with a skirt high slit almost to the thigh. My lord, I have not failed you. Eitri wiped the sweat from his brow, excitement radiating from him as he looked at Leonard. This is undoubtedly my finest work. Leonard picked up the brand new Infinity Gauntlet and examined it. He was quite pleased. Wanda, Lorna, and Raven eagerly grabbed their new gear, enamored by it. Only Hela, gazing at the highly revealing armor, wore a dark expression. The front of the armor plunged to her navel, with an open back reaching her waistline. The openings were not unprotected. Rather, Eitri crafted that portion from transparent material, ensuring allure. Leonard, she seethed his name through gritted teeth. This is what you call a gift? Do you not like it? Leonard feigned innocence. I find it quite appealing. It fully showcases your physical attributes. Go to hell. Give it a try. Lynette presented the black and gold armor before Hela. It is tailored from the finest materials, crafted specifically for you by Atri. Hela looked at the mischievous grin on Lynette's face, wanting to slap it away. Yet, her curiosity about this armor, forged by the dwarven king himself, got the better of her. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted it. With a mere thought, the armor transformed into a streak of light, enveloping her form. Her previous black battle suit vanished, replaced by this resplendent and alluring black and gold armor. It fit her body perfectly, accentuating her curves magnificently. The black metal gleamed with a cold light, while golden runes pulsed with divine energy. The hollow designs at the chest and back revealed expanse of her alabaster skin, adding to the allure. Chapter 185, yet again discovered by the purple sweet potato essence. Wow. Wanda and Lorna stared, their eyes wide with awe. This was simply breathtaking. Even Raven, who was typically confident in her appearance and physique, had to concede. Before them, Hela was a vision of beauty that enchanted the senses. It was a blend of the sacred and the wicked, nobility and seduction, an ultimate charm. Ahem. Leonard cleared his throat, concealing his astonishment. How does it feel? Hela moved her body slightly. The armor, while appearing lavish, felt weightless upon her form and offered remarkable flexibility, allowing for complete freedom of movement. More importantly, she sensed the runes on the armor continuously drawing energy from the surrounding space, replenishing her divine power. Even without being in Asgard, she would not easily deplete her strength. Not bad, she replied nonchalantly, though the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her inner delight. No woman could resist a beautifully tailored outfit, not even the Goddess of Death. Now, since we have our gear, it is time to attend to business. Lynette picked up the pristine Infinity Gauntlet. Atrai, is this glove operational now? Theoretically, yes, Atrai replied, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. However, my lord, I must issue a caution. This glove requires a formidable energy source for its initial activation. Only after activation can it establish a connection with you and reliably channel the powers of the Infinity Stones. Otherwise, once you embed the stones, the raw surge of energy might obliterate both the gauntlet and your arm. Activation? Lynette furrowed his brow. Is the energy from a neutron star not sufficient? Not all. Atrai shook his head. The energy from a neutron star is too volatile and belongs to the realm of physical energy. In contrast, the Infinity Stones are the embodiment of the fundamental rules of the universe. Activating the gauntlet necessitates an energy source of equal caliber, one that is purer. For instance, another Infinity Stone. Lynette's gaze fell upon the Mind Scepter at his waist. He currently possessed 2 stones. The Reality Stone was unstable and inclined towards altering reality, rendering it unsuitable as an energy source. Thus, only the Mind Stone remained. Can this be used? Lynette raised the scepter. Atrai gazed at the Mind Stone, which radiated a ghostly blue light, and nodded. Indeed, the Mind Stone harbors vast mental energy, perfectly suited to tame the Gauntlet's energy circuits. However, this process will be exceedingly perilous. You must channel your own mental strength to guide the Mind Stone's energy into each rune node of the Gauntlet. Any misstep, and your mental realm could be overwhelmed by the stone's energy, rendering you a fool. I shall assist you. Want to step forward? My chaos magic can help stabilize the Mind Stone's energy. Lynette nodded. With Wanda's specialized aid, the likelihood of success would indeed increase. Very well. He hesitated no longer. Let's commence. He sat cross-legged, placing the Infinity Gauntlet before him, aligning the tip of the Mind Scepter with the indentation in the gauntlet's palm. Wanda positioned herself behind him, her hands resting on his back. The crimson energy of chaos magic flowed into Lynette's body like a gentle stream. I am prepared. Lynette regulated his breath and closed his eyes. His mental faculties were intensely focused, carefully probing into the Mind Scepter. Buzz, a vast ocean of mental energy, surged into his mind. It was a form of higher dimensional energy. It contained countless information, myriad consciousnesses, and boundless emotions. The psyche of an ordinary person would be assimilated and shattered upon mere contact with this energy. Yet, Lynette's mental strength had been fortified multiple times, rendering it exceptionally resilient. He stood like a rock amidst a tsunami, allowing the immense mental energy to wash over him while steadfastly maintaining his self-awareness. Now was the time, he called out softly, initiating the guidance of this energy. Under his control, the blue mental energy transformed into a slender thread. flowing from the tip of the scepter into the indentation of the infinity gauntlet. ZZZZ. The runes upon the gauntlet illuminated one by one. The silvery gauntlet seemed to be infused with life, beginning to emit a faint hum. The entire process was slow and arduous. Veins bulged on Lynette's forehead, and sweat poured down like rain. Wanda's complexion also grew increasingly pale. She not only had to stabilize the Mind Stone's energy for Lynette, but also had to constantly repel the energy's encroachment upon his mental realm. Time ticked by. When the final rune was illuminated, the infinity gauntlet erupted in a dazzling brilliance. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward from the gauntlet. Boom! The shockwave swept across all of Nidavellir. Every dwarf felt a sudden dizziness, as if struck by an unseen force. Atri, Thor, and others also found themselves momentarily disoriented. Only Hela, with her formidable divine power, managed to remain somewhat conscious. She observed Lynette and Wanda, enveloped in light, her eyes filled with concern. This energy had surpassed her understanding. Meanwhile, in the distant reaches of the cosmos, aboard the spacecraft Sanctuary 2, a colossal purple figure sat upon his floating throne. It was Thanos. Just moments ago, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. It was the essence of the Mind Stone. Moreover, this essence was exceedingly vibrant, merging with some potent artifact. Thanos slowly opened his eyes, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Interesting. Before me, someone has begun gathering the stones, and they know how to wield them. He glanced at his empty left hand. The infinity gauntlet, crafted for him by Atri, lay quietly in the treasury. Ebony Maw. He spoke with a detached tone. Here, a gaunt figure, as slender as a dried corpse, emerged from the shadows and knelt respectfully. Investigate the source of that energy fluctuation. I am curious to know who possesses the audacity to meddle with my possessions. At your command, my lord. Ebony Maw bowed and departed. Thanos' gaze returned to the cosmos. Nidavellir. As the light faded, Lynette and Wanda collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Wanda lost consciousness instantly. Lynette felt as if his mind had been hollowed out, utterly fatigued. Yet, as he beheld the infinity gauntlet hovering serenely before him, a smile graced his face. They had succeeded. The gauntlet radiated a soft silver glow, with 6 indentations forming small energy whirlpools, eagerly awaiting the stone's insertion. He could sense an extraordinary mental link had been established between himself and this gauntlet. With but a thought, he could manipulate it at will. Did you succeed? Atri approached cautiously, his voice laced with trepidation. Indeed. Lynette struggled to sit up, cradling the unconscious Wanda in his arms. We have succeeded. He lifted the gauntlet and donned it upon his left hand. It automatically adjusted to fit. Marvelous. Splendid. Atri exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. You can now embed the stones. Lynette pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not yet. The time was not ripe. He glanced down at Wanda in his embrace. The young girl appeared pale, her lips devoid of color. The prior exertion had taken a significant toll on her. Lynette infused a surge of life energy into her, aiding in stabilizing her condition. We must return. He addressed the group. The matters here have been concluded. We have our next destination. Indeed. Atri respectfully bowed. Nidavellir eagerly anticipates your return. Lynette, cradling Wanda, alongside the others, stepped once more onto the teleportation platform of the Rainbow Bridge. Just as they were about to depart, Emma's voice resonated in Lynette's mind through their psychic link. Lynette, Odin has an urgent message. He said Nick Fury is waiting for you aboard the S-H-I-E-L-D helicarrier with the Tesseract. Chapter 186. The egg is cracked. What is this kid up to? Earth. Isaaki the Trident. In the director's office, Nick Fury stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the cityscape illuminated by the night. Though he possessed only one eye, it was filled with bloodshot fury. Merely half a day prior, he had received a communication he could scarcely fathom. It came from Asgard, from the one-eyed elder who proclaimed himself the king of the gods, Odin. The message was straightforward. Odin, in his capacity as the king of Asgard, commanded S-H-I-E-L-D to return the Tesseract. Fury was tempted to smash the communicator in anger. The Tesseract, it was a treasure that S-H-I-E-L-D had painstakingly retrieved from the ocean's depths after decades of effort and resources. It represented their most significant asset in researching extraterrestrial technology and fortifying Earth's defenses. How dare he demand its return? Yet, Fury dared not refuse. What kind of power did that elder, riding an 8-legged horse and wielding a golden spear, possess? Asgard was a civilization capable of obliterating a planet with ease. There was no chance of victory. Bang! Fury's fist struck the alloy desk, producing a dull thud. Lynette. He ground his teeth as he uttered the name. This was undoubtedly the doing of that scoundrel behind the scenes. First, he had pulled off a clever trick, exchanging intelligence about a so-called dark elf for half of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Hydra research data. Now, he was invoking Asgard to seize his most cherished possession, the Tesseract. Rogue, thief, director. Agent Hill entered, concern etched on her face. There's more news from Asgard. What do they say? Fury's voice was as cold as ice. They report that Mr. Lynette's team has returned from Nidavellir and is about to embark for Earth. They wish for us to prepare for the handover ceremony promptly. Handover ceremony? Fury scoffed. What a grandiose way to put it. Is it not merely a robbery cloaked in pompous rhetoric? He paced irritably around the office. They could not simply relinquish the Tesseract. Absolutely not. It was Earth's last line of defense. Yet, refusing was equally unthinkable. The consequences of angering Asgard were too dire to contemplate. What to do? Fury's mind raced. He needed to speak with Lynette face to face. What was this fellow truly after? He had to ascertain whether there was any opportunity to wrest even a modicum of advantage from this extortion for Earth and S.H.L.D. Hill. Fury halted, his gaze sharpening. Respond to Asgard. Inform them that I consent to return the Tesseract. However, in the spirit of respect for the divine realm, and to ensure the smooth execution of this transfer, I, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., demand to conduct the handover in person with Mr. Lynette aboard my flagship, the Helicarrier. Hill paused momentarily. Director, isn't that rather risky? Inviting Lynette and his entourage to the Helicarrier, what if they wouldn't dare? Fury interrupted her. While Lynette may be a rogue, he is not a madman. Turning completely against Earth would yield no benefits for him. All he desires is the Tesseract, not war. This is our only leverage. Fury gazed out the window. Asgard. In Lynette's tower. The group was ready. Wanda, having recovered after Lynette's treatment and a brief rest, still bore a somewhat pale countenance. She donned the new gear crafted by Atri, a form-fitting combat suit of red and black, complemented by a stylish long coat. Her new magical staff, radiating a mysterious crimson glow, was slung across her back. Lorna had also adorned herself in her new attire. A deep green bodysuit paired with armor crafted from URU metal boots and gloves lent her an air of elegance and strength. Raven's liquid nanotech suit melded with her skin, materializing only when needed. Hela ultimately, she chose not to wear the overly provocative black and gold armor. Instead, she transformed the armor into a more conservatively styled black gown. Yet even so, her flawless figure and regal demeanor rendered her the center of attention. That egghead Fury sure knows how to add drama. Lynette remarked with a smile as he read the message from Emma, conducting a face-to-face handover as if it were a summit between two heads of state. He wishes to see you. Emma adjusted her glasses. He wishes to know who has bested him. Then let him see. Lynette shrugged indifferently. Just as well. I want to see if my senior consultant of S.H.I.L.D. office has been dismantled. He rose, stretching lazily. All right, ladies. Are we all prepared? Ready to depart at any moment. Lorna cracked her knuckles, barely able to contain her eagerness. Midgard Hela softly murmured the name, her eyes filled with curiosity. This seemingly fragile realm had ensnared her two brothers. One perished in battle, the other led astray. She was determined to discover what enchantment this land held. Heimdall, open the gate. Lynette called out to the sky. In the next moment, a cascade of vibrant light descended from above, enveloping the group. As the radiance faded, they had vanished without a trace. Earth, above New York. An enormous aircraft carrier floated serenely among the clouds. This was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pride. The Helicarrier, the second of its kind, now reduced in size by a third due to urgent necessity. In the bridge command center, Nick Fury stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. Report, Director, we have detected intense spatial energy fluctuations. A technician shouted, right above us. Fury raised his gaze. A prismatic beam penetrated the clouds, precisely illuminating the deck of the carrier. They had arrived. The beam dissipated. The figures of Lynette and his companions appeared on the deck. Wow, Lynette gazed at the sci-fi marvel of a colossal ship, whistling in admiration. Fury has outdone himself this time. The women beside him were equally captivated by the spectacle, particularly Lorna, who could sense the alluring metallic aura emanating from every piece of armor and every wire on the vessel. At that moment, a squad of armed S.H.I.E. L.D. agents surged in from all directions, encircling them. Leading the charge were Nick Fury and Agent Hill. Lynette. Fury regarded the grinning young man, his tone inscrutable. "Welcome aboard my ship. It's been a while, Director Fury." Lynette waved enthusiastically, as if greeting an old friend. "Your welcome ceremony is rather unique. Are you afraid we might flee, or that we'll dismantle your ship?" Fury ignored his jest. His gaze slowly traversed each individual behind Lynette. Mystique, Lorna Dane, Vanda Maximov. He had dossiers on all of them. However, Fury's focus ultimately settled on Hela. Who was this woman, draped in a black gown? She exuded an air of nobility. Merely standing there, she emanated an oppressive presence that made it hard to breathe. Fury would wager his remaining eye that this woman was far more perilous than all of Lynette's companions combined. And who might this be? Fury inquired. "Oh, her?" Lynette casually slung an arm around Hela's shoulders, grinning as he introduced her. "My new secretary, part-time bodyguard. Her name is Hela. Please be courteous when you deal with her in the future. Otherwise, my secretary might not take kindly to it." Hela cast a sidelong glance at Lynette, refraining from retorting. Yet, Fury felt a weight in his chest. From this woman named Hela, he sensed a presence akin to Thor and Loki, yet imbued with an even older and more formidable essence. She is also of Asgard. Moreover, her status is undoubtedly significant. How on earth did Lynette manage to entice someone of her caliber to his side? All right, let us get to the point. Lynette clapped his hands, breaking the silence. "Director Fury, where's my Tesseract? Did you bring it?" Fury's face twitched. "Your Tesseract? That belongs to me." Yet, he suppressed his wrath and nodded towards Hill. Hill turned, receiving a silver briefcase from an agent. She approached Lynette and opened the case. Inside lay a cube emanating a blue luminescence, quietly resting. The cosmic cube, the space gem. Lynette regarded it with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "Very good." He reached out to grasp it. "Wait." Fury interjected suddenly, pressing his hand down on the briefcase. "Lynette, I can give you the item, but you must answer me one question. What do you intend to do with it?" Chapter 187. The arrival of the purple giant. Lynette gazed at Fury's hand resting on the briefcase, smiling. The smile bore no mockery, no disdain, only pure amusement. Like an adult observing a child incessantly asking, "Why is the sky blue?" Director Fury. Does an ant ever approach a giant to inquire why it picks up a stone? Is it curious whether the giant intends to pave a road with it or crush another ant's nest? Lynette's sarcasm was palpable. Fury's solitary eye locked onto him fiercely. "Times have changed, Fury." Lynette extended a finger, lightly tapping the silver briefcase. "This is no longer a game for someone of your stature to partake in. Odin left me with a mess, and I am merely here to reclaim what rightfully belongs to Asgard. What you should do is express gratitude for my assistance in resolving a dilemma you could not handle, rather than act like a miser, questioning me here. Do you understand?" Nick Fury felt his blood boiling. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he gripped the briefcase. He had never been so brazenly chastised in his life. Hela yavnet in buredum. She surveyed the agents surrounding them, their weapons pointed menacingly. Then she glanced at the fighter jets circling above the aircraft carrier. Leaning closer to Lynette, she whispered in a tone only they could hear. "The metal toys of Midgard are truly rudimentary. When I followed my father across the 9 realms, civilizations that couldn't even launch themselves from their own planet didn't even qualify for our records." Meanwhile, Lorna's gaze swept over the massive turbine engines of the aircraft carrier and the intricate metallic structures beneath the deck. She raised her hand. Nearby, a screw on an agent's tactical vest suddenly unscrewed itself. That tiny screw silently floated into the air, spinning rapidly before Lorna's fingertips. Virum, a resonating sound emanated from the depths of the aircraft carrier's steel frame. Lorna raised an eyebrow at Fury, her challenge evident. The implication was clear. Dismantling the ship would be no more difficult than squashing an ant. Nick Fury's heart sank further. The negotiations had irrevocably collapsed. The opposition had no intention of bargaining. They were simply here to take. Fury solitary, I cast one last glance at Lynet's smiling face. In that eye, the last vestige of reason was overtaken by a frenzied fury. He spoke into his earpiece, his voice hoarse as he issued his final command. Hill, activate Project Godslayer. Authorization code, Alpha-01. Target locked on Lynette. Use maximum power to vaporize him from the ship. In the command center, Agent Hill's face turned ashen. Director, are you certain? This will incite a full-scale war. Fire. Fury's voice was resolute. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the aircraft carrier. In the center of the deck, a massive hatch suddenly slid open. A colossal artillery platform slowly emerged from beneath the deck. At the core of the platform was a massive energy concentrator. Inside, blue arcs of electricity surged like a miniature thunderstorm. Project Godslayer. The shield spent nearly 2 decades meticulously reverse engineering the energy data emitted by the Tesseract, pouring all available resources into the creation of the most formidable directed energy weapon. This was the greatest confidence Nick Fury had in inviting the peculiar group led by Lynette aboard his vessel. It also represented Earth's final trump card against godlike threats. Charging complete. Target locked. Fire. With Fury's final roar, a colossal blue energy beam erupted violently from the cannon's mouth. The beam, accompanied by a piercing shriek, illuminated the entire deck in a ghostly blue hue. All agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. instinctively shut their eyes, for none could survive the intensity of such an energy surge. However, Lynette showed no inclination to move. He even seemed to take a leisurely interest in observing the cataclysmic beam. At his side, Hela finally made her move. Dressed in a simple black gown, she elegantly raised her right hand towards the beam capable of piercing mountains and gently grasped it. Time. Space. The furious energy beam halted abruptly, mere meters from Hela, as if a rampaging bull had collided with an invisible wall. Immediately, under the horrified gaze of Nick Fury and all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the immense beam was forcibly kneaded by an unseen force. It twisted and deformed, compressed into a rapidly spinning blue energy sphere. Hela's pale fingers closed gently. A soft pop sounded. The sphere, teeming with terrifying energy, vanished in an instant, transforming into a myriad of blue specks that scattered in the tempest. The cataclysmic strike had merely been an illusion of little substance. Nick Fury stood dumbfounded, mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound, his single eye filled with boundless fear and confusion. The ultimate trump card. Earth's pride. Before this woman, it had made not a sound. Is this your trump card? Hela finally directed her gaze towards Fury, her expression akin to one observing a dying insect by the roadside. Lynette stepped forward with a smile and added, "My secretary couldn't even be bothered to glance at it twice." He approached the now dazed Fury and took the silver briefcase from his stiffened hand. With a click, the case opened to reveal the Tesseract, quietly resting within and emitting a pure blue glow. Not bad. Lynette nodded in satisfaction, reaching for the Tesseract. The moment his fingertips brushed against it, a sudden transformation occurred. The new Infinity Gauntlet on his left arm, crafted from Kree alloy and URU metal, erupted in dazzling light. The previously empty recess for the space stone on the back of the glove activated, producing an irresistible gravitational pull. The Tesseract slipped uncontrollably from his grasp. With a flash of blue light, it precisely embedded itself into the glove's recess. Lynette barely had time to savor the newfound power before it surged forth. Propelled by the resonance between the activated space stone and the residual essence of the Mind Stone, crashing into Lynette's mental realm. A colossal purple giant in dark golden armor, seated upon an immense floating throne, began to materialize in his mind. The giant opened its eyes, a cruel smile gracing its lips. Found you, little mouse. In Lynette's mental domain, the concepts of time and space blurred. A massive throne, formed of pure thought, hovered in the endless darkness. The purple giant, clothed in dark golden armor, gazed down upon him as one might observe an insect. Thanos, even as a mere mental projection, the overwhelming sense of oppression threatened to shatter Lynette's consciousness. Found you, little mouse. Thanos' voice resonated deep within Lynette's soul. I thought someone was causing quite the ruckus in my head, Lynette replied, massaging his temples with the same mental energy. Turns out it's just a purple sweet potato. Thanos' projection faltered, taken aback. This Midgardian, under the weight of his mental pressure, not only remained intact, but dared to mock his complexion? You are amusing. Thanos' voice returned, tinged with curiosity. A mere mortal managing to harbor the will of the Mind Stone and acquiring the Space Stone before me. Tell me your name. Call me Daddy. Lynette retorted succinctly. Thanos. In his quest across the universe, Thanos had obliterated countless civilizations, and even those who claimed divinity knelt before him like ants begging for mercy. Yet, this was the first instance he encountered such a loquacious individual. It seems you have yet to grasp your predicament. Thanos' tone turned icy. An even more formidable and terrifying wave of mental force surged towards Lynette, intent on tearing apart the mortal's mind to uncover its secrets. At that moment, the Reality Stone, long fused with Lynette, pulsed gently. An invisible wave of energy quietly radiated outward. From Thanos' perspective, the scene before him warped abruptly. The diminutive Midgardian vanished, replaced by a figure clad in a red bodysuit, sporting a cheeky grin, gyrating playfully while casting flirtatious glances. He sang, "Oh baby, love me once more." Thanos' mental projection experienced violent fluctuations. What on earth? He forcefully steadied his mind, dispelling the absurd illusion. The scene returned to normal. Lynette stood there, innocently gazing at him. What have you done to me? Thanos' voice held a note of suspicion. Nothing much, Lynette shrugged. Perhaps you've been single for too long and are seeing things. Need me to set you up with a girlfriend? We as Guardians have plenty of single goddesses, though their tempers can be a bit fierce. Like this one beside me, Hela. She is incredibly powerful, but has a penchant for squeezing heads. Quite suitable for someone like you who enjoys population control. Thanos fell silent. The individual before him was like a slippery fish, impervious to reason or intimidation. While he spoke of cosmic balance, Lynette casually addressed matters of solitude. When Thanos exerted his mental pressure, Lynette countered with a flamboyant display. On that day, conversation became futile. Mortals, you're utterly ignorant of true power, Thanos declared, resolved to terminate this meaningless dialogue. The gems you possess are rightfully mine. I shall retrieve them personally. Then, I will don this gauntlet and gather all 6 stones. With a mere snap of my fingers, he continued, half of all life in the universe will return to dust in gratitude. And you shall be the first. His mental projection began to wane, ready to sever the connection. Wait, Linter suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Thanos inquired impatiently. You just said, snap your fingers? Indeed. And then half of all life in the universe will vanish? Correct. Then show me. Snap your fingers right now. Linter's face lit with anticipation. Thanos, aren't you formidable? Aren't you the head of the Cosmic Population Control Committee? Linter's voice dripped with provocation. Come on, give it a try. Just aim at my face. If you can indeed erase me with a snap, I shall personally present you with those 2 gems and even gift you a box of premium brain tonic. Thanos felt as though the depths of his mind were about to be smoothed over. Never had he encountered such unabashed audacity. Are you provoking me? No, no, no. I genuinely wish to witness it. Linter insisted, rubbing his hands together. Quickly now, don't dawdle. I have to clock out after this. You. Thanos' vast mental projection flickered chaotically in anger. He swore that when he descended upon Earth, he would rend this scoundrel's mouth and crush his bones one by one. You shall pay dearly for your words and actions today. With that ominous proclamation, Thanos could no longer endure and severed the psychic link. On the deck of the celestial mothership, the moment Linter made contact with the Tesseract, he froze in place. His eyes lost their focus. Linter, boss. Raven and Lorna exclaimed in unison. Hela stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Linter. A grave expression flickered in her dark green eyes. She sensed an incomprehensibly terrifying consciousness descending upon Linter, one that did not belong to this realm. The intensity of that consciousness even caused her heart to race. Wanda turned pale, her body swaying unsteadily. Nick Fury and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Hela had obliterated the energy beam of the Godslayer with her bare hands, shattering their worldview. And now what were they witnessing? Linter had merely touched that cube and seemed entranced. The women around him appeared as if they were facing a dire threat. Especially that woman in the black dress named Hela. She stood there, doing nothing, yet an invisible aura of death enveloped the entire deck. Every agent felt as if their hearts were about to cease beating. At that moment, Linter's body swayed, and his pupils began to regain focus. With a thud, He fell backward. Watch out! Hela quickly turned and caught him. Linter tumbled into her embrace, his head resting comfortably on a soft, yielding surface. Ah, how delightful! He even adjusted his position, rubbing against her. Hela stiffened momentarily, a blush creeping to her ears. This scoundrel! Even now, he was taking advantage. Ahem! Linter cleared his throat, feigning weakness as he lifted his head from her embrace. I believe I just saw a talking purple yam. What purple yam? Raven leaned in, concern etched on her face. A delusional purple yam that insisted on snapping its fingers to eliminate me. Linter pouted. When I asked him to do it, he refused. Such a coward. The others. They could not comprehend, but it seemed quite formidable. Linter steadied himself, casting a glance at the thoroughly dazed Nick Fury. He shook his left hand. The space gem radiated a ghostly blue light from the gauntlet. Then, recalling something, he stepped aside and picked up the forgotten Mind Stone scepter. Director Fury, he approached, resting the scepter on his shoulder. I have taken my prize. Do you have any objections? Fury's expression darkened, rendering him speechless. Objections? Did he dare to voice any? His most potent weapon had made nary a splash before Linter's assistant. What grounds did he have for objections? With his head? Good, no objections then. Linter nodded in satisfaction. By the way, a friendly reminder. He leaned closer to Fury, whispering, that purple yam is named Thanos. He will soon arrive on Earth, targeting the gems. At that point, the fate of Earth will rest solely in your hands. Don't count on me. I'm merely a passing merchant. With that, he patted Fury on the shoulder, revealing a devilish grin. Then he turned to the women behind him and snapped his fingers. Ladies, it's time to wrap up. Let's head home. I have important matters to attend to tonight. Under the gaze of Nick Fury and all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, enveloping Linter and his entourage. As the glow faded, the deck was left in disarray, along with a group of Earthlings questioning their very existence. Chapter 189. Hela's Embarrassment. What on earth does generating power for love mean? Asgard. In Linter's exclusive tower, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Upon returning to his dwelling, Linter collapsed onto the sofa like a lifeless dog. The mental confrontation with Thanos, though seemingly effortless, was profoundly draining. That old wretch's mental power was as vast as the ocean. Had it not been for the protection of the Reality Stone, he would have long been rendered a fool. Hela, Raven, Wanda, and Lorna surrounded him, exchanging bewildered glances. Ultimately, it was Raven who broke the silence. She plopped down beside Linter, reaching out to check his forehead. Hey, are you all right? Stop playing dead. I know you're awake. Linter kept his eyes closed. Don't touch me. I'm on the brink of collapse. I feel as though my soul has sustained a grievous wound. I require gentle comfort to recover. As he spoke, he nudged his head against Raven's soft thigh. Raven rolled her eyes but did not push him away. What was that purple yam anyway? Heimdall sat on a single armchair, her long legs elegantly crossed, the hem of her black gown cascading down to reveal a glimpse of her fair calf. Her expression was grave. After witnessing the confrontation between Yin-Yang and Thanos, she finally realized that this universe was far more perilous than she had ever imagined. Even she, the Asgardian goddess of death, felt the weight of pressure. A madman, Yin-Yang replied weakly. A madman with ideals, culture, and strength. Truly a trifecta of madness. His goal is to gather the 6 Infinity Stones and then snap his fingers to randomly erase half of all life in the universe. All in the name of maintaining cosmic balance. Insanity, Lorna scoffed, crossing her arms and leaning against the wall, a cold huff escaping her lips. The sound of her newly acquired URU metal boots, lightly tapping against the ground, echoed crisply. If he dares to come, I will crush him and his ship into a sphere. With her fresh equipment in hand, Polaris' confidence soared. Do not underestimate him, Lynette warned. Opening one, I had a glance at her. His fleet could level the 9 realms. He commands a band of peculiar extraterrestrials known as the Black Order. Each one is formidable in their own right. Let alone him. You all felt it just now. Even a mere psychic projection nearly drained me dry. Upon hearing the words drain dry, both Hela and Raven's expressions shifted uneasily. Only Wanda remained visibly anxious and shaken. She approached the sofa, squatting down to whisper, What should we do? He'll come for us, right? She had felt Thanos' will, a terrifying desire for destruction. With 3 stones now in Linen's possession, he was undoubtedly Thanos' primary target. What to do? Lynette chuckled, stretching his limbs as he rose from Raven's lap. We'll simply adapt. If he wishes to wage war, then we shall fight. His gaze swept over the 4 women present. The Goddess of Death Hela, the former guardian god of war. Undefeated in single combat. Shapeshifter Raven, a top-tier agent, expert in infiltration and assassination. Scarlet Witch Wanda, a master of chaotic magic with boundless potential. And Polaris Lorna, the daughter of Magneto, a human electromagnetic cannon and director of demolition. This ensemble, viewed across the universe, was truly extraordinary. Fear not, Lynette proclaimed boldly. What should we call our alliance, the Avengers? No, too cliché, he dismissed. Let us instead be known as the Alliance of the Affluent. For I am wealthier than nations. Yet daily I fret over how to spend it all. The others responded with silence, their expressions betraying that the jest was far from humorous. Now on to serious matters, Lynette said, retracting his playful demeanor. We need not rush concerning Thanos. He still has quite a distance to traverse from the far reaches of the universe. Our immediate priority is to enhance our powers. He raised his left hand, the infinity gauntlet shimmering with the blue light of the space stone, then weighed the scepter in his right hand, the mind stone glowing brilliantly at its tip. These 2 items are our trump cards. From this day forth, we must master their powers. He turned his gaze to Wanda. Wanda, the mind scepter is entrusted to you. Your abilities are rooted in its essence. Endeavor to feel its power and gain control over it. This will not only bolster your strength, but also teach you how to resist Thanos' mental incursions. Wanda nodded emphatically, determination igniting in her eyes. Next, Lynette addressed Lorna. Lorna, your new gear is crafted from URU metal. This material is one of the finest in the universe, renowned for its remarkable conductivity and amplification of various energies. I need you to study it and develop more applications. For instance, could we create a magnetic field to disrupt Thanos' fleet communications? Lorna's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of wielding a planet as a weapon. How thrilling. Then came Raven. Raven, your task is the most demanding. Lynette's expression turned serious. I require you to leverage your abilities to acquire funds. What? Raven questioned, unsure if she had misheard. I said acquire funds. Lynette reiterated. Thanos possesses fleets and armies, all of which require financial backing. Though our numbers are few, we cannot falter in logistics. I need you to infiltrate major corporations and banks on Earth and convert their wealth into ours. Once we have the capital, we shall purchase hundreds of starships and recruit thousands of cosmic mercenaries. We will wage a proper war of attrition against Thanos. We shall crush him with our financial might. Raven's mouth fell open, speechless. She had anticipated being assigned a task centered on espionage or the assassination of enemy commanders. Yet instead, she was to become a financial bandit? This was an unexpected twist. Finally, Lynette turned to Hela, who raised an eyebrow in anticipation of his orders. As for you, Lynette paused for a moment. Your task is the simplest yet most crucial. He stepped closer and, to Hela's astonishment, swept her up in his arms. Your mission is to accompany me for physical recovery training. In preparation for the impending battle, I must swiftly replenish the energy I just expended, and I must replenish it doubly. Hela's mind short-circuited for 3 seconds. Then, a flush crept from her neck to her ears. You scoundrel, she struggled, delivering a light punch to Linen's chest, lacking any force. This is absurd. Is this the time for such things? Why not? Lynette countered, justifying his actions as he carried her toward the bedroom. This is a matter of cosmic survival. My strength ensures our very existence. This is what I call generating power for love. The trio of women, Raven, Lorna, and Wanda, stood frozen in shock, their mouths agape as they witnessed Lynette carrying a blushing, furious Hela into the bedroom. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Moments latte. Muffled sounds of Hela's flustered protests echoed from within. Lynette, put me down. If you keep this up, I will crush your be gentle in the living room. The 3 women exchanged glances, an awkward and delicate atmosphere enveloping them. What a cad. Lorna spat through gritted teeth. Raven rubbed her forehead, releasing a long sigh. She had known it would come to this. This man possesses nothing in his mind aside from women and wealth. Only Wanda stands there, cheeks flushed and utterly bewildered. She feels she ought not to be here. After all, she is merely a child. Why must she hear such things? Chapter 190. Is your face larger or your daughter's behind? The following day, Lynette emerged from his bedroom, invigorated and radiant. The dual cultivation with the Goddess of Death had yielded remarkable results. Not only had his overall capabilities significantly improved, but he had also acquired a staggering $10 million. Splendid, he exclaimed, stretching widely, feeling as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. In the living room, Raven, Lorna, and Wanda sat on the sofa, burdened by dark circles beneath their eyes, utterly drained. The previous night's physical recovery training had indeed caused quite a commotion, shaking the entire tower throughout the night, depriving them of restful slumber. Upon witnessing Lynette's exuberant demeanor, the three women cast him disdainful glances, particularly Lorna, whose eyes seemed to blaze with ire. What are you staring at? Lynette casually poured himself a glass of water. Youthful energy, is there a problem with that? Unlike some, who at a tender age suffer from vitality depletion. Fuming, Lorna reached for a metallic cushion, contemplating throwing it at him, but ultimately refrained. She was aware she could not contend with him. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Hela clad in a voluminous silk robe, rubbing her eyes as she stepped out. Her complexion bore a lingering flush, and her steps appeared somewhat unsteady. Upon spotting the trio in the living room, she paused, her expression becoming slightly awkward, particularly when meeting Raven's enigmatic gaze, prompting her to instinctively adjust her collar. Ahem. Lynette cleared his throat, shattering the tension. You're all awake? Perfect timing for a morning meeting. He took his seat at the head of the table, exuding an air of authority. I have new ideas regarding the training plan for the Infinity Stones. Just as he was about to elaborate, a commanding voice reverberated through the tower. Lynette. It was Odin. Come to the throne hall. The tone was one of undeniable authority. Lynette smirked. This old man truly believed himself to be significant. Were it not for Thor, he would have dismantled Asgard long ago. Understood, he replied impatiently. I'll discuss it after my meeting. Silence enveloped the air for a moment. Odin seemed taken aback by his reaction. After a prolonged pause, his voice returned, markedly softened. This is crucial. It pertains to Thanos. Very well, Lynette stood. I shall return shortly. He addressed the three women. Continue your training, especially you, Wanda. Engage with the scepter. Should you have any questions, I will instruct you upon my return. He then glanced at Hela, who stood awkwardly. You will accompany me. Me? Hela pointed to herself, surprised. Of course. You are my personal secretary, and when the boss meets a client, the secretary must follow. Without further ado, he grasped her hand and led her outside. This will give your father an opportunity to witness how prosperous his eldest daughter has become. Hela's face flushed crimson. This scoundrel intended to showcase her before Odin. How shameless. In Asgard, within the throne hall, Odin sat alone upon his throne, his expression dark enough to draw water. His solitary eye was bloodshot, clearly a sign of sleeplessness. Upon seeing Lynette stride in hand with Hela, he felt his blood pressure soar, especially upon noticing the oversized robe that clearly did not belong to her. Along with the faint crimson marks adorning her neck, Odin felt dizzy, nearly toppling from his throne. This wretched girl, this scoundrel, they had. Speak quickly or be silent. Lynette, still holding Hela's hand, approached the throne directly. I am pressed for time. I have important matters to attend to. Odin inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his rising fury. Now is not the time for such grievances. Thanos. He stared intently at Lynette. Have you had contact with him? Yes, Lynette replied nonchalantly. We discussed life and ideals. He attempted to entice me into his schemes, but I declined. Odin was left speechless. Do you realize you are playing with fire? Odin rose from the throne, his voice booming like thunder. Thanos is the most dangerous lunatic in the universe. Engaging with him will bring catastrophic disasters to Earth and the 9 realms. And what of it? Lynette nonchalantly cleaned his ears. By then, you, with your old bones, will likely be long gone. You. Odin trembled with rage. Listen here, young man. He pointed at the infinity gauntlet on Lynette's hand. The power of the infinity stones far exceeds your comprehension. Using 2 simultaneously is a challenge to the limits of the universe. You must relinquish them immediately and hand them over for safekeeping. Only Asgard possesses the capability to ensure their safety. Lynette erupted into laughter, doubling over in mirth. Old man, have you lost your senses? He stepped forward, locking eyes with Odin. Safeguard? With your inability to even contain your own daughter? Or perhaps with your celestial guards, who were bested by dark elves? The Tesseract lay on Earth for millennia, Did Asgard ever intervene? Now that I have retrieved it, you come to me and request I hand it over for your safekeeping? How is it that your face is so grand? Is your daughter-s behind larger? Or is your face? Ha! Hela could not suppress her laughter, finding Linen's confrontation with her obstinate father remarkably relieving. Odin's complexion fluctuated between hues of green and white, rendered speechless by Linen's retorts. Lynette. Ultimately, he deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping back onto his throne. I beg of you. A hint of desperation tinged his voice. Do not seek out any more infinity stones. Especially the ether. What particle? Lynette feigned ignorance. The ether is the liquid form of the reality stone, Odin replied somberly. It was sealed away by my father, the former God King Ball, in a dimension unknown to all. It is the most perilous and unstable of all the infinity stones. Its power distorts reality. If it goes out of control, it will consume its host and plunge the entire universe into unending darkness. Linter felt a surge of delight within. The old man remains oblivious that the most dangerous reality stone he speaks of has already been perfectly integrated into himself. Not only was he not consumed, but it had become his greatest trump card. Oh, is that so? Linter stroked his chin, feigning great interest. It sounds rather formidable. Why don't you tell me where it is, and I shall take a look. Are you mad? Odin stood up once more. I warn you, do not even think about it. Otherwise, no one can save you. All right, I understand. Linter waved his hand impatiently. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait. Odin called him back. There is one more thing. He retrieved an object from behind the throne. It was an ancient horn. This is the horn of the Guardian. Take it, and if Thanos descends, blow it. Wherever I may be, the armies of Asgard shall rush to your aid without delay. It was but a final effort on his part, Odin silently added. Linter gazed at the horn, his expression somewhat complex. Though the old man was obstinate, he still harbored concern for the safety of the 9 realms. Very well. He accepted the horn. I suppose you have a shred of conscience left. With that, he took Hela by the hand and turned to leave. Just as they were about to exit the hall, Linter suddenly halted. He turned back, gazing at the solitary figure upon the throne. Old man, yes? You just mentioned that the reality stone is the most dangerous one? Indeed. Then what if? Linter flashed a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. I have already consumed it. Upon finishing his words, his form began to shimmer and fade. Skin, flesh, and bone, all transformed into a swirling mass of red liquid under Odin's horrified gaze. That was the very essence of ether particles. Now, the crimson liquid echoed with Linter's voice. Who do you think is the most dangerous one now? Chapter 191. Post-meal exercise? Linter takes Wanda away. In the throne hall, an eerie silence prevailed. Odin's single eye widened to the size of a copper bell. He stared intently at the amorphous red liquid before the throne. The mass writhed and rolled, possessing a life of its own. That was the reality stone, the ether particle. Odin suddenly regretted giving him the mind stone and space stone as well. Who knew he might devour them someday? What have you done to it? Odin's single eye brimmed with unfathomable terror. The Gungnir in his hand, the eternal spear symbolizing the highest authority of the 9 realms, trembled slightly. What have I done? The red liquid replied with Linter's languid voice. I told you I consumed it. The taste? Not pleasant, but the aftereffects are quite potent. The liquid began to contract and reassemble. First came the bones, followed by the tendons and muscles, and finally, the skin. In mere seconds, Linter reappeared, unharmed, in his original form. He even stretched lazily, loosening his muscles. Odin staggered slightly. To consume an infinity stone? What does that even mean? Even gods cannot achieve such a feat. He gazed at Linter, his expression a mix of suspicion and hesitation, grappling with the decision of whether to act. He was not human at all. Now, Linter approached him, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Old man, do you still think I need your protection? He reached out, gently patting Odin's cheek. Or do you believe your so-called guardianship holds any significance? Odin remained silent, locked in a gaze with him. Beside them, Hela bore witness to this mind-bending scene. She too felt a tremendous shock. She had always thought of Linter as merely a powerful, cunning mortal. But now she realized his essence was even more unfathomable than that of the Goddess of Death herself. No wonder he could easily overpower her. Hela looked at Linter's smiling face, her expression becoming exceedingly complex. Perhaps this was not entirely a bad thing. Enough dawdling. Linter retracted his hand, naturally wrapping his arm around Hela's waist. The meeting with your father has concluded. It is time for us to return and continue our unfinished business. Hela's body instinctively stiffened. What nonsense was he spouting now? She attempted to break free, only to find Linter's arm like an iron vice, unyielding. Linter, Odin finally snapped back to reality, rising abruptly from the throne. Do not integrate any more stones. You will ruin everyone. You will plunge all into hell. Oh, Linter turned back, raising an eyebrow. Hell? I just came from there. Odin's Gungnir embedded deeply into the floor tiles. Rest assured, Linter grinned. I have no interest in destroying the world. I merely wish to lead a peaceful life with my wife and children. As long as no one bothers me, everyone will be just fine. With that, he embraced the blushing Hela and strode out of the throne hall without a backward glance. Leaving Odin alone, for a long while, he sat back down despondently. Emitting a long sigh, Asgard was finished. The 9 realms were also finished. As they exited the hall, the long corridor echoed only with their footsteps. The atmosphere was steeped in an eerie silence. You. Hela could no longer contain herself and spoke first. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. What exactly are you? Are you calling me thing? Linter halted, turning to face her with a displeased expression. Is that how you refer to your man? You wound me deeply. Speak. Hela shook off his hand, taking a step back to maintain her distance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with wariness and inquiry. Donot jest with mistrzostwem Europa. You are not human. Linter found her flustered demeanor somewhat amusing. Who said I must be human? He stepped closer. Hela retreated step by step, soon cornered against the wall with nowhere left to flee. Lin extended his arms, pressing against the walls on either side of her. It was a classic wall embrace. He lowered his head, leaning close to her ear, speaking in a tone that only the two of them could hear. What I am is inconsequential. The warmth of his breath sent a shiver down Hela's neck. What truly matters is from the moment you stepped into my room, you, Hela Odinson. The goddess of death of Asgard have already become mine. You. Hela's breath quickened, her heart racing. She wanted to retort, to chastise him for his audacity. But faced with Lin's mirthful gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. In those eyes, there was no desire, no aggression, only a playful understanding that seemed to see through everything. Do not be anxious. Lin straightened up, ruffling her hair as if soothing a frightened cat. I am not a villain. At worst, just a mischievous soul. Come now, Miss Secretary, the boss must be hungry. He took her hand once more, leading her towards the tower. This time, Hela did not resist. She merely followed quietly behind, her head bowed in contemplation. Upon returning to the tower, the atmosphere in the living room was equally peculiar. Raven, Lorna, and Wanda had been waiting for some time. As Lin and Hela entered, their eyes fell upon them in unison, especially noting the ambiguous tension that hung between the two. Lorna rolled her eyes dramatically. Well, look who is back. She spoke with a mocking tone. How was the chat with the father-in-law? Did he chase you out with a broom? Not at all. Lin dismissed her remarks, taking a seat in the main chair. Your father-in-law was quite hospitable. He insisted I stay for dinner and even offered to gift me the entire Asgard as a dowry. I boldly declined. Lorna scoffed. You were just blowing smoke. Raven and Wanda exchanged glances, both recognizing the futility in his words. This guy never spoke a truth. All right, enough of the banter. Raven interjected, steering the conversation back on track. What is the plan moving forward? Plan? Lin snapped his fingers. The plan is to eat first. I'm nearly starving. No sooner had he spoken than a line of Asgardian servants clad in light attire entered, wheeling in a banquet of sumptuous dishes. Roasted lamb, honey-glazed ham, golden apples, everything one could desire, the aroma wafting through the air. Wow! Lorna's eyes sparkled with delight. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed forward, forgetting to spar verbally with Lin. The meal was filled with unspoken tensions. Lorna channeled her frustrations into appetite, devouring half a roasted lamb single-handedly. Raven observed Hela discreetly. The proud goddess of death had remained silent since her return, nibbling delicately on her food, glancing towards Lin with a look that was complex and unreadable. As for Wanda, she remained quiet throughout, occasionally glancing around. After the meal, Lin wiped his mouth and stood. Having feasted, it is time to attend to business. He turned his gaze towards Wanda. Wanda, come with me. Me? Wanda blinked, momentarily bewildered. Yes, you. Lin beckoned her with a finger. We need some post-meal exercise. With that, he strode towards the room, leaving her to follow hesitantly after exchanging looks with Raven and Lorna. Chapter 192, Lorna's Fury. He just finished with the big one, and now the little one. The living room fell into a profound silence. Lorna's spoon clattered against her plate. Raven paused in her motion of wiping her mouth. Hela, who had just lifted her glass, froze with her hand suspended in midair. 3 pairs of eyes fixated on Wanda, who trailed behind Lynn towards the bedroom. The girl's cheeks burned crimson as she gazed down, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her steps small and hesitant. Bang! The bedroom door closed, as if sealing off 2 worlds. No way after a long moment, Lorna regained her voice. She turned to Raven, then to Hela. Is he at it again? Does he have an endless engine or something? Just finish with that one. And now he moving on to Wanda? Raven remained silent, merely setting down her napkin, a furrow of concern creasing her brow. Hela's expression was inscrutable. She simply drained her glass of red wine, then crushed the goblet between her fingers. Crimson droplets mingled with glass shards, cascading from her grip. Scoundrel! Lorna slammed her hand on the table, indignant. First he finishes with one, and now he's onto another. Does he have no limits? I'm going to break down his door. She started to rise, but Raven pressed her back down. Don't act impulsively. Raven shook her head. Don't you think something feels off? What feels off? Lorna snapped, her frustration boiling over. A lone man and woman in a closed room, and you're asking me what feels off? Raven pointed at the closed door. Pay attention to the energy emanating from within. Lorna and Hela focused their senses intently. Inside the bedroom, Wanda stood nervously at the threshold, unsure of where to place her hands. Why did you call me here? Didn't you mention post-meal exercise? Lynn gestured towards the soft mat on the floor. See, his expression was serious, devoid of any jest. Wanda, confused but obedient, crossed her legs and sat down. Here, take this. Lynn presented the Mind Stone to her. What is this? Wanda gazed at the yellow gem atop the scepter, sensing the familiar power. The Mind Stone. Lynn seated himself opposite her. It and your powers both originate from the same source. Now, I need you to assist me with something. Assist with what? Wanda was even more bewildered. I want to gain complete control over the power of this stone. Lynn explained. However, after my encounter with that purple fiend, my mental energy has been marked by him. If I attempt to forcibly connect with the core of the stone, he will immediately sense it. Thus, I require your chaos magic. Lynette gazed into Wanda's eyes. Utilize your powers to create a mental barrier for us both. Isolate us from all prying eyes. Only then did Wanda comprehend the true meaning of the so-called post-meal exercise. Her cheeks flushed deeper, a blend of embarrassment and discomfort. What should I do? Hold it. Lynette pointed at the Mind Scepter. Channel the energy within your body, sense it, and connect with it. Then I will guide you. He extended his hands, gently resting them upon Wanda's hands that grasped the scepter. The girl's hands were cool and trembled slightly. Do not fear. Lynette's voice was soothing. I am here. A warm energy emanated from his palms, calming Wanda's anxious heart. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Tendrils of crimson energy mist began to emanate from her, swirling around her like living vines, entwining the Mind Scepter. The Mind Stone at the top of the scepter radiated a brilliant golden light. Excellent, just like that. Lynette's voice resonated in her ears. Now, clear your mind and relinquish everything to me. In the next moment, Wanda felt her consciousness being forcefully yanked by a tremendous power. The entire world spun chaotically. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself amidst a vast golden sea of stars. Countless points of light flowed around her, coalescing into ceaseless rivers. This was the mental realm within the Mind Stone. Beautiful. Wanda couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Do not get distracted. Lynette's voice echoed within her mental space. Do you see that dark point in the distance? Wanda followed his guidance. At the edge of the golden sea, a minuscule yet ominous dark point emanated a sinister aura. That was the mental imprint left by Thanos. Wrap us in your power, Lynette commanded. Remember, do not let our consciousness touch that dark point. Understood. Wanda focused intently. The crimson chaotic energy rapidly expanded within the mental space, forming a massive red shield, securely encapsulating both her and Lynette's mental forms. Well done, Lynette praised. Next, follow my lead. His mental form transformed into a streak of light, boldly plunging deeper into the golden sea. He sought to conquer this universe. Outside the bedroom, Lorna's expression grew increasingly grim. This energy is incredibly potent. Raven's demeanor was equally serious. Two distinct yet equally terrifying energies, one red and one yellow, clashed and intertwined violently within the small bedroom. The sensation was akin to two deities engaged in battle. Hela remained silent, quietly seated as she crushed Asgardian crystal cups one after another. Suddenly, a muffled cry of pain escaped Wanda's lips. Lorna jolted, springing to her feet. He has indeed taken action. She could no longer contain herself and aimed her hand at the metallic doorknob of the bedroom. I will make him understand what magnetic shock troops are today. But before her power could be unleashed, boom, a thunderous sound reverberated. The entire tower shook violently. The door, reinforced with URU metal, crumpled as if struck by a battering ram, exploding outward into the living room. A ferocious shockwave of energy swept through, carrying with splinters and metal shards, engulfing the entire living room. Lorna and Hela reacted swiftly, erecting shields before them. Raven was blown back several steps before managing to regain her footing. As the dust settled, the doorway to the bedroom lay in disarray. Wanda lay unconscious on the floor, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Lynette knelt beside her, his complexion as pale as a sheet, gasping for breath. His left hand clutched a softly glowing yellow gem that had detached from the scepter. Lynette raised his head to meet the astonished gazes of the three in the living room. He staggered to his feet, his body still unsteady. An error, a mistake. The training intensity may have been a tad excessive. He glanced at Hela, managing a smile that was more painful than tears. Secretary, could you lend me a hand? I feel utterly drained. Tonight's Sextra training will likely have to be canceled. Chapter 193, The Mind Stone Acquired. The cost being a beating from the Goddess of Death. Hela stood rooted in place, her expression impassive as she regarded him. Her beautiful eyes conveyed a myriad of complex emotions. Fool, she ultimately uttered 2 words. There was no discernible inflection in her voice. Yet she approached, extending her arm to support Lynette's swaying form. The majority of his weight rested upon her. An unfamiliar male scent, mingled with sweat, invaded her nostrils. Hela's body stiffened momentarily, her brow furrowing. Lynette, however, seemed oblivious. He comfortably leaned against the Goddess of Death from Asgard, even adjusting into a more comfortable position. Thank you, Secretary. I'll ensure you get a raise. Hela's eye twitched slightly. She was tempted to slap this rogue out of existence. You had better provide me with an explanation. Lorna's furious shout shattered the peculiar atmosphere between them. She rushed to Wanda's side, cautiously checking the girl's breath. Fortunately, though weak, it remained steady. Lorna sighed in relief. She lifted her gaze, glaring at Lynette, who was being supported by Hela. Is this what you meant by post-meal exercise? What have you done to my sister? Raven hurried over, crouching down to assess Wanda's condition. Her expression mirrored Lorna's discontent. Lynette, you have gone too far this time. Leaning against Hela, Lynette caught his breath. He raised his unoccupied hand and waved it dismissively. Calm down, everyone calm down. It was purely accidental. He opened his tightly clenched left hand. A translucent yellow gem lay quietly in his palm. It radiated a gentle glow, as if harboring an entire universe within. The Mind Stone is secured. The process encountered a slight hiccup. That mental imprint left by that purple potato was more stubborn than I anticipated. Our mental energies clashed, and I couldn't contain it. Lynette explained with a wry smile. Wanda merely overexerted her mental faculties and was knocked out by the energy rebound. A couple of days of rest will suffice. Lorna's anger showed no signs of abating. Easy for you to say. Are you prepared to take responsibility if something goes awry? I am prepared. Lynn met her gaze directly, his tone unassuming yet resolute. I have assured you, I will protect you. Any mishap will be counted as mine. Lorna felt a lump in her throat under his unwavering stare. The word she intended to say caught within. Raven rose from her seat, rubbing her temples. First, let us return Wanda to her room. She turned to Lorna. You assist. Then her gaze shifted to Hela. He is in your care. Hela's frown deepened with indignation. Why should I be the one to look after him? These thoughts coursed through her mind, yet her body betrayed her. Tightening its hold on Lynn's arm, Lynn flashed a grin. See, the secretary is quite attentive. Together with Lorna, they carefully lifted the unconscious Wanda, escorting her to her own bedroom. In the living room, only Lynn and Hela remained. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Are you not going to let go? Hela's voice was icy. Lynn's weight was almost entirely draped over her. I cannot. My legs have turned to jelly. Lynn feigned innocence. The aftermath of overexertion, you wouldn't understand. Perhaps you should carry me back to my room? Hela's breath noticeable. She looked down at the face so close to hers. What material is this guy's skin made from? URU metal? No, even URU metal isn't this thick-skinned. Get lost. She spat out the word through clenched teeth. All right. Lin sighed, wearing an expression that conveyed, you are quite heartless. You weren't like this last night. He struggled to straighten up, but as soon as he exerted himself, a cramp seized his leg. His body slumped once more, landing solidly in Hela's embrace. His head inadvertently nestled against the soft warmth. This is delightful, and so very soft. Hela was left in a state of shock. Time seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. In the next moment, Lin, a scream, laden with suppressed fury, echoed throughout the tower. Half an hour later, Lin sat on the sofa, bruised and battered. Hela glared from the farthest single sofa, her expression dark. On the floor lay remnants of the URU metal armrest she had just crushed. Raven and Lorna had settled Wanda. As they emerged, they were momentarily taken aback by the scene in the living room. Lorna couldn't stifle a laugh. Well, what sort of recovery training is this? The battle appears quite intense. Lin rubbed his bruised eye sockets, grimacing. Don't mention it. Such misfortune at home, such misfortune. Hela scoffed, turning her head toward the window. Raven ignored their banter and approached Lin, her expression grave. We need to talk. Indeed, we must discuss. Lin's playful demeanor vanished. He gestured toward the pristine, newly crafted infinity gauntlet on his wrist, made from Kree alloy. Today's incident served as a wake-up call. The power of the Infinity Stones is far too unstable, especially in this primordial state. He glanced at Raven, then at Lorna and Hela. Our greatest advantage against Thanos is that he is unaware of the cards we hold. Our greatest disadvantage is our near total lack of control over those cards. Like today, I merely sought to fully harness the Mind Stone, and I nearly jeopardized both myself and Wanda. And this is just one solitary stone. Lin's voice grew somber. My reality stone has fused with me, and I no longer need to worry. Now only the space stone remains. He raised his arm. The gauntlet bore the indentations for both the space stone and the Mind Stone. We must learn to wield them before Thanos comes knocking. Not just me. He turned his gaze to the 3 women. You too. Lorna, how fares your new equipment? Lorna shrugged. It's going all right. The URU metal indeed amplifies my abilities significantly. I now feel as if, given enough metal, I could warp the magnetic field of this planet. Excellent. Lin's attention shifted to Raven. How is the financial situation? Raven replied, I have infiltrated the systems of several of the largest financial oligarchs on Earth. Their wealth is now but a mere step away from becoming ours. However, I advise against such actions. The noise it would create could lead to unnecessary complications. Indeed, let's hold off for now. Lin nodded. That is merely a last resort. Lin turned his gaze to Hela. Hela felt his scrutiny and, with a frosty demeanor, turned away. What are you looking at? I have nothing to report. No, you do. Chapter 194. I am incredibly brave, but 2 stones have left me weary. Lin pointed to his head. Thanos is an ancient creature who has lived for millennia. His combat experience and understanding of the universe far exceed ours. And you, Lin regarded her. Aside from Odin, you're the only one who can match him in age and experience. And for now, with Odin stabilizing the 9 realms, Thanos is unlikely to venture forth. But we cannot be certain that one day, Odin will not perish. Hela was taken aback. This thought brought back memories from long ago. The years spent beside Odin, fighting for the 9 realms. She once was Asgard's sharpest sword and the keenest mind. But then, silence enveloped the living room. After a long while, it was Lin who broke the stillness. He struggled to rise, moving toward the suitcase. He retrieved the square cosmic cube from within, emulating Thanos. He exerted all his strength to crush the cosmic cube. Everyone watched as he stood with 1 foot on the table, 1 hand on his hip, and the other gripping the cosmic cube. 5 minutes passed. What are you doing? Hela inquired, curious about Lin's posture, held for 5 minutes. The cube is quite attractive. Lin abandoned the notion of crushing the cosmic cube with his bare hands. He placed the cosmic cube on the ground and, with all his might, struck it with his fist. With a thunderous boom, the cosmic cube unleashed a surge of energy, resisting Lin's attack, even attempting to counter. Fortunately, Lin was fortified by the reality stone and indestructible buffs, rendering the cosmic cube's power inconsequential. He harnessed the power of the Reality Stone and his own convictions to restrain the energy attacks of the Tesseract, ensuring not a single ounce of power escaped. The Tesseract shattered with a crisp crack, revealing the true form of the Space Stone. He pressed the Space Stone into its corresponding recess, and an immense force surged through him. Lin trembled as the raw power tore through his body. He guided the golden energy within him to embrace the might of the Space Stone. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the yellow Mind Stone under the watchful eyes of the others. With a gentle touch, he pressed it into the designated slot on the Infinity Gauntlet. A soft click rang out. The Mind Stone nestled perfectly into the gauntlet. The two Infinity Stones shimmered in harmony upon the gauntlet. A wave of energy, magnitudes more potent than before, erupted instantaneously. Lin let out a muffled groan, his body swaying slightly. "I feel even more hollow," he grimaced. "It seems tonight's extra training must truly be cancelled. I'll need to take a leave tomorrow. Please do not disturb me." He glanced at Raven and Lorna, then at Hela. "Especially you, Miss Secretary. Do not sneak into my room at night. I am quite innocent." Hela's expression darkened once again. She felt her fists clench tighter. This time, however, a wicked smile crept across her face as she appraised the seemingly frail Lin. "Is that so?" Hela's voice elongated, her previously icy demeanor melting into a playful grin reminiscent of a fox eyeing a hapless rabbit. She strode towards Lin, each step echoing with a clack of her heels against the floor, each sound resonating with his heartbeat. "Then I believe the time to begin is now. No need to wait until nightfall." Lorna's eyes sparkled with excitement. She too erupted into laughter, embodying the spirit of a mischievous rogue eager to tease a young lad. "Indeed, Hela speaks visibly. Seize the day. Let us commence at once." Raven remained silent, crossing her arms, observing the unfolding scene with evident intrigue, clearly in agreement. Lin's expression fell instantly. He felt akin to Tang Sung ensnared in a spider's lair. No, this was far more terrifying. Each of these three women was a force to be reckoned with. "Wait, sisters, let us speak reasonably. I am genuinely injured. Behold the sincerity in my eyes." As he pleaded, Lin desperately shuffled backward. His legs still trembled, rendering flight impossible. "Of course, we are here to provide you with treatment." Hela had reached the sofa. Looking down at him from her elevated position, she extended a finger, gently tilting his chin upward. "I assure you, you will recover swiftly. Indeed, let's engage in some deep communication." Lorna leaned closer, placing her hands on the back of the sofa, peering down at him. She even purposefully blew a breath against his ear. Lin shivered. This was it. Tonight, he would surely meet his demise here. "You all, do not approach me." He emitted a feeble, pitiful cry. Yet, this only elicited brighter smiles from the trio. In the next moment, all three figures pounced upon him. The sofa erupted into chaos. The sounds of fabric rustling, muffled laughter, and Lin's half-hearted screams intertwined. "Hey, Raven, do not touch me indiscriminately." "Lorna, do you wish to render me childless?" "Hela, you are cheating. You are using divine power." As a brutal suppression unfolded in the living room, the bedroom door creaked open. Wanda leaned against the doorframe, her complexion still pale, peering curiously into the living room. She could only see three figures piled atop the sofa, with Lin trapped beneath them. His arms and legs flailed in the air like a turtle turned on its back. What are you doing?" Wanda's voice was husky from sleep. The commotion in the living room paused momentarily. Raven lifted her head from the pile, grinning as she replied, "Nothing much. We're avenging you." Lorna chimed in, "Yes, we are teaching this scoundrel a lesson for knocking you out." Wanda blinked. Avenge? She recalled the violent energy from before and Lin's pale face before she lost consciousness. It seemed she had indeed failed to control her power. However, she glanced at Lin, still pinned beneath the others, and then at her fiercely indignant sisters. The girl's cheeks gradually flushed red. Biting her lip, she whispered then, "I want to join." With that, her face aglow, she scampered over, akin to a lamb joining a pack of wolves. Lin's cries rose an octave. "Wanda, why are you also? You're a good child. I was wrong." Truly, as night deepened, the so-called treatment and revenge continued for quite some time. At first, Lin stubbornly protested. Eventually, he was reduced to mere breathless gasps. His strength, already depleted from absorbing the stones, was now utterly exhausted. He lay there, as pliable as a puddle of mud, entirely at the mercy of the four women. Seeing his disheveled state, Hela and the others finally paused, satisfied for the moment. The four of them settled onto the carpet, sipping water, while casting amused glances at the lifeless figure on the sofa, laughing joyously. Chapter 195. Is 4 not enough? Let us add more. Lin lay on the sofa, staring vacantly at the ceiling. He felt as if the energy within him had been drained, akin to a pond slowly replenishing with a trickle of water. The weight of exhaustion pressed down upon him like a mountain, making even the slightest movement of his fingers feel extravagant. Is this all? Lorna took a sip of water, eyeing Lin's near-paralyzed state with a smirk. Is the training intensity still insufficient? Raven shot her a glare, retorting, if we continue like this, he'll genuinely end up in the medical bay tomorrow. That cannot happen. Hela stretched her wrist, the joints cracking crisply as she spoke at a leisurely pace. The routine training tomorrow must not be delayed. Wanda's small face bore concern, her head bowed as she softly concurred, yes, he should be allowed to rest properly. Lin listened to their conversation, lacking even the strength to roll his eyes. Demons. This building housed a cadre of powerful beings who reveled in their relentless training. Just then, Lorna's eyes brightened, as if struck by a brilliant idea. Wait for me. She discarded her cup and swiftly dashed out of the living room. Wanda gazed at her retreating figure, perplexed. Heimdall and Raven exchanged a glance, both sensing an ominous premonition in each other's eyes. On the sofa, Lin felt a sudden jolt in his heart. This could spell trouble. What mischief would this little troublemaker concoct now? Before long, Lorna returned, not alone, but accompanied by the Valkyrie squad from Asgard. Leading the group, Sigrun maintained a calm demeanor, though her eyes sparkled with curiosity towards formidable opponents. The scout, Helvig, scrutinized Lin with piercing eyes, seemingly assessing his remaining combat potential. Young Astrid shyly lingered behind, while the bulliest among them, Gwendal, walked with clenched fists, producing a series of ominous cracks. Upon witnessing this formidable assembly, Lin momentarily felt darkness envelop him, nearly fainting. This was it. He was doomed. Today, he would be utterly exhausted here. Sisters, look! Lorna exclaimed like a child seeking praise, pointing at Lin on the sofa. I brought in professional sparring partners. I told them there's a promising newcomer here who needs some specialized pressure training to unleash his potential. Sigrun and her companions approached, encircling the sofa and surveying Lin from a superior vantage point. I heard you single-handedly accepted our training challenge? Raven crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips. Impressive bravery, Hel said, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, but I wonder if your strength is sufficient. Lorna added with pride, now that everyone is here, we can finally test the 8 directions encirclement formation passed down from Asgard. Only Wanda looked at Lin with concern, softly murmuring. He's already so exhausted. Time quietly slipped past midnight, ushering in a new day. Hel glanced at the wall clock and rose. All right, the break is over. Second round of practical drills, commence. Lorna and Raven's eyes sparkled as they eagerly prepared, energy dancing at their fingertips. Lin nearly choked upon hearing this, feeling as though he might suddenly perish. More. Are you all devils? Have mercy, heroines. I'm truly spent. Pleading fell on deaf ears. The new round of siege commenced once more. Yet this time, something felt amiss. The first to notice was Hel. As her concentrated death energy reached for Lin, she was taken aback to find a surge of life energy erupting from him, effortlessly neutralizing her attack. Hel furrowed her brow. Simultaneously, Lorna sensed something was off. She felt the metal objects around her tremble, not under her control, but attracted by a stronger force. Lin himself felt the shift. The overwhelming fatigue receded like a tide. A warm current surged from his core, coursing through his limbs as if a parched riverbed had been filled with a deluge. His system rewards had finally arrived in full under the extreme pressure. Lin's previously weak gaze transformed into one of radiant vigor. He broke into a grin. That smile sent an unsettling shiver through the 8 women who had previously been so intimidating. An ominous premonition of prey turning into predator lingered in the air. Ladies, the break time is over. Lin's voice, once weak, now resonated with strength, laced with a hint of dangerous pressure. Now it's my turn. As soon as the words left his lips, he powered through with a sudden force, flipping off the sofa and landing firmly in the center of the living room. An invisible shockwave erupted from him, sending Hel and Raven, who were closest, stumbling back a step. The reins of training had shifted in an instant. "What do you think you're doing?" Hela exclaimed, both astonished and furious. She noticed the energy emanating from Lin was now several times more powerful than before. "What am I doing?" Lin grinned mischievously, flexing his wrist with a sound identical to the one Hel had made earlier. "Of course, continuing the training. Didn't you say the intensity was insufficient and that you wanted to help me unleash my potential? I believe a 1-against-8 practical combat scenario would yield the best results." The ensuing battle grew increasingly intense. However, the tide of cries and pleas for mercy subtly shifted. From one man, it transformed into 8 women. This chaotic potential activation training persisted until the dawn light began to break. Morning. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows of Asgard's tower. The living room lay in disarray. Sofa cushions were strewn across the floor, scorch marks marred the walls, and the air still carried the acrid scent of magic mingling with metal. Raven lay limply on a single sofa like a boneless cat, devoid of the strength to even lift her eyelids. Lorna sprawled haphazardly on the carpet, mumbling incoherently about monsters not human. Hell leaned against the wall, her usually upright posture appearing somewhat deflated. She hugged her arms, eyes closed in repose, though her furrowed brow betrayed her exhaustion. Wanda had curled up in a corner of the sofa, soundly asleep. The Valkyries huddled together, sprawled in various positions on the other side. On the balcony, Lin stood bare-chested, his bronze skin showcasing well-defined muscles, clad only in loose pants. Leaning against the railing, he took a long swig from a chilled can of soda, savoring the refreshing taste. A cool morning breeze swept through, inducing a pleasant shiver. He glanced down at his palms, subtly glowing with renewed energy, and nodded in satisfaction. Turning, he surveyed the scattered comrades in the living room, a cocky grin spreading across his face. "TSK." He clicked his tongue, speaking softly to himself. Who would have thought, after all this time in another world, I'd actually experience a day of 1-against-8 while standing and sipping soda. Chapter 196. Being chased and beaten by wives. Hela's face turns crimson as she threatens to call the authorities. Lin leaned against the balcony railing, the cold can of soda numbing his palm. He took a hearty gulp, releasing a loud belch. Ah, so refreshing. As the morning breeze brushed by, he glanced down at his robust state, nodding in approval. The previous night's bout against 8 opponents had rewarded him with system benefits equivalent to a level up. Just as he turned to head back inside, a throw pillow hit him square in the face. "Shut up." Raven's weary head emerged from a sofa, her hair disheveled like a bird's nest, dark circles under her eyes. "I want to become like you and sign a contract with SHIELD. Lin, momentarily stunned by the pillow strike, erupted into laughter. "Oh dear, that's simply one T do. I cannot let my image be tarnished in your hands." On the carpet, Lorna turned over, sprawled out with her small face scrunched in discomfort. "Damn it, my back hurts, and my legs. Every part of me aches." She struggled to lift her hand, forming a gesture as if to grasp something, and a faint magnetic wave rippled through the air. Lin's soda can trembled violently in his grasp, nearly crumpling under the pressure. Hey. He quickly raised the can high. "Lorna, stop that. This is my last one." Lorna rolled her eyes, her hand falling limply to her side. "Oof. Once I recover, I'll stuff that soda can down your throat. A Thomas spin, perhaps." Lin twitched at the corner of his mouth, finding her threat rather inventive. In the corner, Hela leaned against the wall, her eyes closed, breathing steadily. She appeared to be asleep, yet it was evident she was wide awake, as her grip on her skirt was tight, her knuckles turning pale. "Miss Hela," Lin called tentatively. Hela remained still. "Secretary?" Still no response. "Salary raise, perhaps?" Hela's eyelids fluttered, yet she kept her eyes shut. Lin chuckled. She was feigning sleep. He approached and crouched before her. "Stop pretending. I know you're awake." Hela finally opened her eyes, her gaze icy enough to freeze. "Go away," she said slowly. "Keep her distance." Lin innocently spread his hands. "What's the matter? Didn't we agree last night to engage in profound communication and enhance our relationship?" Hela inhaled deeply, feeling her sanity teetering on the brink. "Lin," she ground out between clenched teeth, "I warn you, if this continues, I will report you for. She hesitated, her complexion slightly shifting for unlawful confinement and her voice dwindled to a whisper as she turned her head away. Lin blinked in astonishment for a second before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Hela, when did your skin become so thin? Hela's face flushed deeper. She suddenly reached out and seized Lin by the throat. Keep laughing, and I might just choke you right now. Lin's eyes bulged as he struggled for breath. Yet he continued to chuckle. All right, I'll stop laughing. Cough, cough. Let go. I might actually die. Hela snorted coldly and released him, rubbing his neck. Lin stood up, about to say something when Wanda emitted a small groan from the corner of the sofa. Ugh. What time is it? She groggily opened her eyes, her small face still adorned with a satisfied blush. 7 in the morning. Lin glanced at the clock on the wall. Wanda froze for a moment before bolting upright. What? Only 7. She looked down at herself, then surveyed the disarray in the living room, her face instantly turning as red as a tomato. Did we party all night? Lin shrugged. Pretty much. Although technically, it was you two who kept me up. Wanda opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately covering her face and burying her head in a pillow. I can't take it. This is so embarrassing. Meanwhile, the Valkyries began to stir. Sigleind rubbed her shoulders as she sat up, her expression calm, but with a hint of fatigue in her eyes. Lin, she said softly, though her flushed cheeks betrayed her. Next time there's such an interaction, give me a heads up so I can mentally prepare. Lin grinned broadly. No problem, I promise. Sigleind shot him a glare before standing up to gather her clothes and armor. Off I go. Time for a shower and some more sleep. The other Valkyries also began to rise. Helviel quietly tidied her clothes, while Astrid kept her head down, blushing fiercely, and Gwendal rubbed her fists. Lin, she said in her deep voice, next time, I won't hold back. Lin raised an eyebrow. Oh, then I shall be cautious. Gwendal huffed and turned to follow Sigleind. After the Valkyries left, the living room finally fell silent. Raven struggled to rise from the sofa, supporting her waist as she carefully approached Lin. You, she pointed at him, mark my words. I will settle today's debt with you sooner or later. With that, she turned and walked away, her steps slightly unsteady. Lorna had also managed to get up, rubbing her legs with a face full of despair. I'm going to sleep. Don't anyone wake me. Hela stood up, adjusting her dress. She cast a deep glance at Lin. Tomorrow, training resumes. No tardiness allowed. With that, she departed as well. Wanda was the last. Her face flushed as she descended from the sofa, glancing at Lin before softly saying, I'll go prepare breakfast. All right. Lin replied with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Wanda bit her lip and dashed away. Finally, Lin found himself alone in the living room, surveying the chaos around him, unable to suppress another chuckle. Oh, what a delightful bunch of women. He returned to the balcony, leaning against the railing as he gazed at the magnificent palaces of Asgard in the distance. Having finished his soda, he casually crumpled the can and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. The power of the reality stone within him was quietly pulsating. He could sense his body strengthening at a slow yet steady pace. The space stone and the mind stone, he mused, glancing down at the infinity gauntlet on his wrist, where the 2 stones glimmered softly. Now I just need the power, time, and soul stones. He squinted. That old Thanos. Fortunate that Odin is here. On the observation deck of the Asgardian palace, a collection of astronomical instruments lay in wait. Currently, Jane Foster was animatedly pointing at a star chart. Look, here, Einstein-Rosen bridge theory, the stability of wormholes. It all makes perfect sense. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her entire being enveloped in a state of ecstatic, scholarly fervor. Chapter 197. Future Jane loses control and drags Thor for answers. Asgard's observation deck stands in stark contrast to the rigid observatories found on Earth. Here, there are no cumbersome telescopes or tangled data cables. Only a majestic golden star map suspended in midair. The galaxies depicted seem alive, easily graspable, capable of being zoomed in and out at will, even allowing one to touch the delicate textures of nebulas. Currently, Jane is almost pressed against the star map, her face radiating pure academic joy. Her hands flitted across the holographic projection, spouting increasingly outrageous technical terms. Dark matter distribution model, wormhole stability parameters, gravitational wave attenuation curves. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Her voice trembled with excitement. The precision of this observation is practically cheating. With this, any dark matter detection is a piece of cake. Future Jane stood with her arms crossed nearby, occasionally interjecting with insights. Your theoretical framework has a minor flaw. The expansion coefficient of dark energy exhibits deviations in the seventh dimension. Present Jane paused, momentarily taken aback, then delved deeper into thought, followed by a flurry of fervent gestures. The exchange between the two Janes sounded like a pair of old scholars engaged in a spirited academic discussion. There are two individuals, yet they are also one. For Thor, not far away, this was akin to the most efficient lullaby. He initially intended to feign comprehension, but within 5 minutes, he had completely succumbed. Leaning against an ornate bench, his head tilted, lips slightly parted, he emitted faint snores, a glistening droplet of saliva gracing the corner of his mouth. Likely engaged in a fierce battle with a grand platter of roasted meat in his dreams. While present Jane excitedly examined the star chart, future Jane's gaze gradually lost its focus. She directed her attention to a distant corner of the star chart, indicative of her timeline, her serene smile fading with each passing moment. Having arrived in this timeline for over a month, each day felt like torment to her. Her thoughts drifted back to her future, where Thor was preparing to confront the terrifying Godslayer, Jel. This maniac wielded an entirely black death sword, specifically hunting deities, and she, as the new generation of the Thunder God, was meant to stand alongside Thor in battle. Yet now, she found herself trapped in this moment, confronted by her past self and the carefree Thor, utterly powerless. A profound sense of helplessness and guilt surged within her, like a hand tightly constricting her throat. She yearned to inform Thor, to reveal to everyone what awaited them in the future. However, Lynette's admonition, do not divulge any future events to the past, otherwise, everything could unravel, hung over her like a shackle, forcing her to stifle this anxiety deep within her heart. She gazed at the slumbering Thor. He remained the somewhat naive prince, devoid of fatigue and the weight of kingship, only preoccupied with endless feasts of roasted meat and copious amounts of drink. In stark contrast, the Thor she remembered bore eyes filled with exhaustion and unutterable pain. This stark disparity was a dagger to her heart, her nails nearly piercing her palms. Present Jane finally snapped out of her excitement, sensing an odd atmosphere around her. Turning, she was met with future Jane's ghastly complexion, her eyes reflecting a pain and struggle incomprehensible to her. She halted her actions and cautiously approached, gently patting her back. Future me, what is wrong? You look dreadful. Future Jane was startled awake by this gesture, abruptly coming to her senses, and managed to force a smile that was more painful than tears. It's nothing, just a bit homesick. This excuse rang hollow, even to her own ears. In that moment, her internal struggle peaked. She could no longer wait. Every second spent here added peril to her future world. A singular thought crystallized in her mind. She must return. Now, immediately. She straightened her posture, determination igniting in her gaze. This sudden movement startled present Jane and roused Thor from his slumber. Huh? What happened? Is the sky falling? Thor bolted upright, groggily wiping drool from the corner of his mouth. Without a word, future Jane strode purposefully to Thor, seizing his arm and forcefully yanking him from the bench. Hey, Jane, what are you doing? Thor stumbled, still disoriented. I just dreamt of a massive platter of roasted meat. Ignoring his complaints, future Jane fixed her gaze resolutely towards the tower, her voice taut with suppressed emotion. Come with me. Where to? Thor asked, bewildered. To find that scoundrel Lynette. She articulated with precision. I need to demand when he will send me home. With that, she ceased her explanations, dragging the perplexed Thor towards the observatory exit. Present Jane stood momentarily stunned, watching their hasty retreat with a mixture of confusion and concern, before hastening to follow. The three traversed the corridors of Asgard. Future Jane moved swiftly, dragging Thor along like a life-sized puppet. Hey, slow down. My arm's go to break. Future Jane remained oblivious, consumed by a singular thought. Returning. She must return. Present Jane jogged behind, a sense of inexplicable unease swelling within her as she observed the tautness in her future self's posture. The future version of herself was enduring a weight of pressure that threatened to overwhelm her. Meanwhile, within the Pinnacle Technology Tower, the atmosphere was tranquil. Lynette lounged on the couch, leisurely sipping soda, while Raven organized documents. Lorna tinkered with new equipment. Wanda quietly admired the scenery outside, and Hela rested against the wall, eyes closed. Suddenly, the door swung open with a forceful push. Future Jane burst in, with Thor stumbling clumsily behind her, and present Jane closely trailing. Lynette looked up, his heart sinking at the sight of future Jane's tense expression. Trouble was brewing. Standing in the center of the living room, future Jane's chest heaved violently. Her gaze locked on Lynette. Her voice was calm, yet bore the weight of an impending storm. Lynette, I want to go back. Now, immediately. Lynette sat up, placing his soda aside, the smile fading from his face. He regarded future Jane solemnly, and after a few seconds of silence, he spoke slowly. You know, matters of the timeline are not so simple. I don't care. Future Jane's voice rose sharply, interrupting him. I have waited over a month. You promised to help me restore the timeline. You said you would send me back. And what of it? I have been here, waiting endlessly. My world, my Thor, is facing danger. He could die. Do you understand? The last words erupted from her, nearly a shout. Raven, Lorna, and Wanda halted their activities. Concern etched across their faces, while even Hela opened her eyes. Thor, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, Danger? I could die. Future Jane disregarded him, her reddening eyes fixed firmly on Lynette. Rising to meet her, Lynette's expression turned grave. I understand your urgency, but do not rush. The restoration of the timeline requires precise calculations. A mere second off could lead to catastrophic consequences. Then tell me, future Jane demanded through gritted teeth, how long will it take? Lynette fell silent, studying her before slowly uttering a number. 3 days. In 3 days, I will send you back. Future Jane froze, taken aback by the clarity of Lynette's time frame. Her voice trembling. Do you guarantee this? I assure you. Lynette nodded. In 3 days, you will return. However, before that, we must find someone. His power should be able to aid your return. Chapter 198. The seasoned driver revs up, heading straight for the face of the Supreme Mage. Before anything else, we need to locate someone. His power should facilitate your return. Future Jane stepped forward, urgency lacing her voice. Who are we looking for? Lynette grinned, his tone effortlessly light, as if he were merely heading to the convenience store downstairs for a pack of cigarettes. An old friend named Steven. What is his profession? A mage, whose hobby is guarding doors. Upon hearing the word mage, Thor's eyes lit up with curiosity as he leaned in closer. Are there mages in Midgard? How do they compare to that inept Loki? Lynette, disinterested in providing a lesson, swiftly grasped both future Jane and Thor's arms, one in each hand. Enough chatter. We're in a hurry. Ready for departure. Experienced driver. Hold on tight. As soon as he finished speaking, the space gem on his glove flickered with a brilliant blue light. The air before them twisted, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, conjuring a chaotic blue vortex from thin air. A powerful suction ensued. Just as the three were being pulled in, the vortex was on the verge of closing. Standing silently nearby, Jane's face flashed with determination, resolved not to miss out on first-hand scientific data. With a loud shout, she exclaimed, "Wait for me!" Before her words could fully dissipate, she lunged forward, leaping into the narrowing gap. New York, Greenwich Village, 177A, Bleecker Street. The Sanctum Sanctorum. Stephen Strange stood at the center of the hall, savoring a cup of steaming Earl Grey tea, relishing the rare tranquility of the afternoon. Suddenly, the space in front of him warped without warning. Thud! A disheveled group tumbled awkwardly through the warped opening, landing in a heap. Thor's face was firmly pressed against the floor, pinned beneath, emitting a groan of agony. Jane was sprawled atop him, dazedly attempting to rise. Future Jane was tripped by Thor's long legs, tumbling aside. Lynn was the most composed, though he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Stephen glanced down at the exquisite Persian rug beneath them, then at the tangled mess of bodies upon it, his eye twitching involuntarily. The floating cape behind him glided over, gently patting Stephen's shoulder as if to offer silent comfort. Stephen held his teacup, his voice steady yet laced with displeasure. Could we perhaps use the front door next time, Mr. Lynn? Lynn, ignoring the irritation in his tone, brushed off his clothes and cheerfully waved. Oh, Stephen, the situation was urgent. Your taste in decor has certainly improved. This rug is quite lovely to behold. He disregarded the awkward atmosphere entirely, turning to the three who were just beginning to rise and cheerfully beckoning them. Make yourselves at home. Feel free to sit as if it were your own. He turned to Thor. The usual. A beer? Then to future Jane. And for the rather volatile lady, would you care for an ice-cold soda to cool down? Finally, he addressed present Jane. And for the ever-curious lady, would you prefer hand-ground coffee, Italian or American style? He paused, adding, "I'll take an ice-cold cola as well, thank you." Stephen's expression darkened, resembling a stormy sky. Without uttering a word, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, a glass beer mug larger than Thor's head, 2 glasses of bubbling cola, and a cup of aromatic hot coffee appeared on the coffee table before the four. Thor's eyes lit up at the sight of the giant beer mug, and he eagerly lifted it to his lips. Gulp, gulp. Lin finished his cola in one go, slamming the empty cup down on the table with a thud. Refreshing. He called out to Stephen, "Waitstaff, refill." Thor imitated him, finishing his large mug of beer and crashing the heavy glass onto the table, producing a resounding bang. "Same here. Fill it up." A vein throbbed angrily on Stephen's temple. He maintained a stoic expression, waving his hand dismissively, and the 2 empty cups were filled once more. After a moment of revelry, Lin finally ceased his carefree demeanor, his expression turning serious. "All right, Stephen, let us get to business. I'm here to borrow something." Stephen took a sip of tea and replied, coolly, "As long as it's not my cape." Lin's gaze fell upon the peculiar pendant adorning Stephen's chest. "Not that. I have no use for that trinket. The Eye of Agamotto. I wish to utilize the time stone within." He did not afford Stephen, nor the others, a moment to inquire, lightly tapping his fingertip against his temple. The Mind Stone on the Infinity Gauntlet glowed ominously. "The situation is rather complex and involves severe spoilers. I'll transmit it directly to your mind to prevent any complications for them, lest we end up with a mess to clean." Stephen's body tensed slightly, the hand holding his teacup frozen mid-air, his expression shifting dramatically. Countless images and information regarding the future flooded into his consciousness. Gore the God Butcher, All Black the Necrosword, the harrowing scenes of deities slaughtered across the cosmos, and a glimpse of Thor on the brink of death in an alternate timeline. Moments later. Having processed all the information, Stephen's expression darkened considerably. He set his teacup down, fixing a piercing gaze on Lin, who appeared utterly deranged. "Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions?" His voice was low, yet brimming with ire. "You've already thrown this timeline into disarray." His gaze swept over the 2 identical, yet distinctly different Jane Fosters. "This paradox is perilous enough. Now you wish to meddle with the future of another timeline?" Lin shrugged indifferently. "More lice, less itch. More debts, less worry. Since chaos reigns, why not resolve it all at once? And I'm merely responsible for sending her back. I never said I'd accompany her into battle. The crisis must be resolved by them." Stephen, suppressing his emotions, firmly rejected the notion. "Absolutely not. My duty is to safeguard the timeline, not to join you in its destruction. The time stone is not something I can lend you." Upon hearing this, future Jane's face turned as pale as a ghost, hope extinguished. However, Lin showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, a playful grin crept onto his face. He leaned in closer to Stephen. "Dr. Strange, may I pose a question? When your patient is on the brink of death, and for various reasons, he refuses treatment." Lin's voice dropped to a whisper, an unmistakable air of danger surrounding him. "Would you choose to give up?" He slowly raised his left hand. The Infinity Gauntlet adorned with 2 gems, under his control, the blue hue of the Space Stone and the bright yellow of the Mind Stone radiating an ominous glow. "Or would you choose forced treatment?" Chapter 199, The Unfolding of the Magic Circle. "Stephen, everyone step back. I'm about to show off." Stephen gazed at the 2 glowing Infinity Stones in Lin's hand, not displaying an ounce of fear, but rather a hint of a mocking smile. He lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, and calmly inquired, "Do you believe threats are effective?" The floating cape behind him fluttered gently, as if bolstering its master-esque courage. However, Linty did not succumb to anger. Instead, he reclined against the back of the sofa, dimming the brilliance of his gloves. With a tone almost teasing, he retorted, "Aren't you the guardian of time? Then when the future Jane arrives in the past, will it not disrupt the timeline? Is the future timeline immune to disruption?" This statement cast a grave pall over Stephen's expression, his teacup suspended in midair. He realized he had ensnared himself in a logical paradox. Refusing to assist could precipitate greater temporal chaos. Linty continued, "According to your reasoning, the current scenario is itself a distortion of the timeline. By neglecting to mend it, you would only exacerbate the issue. In doing so, the entire multiverse would inevitably suffer." Stephen set down his teacup, intertwining his fingers, plunged into profound contemplation. His brow furrowed, his gaze oscillating between Linty and future Jane. And furthermore, Linty added, I have no intention of seizing your gem. I shall return it once used, with utmost integrity. You may remain nearby, ensuring I do not engage in any mischief. Stephen maintained silence for a full minute, the atmosphere in the living room oppressive enough to stifle. Future Jane clenched her fists anxiously. Present Jane held her breath, gently grasping the fist of future Jane. Thor, meanwhile, drank beer heartily, entirely oblivious to the convolutions of their discourse. At last, Stephen exhaled deeply. Very well. I shall lend it to you, but under one condition. I must be present throughout the entire process. I retain the right to terminate it immediately should any anomalies arise. With that, he rose, the ancient pendant upon his chest emanating a mysterious green light. Upon hearing Stephen's acquiescence, future Jane could no longer contain her emotions. Tears surged forth like a breached dam, her shoulders trembling violently. She emitted muffled sobs, akin to a child unjustly aggrieved. Present Jane rushed over, enveloping the woman who bore her likeness in a tight embrace. It's all right, it's all right. Present Jane gently caressed future Jane's back, her voice soothing, akin to that of a mother comforting a child. You will soon return home, back to your Thor. Future Jane wept even more fiercely in her arms, stuttering. I am truly frightened that if I return late, he will perish. Present Jane's eyes too grew red. She could feel the pain and despair within another version of herself. It will be fine. You will certainly make it. Your Thor is so strong. He will wait for you. Thor observed this scene, his fists clenched silently, emotions swirling within him. He recalled his own Jane, reminiscing about the days they fought side by side. If one day he faced such peril, would Jane also worry for him in this manner? Lenny stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, speaking in a light-hearted tone. Then let us proceed, Stephen. Come with me to Asgard, to help future Jane return home. Stephen adjusted the eye of Agamotto, nodding solemnly. I need to prepare first. The execution of time magic requires precise calculations. He waved his hand in the air, inscribing intricate runes, as a golden magic circle began to slowly rotate in the living room. Give me 5 minutes. I must first assess the stability of the time flow. The magic circle emanated a gentle glow, countless tiny lights swirling within it. Stephen closed his eyes, attuning himself to the pulse of time. The timeline is indeed somewhat chaotic. He opened his eyes, his expression grave, but it remains within manageable bounds. However, we must hasten. The longer we delay, the harder it will be to rectify. Lenny nodded in agreement, then let us depart immediately. He turned to future Jane. Are you ready? Future Jane wiped her tears, hope rekindling in her eyes. I am ready. Thank you all, truly thank you. Her voice trembled slightly, yet her tone was resolute. Present Jane patted her shoulder. You can do this, my other self. Remember to return and tell me your stories from that side. Future Jane nodded vigorously, tears glistening in her eyes. Linty flexed his wrist. The gems on the Infinity Gauntlet began to shine. Stephen, can your portal take us directly to Asgard? Stephen shook his head. Asgard has magical defenses. My portal cannot penetrate. However, your space gem should suffice. Then let us use mine. Linty extended his hand. Everyone hold on tight. The ride is about to commence. Thor grasped Linty's arm firmly. This time, can we avoid a crash landing? My face is still sore from the last one. Lenny laughed heartily. I cannot guarantee that. Novice drivers often encounter bumps along the way. Perhaps you should drink some more to bolster your courage? Stephen too reached out, clutching Linty's other arm. I'm already mentally prepared. Future Jane clutched Linty's sleeve tightly, fearful of being left behind. Then let us go. Linty inhaled deeply. Destination, Asgard. The space gem erupted in dazzling blue light, engulfing the entire living room in radiance. Stephen's levitating cloak flew in at the last moment, enveloping its master tightly. A colossal spatial rift tore open in the center of the living room. A powerful suction drew the 5 of them into the void. The New York sanctum returned to tranquility, only the remnants of magic lingering on the carpet. Meanwhile, in distant Asgard, a blue light exploded in the palace square. The 5 tumbled awkwardly from the brilliance, a chaotic heap of bodies. This time, Thor had learned his lesson the moment he landed. He rolled to avoid the fate of being the cushion beneath them all. Linty lay on the ground, spitting out dust. I swear. I must improve the teleportation technology next time. This is more thrilling than a roller coaster. Stephen rose from the floor, brushing off the dust from his attire. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing they stood in the palace square of Asgard. The resplendent architecture shimmered under the setting sun, reminiscent of a fairy tale realm. "This is Asgard?" Present Jane gasped. "It's magnificent. More grand than I had envisioned." However, future Jane was too anxious to admire the scenery. She anxiously scanned her surroundings. "Where's the time gem? When do we begin?" Stephen moved to the center of the square, beginning to inscribe a complex magic circle upon the ground. It requires some time to prepare. Time magic cannot be taken lightly. One misstep, and you may never return. Linny approached him, observing the mysterious runes. "Is there anything I can do?" "Just remain quiet," Stephen replied without looking up, "and be ready with your space gem. Time travel requires the synergy of space. Both are indispensable." The magic circle grew larger, golden rays spreading across the stone surface. Intricate geometric patterns layered upon one another, a sight both mesmerizing and bewildering. Future Jane stood nervously to the side, her hands clenched, the new meow hammer already in her grasp. Present Jane approached, gently patting her shoulder. "Relax. Everything will go smoothly." Thor curiously observed Stephen's magic from the side. "What do these runes signify?" "They appear to be far more complex than Loki's enchantments." Finally halting his actions, Stephen rose to his feet. The preparatory work is complete. He unveiled the Eye of Agamotto, revealing the verdant time stone. The green gem shimmered under the setting sun. "Now, I need all of you to stand outside the magic circle. The energy fluctuations of time magic are perilous. Being too close may draw you into the temporal stream." Everyone retreated to a safe distance, except for future Jane, who remained at the edge of the magic circle. Stephen looked at her, his tone gentle. "Are you ready? To return to your timeline, to be by your Thor side." A resolute light flickered in future Jane's eyes. "I am ready. Please, send me home." Chapter 200. Do not panic. He merely changed form to continue existing. Stephen reigned in the last vestiges of his ease. He gazed at the colossal magic circle that enveloped the entire square. Golden runes flowed languidly across the stone slabs. Each beam radiated a heart-stirring energy fluctuation. "This is the limit of my capabilities." Stephen's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Clearly, this endeavor took a tremendous toll on him. He approached Lynette, his expression gravely serious. "The precision of the next operation relies on you." With that, he opened the Eye of Agamotto on his chest. A gem emanating a soft green glow levitated forth. It was a time stone. Lynette reached out to grasp it. A peculiar sensation coursed through him. His left hand clutched the second hand, while his right held the hour hand. The entire cosmic flow of time pulsed at his fingertips. Without hesitation, he pressed the green time stone into the final vacant slot on his glove. With a click, the gem nestled perfectly in place. Instantly, the glove erupted in a triad of blue, yellow, and green radiance. Three distinctly terrifying powers surged violently into Lynette's being. His body quaked violently. At one moment, he felt himself stretching like a noodle. In the next, he was being compressed into a singularity. He stifled a groan, forcing himself to endure. He managed to muster a grimace that resembled a painful smile toward Stephen. "Thanks, buddy. I owe you a giant drink later." Stephen nodded, his expression somber. "Don't mention it. Let's get started swiftly. The longer we delay, the greater the risk." Lynette turned to the anxiously awaiting future Jane. He asked rapidly, "What is the precise time? From which future point were you yanked?" Future Jane promptly provided an exact timestamp. "Understood." Lynette inhaled deeply. He shouted toward Stephen, "Mage, let us commence. Cue the BGM." Stephen slammed his hands down at the center of the magic circle. A golden beam shot up into the heavens, visible throughout Asgard. Within the beam swirled countless rapidly spinning time runes. The runes shimmered with an ancient and mysterious light, as if whispering the secrets of time. "It's my turn," Lynette roared, plunging his gloved left hand into the radiant beam. He pushed the powers of the three gems to their utmost limit. Simultaneously, the reality stone within him resonated. A faint red glow coursed beneath his skin, for distinct energies clashed violently within him. Each collision sent a jolt of excruciating pain through his nerves. He clenched his teeth, focusing on a coordinate point within the beam. Summoning all his strength, he shouted, "Open for me." The beam trembled violently. At the moment Lynette exerted his force, his arm submerged in the beam began to disintegrate. Skin shattered, revealing a bizarre sight of flickering red liquid beneath. "Damn it!" Lynette cursed. The power of the reality stone surged forth, attempting to repair his body. Yet the overwhelming force from the 3 gems was too domineering. The disintegration rapidly spread from his arm to his shoulder and cheek. The commotion drew the attention of all Asgard. From the tower, Hela, Lona, Raven, and Wanda flew in like streaks of light. Upon seeing Lynette's body partially crumble, they froze mid-air. Lona screamed, "Lynette!" Hela's pupils constricted, her perpetually stoic visage marred by shock. Instinctively, she summoned the Sword of Night, unsure of whom to strike. Raven's complexion turned pallid. She attempted to rush forward, but was halted by Steven. "Don't go near. The energy fluctuations are too dangerous." Wanda clutched Raven's arm tightly, tears brimming in her eyes. She could feel the pain Lynette was enduring, causing her to tremble in empathy. On the Royal Observatory, Odin and Frigga witnessed the scene. Odin's staff clattered to the ground with a clang. He murmured, "Madman." "He is a complete madman." Frigga covered her mouth, disbelief etched in her eyes. "He will die, Odin. He will die." Odin remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. Lynette in the square continued to persevere. Half of his face had begun to disintegrate, revealing flickering red energy beneath. Yet his gaze remained resolute. "It's open." Lynette spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not red blood, but a handful of softly glowing red energy particles. Through his efforts, a stable, profound rift in space-time was finally torn open in the golden beam. On the other side of the rift, a battlefield engulfed in chaos was faintly visible. Tears welled in future Jane's eyes. She hurried towards Thor and present Jane, embracing them tightly. Thank you, everyone." Her voice trembled with emotion. Thor patted her shoulder. "Go now. Your Thor is waiting for you." Present Jane's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Come back when you can. Remember to share the stories from your side." Future Jane nodded vigorously. She cast one last glance at the man whose body was gradually disintegrating into dust. She bowed deeply. "I will remember your kindness." Then, amidst a flash of lightning, she transformed into a Valkyrie, wielding the new Mjolnir, and charged resolutely into the rift. The rift sealed instantly upon her entry, and the golden beam dissipated. "Done." Lynette forced a smile. Before he could finish, his entire being could no longer sustain itself, beginning to disintegrate on a grand scale. Boom! Before the horrified gazes of the women, he completely shattered into a flurry of energy particles. Red, blue, yellow, and green hues intertwined, creating a magnificent display of luminescence in the air. "No!" Lorna let out a heart-wrenching scream. The green magnetic field expanded wildly, attempting to gather the energy particles once more. Yet those particles slipped through her magnetic field like grains of sand, utterly uncontrollable. Hela rushed to the site of the disintegration, kneeling on the ground, reaching out to grasp the flickering lights. But her hands merely passed through the void in vain. "You bastard! Where's the promised rays? Where's the promised in-death communication?" Her voice trembled with tears, marking the first time the Goddess of Death lost her composure so profoundly. Raven stood frozen, her face as pale as parchment. She wished to transform into Linty's form, but found herself utterly incapable, for she had no notion of Linty's current state. Wanda's tears cascaded like pearls from a broken string. She could feel the consciousness embedded within those energy particles, faint, fragmented, yet still present. Steven's expression turned grave as he swiftly approached the epicenter of the disintegration, scrutinizing the trajectories of the energy particles. "There is still hope," he suddenly declared. All eyes instantly converged upon him. "What do you mean?" Hela shot her gaze upward, her eyes ignited with the flames of hope. Steven pointed to the shimmering lights still dancing in the air. "His consciousness remains. His body simply cannot withstand the power of the 4 gems. He has been forced to disintegrate, but the essence of his energy has not dissipated." Lorna dashed over immediately. "How do we save him? Speak quickly." Steven shook his head. "This exceeds my capabilities. We require a more potent force." Or he turned to Hela. "We need the divine power of Asgard." Without hesitation, Hela summoned the power of death. Black-green energy surged forth from her, attempting to envelop the flickering lights. Yet, upon contact, the lights flickered violently, as if resisting. "No," Steven interjected. "Forcing a fusion could obliterate his consciousness entirely. A gentler approach is required." At that moment, an ancient voice resonated from behind. "Allow me to try." The crowd turned to see Odin, leaning on Gungnir, slowly approaching. A complex expression adorned his face. You wish to save him? Hela gazed at Odin in disbelief. Why? Odin offered no response. Moving to the heart of the disintegration, he raised Gungnir, and golden divine power surged from its tip, gently enveloping the scattered energy particles. Because Odin's voice was soft, Asgard needs such a madman. Odin gazed calmly at the resplendent light shower before him. These were the fundamental particles constituting the young man, each embodying a tumultuous and contradictory energy. Madman. Odin repeated the word, infused with an indescribable admiration. He raised Gungnir with one hand, directing its tip towards the center of the radiant energy ring. In the name of Asgard, by the roots of Yggdrasil, I hereby declare. His aged voice echoed throughout the square, each word imbued with an irresistible authority. Converge. A brilliant stream of golden divine power erupted from the tip of Gungnir. This power, rather than being the anticipated ferocity, resembled a gentle spring rain. It tenderly and cautiously enveloped the scattered energy particles. The red, blue, yellow, and green lights, under the soothing influence of this golden divine power, ceased their dispersal. They began to be attracted, drawn slowly towards the center. Hela, Lorna, Raven, and Wanda all held their breath, nervously observing this moment. None dared to utter a sound, fearing to disrupt the delicate process. Stephen stood silently aside, analyzing the interaction between Odin's divine power and the energy of the Infinity Stones. Reconstructing, Stephen murmured to himself, using his own power as a binding agent to reweave the foundation of his existence. My heavens, is he creating a new god? No one answered him. All gazes remained fixed on the center of the square. The energy particles continued to coalesce, forming a swirling, multicolored nebula. Gold was the dominant hue, with red, blue, yellow, and green interweaving, rotating, and merging within. In the most resplendent colors, they painted a tapestry of life. The process unfolded slowly, allowing everyone present to discern every detail. Odin's complexion gradually paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Clearly, this endeavor was no trivial task for the king of the gods. Maintaining the pose of Gungnir, he remained immobile, akin to an ageless statue. Frigga approached him, concern etched on her face. She reached out, wishing to wipe the sweat from his brow, but Odin's gaze halted her. Do not touch me, Frigga. The energy field is fragile. Any external disturbance could lead to his complete annihilation. Frigga's hand lingered in the air before slowly retracting. She could only stand by, silently praying. As time passed, the nebula in the square spun faster, its volume constantly shrinking and condensing. Gradually, a blurred outline of a humanoid form materialized at the center of the nebula. First came the torso, then the limbs, and finally the head. The outline became increasingly distinct, constructed layer by layer from within. Muscles, bones, blood vessels, though an energy entity, it appeared strikingly real. As the last flicker of energy was absorbed into the form, the vibrant figure stabilized completely. That face was none other than Linnaeus. He hung suspended in midair, eyes closed, body bare, exuding a faint glow beneath his skin, resembling a piece of exquisite glass art. Odin exhaled deeply, retracting Gungnir, his body swaying slightly. Frigga swiftly stepped forward to support him. Have we succeeded? Hela was the first to inquire. Odin gazed at the suspended Lynette, shaking his head, then nodding slightly. His body has been remade. Odin's voice was somewhat frail, even stronger than before. I have used the divine power of Asgard to lay a new foundation for him. But everyone's heart rose to their throats. His consciousness is too fragmented. Though the framework of his body is established, is empty within. He requires a focal point, a point that can help his chaotic consciousness find its center and return to the body. After speaking, Odin turned to leave, supported by Frigga, leaving behind a profound statement. How to achieve this is your responsibility. The future of Asgard rests upon him. Do not disappoint me. As his words echoed, the figure of the god king vanished deep within the palace. Only the stunned crowd remained in the square, along with the floating Lynette. A point? Lorna appeared bewildered. What is that? Is it something to eat? Raven furrowed her brow tightly, quickly pondering the implications of Odin's words. Hela stepped forward directly. She extended her hand, intending to touch Lynette's cheek. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact with the skin, Lynette's body flickered suddenly, becoming somewhat transparent. Stephen immediately shouted, "Don't touch him. His current state is extremely unstable. Any external force could cause him to collapse." Hela swiftly withdrew her hand, her expression darkening significantly. "What are we supposed to do?" she nearly shouted. Wanda had remained silent until now. Suddenly, she spoke softly. I think I can feel him. It's chaotic. It's loud. Countless voices screaming simultaneously. All eyes turned to Wanda. "You can feel him?" Raven grasped Wanda's shoulders, her tone urgent. Wanda, startled, nodded emphatically. "Yes, it's very faint, but I can sense his consciousness right within that light." She pointed to the glowing aura flowing beneath Lynette's skin. Stephen stroked his chin, beginning his analysis. "I understand. The point Odin referred to. Lynette's consciousness is lost within his turbulent energy. It requires a powerful mental connection with him to draw him back. To put it simply," Stephen paused, searching for a simple metaphor. "He's like a small, lost boat in the ocean, and you are the lighthouse, whose light shines the brightest. That is the direction he will sail towards." A lighthouse? This metaphor plunged the three women present into contemplation. Then, they almost simultaneously glanced at one another, their gazes filled with competitive tension. "I've known him the longest." Raven was the first to speak, crossing her arms. "I was by his side when he was still a weakling. Our connection is the deepest." Lorna scoffed dismissively. "What does knowing him longer matter? We fought, bled, and even shared a couch. That a bond forged in life and death. Do you understand?" Hela cast a cold glance at them, exuding an air of regal authority. "You? Merely children playing house." She approached Lynette, maintaining a safe distance, but her posture conveyed everything. "My connection with him resonates on a level of power. It is a tacit understanding between rulers." Silence ensued, as Raven and Lorna momentarily found themselves speechless. Stephen could no longer bear it. Stop. Is this really the time to argue? Are you putting on drama here?" He cleared his throat. "My suggestion is to abandon the solo performances and work together. If one lighthouse isn't bright enough, then let there be four. Wanda, can you serve as the bridge for this mental connection? Use your chaos magic to channel their mental energies into Lynette's consciousness." Wanda hesitated for a moment, then understood Stephen's intent. She glanced at Raven and Lorna, then at Hela nearby. Finally, she nodded firmly. The four women gathered around Lynette, standing at 4 cardinal points. Wanda closed her eyes. Crimson chaos energy began to flow gently from her hands. It connected to the foreheads of Raven, Lorna, and Hela. Simultaneously, the other end carefully reached out toward the suspended Lynette. "Now," Wanda called softly, "think of your most profound memories with him. Transmit those emotions through my energy." Raven was the first to close her eyes. In her mind emerged the safe house in New York, the man's playful grin. Lorna recalled the night of the Hellfire Club's downfall. Tsunamis, tornadoes. When she was utterly exhausted, that man descended from the sky in a way she could not comprehend. He quelled the disasters. He told her, "Well done, but next time, make less noise. It's costly." That sense of recognition and trust. For the first time, warmth flickered within her previously cold heart. Hela's memory was even older. It was during her first interview with this man. He even had the audacity to tease her as Miss Secretary. That fearlessness, that reckless spirit, for the first time in countless years, stirred her dormant heart. Especially in the end, the sensation of him crashing into her embrace, the shape, the warmth. Cough, that thought was unwise. It could disrupt the spell. As the three women delved into their memories, 3 distinct streams of mental energy transformed through Wanda's chaos magic into pure emotional energy. They gently infused Lynette's sea of consciousness. It was a realm of chaos. Countless voices of Lynette screamed, cried, and wailed. "It hurts. I feel like I'm splitting apart. Mom, I want to go home. I'll never touch the Infinity Stones again." These were the most agonizing fragments of his consciousness during his body's disintegration. And now, 3 warm lights shone through. One was blue, imbued with possession and reliance. One was green, filled with recognition and trust. One was black, black with green, carrying admiration and an indistinct sense of irritation. These lights began to soothe the tumultuous fragments of consciousness, gather and merge them. The suspended linter, with the luminescence flowing across his body, began to stabilize. His furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Breath became elongated and steady. "It's working," Stephen exclaimed with excitement. However, he soon recognized the problem, but still insufficient. His consciousness core remains fragmented, akin to a pile of sand. It requires that crucial spark. At that moment, Wanda, who had been serving as a bridge, gritted her teeth. She allocated a portion of her mental energy and delved into the shared memories between her and Linter. It was in the bedroom. The man held her hand, guiding her into the realm of the mind. He urged her not to fear. He enlightened her on the formidable power of chaotic magic. In that instant, she experienced an unprecedented sense of safety. A pure, crimson energy of reliance and gratitude surged forward. Red, blue, green, black. For emotions, for memories. They interwove into a grand web within the turbulent sea of Linter's consciousness. At last, they ensnared all the scattered fragments of awareness. Then, they converged abruptly towards a center. Buzz, a soft chime resonated. The suspended Linter's eyelids twitched violently. He opened his eyes. Before him was the resplendent golden ceiling of Asgard, and four enlarged, beautiful faces, marked with concern, fatigue, and a hint of menace. Hela, Raven, Lorna, and Wanda. I just Linter instinctively uttered a curse. Am I in heaven? Why are so many fairy sisters surrounding me? His voice remained somewhat hoarse. Yet that familiar, cheeky tone brought expressions of delight and exasperation to the four women present. One moment, there was a solemn atmosphere of life and death. The next, it transformed into a bustling marketplace. Fairy my foot. Lorna was the first to react. Though exhausted and dazed, she raised her hand, summoning her last ounce of strength to form a coin-sized piece of metal. With a swift motion, it accurately struck Linter's forehead. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Linter felt as if a mosquito had merely bitten him. He touched his forehead and grinned. Hey, Lorna, it hasn't been long, and you've already lost your edge? With this little strength, you couldn't even give me a proper massage. Lorna's vision darkened in frustration, nearly making her faint. Raven suppressed the urge to pounce on him and merely stated coldly, we'll settle the score later. We'll account for everything you caused this time, item by item. Meanwhile, Hela remained silent. She merely took 2 steps back, then flexed her wrist. The joints produced a series of crisp cracks. The implication was clear. Once her strength was restored, his fate would be sealed. Linter descended from midair, his feet firmly planted on solid ground. He glanced down at himself. His body was unscathed. In fact, he felt more invigorated than before. Within his skin, a golden warmth continued to flow, harmonizing perfectly with his own energy. He rotated his neck. I feel absolutely fantastic. He raised his left hand, admiring the infinity gauntlet adorning his wrist. The space stone, the mind stone, the time stone. 3 stones lay serenely in their recesses, emanating a gentle glow. No longer did they threaten to tear his body apart. Instead, they felt like extensions of his arm. With a mere thought, the azure power of space flowed at his fingertips. With another thought, the yellow energy of the mind enveloped his entire being. With yet another thought, the green power of time allowed him to witness Stephen yawning a second later. Hey, sorcerer. Linter snapped his fingers at the weary Stephen. If you're tired, go to sleep. Don't force yourself. Stephen's mouth, which had just opened, froze mid-air. He stared at Linter, his gaze a complex blend of astonishment and disbelief. You've completely mastered them? Of course. Linter beamed like a child weighing 300 pounds. Just look at who's wielding them. Merely the infinity stones. A trivial matter. He reveled in the surging power within him. The fusion of the reality stone and the divine power of the world tree had bestowed a new transformation upon his indomitable body. The specifics of this change would require further exploration with him later. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. Where's the old man? Linter inquired. His survival was undoubtedly due to Odin's intervention. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The bill for this feast must be paid. No sooner had he spoken than an ancient yet commanding voice resonated behind him. I am here. Linter turned around. Odin stood there, having appeared at some point. His complexion had improved significantly since before, yet still bore traces of fatigue. He did not glance at anyone else, his gaze solely fixed upon Linter. How do you feel? Splendid. Linter shrugged. Thanks for the rescue, Your Majesty. Speak. What do you require of me? Scale mountains or traverse flames? Or perhaps, would you like me to play a set of pure gold mahjong in Nidavellir? He prepared himself for an impending reckoning. Yet a faint smile of weakness appeared on Odin's face. Your life is quite valuable. A set of mahjong would not suffice. He approached Linter, extending a finger to tap lightly on his chest. I saved you because I saw your worth. Thanos was merely the beginning. The balance of the universe is being disrupted, and a greater threat is imminent. Odin's gaze deepened. I require a rule breaker, a madman capable of overturning the chessboard. Linter understood. To put plainly, he was being asked to serve as an auxiliary member of Asgard, a specialist in the dirty and arduous tasks. So what is the compensation? Linter rubbed his hands together, revealing his mercantile instincts. Compensation? Odin chuckled. I save your life. That is the greatest reward. In exchange, you owe Asgard a promise. In the future, when Asgard requires your aid, you must respond, no matter who the adversary may be. An open-ended, vague commitment devoid of a specific timeline or content. Linter felt a jolt in his heart. This old man was remarkably shrewd. Can I refuse? Indeed. Odin nodded. In that case, I shall immediately retract the divine powers I granted you. Can you imagine what would happen to your body, composed entirely of the energy of infinite gemstones, if the adhesive were to vanish? Odin's smile was warm and inviting, yet his words sent a chill down Lynette's spine. Lynette locked eyes with Odin, who returned his gaze. After a moment of silence, Lynette sighed, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, I concede. This laborer I have become. He silently grumbled to himself. I knew this meal would be anything but ordinary. Future Jane, I hope you can return to split the bill. Chapter 203, a bit low on the family hierarchy. Once Odin vanished, the atmosphere in the square became quite peculiar. Lynette was contemplating how to extract some benefit from this transaction. Upon turning around, he found himself met with 4 pairs of hungry eyes. Raven, arms crossed, one leg slightly trembling, exuded an air of impatience, as if to say, I've waited for you long enough. Lona leaned against Raven, her weight resting heavily on her. Clearly exhausted, yet the smirk on her lips remained undiminished. Hela stood a short distance away, arms folded, her expression frosty enough to freeze the air. Only Wanda lingered at the back, her face pale, her eyes filled with trepidation and a hint of grievance. Stephen beside her yawned widely, tears welling in his eyes. Ahem. Lynette cleared his throat, attempting to break the awkward silence. He wore what he believed was his most amiable smile. Everyone has worked hard. In celebration of my miraculous survival and my successful ascension to the esteemed ranks of Asgard's laborers, I have decided to treat everyone to a splendid meal. You may choose the venue at your leisure. No one acknowledged him. The silence was eerily profound. Lynette's smile faltered slightly. How about I give everyone a massage? My new skill, infused with the power of Yggdrasil, will surely leave you feeling euphoric. Get lost. Raven spat the word through clenched teeth. She lacked even the energy for another syllable. Seconded, Lona added weakly. All she desired was a bed to collapse into for 3 days and nights, undisturbed. Hela, however, expressed her sentiments through action. She turned on her heel and walked away, not glancing back. Her aloof silhouette seemed to convey, stay away. Your misfortune is contagious. Hey, Miss Secretary, don't go. Lynette called out. Your salary hasn't been settled yet. Hela hesitated for a moment, but did not turn back, instead quickening her pace. Lynette watched their retreating figures, feeling a sense of unease. Is this how it is, sir? Used and discarded? After all, I've traversed the gates of death. And not even a kind word? He turned his attention to the last remaining Wanda. Upon his gaze, Wanda shrank back slightly, murmuring, I'll go make you something to eat. With that, her cheeks flushed, she lowered her head and hurried to catch up with the other 3. Well then, in terms of familial hierarchy, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. In the square, only Lynette and a wearied Stephen remained. Has the family drama concluded? Stephen rubbed his temples, dark circles under his eyes nearly reaching his chin. Could I have my belongings returned to me, Mr. Lynette? Upon hearing this, Lynette chuckled. What is the rush, Stephen? He approached and patted Stephen on the shoulder. Now that you're here, why not explore the Asgardian specialty market? I tell you, the golden apples here, one bite, and you'll be sprightly enough to ascend any staircase. Our sister-in-law swears by them. Oh, my apologies, you're still a bachelor. Stephen's expression darkened further. The eye of Agamotto. He enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis. Okay. Lynette raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. He lifted his left hand, gazing at the time stone embedded in his glove. With a casual flick, it remained intact. Lynette extended 2 fingers, deftly pinching it and presenting it to Stephen. Here, your precious gem, entirely unharmed. Stephen observed the scene, his eye twitching slightly. He accepted the time stone and carefully placed it back into the eye of Agamotto. His movements resembled that of a parent tending to a cherished child. After inspecting it several times to confirm its safety, he finally exhaled. Now, may I be sent back? Of course. Lynette snapped his fingers. Exclusive transport service at your beck and call. However, I must forewarn you, this teleportation is a VIP service and incurs an additional fee. Stephen closed his eyes, displaying an expression of fatigue that signaled he had no desire for further conversation. Lynette smirked. He raised his hand, and the space stone glowed with an ethereal blue light. A stable portal emanating a cerulean aura opened before the two men. On the other side lay the familiar living room of the New York sanctum. Stephen glanced at the portal and then at Lynette. Your control has improved. Indeed, Lynette said, puffing out his chest in pride. After all, I am a man blessed by the king of the gods. Can it be otherwise? Stephen chose not to respond further. Weary yet determined, he stepped through the portal. Before his figure completely vanished, he turned back to say, Lynette, do not seek me out again, unless you intend to treat me to a glass of 82 law fight. The portal closed with a resounding snap. Once again, Lynette found himself alone in the square. He stretched, his joints cracking audibly. An unprecedented sense of power surged through his limbs. His body, reshaped by divine strength, combined with the fusion of the reality stone and bolstered by 2 of the infinite stones. No, now it was 2. He felt as though he could effortlessly punch through a small asteroid. Exhilarating. He couldn't help but exclaim. Yet the cost of this exhilaration was steep. Not only had he nearly lost himself, but he also owed a mountain of favors. Just as he was about to return to the tower to assess the situation, an object zipped toward him. Lynette instinctively reached out to catch it. It was a sleek, black, metallic data tablet. Hela's voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed from a distance. This is your schedule for the next month. Lynette looked down at the screen. Schedule for Mr. Lynette, newly appointed advisor of Asgard. Monday, 8 a.m. Inspect the Rainbow Bridge Defense System. 2 p.m. Discuss new weapon forging with the Dwarf King. Tuesday, 9 a.m. Organize the records of the fallen heroes of Valhalla. Afternoon. Practice combat drills with the Valkyrie squad as a sparring partner. Wednesday. All day learn cosmic runes under the tutelage of His Majesty the God King. Thursday. The densely packed schedule was busier than that of a high school senior preparing for exams. Lynette felt his eyelids twitching in response. I knock. This is 007's fortune. Is Odin treating me like a donkey? He looked up, hoping to find Hela for a discussion. To his dismay, she had long since vanished without a trace. With a sigh, he resignedly grasped the datapad and made his way to the tower of Vertex Technology in Asgard. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of utter chaos in the living room. Cushions, blankets, and torn pieces of clothing, all remnants of last night's revelry. The culprits had long retreated to their rooms for a much-needed rest. The entire tower was eerily quiet. Lynn tossed the datapad onto the sofa. Working man, working spirit. Work is for the elite. As he engaged in self-hypnosis, he began to clean up the mess. With his current physique, the task was hardly taxing. He picked up a crushed piece of URU metal from the floor. This was what Hela had shattered at her peak. He weighed it in his hand, attempting to bend it. The once indestructible metal slowly yielded to his grip. Though it required effort, he was indeed able to manipulate it. My physical strength has certainly increased. Lynn felt a sense of clarity. It seemed Odin's divine enhancement was remarkably effective, just as he was preparing to swiftly restore the living room with his newfound abilities. Wanda's door creaked, opened slightly. She peeked out, and upon seeing Lynn alone in the living room, emerged with a cup of milk. Her complexion was still somewhat pale, but noticeably improved. Lynn, she approached him, offering the cup, her gaze flickering away. Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong? I'm better than ever. Lynn accepted the milk, downing it in one go, smacking his lips. Wanda, you really are kind to me. A blush spread across Wanda's cheeks. You should go rest. You just got better, she murmured softly. Seeing her concern warmed Lynn's heart. Chapter 205. Odin's Divine Power. The proper use is sweeping. Lynn stood at the end of the rainbow bridge, gripping a shimmering golden broom. He glanced at the broom, then at the resplendent, multicolored pathway that seemed to connect to the ends of the earth. The surface of the path was as smooth as glass, reflecting the light of the stars. Not a speck of dust to be seen. Seriously, Heimdall, are you being serious? This place is cleaner than my face. What am I supposed to sweep? Am I meant to experience life and feel the glory of labor? Lynn attempted to strike up a friendly rapport with the bronze-skinned gatekeeper. Heimdall's gaze remained fixed on the starry horizon, not granting him even a glance. Bifrost carries countless energy particles from numerous worlds daily. There will be residue. This residue can erode the bridge. Your task is to clear it. Heimdall's voice was monotonous, akin to a pre-recorded message. Residue? Where is it? Lin nearly pressed his face to the bridge's surface, his eyes wide with anticipation. Even with his newly enhanced senses, he failed to discern any so-called residue. Finally, Heimdall moved. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at the bridge's surface. It exists in dimensions beyond your sight. Use your heart to sense it, and touch it with the divine power bestowed upon you by Asgard. Lin found himself at a loss for words. What is this? Just sweeping? And now there's metaphysics involved? The requirements for this task seemed excessively high. Must I really feel it? He felt as though Odin was not merely assigning him a job, but rather a form of spiritual training. Got it, it's just invisible trash. Lin muttered, deciding to take a shortcut. After all, he was a man who wielded 3 infinity stones, plus a reality stone integrated into his very being. Sweeping? Wasn't that merely a matter of a snap? He discreetly raised his left hand, the space stone on his infinity gauntlet glowing faintly with a blue light. He intended to teleport all the invisible trash from the bridge directly into a black hole. One and done. However, the moment the blue light flickered, Heimdall's massive sword clanged down, its tip striking the ground before his gauntlet. Sparks flew. Do not use that here. For the first time, Heimdall's voice carried a note of warning. He turned to Lin, his golden eyes fixated on the gauntlet. Bifrost connects the 9 realms. Its spatial structure is intricate. Using the power of that blue stone is akin to using a battering ram to crack an egg. The bridge will shatter. Lin silently withdrew his hand. Fine. The space stone is off the table. He pondered for a moment. Surely the mind stone would suffice? He focused on the golden broom in his hand, channeling a faint trace of mental energy. Go, broom. Move on your own. The broom wobbled as if intoxicated, then fell to the ground with a thud. Heimdall. He appeared at a loss for words, remaining silent for several seconds. Its material is URU metal, infused with divine power. Your mental energy is ineffective against it. Lin. He felt akin to someone who had just received the keys to a high-performance sports car, only to discover they could only drive a bumper car. Dressed in divine gear, yet stuck at the very first hurdle of the beginner's tutorial. What on earth am I supposed to do? Lin, utterly exasperated, raised his hands in surrender. Only then did Heimdall hoist the massive sword back onto his shoulder. He took the broom from Lin's hands and demonstrated. Gripping the broom, he slightly lowered his body, a faint golden energy flowing into it from his being. The tip of the broom emitted a gentle hum. He simply pushed the broom lightly across the seemingly empty surface of the bridge. To Lin's astonishment, tiny particles, smaller than dust and shimmering in a myriad of colors, began to materialize. These particles were drawn into a small cluster at the front of the broom, resembling a handful of colorful sand. Do you see? Heimdall returned the broom to Lin. Use the power granted to you by the All-Father within your body. Control it, rather than allowing those flashy stones to control you. Lin gazed at the small cluster of stardust, deep in thought. So, it turned out that the divine power Odin had bestowed upon him for the transformation of his body was the universal currency here. The Infinity Stones had become a hindrance for such delicate tasks. All right, I'll give it a try. He mimicked Heimdall's stance, taking a deep breath as he endeavored to feel the golden warmth flowing beneath his skin. This power was gentle, distinctly separate from his original strength, yet coexisting perfectly. He attempted to channel a small portion of divine energy into the broom he held. Buzz. The broom's reaction was far more intense than when it was in Heimdall's possession. The entire handle was radiating heat. He pushed forward, exerting excessive force. Zzz. A harsh grinding noise erupted as a long cascade of sparks erupted from the bridge's surface. A shallow scratch marred the smooth surface of the rainbow bridge. Lynette's face turned pale. Oh no, am I vandalizing public property? This bridge appears quite costly. Can I afford the reparations? Heimdall's expression twitched slightly as he surveyed the scratch and then glanced at Lynette. Your schedule will now include maintenance of Divine Realm public facilities. Brother, I was wrong. Lynette was on the verge of tears. My work life has just begun, and I'm already burdened with KPIs? As he sulked, preparing to start over and practice controlling his strength, cheerful laughter echoed from a distance. Hey, look over there. Isn't that Thor's friend from Midgard? Lynette looked up to see 3 towering Asgardian men striding toward him. A handsome blonde, a burly man with a scruffy beard, and an Asian man with a stern expression. It was indeed Thor's 3 close companions, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogun. "Hi there, fellas." Lynette awkwardly raised the broom in greeting. "What are you doing?" "Exercising." Volstagg inquired curiously, eyeing the broom in Lynette's hands. "Has the All-Father created a new position for you? The Rainbow Bridge Cleaning Officer? Sounds very prestigious." Fandral teased with a smirk. Hogun said nothing, merely sizing up Lynette with a look that conveyed, "Who is this person?" "Ahem, something like that. Serving the people, you know." Lynette chuckled nervously. "By the way, have you seen Thor? I need to speak with him." He sought a quick excuse to escape. "Thor? He was summoned by the goddess Frigga early this morning. Something about organizing some tomes," Volstagg replied. "Oh, then you all carry on, cleaning officer." Fandral clapped him on the shoulder, winking. "The glory of the Rainbow Bridge rests on your shoulders." The 3 laughed as they passed by, treating him like an undeserving interloper. Lynette felt his social standing plummet further. He sighed, longing to return to Earth and flaunt his status. Resigned, he continued to wrestle with the broom. After about half an hour of practice, he finally grasped a semblance of control. The key was not to use brute force, but to employ divine power to pick out the residual energy. Just as he was sweating profusely, feeling his back ache, a familiar yet icy voice resonated behind him. "You're so slow." Lynette turned to find Lorna standing nearby, arms crossed. She had changed into a deep green combat outfit, accentuating her curves, with her long green hair billowing in the breeze. She appeared both beautiful and fierce, albeit with an unfriendly expression. "What brings you here?" Chapter 206. Force Space Jump? Who dares to cause trouble under my nose? Lynette turned to Lorna, who had appeared behind him, and immediately discarded the broom, eagerly approaching her. "My dear, what a delightful surprise. A day apart feels like an eternity. I've missed you dearly." He opened his arms, ready to give Lorna a grand embrace. Lorna stepped back, perfectly evading him. She scrutinized him from head to toe, his casual attire and glistening sweat, alongside the shiny broom, creating a comical tableau. "Lady Hela asked me to check on the progress of the Divine Realm Consultant's work." Lorna emphasized the words Divine Realm Consultant with a hint of sarcasm. "Additionally, due to the minor damage you inflicted upon public facilities, the duration of your Rainbow Bridge cleaning task has now doubled." She produced a black data tablet identical to the one Hela had given Lynette, clearly displaying his name, followed by a lengthy list of tasks. At the top, the Rainbow Bridge cleaning had its time allocation extended from 1 hour to 2. Lynette felt a chill wash over him. "Seriously? Just a tiny scratch, and I'm penalized? You're a heartless employer. I'll report you to the 9 Realms Labor Association." Lorna remained unfazed. "You may attempt that. The All-Father also serves as the honorary president of the association." "Lynette, great. Collusion among officials. There's no recourse here." He reluctantly picked up the broom again, wearily beginning to contend with the invisible energy remnants. Lorna stood by, arms crossed, silently observing. Today, she wore a form-fitting dark green combat suit. Her signature long green hair was tied into a high ponytail, gently swaying in the Asgardian breeze, a few strands playfully brushing her fair cheek. As Lynette swept, he stole glances at her. "Ah, my wife is still as stunning as ever, both cool and fierce." Yet her watchful gaze made him feel like a flawed product on an assembly line, under immense pressure. Ahem. Lynette cleared his throat, determined not to embarrass himself further. "Isn't it just sweeping? Isn't it merely controlling divine power? Lynette, with 3 gemstones in hand and divine power coursing through me, cannot be stumped by such trivial matters." He once again channeled his golden divine energy into the broom. This time he played it smart. Instead of pushing forward forcefully, he mirrored Heimdall's approach, using an exquisitely refined control to form a stable energy field at the broom's tip. Buzz! The broom emitted a gentle hum. He lightly swept it across the bridge surface. Before his eyes, vibrant energy particles began to emerge from the bridge and were gently drawn into the broom's energy field. Yes, it worked. Lynette felt a surge of joy. He glanced at Lorna, who still wore a look that seemed to say, "Go on, let us see what else you can come up with." His competitive spirit ignited. With a flick of his wrist, the divine power infused in the broom began to rhythmically pulse. The colorful particles, instead of clustering together, began to dance and swirl in midair under his command. He waved the broom as if wielding a magic wand. Those stardust particles formed a crooked L in the air, following his movements. Lorna's eyes flickered. Lynette pressed on, crafting an O next to it. Then came R-N-A. Finally, a name composed of colorful energy particles spelling Lorna shimmered above the rainbow bridge. After completing this, Lynette wasn't satisfied. He guided the broom to draw a circle. The particles obediently coalesced, forming a massive heart around the name. He held the broom and struck a pose he deemed stylish, winking at Lorna. "Dear wife, behold my heartfelt sweeping dance." Lorna fell silent. She gazed at the shimmering heart in the air along with her name, then glanced at Lynette's eager expression, which was begging for praise, and finally could no longer hold her composure. She turned her head aside, her shoulders trembling slightly. Childish. Though she said this, Lynette could still see that the corners of her mouth, which had been tightly drawn, ultimately could not suppress a smile. As long as it works, Lynette thought contentedly. He dispersed the particles in the air, obediently gathering them into a cluster and storing them in a specialized energy collector provided by Heimdall. After finishing his task, he moved closer to Lorna. "Are you still angry?" he asked cautiously. Lorna turned back. Her expression now returned to its usual cool demeanor. "Who's angry? I'm merely here to supervise your work, to prevent you from dismantling the Rainbow Bridge." All right, you're not angry." Lynette followed her words. "Now that your supervision is complete, can I leave work? Look at how beautifully I've done this job, so artistic. Perhaps I could go back and tell Sister Hela to give me a raise?" "No gracias." Lorna's response was curt. However, she paused, looking at Lynette. "Once we return, please refrain from engaging in such dangerous activities." Her voice was soft. Raven and Wanda, they were all quite concerned. Lynette was taken aback. He observed Lorna, her gaze somewhat evasive, unwilling to meet his eyes. So this was her true purpose for coming. The talk of supervision and notifications were mere pretexts. This girl was genuinely worried, but could not bring herself to admit it directly. So she resorted to this manner to ascertain whether he was truly unharmed. Lynette's heart softened. He stepped forward, disregarding Lorna's attempts to pull away, and gently wrapped her in his embrace. "I understand." He rested his chin atop Lorna's head, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. "I promise, I won't engage in such reckless acts again. At the very least, I will inform you beforehand and secure some insurance." Lorna stiffened for a moment in his embrace, but ultimately relaxed, burying her face in his chest. "You better do so," she muttered. On the Rainbow Bridge, vibrant colors swirled. A man in casual attire held a woman clad in a green form-fitting outfit. Beside them lay a solitary golden broom. The scene remained somewhat peculiar, yet it was imbued with warmth. Lynette savored this rare moment of tenderness, contemplating what delicious meal he could prepare that evening to reward these women who had worried so much over him. However, this warm atmosphere did not last long. Ho, 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 a sudden alarm blared throughout Asgard. Heimdall's voice, resonant like a mighty bell, echoed in everyone's ears. "Alert! Alert! Bifrost has detected an unauthorized force-space jump. Coordinates Earth. Repeat. Target coordinates Earth." Lynette and Lorna both looked up simultaneously, their expressions changing. Lorna broke free from his embrace, turning towards Heimdall. Lynette furrowed his brow. A force-space jump? Into Earth? Such an alarm of this magnitude was undoubtedly serious. "Let's go." Lynette grasped Lorna's hand firmly. "We need to check it out." As the advisor of Asgard, despite his humble role as a sweeper, he could not ignore any trouble occurring on Earth. The two stepped into the wormhole Lynette had opened, leaving behind the solitary golden broom, lying on the Rainbow Bridge, as if narrating the hardships of a laborer. Chapter 207. A new instance for Earth OL? Expedite the raid team. The jarring alarm continued to resonate in the skies above Asgard. Lynette barely had time to retrieve the golden broom, symbolizing his long-term labor, before he swiftly cut open a cerulean portal. "Let us go." He tugged Lorna's hand, stepping through. The vibrant hues of the Rainbow Bridge transformed into their familiar tower living room. Inside the living room, Raven and Wanda were already on their feet. Raven, clad in a black bodysuit, wore a guarded expression. Wanda, in her pajamas, fidgeted, clearly startled by the sudden alarm. "What's going on?" Raven inquired, her gaze sweeping over Lynette and Lorna's intertwined hands. "Not sure. The alarm indicates an unauthorized force-space jump. Targeting Earth," Lynette replied, releasing Lorna's hand, his demeanor serious. As soon as he finished speaking, A tall figure clad in dark green armor appeared in the living room. It was Hela. She surveyed the room, her gaze ultimately resting on Lynette. Advisor of the realm, it seems your first work report must be submitted ahead of schedule. Her tone revealed no hint of emotion. But Lynette understood that this superior was signaling time to get to work. To the Hall of the Gods, the All-Father should be there, Hela stated, turning to leave decisively. Lynette and the others exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. Along the way, countless Asgardian soldiers sprinted down the golden corridor, their expressions solemn. The entire realm was on high alert. The commotion was far greater than anything he had caused before. I can't shake the feeling that this is somehow connected to me, Lynette murmured. Lorna, walking ahead, shot him a glare over her shoulder. Shut your jinxing mouth. Soon, they arrived at the resplendent hall of the gods. Odin, clad in golden armor and wielding the eternal spear, stood before the throne, his single eye exuding a mountain-like steadiness. Heimdall stood at his side, his eyes capable of piercing through the 9 realms, now intently focused on a point in the void. Hela stepped forward slightly, bowing her head. Odin nodded, his gaze passing over Hela to land on Lynette. You have arrived. What is the matter, old man? What has happened on Earth? Lynette asked directly. Heimdall, you explain. Odin gestured. Heimdall's calm voice resonated through the hall. 15 minutes ago, I detected an unfamiliar energy fluctuation tearing through the space barrier, appearing directly within the Earth solar system. Brutal? Lynette caught that word. Yes, Heimdall explained. Bifrost utilizes the World Tree's pathways for precise transmission, while they seem to have forcefully smashed a hole in the wall, leaving highly unstable spatial remnants. There are 12 vessels in total, of peculiar design, not resembling any known civilization in the 9 realms. Where are they now? Raven pressed. They are currently in the outer space of Earth, but 3 small ships have already entered the atmosphere, landing in a forest on the outskirts of New York City. Heimdall furrowed his brow as he spoke. It is peculiar. My vision has been obscured. An energy barrier envelopes that region, rendering my sight merely a haze of flame and devastation. I am unable to discern the individuals within the spacecraft, nor pinpoint their precise intentions. Even Heimdall could not penetrate this veil. A sense of foreboding enveloped all present. This indicated that the adversary possessed remarkably sophisticated counter-reconnaissance technology. A pack of cowardly rodents. Hela scoffed, a faint aura of menace radiating from her. My king, allow me to lead the army to crush these intruders on Midgard's soil. She stepped forward, volunteering for the task. Absolutely not. Raven immediately countered. We know nothing of our opponent. Rashly deploying our forces could escalate tensions and potentially incite a full-scale war. Earth cannot withstand such a conflict. Raven glanced at Odin, then at Lynette. We must first ascertain who they are and their purpose for coming to Earth. Ascertain? Hela turned her gaze towards Raven. In the face of absolute power, any subterfuge is rendered meaningless. Annihilating them all is the most efficient solution. That is slaughter, not a solution. Lorna sided with Raven, green energy flickering at her fingertips. As the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, Lynette felt a headache coming on. Ladies, the flames are licking at our heels, and you are still engaged in an internal debate? Ahem. He cleared his throat, stepping forward and successfully capturing everyone's attention. I believe Hela and Raven both present valid points. He began with a conciliatory tone. However, given the uncertainty of the situation, launching an immediate attack is fraught with peril. Yet, we cannot simply stand idly by. What if they come to wreak havoc? Lynette turned to Odin, presenting his proposal. Old man, what do you think? I could lead a small team to assess the situation. I am of Earth, familiar with the terrain and possessing wide connections. We can infiltrate quietly, without a show of force. First, we must ascertain their identity and intentions, whether they seek wealth or death. If they are indeed here to cause trouble, we can formulate a combat plan later. What do you think? The advisor to the realm cannot merely be responsible for sweeping the floors, can they? He concluded with a playful jab. Odin regarded him, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his singular eye. This madman, when lucid, indeed possesses some utility. Granted. Odin lightly tapped the ground with the tip of the eternal spear, producing a crisp sound that halted all debate. Lynette, you are tasked with assembling a reconnaissance team to infiltrate Earth and ascertain the identity and intentions of the invaders. Heimdall will provide you with coordinates, and the forces of Asgard will remain on standby, ready to assist. Understood. Lynette acknowledged the command. Count me in, Hela stated impassively. I shall join as well. Raven and Lorna chimed in unison. Wanda timidly added, I can help too. Lynette glanced at these family members, feeling overwhelmed. This is a reconnaissance mission, not a team-building exercise. Hela, you are a general. You must remain in command to oversee the situation. Raven, you stay to protect Wanda. The base cannot be left unguarded. Lorna, Before he could finish, the three women shot him looks that clearly conveyed, try saying another word. Lynette could only raise his hands and surrender. All right, everyone can go. Earth's OL new version. Let's embark on our expedition. Odin observed the chaotic scene with amusement rather than anger. This was the kind of delightful disorder he required. Lynette stepped into the center of the hall, raising his left hand adorned with the infinity gauntlet. The blue glow of the space stone illuminated the room. Heimdall, provide me with the coordinates. Heimdall closed his eyes and opened them moments later. The coordinates have been transmitted to your consciousness. Received. Lynette locked onto the coordinates, preparing to open a portal. Wait. Heimdall's voice resounded once more, laden with confusion and gravity. I just caught a glimpse through the gap in that energy barrier. It seems they are searching for something. Lynette paused. Searching for what? I observed them scanning the ground, as if in pursuit of some powerful energy source. Heimdall articulated deliberately. The energy, ancient, immense, imbued with the essence of destruction and rebirth. It lies beyond my observational range, yet I can sense it awakening. Heimdall fixed his gaze on Lynette, his expression turning grave. They are hunting. Chapter 208. A strategic wait? Let us order some fried chicken and watch the live stream. Heimdall's remark about hunting seemed to lower the temperature in the grand hall. Lynette pursed his lips. Hunting? Are we playing Monster Hunter here? He internally scoffed. Yet his hands remained steady. The blue radiance of the space stone surged forth, tearing open a swirling circular portal before him. On the other side lay the familiar night sky of Earth. Let us go. Lynette forged ahead, ready to step through. Hold on a moment. Hela, with a stern expression, seized the back of his collar. Are we just going to walk right in? What else? Should we take the Rainbow Bridge? Those fools would have fled long ago. Lynette retorted. Hela pointed at the women beside him. Are you certain your spatial transport can accurately deliver this many people? Lynette's expression stiffened. Ahem, no problem. Trust in my skills, he insisted stubbornly. I advise you to create a stable passage. Let us fly over ourselves, Hela bluntly countered. Come on, give me some credit. My skills have improved tremendously. Without allowing Hela another opportunity to object, Lynette grabbed Lorna and, with a swift motion, pulled Raven and Wanda into the fold as well. Seeing this, Hela frowned but decided to follow suit. Hold on tight. The seasoned driver is hitting the gas. Lynette shouted, stepping into the portal. In the next moment, the world spun wildly. In America, just outside New York City, lay a forest far removed from civilization. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a blue rift tore open in midair. 5 figures plunged downward like dumplings, tumbling chaotically. The first to land was Lynette, who crashed down in a perfect big face-first position, snapping several branches beneath him. Following him were Lorna, Raven, Wanda, and Hela, each landing one after the other atop his back. Ouch! Lynette felt as though his spine might snap, dirt filling his mouth. I told you to open a stable passage. Hela's voice came from his back, every word laced with the force of wanting to dismantle his bones. Lorna was the first to rise, brushing off the dirt before stepping on Lynette's backside to regain her balance. Technological advancements at breakneck speed? She scoffed coldly. Riven and Wanda also rose to their feet. Riven's expression was far from pleasant as she surveyed their surroundings. Wanda appeared slightly dizzy, her complexion pale. Finally, Hela elegantly stood up from Linter's back, straightening her dark green armor as she looked down upon him. Rise, Linter. Do not feign death. Linter groaned and rolled over, lying on the ground in a sprawled position. I can't go on. I'm falling apart. Work-related injury. I deserve compensation. At another point, the landing site is 3 kilometers off target, Hela stated, her tone devoid of inflection. Linter sprang up, startled. 3 kilometers? Impossible. My coordinates. He trailed off, abruptly silencing himself. Using his psychic ability to sense the environment, he realized that indeed, the coordinates given by Heimdall led to a valley 3 kilometers away. There was a strange energy barrier there, effectively blocking any form of observation. What a disgrace, Linter muttered under his breath. What shall we do now? Riven interjected, interrupting his self-reproach. She pointed toward the distant valley. The enemy possesses counter-surveillance measures. We know nothing of what lies within. Hela crossed her arms, taking a couple of steps forward, her black hair billowing in the night breeze. What's the difficulty? Her tone was straightforward and unembellished. Locate it, and then crush it. Absolutely not. Riven immediately countered. That would be alarming the enemy. We don't even know how many foes there are or what weapons they wield. You propose we charge in? Lorna stood with Riven, green magnetic energy swirling around her fingertips. I agree with Riven. However, we could approach stealthily. If they mean harm, I could reduce their ship to a mere iron ball. Too slow, Hela shook her head. In the face of absolute power, any stealth is a waste of time. That is your perspective, not ours, Riven firmly retorted. As the three of them were on the verge of arguing again, Linter felt overwhelmed. Stop, stop, stop. He spread his arms, positioning himself between them. My dear ladies, is this truly the time for infighting? There are enemies outside waiting for us to present our heads on a platter. I can't lead this team any longer. He looked utterly despondent. What do you suggest we do? Lorna asked, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Aren't you the clever one? Present your plan. Linter cleared his throat, adopting a professional demeanor. Well, first we must analyze the current situation. The enemy is in the dark, while we are also in the dark. Okay, we are all OYB. That seems fair enough. Their objective is to hunt that something, indicating they're not here for sightseeing. So, my suggestion is, he paused deliberately, building suspense. Let us find a location, order takeout, perhaps fried chicken or pizza, and then, utilizing my spatial abilities, open a small window for a live broadcast. This is what I call strategic observation. His proposal was met with 3 pairs of murderous eyes. Only Wanda could not suppress a slight smirk, but quickly regained her composure. Get lost, Riven stated succinctly. Be serious, Lorna urged. All right. Linter raised his hands in surrender. My plan is to split up. He turned to Riven. Riven, your transformation abilities are the best tool for infiltration. Transform into a local small animal, like a rabbit or a squirrel, and approach that energy barrier to see if you can find any gaps or weaknesses. Riven nodded, approving of the proposal. Linter then addressed himself. I, as the brain and communication core of the team, will use my psychic abilities to establish a mental link with you. This way, whatever you see, we can receive in unison. Should danger arise, I will be the first to know. Then he turned to Hela and Lorna. Hela, Lorna, you two are our trump cards. Remain on the periphery as the second wave. Should Riven encounter any issues or I signal, you will rush in at lightning speed and wreak havoc. Finally, he looked at Wanda. Wanda, you will stay by my side. Your chaotic magic is highly sensitive to energy, helping me monitor our surroundings while also sensing the properties of that barrier. You will be our radar. This comprehensive plan clearly delineated each individual's role and capabilities. Hela and Lorna exchanged glances. While they still believed a direct assault would be more effective, they could not deny that Linter's plan was indeed the most prudent. Let us proceed as you suggest, Hela ultimately concurred. What is the operation code? Lorna suddenly inquired. Pardon? Linter blinked. A mission this professional must have a code, right? Something like Operation Decapitation or Thunderstorm? Lorna asked earnestly. Linter's mouth twitched. Let us call it Operation Quiet Down and listen to me, Lorna. Oh, with the plan established, the group promptly set to action. They advanced stealthily toward the valley, covering 2 kilometers before halting on a higher slope. From their vantage point, they could faintly see the flickering firelight in the valley and the undulating invisible barrier that resembled rippling water. I'm going, Riven announced to Linter, her body beginning to change as blue scales covered her form. Moments later, a sleek, glossy black fox materialized in her place. The little fox waved its tail at them before darting into the dark woods. Chapter 209. Thanks to Jelly Eater, one egg follows fate and likes 3-line piano. On the slope, the atmosphere was unnaturally quiet. Linter sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, as the psychic gem on his gloves began to glow. Connecting. Hello, Riven? If you can hear me, please respond. Fortunately, the profound bond of souls among Linter and the other 4 made establishing a communication channel through psychic power breeze. I can hear you. Riven's voice resonated directly within his mind. Image transmission test, 1, 2, 3. Received. A plump wild rabbit just ran past you. Linter smacked his lips. The clarity is astonishing, surpassing even 4K Blu-ray. Your camera is impressive. Be quiet. The voice in his mind was impatient. Linter opened his eyes and gave the three women beside him an okay gesture. The frontline correspondent is ready. Live coverage will commence shortly. Hela stood with her arms crossed beneath a large tree, unfazed by his playful banter. Lorna crouched down, extending a finger to poke Linter's head. Focus. Don't make it like last time's teleportation. Hey, why dig up old grievances? Linter protested. That was a technical adjustment. Wanda sat beside him, softly reminding. Sister Riven has reached the barrier. Linter immediately gathered his focus, closing his eyes once more. In his mind's eye, the perspective abruptly shifted. A nimble black fox cautiously emerged from the thicket, peering out. Before it lay an invisible wall. The air there shimmered with subtle distortions, reminiscent of the heat waves rising above a scorching summer road. An imperceptible yet palpable energy field enveloped the entire valley. The little fox extended a paw, tentatively probing forward. ZZZ Lin shuddered in response. What does it feel like? Lona inquired. Numb, Lin grinned like sticking my hand into a live socket. There's a bit of a buzz. Ripples danced across the barrier's surface before it settled into stillness once more. The fox persisted, lowering its body and stealthily maneuvering along the edge of the barrier. It was searching for a weak point. Soon, it halted beside a massive rock. Here, the energy fluctuations appeared somewhat chaotic, and nearly imperceptible gaps formed where the barrier met the ground. I'm going in, Raven's voice resonated in Lin's mind. Be careful, this thing feels a bit sinister. Like a high-voltage grid, Lin warned. The little fox tensed its entire body and suddenly darted through the gap. Zing! Lin's mind was instantly engulfed in static. I can't believe it. The signal's gone. He abruptly opened his eyes, his complexion pale. What is happening? Lona immediately felt anxious. I don't know. The barrier is interfering. My connection with Raven has been severed. Lin exclaimed, rising to his feet in panic. Hela approached with a serious expression. She's in danger. Prepare for action. Lona's fingertips glowed with green magnetic energy, and nearby pebbles began to levitate. Wait, give me 10 more seconds. Lin closed his eyes again, maximizing his mental output. Raven, are you there? I'm playing Yao. If you don't respond, I'll sell all your figurines. I'll treat you to a month's worth of Agendas. Just as Hela was about to charge in, Lin finally heard Raven's voice again in his mind. Get lost. Though faint, it was a connection restored. The static veil vanished, and a brand new scene unfolded in Lin's mind. In the next moment, not only him, but also Lona, Wanda, and Hela turned pale. For Lin instinctively projected the received image into the air before them. Inside the valley lay an entirely different spectacle. It was unlike Earth, resembling some alien hellscape. The ground was charred black. Many trees transformed into bizarre, semi-transparent crystalline forms, emitting an eerie glow in the darkness. 3 massive black ships quietly hovered in the valley's center. These vessels bore a savage design, replete with sharp angles and structures reminiscent of insect limbs. A group of figures moved around the ships, clad in tight black armor, their faces obscured. They possessed elongated limbs and moved somewhat stiffly. Each held a peculiar scanning device, continually sweeping the ground with fan-shaped beams of red light. Are they the background villains from a B-grade film? Lona muttered. Hela's assessment was more straightforward. A bunch of bugs. Her tone dripped with disdain. This energy feels ominous, Wanda said, hugging herself as she trembled slightly. Most striking was the largest ship in the center. In Lin's projection, Raven transformed into a small black fox, hid behind a crystalline rock, gazing at the ship. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Lin inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. It seems today's program has shifted from Animal Planet into the Science Interstellar Demolition Crew. He switched off the projection before them. The plan has changed. What plan? Lona asked. The infiltration plan is canceled. Lin flexed his wrist as the gems on the infinite gauntlet emitted a soft glow. Now we execute Plan B. What is Plan B? Wipe out these bastards, Lin grinned. Just then, a sudden change occurred in the valley. One of the figures scanning the ground abruptly halted. It slowly turned toward the rock where Raven was hiding. Clearly, it had detected something. Through their mental link, both Lin and Raven sensed the imminent threat of being locked onto. Not good. We've been discovered, Lin shouted. Almost simultaneously, the figure raised its arm, which morphed into a dark cannon. A blinding beam of energy shot toward Raven's hiding spot. Boom! Raven reacted with lightning speed. Just as the beam struck, the black fox she embodied leaped sideways. In midair, her form swiftly transformed, her blue skin and red hair reappearing, landing with a remarkably agile stance. The crystalline rock behind her disintegrated under the impact of the energy beam, vaporizing into nothingness. The shot instantly alerted all figures within the valley. A deafening alarm echoed throughout the area. All figures halted their movements, turning their weapons toward the now-revealed raven. A perimeter formed in an instant. On the hillside, Lin's face turned ashen. Damn it, wasn't this supposed to be stealth? How did it turn into a boss battle right from the start? He shouted at the women beside him, who were already poised for action. Don't wait. Crank the sound up to the max. Charge. Lona's face lit up with excitement, her eyes radiating a brilliant green. It's about time. The ground beneath her began to tremble as countless metallic particles were stripped from the soil, swirling around her to form a miniature metal storm. Hela let out a delighted chuckle. Finally, with a casual wave, 2 Black Death swords materialized in her hands. In the next moment, she transformed into a stream of dark green light, the first to charge down the hillside. Her speed was astonishing. Hey, wait for me. Don't steal my kills. Lin cried out, waving his left hand as a blue portal opened before Lona and Wanda. Go. He shoved the still-dazed Lona and Wanda through. Then, he gazed toward the valley, rubbing his wrist. Earth OL2, 0 version, the expedition team, officially begins. Chapter 210. Allies stealing kills? Watch me exorcise with physics. Within the valley, the scene transcended the definition of a battlefield. It resembled a one-sided slaughter. Hela, as a stream of dark green light, heralded death. She was the first to plunge into the enemy ranks. The energy cannons in the hands of the Darabans couldn't even lock on her figure before she closed the distance. In her hands, 2 Black Death swords danced gracefully, each slash through the air, leaving a trail of demise upon the scorched earth. Shu, the armor of a delible warrior, frielier than parchment, was effortlessly cleaved by the long swords. Without a single scream, its form began to dissolve into black ash, dissipating into the atmosphere. Elegant and efficient, Lorna followed closely behind. However, unlike Hela, she did not plunge into the enemy ranks. Her feet gently lifted off the ground, her entire being suspended in midair. A brilliant green magnetic luminescence surged from within her, enveloping her in a circle of sacred yet terrifying radiance. With arms outstretched, her dark green battle attire rustled in the energy's glow. A cruel smile graced her striking visage. The land beneath your feet and the iron upon your bodies now heed my command. As her words fell, boom, the very ground of the valley trembled violently. Countless minuscule metal particles were forcibly extracted from the soil. The fragments of weapons dropped by the exploded delible warriors soared into the sky. Even the minerals embedded in the rocks were wrenched from their confines by this overwhelming force. All these materials coalesced behind Lorna, forming a terrifying metallic storm that surrounded her. Virum, the storm whirled, its sound sharp and lethal. Go! Lorna uttered a single word. The metallic tempest surged towards the densest cluster of delible warriors. Wherever the storm passed, the black armor of the Delibo was swiftly stripped and shredded, followed by their very bodies. The scene was too gruesome to describe. Wanda quietly trailed beside Lynette. Her role was not to attack directly. Crimson chaotic energy flickered at her pale fingertips. Occasionally, stray energy beams would fly her way, only to be effortlessly neutralized by a flicker of red light from her fingertip. She was a perfect support. At intervals, she would create small areas of energy distortion behind Hela and Lorna. Delible warriors stepping into that region would find their movements sluggish and stiff. Then, they would be promptly dispatched by Hela's sword or swept away by Lorna's metallic storm. Lynette stood rooted, witnessing the spectacle of effortless slaughter, his lips twitching uncontrollably. These 2 high-level powerhouses were wreaking havoc in a novice village. Telepathically, he quietly expressed his thoughts to Wanda beside him. My goodness, are these 2 beasts from a demolition crew? I feel utterly superfluous here. I have no opportunity to showcase my abilities at all. Wanda turned her head, whispering back, you could shout 666. Lynette. At that moment, the alarm within the valley suddenly changed. A significant portion of the delible warriors, who had been assaulting Hela and Lorna, abruptly shifted their direction. They abandoned the 2 harbingers of death and charged towards the opposite side of the valley. Lorna furrowed her brows, halting the metallic storm. She cast a puzzled glance in that direction. Are they turning on each other? Hela also paused, effortlessly cleaving the last approaching Delaba into ashes with a casual swipe of her sword. A clear displeasure was evident on her face. The interruption of her thrill was unwelcome. Something is amiss. Lynette immediately expanded his telepathic range to its limits, probing towards that direction. In the next moment, he saw it. At the far end of the valley, an invisible energy barrier was violently torn apart by a raging bolt of white lightning, creating a massive breach. Following that, a searing red beam swept across. Wherever the beam struck, an entire row of Delaba warriors was instantaneously severed in half, their upper bodies still advancing while their lower halves collapsed to the ground. Boom! A barrage of energy cannons concentrated fire on that breach. A colossal ice wall erupted from the ground, blocking all attacks and scattering ice crystals. A figure, entirely covered in blue fur, roared as it charged into the enemy ranks. It resembled a runaway tank, each pounce and swipe accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal armor being shredded. Lynette stood in stunned silence. This familiar formula, this recognizable essence, he instinctively shouted to Wanda beside him and through the mental communication channel with Lorna and Hela. Holy smokes. Has Earth OL released a new patch? Another raid team has arrived. Did they buy the collector's edition? With special effects? This sudden turn of events created a brief vacuum on the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, Lynette, disregarding the intense drain on his mental energy, cranked the power of the Mind Stone to its maximum. He aimed to forcefully break through that accursed interference and re-establish contact with Raven. Raven, can you hear me? Respond. Virum, the channel of mental connection, was forcibly opened. Exceedingly unstable. The images in Lynette's mind resembled an old television with poor reception, flickering and filled with static. Yet he could still discern. Raven had regained her signature blue skin. She appeared frail, her limbs shackled by an energy that emitted a faint glow. Two elite beasts, towering over ordinary Delaba warriors and clad in heavier armor, were dragging her, one on each side. Their destination was the largest mothership in the valley center, resembling a black beetle. At the very last moment before the mental link was severed again, Lynette received an exceptionally weak yet crystal clear thought from Raven. Ship core, they are searching Shu. The connection was lost. The relaxed demeanor that had adorned Lynette's face vanished entirely. His expression turned ashen. A chilling, bone-deep murderous intent surged uncontrollably from within him. Plans have changed. He roared at the others, his voice suppressed with raging fury. Raven has been captured. She is being taken aboard the mothership. Those bastards are looking for something. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hela and Lorna also turned cold. The displeasure of their interrupted excitement transformed into pure bloodlust. Without a second thought, Hela pivoted her body and charged towards the mothership. You're too slow. Lynette grasped her arm firmly. Hela was taken aback. Lynette offered no explanation, instead issuing commands to the three women. You three, separate these minions. And that unknown ally who just appeared. Don't let them interfere. I'll go rescue her. Lorna and Wanda exchanged glances at Lynette. In his eyes was a fierce determination they had never witnessed before, a blend of resolution and savagery. Both women felt a jolt in their hearts and instinctively nodded. Lynette flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth, yet his smile was chillingly sinister. It is time for these alien bumpkins to witness what divine power truly entails, and one in the name of all that is sacred is the meaning of physical transcendence. Before the words could fully escape his lips, boom! Within him, the golden divine power bestowed by Odin was unleashed in its entirety. A brilliance so dazzling that it was blinding erupted from beneath his skin, transforming him into a miniature sun. With his left hand, clad in the infinity gauntlet, he clenched his fist fiercely. The azure glow of the space stone and the golden radiance of the mind stone merged into the golden light surrounding him. An iridescent energy aura enveloped his form, his legs slightly bent. The ground beneath him, unable to withstand the sheer force, cracked instantaneously, creating a shallow pit. In the next moment, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, Lynette's figure vanished from sight. He morphed into an unstoppable golden comet, skimming the charred ground, hurtling straight towards a massive black mothership several hundred meters away, every tree, rock, and Delabarian standing in his path. The instant they came into contact with his body, they disintegrated and vaporized without even a moment to react. His singular aim was clear. to breach it. Chapter 211. Breaching the Mothership? A mere child's play. Boom! A deep, thunderous crash overshadowed all the clamor of the battlefield. In the valley, everyone, including the combatants on both sides, instinctively halted their movements for a brief moment. Unanimously, their gazes turned towards the mothership hovering in the valley's center. The heavy side armor of the mothership appeared as though it had been violently gripped by an unseen hand. The solid alloy shell was sharply indented and distorted around its central point. A moment later, clang! A piercing metallic rending sound echoed throughout the valley. Golden light flashed. The indented armor was completely penetrated. A glowing humanoid cavity suddenly manifested on the outer shell of the mothership. The edges of the cavity glowed a fiery red, as molten metal dripped around it. The intricate internal pipelines and structures were laid bare, spewing blue electrical sparks in a chaotic frenzy. A stream of golden light, imbued with an unmatched momentum, burst forth from the opposite side of the mothership. It traced a violent linear path through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! The ground trembled and dust erupted. Silence enveloped the valley. Both the Deliberians and the newly arrived allies stood dumbfounded. What in the world was that? A humanoid armor-piercing projectile? Lorna floated midair, halting her control over the metallic storm. She gazed at the two gaping holes in the mothership, then glanced at the direction where Lyneni had fallen, a smirk uncontrollably forming on her lips. This guy is getting increasingly reckless. Hela retracted her death sword, standing still as her initial displeasure at being interrupted subsided somewhat. Wanda, however, appeared anxious, crimson energy gathering at her fingertips, ready to rush in for support. Meanwhile, the group of newly arrived allies had also come to a halt. The man at the forefront, donning red quartz goggles, bore a serious expression. Hank analyzed that energy reaction. Beside him, a massive figure covered in blue fur spoke, breathing heavily. His voice was deep, yet imbued with scholarly precision. Scott, the energy readings exceed my device's limits. This power is primal, ferocious, reminiscent of something from mythology. A young man gliding along an icy path skidded to a stop, exclaiming in astonishment. Oh my God, was it a meteor just now? Did it just pierce through the alien spacecraft? This is far cooler than our entrance. Scott ignored his comrade's banter. We're here to rescue. Inside the mothership, Lyneni crawled up from a heap of charred, sparking debris. Shaking his head, he felt slightly disoriented. Damn, feeling a bit seasick. He cursed inwardly. The divine power from Odin was indeed immense, but the recoil was equally staggering. He surveyed his surroundings, which resembled a damaged hangar, littered with twisted metal and broken pipes. With no time to assess his condition, Lyneni immediately focused his energy, activating the Mind Stone on his left hand. A faint yet distinct mental coordinate emerged in the depths of his mind. It was Raven. She was still on the move. There! Lyneni confirmed the direction, his gaze sharpening. Before him loomed a solid metal wall. No time to search for a door. He concentrated the golden divine power into his right fist and smashed it down with tremendous force. Bang! The wall shuddered violently, an exaggerated imprint of his fist forming within it. Again, bang, bang, bang. Lyneni hammered relentlessly, akin to an unyielding humanoid pile driver, striking the same spot repeatedly. Moments later, accompanied by a screech of twisting metal, the half-meter-thick alloy wall was forcibly breached, creating a large hole. Without hesitation, he dove through. In a corridor, an ear-piercing alarm blared incessantly. Two squads of Deliberian soldiers, totaling 8, charged down the corridor from either end. Their energy cannons glimmered with dangerous light. Looking for death, Lyneni did not even glance their way, maintaining his forward momentum as he casually waved his left hand. The space stone emitted a blue flash. The soldiers rushing from the left found the space beneath them warping and folding unexpectedly. Before they could comprehend what had occurred, they discovered themselves standing before the soldiers on the right. The two groups collided in disarray. Now's the moment. The golden divine power within Lyneni erupted once more. He transformed into a blurred golden afterimage, darting through the fray of confused Deliberians. Shoo! A series of sounds reminiscent of blades penetrating flesh echoed. Lyneni's figure reappeared at the end of the corridor. Behind him, the 8 Deliberian soldiers froze in place. In the next instant, their upper bodies slid down from their waists in unison. Lyneni flicked his wrist, not even bothering to glance back. In his mental connection, Raven's coordinates drew ever closer. He kicked open a large door ahead. Another corridor awaited him. Yet another 2 squads of soldiers. Is this never-ending? Lineni felt exasperated. He halted, raising his left hand adorned with the infinity gauntlet high. The Mind Stone shone brilliantly. An invisible mental shockwave surged forth, cascading through the entire corridor like a tsunami. The Deliberian soldiers who had just emerged froze abruptly. The compound eyes beneath their helmets dimmed rapidly. Then, it collapsed limply onto the ground, devoid of any sound. Still, this method is quite effortless. Lin-Int whistled and strode over the lifeless body on the floor. He burst through 3 alloy doors in quick succession. At last, he arrived in a vast circular chamber. It appeared to be the bridge of the mothership, or perhaps the command center. In the center of the room stood a massive circular platform. Raven was there. She had regained her distinctive blue skin, but her black combat suit was tattered in multiple places. Her limbs were shackled to the platform by energy restraints emanating a ghostly blue glow, positioned in A shape. She seemed frail, struggling with great difficulty. 2 elite creatures, significantly larger than ordinary soldiers and clad in more robust and refined armor, stood on either side of the platform. At the very center of the platform, an elegantly adorned leader of the Delibans, clad in dark golden armor, held a complex instrument. Countless tiny energy probes extended slowly from the front of the instrument, aimed directly at Raven's forehead. The moment Lin-Int burst in, all eyes in the room turned to him. The 2 elite creatures immediately raised their weapons. The leader paused its actions, surveying Lin-Int with keen interest. Its multifaceted eyes flickered beneath its helmet, and it began to speak in a language Lin-Int could not comprehend, its tone dripping with condescension. Lin-Int, however, was uninterested in understanding. His gaze was fixated on Raven. Seeing her weakened state ignited an uncontrollable rage that surged within him. He raised his hand, pointing at Raven on the platform, then directing his finger towards the leader. I give you 3 seconds. 1. He spoke slowly, taking a step forward. Release her. 2. He stepped forward once more. Golden divine power began to flow across his surface, emitting a faint crackling sound. The leader seemed to grasp something from his expression and let out a horrendous laugh. This time, through its armor's built-in translator, a cold electronic voice emanated. You ignorant lower being, you have destroyed my ship, and now you wish to command me? Lin-Int remained silent, silently preparing to utter 3. The leader, however, continued, its tone laced with a boastful cruelty. However, you should feel honored. Your mate's genetic sequence is the most perfect vessel I have found across the entire galaxy. She shall be a witness to this grand moment and a sacrifice. Lin-Int smiled. He bared his teeth, a chilling grin spreading across his face. A sacrifice? He rolled his neck, producing a series of audible cracks. I care not for your nonsensical rituals. The golden light enveloping him suddenly blazed. Today, you shall all perish here. No one shall escape. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin-Int's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 212. A single punch? You can't withstand this. Lin-Int's form disappeared the moment his words echoed through the command center. The dark, golden-armored Deliban leader, its gaze still glinting with mockery, had yet to process Lin-Int's threatening proclamation through its translator. In the next instant, a flash of golden light, imperceptible to the naked eye, zipped past it. The Deliban leader felt a tightening around its neck, a tremendous force lifting its body off the ground. It beheld the lowly creature that had just been at the doorway, now gripping its throat with one hand, expressionless. Humiliation, rage, the Deliban leader's armor contorted instantly, energy coalescing into a ghostly blue charge at the cannon's mouth. Yet, before the energy beam could be unleashed, Lin-Int casually waved his other hand, adorned with an infinity gauntlet. The blue light of the space stone flickered momentarily. Pop! A soft sound echoed as the Deliban leader's arm, poised to fire, along with the shoulder armor, simply vanished into thin air. Blood gushed forth. The Deliban leader was utterly bewildered. Fear flickered in its eyes. Lin-Int chuckled coldly within. This creature's biological structure was rather intriguing, far more resilient than that of ordinary beings. Yet, he had no interest in exploration. He merely sought to inflict pain. A sacrifice? Lin-Int's voice was quiet, devoid of emotion. He tightened his grip around the creature's neck with a sudden force. Crack! The Delaban leader's sturdy body emitted a metallic groan under the overwhelming golden divine power. Int, disinterested in glancing at it again, flung his arm. It was as if he were discarding a ragged garbage bag. Boom! The Delaban leader was hurled violently against the wall of the command center. The heavy alloy wall buckled, creating a massive human-shaped dent. Its entire body was embedded within, limbs contorted at bizarre angles, its luxurious dark golden armor shattered. At that moment, the two elite creature guards, who had been stationed by the platform, finally reacted. They roared and charged towards Int. Meanwhile, the Delaban leader, embedded in the wall, convulsed violently. Its twisted limbs and broken armor began to shift slowly. Oh, quite resilient. Int glanced at the commotion within the wall, not even turning to regard the two approaching guards. He lifted his left hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, fingers spread wide, targeting the recovering creature within the wall. He softly proclaimed, "Force field control." In an instant, an invisible, terrifying energy enveloped the dent. The surrounding space seemed to solidify, a tremendous pressure bearing down from all directions, brutally compressing the center mass. Creak, creak, creak. A series of sounds echoed. The Delaban leader's body, which had just partially healed, along with the fortified alloy wall surrounding it, was forcefully crushed inward, collapsing. Finally pop. A muted sound resonated as if something had been crushed. Within the wall's dent, only a dark red sphere, a grotesque amalgamation of metal and flesh, remained, still faintly writhing. It was beyond dead. The two elite creature guards, upon witnessing the fate of their leader, halted in their tracks. They froze in place. Int afforded them no time for fear or contemplation. His gaze swept over them. Similar forces ensnared them midair, crushing them into two smaller meatballs amid their desperate struggles. Thud, thud. Two objects fell to the ground, producing a sticky sound. The entire process lasted no more than 10 seconds. Inside the command center, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, leaving only the harsh alarm blaring in futile echoes. It was then that Lynini turned and walked towards the central platform. Upon encountering Raven, bound by energy shackles, her breath weak and her once vibrant blue skin now dull, the murderous intent in his eyes instantly transformed into profound concern. "I have arrived." He approached the edge of the platform, extending his hand in an attempt to forcibly pry open the shackles. Zzz. The clash between golden divine power and blue energy shackles emitted a series of blinding sparks. The shackles trembled, yet remained steadfast. "Hey, quite resilient," Lynini remarked, clicking his tongue. He calmed himself, ceasing his futile efforts. Instead, he extended his right index finger, gathering a subtle red glow at its tip. He pressed it against the lock mechanism. Click! A faint sound resonated. The four energy shackles binding Raven's limbs extinguished their glow simultaneously and then sprang open. Lynini swiftly approached, carefully lifting the weakened Raven from the platform and cradling her in his arms. Raven leaned against his chest, clearly hearing the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. That sound greatly soothed her chaotic thoughts and physical pain. Lynini gently infused a warm golden divine energy into her body, a gift from Odin, imbued with the essence of the world tree. Raven's pallid complexion visibly transformed, regaining a healthy flush at an observable pace. "How do you feel?" Lynini inquired softly. Raven had regained some strength. Instead of responding, she clutched his clothing tightly, her voice filled with urgency and fear. That leader, it said it wants to use my genes, my body, as a vessel." Raven's body trembled slightly. "To contain something called Phoenix Force." Upon uttering the words Phoenix Force, Lynini's grip around her tightened abruptly, his entire being freezing in place. Phoenix Force? Good heavens! Phoenix Force! Jean Grey. His mind exploded with a cacophony of chaotic images. The red-haired woman. The flames that could incinerate the universe. An incredibly troublesome name he wished to avoid confronting at this moment. He instantly comprehended everything. Why Heimdall had sensed the energy of destruction and rebirth. Why these alien creatures resembling cockroaches had ventured across galaxies to Earth. Most critically, why another group of allies had so coincidentally rushed into this valley. After all that commotion, Raven was merely an unfortunate soul snatched up as a spare vessel due to her unique genes. Their true target was the host of the Phoenix Force, Jean Grey. And that group of allies was undoubtedly the X-Men. The fleeting thrill of having just vanquished an enemy dissipated entirely. This was a universe-level catastrophe that had prematurely commenced. He had initially thought he was leading a team to explore and gather equipment. Instead, he had inadvertently stepped into the storyline of the ultimate boss. Damn it. Lyneni cradled Raven and looked through the massive breach in the mothership towards the battlefield outside. Lightning, frost, and scorching rays. Another battlefield was fiercely engaged. Judging by the effects, it could only be the X-Men. His expression grew exceedingly grave. This meal was becoming increasingly costly. Raven leaned against him, sensing his sudden tension, and looked up at him in confusion. Lyneni met her bewildered gaze, managing a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. He murmured to himself and to Raven in his arms, "Darling, it seems we have attracted significant trouble." He glanced towards the direction where their allies were battling, his expression turning peculiar. "It seems we must rescue the main character before our allies do." Chapter 213. Where are the allies? I have 3 allies so large. Phoenix Force? The ultimate cosmic calamity? The kind of power that made Thanos appear as a docile kitten? Lyneni's brain momentarily short-circuited. Holding Raven, his thoughts became a chaotic mess. This was strange. He recalled numerous deep exchanges with Jean Grey. He had painstakingly helped her stabilize the turbulent power within her. Logically, she should have been in a stable phase by now. How had these aliens managed to capture her? Who could have predicted that they would crash into the opening cinematic of the ultimate boss? Raven shifted in his arms, weakly looking up at him, her yellow eyes filled with confusion and unease. "Do not fear." Lyneni leaned down, kissing her forehead gently. "If the sky falls, I will hold it up for you." Though he himself wished to find a crevice to hide in, he turned to face the enormous hole he had created, outside the chaos of lightning and frost swirling in a lively battle. "All right, let us not let those regular troops steal the spotlight." Lyneni muttered to himself. "If a battle has commenced, how can our main damage dealers be absent?" He raised his left hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet. A flash of blue light from the space stone pierced the air. A wavering blue portal tore open in midair. The other side of the portal led directly to the heart of the valley's battlefield. Hela's figure transformed into a series of lethal green shadows, each strike of her deathly sword precisely claiming the lives of several Delabans. Her face bore a smile, as if reveling in a grand festivity. Lorna floated in the air, enveloped in a radiant green, magnetic aura. Countless metallic fragments coalesced into a roaring steel dragon, soaring around her, each tail whip-shredding enemy ranks into pieces. Wanda trailed not far behind, crimson energy dancing at her fingertips, forming distorted chaotic fields that disintegrated any enemies that dared charge in. Together, the 3 exuded the might of an entire army. "Hey!" Lyneni's voice resonated through the portal. "Leave the minions for others. Come in and slay the boss." Hela pierced a Delaban with her sword. Hearing the voice, she cast a disinterested glance at the portal. "Is it over that quickly? How dull." Lorna, having crushed the last wave of advancing enemies with her metal dragon, flew over. Upon crossing through the portal and seeing Raven, frail and pale, in Lyneni's embrace, her expression turned icy. What happened to her? Wanda followed suit, filled with concern upon witnessing Raven's weakened state. "Do not rush. It's a minor affair." Lynn carefully placed Raven on the ground, allowing her to lean against the wall. These scoundrels perceive Raven as merely a seasoning packet given with instant noodles. He gestured towards the deeper recesses of the spaceship. "The victim is within, and she is the host of the Phoenix Force." At that moment, outside the battlefield, the Delabarian army, previously overwhelmed by the 3 women, suddenly felt the pressure ease. They looked up in confusion, witnessing the 3 harbingers of doom vanish into a blue halo. After a brief silence, all Delabarian soldiers turned their attention towards the X-Men, who were still struggling valiantly. Scott had just unleashed a searing laser from his visor, incinerating 2 foes when he realized that enemies were surging towards them from all directions like a relentless tide. "Oh my goodness!" Iceman exclaimed. "Why are they all charging at us?" Hank, covered in blue fur, punched one Delabarian away while roaring, "The 3 women have fled." Scott's face turned ashen. "What about our allies? Where are the 3 allies I had?" "Hold the line." In the mothership's command center, Lynn was entirely oblivious to how his seemingly trivial decision had brought profound realizations to his comrades. "So, are we abandoning our teammates?" Lorna raised an eyebrow. her tone laced with amusement. Nonsense, Lin retorted with righteous fervor. We are executing a flanking maneuver, striking at the heart of their operations. They are merely holding the front, which holds immense strategic value. He had conjured a perfect excuse for himself. Enough chatter. Hela was already growing impatient, weighing the death sword in her hands. Where's the boss? I am eagerly awaiting. Suddenly, the alarms within the mothership blared with an escalated frequency. Amidst the shrill buzzing, a language Lin could not comprehend echoed through the speakers. He activated the mind gem. A message surged into his consciousness. Warning, the core energy chamber has been breached. All combat units, proceed to the core chamber immediately. At all costs, stop the intruders. Ah, they're even showing us the way. Lin grinned widely. Let us go. Phase 2 of the expedition team, commence. He charged ahead, leading the way. Hela followed closely, her excitement akin to that of a little girl heading to an amusement park. Lorna and Wanda exchanged glances and followed suit, flanking the still weakened Raven. The interior corridors of the spaceship proved to be more intricate than anticipated. Countless Deliberian soldiers surged from various intersections, fearlessly rushing towards them. How annoying! Lorna hardly felt inclined to engage. She merely snorted disdainfully. Instantly, the metallic walls and floor of the surrounding corridor twisted and morphed into countless sharp spikes, piercing outward from all directions. The advancing Deliberian soldiers, caught off guard, were impaled before they could react. Impressive, Lin whistled, continuing to lead the charge. They soon reached the end of the corridor. A ridiculously heavy, circular alloy door barred their path. I'll handle this. Hela eagerly stepped forward. Gripping the long sword with both hands, dark green energy surged into it. Boom! With a single strike, the entire mothership shook violently. The massive alloy door was cleaved open, creating a gaping fissure. Through the opening, blinding crimson light surged forth. Lin raised his hand to shield his eyes and squinted inside. It revealed an immense, spherical chamber. At the center, an unfathomably large and complex machine was operating. Countless thick energy conduits connected to the core of the apparatus. And at the core, a woman clad in a tight-fitting suit with striking red hair floated with her eyes tightly shut. She was Jean Grey. At this moment, her beautiful visage was etched with pain, and her body was enveloped in a raging crimson energy that seemed capable of incinerating the entire universe. That energy was none other than the Phoenix Force. Atop the apparatus, numerous sharp probes slowly pierced towards Jean's body, siphoning the fiery energy from her, directing it into a massive energy crystal nearby. Before the console of the apparatus stood a figure. This was another Deliberian, but entirely different from the burly soldiers. Her figure was slender and graceful, adorned in a silver-white armor that seemed forged from moonlight, accentuating her curves. A cascade of pure white hair flowed down her back. She wore no helmet, revealing an exquisitely cold face. Hearing the commotion behind her, she slowly turned. Her eyes held no trace of surprise or fear, only an unfathomable indifference. She regarded Lin and his companions as if they were mere insects intruding upon her laboratory. Through the mind gem, Lin heard her chilling voice. Just a little longer. The flames of vengeance for our Deliberian race are about to be reignited. You ignorant lower beings have arrived at the perfect moment. She raised a hand, pointing at Lin and the others. Let your lives serve as the sacrifice for this monumental occasion. As her words fell, the massive crystal, frantically absorbing the Phoenix Force, trembled violently. A wave of terrifying energy surged throughout the entire core chamber. Jean Grey emitted a pained moan as she floated in the air. Lin's expression darkened completely. He fixed his gaze upon the white-haired leader, speaking each word with deliberate intensity. I care not for your absurd revenge plans. If you dare lay a finger on her today, I assure you, your planet will vanish from the cosmos entirely. Chapter 214. What? Your home was forcefully demolished? My condolences, but I will still ensure their safety. In the face of Lin's blatant threat, the Deliberian female leader, clad in silver armor and with cascading white hair, displayed no sign of perturbation. A subtle hint of mockery flickered across her exquisitely cold face. A chilling, emotionless voice echoed directly in the minds of Lin, Hela, Lorna, and Wanda. My planet. It has long ceased to exist. Lin and the others were momentarily taken aback. The white-haired leader slowly raised her slender arm, clad in silver-white gauntlets. She pointed towards Jean Grey, who was being tortured by countless energy probes, struggling in the air. It was that entity within her, the Phoenix Force, that reduced my planet to cosmic dust. Her tone remained flat, yet beneath that flatness lay a profound hatred. We are the last of the Deliberians. The flames of vengeance for our kin require a worthy sacrifice to be reignited. She must pay with her life. Upon hearing these words, Lin was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively scratched his head, bewildered. This script was all wrong. How had he found himself on the side of the villains? Aiding a deadbeat in evading his debts? He muttered softly, "Ah well, I truly apologize. My condolences," he added, his heartless murmurs prompting Lorna and Hela beside him to roll their eyes in exasperation. Who are you comforting? A ghost. Nevertheless, embarrassment aside, Lin's expression quickly regained its seriousness. He stepped forward, pointing resolutely at Jean Grey, suspended in midair, his tone unwavering. I understand the principle. The vengeance for a murdered father cannot be overlooked. However, she is now the one I must protect. Therefore, it is not permissible. This audacious declaration rendered the atmosphere silent for a moment. The leader of the Deliba tribe, with her eternally stoic demeanor, finally exhibited a crack in her expression. Her icy gaze bore down on Lin with intensity. Ignorant insect, then let us turn to ashes together. Before her words could fully dissipate, an invisible yet terrifying energy enveloped Lin instantaneously, compressing him from all directions. Hela, Lin bellowed, urgency in his voice. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Hela, who had been holding back, flickered into action, her dark death sword carving a verdant arc that struck precisely at the oppressive energy constraining Lin. With a resounding clang, the dreadful force was severed as Hela's sword cleaved through it. The pressure weighing on Lin vanished instantly. Now is the time. His golden divine power erupted beneath his feet, transforming him into a blinding streak of gold, hurtling towards the core device where Jean Grey was bound, his target clear. Rescue her. Naive. The Deliba leader's eyes glinted with disdain. She could still multitask. With a swift motion, she deflected Hela's advancing sword with a surge of greater power, forcing Hela to stagger back. Simultaneously, her other hand, without even a glance, aimed at Lin, effortlessly executing a graceful yet destructive strike. Bang! As Lin surged forward, an unseen giant fly swatter struck him head-on, sending him hurtling backward. He was on the verge of crashing into the metallic wall, threatening to create a new dent in its surface. Yet in that moment, as he flew back, Lin's face wore not panic, but rather a sly grin, as if a scheme had succeeded. "Heh, darling, you've fallen for it." The space gem on his infinity gauntlet gleamed. Aloana. As Lin appeared beside Jean, he issued a command once more. Teamwork should flow this smoothly. Standing at the back, arms crossed, and seemingly watching a show, Lorna's eyes sparkled with green light upon hearing his call. She abruptly spread her arms, fingers splayed, and then clenched them forcefully. Zheng. A deafening metallic distortion echoed throughout the space. Countless sharp probes embedded in Jean's body, the thick energy conduits connecting to the device, and the metallic shackles binding her limbs. All the metallic entities appeared to be gripped by an invisible hand. Then they were violently torn apart, twisted, and bent. Crack, crack, accompanied by a series of breaking sounds. Everything restraining Jean Grey was rendered useless within a second. Freed from her bindings and the energy drain, Jean's body collapsed, plummeting downward. Lin, with remarkable quickness, caught her limp form in his arms. That familiar sensation, her beautiful long hair. It's been a while, little sister. He even found time to tease. Without a glance back, he tossed the unconscious Jean into the still-open blue portal behind him. On the other side of the portal, Wanda stood with arms wide open. Scarlet chaotic energy coalesced before her, forming a soft yet resilient energy field. She caught Jean Grey, who was propelled from the portal, and gently laid her down beside the equally weakened Raven, shielding both with chaotic energy. From Lin being struck back to Jean Grey's successful rescue and transfer to safety, the entire sequence unfolded with seamless precision, occurring in a mere blink, certainly less than 3 seconds. At this moment, the white-haired Deliba leader remained frozen in her pose, hand still raised as if to strike Lin down. Her expression, once filled with disdain and contempt, morphed into confusion and shock. She glanced at her still-raised hand, then at the now-destroyed core device. Finally, she turned to the distance, where Wanda stood, having protected both vital sacrifices behind her. Her mind struggled to process the overwhelming influx of information. What were these people? Truly, a decoy shield, a frontline warrior, a mage responsible for teleportation, and a support tasked with extraction? This coordination was astonishingly fluid. Just as the leader's mind momentarily malfunctioned, Lin leisurely dusted off non-existent dirt from his attire and rose. The portal behind him slowly closed. He flashed a grin at the now completely petrified leader, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. He raised his hand, audaciously snapping his fingers. The crisp sound reverberated in the silent core chamber. "Hey, snap out of it," Lin spoke in an infuriatingly smug tone. "Now, we have the hostages in our possession." He paused, his smile shining even brighter. "It's time to discuss your compensation. Firstly, my companion, Raven, was captured by you and has been thoroughly frightened. This compensation for mental distress must be addressed. No? Secondly, we traveled a great distance to rescue her, utilizing a teleportation portal and divine powers, which depletes a significant amount of energy. This expenditure is your responsibility. Moreover, you just assaulted me, and it was quite painful." Lin exaggeratedly rubbed his chest. "This includes medical expenses, lost wages, and nutrition costs. Most importantly," his expression turned gravely serious, "you have disrupted our enthusiasm for exploration. This is an egregious matter. You must compensate." This declaration struck the female leader like a series of resounding slaps across her face. The bewilderment and shock in her eyes were swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fury. It was the wrath of a homeland destroyed, of kin perished, a flame stoked by centuries of accumulated hatred. At this moment, ignited entirely by Lin Ent's audacious words. "You seek death." The words were forced out slowly between clenched teeth, reverberating throughout the core chamber. Accompanying her utterance, the colossal energy crystal suddenly hummed. The furious power of the phoenix, previously extracted from Qin, was instantaneously summoned by the female leader. A wave of fiery energy, exponentially more potent than before, surged forth, crashing violently towards Lin Ent and his companions. "No new tricks? Just this again?" Lin Ent scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. He was even too lazy to move. Behind him, Lona let out a cold snort and stepped forward. Her stunning green eyes shone with an intense brightness. With her delicate, fair hand, she gently grasped at the torrent of crimson energy. "Stop!" An extraordinary scene unfolded. The turbulent phoenix energy within less than 10 meters of them truly halted. It was ensnared by an invisible yet immensely powerful force, suspended in mid-air. The female leader's pupils constricted sharply. She sensed her control over the energy being forcibly stripped away by this overwhelming power. The Phoenix Force was a pure energy entity. What Lona commanded was the electromagnetic force, one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. The essence of energy lies in the interaction between particle motion and fields. At this moment, Lona was using her unyielding magnetic field control to forcibly interfere with the energy structure of the Phoenix Force. Such theatrics. Lona disdainfully uttered 4 words. With a gentle twist of her wrist, the suspended crimson energy resembled a supple red cloth, easily manipulated and folded by her. Finally, with a soft pop, it was compressed into a fist-sized, pulsating red orb of light. The orb spun twice in the air before whooshing into Lona's palm. She toyed with it as if it were glass marble, weighing it casually. "Is this all you've got?" Lona provocatively gazed at the female leader. The female leader was rendered utterly speechless. What manner of monstrosities were these people? TSK, how dull. Hela, who had remained silent until now, finally grew impatient. Brandishing the sword of death, she took a step forward, poised to charge. "A mage who merely plays with energy waves. Watch me cleave her in two." "Wait." Lin Ent swiftly grabbed her. "Don't rush into violence. It would reflect poorly." Hela shot him a look of incredulity. "Not killing her means keeping her around for the new year?" "Not quite." Lin Ent flashed a grin, revealing his bright white teeth. "What I mean is, we must ensure she compensates before her demise. Otherwise, our journey here would be in vain." "Hela, Lona, Wanda." In the distance, the female leader trembled with rage upon hearing this. Her silver, form-fitting armor emitted a strained buzzing sound. A profound humiliation. This was a disgrace more intense than the destruction of her homeland. "Since you all wish for death, I shall grant it. The female leader roared fiercely. No longer attempting to control the Phoenix power, she slammed her hands onto the console before her. Alert! Alert! The core energy chamber is nearing overload. The ship will self-destruct in 3 minutes. Repeat. The ship will self-destruct in 3 minutes. The shrill electronic voice echoed throughout the entire mothership. Red warning lights flashed chaotically. Surely, you jest. Lin, it was instantly dumbfounded. Are you flipping the table because you can't play? Your character is lacking. A frenzied and triumphant smile spread across the female leader's face. This arc is the last home of our Delaba clan. It shall end in the flames of vengeance. You, along with her, will become the most magnificent sacrifices in my clan's epic of revenge. Her mental intent was filled with a resolute desire for mutual destruction. Madwoman, Lona spat, her complexion darkening. Destroying a spaceship was not difficult, but ensuring the safety of 2 unconscious burdens and a combatant like Hela amid a violent explosion. That posed a considerable challenge. Linente. Wanda's voice was laced with urgency. Raven and Sheen, behind her, appeared pale, clearly unable to withstand such turmoil. Don't panic, don't panic. Lin Ent reassured, though sweat was already forming on his brow. Damn it, he had let his bravado go too far. Had he known it would come to this, he would have simply knocked her out with a punch instead of pretending to be a cultured negotiator. Now they were all in jeopardy. He glanced at the countdown timer, the numbers flashing rapidly from 180 seconds. His mind raced. What to do? What to do? Lin Ent scratched his head in desperation. At that moment, a violent tremor resonated from outside the mothership. Boom! A tremendous crash. The circular door to the core chamber, already cracked by Hela, was blasted open from the outside with brute force. Searing red rays, mingled with violent white lightning, surged in instantaneously. Figures clad in black uniforms appeared at the entrance. The foremost among them, wearing red quartz glasses, bore a solemn expression. Sheen, Scott Summers, known as Cyclops, immediately spotted Sheen Gray, who was sheltered behind Wanda. Without a second thought, he charged forward. Don't move. Lin Ent and the female leader shouted in unison. Scott, taken aback by their simultaneous admonition, halted in his tracks. Lin Ent observed the allies who had finally breached the entrance, his head buzzing with frustration. Why did they arrive just as the ship was about to explode? Were they here to rescue or to claim their own fates? He shouted angrily at the outside. What are you staring at? Can't you see it's about to explode? If you don't want to die, scram. The X-Men were perplexed, gazing at the bizarre standoff within. On one side stood the white-haired alien woman exuding an aura of destruction. On the other, Lin Ent and 3 exquisitely diverse beauties. And the one they aimed to rescue, Jean Grey, was alongside another blue-skinned woman, shielded by one of the girls in red. What on earth was happening? Forget about them. Lorna urged, think of a way out. The countdown had reached 90 seconds. I've got it. Linen's eyes sparkled with realization. He slapped his thigh emphatically. I'm a genius. He turned towards the madwoman leader, who seemed poised to drag everyone to their doom, and wore a smile even more deranged than hers. Hey, aren't you fond of grand spectacles? Don't you enjoy explosions? All right, today let me show you what true artistry looks like. Lin Ent raised his left hand adorned with the infinity gauntlet high into the air. The lights of the space gem and soul gem shimmered in a dazzling display. An unseen yet profoundly terrifying force awakened within him. It was the power of the reality gem. I hereby declare. Linen's voice resonated clearly amidst the blaring alarms and the gazes of the onlookers. This party is now under my command. Everyone, let us get this party started. Chapter 2:16. The leader's armor transforms into a princess dress. Lin Ent held his left hand aloft, mimicking a DJ. This party is now under my command. Everyone, let us get this party started. As his words fell, he clenched his hand adorned with the infinity gauntlet. The red energy, centered around him, instantaneously engulfed the entire core chamber. In the next moment, the frantically flashing red alarm lights abruptly extinguished. From thin air, a kaleidoscope of spinning disco balls appeared on the ceiling. Light beams swept through, transforming the metallic chamber into a vibrant spectacle, brimming with an exhilarating atmosphere. Simultaneously, the alarm morphed into a pulsating electronic dance track with an infectious beat. Thump, 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 even the air seemed to grow warmer. The entire core chamber fell into a state of bewilderment. The X-Men at the entrance stood dumbfounded, Scott's serious expression froze in place. Beside him, the blue-haired beast, Hank McCoy, adjusted his glasses, wearing a perplexed expression. Iceman, gliding on a frosty pathway, lost his balance and slid to his knees. What were they here for again? All right, to save someone. But this scene appeared as though they had stumbled into an underground rave. The reactions among Lynette's companions varied. Lorna crossed her arms and rested one hand on her forehead, exuding an "I can't take this anymore" vibe. This guy's twisted sense of humor was becoming increasingly unbearable. Hela, wielding her sword, furrowed her brows. If they were going to fight, why engage in such frivolities? What a waste of time. Only Wanda breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Watching Lynette's whimsical antics, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Yet the one with the most pronounced reaction was the silver-armored leader. The madness and determination on her face were utterly replaced by confusion and absurdity. The worst outcome she had envisioned was to perish in the flames of vengeance alongside her enemies, thus concluding the tragic history of the Delaba tribe with a grand finale. Not in this party-like atmosphere, being toyed with by her foes. This was the deepest insult to her and her entire race. What have you done? The leader's mental resonance trembled with rage. Nothing much. Lynette snapped his fingers, making the disco lights whirl even faster. The music grew louder. I just thought your exit was rather kitsch and not at all cool. I added a bit of flair for you. See, doesn't it feel like you could just scratch and it would all come alive? Poof! Upon hearing this, the leader could no longer contain herself and spat out a mouthful of blood. She trembled, pointing at Lynette, her anger rendering her speech incomplete. You lowly enough with the formalities. Lynette waved his hand dismissively. The party started, the atmosphere is set. Now, it's time to send you on your way. He strolled leisurely towards the leader. She glared at him, her eyes reigniting with flames of hatred. So what if her self-destruction was thwarted? She still possessed the phoenix force extracted from that girl. She still wore the pinnacle of Delaba technology in her armor. She would personally tear this man apart. With a ferocious roar, the leader prepared to channel the energy from the crystal. However, Lynette merely raised his right hand, pointing his finger at her in the air. The power of the reality gem activated once more. The leader felt a tightening sensation enveloping her. Looking down, she saw her silver armor, a symbol of Delaba pride and technological achievement, begin to visibly transform. The hard alloy softened. The sleek lines became bloated. The cold metallic sheen morphed into a garish pink. In merely 2 seconds, the once formidable, destruction-embodying leader found her striking armor transformed into a dress adorned with lace and frills, a pink princess gown. Even her battle boots morphed into a pair of rhinestone-encrusted high heels. Silence filled the air once more, this time affecting not just the enemies. Even Lorna and Hela stared, dumbfounded. Killing was but a simple act. This guy understood the art of psychological warfare. The X-Men were collectively bewildered. Scott felt his worldview shatter like never before. Iceman, unable to hold back, burst into laughter. Ha ha, princess, ha ha ha. This laugh became the final straw that broke the leader's spirit. She gazed at her ludicrous dress, listening to the mocking laughter ringing in her ears. Her centuries of perseverance, the blood-soaked grudges she bore, all transformed into a mere joke in that instant. Ah! The leader emitted a scream of utter despair. Her spirit crumbled completely. How annoying. Lynette approached the leader, observing her face contorted by shame and despair. He raised his hand and gently flicked her forehead. Pop! A soft sound echoed, akin to the bursting of a soap bubble. The Delaba leader, clad in her pink princess dress, along with her absurd attire, vanished into thin air. There was neither explosion nor carnage, as if she had never existed at all. Only a colossal energy crystal, still faintly glowing, remained in place. Inside the core chamber, the raucous electronic dance music had come to a halt. The disco ball lights vanished, and everything reverted to its original state, as though the absurd scene that had just unfolded was merely a collective hallucination. Lynn tapped his hands together and turned around, declaring, "All done, we're wrapped up." He approached Wanda with an air of nonchalance. "How's everyone? No injuries?" Wanda nodded dumbly, still in shock from the earlier events. Lynn crouched down, gazing at the still unconscious red-haired girl, Jean Grey. Her brow was furrowed tightly, her face contorted in pain, and her body twitched slightly. It was evident that the forced extraction of energy had inflicted considerable harm upon her. "Troublesome," he muttered, extending his right hand, a gentle yellow light emanating from his index finger. This was the power of the Mind Stone. He delicately touched her forehead, allowing a wave of calm, warm mental energy to flow into her. Gradually, the tension in her brow eased, and the agony on her face began to fade. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and her beautiful eyes slowly opened. What met her gaze was the face of a stranger, adorned with a hint of a languid smile. Jean's expression was still somewhat dazed. "Where am I?" Her voice was hoarse and tinged with weakness. "On a dilapidated ship that's about to fall apart," Lin replied, retracting his finger and standing up, casually offering her a hand. "You were abducted by aliens, and I saved you. You're safe now." He patted her shoulder with an air of casual assurance. "Now, stop dawdling and come with me." Jean looked bewildered, her cheeks flushing slightly. This man had vanished for months without a word, and now he appeared out of nowhere to rescue her and urged her to leave with him. Was this a confession? Meanwhile, standing at the doorway, Scott, who had witnessed the entire exchange, felt his composure shatter upon hearing Lin's words. "Let her go," he shouted, raising his hand to press against his ruby quartz glasses. Uncontrollable fury ignited the energy in his eyes. "Why did you come back after leaving?" Lin glanced at him dismissively, as if viewing a petulant child. Do I need to inform you that I'm off saving the world? Go play with your laser pointer." Those words struck Scott like a blow, pushing him closer to the edge. Ever since Lin had departed, Jean had been despondent, and he saw this as a chance to win her back. After 2 months of persistent efforts, he felt her affections shifting back toward him, only to have Lin swoop in. "Lin, you're asking for it." Scott exploded. He didn't even bother to press the button on his glasses. He simply pushed them aside and unleashed a devastating red beam toward Lin without warning. Yet, Lin remained utterly unmoved. Hela, standing beside him, merely lifted her eyelids coolly. The ferocious red beam veered upward just half a meter from Lin, crashing into the ceiling of the core chamber and creating a sizable hole. Not deterred by his initial failure, Scott prepared to attack again. "Scott, stand down." An elderly, gentle yet authoritative voice resonated in everyone's minds. It was Professor Charles Xavier. Scott froze, frustration etched across his face. He roared inwardly, "Professor, P.S. taking Jean away." Charles's voice was laced with exhaustion and gravity. "Calm down, Scott. You're no match for him. That man, his power exceeds our capabilities. Engaging him is tantamount to suicide." This statement doused Scott's fiery impulse like cold water, leaving him rigid. The urge to incinerate everything before him was forcibly suppressed. "Professor," he growled in defiance within his mind. "Why? Why should he be allowed to take Jean away?" Charles's voice carried a profound sense of helplessness. "Scott, we cannot stop him. Trust me." Confronting him would yield no chance of success. This revelation drained the last vestiges of strength from Scott. He lowered his hand, which had been poised to attack, and slumped his shoulders in defeat. Yes, they were powerless. Since that man's arrival, they had merely been bystanders, helplessly observing as he punched through the mothership and dispatched the arrogant aliens with ease, treating them as though they were nothing more than insects. The pride he once felt in his laser beams was rendered utterly insignificant before Lin. A profound sense of impotence engulfed Scott. Meanwhile, Lin had hardly paid Scott any mind. He helped Jean to her feet. Her form was still frail and unsteady. Her tattered clothing revealed large swathes of her fair skin, shining under the cold metallic light. A stark contrast that was almost blinding. Instinctively, Jean grasped Lin's arm to steady herself, her eyes still reflecting the confusion of survival. "Thank you for saving me again," she murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin waved his hand dismissively. "No big deal. Just a simple act. No need for excessive gratitude. If you insist on repaying me, I wouldn't be opposed to considering a lifelong commitment." His playful banter belied the calculations in his mind. Another one. Life was bound to be even more tumultuous from here on out. Jean's face flushed at his bold words, momentarily at a loss for a response as she lightly punched him on the arm. Gathering her courage, she finally spoke, "I will go with you." The moment those 3 words escaped her lips, Scott's body jolted with disbelief. He stared at Jean in shock. "Jean, you want to go with him?" His voice trembled with anguish and despair. "Why?" he cried out. He vanished for so long. "I cared for you." Jean turned to face the man who had stood by her for 2 months. Pain writ large on Scott's face. His gaze became somewhat intricate, filled with gratitude and regret, yet devoid of the emotion he yearned for. She quietly observed him for a few seconds before gently speaking. "Scott, Thank you for your companionship over the past 2 months. I have enjoyed it. Upon hearing this, hope ignited in Scott's eyes. However, what followed from plunged him into despair. But, you're a good person. The phrase "you are a good person" struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him charred and hollow. His hopeful expression froze on his face, and he turned ashen. Lin, observing from the side, found amusement in the scene. Such a heart-wrenching blow indeed. This good person card was far more devastating than his earlier transformation of someone into a princess gown using the reality stone. Having lost interest in this breakup drama, he lifted his left hand, a blue light flickering from the space stone. A swirling blue portal opened beside him. "Let us go," Lin called out. "It's time for dinner." He stepped toward the portal first. Hela, sword in hand, followed with an air of impatience, scoffing disdainfully as she passed Scott. Lorna and Wanda escorted the still weakened Raven, also moving past. Lorna didn't even glance at the X-Men. To her, they seemed as feeble as fledglings. Cast a final, deep glance at Scott, her eyes thick with regret. Yet, she hesitated not for a moment. Turning her back, she strode resolutely toward the portal that represented rebirth. "Don't go!" Scott let out a heart-wrenching wail. He attempted to rush forward, but Hank and Iceman firmly restrained him. "Captain, stay calm. It's useless." The portal's light engulfs figure. At that moment, Lin had half his body through the portal, only to poke his head back out. He looked at the X-Men, who stood frozen in shock, then pointed at the enormous, still glowing energy crystal. "Hey, allies, I've claimed the first kill, so you can take that thing. Oh, by the way, it seems the minions on this ship have gone berserk. Take your time with them, don't rush. We're in a hurry, so we're leaving." With that, he waved goodbye to Scott, a mischievous grin on his face. "Brother, take heart. Next time, someone more obedient." As his words fell, the portal whooshed shut, plunging the core chamber back into silence. Only Scott's suppressed sobs lingered. Thud. Unable to hold himself upright any longer, he collapsed to the ground. Tears streamed down his cheeks, slipping through the cracks of his rose quartz glasses. The others of the X-Men exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Iceman patted Scott on the shoulder, wanting to offer comfort, yet at a loss for words. At that moment, a shrill alarm blared once more. It was not a self-destruct countdown, but the highest level of combat alert. Boom! 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 Heavy footsteps echoed from the passageways, like the roar of thunder. "For Deliba! Revenge! Kill them!" Countless voices filled with hatred surged from afar. Hank's expression shifted. "This is bad. It's the Deliba soldiers. They've gone mad." The X-Men's faces paled in unison. They turned their gaze toward the end of the corridor. A dark wave of Deliba soldiers armed with various energy weapons surged toward them. Their compound eyes had turned blood red, filled with the madness of annihilation. "Open fire!" Scott sprang to his feet. He fiercely wiped away his tears, his face set in icy determination. He activated the switch on his glasses, and a scorching red beam instantly pierced through the first row of Deliba soldiers. "Ah!" Scott roared, channeling all his pain and fury into a beam of destruction aimed at the enemy. Thus, a brutal battle erupted unexpectedly. At Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Professor Charles sat in his wheelchair, eyes closed, brow furrowed. Through telepathy, he witnessed everything unfolding aboard the mothership. It was a massacre. No, it felt more like an endless war of attrition. The Deliba soldiers charged recklessly, wave after wave, fully prepared to perish. Hank the Beast had attempted to communicate with them, urging surrender. The response, however, was only more fervent hatred. Revenge or death, this was the final cry of the Deliba tribe. Ultimately, after 2.5 hours of relentless conflict, the last Deliba soldier fell before the X-Men. The entire race was extinguished. Charles sighed heavily, his face etched with guilt and exhaustion. His philosophy was one of peaceful coexistence, of guidance and redemption. Yet, everything that transpired today cast doubt upon the beliefs he had upheld throughout his life. In the face of such irreconcilable hatred, does redemption truly exist? Meanwhile, in the Pinnacle Technology Building, at the top floor, with a flash of blue light, Lin emerged with 5 uniquely styled beauties into the spacious and luxurious penthouse. Ah, Lin stretched lazily, gazing out at the familiar cityscape at night, inhaling the aroma of wealth and freedom in the air. He couldn't help but exclaim, "A gilded nest or silver one pales in comparison to one's own cozy abode. Earth truly is wonderful. This is my stage. Which version of do you prefer? For some reason, I always feel the new version retains its charm. I feel for my ally X-Men for a moment. They worked hard, only to have the boss stolen, left to clean up the mess, and face an NTR situation. How tragic. Chapter 218. I trust you, you little demon. Such a mischievous sprite. Lynn stretched widely, intending to sprawl onto the couch. Home is indeed the most comfortable. No matter how spectacular the outside world may be, it cannot compare to his own haven built with wealth. The familiar surroundings and air allowed every pore in his being to relax. Hela, visiting a modern building for the first time, gazed around with unabashed curiosity in her emerald eyes. She looked left and right, finding everything fresh and intriguing. Why does this wall emit light? Why does that rectangular box have voice? Why does the carpet feel so soft underfoot? For this death goddess who had lived for millennia, everything here was far more fascinating than the golden palaces of Asgard. As Lynn prepared to approach Raven and to offer some comforting words to the two unfortunate souls who had just returned from the brink of death, a voice tinged with laziness, complaint, and jest echoed from the staircase on the second floor. Lynn, I once thought you had gifted me Vertex technology. Reluctant to return, are we? As the words fell, a striking figure gracefully descended, her elegant steps captivating all eyes. The newcomer boasted lustrous golden locks, and her blue eyes sparkled like the purest gems. Clad in meticulously tailored pure white suit, her alluring figure was accentuated, exuding a queenly aura with every step. It was none other than the White Queen, Emma Frost. Since the conclusion of the Dark Elf incident, Lynette had sent her back to oversee the company's operations. For such a vast enterprise required vigilant management. Emma's arrival instantly transformed the once relaxed atmosphere in the living room into something subtly charged. Hela raised an eyebrow, halting her observation of the surroundings to fixate on Emma, her gaze scrutinizing. Lorna crossed her arms, a slight smirk gracing her lips, yet she remained silent. Wanda stood quietly beside Lorna, observing the unexpectedly beautiful woman. Emma, however, paid no heed to the scrutiny of others. Her focus lay solely on the man who had recently appeared ready to collapse onto the sofa. With swift strides, she approached Lynette, and amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, she leapt into his embrace. You still remember to come back? Emma buried her face in Lynette's chest, her voice muffled, laced with a strong undertone of affection. I thought you had perished out there. I was almost prepared to arrange your funeral and rightfully inherit all your possessions. Lynette stumbled slightly from her enthusiastic embrace, a helpless smile breaking across his face. Hey, am I not alive and well? Moreover, should I die, you wouldn't be the primary heir. As he spoke, he expertly wrapped his arms around Emma's waist. Emma nestled against him, akin to a cat who had received a treat, yet feigned innocence. I don't care. You've been gone for so long. You owe me a compensation. This scene left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Helas brew furvet. As the princess of Asgard and the goddess of death, she had witnessed numerous spectacles. Yet, such unabashed boldness in front of so many was rather shameless for a mortal. Lorna's expression grew colder, though she remained silent, the metallic ornaments around her beginning to emit a faint hum. The most bewildered of all was Jean Grey. She stood there, staring at the couple entwined in each other's embrace. She recognized the White Queen, having interacted with her during her time at Xavier's school. Given this display, it was evident that Emma and Lynette shared an extraordinary bond. A wave of confusion and turmoil surged within Jean. Had following him back been a misguided choice? This place seemed far more intricate than the X-Men's base. Instinctively, she glanced at Lynette. The man was dealing with Emma's affections with a resigned smile. Yet the uncontainable joy at the corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. Oddly enough, when Jean beheld his cheerful countenance, her earlier anxiety and confusion inexplicably dissipated. It seemed that merely gazing at him brought her solace. Her decision must not be mistaken. After sufficient time snuggling in Lynette's embrace, Emma contentedly lifted her head. Casting a glance at the familiar faces nearby, her gaze lingered on Jean for a moment longer. Well, from your demeanor, it's evident you've stirred up trouble again. Emma extricated herself from Lynette's arms, adjusting her attire and instantly regaining her authoritative presence. She approached Jean, offering a formal smile. Jean Grey, it has been a while. Come with me. I shall arrange your accommodations. With a slight nod, Jean, feeling a bit lost, responded, Thank you, Emma. Emma said nothing further, leading the still-dazed Jean toward the guest rooms. As they passed Lorna, the two queens exchanged a glance, a spark of electricity crackling in the air. Yet neither spoke. Lynette shrugged as he observed their retreating figures. He walked over to the still weak Raven, bending to lift her in his arms. "We too shall return to rest." Raven obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder, silent. Finding the atmosphere dull, Hela sought out an empty room to retreat into. Lorna and Wanda exchanged glances before leading Wanda back to their own quarters. The expansive living room fell silent. On the top floor, in the master bedroom, Lynette gently placed Raven on a soft bed. Just as he intended to rise and fetch her a glass of water, Raven tightened her grip around his neck, preventing him from leaving. "What's wrong?" Lynette returned to the edge of the bed, softly inquiring, still frightened. Raven did not respond, but buried her face deeper into him. She could feel the warmth and familiar scent emanating from him, bringing a sense of peace to her racing heart. The terror and despair from her abduction, the humiliation and helplessness of nearly becoming a test subject, surged forth as a wave of grievance. Lynette sighed, gently patting her back. It's all right. It's all in the past. With me here, no one will dare lay a finger on you again." His voice was soft, imbued with a calming strength. Raven's tense body gradually relaxed under his soothing touch. She clung to Lynette, unwilling to let go, like a child who had found a refuge. Lynette made no move to rush her, simply holding her quietly. After a while, he noticed Raven's breathing had steadied. He assumed she had fallen asleep. Just as he was about to gently remove her hand to allow her to lie down comfortably, a cool little hand stealthily slipped beneath his collar. Lynette's body stiffened. This familiar routine, he looked down to meet Raven's sparkling eyes. Though her complexion remained pale, there was something distinctly different in her gaze. It was a sense of longing. Raven's hand began to wander restlessly across his chest. Her lips parted, the voice soft and slightly husky. "Lynn," she seemed hesitant. "I wish to regain some strength." Upon hearing this, Lynette nearly burst into laughter. "Regain strength? I don't believe you. You little vixen, how cunning you are." He watched as her face bore the unmistakable expression of come and take advantage of me, deliberately teasing her. "What? Is this how you wish to regain your strength?" Lynette grasped her mischievous hand, leaning closer to her ear, lowering his voice. "Are you not afraid, not yet recovered, and you're already halfway to ruin?" Chapter 219. The benefactor becomes the creditor. She immediately initiates the payment mode. Raven's breath brushed against Lyn's ear, warm and ticklish. Listening to the teasing threat, instead of retreating, she tightened her embrace. That mischievous little hand grew bolder. "Oh, it depends on whether you possess the ability." She provocatively raised her gaze, the inflection at the end of her sentence lifting slightly, like a feather, teasing the heart. Lynette couldn't help but think, what a little imp. Just out of the ICU and already thinking of heading to karaoke? She truly has no fear of breaking her back. He firmly grasped Raven's hand, which was igniting sparks all over him. "Stop. Don't rush into driving. Let's settle the accounts first." Lynette wore a serious expression, counting on his fingers. "You were kidnapped. I was anxious, and there's the matter of mental distress. Surely that warrants compensation?" Raven blinked, remaining silent, merely gazing at him with her watery eyes. Lynette continued, "In my effort to rescue you, I urgently mobilized Hela, Lorna, and Wanda, 3 top-tier forces. Their appearance fees are exorbitant. Rounding it off, it's nearly 100 million. Plus, the energy consumed during the battle on the spacecraft adds to the costs. Most importantly," Lynette emphasized his tone, "you severely disrupted my mood for exploration, which has caused a tremendous blow to my personal entertainment. The mental compensation must be doubled." He spoke nonsensically with utmost seriousness, leaving Raven momentarily speechless. She opened her mouth, but no words came out for a long while. She had seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. He had rushed to save her, and now he was attributing all of it to himself? Raven found it amusingly infuriating. She decided to release her grip, reclining back, spreading her limbs in a big shape. "I have no money, nothing to offer but my life. I'm right here, do as you please." She assumed an attitude of indifference, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. The vigorous motion caused a tremor. Lynette swallowed hard. Goodness, has she just opened the pay-per-view content? He leaned closer, lowering his body. "Are you certain? My services here are quite costly, and the interest is steep." Raven turned her head, a blush creeping on her cheeks. Whether from embarrassment or anger, it was unclear. Suit yourself. Though she feigned indifference, her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her. Observing her stubborn yet vulnerable demeanor softened Lin-Int's heart. His earlier banter was merely an attempt to coax her out of the shadow of her kidnapping. He realized he had pushed the joke a bit too far. With a sigh, he set aside his playful intentions. He gently covered her with the blanket, tucking in the corners with care. His touch was tender. Raven felt his actions, and her body stiffened for a moment. She turned to look at him in confusion. Lin-Int said nothing, merely gazing at her. His eyes were clear, stripped of the earlier jest, replaced solely with genuine concern. Unexpectedly, Raven's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. The strength and facade she had been holding on to crumbled in an instant. She abruptly sat up and threw herself into Lin-Int's embrace, clinging tightly to his waist. "I'm so scared." Her voice trembled, her body quaking. "I thought I would never see you again. They said they would turn me into a vessel." Her fragmented words were filled with fear and grievance. Lin-Int's heart ached as if something had gripped it tightly. He ceased speaking and simply wrapped his arms around the trembling girl, pulling her close. Gently, he patted her back in a soothing rhythm. "It's all right. It's all over. I'm here." His voice, soft yet imbued with a reassuring strength. Raven buried her face in his chest, and the pent-up tears she had held back finally burst forth, quickly soaking his shirt. Lin-Int did not rush her, holding her close as she released her emotions. The master bedroom was enveloped in silence. Only the sound of the girl's muffled sobs and the man's gentle reassurances filled the air. After a long while, Raven's cries gradually subsided. She lifted her head from Lin-Int's embrace, her eyes red, appearing both pitiful and endearing. She was about to say something, but Lin-Int gently placed his finger on her lips. "Shh, don't say anything." He lowered his head, kissing the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Weren't you just saying you wanted to regain your strength?" Lin-Int's voice held a husky magnetism. "Now let us begin." Raven's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching to the roots of her ears. She gazed at Lin-Int's face, mere inches away, her heart racing. "But I haven't taken a shower yet." "Don't speak." Lin-Int swiftly silenced her words. The soft bed creaked slightly under their weight. The room's lights, unbeknownst to Win, had been dimmed. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a hazy silver sheen on everything within the room. Meanwhile, in the top-floor lounge of the Apex Technology Building, the atmosphere felt peculiar. Hela had lost interest in the modern furnishings. She settled into the most comfortable single sofa, sitting relaxed, eyes closed in meditation. Yet the slight furrow in her brow indicated she was not asleep. Lorna and Wanda sat on the opposite side of the long sofa. Lorna crossed her arms, her expression icy, lost in thought. Wanda appeared somewhat anxious, glancing occasionally at Lin-Int's direction, then at the two women across from her, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. At the center of the living room's energy were two other women. The White Queen, Emma, elegantly held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. Her pristine white suit was impeccably tailored, golden hair shimmering under the light, presenting her as a perfect work of art. Opposite her sat Jean Grey. The red-haired girl had changed into a clean set of casual wear, yet her expression remained somewhat dazed and uneasy. She cradled a cup of hot water, feeling the warmth in her palms, but it did little to dispel her inner confusion. This place was entirely different from what she had imagined. Every woman here was astonishingly beautiful, each radiating a stronger aura than the last. So, Emma swirled her wine glass, breaking the silence. Her gaze toward Jean held a hint of amusement. "So you just returned with him like that?" Jean stiffened, her complexion paling slightly. Hearing this, Lorna shot a cold glance at Emma. Her tone carried a note of warning. Emma, however, remained unfazed, continuing to address Jean. "Don't be nervous. I'm simply curious. Now that Lin has rescued you from such a place, how do you intend to repay him?" Emma's words sent a flurry of confusion through her mind. From Scott's fury to Lin's sudden appearance, and now this. Everything transpired far too swiftly. She had yet to process it all. Observing the bewildered expression on Jean's face, Emma's smile widened. She set her glass down, leaned slightly forward, and inched closer to Jean. "Let me take a wild guess. Did he once again whisper some nonsense about devoting himself to you?" Jean's pupils dilated slightly. Emma chuckled softly at her reaction. "It seems I hit the nail on the head." She reclined back against the sofa, lifted her glass anew, but her gaze swept across everyone in the living room. Lorna, Wanda, and even this seemingly oblivious Hela. Ultimately, her eyes returned to that direction, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. That scoundrel, always inclined to rescue stray kittens and puppies. I just wonder how many more he can fit into his little den. Chapter 220. Dead? I'll strong-arm Thor directly. At the pinnacle of the Apex Technology Building, 2 weeks had passed, and Lin was reveling in his newfound life, commanding his little realm each day. Clad in a flamboyant pink leopard print robe with oversized shorts, he stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the rising sun. Oh, this is the life. He stretched lazily, yawning. Behind him were several women, each clad in scanty bikinis, lounging on lavishly crafted sunbeds, basking in the sunlight. Raven, donning sunglasses, appeared healthier than ever, her skin radiantly blue. Jean Grey wore a striking red bikini, her fair skin gleaming under the sun, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks, likely from just awakening. Lorna, arms crossed, adorned a metallic green bikini that perfectly suited her aura. Wanda's bikini was a purple floral pattern, her shyness evident as she shielded half her face with her hand. Emma, in a white diamond-studded bikini, exuded allure, her legs crossed as she perused a fashion magazine. Ah, this truly is. Lin tilted his head, elated. He held a bottle of sunscreen, gently squeezing a dollop of white lotion into his palm. Whom shall I apply this to first? Lin's heart brimmed with delight. He surveyed the scene, mischievously pondering, which part should I begin with? The corners of his mouth never faltered, a smirk adorning his face as he mused, this is quite the craft indeed. Just as he was about to approach and select the most suitable target, a beam of light descended from the heavens, showering down with a rainbow glow, directly aimed at where Lin stood. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as the light struck the rooftop. Lin felt a sudden kick to his backside, propelling him off the rooftop. What the hell? Lin hollered midair. Who could be so cruel, tossing someone from such heights? Before he could contemplate further, his body plummeted straight down. Thud! A dull thump echoed as Lin crashed into the plaza on the first floor. Which fool? Lin exclaimed, rising from the ground as he brushed off the dust. Thank goodness I could take a hit. Otherwise, I'd be in pieces right now. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the infinity gauntlet on his left hand began to glow. A flash of blue from the space stone transported Lin back to the rooftop. Who is so inconsiderate? What the hell? Lin's voice trailed off abruptly. The brilliance of the Bifrost had yet to dissipate when 3 figures materialized on the rooftop. Lin's gaze sharpened as he recognized them, momentarily stunned. Was that not Thor, Loki, and Queen Frigga? His eyes scanned their faces. Thor's expression was grim, as though he had consumed something vile. Loki, unusually devoid of his usual mirth. Queen Frigga's eyes were red, streaked with tears. Lin's words caught his throat. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. What brings you here? His voice laced with both confusion and caution. Frigga remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. Thor stepped forward, his eyes filled with sorrow as he glanced between Lin and Hela, who lounged in the sun chair. Father, he struggled to articulate. Father has passed away. Upon uttering those words, the rooftop fell into an eerie silence. Hela, who had been wearing sunglasses, slowly removed them upon hearing this news. Her emerald green eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. She remained silent, fixing her gaze on Thor. Lin's heart sank. What? Odin is dead. This plot twist is unfolding too rapidly. He mentally raced through the implications. Odin, the All-Father, seemed so robust. How could he have suddenly perished? The timing was off, and with Odin present, the likes of Thanos wouldn't dare approach. With Odin gone, wouldn't Thanos be on his way soon? Lin's mood shifted from irritation to serious concern. He regarded Queen Frigga, who was inconsolable. On my condolences, Lin uttered awkwardly. He was accustomed to jesting, yet found himself at a loss for words in such a somber moment. After a moment's thought, he moved closer to Frigga, intending to place a comforting hand on her shoulder, but hesitated midway, retracting his hand. Wouldn't that be too intimate? Though the queen still possessed her charm. He feared Hela might retaliate with a swift strike. Hela rose to her feet, her expression unreadable, yet a palpable shift in her aura swept over the rooftop. A formidable pressure enveloped the space. Lorna sensed the change, tilting her head slightly, her eyes narrowing in vigilance towards Hela. Wanda quickly grasped Sheen's hand, while Raven edged closer to Lin. So why have you come? Surely you did not all need to come to notify me? Hela repeated, her tone colder than usual. Loki sighed softly, stepping forward to support Frigga, who rebuffed him. Hela, Frigga's voice trembled with emotion. Your father departed peacefully. He wished to see you one last time, but we didn't have the chance. Frigga's words faltered, her tears flowing freely. Hela remained unresponsive, her hand unconsciously clenching into a fist. She gazed into the distant sky, her expression intricate. So, Lin noted the atmosphere's weight, feeling compelled to speak. What brings you all to Earth? He gestured towards Thor. Then Loki, what about you two? With Odin gone, Asgard should be in chaos. Yet here you are, seemingly on holiday? Lin's remarks darkened Thor's already brooding expression further, while Loki shot him a sidelong glance. Lin, Thor's voice was low and stern. This is not the time for jest. Lin shook his head. No, now is precisely the time for these considerations. My people are my people. No one shall take them away. Not even you. The God of Thunder holds that right. Lin's words were resolute, carrying an air of authority. He recognized this as an opportune moment to assert his dominion. Let Thor and the others understand that Earth is not a place one can come and go as they please. Not to mention, they wish to take someone from him. This is his home. Linter felt amused internally, yet maintained a serious facade as he fixed his gaze on Thor. So he began, either you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, or, he spread his hands, let's not discuss this matter further. Thor appeared somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated Linter's response. He glanced at Frigga and then at Loki, who leaned against the wall, wearing an amused expression. Linter, Queen Frigga spoke. Hela is Odin's daughter and a princess of Asgard. She should return to Asgard. Linter scratched his head. Princess? That does not concern me. All I know is that she is my employee here, and she owes me for her work. With this statement, Linter rendered everyone speechless. Hela shuddered slightly at his words. Her gaze fixed intently on Linter. He paid no heed to her discomfort. If Hela was not in Asgard, then the narrative of Ragnarok could not proceed as intended. It was better to leverage this situation for his own gain. So, Linter continued, do you intend to take her away? Or do you wish to negotiate her release for me? Thor, Loki, and Queen Frigga were taken aback. Was Linter attempting to extort them? Linter's eyes scanned their faces, already calculating how much he could extract from these divine beings. This was a lucrative business opportunity. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Thor sensed the greed in Linter's gaze and felt somewhat exasperated. Loki chuckled softly, finding Linter to be quite intriguing. Heh, Linter, you're really asking for quite a lot, Loki remarked. Linter smirked. Not at all. I am merely charging a fair price. After all, it took considerable effort to extract her from her bindings. Linter began to speak earnestly, though he did not care whether he was the one who freed her. As long as Hela was under his roof, he held the authority. Queen Frigga observed Linter and then glanced at Hela. Given Hela's temperament, she would not easily concede. Yet Asgard indeed required Hela's assistance at this moment. Thor's emotions were tumultuous. He had just lost his father and now faced this predicament. His head throbbed with confusion. Linter, Thor's voice was hoarse. We truly did not come here to cause trouble. We simply need Hela's help, as Asgard is in great danger. Linter shook his head. Help you? Her own father has died, and she does not wish to return. Do you expect her to assist you? Do not be ridiculous. Linter's words left Thor at a loss. Hela scoffet disdain fully. Thor, she looked at her foolish brother with contempt. Odin never treated me as family while he was alive. Now that he is gone, do you think I would return? Hela spoke her mind candidly. Linter glanced at her, recognizing her ruthless nature, and shivered at the thought of her lethal capabilities. Yet he found it oddly appealing. All right, Linter clapped his hands. Since we cannot reach an agreement, let us postpone this discussion. You may stay here for the time being. Once I have made up my mind, I will inform you. Thor and Queen Frigga were taken aback. Stay here? Loki, however, wore a mischievous smile. This was becoming increasingly entertaining. What's wrong? Linter raised an eyebrow. Not pleased? Then I shall charge you for lodging. Of course, he paused. If it's a handsome gentleman, I might offer a discount. He glanced at Loki. Loki's expression froze momentarily, instinctively tightening his trousers. Thor wore a look of disbelief. Linter truly seized every opportunity. Linter chuckled inwardly. Think you could take advantage of me? Not a chance. I am quite astute. He reveled in the idea that these gods were his new source of income. He surveyed the room, taking in Thor, Loki, and the sorrowful Queen Frigga. His gaze finally settled on Hela, whose eyes tightened his chest with a mix of intrigue and menace. She seemed to convey, do not play with fire. Linter felt a shiver run down his spine. Clearing his throat, he said, "By the way, Hela, let us continue our discussion about life later tonight." Hela remained silent, but a smile tugged at her lips. Linter cursed inwardly. Damn it. This woman is both infuriating and captivating. Yet he reassured himself, fearing nothing, with the infinity gauntlet in hand and the strength of iron. Why should he fear a mere goddess? Standing tall, he turned to Emma. "Please find accommodations for our esteemed guests from the realm of gods." Emma nodded slightly in understanding. Without further concern for Thor and the others, he took the sunscreen and eagerly approached Raven and the others. Thor, Loki, and Queen Frigga watched Linter walk towards the group of women, feeling somewhat speechless. "So, Loki spoke. What do we do now?" Thor sighed. "Let us go inside. This is not a place for discussions." He glanced around, then at Linter, realizing that this earthling was proving to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. Queen Frigga wiped her tears, looking at Linter and then at Hela. Meanwhile, Linter was happily applying sunscreen to Raven, contemplating him. This feels delightful. As he savored the moment, the scrutiny from behind felt as piercing as a spotlight, fixating on him. He coughed lightly, nonchalantly withdrawing his hand, and said to Raven with utmost seriousness, "All right, the sunscreen application is complete. I assure you will not tan." Raven's cheeks flushed slightly, and she murmured a soft avoiding the gazes of Lona and Jean beside her. Emma stood nearby, holding a glass of red wine, lightly swirling it, her lips curving into a smirk as she observed the unfolding drama, her presence strikingly palpable despite her silence. There could no longer watch this unfold. His father's ashes had barely cooled, and here were these two. Linter. Thor strode over, casting a shadow with his imposing figure. "My father has just passed, and Asgard is facing unprecedented peril. Could you please be a bit more serious?" Linter looked up, feigning innocence. "I am quite serious." He pointed to himself. "Just look at my expression. It is filled with sorrow." Thor observed his grinning face, his fists clenching. Loki stood by, arms crossed, reveling in the chaos. Queen Frigga approached Hela, her face etched with worry. "Hela, my child, I know you harbor resentment towards Odin and us, but Asgard needs you now. You are Odin's eldest daughter and the rightful heir to the throne." At this proclamation, both Thor and Loki's expressions shifted dramatically. Thor stood in shock, while Loki's smile faded, his expression becoming complex. Queen Frigga attempted to interject, but Lynette interrupted. Hey, hold on." He rose and positioned himself between Queen Frigga and Hela, rubbing his hands together. "Your Highness, let us momentarily set aside the matter of inheritance. Look, Hela is currently under my employ, is she not? Bound by a labor contract, complete with a 996-work schedule, meals provided, and housing, albeit without benefits." Thor? Loki. Queen Frigga appeared utterly bewildered. Lynette cleared his throat and continued, "If you truly wish for her to return, it is not impossible. However, it will require compensation, redemption fee, damages for emotional distress, my lost wages, and..." He began counting on his fingers, transforming the domestic affairs of Asgard into a commercial negotiation, his spit flying. Thor's face darkened. He felt insulted by the implication of his intelligence. Enough. Thor could no longer contain himself and grabbed the nearby Mjolnir. "Lynette, I respect you as a man, but do not push your luck. Either release her, or we shall resolve this the Asgardian way." Seeing Thor's rising aggression, Lynette leapt back, hiding behind Hela. "Hela, your brother intends to strike me. Does this count as a workplace injury? Medical expenses will have to be deducted from your salary." "Hela." She stood slowly, her dark green hair transforming into a black crown. With an icy gaze directed at Thor, she said, "Fool, do you wish to fight here?" Thor took a half step back, intimidated by her aura, yet stood his ground. "Sister, I merely wish for you to return home." "Home? Sister?" Hela laughed, her laughter laced with derision. "My home was long destroyed by that old wretch Odin." As the siblings appeared ready to clash, Queen Frigga was on the verge of tears. "Please, everyone, cease this quarrel. I implore you." She grasped Thor's arm, her eyes glistening with tears as she turned to Hela. "Hela, for the sake of the Asgardian people, I beg you, return." The atmosphere became exceedingly heavy. Lynette, hiding behind Hela, peered out, contemplating. "Let the chaos ensue. The more tumultuous it becomes, the better my bargaining position." At that moment, Loki, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He approached Queen Frigga, steadying her, then turned to Lynette, wearing his signature mischievous smile. "Mr. Lynette, Perhaps we could discuss an alternative arrangement. Oh, Lynette's interest was piqued. What sort of arrangement? Loki's gaze swept over the gathered women, finally resting on Queen Frigga. Since you value your employee so highly, why not engage in a trade? He paused, presenting an unexpected proposal. I, Asgard's second prince, along with my mother, Queen Frigga, shall remain here to serve you, in exchange for my sister Hela, who will return to inherit the throne and stabilize Asgard's affairs. The room fell silent. Thor stared, dumbfounded, at his brother, striding over to grasp Loki by the collar. Loki, have you lost your mind? Queen Frigga looked equally astonished, her lips moving silently. Lynette, too, was bewildered. He blinked rapidly, glancing between Loki and the regal, elegant Queen Frigga. Wait, is this a buy one get one free deal? Or a queen's package? His inner calculations buzzed with excitement. A trickster god and a queen of the realm. This was a lucrative bargain, especially Queen Frigga, with her poise and grace. Simply exquisite. Hela, too, was taken aback. She had not anticipated Loki's audacity. She glanced between her mother and Lynette, whose eyes sparkled with greed, her brows furrowing. No, Hela rejected without hesitation. On what grounds? Lynette, undeterred, emerged from behind Hela, grinning at Loki. I find this proposal excellent. Highly constructive. We can delve into the details. Thor trembled with rage. Lynette, you dare. Lynette ignored him, fixated on Queen Frigga. Your Highness, can you cook? Can you? Manage household duties? Queen Frigga was taken aback by his inquiries. Hela's expression darkened further. She seized Lynette by the collar and yanked him back. Silence. Her voice simmered with suppressed fury. Lynette recoiled slightly, muttering, What's the issue? I'm only striving for your maximum benefit. Hela glared at him. This man truly dared to think and act without restraint. She gazed at her bewildered mother, and then at the scoundrel calculating how to exploit the queen. Turning to Queen Frigga, she spoke with unprecedented calm. Mother, this marked the first time in millennia she had addressed her so. Queen Frigga trembled, tears brimming in her eyes. I will not return. Hela's voice was soft yet resolute. This is my new home. After speaking, she cast a glance at Lynette. Her expression complex enough to send shivers down his spine. Hela then turned to Loki, whose cold smile now seemed unsettling. As for you, I considered you a brother, and yet you wish for my mother to serve as your concubine? Are you attempting to find a father figure? Chapter 222. The wildness of the Goddess of Death leaves Thor bewildered. Loki froze at Hela's words. Find father? He stared into Hela's icy visage, her penetrating green eyes, feeling as though his legs were turning to jelly. Forcing a smile, he stepped back, distancing himself from this perilous sister. Dear sister, I assure you this is for the future of Asgard. Look at the current situation. Our father has just departed, and you refuse to return. Thor, though valiant, lacks cunning. Someone must step forward to guide us. Mustn't they? Loki's words were imbued with sincerity, nearly bearing his soul. However, Hela was wholly unmoved. With deliberate strides, she approached Loki, her heels echoing on the ground, each step resonating like a hammer on Loki's heart. Do not speak so affectionately. We share no blood ties. Hela extended her finger, poking Loki's chest, her tone dripping with mockery. The future of Asgard? Are you qualified to utter such words? A fool who sought to unleash frost giants upon Jotunheim. A jester who would invite Chitauri to Earth as colonial overseers. And you dare mention Asgard? Loki's face shifted through shades of green and pale, rendered speechless by her retort. Thor, unable to bear it any longer, pulled Loki behind him, frowning at Hela. Dear sister, you are not mistaken, but he has also lived in Asgard since childhood. He is one of us. Hela scoffed, about to reprimand her naive brother, when Lynette's voice interjected. Enough. Let's pause the family drama for a moment and hear me out. He cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the sorrowful Queen Frigga and the bewildered Thor, finally resting on the onlooking Loki. Your Majesty, please do not rush. As for Hela, she is indeed not suited to return to Asgard at this moment. Lynette wore an expression of professional authority. With her temper, if she returns, she might upend all 9 realms. We certainly do not want the twilight of the gods to unfold prematurely. Queen Frigga forced herself to ignore Lynette's cheeky demeanor and spoke anxiously. What shall we do? If Hela does not return to claim the throne, then it must fall to Thor. Stop. Lynette quickly waved his hand to interrupt her. Thor is not suitable. He is too straightforward and would be outmaneuvered by those cunning old foxes. The most appropriate choice now is Loki. Lynette pointed to Loki, Let him assume the guise of Odin, return to stabilize the hearts of the people, and perhaps even rule from behind the curtain. It aligns well with his expertise. As for Thor, I require his strength. He must remain here to assist me. Upon hearing this, Thor was even more bewildered. What do you want me to do? Loki's eyes, however, lit up at the prospect of transforming into Odin and temporarily governing Asgard. This storyline he found quite appealing. Lynette approached Thor with a warm smile, patting his sturdy arm. First, you should place a spell on your hammer, specifically for your earthly girlfriend, Jane Foster. Thor stared at Lynette with suspicion. Though this fellow seemed unreliable, he had indeed assisted Jane previously and resolved urgent matters for Asgard. With that thought, Thor's doubts began to dissipate. He raised Mjolnir, closed his eyes, and murmured an incantation. A faint golden glow flickered across the hammer. Done. What now? Thor opened his eyes and inquired. What next? Lynette snatched the hammer, weighing it in his hand. Now, give the hammer to me, Thor. Ignoring Thor's confusion, Lynette approached Hela, whispering a few words in her ear. Those around them witnessed Hela's expression shift from icy to astonished, before settling into a blend of amusement and peculiarity. She glanced at Lynette, then at the still bewildered Thor nearby. Are we really doing this? Hela's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. If this unfolded, her naive brother's worldview would likely shatter on the spot. Come now, begin your performance. Lynette stepped back with a mischievous grin, gesturing for her to proceed. On the rooftop, all eyes were fixed on Hela and the mighty Mjolnir in her grasp. Emma held her wine glass, a smirk forming at the corner of her lips, seemingly anticipating the ensuing spectacle. Lorna crossed her arms, her expression cold, yet curiosity shimmered in her eyes. Wanda and Jean watched nervously, unsure of what was to unfold. Thor finally snapped back to reality. Wait, Lynette, what are you giving my hammer to my sister for? He strode forward, intent on reclaiming the hammer. However, Hela merely cast him a disinterested glance. She gripped Mjolnir with one hand, her arm hanging casually, as though she were merely carrying a lady's handbag. Thor halted in his tracks. He stared at the scene, dumbfounded. How could this be? Mjolnir could only be lifted by a worthy ruler or a virtuous warrior. Even Captain America, a paragon of virtue, could merely cause it to tremble. How could his sister, the goddess of death imprisoned for over 1,000 years, possibly lift it? Sister, you... Thor's mind went blank. Look closely, brother. Hela's voice was calm as she slowly raised her arm, presenting Mjolnir before her. Fingers splayed, then closing, as if weighing a trivial toy. In your hands, this is a weapon. She paused, a flicker of disdain passing through her emerald eyes. In my hands before she could finish, Hela's hand suddenly exerted force. Crack! A crisp sound, sharp enough to send shivers through one's spine, shattered the silence of the rooftop. The indestructible Mjolnir, forged from the core of a dying star, crumbled in Hela's grip like a brittle cookie, a clear crack appearing on its surface. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. No, it's impossible, he roared, unable to fathom the reality. Queen Frigga covered her mouth, her eyes filled with horror. Loki's expression of amusement froze, replaced by profound trepidation. Crack, crack, crack. More fissures spread across the hammer, resembling a spider's web. Blue arcs of electricity danced within the cracks, emitting a mournful, crackling sound. Hela's expression remained unchanged. She merely tightened her grip. Boom! A dull thud resonated. Before the eyes of all present, the mighty hammer was crushed into a pile of shimmering fragments. The pieces slipped from her fingers, clattering to the ground. An artifact of legend, rendered utterly useless. Silence enveloped the crowd. Only Lynette broke the stillness with an excited snap of his fingers. Wow! Achievement unlocked. Breaker of the Thunder Hammer. His exclamation shattered the frozen air. Thor felt as though all strength had been siphoned from him. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. He gazed at the shards below, his expression vacant, muttering to himself, my hammer, my hammer. He felt his worldview, along with his beloved hammer, shatter into pieces. Without Mjolnir, what remained of his identity as the god of thunder? Hela casually brushed the dust from her hands as if she had merely performed a trivial task. She approached Lynette and opened her palm. All done. He looks like he's about to cry. Lynette chuckled, leaning closer to her ear. Don't rush. This is merely the first step. Chapter 223. Thor, do you need new gear? Just say the word, and I'll get it for you. Thor, as if his soul had been drained, knelt on the ground, trembling hands cradling a handful of crackling metallic fragments. His handsome face was etched with confusion and heartbreak. My hammer, my Mjolnir. His voice quivered with emotion, reminiscent of a child bereft of his cherished lollipop. Loki stood nearby, valiantly suppressing a smile, his shoulders shaking as he fought back laughter on the verge of internal injury. It was tragic, yet undeniably it was utterly hilarious. Queen Frigga stepped forward with a heart full of concern, supporting Thor's arm. Thor, my child. Why? Thor abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on Linnet. I have no grievances with you. Why have you treated me this way? A roar echoed, and the sky rumbled ominously. Linnet approached with an innocent expression, wrapping his arm around Thor's shoulder. Brother, do not be agitated. Broaden your perspective. Is this what you call broadening my perspective? Thor trembled with rage, pointing at the shards on the ground. You have destroyed my weapon, the symbol of Asgard, a legacy from my father. Stop, stop, stop. Linnet quickly interrupted his poignant reminiscence. Thor, let me ask you, do you love your earthly girlfriend? Thor paused, instinctively nodding. Yes. Then that settles it, Linnet exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I am helping you. Only in this way can Jane become the Lady Thor in the future. Do you understand? I am facilitating her. These words silenced the entire room once more. Thor's expression transformed from anger to confusion, ultimately culminating in an odd realization. Are you suggesting that the future Jane will wield my shattered hammer? Pretty much, Linnet replied ambiguously, waving his hand. But your hammer is stubborn. Unless it shatters, how can your girlfriend wield it? I am helping you remove obstacles. Is that not commendable? Thor was bewildered by this twisted logic, staring blankly at the shards on the ground and then at Linnet. What about me? This was the question that truly concerned him. Without the hammer, what was he but a mere shell of a thunder god? You? Linnet flashed a sly grin. That hammer of yours has long outlived its usefulness. It is outdated. Do you comprehend? Outdated? Yes, outdated. Linnet snapped his fingers. Look at others. They wield lasers and magic. And you? Swinging a hammer like a carpenter. It's pathetic. Thor's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Though displeased, he found himself unable to refute the argument. So, Linnet's voice brimmed with persuasion. This time, I shall take you to upgrade your gear. Let you experience what it means to be a child of the new version. He leaned closer to Thor, lowering his voice. Let us acquire a new weapon, 100 times more stylish than this broken hammer, 1,000 times more powerful. I have even thought of a name for it. It shall be called the Storm Axe. Listen, isn't that imposing? Exciting? Storm Axe. Thor's eyes lit up with sudden brilliance. It felt as though a ray of sunlight had pierced through a persistently overcast sky. He repeated the name, and the sorrow on his face dissipated. Loki, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected. Oh, a new toy. Truly touching. But my dear brother, are you certain your simplistic mind can wield a weapon that sounds so complex? At this moment, Thor was deaf to Loki's mockery, gripping Linnet's arm with surprising strength. Is what you said true? The Storm Axe? Absolutely, Linnet assured, thumping his chest. No deception here. When we set off, Thor was practically bursting with anticipation. The shards of the hammer instantly lost their allure. Hela lounged lazily on the couch, observing the farce before her, a subtle amusement flickering in her emerald eyes. Her brother, still so easily deceived, Emma, holding her wine glass, gently swirled the crimson liquid, her lips parting slightly. What a cheap brotherly bond, easily bought with an axe. Linnet turned back, winking at her. Emma, you do not understand. The joy between men can often be this simple. Queen Frigga watched her son rejuvenate, finally letting out a sigh of relief. She approached Linnet, her expression complex. What do you truly wish to accomplish? Queen, do not be anxious. Linnet adopted a businesslike demeanor. I am making an investment. Your son, Thor, is a potential stock. I am buying an early, assisting him in upgrading, and when he becomes the king of Asgard, I shall be the largest shareholder. This is what one might call angel investing, a foolproof venture. Queen Frigga listened, somewhat bewildered, but she grasped one thing. This man before her harbored no ill will towards Asgard. Rather, he was aiding them. And, Hela, Queen Frigga's gaze shifted to her eldest daughter. She will not return, Linnet replied with unwavering certainty. You have seen her temperament. She is prone to violence. If she returns, the old folks of Asgard would be obliterated one by one. Let her work here. Temper her demeanor. That should suffice. Hela scoffed, remaining silent, tacitly agreeing. Linnet clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. All right. All right. The family meeting is concluded. Now, I shall announce the work assignments. He pointed at Loki. You will transform into Odin and return to a sky. Asgard, to maintain order and manage affairs. This is a role you are well acquainted with. Loki raised an eyebrow, pleased with this arrangement. He then pointed at Thor. You, come with me. We shall seek out other allies. Thor clenched his fists in excitement. As for you, Queen, Linnet turned to Frigga. You shall stay here, help me keep house, and cultivate some mother-daughter bonding with Hela. He paused momentarily, adding, after all, I possess a portion of Odin's divine power, so caring for you is only right. Queen Frigga, having arranged everything. Linnet stretched lazily and reclined back into his beach chair. All right, everyone disperse. The sun is just right. Continue to bask in it. Music, let us liven things up. Energetic music blared once more, and the rooftop returned to a festive atmosphere. Thor, Loki, and Queen Frigga stood still, observing the peculiar earthlings, feeling completely out of place. Thor scratched his head and walked over, picking up the hammer shards one by one, wrapping them in his cloak. Regardless of the circumstances, it had been his companion for a millennium. He gazed at Linnet's back, his emotions swirling. This man had destroyed his hammer, yet bestowed upon him a new hope. Linnet, donned in sunglasses, leisurely sipped his soda, mentally calculating his next move. Secured a simpleton thunder god, and gained a future powerhouse. He cast a furtive glance at Loki nearby. Next, it will be about how to outwit this trickster god. This fellow is certainly not as easy to handle as his brother. Chapter 224. I am a master of time management. Thor clutched a fragment of his beloved hammer, resembling a heartbroken fool clutching a photograph of his former lover. Gazing longingly at Linnet. When shall we set forth? To acquire that. Stormbreaker? His mind was consumed by the formidable name that resonated with power. Linnet, indulging in a massage from Raven, lazily lifted his hand in response. There's no rush. Haste makes waste. Let the bullets fly for a while. Thor was baffled. What bullets? What tofu? The language of these earthlings was perplexingly difficult to comprehend. After sipping his icy soda, Linnet slowly elucidated, Your father has just passed. Asgard must be in utter chaos. As the eldest son, you ought to return home to reassure the people. Otherwise, your role as the absentee landlord will be far too complete. Thor considered this and found it reasonable. Though he was simple-minded, he was not foolish. He possessed a basic sense of responsibility. Very well, I shall return home first, but you must not flee. He pointed at Linnet, wearing an expression that conveyed, I shall remember this. Linnet waved his hand dismissively as if swatting flies. Go on, go on. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll return. He then turned his attention to Loki, who had been spectating. You too, hurry back and assist your brother. Do not spend all day causing trouble. Loki elegantly rolled his eyes. Why should I heed you? Because Linnet flashed a gleaming smile, resembling a villain. Your mother is in my custody. Loki's expression darkened instantaneously. Queen Frigga, listening nearby, found herself both amused and exasperated. Why did that sound so much like a kidnapper's threat? Thor, however, was oblivious to such thoughts, pulling Loki along as they prepared to depart. Let us go. We have important matters to attend to. Loki wriggled free from Thor's grip, adjusting his crumpled collar. He approached Linnet, looking down upon him. Why should I trust you? Simply because you wish to prove yourself superior to Thor. Does that not benefit you? Benefits? Linnet chuckled. He snapped his fingers, and a portal to another realm opened beside him. On the other side lay a resplendent palace, where a one-eyed, golden-haired elder sat upon a throne, exuding an imposing aura. It was Odin, yet in his eyes gleamed a hint of cunning and mischief. Loki's pupils flickered. Linnet's voice echoed in his ear. Have you not always desired to demonstrate your superiority to Thor? Have you not aspired to sit upon that throne? Now, the opportunity has arrived. While Thor ventures forth to gain strength, you shall remain and reign as king. When he returns to find the home has a new master. What do you suppose his expression will be? Loki's breath quickened. Linnet's vivid imagery struck at the core of his deepest desires. He scrutinized Linnet, his gaze sharpening. Why do you wish to aid me? Because. Linnet closed the portal and reclined once more. I find you far more entertaining than your brother. Loki. That reasoning was refreshingly unconventional. Deal. Loki, without hesitation, readily agreed. He turned, presenting a facade of a cordial smile to Thor. Brother, let us depart. For the sake of Asgard. Thor, moved to the core, clapped Loki on the shoulder with gusto. Good brother. As the two brothers clasped hands and prepared to leave, Lynette called out to them. Wait. He rummaged through the pocket of his beach shorts and produced two small devices resembling Bluetooth earphones. Put these on. What are these? Thor queried, intrigued. Communication devices, Lynette fabricated casually, for easier contact, 24/7 customer service, just call me if needed. Thor, not pondering further, promptly inserted one into his ear. Loki, however, scrutinized the device for an extended moment, sensing something amiss. Yet he ultimately donned it. All right, you made a part. Lynette waved them off. The brilliance of the Rainbow Bridge descended once more, and the figures of Thor and Loki vanished within the radiant beam. The rooftop fell silent once again. Queen Frigga gazed anxiously in the direction her sons had departed. Can you truly assist them? Fear not, my queen, Lynette assured, pointing to his head, a professional team, reliable. He turned his gaze to Hela, who had remained silent. Sister, I entrust Mother to you. Catch up, but do not let things escalate again. Hela scoffed, ignoring him. Yet, she did not refute his words. Queen Frigga looked at her formidable daughter, opening her mouth, but words eluded her. The chasm of a millennium could not be bridged in a day. Lynette paid no further mind to their mother-daughter dynamic, instead walking over to Emma and reclining on the lounge chair beside her. Emma lay with her eyes closed, her pure white swimsuit accentuating her devilish figure, her skin glowing under the sunlight. Queen Emma, have you missed me? Lynette grinned as he leaned closer. Emma did not even open her eyes, her red lips parting slightly. I wish you were dead. TSK, that truly wounds my heart. Lynette's hand mischievously reached out, grasping the one resting on the armrest of her chair. Emma's fingers twitched, but did not withdraw. What's the matter? The new arrivals insufficiently entertain you? Still thinking of me? Her voice dripped with languid sarcasm. Is it not the same? Lynette's fingers traced gentle circles on her hand. They are new hires. You are a founding shareholder of the company. Your treatment must be different. Smooth talker. Finally, Emma opened her eyes, her blue irises shimmering like the clearest of gems in the sunlight. She glanced at Jean, not far away, and Wanda, who sat by the pool in a trance. Your little haven is becoming increasingly lively. At this rate, it might as well be a mutant shelter. Alas, with great power comes great responsibility. Lynette feigned seriousness. Emma chuckled at his demeanor. Best not to play with fire. Her tone was laden with implication. Fear not. I am a professional at handling fire. Lynette patted his chest in assurance. I am indeed a master of time management. Just as he prepared to continue his playful banter, a crackling sound of electricity echoed in his ear. Soon after, Loki's voice, laced with suppressed fury, rang out. Lynette, what on earth did you give me? Lynette dug at his ear, donning a puzzled expression. A communication device, what of it? Is the signal poor? Beside him, Emma, Lorna, Hela, and others all heard the voice. The device Lynette had given to Thor and Loki was not a communication device at all, but rather a listening device, complete with amplification. The sound emanated from a bracelet on Lynette's wrist. On the other end of the line, Loki's voice was almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. What is this thing? Why is it playing music? Huh. Lynette feigned ignorance. Music? What music? Did you forget to turn off your phone? I'm using magic. Not your Earth's worthless junk. Loki roared. It is currently playing a song on loop in my head. The song is called I Am a Cake. I am a cake, round and big, a fragrant cake. Loki nearly shouted the lyrics in despair. Lynette, I will kill you. Off on the rooftop. Lorna was the first to lose control, bursting into laughter. Soon after, Emma was shaking with laughter, and even Hela couldn't help but smirk. Lynette wore an innocent expression. This might just be the default setting of the communicator, complete with a built-in background music to add flair. You are to become a king. How could you make an entrance without background music? I think this song is quite fitting. It aligns perfectly with your current mood, big and round, symbolizing completeness. Completeness, my foot. Loki's voice sounded close to breaking down. I can't turn it off. I can't get out. It is stuck on repeat in my head. That fool, Thor, has the cowboy who ropes horses playing in his head. He is even singing along. The rooftop was filled with laughter. Queen Frigga covered her face, unable to bear listening any longer. How did she end up with such sons? Lynette cleared his throat and earnestly offered consolation. Loki, you should think positively. Just imagine, when you sit on the throne, having background music playing in your head. It will be quite imposing, wouldn't it? When you become the true king of Asgard. I'll get you a different song. How about Good Fortune Comes? Get lost. Loki let out a desperate roar, and then the communication cut off. Linnet switched off the bracelet and whistled. Done. See? I can handle you. He looked at the crowd, still laughing uncontrollably, proudly raising his chin. Did you see that? That is what professionalism looks like. To deal with a troublesome child, one must use magic to defeat magic. Chapter 225, A Remote Call. Am I being targeted? Laughter on the rooftop continued for quite some time before gradually subsiding. Lorna clutched her stomach, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. The cowboy who ropes horses? How could you even think of that? Thor, that fool, probably thinks it's some battle hymn, Emma added, a smirk on her lips, her wine glass swaying in her hand as she cast a playful glance at Lynette. This man had a knack for conjuring unexpected antics. Lynette wore a no-nonsense expression as he reclined back in his beach chair, crossing his legs. Professional. To deal with troublesome children, one must employ even more troublesome methods. He took a generous sip of his soda, sighing contentedly. This is what is known as a dimensional strike. Raven leaned beside him, gently kneading his shoulders with just the right amount of pressure. She didn't laugh much, simply watching Lynette quietly, her eyes reflecting his silhouette. The merriment belonged to others, but this man was hers. The atmosphere on the rooftop shifted subtly after Thor and Loki's departure. Queen Frigga stood there, watching Hela leaning against the sofa railing in the distance, her expression complex, yearning to approach but hesitating. Hela sensed her gaze, but merely turned her head away, pretending to admire the view. A millennium of grievances cannot simply vanish. Frigga sighed and took the initiative to walk over. Hela. She spoke softly, her voice laced with caution. Hela's body stiffened momentarily, but did not turn around. Frigga gathered her thoughts. Are you thirsty? Would you like something to drink? The juice here seems quite good. She picked up a glass of orange juice and extended it towards Hela. Hela glanced at the orange-hued liquid, frowning slightly. She did not accept it. The atmosphere turned unbearably awkward. Frigga's hand, holding the glass, hovered in midair, unsure whether to withdraw or not. Nearby, Wanda could no longer bear it. She carried a cup of hot water over to Jean. Jean still held the cup of water Emma had given her earlier, now lukewarm, oblivious to the change, her gaze somewhat vacant. Why not drink something warm? Wanda offered her cup. Jean snapped back to reality, awkwardly accepting the cup. Thank you. There are so many people here, it's quite lively, Wanda whispered. She glanced at Lynette, who was surrounded by several women, and added, he is just that kind of person. Jean followed her gaze, just in time to see Emma extend her long leg, playfully tapping Lynette's arm with her toes. Lynette, in turn, seized her ankle, saying something that made Emma giggle uncontrollably. On the other side, Lorna had also approached at some point, arguing with Lynette, looking quite displeased. Meanwhile, Raven clung to Lynette like a vine. Jean's heart was in turmoil. Each of these individuals seemed to have a close relationship with him. What kind of person is he, really? Jean couldn't help but inquire. Wanda pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Someone who can give you a home, though this home is a bit noisy. Jean was taken aback, looking down at the rising steam from her cup, her heart filled with mixed emotions. A home? On the other side, Lynette was relishing his imperial service. Emma was using her exquisitely crafted feet to massage him. Hey, that's enough. If you keep this up, it will cost you extra, Lynette remarked, grasping her ankle. Feeling its smooth warmth, Emma withdrew her foot, stretching lazily, her curves perfectly displayed. Cheapskate. She shot Lynette an annoyed glance. My feet are sought after by many. Yes. I am lucky. I am truly lucky, Lynette replied dismissively. His hand shifted to rest on Lorna's shoulder. Lorna, stop wearing that grumpy face. Come on, smile for me. Lorna swatted his hand away in disdain. Get lost. Though she said that, the coldness on her face had certainly softened. Lynette then turned to the quiet Raven. Raven, you got a good grip. I'll return the favor 100-fold. Raven buried her face in his back, mumbling a soft Yet her arms tightened around him. Lynette sighed. Being a master of time management is not an easy task. Each one needs to be coddled. It is exhausting. At that moment, Hela finally stirred. She ultimately could not bear to let Queen Frigga remain awkwardly holding her cup. She extended her hand and took the glass of orange juice. Then, right before Queen Frigga, she poured the juice into the nearby flower pot. I do not have a taste for sweetness. She placed the empty cup back on the table, her tone frigid. Queen Frigga's face paled momentarily, but Hela immediately added, Is there any wine? Queen Frigga froze for a moment. Then her face lit up with joy. Yes. She quickly turned and went to the wine cabinet to fetch some for Hel. Though the process was convoluted, at least they had begun to converse. Lynette observed this scene with a nod of satisfaction. It seemed that her decision to keep the queen was indeed wise. To untie the knot, one must be the one who tied it. This mother-daughter rift had to be resolved by them alone. As the sun descended, the clouds in the sky were painted in shades of orange and red. The rooftop party was gradually drawing to a close. After a day of festivities, everyone felt a bit fatigued. Remarkably, Queen Frigga and Hel were seated together, albeit with one seat between them, both slowly sipping their wine. And the atmosphere had grown less tense. Wanda and Quinn were also engaged in pleasant conversation, seemingly finding common ground as two quiet girls. Emma and Lorna, on the other hand, were quietly discussing a commercial project. Raven remained sprawled across Lynette's lap, appearing to be asleep. Lynette relished this rare tranquility, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Surrounded by friends, successful in his endeavors, and having deftly resolved the Asgardian throne crisis, everything seemed perfect. He lounged comfortably in his chair, instinctively touching his chest. The shards of the reality stone resided there, fused with him. The space and mind stones were already embedded in the gauntlet. With 3 infinity stones at his disposal, he felt invincible, just as he was basking in this bliss. A long-simmering sensation resurfaced within him. It was a resonance, akin to 3 magnets suddenly drawn together by an invisible force, emitting a low hum. This hum resonated solely in his mind. Almost immediately, an image flashed before his eyes without warning. It was an awe-inspiring throne, steeped in profound darkness and solitude. A colossal purple figure sat quietly upon the throne, clad in golden armor, with deep grooves etched into his chin. As if sensing Lynette's gaze, the purple figure slowly turned his head. Lynette could not discern his face, yet he felt 2 substantial gazes piercing through the boundless sea of stars, landing upon him. A voice reverberated deep within his soul. It seems you have reaped quite a harvest. The vision abruptly ceased. Lynette jolted upright from the recliner, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What's wrong? Raven, awakened from her slumber on his back, asked groggily. Nothing. Lynette shook his head, though his heart raced wildly. The director of the Cosmic Family Planning Office, Thanos. This was their second interdimensional encounter following their initial soul exchange via the Mind Stone. Lynette felt a chill run down his spine. That phrase, quite a harvest. Oh no. Did that boss sense something? Chapter 226, Earth Shifting Blame. The harem assembles to traverse the stars. Lynette abruptly sprang up from the beach chair. The sudden movement nearly caused Raven to tumble off his back with a startled, "Oh." What happened? She asked, rubbing her sore nose in confusion. Laughter and chatter around them came to a halt. Emma, Lorna, and Hel all turned to look. Nothing. Lynette waved his hand, though sweat streamed down his forehead. He plopped back on the chair, his heart pounding. Damn it, Lynette muttered under his breath. The director of the Cosmic Family Planning Office personally called to follow up. He felt as though he were a hapless soul who had ordered 3 infinity stones online, only to be relentlessly pursued by the seller for payment. That phrase, quite a harvest, felt like a death sentence. No, he needed to make a swift exit. Earth, this novice village, was no longer a safe haven. Lynette stood up, clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. The party is over. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We will be leaving for a journey in a few days. Where to? Lorna inquired. To the cosmos. Lynette uttered those 2 words. To craft a brand new, dazzling battle axe for my dear simpleton brother-in-law. In the following days, Lynette was busier than ever. The first person he sought out was Tony Stark. At the top of Stark Tower, Tony, clad in an ostentatious leisure suit, held a glass of whiskey, a smug smile gracing his face. Behold your new toy, my esteemed client. With a snap of his fingers, a metallic briefcase opened automatically, revealing a floating wristband. Upon donning the wristband, Lynette's thoughts triggered nanomaterials to swiftly envelop his arm. Liquid metal encased his entire body, ultimately forming a sleek, futuristic black battle armor. Dark golden patterns flowed gracefully across the surface of the armor. A virtual screen materialized before Lynette's eyes. Nanotechnology, perfectly conforming to your body, and capable of altering its form at your command, Tony boasted, taking a sip of his drink. It features a built-in life support system, an initial energy shield, and can connect to the gauntlet's energy source. Lynette moved his limbs, feeling as though the armor were a second skin, completely unobtrusive. Not bad, he said, pleased. However, I have a few additional requests. Lynette deactivated the armor, allowing the nanometal to flow back into the wristband. Let us hear them. I'm curious about your flights of fancy, Tony replied, making a knowing expression. Lynette briefly recounted the situation with Thanos. Naturally, he did not mention possessing 3 stones. He merely indicated that Thanos was a cosmic-level enforcer, scouring the universe for Infinity Stones. With Thor's father recently deceased, I had Loki return and pretend for as long as possible. Thanos is likely to seize this opportunity. I need to take Thor to level up and gather a few capable allies. Lynette looked at Tony. Thus, I require a ship that can traverse the cosmos. And I need nanotechnology suits for the ladies I will be bringing along so they can thrive in outer space. Tony's expression turned serious. A cosmic overlord? Collecting stones? It seems this matter is quite significant. Lynette shrugged. It's a brawl. He patted Tony on the shoulder. By the way, Stephen Strange, that necklace he wears around his neck is the time stone. I fear that purple sweet potato spirit will take advantage of my absence to steal the treasures of the old man. Tony furrowed his brow in concern. The dangers of Earth are momentarily entrusted to you and the bald hero. Lynn uttered this remark before turning on his heel to depart. Hey, what do you take me for? Your personal logistics officer? Tony called out from behind. Without glancing back, Lynn waved his hand dismissively. To whom much is given. Much is expected, Mr. Stark. Upon leaving Stark Tower, Lynn sought out Captain America, Steve Rogers, who was diligently training on a punching bag at a small gym in Brooklyn. Upon seeing him, Steve halted his motions. Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn tossed a document pouch in his direction. Your good friend, Bucky Barnes. Steve fumbled to catch the pouch, opening it to reveal Bucky's information and current whereabouts. I've cleared the programming from his mind. He is now a normal person. Lynn leaned against the door frame. Go find him, reminisce, and rekindle your brotherly bond. Steve looked at him, his lips moving as if struggling to find the right words. Don't thank me. I'm simply lay foam. With that, Lynn turned and left, leaving Steve standing alone, clutching the document pouch, his eyes brimming with emotion. Subsequently, he opened a portal with the Space Stone and arrived at the Sanctum Sanctorum. Stephen Strange was meditating in midair and nearly tumbled from his position upon the sudden appearance of the portal. Hey, sorcerer. Lynn peeked his head in. Keep an eye on that heirloom around your neck. A certain purple sweet potato spirit has a penchant for collecting shiny objects. Make sure he doesn't gather all 6. Otherwise, with a snap of his fingers, your wife might become someone else's. I don't have a wife. Stephen shouted, his face darkening. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. Lynn withdrew his head and closed the portal. His final stop was to find Nick Fury in an abandoned underground base. Fury was directing operations on a massive screen. S.H.I.L.D. had been abandoned, and he was now preoccupied with establishing a new organization, the Sword Agency. Well, if it isn't the esteemed director. Lynn swaggered in, busy saving the world. Fury's won, I reflected weariness and vigilance upon seeing him. What do you want? Nothing much. Just passing through to say hello. Lynn approached him, observing the intricate star maps on the screen. I entrust Earth's safety to you for the time being. I'm taking a group to traverse the universe for some personal matters. Fury's expression twitched slightly. You treat the universe like your backyard? Pretty much, Lynn chuckled. Remember, if you encounter any insurmountable issues, reach out to Tony Stark. He is now my chief technical advisor and can contact me. And do not entertain any ideas regarding the women in my household. After delivering this remark, Lynn patted Fury on the shoulder and departed. Fury stood still, watching his retreating figure, before muttering a curse under his breath. Bastard. 3 days later, on the rooftop helipad of Pinnacle Technology Tower, a sleek, silver interstellar spacecraft rested quietly. This was Tony Stark's latest creation, a fusion of Stark Industries, Osborn Group, and even a portion of his Guardian technology. Lynn, accompanied by his female entourage and his brother-in-law, prepared aboard. Hela donned a black, form-fitting combat suit, her countenance still radiating an unapproachable demeanor. Raven clung tightly to Lynn's arm. Wanda and Jean stood side by side, having formed a close, sisterly bond. Lorna stood coolly with her arms crossed, surveying the spacecraft. Thor's face was alight with excitement. Emma and Queen Frigga arrived to bid farewell. I leave the household in your hands, Lynn said to Emma. Take good care of the Queen. Ensure she isn't swindled by infomercials. Emma shot him a glare. Rest assured, my esteemed boss, by the time you return, Your nest may very well have gained a few new sisters. Queen Frigga approached Hela, her gaze laden with complexity. Take care of yourself out there. Hela merely glanced at her, responding with a quiet HM. One by one, they boarded the spacecraft. The hatch slowly closed. The interior of the ship was vast, imbued with a sense of futuristic technology. Lin confidently settled into the captain's chair at the center, gazing at the assembled crew. On one side was the aloof and proud Goddess of Death, and on the other, the clingy little sprite. Additionally, there was the magnetic enchantress, the chaos sorceress, and the phoenix-born, not to mention a brother-in-law eagerly awaiting new gear. This formidable lineup should suffice for a confrontation with Thanos, wouldn't it? Buckle up, Lin declared, his hand hovering over the ignition button. All right, ladies, and one guy without a hammer. He flashed a grin. Let's embark. Chapter 227, Destination Xander. Captain, popcorn ready. The spacecraft's engine emitted a deep rumble before it suddenly accelerated. A powerful thrust pressed everyone into their seats. Wow, Thor's handsome visage contorted under the force. Yet he exuberantly shouted, "By Odin, this contraption is faster than the Bifrost." He gripped the armrests tightly, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Shut up, you're making a racket," Hela remarked from her single seat, crossing her legs with an expression of disdain. Lorna, arms crossed, cast a glance out the window at the rapidly receding blue planet. "That's because this thing burns cash, not rainbow candy, muscle brain." The spacecraft swiftly breached the atmosphere, plunging into the depths of the cosmos. Lin reclined comfortably in the captain's chair, relishing the thrill brought by such top-tier equipment. Raven nestled closely beside him, one arm wrapped around his waist, her head resting on his shoulder. The faint fragrance of her hair wafted to Lin's senses, filling him with delight. On his left was the aloof Goddess of Death, while on his right sat the magnetic Polaris. In front were the Chaos Sorceress and the Phoenix Force, plus a brother-in-law eagerly awaiting new gear. This lineup, this configuration, I am indeed an unremarkable yet victorious individual, Lin thought to himself, giving himself an internal pat on the back. However, while he reveled in the moment, he could not forget the purpose of his journey. He was not here for a leisurely vacation. If I don't devise a plan, our home on Earth will inevitably be dismantled. Lin pondered. To thwart Thanos from gathering the stones, the Soul Stone was of utmost importance. And the opportunity to acquire the Soul Stone rested upon a woman, Gamora. Eliminating Gamora? Lin considered himself a principled young man. Then, I suppose I must reluctantly recruit her into my ranks? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin shivered slightly. He beheld a man clad in a crimson leather jacket, adorned with headphones, dancing and defiantly raising his middle finger at him. Surely, the fellow from Star-Lord would pursue him across the cosmos. Enough of that. No more thinking. We shall address it later. Fair competition after all. I am quite handsome. Lin swiftly cast aside this minor moral burden from his mind. He cleared his throat and clapped his hands. All right, everyone, it is time to distribute the new equipment. He pressed a button on the control panel before him. With a few soft clicks, several metallic boxes slowly rose from beneath the floor. As the boxes opened, several silver nano wristbands lay quietly within. Generously sponsored by Tony Stark. The latest model of nano-combat suits. One for each of you. No deceit here. Ladies first. Raven was the first to seize a wristband and put it on. With a mere thought, liquid metal surged forth from the wristband, seemingly alive, enveloping her entirely. Within mere moments, a form-fitting deep blue battle suit adorned her body, distinguished only by a few silver lines as embellishments. Wow, how marvelous! Wanda, intrigued, followed suit and donned a wristband. A blend of red and black nanoparticles flowed forth, coalescing into a suit complete with a small cape. Lorna's armor was a striking combination of dark green and silver, the lines bold and exuding a sense of power. Jean's armor, a regal blend of gold and crimson, radiated elegance. Hela merely cast a glance, seemingly disinterested. Lin presented a wristband to her. Care to try? That attire of yours won't keep you warm in the cosmos. Hela scoffed, but accepted it nonetheless. Black nano-metal enveloped her, ultimately forming a formidable black battle suit. The shoulders and helmet mimicking her iconic antlered crown, with dark green energy patterns gently flowing across the armor. Not bad. She moved her body, offering a less than dismal assessment. It was Thor's turn. He picked up the final wristband, his expression one of eager anticipation. Nanoparticles surged forth, enveloping him in a glimmering, unadorned bodysuit. Thor glanced down at himself, then at the other's impressive armors, his expression freezing. What about mine? Where's my cape? My armor? He pointed at his smooth chest, feeling insulted. Why am I just in a thermal shirt and pants? Lin, with utmost seriousness, explained. Ahem, we are out of budget. Moreover, capes are perilous for superheroes. They can easily get caught in airplane engines. Thor, bewildered, replied, but we are currently in space. That also risks getting entangled in asteroid belts. In any case, no capes. This is for your own good. Lin forcibly concluded the topic. He rose and approached the vast holographic star map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, heed my command. From this moment forth, we officially establish the Cosmic Tour Group. Our first destination is to locate a ragtag group known as the Guardians of the Galaxy. Thor leaned closer, curiously asking, what do we need them for? Are they formidable fighters? Lin smiled enigmatically. No, they're exceptionally good at courting trouble. Particularly their leader, a human named Peter Quill, alias Star-Lord. Remember this individual. When you encounter him, keep your distance. I fear his dance moves may be contagious. Having concluded his speech, Lin began to operate on the star map. He entered several coordinates in succession. Morlag, Xander, nowhere. We shall search each one. I refuse to believe that this band of cosmic drifters can hide anywhere. The ship's engine roared again, transforming into a streak of light as it leapt into the unfathomable sea of stars. However, the upcoming journey did not unfold as Lin had envisioned. For a full 2 months, they floundered like headless flies amidst the vast universe. The ship leapt from one star system to another. They visited bustling interstellar ports and desolate mineral planets alike. They encountered a myriad of bizarre alien species and sampled various indescribable alien cuisines. The initial novelty swiftly wore off. Thor, with pent-up energy, began to incessantly challenge Hela to arm wrestling matches, only to be soundly defeated time and again. Lorna and Jean transformed the ship's training room into their home, diligently honing their respective abilities daily. Wanda spent most of her time quietly reading or accompanying Jean. Meanwhile, Raven became Lin's constant companion. She dined beside him, held his hand while walking, and even clung to him like a koala while he sat in the captain's chair pondering life. This, while sweet, left Lin feeling somewhat strained, as she often insisted on physical closeness. I can't even use the restroom without her guarding the door. Isn't that possessiveness a bit excessive? Lin had voiced this sentiment in his mind more than once. Days turned into weeks, yet the shadow of the Guardians of the Galaxy remained elusive. Lin began to grow frustrated. Seated in the captain's chair, gazing at the endless expanse of stars, his brow furrowed. By the gods, this universe is vast. Finding a few individuals is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He even began to doubt whether he had arrived too early, contemplating that the ragtag group might not yet be established. Just then, a pair of soft hands gently rested on his shoulder. Lin, what troubles you? Wanda's voice came from behind, tinged with concern. Lin turned, meeting her clear gaze, and his agitation dissipated considerably. He grasped her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Nothing, just lost in thought. He forced a smile, considering where our honeymoon adventure should take us next. Wanda's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, not exposing his fib. Lin sighed, about to utter something disheartening. Suddenly, beep, 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 an ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout the bridge. A mechanical female voice resonated. Alert! An anomalously high energy response detected on planet-designated XN, D4R. Energy signature analysis in progress. 98-7 match with database entry power stone. The holographic projection at the center of the bridge displayed a stunning blue planet, magnified instantly. Planet name, Xander. All eyes fixed upon the screen. Thor ceased his tussle with the air. Hela uncrossed her legs. Lorna and Jean rushed out from the training room. Lin's earlier despondency and irritation vanished in an instant. He sprang from his chair, a fierce grin spreading across his face. At last, we have found them. He slammed his fist onto the control panel before him. I.e., push the engines to their limits. Full speed ahead. Destination, Xander. Lin stretched out his arms and shouted to his crew, enough idling about. Prepare the popcorn and cola. We are about to witness a grand spectacle. Chapter 228. The power gem is too strong. The shield shatters the ship's alarm blared on, but it was drowned out by Thor's booming voice. Xander, I have heard of this place. Thor slapped his thigh, his face alight with excitement. They say the women there. Oh no, The drinks are especially exhilarating. Hela lazily lifted her eyelids and muttered 2 words. Country bumpkins. Lorna crossed her arms, gazing at the azure planet on the star map with a slight smirk. I'm only concerned about that energy reaction. If it truly is an infinity stone, then we are in for quite the amusement. Lin kicked the armrest of the captain's chair, nearly rising to his feet. Everyone perk up. Forget the drinks and the women. A thrilling show is about to unfold. He frantically tapped the control panel, and the ship's thrusters erupted with blinding blue flames, propelling the vessel towards the planet with fervor. The intense vibrations caused Raven to clutch Lin tighter. She buried her face in the nape of his neck, whispering, "Slow down, I get motion sickness." Without turning around, Lin patted her back reassuringly. "Be good, we shall arrive shortly. Wait until I perform a divine descent for you." The ship, like a shooting star, tore through the azure canopy of Xander. As they pierced through the clouds, a familiar, heart-pounding surge of power resonated. Lin grinned broadly. That's the unmistakable essence. He immediately activated the ship's auto-hover and cloaking mode. AI, stream the ground visuals, and find me the optimal viewing position. In the next instant, the holographic projection in the center of the bridge illuminated. The image revealed a futuristic city square, now reduced to ruins. A towering figure, with dark blue skin and peculiar face paint, wielded a massive war hammer, his expression exuding disdain as if to say, "You are all worthless." Opposite him stood a man clad in red leather, wearing headphones, dancing with wild abandon, reciting something under his breath. Thor's eyes widened as he pointed at the screen. What was happening? Is this some kind of pre-battle ritual? A provocative dance? Lin covered his face in exasperation. Don't ask. Just know he is deranged. On the screen, the accuser, Ronan, transitioned from confusion to contempt, ultimately culminating in pure rage. He evidently could not fathom the human's thought process. What are you doing? Star-Lord. Peter Quill executed a flamboyant slide, halting before Ronan. A dance battle. Haven't you seen one? Come on, a dance battle. If you win, the orb is yours. If you lose, get out of Xander. Ronan's war hammer glowed with purple energy. He regarded Star-Lord with the expression of one observing a mere jester. I've had enough of your foolishness. No sooner had he spoken than Ronan disregarded the expected protocol, swinging his hammer down with devastating force. Boom! Star-Lord was sent flying like a rag doll, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily, unconscious, several meters away. Silence enveloped the ship. Thor opened his mouth. His ritual failed? Lin's lips twitched. Damn, this script is all wrong. Where until we promised that an awkward dance would save the world? On the ground, having landed a successful blow, Ronan seized the orb and crushed it, revealing the pulsating purple gem within. The power gem. He grasped the gem tightly in his hand, and purple energy surged up his arm, coursing through his body. Ronan let out a painful yet satisfied roar. Now, you shall witness the annihilation of Xander. He raised his war hammer, targeting the remaining members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Devastating purple energy coalesced at the hammer's head. Run. A muscular green-skinned giant bellowed. A raccoon armed with an energy cannon jumped up and down in a panic. Crot, move. Yet the entity, known as Groot, remained stationary. He turned to look at his companions with gentle eyes. Then he extended his arms. Countless branches and vines erupted from him, enveloping Rocket, Drax, and Gamora in a warm embrace. A massive wooden sphere formed around them. He managed to utter 3 words. I am Crot. Inside the ship, Wanda and Quill instinctively covered their mouths. Lin's expression of amusement vanished. He stood tall. Damn it. All right, we can't just watch. He threw a remark over his shoulder to the others. I'm going down to warm up. Be ready to assist at a moment's notice. With that, he clenched his right hand. The space gem embedded in his glove radiated blue light. A swirling blue portal materialized before him. Without hesitation, Lin stepped through. Above Xander Square, Ronan's war hammer descended with cataclysmic force. Its target, the fragile wooden sphere. Rocket shut his eyes within the sphere. It was all over. At that moment, a blue portal abruptly appeared between the hammer and the wooden sphere. Lin's figure emerged from the portal in a single stride. He gazed up at the hammer, mere inches away, and the tempestuous purple energy swirling around it. Right on time, he growled, a flash of red light flickering in his eyes. The power of the reality stone surged forth. Countless scarlet energy particles coalesced, compressed, and took shape before him, Clang! A deafening metallic crash echoed across the square. A gleaming circular shield materialized before Lin. It was an enlarged version of Captain America's vibranium shield. Ronin's inevitable strike collided squarely with the center of his shield. Boom! A purple energy storm erupted from the point of impact, sending shockwaves that tore the ground apart, reducing the surrounding ruins to dust. Lin's feet were firmly planted on the ground, his arms bulging with strain as he exerted all his strength against the shield. He could feel an irresistible, terrifying force emanating from it. This force was pure, savage, and devoid of reason. Crack! Crack! The vibranium shield conjured by the reality stone began to yield to this brute force. Microfractures appeared on its surface. It held for merely 2 seconds. Bow! The vibranium shield shattered into countless fragments. The residual torrent of power surged forth, crashing into Linter and engulfing the Grootwood sphere behind him. Cough! Linter spat out a mouthful of blood, carving a deep trench into the ground beneath him. The wooden sphere behind him was also blown to smithereens. Groot's body, severed into several pieces, scattered across the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The distant Shandar, Nova Corps, stood in stunned disbelief. What has transpired? Ronin was equally taken aback, gazing down at his empty hammerhead. That last strike had nearly drained him of the power he had just acquired. He lifted his gaze to the figure slowly rising from the ground. Linter shook his dazed head and spat out a bloody glob. Damn it, the Power Stone, truly formidable. He brushed off the dust from his attire and stood upright. Ronin's eyes fell upon Linter's gloved right hand. Upon it, a blue space stone and a yellow mind stone emitted a faint glow. Ronin's breath quickened abruptly. His eyes filled with greed and fervor. The Infinity Stones. You possess 2 of them. He appeared as if he had discovered a new continent, brimming with excitement. Hand them over. Surrender them to me. Ronin, in a frenzy, raised his hammer once more and charged at Linter, disregarding the strain on his body. Linter's expression hardened. Are you out of your mind? He prepared to unleash a counterattack with the stones. Yet, Ronin had no intention of engaging in a fair duel. Halfway through his charge, he suddenly turned the hammerhead and struck the ground fiercely. Boom! The entire plaza's surface was utterly obliterated. Countless shards of stone and clouds of dust erupted skyward, obscuring everyone's vision. Linter was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events and could only raise an energy shield to block the flying debris. As the dust began to settle, Ronin's figure had vanished from the plaza. That scoundrel had seized the chaos to make his escape. Linter stood rooted in place, stunned for 3 seconds. Damn it, that bastard has no sense of honor. He glared in the direction Ronin had fled, enraged and agitated. A perfectly cooked duck had just flown away. Meanwhile, a voice filled with sorrow echoed nearby. Groot Rocket Raccoon cradled a small, remaining branch, weeping inconsolably. Linter turned to survey the battlefield in disarray and the bewildered expressions of the makeshift crew members. Chapter 229. Gamora in shock. My father loves me. So he wants to sacrifice me? Linter remained stationary, gazing at the spot where Ronin had disappeared, a bitter lump lodged in his throat, unyielding. He jumped in frustration 3 times. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't it supposed to be that he exuded his sovereign aura, and the opponent would bow in submission, or be ground into the dirt beneath him? Why did it end with the battle half-fought, only for the opponent to flee? Groot, a heart-wrenching cry, resonated nearby. Rocket Raccoon knelt amid the shattered wood, clutching a broken branch, tears and snot streaming down his face. My brother, my Groot, Gamora, and the green-skinned brute named Drax were hurriedly dragging the unconscious Peter Quill back. Drax checked Quill's breathing. He is still alive, just unconscious. Gamora sighed in relief, her gaze then shifting to the distraught Rocket Raccoon. At that moment, Rocket abruptly ceased his weeping. He stared in astonishment as a Groot head emerged from the tangle of branches. He is still alive. Rocket carefully cradled Groot's head in his arms, tears still glistening on his face. Thank goodness, seeing this. Gamora felt a wave of calm wash over her. She rose and approached Linter, her expression a complicated blend of emotions. Thank you for intervening and saving us. She paused, her green eyes filled with caution. But why would you do such a thing? Who are you? Linter withdrew his gaze from the distance and turned to face her. He was direct, unambiguous. Thanos. Upon hearing that name, Gamora's body visibly stiffened. His search for the Infinity Stones has accelerated. Linter raised his right hand, the two stones on his glove glowing softly. Gamera's pupils dilated. Those two you possess indeed. Linter shook his glove, the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. To thwart his plans, I must gather these artifacts ahead of time. Gamera's expression shifted repeatedly. This man, just like Thanos, was collecting the Infinity Stones. Yet his intentions seemed to starkly contrast with those of Thanos. How do you know all of this? She voiced her innermost question. Linter flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. I know far more than you can imagine. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. For instance, I know where the last Soul Stone resides. Gamera's heart raced. Where? On Vormer. Linter leisurely pronounced the name. And I also know how to obtain it. He paused deliberately, watching Gamera's reaction. Gamora, intrigued, could no longer restrain her curiosity. What method? Linter's smile faded. Sacrifice. Sacrifice your most beloved. Leave that person's soul forever at the cliffs of Vormer in exchange for the Soul Stone. Gamora felt a chill run down her spine. What sort of cursed method was that? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her face turned pale. Thanos indeed. Linter interrupted her, enunciating each word clearly. He has known all along, and he has prepared his sacrifice. Linter raised his hand, pointing at Gamora. His most beloved daughter. Gamora. Boom. Gamora's mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning, leaving her in a daze. She staggered back 2 steps, incredulous as she gazed at Linter. No, it can't be. This is impossible. Her voice trembled. He trained me to be a weapon. He destroyed my home. How could he possibly love me? Linter shrugged. Who knows what goes on in that twisted mind of his? Perhaps in his eyes, molding you into the universe's most dangerous woman is a form of paternal affection. Such manipulation, I understand. Gamora was utterly stunned. The impact of this revelation was far greater than the blow she had just received from Ronan. To learn that her very existence was merely a means for that so-called father to cast her off a cliff in exchange for a stone in the future. What was this? She felt her entire worldview shattering, more completely than the shield that had just been smashed. Beside her, Drax and the recently awakened Peter Quill were equally bewildered. Quill rubbed the back of his aching head, his expression one of confusion. Hey guys, did I miss some explosive family drama? No one responded to him. Linty observed the dazed Gamora, sensing that the moment was ripe. He cleared his throat. All right, this is no place to linger. He extended an invitation to Gamora and the others. My ship is just above. It's spacious enough. How about joining me for a cup of tea and discussing how to take down your father? The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy exchanged glances. With the chaos on Xander and the Nova Corps preoccupied, following this mysterious man seemed to be their only option. Gamora took a deep breath, her gaze resolute once more. To prevent herself from becoming Thanos' sacrifice, she had to uncover the truth. All right, we'll go with you. Linty snapped his fingers, and a blue portal opened before them. Ladies first. As the Guardians stepped onto the ship's bridge, they were all taken aback by the scene before them. A towering, golden-haired man was arm wrestling with a dark-haired woman, exuding an air of danger. Put some muscle into it, sis. Have you not eaten? Thor's face was flushed with effort. Get lost, Hela replied without lifting her gaze, her wrist steady as a mountain. Not far away, a cool girl in leather was manipulating several pieces of metal in mid-air with fluid movements. Another red-haired girl and the dark-haired one sat quietly reading, exuding a gentle demeanor. And a blue-skinned woman occupied the pilot's seat. Peter Quill's eyes widened in astonishment. He nudged Drax beside him. My goodness, are we in heaven? Drax frowned, pondering seriously. Heaven should not be this noisy. He referred to Thor. Thor noticed the new arrivals and approached them with enthusiasm. Oh, new friends. Greetings. I am Thor, god of thunder. Gamora and the others stared at this eclectic group, their minds struggling to comprehend. What sort of assembly was this? Lenny clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. All right, let us make some introductions. These are the new crew members aboard, the Guardians of the Galaxy. He gestured to his own companions. This is Thor, my not-so-bright brother-in-law. That's his sister, Hela. She has a temper, so don't provoke her. That's Lorna. She's into metalwork. And those are Jean and Wanda. Don't be fooled by their quietness. They pack a punch. And this is Raven, my trusty sidekick. The brief introductions provided a preliminary understanding between both parties. However, the atmosphere remained peculiar. Gamora maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. Lindy was unfazed, plopping down into the captain's chair with Raven in his lap. All right, let us have a meeting. His expression turned serious. Our primary objective is to stop Ronan. That guy has the Power Stone. He is surely hiding somewhere, upgrading himself. Once he harnesses the Stone's power, the first to suffer will be Xander. Quill immediately chimed in. Exactly. We must stop him. Lenny shot him a glance. Hold on. With just you lot, and me freshly beaten and bloodied, confronting him now would be tantamount to delivering ourselves as a meal. So, we need to level up first. He turned his attention to Thor. Brother-in-law, it's time to discuss your new hammer. Thor's eyes lit up instantly. Stormbreaker. Lenny snapped his fingers. Correct. However, forging Stormbreaker requires special materials. His gaze finally settled on Groot's small head nestled in Rocket Raccoon's arms. We need Groot's assistance. Rocket tightened his grip on Groot protectively. What do you intend to do to Groot? Calm down, Lenny waved his hand. The handle of Stormbreaker must be crafted from the toughest living wood. I need a branch from him. Chapter 230, Courage Strikes. A clash of foes upon hearing this. Rocket's fur bristled with indignation. In a flash, he leaped in front of Lenny, shielding Groot's tiny head with fervor. What do you want to do to Groot? He bared his teeth, revealing a set of sharp little fangs, his voice piercing like metal. I'll tell you this. Not a single branch will you have. He's only left with a head. Thor strode over, towering over the irate Rocket, attempting to reason. Listen, little rabbit. This is for crafting a weapon that could rival Mjolnir. Stormbreaker. Its handle must be made from the most extraordinary materials. This is a matter of supreme honor. Rocket glared up at Thor's knee and roared. Get lost. What nonsense about honor? You tree-chopping bastards. Groot is not some material. Nearby, Drax rubbed his smooth head and spoke in a deep voice. I believe he has a point. Exchanging a branch for a chance to kill Ronan is quite a bargain. Rocket whirled around, glaring fiercely at Drax. You green-skinned, muscle-bound fool, shut up. This isn't trade. Peter Quill, having regained his composure, stepped in with raised hands to mediate. Hey, calm down, guys. We've just formed a team. Let us not tear each other apart over a piece of wood. Besides, look at him. He's left with just a head. Where will you find a branch to cut? Quill pointed at Rocket's arms, where Groot's head was curiously blinking its big, round eyes at the arguing group. The atmosphere on the bridge turned awkward. Hela stood to the side, arms crossed, a faint smirk playing on her lips as she watched the spectacle. Lorna observed the furry raccoon with interest, finding it somewhat amusing. Wanda and Jean exchanged glances, each sensing a hint of sympathy in the other's eyes. Raven, however, remained completely indifferent, simply leaning against Lenny, adjusting to a more comfortable position. Lenny sighed. It seemed it was time for him to step in as the peacemaker once again. He patted Quill on the shoulder, nudging him aside. Then he crouched down, attempting to align his gaze with that of Rocket Raccoon. Hey, Rocket, listen to me. I understand how you feel. Rocket Raccoon took a wary step back. Clutching groot even tighter. I want to listen. I refuse to hear anything. Lin disregarded his resistance and continued unabated. Ronan possesses the Power Stone. I just experienced his might firsthand. He gestured to the blood still drying at the corner of his mouth. It nearly sent me off for good. With our current crew, seeking him out is akin to the gourd babies rescuing their grandfather. One by one, we fall. Rocket Raccoon fell silent, though the hostility in his eyes remained undiminished. Do you seek vengeance? Lin inquired. Don't you wish to twist that oversized oaf Ronan's head off and kick it like a ball? A low growl emanated from Rocket's throat. Yes, exactly, Lin exclaimed, slapping his thigh. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. We need to upgrade our equipment. Thor's Stormbreaker is our trump card against Ronan. A nuclear weapon, do you comprehend? And Groot's branch is the pivotal ignition mechanism for this nuclear weapon. Lin spoke with earnestness, as though it were an undeniable truth. I'm not jesting. The forge for the Stormbreaker is Nidavellir, and the axe's handle must be crafted from a living wood imbued with vitality. In the entire universe, I can only think of Groot meeting this criterion. His sacrifice will be for himself and for our collective vengeance. Rocket Raccoon's gaze began to waver. The flames of revenge blazed within him, yet Groot's presence in his arms tugged at his heart. As he grappled with his conflicting emotions, Groot's little head suddenly stirred. He extended a minuscule, tender shoot resembling a sprout. The tiny branch trembled as it reached towards Thor. I am Groot, the soft voice rang out. Despite being the same timeless phrase, its meaning was clear to all. He consented. A hush fell over the room. Thor stared at the twig, which was thinner than a toothpick, his expression somewhat dazed. Is this sufficient? Lin too was momentarily taken aback, then cleared his throat and forced an explanation. Ahem. Absolutely sufficient. Essence. This is concentrated essence. The vitality of the sacred tree is encapsulated in this tiny branch. He was almost convinced himself. If they arrived at Nidavellir and it proved inadequate, they could always conjure another with the reality stone. A minor issue. Rocket Raccoon looked at Groot, then at Lin, ultimately deflating. He muttered sullenly, but if you dare harm him, I'll dismantle this wretched ship and sell it piece by piece at the scrapyard. Thor solemnly nodded at Rocket Raccoon. Rest assured, little rabbit. My name is Rocket Raccoon. The tempest had finally subsided. Lin rose, brushing off the dust from his hands. All right, now that we have the material sorted, it's time to set off. He approached the control console, bringing up the holographic star map. Our next destination is Nidavellir, the realm of dwarves, the universe's premier forge. The 5-star designated producer of the Stormbreaker. Cousin, could you point the way? Thor excitedly leaned in, sketching a few lines on the star map, marking a coordinate. Right here. The spaceship adjusted its course, the engines emitting a deep rumble as it prepared for a jump through space. With the pressing matters resolved, the atmosphere on the bridge lightened considerably. Peter Quill's restless eyes began to wander among Lin's harem. His gaze first landed on Hela, but after a fleeting glance, he felt an icy chill run down his spine and quickly looked away. The woman exuded an overpowering aura, as if a mere second of prolonged eye contact would result in his demise. Next, he observed Lorna, dressed in sleek black leather, her figure striking. She wore a cool expression while manipulating a piece of metal to swirl at her fingertips. Quill felt as though his heart had been struck. He was particularly fond of such fierce, spirited women. Adjusting his red leather jacket, he swaggered over, convinced of his own charm. Hey, gorgeous. Peter Quill. But you can call me Star-Lord. Lorna didn't even lift her eyes, continuing to play with the metal. Unfazed, Quill pressed on with his silver tongue. Did you know your aura is quite extraordinary? It's like a black hole, mysterious and captivating, making one irresistibly drawn to explore. The metal in Lorna's hand came to a halt. Finally, she raised her head and shot Quill a glance. Is that belt buckle made of adamantium? Quill was taken aback. No, it's just regular iron. Before he could finish, he felt a tightening around his waist. He looked down to see his belt buckle seemingly gripped by an invisible hand, twisting and contorting at a visible pace until it morphed into a twisted shape. With a loud snap, the belt broke. Quill's pants were about to slide down. In a flurry, he grasped his trousers, his face turning pale. Lorna withdrew her gaze, coldly uttering 2 words. Annoying. Quill, on the verge of tears, scampered away, clutching his pants. Drax watched his comical predicament, bursting into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! His pants are falling down. The entire bridge resonated with a lively atmosphere. Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Lorna was truly adept at handling all manner of flamboyant antics. At that moment, the shrill alarm rang out for the 3rd time throughout the bridge. But this time, it was not due to energy fluctuations. Alert! Alert! An unidentified ship is approaching. The opponent has initiated a communication request. The mechanical AI voice echoed throughout the bridge. A communication window popped up on the main screen, displaying a menacing flame skull emblem. Below it, a line of text read, Ravagers, Yondu Yidanta. Peter Quill's face turned as pale as a sheet. Oh no, he let out a wail. It's Yondu. He is definitely here to capture me. Lin, gazing at the communication request button on the screen, displayed not a hint of anxiety, but rather a mischievous grin. Oh, space pirates? How intriguing. He plopped back down into the captain's chair, crossing his legs. Let them in. I'm quite curious about what this blue-skinned blowhard intends to do. Chapter 231. Enemies on a Narrow Path. Star-Lord gains a new father? Lin lazily snapped his fingers. Let them in. As soon as he finished speaking, the communication request window on the main screen burst open with a sharp sound. A holographic projection materialized at the center of the bridge. It depicted a man with a face full of wrinkles, blue skin, and a red metallic fin protruding from the top of his head. His unkempt beard and fierce gaze suggested he was no friend. Peter Quill. The blue-skinned man in the hologram rasped, his voice as grating as sandpaper against metal. He bellowed, nearly spitting with rage, You treacherous little rat. Get out here now. Peter Quill's face drained of color. With a terrified yelp, he attempted to hide beneath the control panel. No, turn it off. Please turn it off. He scrambled at Lynette's legs, his voice trembling. He'll kill me. He really will. Rocket Raccoon, arms crossed, casually dug at his ear with a tiny paw. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Yondu. Quill, have you been stealing from him again? Drax inquired seriously, stroking his bald head. Is this Blue Man your father? He looks very angry, Drax noted. Quill was on the verge of tears. He's not my father. He's my adoptive father. The kind who wants to sell me for money. On the bridge, Hela cast a disdainful glance at the noisy blue projection and yawned. Lorna, on the other hand, wore an expression of amusement, her fingers twirling several spare screws that danced in the air, eager for action. Wanda and Jean stood a little farther away, curiously observing the sudden appearance of the interstellar pirate. Raven paid no attention to the screen. She merely shifted her position for greater comfort on Lynette's back. Lynette sat upright in the captain's chair, utterly unfazed. He even took the time to sip from a nearby cup of ice-cold soda, savoring it. Yondu's holographic image evidently noticed the peculiar situation. His crew was not afraid. The man seated in the chair was even drinking a beverage. Who are you people? Yondu squinted, his tone tinged with more menace. I don't care who you are. Hand over Peter Quill. Otherwise, I'll blast your flashy piece of junk into cosmic debris. His crew erupted in a cacophony of aggressive cries, brandishing their weapons. Finally, Lynette set down his soda cup. He leisurely rose from his seat, walking over to the trembling Quill and hoisted him up. Don't be afraid, son. Lynette patted Quill's shoulder with a kindly expression. Quill, everyone on the ship. Even Yondu's hologram paused for a moment. Lynette embraced Quill and directed a friendly smile at Yondu's projection. Hello there, Mr. Smuff. Are you looking for the child? Yondu's facial muscles twitched. Smuff? His name is Peter Quill. He belongs to me. Oh, he belongs to you, Lynette replied, nodding as if enlightened, before shifting his tone. But wait a moment. I heard that years ago, you accepted payment to deliver this child to his mad father. Later, you decided he was small enough to be suitable for thievery and kept him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lynette shook his finger, feigning deep disappointment. You've got a narrow perspective. My friend, raising a child isn't done like that. Just look at how terrified you've made him. Yes, about to wet his pants. Quill's face turned a deep shade of purple, desperate to retort, but Lynette's grip around his shoulder was like a vice, rendering him immobile. Yondu's complexion shifted from blue to a deep navy, nearly black with fury. Kid, are you teaching me how to do my job? He roared, swinging his hand violently. Open fire. Show them what we're made of. A cannon on the pirate ship swiftly aimed, and a red energy projectile whizzed toward them. Quill shut his eyes in terror. This is it. Rocket Raccoon cursed under his breath. Crazy. However, the energy projectile halted abruptly a dozen meters from the ship, as if it had struck an invisible wall. Wanda stood by the bridge window, her back to the scene, simply extending a hand toward the outside, fingers splayed. The red energy projectile began to twist and morph under her unseen control, forcibly reshaped into a heart. A pink heart. Then, with a gentle flick of her finger, the reformed I love you energy projectile shot back at a speed faster than it had arrived. Boom! A muffled thud echoed. The heart-shaped projectile struck the bow of Yondu's ship squarely. It caused no significant damage, but the humiliation was palpable. The pirates aboard Yondu's vessel stood in stunned silence, staring at the smoking heart-shaped hole in their ship's front. Yondu's projection flickered, clearly shaken. When the image stabilized again, his expression had transformed entirely, grave and wary. What were you really? He fixed Lynette with an intense stare. Lynette smiled, pushing Quill forward. Allow me to introduce myself. From this day forth, I am this child's new father. He is under my protection now. If you have any objections, Lynette paused, gesturing toward the heart-shaped smoke ring outside. Feel free to express them. But whether I listen is an entirely different matter. This audacious demeanor was nothing short of extraordinary. Quill stared at Lynette in disbelief, then glanced at Yondu's flustered projection. Suddenly, he felt as if he had latched onto an incredibly powerful ally. Drax erupted into his thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha! The blue man got hit. Rocket Raccoon whistled, muttering, cool, this girl is really something. Yondu fell silent. He was no fool. To absorb an energy projectile with bare hands and reshape it to hurl back. That was an ability he had never encountered. The opposing ship seemed far more advanced than his own. Engaging in a direct confrontation would certainly mean his demise. He cast a long look at Lynette, then Equil hiding behind him. Kid, Consider yourself fortunate. He squeezed the words through gritted teeth. This isn't over. With that, he cut the communication unilaterally before Lynette could respond. The main screen went black, and the pirate ship swiftly turned, vanishing into the starry expanse. Thus, a crisis was averted. The bridge fell into a momentary silence. Then, Quill exhaled deeply, his entire demeanor softening. Oh my goodness, we survived. Lynette gave him a swift kick in the rear. Look at your lack of ambition. He approached the main console and summoned the star chart anew. All right, the farce is over. AI, set the course for Nidavellir. Full speed ahead. The ship's engines roared back to life, preparing for the next jump through space. Everyone returned to their respective stations. Quill rose from the floor, patting his chest as if to reassure himself of his survival. He approached Lynette, his expression radiating sincerity. Thanks, buddy. No, Chief. From now on, you're my true brother. Lynette cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. He stroked his chin, suddenly recalling something. Turning his gaze to the side, he looked at Gamora. By the way, Gamora, who was polishing her sword, lifted her head at the mention of her name. Lynette pointed at Quill, then at her, a grin spreading across his face that sent shivers down Quill's spine. Consider this. Your father loves you, so he has prepared to push you off a cliff as a sacrifice. His father loves him, hence he chases him across the universe, wanting to sell him. Lynette shrugged. You two are a perfect match. Both members of the League of Paternal Woes. Gamora's expression darkened. Quill's face turned pale. The bridge was once again suffused with a lively atmosphere.